my family, my buddy was surrounded and beaten up. He shouted, "Sword come." In an instant, countless swords returned to their origin and wiped out the opponents. Who would have thought that just a day ago, this guy was thinking of living off soft food? I've been traversing the world of One Piece for 18 years, and after the wedding night, I activated the Universal Sun Collection system, winning prizes to become stronger. Now that I've encountered pirates, I stunned everyone with just one move. This plot is too explosive. I tell you, I've never seen such an outrageous scene in my life. Just a second ago, my buddy was being beaten up, and the next second, he pointed with one hand and shouted, "Sword come." Good lord, swords filled the sky. Even Mihawk's black sword, Yoru, flew over. He directly unleashed countless swords, taking out all the enemies. I was dumbfounded. What kind of background does this guy have? But you absolutely wouldn't believe that just a day prior, he was just an ordinary guy dreaming of living off soft food. That's right, that guy is me, the Overlord of Chu. I tell you, I've been stuck in this broken place of One Piece for a full 18 years. While other protagonists start off with godly equipment, I started at hellish difficulty with nothing, just pure cattle and horses. If it weren't for my childhood sweetheart, the rich girl Koya from Syrup Village, who is beautiful, kind-hearted, and even pursued me, I would have probably starved to death on the streets long ago. I had resigned myself to my fate, thinking I would just live a stable life, eating soft food, being a useless son-in-law. But guess what? Just a day after my wedding night with Koya, my long-awaited golden finger finally arrived after 18 years. Universal Sun Collection System. Folks, who understands? This name is too abstract. As the name suggests, as long as someone willingly or unwillingly calls me dad, I could draw a prize. At that moment, my mind went buzz, and I realized, what's my name? Overlord of Chu. Overlord. Ba. Isn't this a chosen bug? System, what do you have to fight me with? I quickly asked the system if there was a beginner's gift pack, but it acted cool, saying that others had to call me dad first to unlock it. Isn't this making it hard for me? Fat Tiger? Without hesitation, I rushed out of the house and found the only stuttering beggar in the village. I looked at him with deep affection. In revealing my identity, "Son, I'm your dad, quickly call my name." The beggar was dumbfounded and stuttered, "Bah." Overlord ding. The system prompt sounded. Wow, it actually worked. This pun really hits. This system's IQ is concerning. Beginner's gift pack unlocked. Good lord, the stuff inside left me speechless. Perfect thunder fruit. The king fruit of Enel. The top tier version. LV. One observation hockey. Basic model but usable. Then there were a bunch of strange skills. Strongman identification technique, which means whoever I stare at gets pregnant. One glance can make the opponent experience 10 months of pregnancy and a smooth delivery service. No matter how strong you are, first, let's see what it feels like to be a woman. Sword nurturing technique. Anything can be nurtured as long as the affinity is maxed out. Even a piece of scrap metal can be turned into a sword girl. And there's embryo stare, which combined with the previous whoever I stare gets pregnant, can directly steal an ability from the opponent. Note, it's stealing, not copying. If I use this on Whitebeard, the Tremor fruit would have my surname. The best one is the last passive, buff everyone in the world recognizes you. The effect is simple. Everyone who sees me for the first time will automatically know my name and uncontrollably stutter, calling me Ba. Overlord. At that moment, I hadn't realized how overpowered this skill was until I strolled around the street. Along the way, the villagers greeted me enthusiastically. Ba. Overlord, good morning. Ba. Overlord, out with Miss Koya again? The sound of the lottery prompts in my head was like crazy, ringing non-stop. Good lord, while I was dazed, I directly got 10 consecutive draws. It was only then I realized this passive skill was the trump card in the beginner's gift pack. I felt like an emperor on a tour, strolling through the entire village. Even the village elder looked at me in confusion and shouted, "Ba, Overlord." In less than half an hour, I hit the limit of 100 draws for the day. When I counted my spoils, my face turned dark. 100 consecutive draws. I only got a super large system space, teleportation, and unlimited stamina, while the rest were all bottled water and pig knuckles. This drop rate is comparable to the probability of the national football team reaching the World Cup in 2025. Although these three abilities are also considered bugs in the pirate world, my journey is to the stars and the sea. This little bit is not enough. Forget it, there's plenty of time. But while I was having fun, the villagers were not happy. They looked at me as if I were some filthy thing, whispering among themselves. It's like seeing a ghost. Why do I want to call him dad the moment I see him? Are we possessed? So embarrassing. Even my wife Koya couldn't take it anymore. At night, while we were sleeping, in a moment of passion, her face turned as red as an apple, and she suddenly said, "Bah, Overlord, be gentle." After saying that, she petrified, so embarrassed she almost wanted to burrow into the ground. The entire village ran to complain to Koya. with that stuttering beggar leading the charge. Koya, you must control Ba. Overlord, he's messing with us. As a result, I later dared not go out casually, feeling like a thief every day, randomly picking 100 lucky villagers to punish. Now, whenever the villagers see me, it's like they've seen a plague god. Every household closes their doors, and the village head was almost crying in the toilet for being blocked by me. Just when I was worried I could hardly gather those 100 draws, a turning point came. Usopp's 3 little followers, the Onion Heads, came crying to report. Pirates are coming. The Straw Hat Skeleton's pirate ship. When I heard this, I laughed. Luffy and the others are here. The plot is finally about to start. Sure enough, on the other side, the steward Clabatel, who is also the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, had already started to act. He had been planning for 3 years, just waiting to take me and Koya out and monopolize the family fortune. I wasn't worried at all. I had already placed a defensive treasure on Koya, and if there was any danger, it would automatically teleport to my side. I directly teleported to the beach. I saw Luffy, Zoro, and Nami facing off against Usopp. As soon as I appeared, Luffy's big mouth grinned. Ba. Overlord? What a domineering name. Zoro beside him laughed so hard he was in pain. Luffy actually called him Ba. His name is clearly Ba. Overlord. Huh. Zoro was also confused. Why was he stuttering too? Only Nami, that little money grubber, looked vigilant, her woman's intuition telling her there was a pit here, and she held back from speaking. That social terror Luffy directly came up and stretched out his hand. In the man who will become the Pirate King. Ba. Overlord, be my partner. You got it wrong again. This fool. I neither agreed nor refused. Just said, your ship is broken, right? He'll get you a new one, but I want to go aboard with my wife too. Come on, having the world's strongman call me Ba. Just thinking about this bad taste is thrilling. As soon as I finished speaking, Kira's group of Black Cat Pirates rushed over. Luffy and the others were very loyal, directly shielding me. Ba. Overlord, leave these little minions to us. What happened next? The battle was so brutal, it was unbearable to watch. Luffy was knocked down by the opponent's hypnotist, and inadvertently, Zango was also hypnotized, both lying on the ground sleeping soundly. Zoro, already injured, was being beaten by the Cat Brothers. Nami and Usopp were being chased and hacked at by a bunch of little minions. Just as a pirate was about to swing a knife at Nami's back, Zoro and Usopp shouted in despair. I sighed. It looks like I have to step in. The early combat power of the Straw Hat crew is just too weak. I teleported over, instantly scooping Nami into my arms, and with 2 fingers, I pinched the broken blade with a clang. A lackey's knife isn't even worthy of giving me a scraping. Nami in my arms had a flushed face. It was probably her first experience of such extreme safety. I handed her over to Usopp, then stood there, watching the Cat Brothers charging over. They couldn't help but shout, "Beat up, boss." I smiled slightly. "Good morning, my obedient sons." Kill him. The Cat Brothers were furious, swinging their claws and pouncing at me. I thought to myself that I should use a cooler move. So I pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground and shouted with all my might, "Come, swords." At that moment, the winds and clouds changed. All the swords of the nearby swordsmen, including Zoro's 3 swords, all unsheathed with a clang and flew towards me like streaks of light. The most outrageous part was that even Hawkeye, who was drinking in some obscure corner, had his supreme blade, Black Blade. Night come flying through the air. Hundreds and thousands of swords gathered above my head, forming a torrent of steel that blocked out the sun. At that moment, I became the image of the sword god, probably burning out Zoro's CPU. Go! All the swords were unleashed, like a torrential rain, instantly turning all the lackeys of the Black Cat Pirates, along with the Cat Brothers, into hedgehogs. The entire place fell silent. Zoro looked at me. His gaze was no longer one of admiration, but of faith. Nami had her mouth agape, probably calculating how she could trick me into fighting Arlong. Usopp even knelt directly, his little thoughts about Kaya completely washed away by the rain of swords. I casually summoned Hawkeye's Black Blade, knight into my hand, and tossed it to Zoro as if throwing away garbage. This thing belongs to Hawkeye, right? Take it. Consider it a ticket for me and Kaya to board the ship. Using the sword of the world's greatest swordsman as a ticket, Zoro held that sword, his hands trembling, as if he were holding an ancestral tablet, afraid of dropping or damaging it. At this moment, Luffy also woke up. After listening to Nami's explanation about her punches, he looked at the mess around and then at me. His eyes filled with little stars. Just then, something happened over at Kaya's place as well. She discovered her loyal, sheep-headed butler, Mary, lying in a pool of blood, barely alive, pointing at Kuro's back and saying to her, "Kaya, hurry, run away. Clabater is a pirate." I tell you, as soon as the old butler finished speaking, The door was kicked open with a bang. Good heavens, Kuro no, now we should call him Baji Kuro, was standing there ominously at the door, looking at us with a gaze that was like watching two lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But let me tell you, he was showing off too early. In the shadows, I, the overlord of Chu, made my grand entrance, followed by our Straw Hat crew, a bunch of lively characters. But Kaya was so scared at that moment that she threw herself into my arms, cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, shouting, "Overlord, you have to run. I'll give him the money." I thought to myself, don't worry, girl, your man is not here to be a sacrifice. And guess what? That guy Kuro slowly pulled out his 10-bladed cat claw gloves from the box, disdainfully saying that his subordinates were all useless. Does anyone understand? At a time like this, our clueless Captain Luffy, with stars in his eyes, rushed over to Kaya and said, "Wow, are you that rich young lady? Can you give us a ship?" Nami immediately blew up, punching Luffy on the head, and quickly apologized to Kaya. I looked at these lively characters and sighed in my heart. This was no rescue team. It was simply the Dune Society's maritime branch on a team-building trip. I stepped forward, protecting Koya, and pointed at Chloe's nose, scolding, "Chloe, if you dare to deceive my woman, you will see what happens today." That guy was pretty arrogant, adjusting his glasses and saying, "Just because of you?" In the end, I didn't even need to make a move. That kid Luffy shouted and charged in, yelling, "I'll take care of this bad guy." I didn't perform well earlier because I was asleep, but now is my true strength. I was speechless at that moment. Fine, if you want to seek punishment yourself. Don't blame me for not warning you. I have to tell you, that scene was simply unbearable to watch. Kuro used his silent steps, moving so fast it was like he had activated nitrous boost. Luffy couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. In just half a minute, Luffy's body was suddenly covered with several deep wounds that were visible to the bone, looking like a torn sack. Although he managed to punch Kuro in the nose despite his injuries, if this continued, the kid would end up losing too much blood and fainting right there. As soon as I saw this, I knew it was not okay. If we beat the future Pirate King to a pulp, what kind of pirate would I be? I quickly shouted, "Stop, Luffy. That's enough. I see your will, and I'll take care of the rest. I'll personally clean up the mess." Nami quickly agreed, urging Luffy to come down. I stepped forward and looked at Chloe, calmly asking him, "Are you a strong one?" The guy licked the blood off his claws with a cold expression. I smiled and said, "All right then, try to take one of my moves." After saying that, I widened my eyes and directly activated my special skill, Strong One Identification Technique. I tell you, in the next moment, that arrogant Baijiko suddenly knelt down with a thud. He curled up on the ground, convulsing all over, with cold sweat pouring down like rain. The other members of the Straw Hat crew were dumbfounded, completely not understanding what had happened. They just saw me give him a glare, and he knelt down. I walked over, stepped on his forehead, and looked down at him mockingly. "Oh, Captain Chloe, it seems you're not a true strong man after all. What's going on? I just looked at you, and why are you bowing so deeply?" He was in so much pain he couldn't even speak, clutching his stomach, his expression twisted beyond belief. To be honest, my move was simply to make the opponent experience the ultimate pain of pregnancy and childbirth in 10 seconds. It was all about psychological attack and physical transcendence. "If you have the guts, give me a quick end." He squeezed out this line through clenched teeth. I gave Nami a glance, and she understood immediately, rushing over to cover Kaya's eyes. With a swift motion, the blade came down, and with a snap, Kuro's head rolled to the side. That settled the matter. Kaya, being kind-hearted, didn't reveal Kuro's plot to the villagers and just said he had returned to his hometown. Goodness, after 3 years of deception, Kuro still appeared to the villagers as a cold-faced benefactor. We held a celebration banquet. Nami's face was flushed from drinking, and she and Koya were playfully teasing each other, creating a hidden tension. Koya, the main princess, tightly grasped my hand, her palms sweating from nervousness, afraid that I would run off with this group. Of course, I had to take her with me. I told her directly, "Of course we're going together. I'll show you the outside world." That night, let us skip 1,000 words. The next day, we boarded the new ship that Koya had gifted us, the Going Merry. Usopp was crying and saying goodbye to the villagers. Seeing the villagers with teary eyes moved me deeply. And I said to Koya, "Look, they're so reluctant to see us go." But just as we sailed a short distance, the village erupted into a cacophony of drums and firecrackers. Just like New Year's, the village elder shouted, "Quick, that demon has finally left. Light the firecrackers." As soon as I heard this, I thought, hey, can I really bear this? I still need to rely on them to call me Baba 100 times for the lottery every day. I instantly teleported back and stood on the high platform. The entire village fell silent in an instant, and then began to chant, "Baba, Bawang, Baba, Bawang." Feeling great, I got my 100 consecutive draws. When I returned to the ship, I immediately started the lottery, and things like portal fragments and haunted spirits came out, and there was even a piano and a tailcoat. I thought, playing the piano in the pirate world, doesn't that sound a bit exciting? I immediately changed into the tailcoat and played a piece called The Truth That You Leave. Nami was completely mesmerized, her eyes filled with hearts. Usopp, even more ridiculous, said with envy, "So cool. If I were a girl, I would marry him too." Zoro next to him looked green with envy. Life went on like this. My daily routine was to play the piano, spend time with Kaya, and then occasionally teleport back to the village to hear the chorus of Baba, which was simply delightful. One day, Zoro came to me with a serious face, saying he wanted to learn my sword technique. At that moment, I thought, since I'm not doing anything, why not mentor? Cultivate our future world's greatest swordsman. I solemnly told him that this technique requires a connection with the sword, treating it like a wife, hugging it to sleep every day, and giving it a kiss before bed. Zoro, that iron-headed fool, actually believed me. Every day, he hugged his sword, Wad Ikamanji, and showered it with affection. As for me, I secretly used my sword-nurturing technique skill to increase the sword's affection level. This skill is quite strange. Anything can be nurtured for affection, and once it's maxed out, not only can you get a sword spirit, but you might even end up with a sword girl. Sure enough, not long after, Zoro came running to me, ecstatic, saying he felt the sword was talking to him. He really nurtured a sword spirit. Then, in front of everyone on the ship, he wobbled and flew with the sword. Usopp's jaw nearly dropped. I tell you, this unintentional act of mine completely changed the style of swordsman in the entire pirate world. Mihawk cuddles his black sword at night, and Shanks keeps mumbling to Griffin to give me some face. It's all about the idea that anything can be a couple. Poor Luffy, watching his best buddy flirt with a sword named Xiaowen, felt like he took 1,000 damage points. One day, while the ship was sailing, Usopp suddenly shouted, "Luffy, there's a restaurant on the sea ahead." As soon as Luffy heard there was food, he zoomed to the bow of the ship, shouting to go get a chef. Nami curiously asked, "Where's Bawang? Why isn't he playing the piano?" Usopp looked desperate. He has been in the study with Miss Kaya for 2 hours. Zoro came out of the room with dark circles under his eyes, and Usopp continued to complain. He chatted with his sword spirit Xiaowen all night yesterday. We arrived at the seaside restaurant called Barati, and as soon as we got there, something went wrong. A naval officer named Finbooty misfired a shell, which landed right on the restaurant's boat. The owner, Japu, came out to argue, but the Navy officer was quite arrogant. In the end, he made the mistake of giving my sister Koya a very lewd glance. I was really annoyed at that moment, snorted coldly, noisy. I directly teleported in front of him and unleashed a combo of kicks. Wind God Leg, Foshan Shadowless Kick, Great Strength Diamond Leg. After a series of attacks, I shattered all his bones and tossed him into the sea to feed the fish. Zepp and Sanji were stunned, probably intimidated by my leg techniques. Luffy, because of the cannonball incident, was taken by Zepp to the kitchen to wash dishes as repayment. Just then, a starving man, the ghost mannequin, barged in with a gun demanding food. The restaurant chef beat him up and threw him out, but only Sanji secretly took a plate of fried rice to give him. When Luffy saw this scene, he immediately extended an invitation to Sanji to join the crew. Of course, Sanji refused. I was hugging Kaya and just happened to pass by, smiling at Sanji and saying, "You say no, but you can't hide that adventurous heart of yours. Sanji, don't you want to find that legendary sea all blue?" Sanji was shocked on the spot, looking at me and stammering, "B-Boss? How do you know my dream?" He clearly wanted to call me by my name, but what came out was B-Boss, and his little expression was so frustrated. I shook the wine glass in my hand and smiled even more happily. "I not only know your dreams, but I also know all the past of Redfoot Zepp." As soon as I said that, Sanji's little golden hair practically exploded, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinheads, staring at me intently, his shock evident in his eyes. Redfoot Zepp, good grief. Those 4 words were like a spell, instantly silencing him. Let me tell you, this was the infamous nickname of old Zepp when he was out in the Grand Line, a name that hadn't been mentioned in over a decade. Now that I brought it up, Sanji's mind probably started replaying memories. After a long pause, he finally managed to squeeze out a question. "What exactly do you want?" You see, when this guy isn't being a lovesick fool, he actually has a pretty sharp mind. I waved my hand at him, signaling him to relax. "Don't be nervous. Bro, if I want to make a move, not even you, but even the peak period of Redfoot Zepp would last only 1 move against me. I'm just here to eat, so don't make it look like a spy movie." After saying that, I didn't bother with him anymore and continued to enjoy my meal with my little Koya. I left him with my back turned, so he could imagine things himself. This kind of expert demeanor needs to be maintained. Sure enough, that brat Sanji turned around to ask Luffy about me, even using the ship as a bargaining chip. Could Luffy, with his big mouth, keep a secret? He immediately exposed all my background. I tell you, Sanji was completely stunned after hearing this. One move took out the entire Black Cat pirates. He killed a guy named Kuro. His swordsmanship talent is more impressive than the world's #1 swordsman, and he's Zoro's mentor with that green algae head. He even made a sword spirit for Zoro, and now he can fly with his sword. Does anyone understand? This guy just crashed. He already thought I was extraordinary, but he didn't expect me to be completely inhuman. He even saw Zoro whispering to that sword called Wad Ikamanji, calling it little one so affectionately. Now it all makes sense. His heart was in turmoil. Wind God leg. Foshan shadowless kick. Great power of a draw leg. These leg techniques flashed through his mind like a barrage, making him drool. But thinking about how he couldn't leave the restaurant to repay Zeph's kindness made him feel deflated like a punctured ball. Just when he was conflicted, that guy named Akin looked at Sanji with teary eyes as he packed food for him. Sanji has a soft heart. He patted Akin's shoulder and told him to take it back for his brothers. That old man, Zeph, watched from the side. His expression was quite complex, probably already planning how to pack this kid off to me, while muttering, this kid's dream has to be pursued by himself. On the other side, I was frowning and grappling with my system. Today's lottery luck was terrible. I did 90 draws and didn't even get a hit. I steel my heart and silently thought, system, give me 10 consecutive draws. This time, I'll sacrifice Luffy's hair. Goodness, I really can't not believe in this mystical stuff. Ding. Obtained LV. 1 observation hockey. Ding. Obtained LV. 1 armament hockey. Ding. Obtained LV. 1 conqueror's hockey. Ding. Obtained transformation ability. I was dumbfounded at that moment, especially when I saw the last one. No, dude, I was just kidding. Luffy can't really go bald, right? In the future, when he fights Kaido, Luffy knocks him down with 1 punch, and Kaido asks him why he's so strong. He takes off his straw hat, and a shiny bald head dazzles everyone. Because I went bald, I also got stronger. That scene is too beautiful for me to look at. And what does this ability to become feminine mean? Everything can be feminine? Does that mean in a fight, I first turn my opponent into a cute girl, and then, wait, the scene is getting more and more twisted. System, I advise you to be kind. Just as I was thinking this, Luffy crawled out of the dishwashing room, looking haggard, with a big handful of black hair in his hand. Usopp was startled. Luffy, what's wrong with you? You look like you've been drained. Luffy yawned. I don't know. I've been feeling like I'm losing hair a bit seriously lately. Me? This should, probably, have nothing to do with me, right? Usopp even came to ask me what was going on, and I seriously started rambling. Usopp, your question is very profound. In my opinion, Luffy has entered a midlife crisis early. Balding is a normal phenomenon. As soon as Luffy heard this, he broke down on the spot, hugging my leg and wailing, no, I don't want to be bald. I'm going to be the Pirate King. How can the Pirate King be bald? I kicked him away disdainfully. Face the reality, young man. Well, you still have hair. Hurry up and take some handsome photos for keepsakes, or else you won't have a chance later. Luffy returned to the dishwashing room dejectedly, and the plates clattered as they fell. I stroked my chin, and my gaze unconsciously drifted to Usopp's hair. Hey, it seems I found the right way to use the Straw Hat crew. Usopp felt uneasy under my gaze. B-boss, why are you looking at me? I said softly, I think you're about to. The kid was so scared that he didn't even eat his meal and turned to run back to catch up on sleep, saying he needed to protect his precious hair. Now, only Nami and I were left at the dining table. I looked at her worried little face and, knowing the answer, asked, what's wrong, Nami? Do you have something on your mind? The girl was already imagining a drama in her head. She thought I could definitely take down that fishman Arlong, but she didn't know how to ask me for help. Money? There was a rich lady named Kaya sitting next to me. Her body? She felt she wasn't fully developed yet, and besides, we weren't that close. I looked at her troubled expression, directly picked up a bounty notice, and pressed my finger heavily on it, exactly on the large headshot of the fishman Arlong. Nami's pupils instantly, and her body began to tremble. She knew that I saw right through her. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a monumental decision, raised her head to look at me, and squeezed out a sentence that almost made me spit out my drink. B-boss, do you still need a daughter? The air in the entire restaurant froze. I was completely stunned at the time. What the hell is this? I guessed 1,000 possibilities, but I never expected this. To get me to help, she just came right out and called me Dad. As soon as the words left her mouth, Nami regretted it herself, and tears started falling down like a broken string of beads, making her look even more pitiful. I can't stand it when girls cry. I got angry right on the spot. What are you crying for? Is it so unfair to be my daughter? Let me tell you, there are plenty of people who would want to be my daughter, from the Navy headquarters to Mary Geos. I wouldn't even care. In the end, I'm giving you a chance. Wipe your tears clean, or else people might think I'm trafficking underage girls. I scolded Nami so much that she was completely stunned. She originally wanted to find a reason to stay by my side using this method, but after I yelled at her, it actually made her more determined. Seeing that she wasn't crying anymore, I nodded in satisfaction, cupping her little face, and said, "That's more like it, my good daughter. Since she is the daughter of me, the great Chu, there's no reason to let others bully her." As I spoke, my heart ached, and I took out an ancient little box from the system space and handed it to her. "Here, a gift for our meeting." When she opened it, she saw a beautifully embroidered needle inside. I held back my pain and explained, "This is called the Rui Jingu Bang. It can grow or shrink, changing freely as you wish." I shouted, "Big, big, big." The embroidery needle instantly transformed into a golden staff taller than a person, with golden hoops at both ends and made of black iron in the middle. There is also an inscription on it, "Rui Golden Hoop Staff, weighing 500 pounds. Nami held this divine weapon, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Let me tell you, this is a superb weapon I drew thanks to my lucky streak. I originally wanted to keep it for myself, but now I have to part with it reluctantly. It's all about filial piety. Nami is also quite understanding. She took out her 3-section staff from her chest and handed it to me. It was still warm when I received it, and I couldn't help but tease her. "Oh, does this count as a token of affection?" Her little face turned bright red all the way to her ears, and she pouted, saying, "If you don't want it, give it back to me." I quickly put it away. How can you take back something that has been given away? Seeing me accept it, she must have felt quite pleased, probably thinking that now she could rely on me to travel the world. Looking at her expression, I smirked and said, "Just accepting gifts isn't enough. Don't you think you should show some appreciation?" Nami was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood what I meant. Her face turned even redder, and shyly, in a voice that sounded like a mosquito, she called out, "Baba Baba." I rubbed her head contentedly. What a good daughter of the boss. In just half a day, the Straw Hat crew was in an uproar again. Luffy's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "Nanny, Nami, you secretly recognized him as the boss." Zoro silently kissed his sword. Usopp, looking confused, asked, "What about Miss Kaya? Does she have no opinion? If that's the case, doesn't that mean she's Nami's mom?" Sanji, who was eavesdropping nearby, gasped. As a veteran in love, he saw the situation clearly. Wow, this relationship is too messy. Kaya and ChuBawang are a couple. Nami likes ChuBawang, and now ChuBawang has taken Nami as his daughter. Isn't this like a goddaughter competing with her godmother for a man? What a sin. Sanji felt indignant for Nami while feeling sour inside, wishing he could rush over to argue with me, but he knew he couldn't beat me. He could only silently envy my incredible leg skills. Amidst this chaos, the restaurant door suddenly flew open with a loud bang. Kicked open from the outside, a tall figure in armor walked in, followed by that ghostly man, Ajin. "I am the overlord of the East Sea, Admiral Krieg. Hand over all the food on the ship and get lost. From now on, this restaurant is mine." Wow. Just after feeding one, another beggar comes in, and so arrogantly. The chefs in the restaurant were furious, and Old Man Zepp directly ordered, "Prepare for battle. Lower the fish fin battle platform." Sanji jumped out first. "If you want to take the old man's restaurant, you have to get past me first." Ajin shouted anxiously, "Sanji, you need to leave. You're no match for our captain." He explained to Sanji that their fleet of 5,000 had lost 50 ships to a single man in the Grand Line. Upon hearing this, Zoro's pupils constricted sharply, and his hand gripping the sword began to tremble, those eagle-like sharp eyes. To cut down 50 ships with one sword. It's him. It must be him. The world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. That green-haired guy instantly ignited with excitement, growling at his sword. "Shaowen, can you feel it? My great sword is already thirsty for battle." I brought Koya and leisurely walked up to the deck on the 2nd floor, looking down at the wonderful performance below. I tell you, among the people downstairs, the one dressed like a golden saint is Crick. Kai was taken aback and asked Baron, "Do you know him?" I laughed, pointing at the shiny guy below, and explained to Koya on the spot. "This guy claims to be the overlord of the East Sea, but he's actually just an old schemer, disguising himself as a Navy ship to ambush others, causing all sorts of trouble. However, he is also a top-notch unlucky guy." Koya was curious. How so? Anyone who understands this knows, this guy led a super fleet of 50 ships to boldly venture into the Grand Line. And what happened? 1 week. Just 1 week. He directly ran into the warlord of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Goodness, 50 ships. And Mihawk took them down like firewood all by himself. If it weren't for his luck in encountering a storm, he wouldn't even have had the chance to swim back. Old Zepp, listening nearby, was probably thinking, what kind of deity am I? How do I know such secrets about the warlords of the sea that even the world government keeps confidential? Just then, that kid Luffy dashed up to Zepp. Looking innocent. Old man, if I take down Creek, will I no longer have to wash dishes here? As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp all shot him disdainful looks, as if to say, what are you thinking? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, raised an eyebrow and disdainfully blew out a smoke ring. In our sea restaurant, it's not up to you, an outsider, to protect it. Below, Creek was enjoying the fearful gazes of everyone, feeling great, but when he looked up, he saw me watching the show from the second floor, and his expression turned sour, as if he was looking at a clown. His face darkened, and he was probably already planning to put me at the top of the list to be dealt with first, while also casting a lewd glance at Koya. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Just you? Do you even deserve it? Suddenly, with a loud crash, a burly man covered in shields fell from the sky, landing on the deck like an iron turtle. The remnants of Krieg's gang were instantly thrilled. It's Iron Wall Barla. Barla's defense is invincible. You can always trust Luffy's sense of aesthetics. His eyes were sparkling. Wow. So many shields. So cool. All of us. However, just as Sanji was about to stretch his muscles for the next activity, the Krieg pirates suddenly erupted in chaos, as if they had seen a ghost. Captain Krieg. That man. He's coming after us again. One pirate was so scared he fell to his knees, crying and snotting. Wasn't it just disturbing his sleep? Why? Why is he chasing us to the end? Before he could finish, an invisible, terrifying sense of oppression swept in from the sea. Zeph, Zoro, Sanji. All the masters' faces changed dramatically, and they all looked towards a distance. There, a coffin-shaped small boat was ghostly cutting through the waves. Zeph's voice turned dry, filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could this man appear in the weakest East Blue? He began to frantically output information. The lone wolf on the coffin boat. The world's strongest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. With that black sword on his back, a single swing could cut a giant sailing ship like slicing tofu. As Zeph spoke, he suddenly froze, staring intently at the small boat, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Sanji felt something was off. Old man, what's wrong? Zeph's voice was trembling. Hawkeye's sword. That supreme great sword black blade. It's gone. A swordsman's sword is his life. Now the world's #1 swordsman's lifeline is lost. Who could steal his sword from Hawkeye? This is simply absurd. Just as everyone was stunned by this news, Zoro moved. He silently tied his bandana, and behind him, he was surprisingly carrying a huge black cross. Hey, world's #1 swordsman. Zoro's voice echoed throughout the area. Are you looking for your sword? Hawkeye's sharp, falcon-like eyes instantly locked on Zoro, or rather, the cross behind him. Isn't that his black blade? Yoru? Hawkeye's voice was as cold as ice. Kid, who are you? How dare you steal my weapon? The next second, the crowd erupted. Zoro leaped from the second-floor deck. But he didn't fall. The sword at his waist, the Inma, actually unsheathed itself and floated beneath his feet, carrying him as he flew with the sword. Hawkeye was dumbfounded. Spirit sword technique. A flying sword? What is this? The people below were even more in an uproar. It's him. 3-sword style Zoro. My God. How did Hawkeye's sword end up in his hands? Could it be that bizarre incident from half a month ago? Sword Immortal descends? Let me tell you, the incident from half a month ago was orchestrated by me. Thousands of swords from the East Sea flew in unison to worship at West Rob Village. And these inexperienced folks turned it into a myth. Now, looking at Zoro standing on flying swords, wielding 3 blades, and carrying a giant sword on his back, everyone has gone crazy. This guy, is he now the 5-sword style? Zoro hovered in midair, exuding an overwhelming aura, staring straight at Mihawk, and declared loudly, I am the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, and I am also the anonymous disciple of Mr. Hawkeye. This black blade, Yoru, is temporarily entrusted to me by my master for safekeeping. Today I challenge you. Hawkeye Mihawk, do you dare to accept the challenge? Goodness, this green-haired guy has some thick skin. He has already tried to establish connections right here. Mihawk's pupils suddenly constricted. His gaze shifted past Zoro and landed on me on the second floor. He wanted to call my name, but when he opened his mouth, what came out was B. B. Mihawk was bewildered himself. Am I stuttering? Why'd I know his name? And why can't I help but want to call him Baba as soon as I see this guy? Luffy was dumbfounded. Nanny, When did you become his disciple? Zoro. Kyle looked at me with curiosity. What could I say? I could only sigh. This kid really knows how to get me into trouble. Zoro stole a glance at me, and seeing I wasn't angry, he finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He now understood clearly that by clinging to my thigh, becoming the world's greatest swordsman was not a dream. Mihawk was growing increasingly uneasy, his gaze towards me becoming more dangerous. He must be equating the sword immortal event with me in his mind and muttering, "Damn, why did I call him Baba again?" Zoro, seeing his frustrated expression, couldn't help but feel delighted, casually tossing the black blade Yoru over. Mihawk, catch this. Mihawk caught his beloved sword, looked at it with a complex expression, then focused on Zoro, responding in a deep voice. Roronoa Zoro, I acknowledge your potential. As the world's greatest swordsman, I accept your challenge. The atmosphere instantly reached a peak. The #1 swordsman of the East Sea versus the #1 swordsman of the world. The battle was about to begin, but then that clueless Kurizumi jumped out again, with a cannon suddenly extending from his body, aiming at Zoro and Mihawk. You two bastards. Do you think I'm air? Boom. The cannonball was fired. Mihawk didn't even turn his head, coldly uttering 2 words. Noisy. Swish. An invisible slash flashed by. Kurizumi's proud flagship, a giant warship that could hold thousands of people, was sliced smoothly in half like butter. Boom. The warship broke apart with a mournful cry and sank. The whole place fell silent. Kurizumi was dumbfounded, staring at all of this. Is this the power of the world's #1? Zoro was sweating coldly, but soon erupted into wild laughter. Haha. As expected, it lives up to its reputation. But this makes it interesting. Mihawk Shiduru then pulled out a small cross-shaped knife, no longer than a finger, the kind used for peeling fruit. He looked at Zoro and said, "Sorry, you're not yet qualified to make me use Yoru. For you, this will suffice." This was downright insulting. Zoro instantly exploded. Who do you think you're looking down on? Don't regret it when you're dead. He held his knives with both hands, biting down on the Wado Ikemanji, and transformed into a whirlwind charging forward, slashing at Mihawk with 3 blades in a formation. Demon Slash. However, the next second, ding, a crisp metallic sound echoed. Zoro's unstoppable 3-sword style was effortlessly blocked by Mihawk using that fruit knife. Zoro froze completely. His proud technique was actually broken by a toy-like thing? How is that possible? Mihawk even had the leisure to comment. Good reaction, but unfortunately, that is all there is to it. That flying sword of yours is quite nice, but too bad it's with the wrong master. I leaned against the railing and commented live with Nami and the others. Zoro is definitely going to lose. His mindset has completely broken. But don't worry with me here. Hawkeye won't be able to kill him. As soon as Nami heard this, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to give me a peck on the cheek. Wow, Koya's gaze instantly turned strange. I quickly changed the subject. Look, that basic attack monster is about to get serious. In the arena, Zoro had completely gone mad, swinging his sword wildly. But every move was easily deflected by Hawkeye with that small knife, not even grazing his clothes. Finally, Hawkeye seemed to lose his patience. With a flash of the small knife, it pierced directly into Zoro's chest with a thud. Truly heartbreaking. Blood dripped down. Hawkeye looked at Zoro, who was pierced in the chest, yet did not retreat an inch, and for the first time showed a look of admiration. Why don't you retreat? Do you want to have your heart pierced? Zoro coughed up blood but smiled. I don't know. I only know that if I take a step back here, all the important vows and promises from the past will vanish into thin air. I can never go back, not even if it means death. Death will be better. Hawkeye was shaken by Zoro's powerful will. He slowly retracted the small knife and drew the world's strongest black sword, Yoru, from his back. Kid, state your name. Roronoa Zoro. I will remember you. Hawkeye raised the black sword, his expression solemn. To show my respect for you as a swordsman, I will use this world's strongest black sword to send you off. Zoro was covered in blood, swaying precariously, but the light in his eyes grew brighter. He knew that using the sword technique I taught him now would only embarrass me. He stared at me, his gaze filled with fervor and gratitude. Master, it is you who have shown me the higher peaks of the sword path. Being your unnamed disciple, I have no regrets, even in death. I looked at Zoro, who faced death without fear, and slowly spoke, my voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Zoro, don't die here. Your future is the starry sea. Let me tell you, Zoro was on the verge of collapse at that time, yet he still forced a smile at me, meaning it's all right, master, I understand. Well, When Mihawk saw Zoro's determination, he decided not to play around anymore and swiftly drew out that massive black sword from behind him, which was as big as a door. I tell you, as soon as that sword appeared, the entire air buzzed, and the pirates present were so scared their legs went weak, all trembling. It's out. It's out. That's the sword that can cut down a large ship with one strike. In the next moment, Mihawk vanished. Really, in the blink of an eye, he teleported right in front of Zoro, fast to an unbelievable degree. Zoro, being tough, immediately shouted out his ultimate move, four-sword-style secret technique, 3,000 worlds. And what happened next? I tell you, it was just a split second. Mihawk's figure flickered, and suddenly he was right in Zoro's face. The flash of the sword appeared, and Zoro's three swords shattered all at once. Then, a blood flower exploded from Zoro's chest, and he knelt down, mumbling, "I lost. Is this the strongest in the world?" Just when everyone thought he was going to turn and run, he actually spread his arms wide, making himself a target in front of Mihawk. Mihawk was stunned and asked him what he was trying to do. Then Zoro said something like, "The scars on my back are the shame of a swordsman. Family. Who understands?" As soon as those words came out, I got goosebumps. Mihawk looked at him with a different gaze, clearly having developed a fondness for talent. Probably thinking to himself, if only this kid were my disciple. Then, he raised his black sword and swung it at Zoro's chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Luffy and Usopp were over there crying their hearts out, while Sanji stood nearby, dumbfounded, mumbling, "Crazy? Is he willing to risk his life for ambition?" Zoro fell straight into the sea, and his two little brothers hurriedly jumped in to rescue him. Luffy was furious and charged straight at Mihawk, but used too much force and got his head stuck in the deck, which was hilarious. Mihawk held back his laughter and told Luffy, "Don't worry, the guy is still alive." Sure enough, Zoro was pulled up. Although he looked like he was about to die, he was still gasping for breath. Nami, that little girl, immediately clung to me, shaking my arm and asking, "Baba, how did you know Mihawk wouldn't kill him?" What can I say? Let me tell you, this is really simple. The reason he didn't go all out is that, on one hand, heroes appreciate heroes, and he thinks that Zoro has some potential. But more importantly, it's me. He felt my pressure and knows that this fishing pond is under my control. If he touches my people, he won't be walking out of here today. This Mihawk is also quite clever, hiding his emotions well. But he knows very clearly the gap between us. It's like the East African rift, an insurmountable chasm. So what he did next surprised everyone. He actually bowed to me from a distance, showing utmost respect. Old man Redfoot Zephyr, watching from the side, must have been stunned, thinking, who is this that can make Mihawk bow an apology? Mihawk himself was sweating cold. That killing intent he felt earlier almost froze his heart. He turned to the half-dead Zoro and started to speak. "Kid, it's still too early for you to think about dying. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Become stronger for me. No matter how many years pass, I will be waiting for you at this. At the strongest position." Did you hear that? When he said the strongest, there was a noticeable pause. Of course, with me here, how dare he call himself the strongest? Those two words now sound like a mockery to him. At that moment, Zoro actually woke up, trembling as he raised the only unbroken sword, Inma, and with all his strength shouted in my direction. "Did you hear me? I won't lose again. Before I defeat Mihawk and become a great swordsman, I absolutely won't lose again. Do you have any objections?" That voice was filled with emotion, and he shouted with real intensity. Everyone in the room turned to look at me, their expressions, TSK, TSK. What opinion can I have? Standing on the second floor, looking down at the two of them with a smirk, I said, "I have no opinion." Upon hearing this, Eagle Eye turned pale. "Great. Now the feud is set in stone, and I can't kill him. I can only watch this kid come after me for revenge later." He glanced at me warily, sighed, jumped onto his little broken boat, and left, saying, "I've had enough fun, I'm going back to sleep." The way he acted, it was clear he was scared off. Not that he had enough fun. Once Eagle Eye ran away, that fool clique jumped out again, feeling emboldened. "You guys, the real battle is just beginning. Go and seize that ship for me." One of his subordinates, named Iron Walbara, clanged 2 iron plates together, boasting that he had fought 61 battles without shedding a drop of blood. Ghost Mannequin also stepped forward, but he was facing Sanji, looking troubled and saying, "Mr. Sanji, please don't hit me. I don't want to hurt you." Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, coolly replied, "Whoever wants to touch the old man's hard work, I will fight them to the death." And what happened? Sanji rushed up and gave Iron Wall Bara a fierce kick. But the guy was covered in shields and couldn't be kicked at all, almost getting counterattacked. I was on the second floor drinking a beverage, and I really couldn't stand it anymore. So I said, "Sanji, Your leg techniques are so trash. Is this all you learned from Red Leg Zeph? Sanji immediately exploded. His eyebrows knitted together. You can insult me, but you can't insult my master. I jumped directly from the second floor, turning my back to the two of them, and walked towards that iron can, casually giving them the middle finger. Let me tell you, I said one thing at that moment. Let me show you what real kicking skills are. As soon as I finished speaking, I leaped out. Wind God leg first style, catching the wind and shadow. My figure was as fast as lightning, sweeping past in an instant, leaving a group of pirates sprawled on the ground like cut wheat. Third style, torrential rain and gale. The shadow of my leg came down like rain, delivering a series of fierce kicks to the iron wall, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Finally, fourth style, thunder and lightning. Let me tell you, it was like a bolt from the blue. A loud rumble echoed from the sky, and when I looked back at the iron wall, the shield was shattered into two pieces, and there was a deep gash on his chest, bleeding profusely. In just 3 kicks, that so-called invulnerable iron wall was turned into trash by me. Actually, I was too lazy to take action at first, but then I heard a ding in my head, and a system task popped up. Defeat the Krieg pirates, reward. Otherworldly summoning card X1. Good gracious, it was time to test my luck again. That fool Krieg, seeing his men go down in an instant, actually dared to threaten me, and then directly pulled out a toxic gas grenade. Emash sunk. Go die. The poison gas quickly spread, but the demon Jean had a conscience and gave his gas mask to Sanji. Krieg laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Without a mask, you're doomed. I will take good care of your woman. As a result, when the poison gas dispersed, I was completely unharmed and kicked him right in the stomach. Shaolin 12 paths, tan leg. Let me tell you, that set of leg techniques was unleashed like a storm, and Krieg didn't even have a chance to react. In less than 10 seconds, he was kicked into a pig's head. That kid Luffy loved to steal kills. Seeing that Krieg was almost done for, he shouted that he would lend me a hand and knocked him into the sea with a rubber pistol. System prompt. Mission accomplished. Nami, furious, went up and punched Luffy. Sorry, I accidentally hit you because I couldn't control myself. Hilarious. Luffy's position as captain was really too low. After that, it was time to say goodbye. Sanji was about to board the ship. That scene, TSK, TSK, the old man with red feet was cursing him to get lost. But in the end, he said, don't catch a cold. Sanji suddenly knelt down with a thud, crying his eyes out. This damn father-son bond was almost breaking my defenses. Once the ship set sail, I started the lottery. Guess what happened? A bunch of TVs, game consoles, soda, and even a body pillow of his death? What the hell? I was furious and decided to sacrifice Luffy's luck to give it another shot, muttering Great Demon King. Guess what happened? Ding! God-level resurrection technique. Holy crap, this is a divine skill. This is going to be fun. It can resurrect the dead and randomly draw power from the opponent. Who to resurrect? Pirate King Roger. Just as I was thinking about this, Luffy was over there boasting to Sanji. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. I laughed at that moment. Becoming the Pirate King? Isn't that simple? Let me tell you, my plan is simply flawless. Once I get to Rotown, I'll first revive that guy Roger. Then I'll use my ability to turn him into a beautiful woman. By then, we'll have a husband and wife vow, and I'll be officially recognized as the man of the Pirate King. Monkey D, Luffy. This logic chain is unbeatable. Meanwhile, Usopp is still worrying unnecessarily and goes to check on Zoro. Bro, are you okay? Your injuries look like they're about to fall apart. Zoro is still being tough, looking like a mummy, striking a pose. Scars are a man's badge of honor. You wouldn't understand. I'm telling you, Usopp is about to lose it. Come on, buddy. Get a break. If that guy Mihawk puts in any more effort, you'll be split in two. And what's with the medal? Are you trying to collect your death benefits directly? Zoro grimaced in pain, but still tried to act tough. Humph. Just wait. I'll get my revenge on him sooner or later. I really couldn't watch any longer, so I walked over and slapped him on the shoulder. All right, stop moving around. The wound might burst, and I 1T-stitch it for you. Goodness, with that slap, Zoro stiffened up completely, as if he had been paralyzed, stuttering out B. Boss. Everyone who understands. This kid usually acts all tough and arrogant, but now the way he looks at me is just ridiculous. He's almost ready to kneel down and bow to me. I can see through the little tricks in his mind clearly. Earlier, in front of Hawkeye, he insisted he was my unnamed disciple, and that move was a textbook case of someone trying to provoke a reaction. He knows perfectly well that just practicing on his own won't make him the world's #1 swordsman. He'd have to line up in his dreams. He has been psychologically scarred by Hawkeye's little fruit knife and realizes there's a Mariana Trench between him and the real big shots. So he needs to find a big leg to hold on to. I'm a thick as thigh. He has seen with his own eyes how my sword strike works. Thousands of swords, like they were guided by a navigation system, completely wiped out the Black Cat pirates. At that moment, he realized that while Hawkeye is strong, he is not even in the same dimension as me. When he saw Hawkeye retrieve his black sword, the expression on his face was like he had seen a ghost. I'm not joking. With my flying sword summon, Hawkeye didn't even have a chance to react. So, this kid now thinks he hit the jackpot. What anonymous disciple? Feeling wronged? That doesn't exist. This is called getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later. As long as he can get on my line, becoming an official disciple is just a matter of time, right? Of course, you think I'm doing charity? I'm not some living bodhisattva. The main reason is that the system dinged and gave me a task. Cultivate a world-class swordmaster, with rewards of portal fragments and 10 consecutive draws. Hey, now I'm not sleepy at all. I originally wanted the Straw Hat crew to fend for themselves, but now I can only say one thing. It's really good. I cleared my throat and looked at Zoro. What's wrong? Still calling me by my name? Aren't you planning to change how you address me? Zoro was quite clever. He immediately knelt down with a thud, and his posture was perfect. Four-sword style Roronoa Zoro, at your service, master. I nodded in satisfaction, thinking his attitude was acceptable. I asked him, hey Zoro, how long do you think it would take for you to defeat Mihawk on your own? This kid was quite honest. He scratched his head and said, Master, to be honest, I used to think it was pretty close, but after being schooled by Mihawk, I realized. Without at least 20 years, it's probably going to be tough. I laughed at that moment and extended 2 fingers. 20 years? The flowers are already withered. With me teaching you, does it really take that long? Let me speed things up for you. Let's go for super double. 2 years. At most 3 years. I guarantee you'll stand at the top of the world, rubbing Eagle Eye's face in the dirt. Zoro's jaw dropped to the ground. His expression was as if he was saying, Dude, did you drink fake liquor? 2 years. That's the world #1. I understand. It sounds a bit ridiculous when I say it out loud. But I'm too lazy to explain, so I just reached out, and in an instant, the 3 knives at his waist flew in my hands. Even the one with the spirit and the Taoist character behaved like a good baby. Seeing your skeptical expression, I weighed his knives and said, Fine, today I'll let you open your eyes and see what true swordsmanship is. The things I've taught you, if you manage to learn even 1 or 2 moves, fighting against Hawkeye will feel like child's play. As soon as I finished speaking, my whole aura instantly changed. Watch closely. First move, Duga 9 swords. I waved my hand casually. The sword technique was exquisite, emphasizing the principle of striking first and countering all flashy moves. Zoro's eyes were about to pop out. Second move, 6 Meridian's Divine Sword. I sheathed my sword, transformed my fingers into a sword. Pointed at the distant sea with a flick of my thumb. Xiaoshan's sword, go. Boom! A huge pit directly exploded on the sea surface. Zoro was petrified on the spot. Nanny, a finger. Can shoot sword energy? Hold on, there's more. Third move, a sword comes from the west. Celestial being descends. My entire demeanor changed. That sword was fast and handsome, like a rainbow crossing the sky, simply too cool for friends. Remember this last move. Called 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Wow, when I shouted this out, everything around that had a bit of iron buzzed. Sword shadows filled the sky like a torrential rain. That scene, TSK, the budget was burning. After the demonstration, I threw the sword back to the completely dumbfounded Zoro and patted him on the shoulder. All right, practice these moves well, then go snatch the title of Hawkeye. After quite a while, Zoro finally came to his senses and knelt down again, almost in tears. Master, you are like my reborn parents. While we're getting all fired up over here, on the other end of the ship, Luffy the foodie was wolfing down food. Sanji had just brought over meat, and he devoured it in one bite. Suddenly, the commotion I caused was too great, and a sword energy directly lifted the sea surface. Sanji was stunned. Wow, this swordsmanship of the tyrant is outrageous. If he were to fight Hawkeye, who would win? While he was lost in thought, Luffy had already stuffed an entire plate of food into his mouth. Sanji turned back and saw the plate was empty, instantly blowing up. Damn, Luffy. You ate everyone's food. Luffy burped innocently. The next second, he was punched away by Sanji. Nami watched these clowns fooling around and finally smiled, but when she saw the tattoo on her shoulder, her expression darkened again. I don't know when I stood behind her and gently pressed my hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, with your godfather here. No one can bully you. But you also followed me and gave Nami a warm hug. I already told Koya about Nami. This girl has been controlled by the fishman Arlong and his gang since she was little. Her adoptive mother was killed, and she was forced to draw sea charts for her enemies, while naively believing that if she saved up 100 million berries, she could buy back her village. I directly shattered her fantasy. Nami, don't be silly. Do you really think Arlong will keep his promises? You underestimate the darkness of human nature. He has already colluded with the Navy, and once your money is enough, he will turn around and let the Navy confiscate it, making you work for him for the rest of your life. Nami was completely stunned, covering her mouth. Boss, how did you know? I ruffled her hair and said, you just need to know that it's time for us to collect debts. Nami understood. Mustering her spirit, she pulled me and Kaya along. Baba, Mama, Sanji made barbecue, let's go eat. As we passed by, she even kicked Luffy, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Luffy could only seethe in silence. On this ship, Nami was the group's favorite, Kaya was the captain, and I was the strong support. He couldn't afford to provoke any of us. That curly-haired chef Sanji was quite clever. While he was fawning over Nami, he secretly glanced at me. Ever since he witnessed my Foshan shadowless kick and iron leg, he felt that his kicking skills were at a kindergarten level. Now, seeing Zoro's strength rapidly increasing, he was getting jealous and thought to himself, if he could win Nami's heart and become my son-in-law, then he would have access to my unparalleled leg techniques. This kid really had some lofty dreams. We were enjoying a barbecue when suddenly, the whole ship started to shake violently. Strange cries echoed from the depths of the sea, and then a massive black shadow surfaced. Moo! Goodness, it was a manatee, dozens of times larger than our Mary. Its head was bigger than our entire ship. Johnny turned pale with fear. Damn, it's a sea monster. A creature from the Grand Line. Luffy's eyes lit up. It's beef. What huge beef? Sanji was also confused. Do cows swim? This must be a hippo, right? The manatee mooed. It was probably a pet raised by Arlong, drawn over by the smell. Luffy immediately got angry, pointing at the mooing creature's nose and shouted, Dare to steal my meat? Gum Gum Pistol. Sanji also kicked at it. Dare to disturb Miss Nami's meal? Meat kick. The two of them unleashed a flurry of attacks. The manatee, tough-skinned and meaty, felt pain but wasn't seriously hurt. Just then, Zoro, who had just woken up, came out and saw this giant creature, his eyes brightening. Perfect timing. Just the chance to try my new move. Duga 9 swords, breaking sword style. With a whoosh, Zoro swung his sword, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, and the imperious manatee was instantly slashed open with a deep wound, blood spraying like a fountain. The manatee let out a terrible scream, frightened out of its wits, and turned to run. But as it turned its head, it locked eyes with me. In that moment, it froze in place, too scared to move, its huge eyes filled with fear, tears streaming down its face. I tell you, at that moment, it must have been thinking, when did this new village in the East Sea get such a group of powerful beings? Each one is more formidable than the last. Sanji, carrying the meat he cut from the moo cow, said cheerfully, the green algae head did well. Now there's fresh beef for Miss Nami's extra meal. However, Zoro shook his head, looking serious. It's still not enough. We are far from the master's requirements. Sanji looked at Zoro, then at me, with an expression full of envy and jealousy almost spilling out. Nami pointed at the still trembling sea cow, her eyes filled with hatred. Baba, how do we deal with this guy? I laughed, walked to the edge of the ship, and looked down at the big guy who was almost scared to death. Nami, I have a great idea. I smiled innocently and said, what if Arlong's most loyal pet led the betrayal against him? His expression, wouldn't it be spectacular? As soon as Nami heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, and in her gaze filled with both hatred and fear, a spark of revenge erupted for the first time. Let me tell you, Arlong is someone who values loyalty among his own, which is why after being defeated in the Grand Line, he still had a group of fishmen who followed him wholeheartedly. So, being betrayed by his own. Kisuke, just thinking about it is thrilling. Baka, what are you planning to do? Nami was getting anxious, her voice trembling a bit. I gave her a mysterious smile, flipped my hand, and tada, a bright, shining orb appeared in my palm. Luffy, that glutton, had his eyes widen in excitement, drool almost forming a string. Wow, amazing. Are you performing magic, B? That little pill looks delicious. Bang! With a thud, Nami landed a solid punch on Luffy's head, causing a big bump to instantly form on his forehead. Luffy, can you not mess up at a time like this? After shouting, she immediately switched to a gentle expression and looked at me, casually flipping her hair. B, please continue. I helplessly glanced at Luffy, who had a big bump on his head and a face full of innocence, thinking to myself that this guy's thought process is truly a mystery. I held up the golden pill in my hand, and the next second, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly came from the bead. Roar. That sound, does anyone understand? It was like a direct impact on the soul, making the hairs stand on end. Usopp was so scared that he jumped onto Sanji's head, clutching his head and trembling. What? What the hell is this thing? I chuckled lightly, my aura fully charged. The evolution elixir of the invincible overlord of the starry forest, the Tianqing bull python. I tell you, that big cow I pressed into sea is mooing, and its eyes are about to pop out. Its intelligence might not be great, but its instincts as a beast are incredibly strong. Its intuition tells it that as long as it swallows this thing, it will not only be the best in the sea, but the most dazzling creature in the entire ocean world, directly ascending right there. Moo, moo, moo. It starts to growl, its eyes filled with desire. If it weren't for my imposing presence, it would have probably pounced already. Want to? I whispered like a demon, gently asking, and guess what happened? That kid, Luffy, nodded like a chicken pecking at grain, going uh-huh. Goodness, everyone on the ship, Nami, Robin, Sanji, Usopp, all gave him a speechless look. Well, this is very Luffy, truly the ultimate foodie who wants to try everything. I stopped teasing them, raised my hand, and casually threw that priceless golden Dan to M.O. like feeding a dog. Luffy watched in shock as the golden Dan went into the cow's mouth, silently wiping the corner of his mouth, looking utterly heartbroken. Moo moo, moo moo. As the golden Dan entered its belly, Moo Moo let out a piercing scream, and the entire sea area was engulfed in chaos, thunder, and lightning, as if it were the end of the world. I crossed my arms, watching it roll wildly in the sea, the corners of my mouth slightly upturned. In the next moment, Moo Moo's roar changed. Roar! Its body inflated like a balloon, and suddenly, it transformed into a terrifying creature with a cow's head and a serpent's body, 100 meters long. Before the Straw Hat Crew screams could subside, the giant beast actually spoke. A magnificent, overwhelming voice, as if it had traversed through ancient history, resonated across the 50-mile sea area. Master! Sea Cow Moo Moo, greeting the master. Everyone on the ship was stunned, but you was even more terrified, her face turning pale. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. Lightning surrounded its new body, and the overwhelming sense of destruction tore at everyone's nerves. I watched it lightly and calmly, manatee mooing. That name is too plain. Let's call it Little Ching from now on. By the way, you should be able to transform now, right? From now on, you'll be my personal bodyguard, responsible for taking care of me and Kai's daily needs. How about that? As you wish, master. As soon as the words fell, a flash of white light passed, and the 100-meter giant beast disappeared. In its place was, wow, a stunningly beautiful woman in a green dress. Sanji's eyes instantly turned into two love hearts, and his drool flowed even more exaggeratedly than Luffy's just now. Such a beautiful girl. I was taken aback, not expecting to be a big cow. Oh no, it's a beauty. This Lil Ching, after transforming into human form, is simply a fairy descending to the mortal world. That skin, that figure, those brows and eyes, exquisite and extraordinary, with a hint of playfulness amidst the delicacy. I could even feel the hint of hostility in Koya and Nami's gazes directed at me. A man's intuition told me that a chaotic scene was about to unfold. Ahem. Xiaoqing, from now on, you will be responsible for my and Koya's daily needs. Any questions? I quickly cleared my throat to mask my embarrassment. Xiaoqing smiled charmingly, captivating. Xiaoqing obeys. The Mary instantly erupted with excitement. A sea beast turned human? And so beautiful, willingly acting as my caretaker? Usopp and Sanji's worldview shattered right then and there. Nami took a pale step back, murmuring, "This world is too crazy." Meanwhile, 100 nautical miles away at Arlong Park, Shark-Headed Arlong was conducting a dirty deal with that rat colonel from the Navy. Brother Arlong, you really understand the ways of the world. The rat colonel let out a disgusting laugh while skillfully stuffing a large wad of berries into his coat. At that moment, a terrifying pressure swept over. Arlong's expression changed drastically, and his subordinates, Crocodile and Jew, trembled in fear. Boss Arlong, do you feel that? Such terrifying pressure, as if it comes from the fear in our blood. Arlong felt a wave of unease and immediately ordered, "Send out all scouting fishmen. We must find out what is happening on the sea." Then he remembered something. Right, our companion Nami, is she about to gather 100 million berries? It seems I need that rat to handle some dirty business for me again. Further away, at the end of the East Sea in Logtown, Colonel Smuki, known as the Cigarette Man, suddenly widened his eyes, startling his companion Tashigi. Smoker stared intently towards the sea, gravely saying, "Tashigi, I sense. A terrifying monster has been born on the sea. This world is likely to face great upheaval again." Finally, we returned to the place where the nightmare began, Cocoa Village. As soon as we landed, Nami and her sister Nojiko embraced each other and cried. But when Nojiko saw our group, especially when she noticed that Luffy and the others were pirates, her expression changed instantly. Nami, why are you hanging out with pirates? Don't you remember what Arlong did to us? Before Nami could explain, Luffy pointed at the windmill on the village chief Aji's head and shouted, "Wow, a windmill on your head, so cool. By the way, is there any good food in the village? I want to eat barbecue." Nojiko and Mr. Aji, who had been on high alert, instantly lost their temper. Nami briefly explained the situation, and when she mentioned that she recognized me as her godfather, Nojiko was taken aback, looking at my handsome face, her cheeks even turning slightly red. I smiled and got straight to the point. "All right, stop looking at me with those passionate eyes. I'm just accompanying my wife Koya to travel around the world, and we happen to pass by here. It seems my daughter is in trouble, so I'll just liberate this village and crush Alone's rule." Nokigao and Mr. Ajian were taken aback by my nonchalant tone. Defeating Alone? Just with the few of us? Xiaoqing immediately became displeased, pouting and ready to protest. "Humph, how dare you not believe the master's words?" I waved my hand to stop her. Just then, a commotion came from outside the door. Goodness, the Navy has arrived, and leading them is that Colonel Mouse. Nami's heart sank to the bottom. She remembered what I had told her before. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Navy hadn't come in decades, and they chose to show up, right when she was about to gather 100 million berries. It's obvious that Arlong is behind this. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You must be the thief Nami, right? Colonel Mouse said with a smug smile. The treasures you stole will all be confiscated by our government. Nami was so angry she laughed. You don't have the courage to fight against pirates, so you come looking for a thief to boost your performance? Let me tell you, I'm a high-ranking officer of Arlong's crew. If you dare to touch me, Arlong won't let you off. Little girl, you're too naive. Colonel Mouse laughed even harder. Do you think we came here on our own? Everyone, search her. Nami was completely furious. She suddenly pulled out a sewing needle from her hair. I have the Rui Jingu Bang, weighing 108,000 pounds. Colonel Mouse thought she was going to do something serious, but she just pulled out a toothpick. He was about to mock her when you worriedly asked me, "Is Nami going to be okay?" I calmly took a sip of tea and said, "Don't worry, a bunch of Navy weaklings aren't enough to warm her up." Over there, Nami had completely erupted. "Is this really what you Navy should be doing? Arlong and his gang are killing and burning, ruling over this island. And you turn a blind eye, yet you come to snatch money from a thief. You are just a bunch of softies who bully the weak and fear the strong." The Rui Jingu Bang, big, big, big. The embroidery needle in Nami's hand instantly transformed into a golden staff taller than a person. She leaped into the air, dancing fiercely, and with one swing, broke a Navy soldier's leg. The little thief cat finally revealed her fangs at this moment. "I won't allow you filthy hands to touch my orange fields. Not a single cent of my money will go to you bastards." Village Chief Ajian could no longer hold back and shouted to the Navy, "This child's money is meant to save our entire village. How can you bear to do such a thing?" Nami paused, staring blankly at Mr. Ajian. "Mr. Ajian, how do you know?" I smiled and said for her, "Silly child, they actually knew a long time ago. Ever since you said you wanted to join Arlong's gang when you were 7. Your sister told the whole village the truth. They were just afraid of putting pressure on you, so they pretended not to know." Nami couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Meanwhile, that mouse colonel still had no awareness and was crazily digging his own grave. "What are you guys talking about? Hey, you bunch of useless people. Haven't you found that 100 million berries yet? Goodness, he just blew himself up." Mr. Akin was so angry that he was trembling. How do you know the exact amount?" The mouse colonel then realized he had let it slip, but it was already too late. Nami's heart had completely turned cold. The last glimmer of hope for Arlong was shattered as well. I stood up, walked over to her, pressed down on her slightly trembling shoulder, and said softly, "Don't worry. As long as Baba is here, no one can bully you. I'm telling you, I'm not bragging. What is that old rat colonel? If he dares to touch a single hair on my daughter's body, let alone his pathetic branch, even the Navy headquarters, I would take him down." The villagers were also furious, and Ajian directly pointed at that rat's nose and cursed, saying they were just a bunch of pests. Nokigao yelled too, saying they were in cahoots with pirates, completely disgracing justice. As for Nami, her lips were about to bleed, and her eyes were like knives, wishing she could slice that rat right then and there. And what happened? Those Navy officers really started digging, and before long, they unearthed a big chest from the orange grove. That rat colonel was holding a handful of bloody, tattered berries, his eyes wide open as if he hadn't seen money in hundreds of years, muttering, "This is amazing, a little girl managed to get so much money." I was furious at that moment. This was money that Nami had risked her life for. Each bill was filled with her 8 years of blood and tears. Nami was completely out of it, muttering, "Don't touch it. Don't touch it," as she walked straight towards that mouse colonel. Noki and Ajin hurried over to try to stop her, fearing that in a moment of impulse, she might offend both the Navy and the pirates. As a result, that mouse colonel, good grief, he actually dared to pull out his gun. He was about to fire at my daughter. Bang! A gunshot rang out. I suddenly dodged and stood right in front of Nami and Nojiko. The sunlight was shining perfectly on me, and let me tell you, that scene was incredibly cool. The bullet was spinning wildly in front of me, unable to move forward even an inch. Clink! The sound of the bullet dropping to the ground was crisp and clear. That's right, I caught a bullet with my bare hands. Oh no, I caught a bullet with empty hands. Nami was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly and exclaiming, "Baba!" That Captain Mouse was even more terrified, his eyes bulging like a dead fish, beads of cold sweat all over his forehead. Probably thinking that this script is wrong. How could there be someone in this world who can catch a bullet with their hands? This reaction speed, this physical quality, even a vice admiral would have to think twice about it, right? I shook my hand and looked at him. "Navy, is this the only trick you know?" Sneaking in from behind? That guy's legs were trembling like they had a motor. He couldn't even speak clearly. At that moment, Sanji elegantly lit a cigarette and said with his unique flair, "Miss Nami has carried too much pain. Let me help her unload it." Usopp chimed in sarcastically. Hey, Color Chef, are you really thinking of taking on the Navy? That would make us enemies of the world government." Sanji raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with fighting for a beautiful lady?" Zoro also stood up from under the tree, holding his precious sword and Wado Ikemonji, silently standing behind me, coolly saying, "Why waste words? Our companion has been stepped on, and you still want to hold back? That's not my style." I looked at my companions and felt quite satisfied. Looking around, I saw Jien had gathered everyone from the village, each holding a hoe or a stick, all filled with righteous anger, ready to take down the corrupt Navy and pirates together. Nami watched this scene, tears streaming down her face, so moved that she couldn't say a word. I took a step forward and directly surrounded these sailors. That Colonel Mouse still wanted to intimidate us. You bunch of bastards. Do you want to rebel?" I raised one hand, my voice not loud, but clear enough for the entire crowd to hear. All villagers. Are you ready for battle? Are you willing to risk your lives for this kind-hearted child? Always be prepared. Charge! The villagers' roar echoed like thunder. Colonel Mouse was completely panicked, shouting in a fierce yet cowardly manner, "It's a rebellion! It's a rebellion! Since you all seek death, then go to your deaths." Bang, bang, bang. His group of Navy officers began to concentrate their fire on me. And what happened? Who understand what happened, my family? Those bullets flew towards me like they hit an invisible wall, each one hovering in mid-air. What kind of ability is this? A surge of purple magical energy suddenly erupted from my body, and in an instant, a purple long sword made of thousands of fragments appeared in my hand. The thousand-blade demon sword, the treasure of Assassin Chi. I tilted my head and looked at the group of Navy soldiers who were already scared silly, coldly asking, "Are you seeking death?" That chilling and bone-piercing killing intent made the Navy soldiers too afraid to even tremble. Colonel Mouse was still trying to bolster his courage, saying, I am a colonel of the Navy from the 16th branch of the world government. Do you dare touch me?" I couldn't be bothered with him and just walked ahead. He was completely desperate, screaming, "Shoot! What the hell are you waiting for? Shoot for me." I shook my head, too slow. As soon as I finished speaking, the magic knife, 1,000 blades, buzzed and scattered in my hand, with thousands of purple shards rushing forward like a swarm of locusts. Poochie, Poochie. It was like cutting chives, blood splattered everywhere. And those so-called elite Navy didn't even have a chance to react, all fell down in a flurry. Colonel Mouse collapsed on the ground, his pants wet. Still wanting to say something, "Baba Wong, are you really going to go against the Navy headquarters?" Poochie. A small blade pierced directly through his throat. I wasn't interested in hearing his nonsense. Eradicating the roots, I understood that principle. A few dozen seconds later, apart from us, there wasn't a single standing Navy left. Luffy and the others were dumbfounded, and Usopp was nervously gulping. Zoro, however, was wide-eyed, staring intently at the magic knife, 1,000 blades, and said enviously, What kind of weapon is this? It's amazing. It can disassemble and reassemble. Doesn't that mean it will never break?" I can sense that he suddenly feels that the Wado Ikemonji in his hand is no longer appealing. I sheathed my knife and said to them, "What are you staring for? Take this rat's corpse and send it to Eren as a meeting gift." I didn't let the villagers get involved in this matter. They couldn't bear the blame for killing the Navy. Nami suddenly threw herself into my arms, tears streaming down her face again. She understood my intention, of course. I rubbed her left arm, and the tattoo of the Fishman pirate crew that she hated so much instantly vanished without a trace. All right, Nami, the tattoo is gone. I said softly. I told you, with me around, no one can bully you. Nami looked at her smooth arm and completely lost her composure. The villagers were even more excited and were about to kneel before me. With a thought, a gentle force lifted them all up. Goodness, this was something else. They looked at me as if I were a deity. I smiled, and the feeling of being a savior didn't seem too bad. Everyone, this is just the first step. I announced loudly that the real enemy is Arlong. Next, join me in witnessing the moment of freedom. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, it's your turn to show your skills. Half an hour later, Arlong Park. We didn't even go through the door. Boom! I kicked down a wall with one powerful kick, making my entrance with my people in an impressive manner. Arlong and his gang of fishmen were having a party when they saw us, and were all stunned. Zoro casually threw the corpse of Captain Mouse in front of them and provocatively said, "Hey, which one is Arlong? Come out and die." One of Arlong's subordinates saw the corpse and was shocked. "What? You actually dared to kill a Navy officer?" I let out a sneer. "It's just a mouse. What's the big deal?" Aaron's dead fish face finally showed some expression as he stared at me, then glanced at Nami and said in a sarcastic tone, "Nami, why didn't you say hello when you came back? We were ready to welcome you. So, bringing all these stray cats and dogs, are you trying to challenge me?" I can feel a certain power within him that made him subconsciously shout my name, but he didn't even realize it himself and thought he had misspoken, getting so angry that he smashed the floor with a kick. "Name, have I been too good to you? Do you think you can casually find a few people and have the guts to resist me?" His little followers joined in the commotion, laughing as if they were about to go to Spring Mountain, making it unbearable to watch. I directly confronted, "Arlong, are you feeling arrogant? A worthless piece of trash who was beaten like a dog by Jinbe and fled back to the East Sea. In my eyes, you aren't even worth as much as an ant." This statement hit Arlong right in the lungs, and he exploded on the spot, his eyes bloodshot, crushing the chair beside him. His minions screamed and were about to rush over, but Sanji delivered a flying kick, sending them all back, then stood handsomely behind me. Keeping his achievements hidden, I saw Zoro beside me sneering, probably cursing this lecherous cook for being such a sycophant. Just then, that octopus, Jinbe, stepped forward, pinching his nose and blowing some kind of horn, shouting that he was summoning his pet manatee. The sea began to churn violently, and a massive vortex appeared. Arlong still wore a smug expression, but the next second his eyes nearly popped out. What emerged from the sea was not a manatee at all. It was a terrifying beast with the head of a bull and the body of a python, stretching over 100 meters long. With a roar that shook the entire Arlong Park, the beast, which was the evolved Tianqing bull python, slowly transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman in a blue dress amidst a flash of lightning. And then, in front of everyone, she respectfully knelt on one knee before me, her voice echoing through the heavens. "Master, Tianqing bull python, Shaoqing, greets you, master." The entire place fell silent. Arlong was completely dumbfounded. How did he summon a pet and end up calling its master instead? And this pet clearly belonged to a different dimension. Seeing Arlong still daring to stare at me, Shaoqing's eyes turned cold, and she lightly said, "Kneel and speak." Just as Arlong attempted to resist, he felt his knees go weak, and with a thud, he fell flat on his face, landing hard. It was a classic case of a physical dimensional strike. I stepped on his face without any politeness and asked from a high position, "What's wrong? You seem quite unconvinced." Arlong finally reacted and roared, "What have you done, Emma?" One of his subordinates, a guy named Kruby, saw his boss being stepped on, and his eyes turned red as he rushed towards me with a knife. I didn't even need to make a move. Zoro directly blocked him. This little punk is perfect for me to test the results of my training these days. Kruby recognized Zoro and tried to mock him, but Zoro proudly declared, "Ignorance. I am now the unnamed disciple of the great warlord. Anyone who insults my master, I will chop them to death." I couldn't help but laugh when I heard this kid. He's quite clever. Kirby didn't care about that and charged straight in. Zoro also didn't waste words, striking a pose to draw his sword, muttering, "Let me test my blade on you." In the next second, a brilliant sword light flashed, fast and magnificent. A sword came from the west, like a celestial being descending from the sky. Blood splattered everywhere, and Kruby couldn't even withstand one move from my disciple before he knelt down. The entire crowd was once again shocked. One move and Kruby was killed. This swordsman is just an unnamed disciple, and he's this strong. So what about his master? The way all the fishmen looked at me was no longer fear. It was despair. Charge. Kill the boss. Arlong, who was trampled under my feet, completely went mad, roaring wildly to give the order for a full attack. His subordinates, though terrified, still charged forward bravely. Kill that woman who uses sorcery. Save Boss Arlong. We have numbers. Together. Kill him. And guess what? These fishmen were charging in a frenzy, and Zoro and Sanji turned pale, saying there were too many people, and the villagers might suffer. But then my boss just laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Too many people? Let me tell you, no matter how many trash there are, it's still trash." Good gracious, with one kick, he shot up into the sky like a firecracker. Those fishmen were dumbfounded, looking up with their mouths agape, thinking, how can this human fly? Boss Arlong just hovered in midair, looking down at this group of misfits like a deity descending to the mortal realm. And let me tell you, the scene was incredible. He simply extended a finger, pointing downwards, and whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a Gatling gun, his finger was faster than bullets, and whoever he poked had their head explode. Those fishermen's heads burst like watermelons, pop, pop, pop. In the blink of an eye, over 100 people were gone. The rest were left with missing arms and legs, lying on the ground howling. Arlong knelt right there, watching his subordinates being slaughtered, completely stunned. Nami was beside him, her heart racing. Goodness, that finger had some serious power. This wasn't a battle. It was pure slaughter. The villagers were incredibly excited. They had been bullied by these fishmen for nearly 10 years, and today they finally saw hope. They immediately cried and wanted to kneel to Boss Arlong, calling him their savior and guardian. But Boss Arlong roared, "Get up. Why are you kneeling? Even the king of heaven is dead. No one deserves your kneeling." Then let me tell you, with just that one shout, those people couldn't kneel even if they wanted to. It was like their knees were stuffed with cotton. They couldn't exert any strength. Nami hurried over to help the village chief and the others up, saying Boss Arlong doesn't like spineless people. At that moment, the villagers were even more moved, tears streaming down their faces, feeling this person is too great. He saved them and asked for nothing in return. In the end, the village chief led everyone in a synchronized 90-degree bow. That scene even left Luffy stunned, taking off his straw hat, revealing a bald head, and bowing along with the villagers, feeling immense guilt for not being able to help Nami as their captain. Zoro and Sanji also looked at him with admiration, thinking that having such a master meant they would have bragging rights in the future. Just then, Nami's heart sank as she remembered that Boss Arlong had killed that Lieutenant Mouse. This was the Navy, and now things were getting serious. Boss Arlong noticed her change in expression, placed a hand on her head, and pointed to something that had fallen from a nearby office building, saying, "Little thief cat, look at that." It was a blood-stained feather pen lying at Nami's feet. Both Nami and Luffy were stunned. Luffy picked it up and saw that the pen was almost soaked in blood. The villagers' eyes turned red upon seeing the pen. This office building was where little Nami had been locked up years ago. She had cried and drawn sea charts there, her small hands worn raw, and the blood had stained this pen red. Arlong was still stubbornly talking about how fishmen would rule the world and using Nami as a stepping stone, spouting nonsense. Boss Arlong couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. Just 2 words. Shut up. His sister, Xiao Qing, went up and slapped him hard, sending teeth mixed with blood flying. Then Boss Arlong added, "Did I tell you to stop?" Xiao Qing understood instantly, swinging with both arms, slapping Arlong's teeth into a small mountain. By the end, Arlong was completely deflated and didn't dare to let out a peep. Nami couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into Boss Arlong's arms, crying. Let me tell you, she had never had a father since she was little, and at this moment, she felt what it meant to have a father-esque love like a mountain. Although, who understands this kind of love among family? It seemed to be developing in a strange direction. Boss Arlong patted her head, saying, "Don't cry. Dad will show you something good." He waved his hand and called out, "Tiger Fool Su Chu, come out and play." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake, and a sea of fire erupted in the distance. A warhorse 2 stories high, spewing fire, charged over. On the horse sat a giant in red armor, wielding a siege hammer. The momentum was incredible. The villagers were so scared they kept retreating, thinking that giants were coming. The giant landed, smashing the ground with a hammer, then knelt on one knee and shouted to Boss Arlong, "My lord, what are your orders? I can't believe it. Everyone is dumbfounded. What's going on? The Overlord has taken a giant as his underling. This power increase is just too fast. It's like right now I have ascended to godhood." The Overlord pointed at that little building of Nami's and said 3 words, "Smash it." Arlong was confused, thinking to himself, "You went through all this trouble to summon a giant just to smash a broken building? What's the point?" Suchu didn't care about that. He picked up a hammer and charged in, and with one swing, the 50-meter-tall building was split in half. With a few thunderous crashes, it was reduced to rubble. The sea charts Arlong had worked on for 8 years were turned to ash. His ambitions were shattered along with it. At this moment, everyone finally understood that the Overlord's grand display wasn't to show off, but to destroy the prison in Nami's heart. This building had been Nami's nightmare for so many years. Now the nightmare was gone. Nami was completely melted by this gesture and immediately leaped up to kiss the Overlord on the face. I tell you, this isn't a father-daughter relationship. This is clearly love ablaze, ready to be served. Sanji silently lit a cigarette on the side. His expression was quite complicated. With the fall of the Arlong Park, the villagers' fears completely vanished, and the whole village cheered. The Overlord waved his hand. Let us throw a party. Get started. Just then, the village doctor arrived with about 10 Navy soldiers who hadn't harmed the villagers and asked the Overlord how to deal with the situation. The Overlord pointed at the little Captain George and said, "Since you still have a bit of conscience, I'll spare your lives. Go back and tell them that Arlong was killed by me, and Lieutenant Mouse was also killed by me. I'll take all the blame. You've all seen my strength, don't try any tricks. Take the remaining fishmen remnants away, claim the bounty, and you can get promoted and make a fortune." A big stick in one hand and a sweet date in the other, it was played perfectly. George trembled in fear. How could he dare to refuse? He quickly nodded and bowed. Over here, George immediately reported to the Navy headquarters using a transponder snail, relaying the Overlord's words exactly as he said them. Upon hearing that a guy named Chu Overlord had wiped out the entire Arlong pirates and killed a Navy colonel, headquarters decided to put a hefty bounty on him. On the other side, Cocoa Village had turned into an ocean of joy. Although they needed to leave quickly, the villagers were too enthusiastic, so they stayed to hold the most exciting celebration party in history. Nami's sister Nojiko was drinking with a little girl named Lan Shi. The little girl's father was killed by Arlong, and she really wanted to meet the hero who defeated the dragon. Nojiko pointed, but she first saw Luffy. That guy was stuffing his face with food like a starving ghost, completely ruining the little girl's hero dream. Nojiko hurriedly said, "Not him. It's the one behind him. Look closely." The little girl leaned forward and saw wow. The Overlord was wearing a tailcoat, elegantly playing the piano. That aura, that looks, that talent. The little girl's eyes were filled with stars, and she announced on the spot, "When I grow up, I want to marry Mr. Overlord, even if I have to do it when I'm little." I was left dumbfounded. Are kids nowadays this brave? As a result, after Nojiko heard this, her own face turned red, and her heart started racing. Goodness, these two sisters planned to catch them all. After the Overlord finished his piece, he stood up and gave a slight bow, receiving thunderous applause and cheers from the villagers below. Let me tell you, that scene was even more exaggerated than a top star holding a concert. The villagers were so enthusiastic, they almost worshipped us. In the end, when the show was over, my brother, the domineering one, told Nokigo that we had to leave. If we stayed any longer, once the Navy arrived, this village would be in trouble for harboring wanted criminals, and that would be a big problem. Nokigo was so reluctant. Her little hands were almost twisted into a pretzel. But she was sensible and knew my brother was right. But let me tell you, the little thoughts in her heart couldn't be hidden. Who understands the families? A hero saving a beauty, looking handsome, and bursting with artistic talent. Who can resist that? The young girl was instantly smitten, probably thinking about how to sneak onto our ship. My brother's eyes were sharp. He saw through it at a glance and smiled at her, saying, "Don't worry, I have a portal. If you miss me, you can come back anytime." As soon as he said that, Nokigo's face turned red, and she quickly grabbed my brother's arm to change the subject, saying, "Oh, let us not talk about that. Aren't you looking for Nami? I just saw her at the tattoo parlor. Let us go." The tattoo parlor? I was puzzled. What was Nami doing there? Didn't my brother already get rid of the fishman pirate symbol on her arm? Could it be? Goodness. I immediately thought of a possibility. Before, Nokigo had gotten a tattoo to comfort Nami, who was forced to get one. Now that Nami's disgraceful mark was gone, she probably wanted to get a new one to accompany her sister. Sure enough, when we got there, we heard Nami telling the doctor, "Doctor, please help me tattoo a small piano on my left hand." The doctor was stunned, thinking, this girl finally got rid of her tattoo. Why is she looking for trouble again? And a piano? Wait a minute. Isn't there only one person in this village who can play the piano? The doctor instantly understood, looking at the design Nami handed over, feeling quite emotional. Nami firmly said, "This experience, I want to engrave it in my flesh and blood forever." I tell you, that doctor is quite a character, internally thinking, "Silly girl, With a man as outstanding as Mr. Bawang, the line of girls chasing after him could stretch all the way to the Grand Line. You should just go for it. Get on the train first and buy the ticket later. The worst part is he couldn't hold it in and muttered it out loud. Even worse, Nami heard it. Her eyes lit up as if she had found her life's direction. The doctor turned pale, internally shouting, "Sister, I was joking. That's your godfather. You can't let your filial piety go astray." In the end, we still set sail, and Nami left the 1 billion berries for the village, taking only a few beloved orange trees on board. The next day, the weather was fine on the sea, and a seagull landed on our ship's railing. I tell you, Nami truly is our treasure manager. She immediately started lecturing the seagull. Why did the price go up again? If it goes up again, I won't buy it. The seagull looked completely confused, probably never encountered someone bargaining with it before. Usopp quietly commented on the side, saying it was just a newspaper, but Nami immediately fired back. What do you know? You don't know how expensive it is to run a household. Did I buy you all those big bones for nothing? As soon as Luffy heard big bones, his DNA activated, and he instantly sprang back to life, jumping around and shouting, "Meat! Where's the meat?" We are all used to it and too lazy to care. In fact, I know that Nami, this little money grubber, is saving up because she wants to have more dowry for herself in the future, just as she was lost in her beautiful fantasies. A pair of black hands quietly reached towards those precious orange trees. Bang! With a loud crash, a big bump instantly appeared on Luffy's forehead. Nami knocked him down with a punch. Luffy, feeling wrong, was almost in tears. It was just an orange. Why hit me? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, glared at Luffy menacingly. Luffy, stay away from those trees. They were specially transplanted by Miss Nami from Mr. Babwa. Dare to steal one and try? Goodness. Sanji has completely woken up now. To learn a few of my brother's divine kicking techniques, he has become a #1 fan, loyally protecting his master. Zoro, standing nearby with his sword, sneered coldly, as if saying, "Humph, now you know to cling to the powerful? Too late. Who told you to mock me for taking a master?" At that moment, a piece of paper fell out of the newspaper. Nami picked it up and was stunned. It was a bounty notice. For my brother. Usopp leaned over, his eyes almost popping out. 90 million berries. Zoro was shocked too. Let me tell you, in the East Blue, the average bounty is only 3 million. What does 90 million even mean? This is simply a dimensional crush. Sanji immediately took the opportunity to flatter. Only 90 million? That's too little, totally unworthy of Mr. Babwa's strength. Luffy also discovered his bounty notice, 30 million. He wasn't unhappy about it, excited like a monkey, just a bit annoyed. Why does my photo look so ugly? Mr. Babwa's looks so handsome. You can't deny it. It's true. Luffy's photo shows a shiny bald head, grinning like a fool. My brother's photo, on the other hand, shows him in a white suit sitting by a piano, with a perfect profile shot, simply stunning. Just then, my brother appeared behind them, not knowing when, and said softly, 90 million? It's indeed a bit low. Not even 100 million. Am I really that worthless in the eyes of the Navy? He shrugged off his own complaints, feeling bored anyway, as he didn't care about these empty titles. But what we didn't know was that at this very moment, far away in the New World, things were getting turbulent. The scene shifted to the territory of the Yonko, red-haired Shanks. A man on a coffin-like small boat barged in. Who is it? The world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. The red-haired crew immediately got tense, but Mihawk said, "I'm not here to fight." He slowly pulled out a bounty notice from his pocket and slapped it on the table. It was Luffy's. Shanks took a look and smiled, proudly saying, "As expected of the kid, I have my eye on 30 million for the first time." However, his vice captain, Ben Beckman, who is the brains of the crew, said something was off. Would the King of Kings, Mihawk, make a special trip to the New World just for a 30 million little brat? Absolutely impossible. Sure enough, Mihawk spoke again, revealing a jaw-dropping piece of news to everyone. With a serious expression, he said, "In the East Blue, my black blade, Yuru, was stolen once. Let me tell you, all the cadres of the red-haired pirates were instantly petrified. What the heck? Hawkeye Mihawk, the pinnacle of swordsmanship, had his sword taken away? Jesus Burgess, Usopp's father, was also dumbfounded. How is that possible? Who could take a weapon from you?" Hawkeye let out a bitter laugh. "In front of that man, I am not worthy of being called the world's strongest swordsman. I don't even have the courage to draw my sword." Saying this, he slammed the second bounty notice on the table. "That's my brother's." But the more shocking part was yet to come. Hawkeye recounted how he witnessed the return of 10,000 swords to their origins in Syrup Village, and how he couldn't even control his black blade, Yuru, from flying over to pay homage. The red-haired crew listened in disbelief. What kind of godly operation is this? Is the sword god descending? Shanks asked stiffly. You mean? His name is Bawang. A strange thing happened. He clearly wanted to shout Chu Bawang, but the words automatically turned into Bawang. Shanks, not willing to accept this, cleared his throat and tried again. Bawang. One more time. Bawang. Goodness, the four emperors, in front of all their subordinates, repeatedly shouted Daddy at a bounty notice. The scene was too bizarre. Shanks himself gave up struggling and, feeling frustrated, took a big swig from the wine jug. He picked up my brother's bounty notice of 90 million and laughed out loud. What are the Navy and the East Blue doing? How can a monster that makes Hawkeye lose the courage to draw his sword only have a bounty of 90 million? Isn't this ridiculous? Ben Beckman also had a strange expression, saying, I can already imagine the scene of those big pirates with bounties over 1 billion being brutally beaten after provoking him, then looking up at the sky to curse the world government for generations. Hawkeye brought the news and left. He needed to go back and cultivate, feeling stimulated. Shanks immediately ordered, send out this bounty notice and tell our people if they encounter this person, absolutely do not provoke him. If there's a chance, we can befriend him. Just say I want to meet him. Meanwhile, we were still leisurely on the ship. My brother woke up early and found that his system's lottery draws had filled up to 100 times. He was puzzled. Did 100 people call me Baba in their dreams last night? Little did he know, it was the 4 emperors of the New World giving him a crazy boost. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to draw. He drew a bunch of things like family bucket meals, secret hamburger recipes, and even a photo collection of the Empress, which he found very interesting. In the last 10 draws, he muttered, it's time to sacrifice Usopp's hairline. Ding. Obtain the full set of Iron Man's Mark armor. Ding. Obtain the ultimate secret of Saitama's One Punch Man inheritance. Goodness, this is a big haul. Usopp, rest in peace. My brother looked at the items he drew, his eyes growing increasingly dangerous, already calculating whether he should sacrifice Zoro's luck with women next time. Zoro, in his sleep, suddenly shivered, probably having a nightmare. This sacrifice was no joke. The next day, Luffy pointed at Usopp and shouted, Usopp, why is your hair so much thinner? Usopp was on the verge of tears, grabbing the few remaining strands on his head, almost crying, thinking it was because Zoro was chatting with the sword spirit every day that caused his insomnia. Luffy, the bald-headed one, even went to comfort him. Don't worry. You could just shave your head like me. My Bawang said to face difficulties with a smile. Usopp couldn't take this at all and dove into his invention room, saying he was going to research some hair growth serum. Just then, Zoro, practicing sword flight in the sky, shouted, Look, there's an island. My brother linked arms with Koya and said with a smile, That's Rogue Town, the town of beginnings and endings. It's where the pirate King Roger was born and executed. As soon as they heard about the big town, everyone made plans. Sanji was going to buy groceries, Zoro was going to buy a sword, and Usopp was going to buy tools and also get a hat to cover his precarious hairline. Before leaving, Nami said to Sanji, pick some oranges. I want to make some orange juice for Bappa. When he heard it was for my brother, Sanji eagerly climbed the tree. As for Nami, she had a smile that was more skin-deep, but when her gaze swept over my brother's broad chest, it carried an undeniable excitement. I tell you, that little girl was right next to my buddy's ear in the next second, her voice all sweet and sticky. Baba, were you exhausted last night? Nami can squeeze some orange juice for you to recover. Goodness, I was just like, wow. She wasn't really concerned about whether my buddy was tired or not. She was just so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Her room is right next door, and with all the noise last night, she probably listened to paid content for the whole night. There's even a small hole in the wall, so she could watch a live broadcast. This little girl, who already had some insomnia from being away from home, is now all fired up, probably filled with all sorts of indescribable images in her head. And she just ripened herself overnight. My buddy was a bit confused at the time, thinking to himself, I'm strong and healthy. Why do I need to replenish my body? If anyone should be replenished, it should be Koya. But he still took the orange juice. After all, it was a gesture of filial piety from his goddaughter. Nami's smile was almost reaching the sky, and she was grinning meaningfully. Father, I'm sure you'll be satisfied with my skills. My buddy's heart sank. He always felt there was a knife hidden behind that smile. He certainly knew Nami was sneaking glances, but he couldn't just block her sight, right? That would be too awkward. What if Koya found out? She would be so embarrassed she might explode on the spot. Just then, Luffy and his gang of goofballs had already left the ship and were off to Rogue Town, leaving just my buddy and Nami on board. Koya was still in the study, studying medicine, a true academic overachiever. Is it good? Nami asked, handing over some orange juice, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yeah, it's sweet and sour, not bad. My buddy replied honestly. But Nami's next question left him speechless. She leaned in closer, her breath fragrant as she asked, "So, how does it compare to Koya's milk?" Puffed. My buddy sprayed orange juice all over Nami's face. Family, who understands? The speed was so fast, he couldn't even grip the steering wheel. Nami, instead of getting angry, blushed deeply. And with her wet hair and a face that was both innocent and a bit seductive, it was simply stunning. That scene was captivating, leaving my buddy's heart racing, feeling like something was about to happen if he stayed any longer. Ahem, I just remembered I have something to do. I need to go to Lowtown. He quickly changed the subject. If he didn't leave now, the fire he had stoked would be uncontrollable. This little thief cat was starting to have a woman's charm. Nami, stay on the ship and don't wander around. I'll buy you an orange in Lowtown. Hey, wait, you haven't answered my question yet. Answer you what? My buddy dodged and slipped away with the little green girl, mentally cursing. How would I know which is better? Besides, Koya hasn't had any kids. So where would her milk come from? Meanwhile, as my buddy was making his escape, the naval branch in Lowtown was in an uproar. A Navy soldier burst into the office, rolling and scrambling. "Colonel Smoker, bad news. Headquarters just informed us that the bounty of 30 million for that straw hat Luffy is heading this way. There's an even worse one on board. He killed a Navy colonel and has a bounty of 90 million berries, no matter the cost." The office was filled with smoke, and the man known as Smoker, with 2 giant cigars in his mouth, showed a rare change in expression. 90 million? And no matter the cost? This was an unprecedented top wanted notice in the East Blue. Even Kuro and Arlong didn't have this kind of treatment. Killed a Navy colonel? Bold move. Smoker blew out a smoke ring, showing a hint of shock. He asked his subordinate, "Where's Tashigi?" "Report. She went out early this morning. Said she wouldn't miss the training." As soon as he finished speaking, another soldier rushed in. "Report, Colonel. We've spotted a pirate crew at the port. It must be them." Smoker stood up nonchalantly, shouldering his stone-embedded jutty, swaggering like he owned the place. "What's there to panic about? Since I've been in charge of this town, no pirate has ever escaped. So what if it's 90 million? In my hands, they won't get far." He said this and swaggered out. The soldier behind was almost in tears. "Colonel, you forgot to check the photos and information on the bounty. On the other side, let me cut to Zoro, who was having a rough time." He stood at the door of a weapon shop, his pockets emptier than his face, staring at the swords in the display window, each costing at least 100,000 berries. The high-interest loan he borrowed from Nami couldn't even buy him a knife handle. He had sworn to my hawk and my buddy that he would never lose again, but now he couldn't even gather 3 swords, which was utterly humiliating. Just when he was about to pull his hair out in frustration, a pair of large hands patted his shoulder. "Zoro, what are you looking at?" Zoro turned around to see my buddy and the little green girl, quickly forcing a smile. "Master, you're here. Come on, I'll take you to a good place." "There is something you need," my buddy said with a mysterious smile. Zoro's heart sank. Oh no, his master couldn't have found out he was broke, could he? This would be so embarrassing. Nervously, he followed my buddy through a maze of streets into a seemingly run-down old weapon shop. The shop owner was a woman who was dozing off. My buddy knocked on the table. "Boss, I want to buy some swords." The shop owner looked up and saw my buddy's face. Her soul almost left her body. Her eyes sparkled with stars, and she stuttered, "Welcome. I'm Jessica. At your service." She didn't even notice Zoro and the little green girl, treating them like air. "Trouble me to get my unnamed disciple 2 good swords." My buddy pointed at Zoro. "Go ahead and pick, Zoro. This time, it's a welcome gift from your master." Zoro was both surprised and delighted. His master was indeed his master. He couldn't hide his little thoughts from him. Only then did the shop owner notice Zoro, and upon seeing the Wado Ikemanji at his waist, her jaw almost dropped. "Isn't this the East Blue S #1 swordsman, the pirate hunter Roranoa Zoro? Why is he calling this handsome guy master? And so respectfully?" Just then, with a clatter, a short-haired girl wearing glasses rushed in. "Boss, is the Shiger I asked you to polish ready?" This girl was Tashigi. As she passed by my buddy, she froze. The beauty was just too striking. Then she spotted the Wado Ikemanji in the little green girl's hand and immediately lost her composure, rushing up to my buddy, excitedly saying, "Isn't this the Wado Ikemanji from the 21 Great Swords? Sir, would you be willing to sell it? I'll pay double the market price." Even funnier, in her excitement, she blurted out, "Master." After shouting, she was stunned. How did I know he was called Lord Chu? Why did I just recognize him as my father for no reason? The little green girl frowned and coldly said, "Give up on that thought. This sword is temporarily held for someone and is not for sale." "Master." Tashigi was shocked again. Such a beautiful lady was actually his servant? She instantly imagined a dramatic story, looking at my buddy with a mix of indignation, thinking he was an oppressive bully. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Zoro came out from the back room holding 3 swords, his face full of joy. "Master, I've picked them out." But as soon as he looked up and saw Dashiji, he turned to stone. "Damn, how does this woman look exactly like my deceased childhood friend Guena?" Zoro's heart was in turmoil, but it seemed that Daisuke didn't recognize him at all, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. Daisuke looked at Zoro, who was holding 3 swords, frowned, and began to lecture him. 3-sword style? Sounds like a certain bounty hunter. But those guys who treat swords as tools for making money are truly a disgrace to swordsmen. The famous blades of the world must be crying in their hands. Zoro's mouth twitched at her words, thinking, "Are you insulting me right in front of me?" But he simply replied calmly, "They might have their own reasons." My buddy laughed beside me. He gave a slight smile, flipped his wrist, and with a whoosh, that broken and mottled magic sword, 1,000 blades, appeared out of thin air. The sharp and domineering sword intent instantly overwhelmed the entire room. Zoro's breathing quickened, and Daisuke was so pressured by that aura that he couldn't say a word. My buddy raised an eyebrow at Daki and teasingly asked, "So are you going to take this knife away too?" Daki's face flushed red, and under my buddy's clear gaze, she nervously twisted her fingers together and stammered, You misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way." My buddy couldn't be bothered to deal with her, and said to Zoro, "All right, stop wasting time." Then he glanced at the 3 broken swords Zoro picked and shook his head. "Just this? The toughness is too poor. It can't even be considered a good blade. It won't last long before it breaks." Zoro looked confused, but there's nothing better here. "Really?" My buddy smiled mysteriously, then suddenly shouted at a pile of scrap metal, "Wado Ikamanji, hurry up and recognize your master. What are you waiting for?" As soon as he finished speaking, with a swoosh, a long sword glowing with a purple demonic light flew out from the pile of swords, hovering in front of my buddy. This is Wado Ikamanji," Daisuke exclaimed. "This is the legendary demon sword." My buddy extended his finger and gently flicked the blade, producing a sharp sound as if metal had clashed. That infamous demon sword behaved like a kitten in front of him. He was communicating with the sword's spirit inside. "The hardness is decent. It will be enough for you. Once you've accepted Zoro, it will be your companion from now on." The shop owner turned pale with fear, waving his hands desperately. "No, this sword cannot be sold. It's a demon's sword. All the swordsmen who have used it have met untimely deaths. It will bring disaster." My buddy just looked at Zoro and asked, "Can you handle this deadly sword?" Zoro smiled, full of confidence, "Of course. I can't let my master's face down." He said he really liked this sword. "You guys are crazy." The shopkeeper and Daisuke both thought these master and apprentice were simply reckless. But Zoro didn't say a word, picked up Enma, and suddenly threw it up into the sky. "What are you doing? Stop it." Daisuke screamed in fear. Zoro's expression was resolute as he slowly extended his left arm, placing it directly beneath the spinning, descending blade. He was gambling with his life, betting whether his luck and willpower could overcome the curse of the demon sword. Let me tell you, at that moment, time felt like it stood still. The blade came down with a swoosh, and everyone thought Zoro was going to lose his arm. But just as the blade was about to touch his skin, it twisted oddly, and with a clang, the blade perfectly missed his arm and plunged deep into the floor. He succeeded. Zoro won. He used his own life to subdue that cursed sword. Daisuke was so scared that she fell to the ground, completely stunned, probably thinking, "Are all you sword-wielding men this crazy?" My master stood there, arms crossed, looking completely calm and composed. He smiled slightly at the shopkeeper and said, "It seems my unworthy disciple truly has extraordinary luck. Even the 3 generations of ghosts recognize him. All right, we'll take this knife then." Zoro pulled the knife out of the floor with one swift motion, appearing composed on the surface, but I can tell he was overjoyed inside. He quickly bowed to my master, saying, "Thank you, Master Bawang, for the knife." Goodness, when he heard the words entry disciple, he was floating with excitement, feeling like he had finally been promoted from probation. It was incredibly thrilling. Daisuke was still sitting on the ground, stunned, mumbling to herself, "Mr. Zoro is such a fierce swordsman, and he is just your disciple?" The look in her eyes was truly filled with curiosity. Oh no, this girl is going to fall for him. My master is quite the person, very capable. He directly took out money and said, "Boss, let's settle the bill." As a result, the female boss, named Jessica, seemed either intimidated by Zoro's fierce aura or captivated by my master's dominating presence. Quickly brought out a knife from the back room. "Mr. Overlord, please wait a moment." She presented her family heirloom, the snow blade. "This is the best knife in my shop. Although it can't compare to the one in your hand, I hope you can take it with you to the Grand Line." Zoro beside me was making faces and whispering. Master, don't worry, I absolutely won't tell the mistress that you accepted another girl's token of affection here. My master was left speechless. What the hell is a token of affection? Who gives a knife as a token? Is it a hint that if you dare to be unfaithful, you should use this knife to slit your throat? But seriously, my master's charm is unmatched. He cleared his throat and directly switched to his domineering mode. Staring at the girl, woman, what's your name? The female boss's face turned bright red. Jessica. Jessica, huh? My master nodded and accepted the knife. I'll remember this name. Oh my, this operation is simply outrageous. Clearly a scumbag move. He must be thinking, Yaya probably won't mind, right? Who understands? This is definitely a scumbag statement. As soon as we stepped out, the real show began. Let me tell you, my master's passive skill, known to everyone under the heavens, is simply a massive social embarrassment generator. We walked down the streets of Lowtown, and everyone who saw him, regardless of age or gender, wanted to shout his name. As soon as they opened their mouths, it was all over. Overlord. The scene was like a virus spreading, one after another calling out Dad, Dad. The whole town was bewildered. Everyone was both angry and confused. What's going on? Why do I want to shout Dad every time I see him? My boyfriend is mad at me for calling him Dad because of this, and now he wants to break up with me. Waiting online, urgent. My master is really bad. Always sneaking into crowded places, with a face that shows pure enjoyment. Xiao Qing watches from the side, her eyes filled with little stars, probably thinking that her master looks incredibly cool with his cunning demeanor. My master was feeling great, and when he turned around, he said, Zoro, let's go find that Usopp kid. But when he turned back, he found nothing behind him. Goodness, such a big green-haired guy could get lost just following behind. My master's face darkened immediately. I really can't believe it. You can get lost even when following me. You truly are a talent. At that moment, he regretted taking me on as a disciple so hastily. Meanwhile, at the Navy base, Tashigi was distracted. Her mind was filled with the image of the tyrant. And when she turned her head, she saw the newly issued bounty notice on the table. She picked it up and her hand started shaking. The profile of the man in the white suit was so handsome it was outrageous. Who else could it be but that man she had just seen? The extremely vicious gang, White Devil Tyrant. Tyrant. The bounty. 90 million berries. Cold sweat broke out on Tashigi. She realized she had just strolled back from the gates of hell. But in the next second, indignation took over. Damn it. No wonder his gaze was so strange. He had already seen through my identity and was just playing with me. Smoker noticed something was off with her and asked. Tashigi recounted what had happened that morning. After hearing it, Smoker was so furious he was about to crush a cigar. What? A guy with a 90 million bounty dares to swagger around buying knives on my turf? Just as he finished venting, he heard Tashigi gushing. But to be fair, he is way more handsome in person than in the photo. Smoker's expression was full of question marks, probably thinking, I'm here planning to catch criminals. And you're talking to me about this? This team is impossible to lead. As for our lost Zoro, he was sitting alone on the steps, lovingly stroking his new sword. Suddenly, Luffy popped out from the side, and when the two made eye contact, it was clear they were both directionally challenged. The two directionally challenged guys almost got into a fight over who would lead the way to the execution platform. It was something even AI couldn't comprehend about their thought processes. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the street, with a group of people shouting to go see. Someone was going to duel Daddy with the kid. Upon hearing the excitement, Luffy and Zoro rushed over. They squeezed into the crowd and saw a long-nosed guy in the center, shaking like a leaf with a gun in hand. It was none other than Usopp. Looking beside him, there was a pile of tombstones, all belonging to Daddy's former opponents, with the grass on the graves already tall. Usopp was nearly in tears, saying he didn't even know how he ended up in such a situation, confusedly facing a life-or-death duel. The duel began, and the two turned their backs to each other and took 10 steps. Usopp, with his small courage, felt like he was stepping into a coffin with every step. Just as the tension peaked, the crowd parted to make way. My master, accompanied by Chopper, made a grand entrance. Wherever he went, there were shouts of tyrant. Usopp froze upon seeing my master. He had once had a crush on Kaya, and he couldn't afford to embarrass himself in front of a rival. He steeled himself and decided to go all out. The gunman named Daddy, who thought he had the upper hand, turned around and recognized the 90 million bounty White Devil. Then he heard others calling Usopp's name and instantly recalled that this kid was the son of the sharpshooter Yasopp from the Red-Haired Pirates. Daddy had lost the Yasopp in his youth and had been let off easy. Now, the son of his benefactor was standing next to a terrifying figure he definitely couldn't provoke. In an instant, he realized he had to go easy on this one. He must let it slide. Otherwise, both he and his daughter would be done for. As the referee counted down, Daddy instantly turned around and fired 2 shots. One shot knocked Usopp's gun away, and the other grazed his scalp. Usopp dropped to his knees in fright. He knew the man had shown mercy. Trembling, he asked, "Why didn't you kill me?" Daddy sneered inwardly. "Kid, you should thank your dad, and even more, thank the gentleman beside you." At that moment, Usopp's mental defenses completely crumbled. He felt worthless. Compared to the monsters on the ship, he was just a clown. He knelt on the ground and shouted at everyone, "Come on, laugh at me. I'm a failure." The crowd fell silent. Everyone was stunned by his shout. But the next second, applause erupted from the crowd. This kid had guts. After all, he was the only one who had challenged Daddy and lived to tell the tale. Luffy and Zoro quickly rushed over to help him. Just then, my master stepped up to him, speaking softly but clearly for everyone to hear. "Stand up." Usopp looked up, his face full of tears. My master looked at him and said word by word, "A man kneels on gold beneath his knees. He does not kneel to heaven or earth, only to his parents and teachers. Now, stand up immediately. No kneeling." That voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's hearts. Everyone present, including that guy Dottie, was dumbfounded. This overwhelming aura was simply unreasonable. Usopp was shaken and struggled to get up from the ground, trembling as he faced my master, B-Boss. "Yes, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so arrogant." But the next second, this guy actually stood up unsteadily again. He stuck out his neck and shouted, saying that even if he lost the duel, he would die standing. Goodness. I wanted to say, "Buddy, you just wet your pants. Who are you trying to impress?" But guess what? That gunman named Dottie had his gun pointed at Usopp, but didn't pull the trigger. His eyes were fixed on my master, and I tell you, his expression was just like the most popular meme of the subway old man looking at his phone in 2025, filled with shock, confusion, and deep apprehension. He knew very well that this showdown was not a duel between him and Usopp, but rather my master's graduation ceremony for both of them. Usopp was graduating from cowardice, while he was graduating to freedom. Chinger next to me was getting anxious and quietly asked my master, "Master, what if Dottie really loses his temper and starts shooting?" My master smiled, looking completely unconcerned. He didn't pay any attention to Dottie at all, but casually glanced at the little girl beside him, his daughter, Kayla. That looked TSK. Just one glance, and the little girl was so scared that she immediately hid behind Dottie. Then, my master finally spoke lightly, and with one sentence. He stripped the gunman's bravado away. "Are you sure you want to make a move, Dottie Masterson? Second Lieutenant?" Damn, I could see the veins bulging on that dad's forehead, and cold sweat was pouring down. He understood. He completely understood. This wasn't a duel at all. It was a trap set by my master, a multiple-choice question. If he chose wrong, he and his daughter would have to pack up and go back home today. My master knew all about his naval background. He even revealed his military rank from decades ago. Who could withstand that? The feeling of being completely controlled by someone else is definitely not pleasant. But there is nothing to be done. People with weaknesses are like that. It became simple. The dad found a way to back down, saying something about bullying the weak and that he would let it go this time. He even had his daughter return the goggles to Usopp, and before leaving, he pretended to set up a rematch for when he got stronger. After saying that, he grabbed his daughter and left without looking back, running faster than a rabbit, afraid that my master would change his mind. My master nodded in satisfaction, clearly impressed with this old trickster. Zoro, that kid, also caught on quickly. He was nodding like a chick pecking at grain, probably realizing the twists and turns of the situation, and his gaze towards my master showed a bit more admiration. He ran over and patted Usopp on the shoulder, recapping, "You little brat, you owe your life to my master," threatening him with his daughter. Otherwise, neither I nor Luffy could have intervened. Got it? Usopp then realized what was happening, and with a face full of shame, ran over to apologize to my master. My master waved his hand, not taking it seriously at all, and instead dropped a bombshell. "Usopp, your dad is Yasopp. Don't embarrass him." As soon as those words were out, Usopp's eyes widened like saucers. He had just been desperate a moment ago, but now he was full of energy, excitedly asking my master if he knew his dad. My master then gave him a goal to strive for. "Your dad is currently the sharpshooter of the Red Hair Pirates. Once your bounty gets higher, you will run into him sooner or later." Just as my master had finished pumping Usopp up, he turned to me and gave me a look, and in the next second, whoosh, we both vanished from where we stood. Family, who understands? 1 second we were watching the show, and the next we had teleported right to the center of Logtown, the execution platform of Roger. We had just arrived when the whole Rogtown went into an uproar. The sky instantly turned gloomy, and a fierce wind blew, as if it were the end of the world. At the naval headquarters, A white-haired strongman named Smoker received a call that made his face turn green. It was reported that a ghost-like person had invaded the execution platform, and all his subordinates were taken out in an instant. This guy decisively led a team rushing towards us like crazy. Meanwhile, the clown Buggy and his group were also making a ruckus heading this way, thinking that Luffy would come here to check in, so they were preparing to wait for him. In no time, the entire Rog Town saw 3 groups of people converging towards one place, and the scene was incredible. At the execution platform, my master took off his black robe, revealing a stunning white suit, standing there with an overwhelming presence. Just as he steadied himself, a swarm of Navy personnel surged in from all directions, surrounding him completely. Leading them was Smoker, who had 2 big cigars in his mouth, pointing at my master and unleashing a barrage of insults, calling him a white devil and demanding him to leave immediately, warning that he would be killed without hesitation. At that moment, I had only one thought. Dude, do you not understand the situation? My master completely ignored him and walked up to the execution platform as if he were strolling through his own backyard. He stood at the spot where Roger was executed, muttering something about remnants of the old era and uprisings of the new era, leaving me in a daze. Just when Smoker could no longer hold back and ordered hundreds of guns to aim at my master, I felt my master pause for a moment. Sure enough, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said 2 words directly into the air. Revive. Boom. Suddenly, the sky above Lowtown echoed with the most classic line from the Pirate King Roger before his death. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. I left everything in that place. Then, a blinding white light shot up into the sky from the center of the execution platform. Everyone was blinded by this light. Within the brilliance, a tall and imposing figure slowly solidified. When the light dissipated, a man dressed in a red captain's cloak, sporting a handlebar mustache with 2 bullet holes in his chest, stood alive on the execution platform. The entire place fell into a dead silence. I could hear Smoker swallowing hard next to me, the sound echoing loudly. All the Navy guns were shaking uncontrollably, trembling like chaff. That legendary Pirate King, looking bewildered, shook his head, hoarsely gazing down at the hundreds and thousands of Navy officers below, and asked, "Where is this?" Upon seeing the surroundings, he exclaimed, "Oh my, this is Lowtown." His expression was complex, nostalgic, reluctant, and finally turned into calm. He sighed heavily and murmured to himself, "So it's Lowtown." Then, he turned around and fixed his gaze on a man who revived him, the one called Chu Bawang, and calmly asked, "Did you revive me, Bawang?" Bawang. He struggled to say the word king. Roger's face instantly turned from calm to ashen. The expression was as if he had eaten a fly. I could almost imagine the barrage of thoughts in his mind. Damn, how could someone name themselves daddy? You little brat are really taking advantage of this, huh? And guess what happened next? That Chu Bawang shrugged nonchalantly, wearing a knowing smile, and said, "That's right, it was me." At that moment, I thought, is a fight about to break out? Does the Pirate King have no regard for his face? But to my surprise, Roger actually held back. Truly a man who has weathered storms. His nerves are just tough. He fell silent for a few seconds, then said very seriously, "I'm already a dead man. My will has been passed on, and I have no regrets in death. I don't know what trick he used, but bringing me back is redundant, isn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, I tell you the sky changed. Dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind blew, slicing through like knives. The overlord of Chu squinted his eyes, said nothing, but his aura surged outward. Roger's expression changed too. I could guess his heart was in turmoil. Damn, this momentum. It's even more intense than rocks back in the day. I've been dead for 20 years, and the world has become this chaotic? How can such a young man act like an emperor? Could it be? He is the one inheriting my will? Family, who understands? Just a moment ago, he was saying he had no regrets in death, and the next moment, curiosity was practically written all over Roger's face. He wanted to know if this imposing king in front of him was truly the new Pirate King. The wind grew even stronger, making the overlord of Chu's white suit billow dramatically, looking incredibly cool. He suddenly opened his arms, as if to embrace the whole world, and laughed wildly. Because I have come. But then, he changed his tone, pointing at Roger and this vast sea. Without you, this sea cannot please me. Wow. At that moment, I had goosebumps all over. What does this mean? This is outright provocation. Without you, I find it boring, so get up and have fun. That's the message. Upon hearing this, Roger's eyes instantly lit up, and his fighting spirit ignited explosively. The onlookers were all dumbfounded, jaws dropping to the ground. What is going on? Who is this kid? How dare he provoke Pirate King Roger? The most ridiculous part is, Roger had an expression that said, "You've successfully caught my attention. Brother, you are the man with a bounty of 5 billion. How can you be ignited by a mere 90 million brats? Few words." The overlord of Chu still wore that nonchalant smile. Roger stared at him, and suddenly, as if he had realized something, his pupils constricted, and he was enlightened. "I understand. You don't care about the inheritance of will, nor about how the world is." Roger's voice changed. "What you want is simply conquest." The overlord of Chu laughed even more wildly. "I come. I see. I conquer." He pointed at Roger, speaking each word clearly. "Those things you couldn't accomplish, those wishes you only dared to think but not act on, will be forged by me." Beside them, Smoker finally reacted, his face turning pale, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Open fire!" Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of guns simultaneously spat fire, and bullets rained down like a storm. Then, we heard the girl behind the overlord of Chu, called Xiao Qing, softly utter 2 words, "Freeze." Stop. I tell you, that scene was incredible. All the bullets just froze in midair, completely motionless. Then, with a gentle press of her finger, Xiao Qing made a clang, 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 and all the bullets fell to the ground. After doing all this, she silently retreated behind Chu Bawang, acting as if nothing had happened. Roger's eyes were nearly popping out. The power of the float fruit. Could it be that the golden lion is dead too? What shocked him even more was that such a beautiful and powerful peerless warrior was willingly playing second fiddle to Chu Bawang. This guy's ability to command others is simply unmatched. "Smoker, you've got some guts." Chu Bawang laughed, casually drawing out the sword called Magic Blade Qianren. "Let me tell you, when that sword appeared, purple demonic energy surged out, complementing his white suit, both wicked and handsome." He turned his neck, cracking it, and coldly scanned the group of Navy. "Those who don't want to die, get lost." Just that one sentence made hundreds of elite Navy members' legs cramp up, leaving them speechless. Smoker was also scared out of his wits. He recognized it. This is the sword he used to defeat Arlong and kill Colonel Mouse. The killing intent emanating from that sword was as thick as unbreakable ink. Roger frowned. He didn't like people who killed recklessly. But even though this kid's killing intent was heavy, it didn't repel him, which was quite strange. A few clever pirates sensed that something was off and quickly slipped away. But the Navy members? They were all as frightened as quails, yet none dared to run because fleeing meant being a deserter, a dead end. Smoker regained his composure and shouted, "Everyone retreat. Only those with abilities can deal with those with abilities. Want to run now? It's too late." Chu Bawang sneered, raised a magic blade, Qianren high, and shouted a name that shook Roger's soul. "Divine Avoidance." Boom! A terrifying sword energy swept out. The entire Rowtown square looked as if it had been plowed by a giant dragon. The ground split open. A fissure over 1,000 meters long and bottomless just appeared. I was dumbfounded at that moment, casually swinging my sword. Is this the great swordsman? Roger was also confused. Isn't this my ultimate move? How could he? And it's even more powerful than mine. Just then a string of curses came from the ruins, cough cough. Who's so wicked as to dig a pit in the middle of the road? Following that, the clown Buggy crawled out covered in dirt. He had originally planned to ambush Luffy, but ended up almost being buried alive. His subordinates quickly pulled him. "Boss, keep it down. The White Devil is coming." Buggy stiffly turned his head and met the cold gaze of Chu Bawang, and plop. He knelt down instantly. "So smooth? White Devil, please don't kill me. I was wrong." His few subordinates also knelt down, crying and begging for mercy. Roger took a closer look and was stunned. "Red Nose? Buggy? What the hell are you doing here?" Seeing his savior, Buggy rolled and crawled to hug Roger's leg, crying pitifully, "Captain Roger, save me. It's me, Buggy." I have to say, Buggy is quite the oddball. Back in the day, he was an intern on Roger's ship alongside Shanks. And now Shanks has become one of the 4 emperors while Buggy is still in the East Blue picking on weaklings. It's simply embarrassing. Even the likes of Chu Bawang would probably be too lazy to deal with him. Roger must have felt incredibly awkward, scratching his head and having to plead. Bawang, you see, could you let this incompetent subordinate of mine go just this once? Oh heavens, the Pirate King has just been resurrected, and he's begging a clown like this, losing all face. It's not that he doesn't want to fight. It's mainly because he's just revived, feeling weak. And it's unwise to engage with someone who seems like a great swordsman. Just as Chu Bawang was contemplating whether to give this guy some face, the Navy reinforcements arrived. A glasses-wearing female swordsman, Dasky, rushed in with her team. Upon seeing the chaos, she was stunned and quickly went to check on Smoker. "Colonel Smoker, are you all right?" Smoker, looking pale with fear, gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine. Luckily, that move of his can't counter elementalization. Or, I would have been done for. He looked at his injured subordinates, clenching his fists tightly. When Dasky saw Chu Bawang, she immediately got angry. Drawing her sword and pointing it at him, Bawang, you're despicable. I thought you were a fellow sword lover. But it turns out you're a villain who harms the Navy. It's a disgrace that Snow Walk and Thousand Blades are in your hands. I swear one day I will bring you to justice. It turned out these two had chatted at the weapon shop before, and who would have thought this idol would collapse so quickly? After hearing this, Chu Bawang casually tossed the sword to Xiao Qing, shook his head, and smiled. He looked at Dasky as if she were a brainwashed fool. He kicked Buggy aside and mockingly said to Dasky, Dasky, I heard your summary report was quite good. How about becoming my personal secretary? What a blatant act of snatching someone right in front of their superior. Dasky was so angry her face turned red. You insult me. I would never be your lackey. Smoker's anger exploded right there. What the hell? Snatching my people in front of me? I can't stand for this. Dasky was someone he had painstakingly trained. He was counting on her development, and now this guy suddenly showed up to cut in. Smoker immediately got anxious. I will never let you take Dasky away. Smoker suddenly felt confident because he was a Logia user. He was sure that Chu Bawang's earlier move didn't have hockey attached, so it wouldn't affect him. You old bull, eating tender grass. You have no right to speak here. ChuBawang dai stili zito. Then he turned to Dasky, smiling, and said, if you don't come with me, I'll kill him right now. Dasky wasn't buying it. You wish. Colonel Smoker is much stronger than you think. A forced melon isn't sweet? ChuBawang chukga. Whether it's sweet or not, as long as it quenches thirst, that's fine. Seeing Dasky not appreciating his offer, he decided to get serious. Roger and Buggy were both stunned by the sight. Is he really trying to snatch someone from the Navy? This guy's way too reckless. ChuBawang stu anzai. Since you think he can beat me, let's have a match. Upon hearing this, Smoker's heart was filled with joy. You fool. You dare to fight me without hockey? You really don't understand the terror of Logia. Today, you'll learn what it means to be invincible. Roger couldn't bear to watch and wanted to help Chu Bawang. Bawang, this old guy is bullying people with his Logia powers. It's too shameless. Should I step in? Though he was weak, he could easily handle Smoker. But Xiao Qing stopped him, smiling slightly. Don't worry. Master won't let anyone make a fool of him. Seeing Roger not intervening, Smoker grew even more arrogant, sneering as he made his move. White fist. Instantly, he transformed into a mass of white smoke, overwhelming Chu Bawang. The Navy's side began to cheer. Colonel has elementalized. Victory is assured. Smoker was incredibly pleased, laughing maniacally in the smoke. White devil. Just give up. Without hockey, I could stand here and let you hit me for ages, and you wouldn't even touch a hair on me. He grew more audacious, taunting. Come on, hit me. Not fighting back means you look down on me. Chu Bawang looked at him with a gaze of disbelief and asked, is this what you asked for? Of course. Come on, hit me. Not using your full strength means you don't respect me. Smoker was still wildly provoking. Sigh. Chu Bawang sighed. I've never heard such a bizarre request in my life. Saying this, he leisurely walked forward, raised his fist as big as a sandbag, and swung it at the cloud of smoke that was Smoker. Boom! A muffled sound. Smoker's smile instantly froze. That mass of smoke seemed to take an actual hit, and he was knocked out of the smoke, flying backward. Bang, bang, bang. He crashed through 3 or 4 buildings before finally sticking to a wall like a painting, then sliding down limply. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Colonel Smoker, the invincible Logia user of the East Blue, was taken out by one punch. Roger's mouth twitched. Heaven's punishment can be resisted, but self-inflicted punishment cannot be lived through. You had to put on this act. And now look what's happened. It hurts just to watch. Chu Bawang retracted his fist and casually remarked, in ancient times, Lu Zhishan killed Jin Guanxi with 3 punches. Today I, Chu Bawang, have incapacitated Smoker with 1 punch. Smoker crawled out from the rubble, bloodied, pointing at Chu Bawang's fist, his voice trembling. You actually have hockey. All eyes instantly focused on Chu Bawang's fist. Hiss. The crowd gasped. That fist was as black as ink. My goodness. This is really the color of armament hockey. How old is this kid? Smoker's worldview has been shattered. He feels like he has lived half his life as a dog. Even Roger can't stay calm anymore, cursing inwardly. This guy clearly has advanced armament hockey, yet is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I tell you, at this level, it's hard to find anyone in the world who can match him, except for that old monster carp who can keep him under control. The The clown, Buggy, watching from the side, was sweating profusely, feeling grateful in his heart. Goodness, luckily I was smart just now and didn't go up to seek death. Otherwise, lying on the ground would be not just one person, but my entire pirate crew. He couldn't understand how this young Chu Bawang could practice his armament hockey to such an incredible level. At that moment, Chu Bawang shook his hand, and that dark, shiny hockey instantly disappeared. He stepped forward towards Smoker, and the surrounding navy, I tell you, parted like the Red Sea, instinctively making way. It wasn't that they were cowardly. The gap in strength was just too ridiculous. Going up would be purely asking for trouble. Plus, it was agreed to be a one-on-one fight. What's it to you if you intervene? Smoker lay on the ground, his features twisted together, looking at the approaching Chu Bawang. His mouth trembling. Is this guy training since he was in the womb? He was feeling extremely unwilling, thinking that Chu Bawang was just deliberately showing him up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so embarrassingly. But little did he know that in that punch just now, Chu Bawang hadn't even used 1% of his strength. After all, he came to see his future secretary. If he knocked out his superior with a single punch, that would be too bloody and have a bad influence. What's the matter, not satisfied? Chu Bawang walked up and placed a hand on Smoker's shoulder. Smoker's eyes were practically screaming his unwillingness. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I don't need your pity. Don't help me." That punch had him feeling like his internal organs were rearranged. Managing to hold back his voice was already his last stubbornness. As a result, after hearing this, Chu Bawang shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "You think too much? I don't want to help you up." Smoker was taken aback. "Then you." I have to tell you, the next outrageous move left me dumbfounded. Chu Bawang had a serious expression, looking extremely grave, and said, "Aren't you going to have a fair duel? I'll satisfy you. My left hand is just holding you to stabilize my position. So it's easier for me to punch with my right hand, that's all." Puffed. Family, who understands this? Convenient for my right hand to punch? Did you just say that? Are you a devil? Smoker watched as that fist, as big as a sandbag, was about to remodel his face, and he panicked. His survival instinct kicking in. Wait, I admit defeat. Is that not enough? While shouting, he desperately signaled to Dasky to run away. But Chu Bawang wasn't buying it at all. His fist stopped right in front of Smoker's nose, mockingly saying, "A true duel not only determines the victor, but also life and death. You don't think just shouting 'I admit defeat' will end it, do you?" The black-armed color wrapped around his fist was as dark as ink, and up close, it was suffocating. Smoker felt death knocking at his door, his voice trembling. You want to kill me? The duel was proposed by you. I'm just fulfilling your wish." Chu Bawang sneered, not wasting words, and his fist came crashing down. Puffed, puffed, puffed. One punch after another, without giving him a chance to breathe, beating Smoker until he could barely make a sound, blood splattering everywhere. "You devil, stop it." Dasky finally reacted, rushing forward with tears streaming down her face. But Chu Bawang didn't even look at her. He pinched his fingers and muttered something, and Dasky suddenly froze in place, unable to move. Good heavens, am I seeing things? Is this the legendary immobilization technique? The kind that can even freeze gods? Dasky was stunned, watching helplessly as Chu Bawang approached, lifting her chin. "Little girl, according to our agreement, you are mine now. You let me go." Dasky was furious, opening her mouth to bite down on the fingers Chu Bawang had shoved into her mouth. The result was a crisp crack. Dasky's tears fell instantly, not from pain, but from a toothache. Is this finger made of steel? It almost shattered my teeth. Chu Bawang laughed heartily, even pinching her little face. The group of Navy officers nearby couldn't take it anymore, raising their guns and shouting, "White Devil Bawang! Bawang, let Dasky go!" As soon as the words left their mouths, the beautiful Xiao Qing shot them a glance, and the Navy officers instantly felt as if a mountain had fallen on them, all kneeling with thuds. Roger watched nearby, his pupils shaking. What kind of pressure is this? It's completely different from Conqueror's hockey. Seeing this situation, Dasky cried out, "Don't worry about me, just run." Chu Bawang directly slung Dasky over his shoulder and said to Xiao Qing, "Get rid of these flies. Don't let them affect my mood." Then he swaggered away. A few days later, at Navy headquarters, Marineford. I tell you, that scene was absolutely top-notch. Marshal Sengoku, the hero Garp, Chief of Staff Tsuru, and the three admirals Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji were all sitting together, each with faces darker than the bottom of a pot. Sengoku slammed a top-secret piece of intelligence on the table, and the entire conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. "Everyone, have you seen this? What are your thoughts?" Sengoku's tone was extremely serious. The room fell silent. Even Kizu, who usually acted carefree, looked grave. The intelligence was truly terrifying. The man who initiated the Great Pirate Era, GOLD, Roger, has come back to life. Chief of Staff Saru was the first to speak, her voice trembling slightly. Sengoku, is this information true? Sengoku nodded. Smoker risked his life to bring this back. It can basically be confirmed. That man has really returned. Everyone present knew that Roger hadn't been captured back then. He had voluntarily surrendered due to his terminal illness. Now he was fully revived. What would happen? Garp frowned and muttered. That old guy died so gracefully. Who would go through the trouble of reviving him? Akiji said slowly, the key is Roger's crew. Rayleigh the Dark King, Shanks the Red-Haired, they're all still alive and kicking. If they rally together. Hiss. Everyone gasped. If the Roger pirates were to regroup, what would the world government do? Akainu slammed the table, furious. The urgent matter is to capture that guy called the Overlord. Huh? Wait a minute. I kinda got emo right then. Why was I stuttering? Why did I call someone else the Overlord? Is this some kind of language magic in 2025? Kizaru was holding back laughter, his expression looking quite smug. Sengoku coughed a couple of times, trying to ease the situation. Sakazuki, don't mind it. This person's title is peculiar. I can't call him by his full name. Wow, it turns out to be a passive skill, primarily focusing on listening to advice. Just not letting you say the full name. Sengoku's expression grew more serious. What I'm most worried about is that white devil. The Overlord's abilities. Roger was just the first. What if he can revive others? Like rocks. As soon as those words were spoken, the temperature in the conference room dropped several degrees. If those legendary pirates were to be resurrected, that scene would be too beautiful to behold. Chief of Staff Saru cut to the chase. We must eliminate him in the cradle. Everyone's gaze turned to Garp. Garp picked his nose, looking as if to say, what are you looking at me for? I'm old and my bones are about to fall apart. You young people handle this. Sengoku's head was spinning. The Navy's high-end combat power was already stretched thin, and now this ultimate bug had appeared. He began issuing orders. Akiji, you are responsible for capturing the Overlord and Roger. Sakazuki, go make contact with Blackbeard. Finally, issue the latest bounty. White Devil Overlord, bounty of 1 billion berries. For the sake of justice. For the sake of justice. In an instant, the entire world was stirred up by this intelligence. In the new world, Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates clenched the bounty notice, his eyes shining. Great. This means Sachi has a chance to be revived. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo let out his signature laugh, overjoyed. Somewhere, the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk also squinted his sharp eyes. The big shots of the world were all stirred up, with undercurrents flowing. However, the central figure who triggered this storm, my older brother the Overlord, was currently sitting leisurely at the bow of his ship, enjoying hot pot and singing songs. I told you. He patted the unconscious female sailor he was carrying on his shoulder and shouted at Xiaoqing. Let's go, we're done. Good guy, that was quite comfortable. After giving that old smoker a beating, he finally felt relieved. My pet little green isn't a pushover either. When given the order, she quickly cleared out the remaining Navy grunts in Roachtown. Don't be fooled by her being a girl. When she gets serious. Aside from not being able to handle nature element monsters, other ability users have to call her sister in front of her. My brother is pondering that he needs to find time to teach her armament hockey. Otherwise, she'll have to pick her opponents in fights, which is a hassle. This scene left the clown Buggy nearby, dumbfounded. He was filled with dread, sweating coldly, thinking how lucky he was to have latched onto Captain Roger's leg. Or he would have been done for today. He hurried over to Roger, overly excited. Captain, what are your plans? How about going on an adventure with us? Roger patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Buggy, I'm glad you have this heart. But you're too weak now. Following me could get you into trouble that would turn your ashes to dust. Buggy wanted to say more, but Roger waved him off, telling him not to see him out, and then he quickly chased after my brother. He had a huge question stuck in his mind. Once he caught up, Roger got straight to the point. Brother, who did you learn that swordsmanship from? He was baffled. My brother's move that split Roachtown's sword aura looked just like his own signature move, Shenv. But the problem was, he had never taught that move to anyone. My brother stood against the sea breeze, his hair flying wildly, his eyes squinting into a narrow slit, casually uttering a few words. Actually, I used your swordsmanship. Roger was instantly dumbfounded, his CPU almost overheating. My swordsmanship? Could it be that that old man Rayleigh took on disciples behind my back? No, wait. He only learned the basics. Seeing his brother's constipation-like expression, he couldn't help but laugh and started to reveal the secret. He said, the abilities of the sea are all kinds of strange, And one of my abilities is called God-level resurrection technique. He worried that Roger wouldn't understand, so he specially translated it. To put it simply, I ate the resurrection fruit, and not only can I bring the dead back to life, but when I resurrect them, I can randomly copy one of their abilities. That's how your swordsmanship came to be. I tell you, my brother, while discussing secrets that could scare the world government to death, was wandering around the shops in Road Town, where he saw beautiful women's lingerie. He waved his hand and bought it all, saying it was for bringing local specialties to the family. Who understands that? He treats the naval base like a tourist attraction. If Smoker found out, he would explode on the spot, in a physical sense with smoke. Roger was completely petrified, his eyes wide open like copper bells. How is this possible? How can there be such a bugged ability in the world? Reviving the dead and copying skills? Isn't this cheating? My brother chuckled and thought to himself, is this what surprises you? If I tell you this ability has no cooldown and hasn't been used, wouldn't you fly into the sky right here? As a result, that old guy Roger, quick-witted as ever, immediately tried to turn the tables. He smirked with a somewhat malicious grin and said, "You're just going to tell me your biggest secret like this? Aren't you afraid I might turn against you? Although you've learned my swordsmanship, it doesn't mean I don't have other trump cards." Goodness, just resurrected and already thinking of rebellion? My brother raised an eyebrow and laughed. Roger, you can certainly give it a try. But I must remind you, it's now the year 1522 of the Grand Line, and it's been a full 22 years since you were executed. Your old crew members, those who lived are dead, and those who scattered are scattered. Do you really think that if you raise your arm and call out, there will still be people who would listen to you? 22 years. Those 3 words struck Roger like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his whole body jumped up as if electrified. He grabbed his hair wildly, instantly turning it into a messy nest, and his voice began to tremble. "B-Boss, do you know someone named Ace?" The way he looked, there wasn't a shred of the Pirate King's dominance left. He completely resembled a long-lost father searching for his son. My brother handed the dasky he was carrying on his shoulder to Shao Qing, and looking at Roger's almost collapsing expression, he sighed. "Roger, are you sure you want to know? This isn't good news for you." Roger's hands trembled like a sieve, his face filled with agony. "Please tell me, how is my Lugio? Where's my child?" My brother pulled a bottle of wine from his pocket and threw it to him, his expression darkening. "Your wife, Lugio, is already dead." Boom! Roger stood there as if struck by lightning, stunned. The bottle of wine he had just opened fell to the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. The expression on his face was a mixture of pain, sorrow, and reminiscence. A blend of emotions that ultimately transformed into a beast-like roar. "Ah!" As his emotions erupted, the ground of Roger Town began to shake violently. The sky lit up with lightning and thunder, and a fierce wind howled. Goodness, that Conqueror's hockey was spilling out as if it were free, instantly knocking out half the town's residents. Roger's actions were simply textbook level in breaking defenses. My brother stood at the center of the storm, squinting at Roger, who was going crazy, while calculating in his mind. This Pirate King's Conqueror's hockey is really something. If I kill him now and then revive him, will he explode with his skill? As Roger cried louder and louder, my brother couldn't take it anymore. He stepped up and slapped him hard, making a loud sound. "What are you crying about? It's just that your wife died, right? Have you forgotten what I do? Reviving her is just a matter of a word from me." The crying abruptly stopped. The strange phenomena in the world vanished in an instant. Roger looked at my brother with tearful eyes, like a wronged child, and sniffled, asking, "B-Boss, will you really help me revive Rouge?" My brother looked impatient and said, "Enough with the nonsense. If you let me kill a few times honestly to earn back the capital, I won't just find your wife for you. I'll bring back your son too, so your family can be whole and reunited. A family should be complete and harmonious." Roger kept repeating this line, and tears streamed down his face again. My brother took one look and thought, well, this middle-aged, greasy uncle's tears really aren't worth much. However, Roger's way of thinking is indeed far ahead. It seems he has also sensed that my brother is plotting against him, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "Bawang, why do I feel like you're still hiding something from me?" My brother laughed. "A lot has happened in 2022. Let's talk as we walk. But you have to promise not to lose your temper again, or your little fanboy Luffy won't be able to handle it." Saying this, my brother casually took a bottle of alcohol from the fainted shopkeeper beside him and handed it over. The group chatted as they walked, with my brother telling him about the 4 emperors of the New World, how Whitebeard became the world's strongest man, and how Admiral Zephyr betrayed. Roger listened in shock, gulping down the liquor. After a long build-up, Roger also sensed something was off. With red eyes, he asked, "You've said so much just to tell me the worst news, right? Ace, My son, what happened to him? My brother elongated his tone and slowly threw out a fatal question. I just want to ask you, can you accept your own son calling someone else dad? Huh? Burp. The sip of wine Roger just took immediately sprayed out as he yelled. What did you say? His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to eat someone. My brother deliberately provoked him, laughing. You heard me right. Your son, Portgas the Ace, is now calling someone else dad. And that person is not you. Roger was stunned, and then, for some reason, he lost his temper and shouted at the sky. Damn it, Garp. You old man actually dared to betray me. I trusted you enough to leave my wife and children in your care. And this is how you take care of them? Next time we meet, I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. My brother? No, what kind of thought process is this? How did this dimwit with a 200 IQ become the king of the pirates? How could someone as honest as Garp possibly do this? If the Golden Lion knew he caused such a fool to stir up trouble at Marine headquarters, wouldn't he be so angry he would break his own fake leg? Just as Roger was about to start cursing Garp's ancestors, my brother quickly interrupted him. Shut up for a moment. It's not Garp. The one who took your son as his godson is Edward Newgate, a.k.a. Whitebeard. Roger was stunned again. Half a second later, a new round of impotent rage began. Damn, that son of a bitch Whitebeard. So it was you, you old bastard, who betrayed me. Back in the day, I wanted to be sworn brothers with you, and you did this kind of thing to betray your brother. Just wait, I'm going to fight you to the death. He cried so hard it was earth-shattering, snot and tears all over his face, and the more he tried to wipe it, the dirtier he got. Looking just like a mad old man. My brother was about to throw up, wondering if he had saved the wrong person. Is this really the legendary Pirate King? Unable to watch any longer, my brother threw a pack of tissues at him and shouted, Can you at least let me finish speaking? Garp didn't betray you. Whitebeard didn't betray you. If you're going to keep acting like this, I'll send you to see your wife right now. Only then did Roger freeze, looking like a reprimanded elementary school student. My brother sighed and revealed the whole truth. Your wife, Lugio, in order to preserve your bloodline, relied solely on her willpower to delay Ace's birth by a full 12 months. So after giving birth to Ace, she exhausted herself and died. Upon hearing this, Roger fell completely silent. He silently poured a jug of wine on the ground to honor the woman who had given everything for him. That gentle figure seemed to appear before his eyes again. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head, looked at my brother, and then with a loud bang, his knees slammed hard onto the ground, cracking the hard stone slab, and his forehead struck down heavily. Everything I leave to you. Overlord, please, you must help me bring my wife back to life. As long as you are willing to help, my life, Roger, is yours. This old guy finally did something like a man. My brother helped him up and said lightly, Don't worry, when I say I'll make sure your family is all together, it will definitely be all together. But before resurrecting Lugio, you'd better think about how to handle your relationship with Ace. If your wife finds out that the son she struggled to give birth to has hated you for over a decade, just see if she won't take it out on you. Roger nodded upon hearing this, but he still couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart, gritting his teeth and saying, When I see Whitebeard, I will definitely hammer him to death. Why does he have to take my son? My brother rolled his eyes in his mind, thinking, with you crying like this, you still want to take on the old man with a white beard? But guess what? Just 2 minutes after calming down, this guy remembered something and chased after my brother asking, Hey, by the way, where's that old white beard now? I'm going to call someone, let's grab some weapons, and go chop him down. My brother had a look on his face that said, You can take a break, and casually said, No need, Whitebeard is about to die. Man, I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Roger went completely offline, standing there like a robot with a broken internet connection. I was thinking, wow, these lifelong rivals who have loved and hated each other. Hearing this news must feel pretty awful, right? After all, back in those days, the big shots had all sorts of messed up relationships. Roger, Garp, and the Golden Lion. Today you chop me, tomorrow I hit you. Who knows, maybe they developed feelings while fighting, right? So what happened? Just as my brother was about to comfort the old man a bit, Roger's reaction the next second nearly fried my brother's CPU. He froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into an earth-shattering laugh. Ha ha ha. That laughter was more intense than a villain's. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Well done. Good death. Wonderful death. Awesome death. Heaven has opened its eyes. You old fool. Showing off in front of me back then. My brother's face turned dark, and he must have been thinking, Is it too late to shove this guy back into the ground? You can only understand when you see it with your own eyes. This legendary pirate king is not some domineering hero. He's just a petty fool. He was cursing while dancing around, putting on a show. Whitebeard, oh Whitebeard. Look at you now. Back then, I kindly told you where the great treasure was, and you acted all high and mighty, saying it was all about family. Bah. You deserve it. This guy was like a chatterbox, rambling on and on. At first, my brother found it amusing, but then he realized this guy was nothing but a fool, and if he stayed any longer, his IQ would drop. He turned around and walked away. Hey, don't go, Pirate King. Roger suddenly flashed in front of my brother, his gaze eager. My brother's heart tightened, thinking, this old guy isn't seriously interested in me, is he? My brother waved his hand with a grim expression. Spit out, if you have something to say it quickly. My wife is still waiting for me to go home. Only then did Roger rub his hands together, and, with a gossiping look, ask. Ahem, I just wanted to ask, how did that old bastard die so quickly? Don't get me wrong, I'm not concerned about him. I just want to give him a good beating before he kicks the bucket. My brother was speechless at the time, thinking to himself, which son or character did you learn this attitude from? If you want to save someone, just say it directly. Why all this nonsense? Isn't it all because of your foolish son? My brother's words left him speechless. Roger was taken aback. My son? How is my son foolish? Huh, my brother sneered. If it weren't for your son, Ace, getting all fired up, insisting on challenging Blackbeard, could he have been captured and handed over to the Navy? If it weren't for him getting caught, and his identity being exposed, would Whitebeard have launched the largest war in pirate history just to save him? My brother didn't spoil him either. With just a few words, he laid bare the whole mess of the Marineford War. From Blackbeard killing and seizing the fruit, to Ace stubbornly chasing and getting ambushed, then to Whitebeard risking everything for his adopted son, leading his entire crew to confront the Navy headquarters, and ultimately losing his own life in the process. He explained it all. Roger was stunned, completely dumbfounded, standing there like a wooden post. The future? About to happen? Who understands this in the family? My brother casually dropped a spoiler, and this guy's worldview collapsed instantly. He imagined an epic fantasy drama of 80 episodes, looking at my brother as if he were the final boss, filled with both fear and apprehension. He wanted to doubt it, but my brother's calm demeanor and his terrifyingly accurate analysis of the world situation left him with no choice but to believe. He even started questioning his life. Is there really a God in this world? My brother looked at his ever-changing expression, puzzled. He secretly took out a mirror to check himself, thinking, I don't look like a bad person, do I? I'm quite a handsome young guy, right? What on earth is this idiot imagining? Roger was there being emo for a long time, sometimes lamenting the downfall of heroes, and other times mocking Whitebeard. To be honest, if I were the one to save Ace, I would have overturned the Navy headquarters. In this way, he's still not as good as me. My brother's forehead was throbbing with veins, thinking, isn't that just to save your son? It must be such a stroke of bad luck for the old man to know you, wiping your son's behind, and then getting mocked by you. Then, Roger suddenly changed the subject and sneakily leaned over. Boss, if old White really dies, can you bring him back to life? As he spoke, he was about to lay his hand on my brother's shoulder. My brother slapped him away with a pop, looking disgusted. Roger, not feeling embarrassed at all, rolled his eyes and came up with a plan, starting to promote wildly. Listen up, old White has the strongest tremor fruit. When the time comes, you can revive him and conveniently copy that ability. Wow, that would put you miles ahead. Your swordsmanship, combined with his power, would make even the 3 admirals of the Navy kneel and sing conquer to you. This old guy, just to buy his good buddy a resurrection insurance, is going all out to promote, praising Whitebeard to the skies. Let me tell you, that guy is really fierce in a brawl. One punch, just one punch. The sea roars, and a tsunami hundreds of meters high can come crashing down. What demon-slaying orders? What warships, all shattered with one punch. Isn't that amazing? My brother couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw Roger, who looked like he was doing a pyramid scheme. Finally, he couldn't hold back and delivered a short but powerful punch right to Roger's stomach. Hiss, that hurts. Roger immediately bent over like a big shrimp. My brother looked at him coldly. In my life as Chu Bawang, why do I need others to point fingers at me? Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. You just want me to revive him so you can take the opportunity to beat him up while he's at full strength, right? Roger's old face turned red all of a sudden. My brother saw him, still clinging on and chattering away. So he directly shut him down with one sentence. When the time comes, whether to save or not is my own decision. No need for you to worry. Roger instantly deflated. He was probably thinking, he doesn't even want a top-tier ability given for free. What on earth does this person want? My brother's also annoyed. If I had known this guy could talk so much trash, I wouldn't have spoiled it for him. He turned and glared at the giggling Xiao Qing beside him. What's so funny? I'll deal with you tonight. Xiao Qing's face turned red. Master, this isn't good, is it? The mistress might. My brother waved his hand and said, what's wrong with that? It's settled. Who dares not to listen to your master? Roger beside us looked like he had just eaten a lemon, his face full of disdain, thinking that once my wife is revived, he would also throw dog food every day. Let's go back to the mansion. My brother was too lazy to pay him any more attention and led us towards the port. At this moment, on the Mary, Nami and Koya were anxiously pacing back and forth. Suddenly, the sky darkened, the sea became turbulent, and a massive waterspout formed with a thunderous roar, bearing down towards Rogue Town with a destructive force. Roger instantly sobered up halfway, his fighting spirit soaring. A devil fruit user? Just what I needed. I was just worried about where to vent my anger. Just as he was about to move, my brother stepped forward and shouted like a thunderclap at the waterspout, "Dragon, do you dare block my way? Do you want to die?" This roar contained unparalleled conqueror's haki, and the raging waterspout actually paused in midair for a moment. Roger was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping, his mind racing. This momentum. Damn, how is this possible? How old is he? This haki is almost on par with my peak period. Has he been training since he was in the womb? A deep voice came from inside the waterspout. How do you know it's me? As soon as the words fell, the waterspout dissipated, revealing a man in a dark green trench coat with a hood covering his face. Roger's mind buzzed as he remembered that this was the man my brother had mentioned before, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, known as the most notorious criminal by the world government. Monkey D. Dragon. My brother certainly knows why he came. It's nothing more than to protect his cub, afraid that his precious son Luffy will be led astray by my brother. Roger is still there cracking his knuckles. Leave this guy to me, the overlord. My brother gave him a glance. With your current appearance? Spare me. Dolag looked at my brother, his tone carrying a hint of astonishment, probably not expecting my brother to be so young. You are the white devil who stirs up the tides of the era. B? He clearly stumbled over the title when he shouted it, probably recalling the fear instilled by his father, Carp. My brother smiled indifferently and drew out the magic sword. 1,000 blades. To stir up the waves of an era? Sorry, my goals are far beyond that. Dolag laughed. Interesting, you're going to make a move against me? However, in the next second, his smile froze on his face. I saw my brother's aura change in an instant, as if the surrounding winds and waves had come to a standstill, and even the corner of his clothing couldn't get wet. Dolag's pupils constricted, disbelief written all over his face, his voice trembling. This is impossible. How could he possibly reach that realm before me? At that moment, my brother had already entered the legendary realm of unity between heaven and man. I tell you, in that moment, the whole world in my brother's eyes seemed to play at 0. 5x speed. How the wind blew, how the water splashed. It was all crystal clear. He just looked calmly at the man in the eye of the storm across from him, rested his hand on the magic knife, Shinran, and said, "Dorag, shall we have a little practice?" Goodness, as soon as his hand touched that knife, the guy called Dorag across from him instantly felt his hair stand on end, as if he were being stared at by some prehistoric beast. The way my brother drew his knife was something else. A flash of light blinded me, illuminating the entire sky. Roger beside him looked like his eyes were about to pop out. His jaw probably dropped to the ground, and he wouldn't be able to find it, mumbling, "My God, what kind of monster swordsmanship is this? It must be far beyond that of a great swordsman." Luckily, I didn't act impulsively. Then my brother, in a fit of teenage fervor, exclaimed, young and passionate, "When the sword is drawn, slay the dragon." And guess what he named this move? Flameblade. Basic attack. Yes, you heard it right. Just a basic attack. But when this basic attack was unleashed, it was earth-shattering. A burst of flames shot into the sky, splitting the sea in half, boiling the water. The hurricane and flames collided wildly in the air. The scene was like a disaster movie with special effects turned all the way up. Dorag was stunned, probably thinking, "Brother, you can't play like this, starting off with a big move. What about martial ethics?" As the storm dispersed, my brother lightly swung his knife again, directly shattering the wind gun that Dorag had conjured. The figure in the wind let out a muffled groan and stumbled down, with a deep gash on his shoulder that was visible to the bone, yet strangely, not a drop of blood flowed. The person tore off his hood, revealing a sharply defined face. Wow, my pupils shook. This was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's #1 wanted criminal, Monkey D. Dorag, Luffy's dad. As a result, Roger, this lively character, started acting up again. He drunkenly approached, circling around Dorag like he was watching a monkey show, grinning widely and shouting, "You're that old guy Carp's son? Doesn't look like it. How did that iron-headed fool give birth to someone as clever as you? Could it be someone planted a patch of green grassland for him?" My brother's mouth was twitching, and he was probably thinking, "Don't you have any idea who the real fool is?" Dolag also had a serious expression, but still maintained his cool demeanor, sizing up my brother and saying, "No wonder you dare to revive the Pirate King. You have some guts. However, Those who stir up the tides of an era usually don't end well. The implication was that by taking on a hot potato like Roger, he was essentially strapping a ticking time bomb to himself, inviting trouble from all over the world. My brother completely dismisses this, calmly replying, "Oh, bringing him back is just because the ocean feels a bit boring without him, looking for some fun." Dolag wasn't happy about it at all, his aura fully activated. "Fun? Do you think of this world as a game?" My brother laughed, and that smile made me feel a bit uneasy. "No, you're mistaken. In my eyes, this is just a game. A game worth playing seriously." Dorag was directly silenced by this arrogant statement, probably wondering where this madman came from. He took a deep breath and started to lecture my brother about values, saying that his behavior was no different from those celestial dragons who treat lives as toys, and also questioning whether the weak have no right to pursue freedom and happiness. My brother dug in his ears, looking impatient. "Enough, enough. Don't try to brainwash me with your rhetoric. If you want to be a hero, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. But don't use your standards to morally bind me." At this point, my brother shifted his tone and directly entered a mocking mode. "And you have the nerve to say that? Your revolutionary army has been established for decades. What have you accomplished? You've only overthrown a few small, insignificant countries, and you dare to brag about it? Do you even have the guts to speak up about major issues right under the world government's nose?" The thing that made me look down on him the most. My brother pointed at Bartholomew Kuma's nose and said word by word, "Tyrant Kuma, your cadre was captured by the world government and turned into a human weapon, and you don't dare to make a sound, and yet you claim to be a savior?" Roger, who was nearby, couldn't take it anymore and chimed in with a curse. "Exactly. After all these years, I could have been Pirate King 3 times over." These two went back and forth, leaving Kuma speechless, his face turning green. He clenched his fists tightly, but couldn't refute a single word because everything my brother said was the plain truth. He couldn't understand how my brother knew such confidential information about Kuma being an undercover agent. Just then, I noticed that the seemingly dead Dasky next to us had moved her eyelids. Wow. It turned out this girl had already woken up and was eavesdropping. She probably felt overjoyed inside, thinking she was privy to a huge secret and was planning to stay by my brother's side as an undercover agent to gather intelligence. Family members, who understands? This is just pure plot twist. I'm sweating for her future. Kuma, unable to save face, could only forcefully salvage his dignity. We are just waiting for the best opportunity. My brother scoffed. Is timing something you wait for? It's created by yourself. Just when the atmosphere reached a breaking point, Roger, that clueless guy, leaned over again, staring intensely at Doflamingo's face, with an expression as if he had discovered a new continent. "Hey, I'll ask you one more time. Are you really Garp's son? God, your life must be so miserable. That old guy Garp is way too harsh on his own son." He pointed at the red grid-like tattoo on Doflamingo's face, shouting loudly, "Look, the mark on his face is just like someone hit him hard with a size 42 slipper. You can even see the pattern of the sole clearly. If I were you, I'd definitely wait until he falls asleep and give him one too." Doflamingo's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. "What the hell, shoe print? This is a tattoo. Do you get it?" He couldn't stand Roger's foolishness anymore. Forcibly he turned his head to look at my brother, and coldly said, "Sir, I hope you won't interfere too much with Luffy's future." The implication was clear. "Stay away from my son, you dangerous element." My brother felt a moment of guilt. After all, he sacrificed Luffy's hairline and luck for the sake of pulling cards. But can this be said out loud? No. Without changing his expression, he said, "Don't worry. Roger is now my crew member. With him as your son's bodyguard. It's more than enough." Upon hearing this, Roger was about to say when he agreed to that. But then he remembered his wife was still waiting for my brother to resurrect him. So he immediately took on the role of an actor and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, yes. The captain is absolutely right. I am now a glorious grassroots pirate." Dragon was completely speechless. "The Pirate King is your crew member? If you get kidnapped, just blink." He realized reasoning was futile, and his expression darkened, a killing intent starting to radiate from him. In the distance, shadows of battleships began to appear on the sea. This was about to get serious. At that moment, the quiet little Ching, who had been standing beside my brother, suddenly snorted coldly. She looked at Dragon as if he were a dead man. She didn't say anything, but the terrifying pressure that emanated from her bloodline instantly exploded. Dragon felt as if he had seen a ghost, instantly teleporting 100 meters away. His face turned pale. It was a fear that originated from the depths of his soul, one that even Conqueror's Haki couldn't resist. He looked at Ching in terror, and that extraordinarily beautiful woman just smiled slightly at him, silently mouthing the words, "If you don't want to die, Don't go against the master's wishes. Dragon took a long time to catch his breath and shouted in a fierce but weak manner, "Why you? Are you threatening me?" My brother protectively pulled Xiao Qing behind him, raising an eyebrow. Threat? If the leader of the revolutionary army can't even withstand this little pressure from my maid, then you have no right to talk to me about cooperation. In his heart, Dorag felt 1,000 grass mud horses galloping by, but he sneered coldly. Cooperation? Why should we? Just because there are 3 of you, do you think you can overthrow a government that has ruled the world for 800 years? He said this with confidence. After all, he had a large army and intelligence network under his command. The power of one person is ultimately limited. But hearing these words from Dorag made me almost laugh out loud. I tell you, the way he looked at that time was so arrogant, as if he had me all figured out. He admitted that Xiao Qing and I could fight, even more fiercely than him, but he thought we were just 2 lone warriors, lacking organization and discipline, and couldn't compare to him, the big boss with the power to cut lives. The sarcasm on his face was almost overflowing. Just short of writing the words "you two are just brutes" on it. I laughed at that moment and said, Dorag, I originally thought you were a character, but after seeing it today, family, who understands? This situation is not even as big as my toenail. How dare you say I'm narrow-minded? Goodness. His eyes were as wide as copper bells, and he was so angry that he laughed, insisting that I explain it to him. Fine, if you want to hear it. I'll give you a lesson. I went straight into mentor mode, hands behind my back, and told him, you need to understand the concept of identity. You, Dorag, are the world's most notorious criminal, but what good does that title do besides scaring people? It's useless. But your identity as the leader of the Death Brigade is different. That's called IP, understand? He seemed to grasp a bit of it and pondered, saying, you mean using the title to create momentum? Like Roger? I gave him a big eye roll and said, oh please, the title of Pirate King is just a hot potato now. It can only gather a bunch of desperate criminals, and in the end, they are still slaughtered by the world government, right? It can't shake their foundation at all. His face turned red, and he stubbornly said, well then, tell me, besides Roger, whose name can make the world government tremble? I laughed at that moment, a smile that was 3 parts mockery and 7 parts mystery. I said, there's a name, one that can't even be considered a human name, and just mentioning it is enough to make those dragon pig bastards and Mary Jo shudder. I told him word by word. His name is Fisher Tiger. As soon as those 4 words came out, Dragon's whole body shook as if struck by lightning. His eyes filled with shock. He muttered to himself about how he could have forgotten that man. Of course, how could he not remember? Fisher Tiger, what kind of concept is that? Climbing up the red earth continent with his bare hands, he single-handedly liberated thousands of slaves in the holy land of Mariawa, the home of the celestial dragons. This guy shattered the myth of invincibility in world conquest all by himself. He is the spiritual idol of all the oppressed, the spark of rebellion. Dragon himself admitted that his later creation of the Revolutionary Army was inspired by Brother Tiger. And what's even more crucial, Tiger is a fishman. His reputation on Fishman Island is like that of a god. Even Jinbei must respectfully call him Brother Tiger. Dragon's breath became rapid in an instant, and he stared at me intently, his gaze like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days. You can resurrect him? I said, since you've already seen the lively Roger, what is so surprising about another Fisher Tiger? I let him think for himself. If this merman hero were to be resurrected and announce his joining the resistance army, with the entire Fishman Island, a military power capable of competing with the giants, not directly side with him, wouldn't that group of naturally born sea battle kings, the Fishman army, become the sharpest knife in his hands? Can't he, with his high intelligence, figure this out? Resurrecting Tiger could save him more than 10 years of struggle. His mind was already racing with grand visions of the future, and he was extremely excited. Then, unexpectedly, I hit him again. I want to cooperate with you? I laughed at that moment. No, Dragon, you've got it wrong again. Now, whether or not Tiger is resurrected, the initiative is in my hands. It's not me begging you to cooperate. Rather, you have to beg me. Good heavens. This trick of luring the dog in to kill, it completely silenced him. He finally understood that when I mentioned Fisher Tiger, I was just painting a huge pie for him while firmly holding the spoon that feeds the pie in my own hands. He was also a tough guy, and after regaining his composure, he wasn't willing to be so easily manipulated by me. He raised a very sharp question. Fisher Tiger was betrayed by humans before he died and hated humans to the core. How can I guarantee that he will cooperate after being resurrected? I told him directly that some people are destined to become great. Tiger's belief will not fade because of death. As long as he returns, the tide of history will push him forward without us needing to intervene. At that time, would world conquest let him go. For self-preservation and to protect his fellow countrymen. Does he have any other option besides teaming up with us? At this point, Dora G was completely speechless. A smile appeared on his face, a mix of acceptance and excitement. He extended his fist. Tell me, how big is your appetite? What do you want from me? As long as I can provide it, it's yours. I almost couldn't hold it back at that moment and joked with him. There's nothing I really want. How about you just stand there and don't move? And let me stab you a couple of times to see if I can make your storm fruit burst out? His face turned pale. I waved my hand and said it was just a joke, but I really don't care for your fruit. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt a resentful gaze shooting over from beside me. When I turned my head, I saw that guy Roger was hugging his arms in front of his chest, wearing a scared expression, as if he was afraid I would stab him next. I was speechless at the time. Family, this One Piece is really something, isn't it? It's simply an eyesore. I really want to strangle him on the spot. I warned him with a dark face. Roger, from now on, you shut up. Or for every word you say, I'll kill you once. That guy instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. There was no way around it. He had a weakness in my hands, and all his wives, children, and old crew members were waiting for me to resurrect them. My resurrection technique is not just about bringing people back to life, but making everyone aware that I can resurrect the dead. It's like playing a game. I hold a powerful move that can affect the entire map. Whether I use it or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you all fear me using it. Dorag understood Roger's cowardice and knew he had no choice, so he took a deep breath and asked me what price I wanted. I pulled him aside, set up a soundproof wall, and quietly told him the names of two people. After listening, his expression was quite strange, looking at me with a gaze that seemed to say, "Dude, you're playing around pretty boldly. Are you sure? Don't you have a wife?" I replied to him with a lewd smile that every man understands. One is not enough. I want them all. He agreed to help me make connections and then asked if I had any other requests. I finally revealed my true intentions and told him that I needed a promise from him. Once he finished all his tasks, I would resurrect Tiger. He immediately became alert and asked what exactly I wanted to do. I knew this old fox wasn't so easy to fool. I'm not hiding anything. I'll tell him directly. In a while, I plan to go to Chaojing to make a friend, and when the time comes, you just need to help me deal with someone. He furrowed his brows even tighter, so it really is going to involve some action. Who is the opponent? I smiled slightly and uttered a name, Magellan. His eyes nearly popped out. He gasped, and his voice was as loud as an exhaust fan as he exclaimed, "Warden Magellan? Are you crazy? You actually have your sights set on the underwater prison." Even Roger beside him twitched at the corners of his mouth, probably guessing that I wanted to rescue a few of his deadliest rivals as well. I told him to relax, knowing that he and Magellan are old colleagues, and he wouldn't be heartless enough to go all out. He just needed to help me hold him off, and I would take care of the rest. Bruce. It wasn't going to happen right away, so I gave him plenty of time to prepare. With that, the deal was struck. Dorag left satisfied. Although it was just a verbal promise, he knew that someone of my caliber wouldn't stoop to lying. Before he left, we even bumped fists, acting as if we had a deep brotherly bond. As soon as he was gone, Roger, the guy who in T fully grasped the situation, came over looking all gloomy, complaining about not being able to hear our dirty deal. I can't be bothered with him. I just told him that now is not the time. What I enjoy is this pleasure of gradually turning the world upside down. This guy's self-destructive tendencies are back. He said that if I really let his archenemy out, the world would be in chaos. I laughed at the time. Chaos is chaos. After all, you can't build without breaking. I patted his shoulder and said I would take him to meet an interesting little guy, someone who would definitely get along with him. Roger still looked confused and asked, "An interesting little guy?" I'm already laughing inside. Family. Can you guess what expression Roger will have when he meets Luffy and hears him say, "I'm going to be the pirate king"? I can't wait. All right, I've finished my business here. It's time to go find my little crew. But what I didn't expect was that while I was strategizing here, the Mary had already turned into a mess. I tell you, after we left, a gust of blew the Mary away for dozens of nautical miles. Kia was anxious, and Nami was so anxious that she wanted to kick Luffy. Zoro even suggested that he go look for us. And for goodness sake, Usopp and Sanji's faces turned dark. Letting Zoro go find people? Isn't that just sending a meat bun to a dog, delivering a head? With his terrible sense of direction, it would be a victory if he didn't get lost on the ship. Nami, in a panic, wanted Luffy, the captain, to think of a way, but when she looked over, Luffy was lying on the deck like he had just lost his parents, motionless, with a vacant stare like a stinky, salted fish. Usopp went over to touch him and was startled, saying this guy was almost cold. Could it be that he really lost his dream? He was still mumbling. Isn't it just that he didn't see Roger's execution platform? Is it really that sad? Let me tell you, At that moment, I thought it would be better to just throw this salted fish into the sea. But guess what happened? This guy suddenly sat up with a burst of energy, using his last bit of strength to shout, "You don't understand. I'm going to be the king of the pirates." As soon as he finished speaking, out of nowhere, a disheveled big face suddenly got right in front of Luffy, glaring and shouting, "What the heck? You want to be my man?" I was stunned at that moment. Who is this? As soon as Nami saw the person, her eyes lit up, and she jumped in his arms, acting cute. "Papa, you're finally back." Meanwhile, the one who had just said the line about wanting to be my man, that scruffy old man, completely ignored this father-daughter moment. He raised his leg and kicked, boom. Luffy was sent flying, slamming into the deck and creating a huge pit. Wow, that power and speed made the entire merry shake 3 times. When Luffy, still dazed, looked out from the pit, the culprit had already disappeared. In his place was a man called Chu Bawang, who had his left arm around Nami and instantly appeared by Kaya's side, smooth as silk. Let me tell you, this guy's speed was outrageous. Roger was watching with his eyes nearly popping out, probably thinking, "Good grief, that's not just fast, that's space jumping. How much did this kid hide when fighting drag?" As soon as Chu Bawang arrived, the atmosphere got lively. He first explained to Kaya that he brought her secretary. Following his gaze, I saw a girl named Xiaoqing, who was carrying an unconscious Navy girl named Dasky on her shoulder. Chu Bawang, without a hint of shame, said, "Kaya, didn't you want to open a pharmacy? I thought I'd find you a secretary." Everyone present fell silent. Even Roger's mouth twitched. "Does anyone understand? Are you calling this bringing someone? You're practically kidnapping her in broad daylight. I saw you press her superior smoker into the ground, making it impossible for him to get up." Kaya was shocked and said, "Bawang, you wouldn't be forcibly taking a civilian girl, would you?" Chu Bawang raised an eyebrow, stubbornly insisting, "How could that be? Do I look like a bad person? I don't know if you look like a bad person, but what you're doing is really criminal." He arranged for Xiaoqing to take Dasky to rest first, while everyone over here was chatting enthusiastically, but someone finally reacted. Usopp scratched his head and said, "Why do I feel like I forgot something?" Sanji echoed, "Yeah, wasn't there something that flew out just now?" Zoro slapped his thigh. "It's Luffy. I can't believe it." Caught up in watching the big boss show off, I completely forgot about my own captain. Zoro and the others hurried over to the edge of the pit, and upon seeing Luffy's miserable state, they immediately glared angrily at that scruffy old man. But they didn't dare to take action. After all, the mighty Chu Bawang was calmly standing nearby. At that moment, it was Nami who was the most observant. She stared at the scruffy old man for a long time, and suddenly, she was dumbfounded, unable to speak. "No, it can't be. The legendary Pirate King. How could he be here?" As soon as she said this, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp also reacted, and upon taking a closer look in the next second, all 3 of them had their jaws dropped to the ground, their faces as pale as paper. Meanwhile, the Pirate King Roger completely ignored them, single-handedly lifting Luffy out of the pit, his face as dark as a pot bottom. "Hey, kid, stop playing dead. I'm asking you, who did you say you want to be a man for?" Luffy, being the dense guy he is, got beaten to a pulp but still stuck his neck out and shouted his classic line, "I'm going to be the man who becomes the Pirate King." Well, that left the whole ship in silence. Zoro and the other 3 nearly had their eyes pop out, a chill running from their feet straight up to the top of their heads. It's over, we're done for." Roger's face grew even darker. "You little brat, don't even know who I am. I'm telling you, Luffy's face blindness is truly hopeless. Anything he doesn't care about, no matter how many times you tell him, he won't remember. He has never cared about what the former Pirate King looked like." He stared at Roger for a long time and straightforwardly shook his head. "I really don't have any impression of you, you messy old man. But I don't care who you are, you can't stop me, because I'm going to be the Pirate King." Before he finished speaking, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp jumped up and tightly covered his mouth. Zoro was almost in tears. "Luffy, shut up. You don't realize how serious this is. You're saying you won't be the Pirate King in front of the real Pirate King. You're dancing on a grave, just showing off your courage." As a result, Luffy found them annoying, puffed up his body, and directly bounced the 3 away. Then he cleared his throat, raised his hand, and was about to speak. "Hey, old man, let me tell you one last time, my dream is..." Zoro was quick and grabbed a big piece of meat, stuffing it into Luffy's mouth while growling. "Don't say it. This old man is the legendary Pirate King." Now Luffy was stunned, but after that, he actually began to crack his knuckles, excited. "What? He's the Pirate King? Impossible. Roger died a long time ago. This guy must be a fake." The murderous aura from Roger instantly exploded. ChuBawang watched the show next to him, enjoying it immensely, probably thinking, You old fool, you disgusted me before. And now finally someone can deal with you. Indeed, you have to use a fool to deal with a fool. At this moment, Xiao Qin came out to explain that Chu Bawang had eaten a magical fruit in Rogue Town and revived Roger. Zoro and the others were stunned. This luck was too outrageous, right? But Luffy, being the idiot he is, completely didn't believe it. He pointed at Roger and shouted, "He is definitely not the Pirate King. Kaido the Beast. I'm a Pirate King." After saying that, he took a deep breath, formed his hands into a flower bud shape, and blasted towards Roger. Dare to impersonate the Pirate King and deceive Mr. Bawang. Rubber, get lounge chair. Boom. After a loud explosion, Luffy returned to that familiar pit. He jumped out of the pit with 2 big lumps on his head, but his fighting spirit was undiminished. "No, I'm going to be the Pirate King." Roger saw that ChuBawang had no intention of stopping and instead had a look of watching a show, which made him furious. Clenching his fist, he charged. "Good kid, you dare to covet my throne in front of me. Today, I will teach you a good lesson." Luffy directly unleashed his ultimate move. Rubber, machine gun. Countless punches rained down like a storm. And what happened? Roger's figure flickered and disappeared. Not a single punch landed. This is the observation haki. The next second, Roger suddenly appeared in front of Luffy, inexplicably grabbing a wooden sword from Zoro, covering it with armament haki, and slashed at Luffy. Clang! With a loud noise, Luffy cried out in pain and flew out again. Nami couldn't watch anymore and wanted ChuBawang to intervene. However, ChuBawang waved his hand, saying he just wanted to teach Luffy a lesson and let him know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Then this guy got mischievous and shouted to Zoro and Sanji, "Let me tell you secretly, this guy Roger just revived and his strength hasn't returned to its peak. This is the weakest time in his life. If you want to beat the Pirate King, hurry up. There won't be another chance." Roger's face turned green at that moment. "Come on, don't sabotage me like this." Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances and were instantly tempted. Beating the Pirate King? How impressive would that be to brag about? The 3 immediately showed their villainous smiles and charged at Roger. Now Roger was in trouble. Initially, dealing with Luffy was easy, but now with Zoro and Sanji joining in, he couldn't withstand his just-revived stamina. Zoro's sword intent was incredibly sharp, and Sanji's wind god leg was as fast as lightning. The 3 worked together seamlessly, quickly beating Roger until he was bruised and battered, with bumps all over his head. Roger was furious, shouting, "You little brats. What kind of skill is it to bully the few with the many? Really, a tiger falls in the flatlands to be bullied by dogs." Sanji shouted while kicking. "Green algae head, he's calling you a dog." Zoro didn't back down, swinging his sword back. "He's definitely insulting you, you perverted cook, calling you a golden retriever." The 3 were bantering while going all out, having a blast. Zoro was even fiercer, finding an opportunity. The sword Wado Ikamanji suddenly unsheathed itself and, with a flash, actually left a cut on Roger's chest. Roger was shocked. Such pure sword intent. "You little brat actually hurt me without learning armament haki?" Sanji watched from the side, filled with envy and jealousy, sour like a lemon, complaining that ChuBawang was biased. Just as he was about to argue with ChuBawang, he turned around and found that ChuBawang had taken Nami, Koya, and the others, and they had all disappeared without him noticing. Sanji's mind turned, and he suddenly revealed a lewd smile that all men understand. "Bawang is amazing. 1 against 4. Truly a role model for us." On the other side, Roger was completely at his wit's end. He turned his gaze to the weakest among the 3, Luffy. "Little brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. Who told you to be a soft persimmon?" Roger sneered, and the wooden sword in his hand suddenly erupted with an astonishing sword light, sword technique secret art, divine evasion. Boom! The sword light exploded, and Luffy didn't even have time to react, turning into a shooting star and crashing back onto the deck, stirring up clouds of dust. Usopp immediately let out a wail and limped toward Luffy, crying like a baby. But Zoro and Sanji were different. They quickly blocked in front of Luffy, their eyes fixed on Roger as if they were going to eat him. As expected of the Pirate King, just a little serious. And he instantly took out our ship's most resilient one. What happened next? Roger was momentarily stunned, probably thinking, "Hey, I've unleashed my big move. How come these little brats are still acting like they've been injected with chicken blood? Not afraid at all." Then he began to mock them crazily. His expression was simply ridiculous. "You think with your strength you could be the Pirate King? Don't make me laugh. To put it bluntly, apart from that green algae head, the rest of you are just going to be cannon fodder in a new world. I have to tell you, that was really hurtful." Luffy's face turned as pale as paper. His whole body was covered in cold sweat, and his legs were shaking, but he still forced himself to stand up. That's just how he is. He cares about his pride and absolutely refuses to hide behind his friends. He watched Zoro and Sanji getting stronger every day and secretly practiced himself, but the results are hard to describe. Roger looked at the swaying Luffy. His expression changed, probably thinking this kid has something. His strength might not be impressive, but that determination, that fighting spirit, is truly remarkable. At that moment, Luffy started his classic speech. He was panting heavily, his youthful face full of stubbornness. I promised Shanks. One day, I will become the Pirate King. He grabbed the straw hat from behind his neck and slammed it onto his shiny bald head. I will personally return this hat to him the next time we meet. Honestly, if it weren't for that bald head being so out of place, this scene would have been quite inspiring. Then the key moment came. When Roger heard the name Shanks, he froze, his eyes fixed on the straw hat on Luffy's head. This hat looks a bit familiar, he muttered, then suddenly seemed to remember something, his eyes wide as saucers. Wait, did you just say Shanks? That red-hair brat who was an intern on my ship. Luffy puffed out his chest proudly. That's right. This is the promise Shanks gave me. In the next second, Roger completely lost it. I've never seen the Pirate King like this, his face flushed red, jumping up and down in place, shouting in dialect. Damn that red-haired kid. The will of the straw hat I passed on to you, and you actually gave it to such a brat. He pointed at Luffy, so angry he could barely speak. Quick, give me back my straw hat. That's my straw hat. Luffy also exploded, thinking, why is everything yours? The Pirate King is yours. Even a straw hat is yours. Are you a crab? So domineering? He directly took off the straw hat and hugged it tightly, afraid it would be snatched away, and shouted defiantly, I don't care. This is mine. 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 Goodness. The mighty Pirate King and a future Pirate King were like two kindergarten kids, arguing on the deck over the straw hat. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp on the side were completely petrified, with black lines all over their heads. Zoro held his head, looking like he couldn't bear to watch. Where did the master pick up such a weirdo? At this moment, Usopp, our peace ambassador, came out to stir things up again. He carried out a box of brand new straw hats from the cabin, enthusiastically saying, Isn't it just a straw hat? I have plenty of these. Feel free to take however many you want. Swish. Two murderous glares, filled with bloodlust, shot towards Usopp simultaneously. What did you say? Kid, say that again, if you dare. Usopp, sorry to interrupt. I'll take my leave. While chaos reigned on the deck on the other side. The atmosphere with Chu Bawang was completely different. In the room of his maid, Chu Bawang waved his hand, and instantly, the whole room was filled with various colorful and clearly expensive intimate garments. Koya, Nami, these are local specialties from Rogue Town. Feel free to pick whichever you like. Family, who understands? These local specialties are too hardcore. Koya immediately covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling. Nami was even more direct, picking up a piece and comparing it, then innocently asking Chu Bawang, Hey, this fits so well. How did you know I used this? I told you. Koya's gaze towards Chu Bawang instantly changed, filled with shock, doubt, and a hint of condemnation for being a beast. She must have already imagined a moral drama in her mind. However, she couldn't help but look down at herself, and then at Nami. That little expression was simply too much. Chu Bawang rolled his eyes, too lazy to explain. Of course, it was because you little thief cat sneakily indulged when Koya wasn't around. How could I not know? He directly ignored Nami's provocation and turned to Xiaoqing, saying, Xiaoqing, these bikinis and pajamas are suitable for you. Take them. Xiaoqing initially declined, saying that being able to follow her master was already a blessing. But her little eyes were already glued to the beautiful clothes. Koya, with the demeanor of a mistress, generously said, These are gifts from Bawang. Just accept them. Only then did Xiaoqing happily hug the gift. As a result, this clever little Nami, with sharp eyes, caught a glimpse of the label and her inner alarm bells rang. I didn't expect Sister Xiaoqing, who usually keeps a low profile, to actually be a bit bigger than me. Her little fists clenched tightly, secretly deciding to launch a wave of offensive, cooking the raw rice into cooked rice. Absolutely must not be intercepted halfway. Just at this moment when the harem drama was about to unfold, there was a loud knocking at the door from Zoro outside. Master Bawang, it's bad. Usopp disrespected that straw hat, and now Roger and Luffy are teaming up to beat him up, Sanji, and I can't stop them. The room instantly fell silent. Koya, Nami, and even Daisuke, who was pretending to sleep, were all stunned. What kind of operation is this? The main character group is battling the Pirate King, and in the middle of it, how did it turn into the Pirate King teaming up with the main characters to beat up their own sniper? Chu Bawang sighed, looking disappointed. This fellow from my hometown is simply hopeless. An ADC who doesn't focus on development insists on dancing and taunting in front of two war gods. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Roger and Luffy chasing Usopp around the ship. Chu Bawang cleared his throat. "Roger, Luffy, give me some face, don't hit him." Then he added, "After all, your soft punches can't kill anyone." Zoro, listening nearby, rolled his eyes, thinking, "Are you sure this is mediation and not pouring oil on the fire?" Sure enough, Roger got worked up and shouted, "No way. He dared to belittle my straw hat. We must teach him a lesson today." "Oh, so you're not planning to give me face?" Chu Bawang's lips curled. Just as his words fell, no one saw how he moved. They only felt a flash, followed by a loud bang, and Roger was sent flying, plopping into the sea, surfacing with a head full of bumps. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were all pale with fright. So strong. Is this the true power of the White Devil? He dares to hit even the Pirate King at the slightest disagreement. Chu Bawang blew on his fist, turned to Luffy, and repeated, "Luffy, give me some face. Don't hit anymore." Luffy looked at his fist that was as big as a sandbag, swallowed hard, feeling that this was even scarier than his grandfather Garp's iron fist of love. But he still stubbornly muttered, "But our battle hasn't determined a winner yet." Oh no, stubborn kid is asking for trouble again. Just as Chu Bawang was about to throw Luffy into the sea too, a sudden ding sounded in his head. Hidden task triggered, rebellious Luffy. Choice 3. Beat Luffy severely on the spot to maintain the dignity of the strong. Reward. Emperor Tool, 5 Vision Universal. 100 bottles of 1982 La Fight. 100 sets of Michelin 3-star cuisine. Family, do I even need to choose? This immense wealth is finally coming my way. Chu Bawang immediately stood up straight, his face serious. "It seems that I've been too kind and gentle lately, leading you all to misunderstand. Since you won't give me face, don't blame me for being merciless." Zoro was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. "Luffy, don't be reckless. If the master strikes, do you still have a life?" However, it was already too late. Boom! Another simple uppercut, and Luffy flew into the air, tracing a perfect parabola, accurately landing beside Roger, and the two of them went down to the sea together. "Feels good." Chu Bawang clapped his hands and said to Zoro, "Go fish that water duck out. Don't let him really drown. As for Roger, if he drowns, I'll just revive him." Zoro felt relieved and hurriedly jumped into the sea to rescue the captain. Almost at the same time, Chu Bawang felt a coolness in his eyes, and a surge of information flooded into his mind. He had gained the ability called Emperor Tool, 5 Vision Universal, possessing, and most importantly, as an LSP. Cough. As a keen observer, Chu Bawang instinctively activated the new function and turned a glance at Koya, Nami, and Xiaoqing following behind him. "Hiss. Master, what happened to you? Your nose is bleeding a lot." Xiaoqing pointed at him in surprise. Chu Bawang's old face turned red, and he quickly turned his head. "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of heat recently." As a result, Nami immediately leaned over with concern, holding his face. "Huh? Why are you still having heat? Let me see." Good heavens, with her getting so close, who could withstand it? Chu Bawang felt his nosebleed flowing even more freely. Koya quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe for him. Chu Bawang took a deep breath and hurriedly closed the, finally regaining his high and mighty demeanor. "It's nothing. Let's go eat." The meeting place is in Xiaoqing's boudoir. Make sure not to let that glutton Luffy find out. "Eat." Koya's eyes lit up, but Nami tilted her head and said, "But I just ate Sanji's cooking. I'm already full." Chu Bawang smiled and dropped a heavy bomb. "Don't mention it. Sanji's cooking is really too terrible." Nami exploded on the spot, her face turning red with anger. "You're too much. Sanji's culinary skills are so great." Xiaoqing also quietly echoed from the side. Chu Bawang spread his hands innocently. "I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Koya." Koya nodded a bit embarrassedly. "Although I don't want to admit it, the food treasured by Bawang is indeed so delicious that it has spoiled my taste buds." "If I don't believe it." Nami pouted angrily. "How could there be such delicious food in the world?" Xiaoqing also nodded along. "Right. We don't believe it." Nami even directly set a flag, raising her little head, boldly declaring, "Sister Xiaoqing and I, even if we starve to death, jump off the Mary. We'll absolutely not eat a bite of your food." The two of them were so confident because they had both eaten their fill that morning and had no appetite for hunger. Chu Bawang linked arms with Koya and arrived at Xiaoqing's boudoir, casually setting up an odor barrier to prevent Luffy, that dog knows, from sniffing out the scent and interrupting his dining enjoyment. After all, this time the system only rewarded 100 sets of Michelin 3-star cuisine, and if he really ate, It probably wouldn't be enough for that glutton for one meal. It's time to eat, finding the wooden table in the boudoir. Chu Bawang directly extracted 5 servings of perfect Michelin 3-star cuisine from the system space, filling the entire wooden table to the brim, not leaving a single gap. Then, he took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the system space and elegantly poured half a glass for Koya and himself. The system space is managed intelligently. When Michelin 3-star gourmet dishes are stored in the food area of the system space, the internal environment adjusts to the optimal temperature and conditions. There won't be issues like expiration, rot, or spoilage. In the food area of the system space, even time can be set to stop flowing. With time stopped, food naturally won't spoil. Of course, the system space has many clever uses, and many functions still need to be further explored and developed by Chu Bawang. Truly, it is a Michelin 3-star gourmet dish of perfection. Just taking out the food, various mouth-watering aromas filled the entire boudoir. Even just inhaling the aroma can be intoxicating. Wow, it smells so good. Bawang, your menu style has increased again. This is a dish I've never eaten before. Koya couldn't help but lift her little nose and took a deep breath of the enticing aroma, exclaiming in surprise, "What a little glutton. Hurry up and taste what it's like." Pinching Koya's little face, Chu Bawang said with a doting expression, "Little Ching, Nami, the Single Dog Care Association strongly condemns this. Please don't spread dog food. Thank you for your cooperation." Such Q-flavored beef balls. The perfect Michelin meal awarded by the system is not limited to just one type, nor are they just visually appealing but not filling dishes. What Koya is tasting now is the Michelin 3-star level Super Buddha jumps over the wall. These beef balls not only have high nutritional value, but their taste and texture are also a culinary masterpiece. So fragrant. Just smelling the aroma made Nami and Little Ching feel a little lightheaded. Both girls couldn't help but shed unrestrained tears. Drool. Oh my gosh, this aroma is too enticing. If only I could take a bite. Wouldn't it be heavenly? Bawang master, I can't hold back any more sniff. Sniff, sniff, what kind of delicacy is this? Isn't it too tempting? The sleeping Dasky quietly wiped the drool at the corner of her mouth. It's not that she didn't want to resist the temptation of food. She simply couldn't control the instinctive salivation of her taste buds. No, Dasky, you must hold on. You absolutely cannot compromise with the villains. It's just a meal, right? When you return to the Navy headquarters after achieving merit, you can have the Navy chef cook delicious meals every day. But speaking of which, there should be top chefs with similar culinary skills in the Navy headquarters, right? You two should take a good whiff and see if it smells good or not. Chu Bawang deliberately placed the beef balls in front of Nami and Little Ching with a smile. Although both girls knew Chu Bawang was intentionally teasing them, they just couldn't control themselves saying no, but their bodies were honest. Almost instinctively, both girls brought their perky little noses close to Chu Bawang, greedily inhaling the fragrant aroma of the beef balls. So fragrant. It's really too fragrant. A little thief cat Nami could no longer control her body. Her little mouth slightly opened as she eagerly took a bite. Ouch. That hurts. Little thief cat bit the air, her white upper and lower teeth clashing with a clear sound due to the excessive force. Bawang, you're just too bad. Rubbing her sore gums, Nami pouted and complained to Koya. Koya mommy, you have to manage Bawang. He.S. just too annoying. He.S. deliberately teasing me. Koya, with her mouth full of food, leisurely wiped her red lips and sweetly said, "It's so delicious. This is the best beef ball I've ever had. One bite is tender and juicy, leaving a fragrant taste in my mouth." Nami. Poor Little Ching. Hey. When did you become so scheming, Koya mommy? Could it be that the scheming attribute is contagious? Dasky, who was pretending to sleep on the bed, also secretly swallowed her saliva. These bad people are just too cruel. Not even inviting her to eat. Don't they know that this is considered torture to a captive and should be strongly condemned? Delicious beef balls. Their mind. Chu Bawang, with a faint smile, brought the beef ball he picked up with chopsticks to his mouth. One bite, and the meat juice burst forth, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. Wow, I didn't expect it to be this delicious. It's really too delicious. This is also the first time Chu Bawang has tasted the Michelin 3-star Super Buddha jumps over the wall, and he was instantly amazed. While mumbling praises about the deliciousness of the beef balls, he joined the army of food lovers. Just one bite of that delightful flavor. The perfectly balanced meat aroma spread across his palate, deeply stimulating his taste buds, causing a jolt of excitement. He didn't expect that the perfect Michelin 3-star food would be this delicious. Indeed, product from the system must be high quality. Chu Bawang had eaten Michelin 3-star food before. However, the food provided by the system represents the theoretical highest limit of Michelin 3-star deliciousness. Simply put, although they are all Michelin 3-star delicacies, there is still a significant difference. Can the taste of beginner 3-star and advanced 3-star be the same? And the food provided by the system is equivalent to the perfect 3-star gourmet. Its deliciousness is, of course, self-evident. Delicious. Truly a rare delicacy in the world. Even though Chu Bawang's current strength means he wouldn't starve even without eating, the excellent tradition of the Chinese nation enjoying food has still been inherited. When encountering something delicious, just open up and eat to your heart's content. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Little Ching, Nami, and Dasky all ungraciously sucked in the drool that was about to overflow. This guy is just too annoying. I really don't understand. I've already eaten enough. Why am I still feeling so hungry? Even the usually composed Little Ching couldn't maintain her composure in front of the Super Buddha jumps over the wall. Her rosy lips kept curling and rubbing, and her expression was simply one of insatiable craving. Chu Bawang and Koya exchanged glances. Seeing the two beautiful girls so greedy, they couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chu Bawang reached out again and took out 2 empty bowls, placing 1 beef ball in each bowl, then cheerfully placed them on the table and laughed. You two are drooling so much. Don't say that Koya and I are just acting. This delicious food is truly rare. What? Looking at the lonely beef meatball in the big bowl, Nami and Xiaoqing immediately showed a crying expression. The former pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "There's so many beef meatballs, yet you only give one to me and Sister Xiaoqing. Are you humiliating us two sisters? Don't you want to eat? If you don't want to eat, then I'll take it back." Chu Bawang shrugged nonchalantly, trying to use chopsticks to take the meatball away again. "Oof, you are humiliating us." However, Nami, won't let good food pass by. Nami said something very tough while making a heartfelt gesture. Without needing Chu Bawang to use the chopsticks, Nami had already reached for the big bowl and quickly put the meatball in her mouth. Xiaoqing also did not hesitate, using her chopsticks to pick up the meatball and send it to her mouth. Slurp, slurp. In an instant, the entire room fell into complete silence. It seemed that only Dasky's breathing could be heard. As for Nami and Xiaoqing, their expressions became somewhat indescribable. Before Chu Bawang could say anything, little thief cat Nami rushed in front of him and directly held his hands. Her small hands held tightly, as if afraid that Chu Bawang would run away. "Baba, I want more." Nami's orange eyes were filled with tearful pity, staring intently at Chu Bawang. What? Who was just swearing that even if they starved to death, even if they jumped off the Mary, they wouldn't eat my food? Chu Bawang leisurely took a sip of fresh milk and smiled lightly. "Just now you said I was humiliating you, and now, after eating 1 beef meatball, you change your mind so quickly. Is 1 humiliation not enough? Do you want me to continue humiliating you?" Nami's face changed in a panic, and she knelt before Chu Bawang, looking up and smiling. "Of course. Didn't you see that Koya's face is all dark? Cough, cough. Nami, you should get up and talk. Kneeling for too long is not good for your knees." "Master, I also hope you continue to humiliate me." Before Nami could stand up, Xiaoqing actually squatted down on the other side of Chu Bawang, looking determined to not give up until she achieved her goal. There was simply no other way. The Michelin-starred delicacies in front of them were just too delicious. If Sanji's cooking could be compared to the number 1, then the beef meatball they just ate would be 1,000. The gap was not ordinary big. If it were a usual time, Xiaoqing and Nami wouldn't show such a gluttonous appearance. If there's someone to blame, it's that Chu Bawang's food is just too tasty. Even a composed, beautiful girl couldn't maintain her dignity. Seeing the two with their pitiful, starry-eyed expressions, the scheming Chu Bawang felt great and was determined to tease the 2 girls. "No way. You 2 are either my goddaughters or my sword attendants. I, Chu Bawang, act with integrity throughout my life. How can I repeatedly humiliate you? I can't get over this psychological barrier and can't do such despicable things." Chu Bawang repeatedly waved his hands, looking serious and grave, expressing his strong disapproval of the 2 girls' proposal. That posture was simply that of a true gentleman. A man, how could he say he can't do it? Nami's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she huffed, "I don't care. Anyway, Baba, you have to do it. Today, you must harden your heart and humiliate both me and Sister Xiaoqing. If once is not enough, then do it twice. If twice is not enough, then do it 3 times. Xiaoqing quickly echoed, the temptation of food even making her somewhat incoherent. "That's right. Miss Nami is right. Master, you must be a scoundrel today and must harshly humiliate the 2 of us." As soon as the 2 girls finished speaking, Without caring whether Chu Bawang agreed or not, they both sat on the dining chairs and devoured the delicious dishes. Slurp, slurp, slurp in just the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 sets of Michelin meals on the table were completely cleared away. Nami's fighting power in the face of food even exceeded Chu Bawang's expectations. Xiaoqing, after all, is the incarnation of the Qingyo python evolving into the golden core. So her appetite is naturally not ordinary, but at her level, there's actually no need to eat intentionally. Eating more or less doesn't have much impact on her fighting power. But Nami is just an ordinary girl. Slow down, you two, don't choke. Seeing the two binge-eating and worrying they would choke, Koya poured them each a glass of 1982 Law Fight. Chu Bawang took out another portion of delicacies from the system space to completely satisfy the 2 little thief cats, sighing, "Whose little piglet is this, eating so much?" Yes, Nami really can eat too much. Originally in a state of being full, she actually still managed to eat 2 sets of Michelin dinners. It's just that the ordinary human constitution in the pirate world is very strong, and they all have big appetites. Otherwise, they probably would have burst their stomachs long ago. However, even the most ordinary Usopp could eat into a ball. So it seems Nami's gluttonous behavior isn't so unacceptable. Gurgle. Gurgle. The sound of a hungry stomach echoed in the air. Nami and Koya looked at Dasky on the bed simultaneously, both revealing looks of realization. No wonder. It turns out this lady was pretending to be asleep. I said, how could anyone resist the temptation of such delicious food? Could I have a bite of that beef meatball from earlier? Dasky slowly climbed up from the bed, her face looking like a rosy apple. She felt a bit embarrassed. That darn little stomach chose to be hungry at such a humiliating moment. Chu Bawang wore a mischievous smile and softly said, "So, you're agreeing to become Koya's full-time secretary? I thought you'd be a bit more spirited. It seems the tools I prepare to force you to submit will go to waste." Dasky obediently nodded, not denying Chu Bawang's provocation. She had already thought it through. Under someone's roof, one must bow their head. It's better to suffer a little less skin and flesh pain. If Chu Bawang gets pushed too hard, it would still be her who suffers. Moreover, to gather more intelligence, the most important thing is to first gain Chu Bawang's trust. Earning the opponent's trust is the first step. Darn it, you've even managed to lure another pretty lady. Koya and Nami both glared at Chu Bawang in a playful manner. Finally full. They say 100 steps after a meal can help one live to 99. Koya mama, let's go out for a walk. The Chu overlord and the girls played around in Xiaoqing's boudoir for half an hour before leisurely making their way to the deck to start their retirement mode post-meal stroll. Overlord, please continue to humiliate me, and sister Xiaoqing and the future Nami turned around and made a funny face, bowing and laughing at Chu overlord. After stepping out from the shadow of Cocoa West Village, the smile on the little thief cat's face grew wider. Look, the mischievous little thief cat was bouncing around while walking during stroll. With such a clumsy way of walking, how can you call yourself a little thief cat? I think you should change your name to Little Greedy Cat. Instead, Chu Overlord couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he pinched Nami's pert nose. Oomph. What are you talking about? I'm a little greedy cat. But Mama Kaya is a big greedy cat. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it's true that not all families are alike. Nami made a cute cat face, linking her arm with Kaya's and acting spoiled. You all just know how to bully me. Clearly. Xiaoqing is the real big greedy cat. Kaya smiled sweetly, her eyes crazily hinting at Xiaoqing. In contrast, Xiaoqing was much more reserved than Nami. Although she let go of her modesty in front of delicious food, she still felt unable to act spoiled in public. Of course, Chu Overlord hoped that Xiaoqing and Kaya wouldn't change too much in their personalities. Everyone has their own shining points. Kaya's traits are gentle and kind, understanding and considerate, while Xiaoqing's traits are a mix of softness and strength, obedient and well-behaved. As long as everyone maintains their characteristics, Chu Overlord's life will become even more colorful the next day. Ding. You have 1 winter cotton gloves, X1, ding. You have 1 a desk lamp, X1, ding. You have 1 boiled water, X1, ding. You have 1 a teacup, X1, ding. You have 1 a bag of brown sugar, X1. Hee hee hee. Today's drop rate is really high. As the lottery continued, Chu Overlord's expression grew darker. Roger and Luffy watched in fear, terrified that if Chu Overlord became unhappy, he would knock them out and throw them into the sea again on the 3rd day. Ding. You have 1 a complete set of Starfire English Level 4 practice questions. Ding. You have 1 a jar of honey. Ding. You have 1 a pair of table tennis paddles. Ding. You have 1 a bottle of Laogan Ma. Ding. You have 1 a pair of decathlon boxing gloves. Chu Overlord's expression darkened even more, and he immediately put on the decathlon boxing gloves. Luffy, Roger, you two come and spar with me. Post-meal exercise is good for digestion. Roger and Luffy twitched their mouths, muttering quietly, we haven't even eaten yet. There's no need for digestive exercises. Chu Overlord raised an eyebrow. Fist clenched, what? You two look like that, and you don't want to spar with me? Roger and Luffy instinctively took 2 steps back, looking very unwilling. Who the hell would dare to practice with you, you freak? That would be asking for trouble. Half a minute later, Luffy and Roger once again shared a close kiss with the sea. Ding! Congratulations, you have won the Supreme Version Noah's Ark aircraft carrier. Ding! Congratulations, you have won an air freshener. Ding! Congratulations, you have won 10 table tennis balls. Ding! Congratulations, you have won the Great White Shark Assault Ship X1. Ding! Congratulations, you have won 1,000 sets of Michelin 3-star dessert packages, 1,000 sets of perfect full Manhan banquet. A few days later, Chu Overlord finally recognized reality. For a non-lucky person, lotteries are an eternal pain. However, at least this time, he received a consolation prize. The Supreme Version Noah's Ark aircraft carrier and the Great White Shark Assault Ship. Not long ago, Chu Overlord was contemplating whether to form a pirate crew, and unexpectedly, the system rewarded him so generously, and not long after that, he drew something good. Once I enter the Grand Line, I can indeed create a super fleet composed entirely of female soldiers. Chu Overlord's words were LSP. Ordinary military ships in the pirate world naturally couldn't catch Chu Overlord's eye, but since it was the Supreme Version Noah's Ark aircraft carrier rewarded by the system, its overall performance must be at a much higher level. Now, with the Mary, plus Roger, it was clearly a bit cramped. It seems I need to plan ahead. Just counting the family, Chu Overlord's team already had 5 people, which could rival the current Straw Hat crew in numbers. Although he could set up soundproof walls when doing naughty things with Kaya to block the sound, staying on the Mary for too long will be a bit unreasonable. Although the Straw Hat crew didn't say anything, they were daily fed dog food at any time and place. It would be a miracle if their mood was good. Michelin 3-star desserts, it's been a long time since I had them, really nostalgic. The most exciting thing is still those 1,000 sets of Michelin 3-star desserts and 1,000 sets of perfect full Manhan banquet. No one would refuse good food as long as there's something delicious. Chu Overlord will naturally be in a good mood, and he wouldn't care about practicing martial arts with Roger and Luffy. A man's happiness can sometimes be that simple. If given the chance to choose between a top military ship and top cuisine, Chu Overlord would unhesitatingly choose the latter. After all, food is consumable. It looks plentiful, but is eaten quickly. He, Chu Overlord, is a man with a whole family of foodies to support, needing to eat 3 meals a day, especially Nami and Xiaoqing, whose appetites are simply terrifying. Don't look at the last time he was rewarded with 100 sets of Michelin food. It hasn't even been 3 days, and it's already about to be declared out of stock. This time, it could last at most 2 months. If there's a chance to inherit the cooking skills of new Oriental chefs or the cooking methods from the glowing dishes in Chinese Cooking Demon, he could pass them on to Xiaoqing, then he would never lack good food again. The god Tongue from Food Wars also seems pretty good. Chu Overlord silently calculated the gains and losses. He is a rather selfish person and doesn't intend to use such good things on Sanji. As the Mary continued its journey, it was getting closer to the Grand Line. After Sanji resupplied again, the Straw Hat crew was all set to embark on their adventure into the Grand Line. On the deck, Usopp looked at Dasky, carefully following Chu Overlord, his eyelids twitching. Hey, I really didn't expect that the Overlord would act so domineeringly. Even bringing such a weak little girl onto the ship, Miss Kaya, is too indulgent with him. If this continues, something will eventually go wrong. Roger gave Usopp a thumbs up, generously praising. Good guy, you actually dared to speak ill of the Overlord. I, Roger, respect you as a man. Raise this glass, and you can rest easy. This time next year, I, Roger, will personally lay a handful of yellow earth on your grave. Today's young people really don't know how to speak. They dare to challenge even the Overlord of Chu. Are you not tired of living? Usopp, who was overly concerned about his image, wanted to retort, but suddenly caught sight of the Overlord of Chu coming out of Xiaoqing's room. Instantly looking like a frostbitten eggplant, his head lowered like a quail. Everyone as soon as the Overlord of Chu's voice fell. It was as if there was a kind of astonishing magic, and everyone's gaze fell on him. This was the first time they had seen the Overlord of Chu looking so serious and solemn on the merry-go, and curiosity surged. Master Overlord, do you have something to say to us? Zoro looked up at the Overlord of Chu. The Overlord of Chu nodded and said with a light smile, once we pass the entrance to the Grand Line, the upside-down mountain, I may no longer travel with you all. Everyone was confused. Weren't they getting along well? Why suddenly part ways? Sanji frowned in confusion and asked, what does this mean? If you, Overlord, are not following the merry-go, what will you use to travel around the Grand Line and the New World? Everyone was confused. Weren't they getting along well? Why suddenly part ways? Sanji frowned in confusion and asked, what does this mean? If you, Overlord, are not following the merry-go, what will you use to travel around the Grand Line and the New World? The Straw Hat crew knew that the Overlord of Chu and Kaya were just on the merry-go for their honeymoon. But if there was no merry-go, how could they have a honeymoon? The Overlord of Chu shrugged and smiled lightly. Listen to me first, although I won't be moving forward with you in the future. I won't be leaving the merry-go in the short term. As for whether I have other means of transport, you need not worry, because I now have a super battleship. Since the merry-go has already been given to Luffy, the Overlord of Chu naturally would not go back on his word. Staying on the merry-go these days has been quite inconvenient for him, but now that he has his own super battleship, he can throw parties on the battleship without restraint. The wonderful harem life beckons. How could I still be interested in causing a ruckus with you kids? Usopp's eyes widened. A battleship? Sanji looked incredulous. Impossible. There has to be a limit to jokes, right? Roger fell into deep thought. Looking serious. Is it really that easy to have a battleship besides world domination and the Navy headquarters? Zoro seemed to have come up with something. Looking shocked. No way. Overlord, you didn't attack the Navy headquarters and conveniently seize a battleship, did you? No shocking words, no rest. Everyone's gaze focused sharply on Zoro. What he said made too much sense. Moreover, the Overlord of Chu really seemed to have the strength to attack the Navy headquarters, and casually seizing a super battleship didn't seem like a big deal. Zoro, you've really had enough. You can even come up with such an imaginary plot. The Overlord of Chu, wouldn't even look at those shabby Navy ships, just some scrap metal, and you call that a super battleship? The Overlord of Chu gave Zoro a knock on the head. Somewhat speechless. The only reason I can have a super battleship is that I fortuitously ate a magical devil fruit. This devil fruit is not in the devil fruit encyclopedia. It is the imagination fruit. As long as developed properly, I can condense physical objects based on my imagination. The resurrection ability is the primary ability of the imagination fruit. The second ability I developed allows me to summon a super battleship out of thin air. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger's eyes widened in shock. What? The imagination fruit? Is there really such a bug-like devil fruit in this world? Moreover, you actually developed a new ability of the imagination fruit in such a short time? Devil fruit ability awakeners? In Roger's time, there were indeed many devil fruit ability awakeners. Figures like the Flying Admiral Don Quixote da Flamingo and the Sea Emperor Rocks were all absolute powerhouses among devil fruit ability awakeners. But someone like the Overlord of Chu, who could develop a new ability of the imagination fruit in just 3 days, and might even be a genius who awakened the devil fruit, Roger had never seen in his life. Oh, I see. So that's how it is. The imagination fruit is an incredible fruit. Lost in thought, Luffy suddenly clasped his fists together, looking enlightened. Zoro, Roger, Usopp. Your thought process is really too bizarre. If it can't be explained, just call it incredible, and that's it. Roger echoed from the side, although it sounds very strange. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia is indeed still being improved. Moreover, the abilities of devil fruits themselves are all strange and cannot be measured by common sense. The emergence of the imagination fruit is indeed possible. At this point, even he felt a bit envious of the Overlord of Chu's fortuitous encounter. That so-called imagination fruit is so awesome. Its primary ability is God-level resurrection, and it can also develop a second and third ability based on imagination. Just thinking about it makes one envious and jealous. If one could eat the imagination fruit and imagine oneself swimming and fighting in the sea, wouldn't that be invincible in the world? Overlord, can you show us your super battleship? Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with bright light. They were the most curious about new things and had a strong desire for exploration. What is wrong with that? Hearing is believing. Seeing is believing. Make sure you don't blink. Everyone present was filled with concern and curiosity, so the Overlord of Chu naturally wouldn't hide anything. With the Navy's 6 styles moonwalk, he lightly stepped and hovered in the air. The Navy's 6 styles moonwalk? Isn't that the ability developed by Black Arm Zephyr? I didn't expect the Overlord to master the Navy's 6 styles so proficiently. Roger subtly frowned. He had dealt with the young Black Arm Zephyr quite a bit. Even though Black Arm Zephyr was young at that time, he was one of the Navy leaders that all pirate forces least wanted to provoke. Zoro, Usopp, you two steer the merry-go a bit further away. Be careful not to hit you. The two naturally did not dare to be negligent and manipulated the helm to leave the nearby waters. Come forth, Noah's Ark. After being reminded by the Chu overlord, he gently pressed down with both hands, and with a thought, took out the supreme version Noah's Ark from the system space. Boom, a towering wave rose from the ground, splashing water everywhere. Hiss, what a huge warship. The Straw Hat crew and Roger all gasped in shock. Suddenly, a massive object appeared on the vast sea surface. Its size far exceeded that of ordinary naval ships from the Navy headquarters, equipped with various modern artillery, including air and land shells. The moment the supreme version Noah's Ark aircraft carrier appeared, the waves in the nearby waters dimmed in comparison. The Mary was completely overshadowed. If it had to be compared, it would be a crane standing among chickens. Noah's Arkansas. In the Bible, it is praised as a great ship built according to God's instructions. The purpose was to allow Noah and his family, as well as various terrestrial creatures, to escape a great flood disaster that God would unleash. The Bible states, the shape of Noah's Ark was like a box, carrying Noah's family of 8 and pairs of clean and unclean animals. When the flood came, the earth was completely submerged, and only the creatures aboard Noah's Ark were spared. After the flood, Noah's Ark came to rest on Mount Ararat. In the end, God used a rainbow as a sign of the covenant, promising not to curse the earth again because of humanity and ensuring the survival of various creatures. The supreme version Noah's Ark aircraft carrier, in overall shape, is indeed identical to the Noah's Ark in the Bible. It is a square ship, however, compared to the Noah's Ark built with outdated shipbuilding technology. The performance of the supreme version Noah's Ark far exceeds the original. Its displacement alone exceeds 3 times that of the famous Titanic from the past, with a total capacity reaching a terrifying 150,000 cubic meters. The supreme version Noah's Ark aircraft carrier has a total of 3 layers, which not only stabilizes the ship, but also increases the total area to nearly 35,000 square meters. That's about the combined area of 5 standard world-class soccer fields. It must be said that in the world of pirates, the concept of devil fruits is much more easily accepted. Otherwise, even if the Chu overlord explained until he was hoarse, he might not clarify anything. After all, everyone is concerned about their own fate, and the Chu overlord wouldn't be stingy enough to not let everyone take a look. After the Chu overlord's permission, without spending much time, Luffy, Roger, and the others all arrived on the deck of the Noah's Ark aircraft carrier. So cool, so powerful. Luffy's eyes were instantly filled with admiration and envy as he was captivated by a giant star. Some of Frankie's secret weapons could excite Luffy to the point of sleeplessness, let alone the terrifying impact brought by the Noah's Ark. If it weren't for his good physical condition, Luffy might have fainted from excitement. Usopp had a face full of envy, even afraid to lean against the shiny black cannon, fearing he would tarnish it. The shipbuilding technology is simply too advanced. Despite being such a large aircraft carrier, it can sail completely without manual operation. Just thinking about how exhausted he felt controlling the Mary's helm every day made Usopp want to cry. Usopp's words inadvertently confirmed the Chu overlord's devil fruit theory. Anyway, as long as the explanation is different, just blame it on the devil fruit. After all, there's never been a high-tech warship with automatic navigation in the pirate world. Every super battleship requires a large amount of manpower for real-time monitoring and operation to function properly. Only the Chu overlord's devil fruit theory, used to shift the blame, can explain why Noah's Ark does not require manual operation. Devil fruit. When it comes to shifting blame, we are professionals. Glancing at the crowd who were stunned to the point of scalp tingling, the Chu overlord smiled and said, Noah's Ark not only has a manual mode, but can also switch to manual control mode. If I can find a suitable helmsman in the future, I might consider letting them pilot it manually. What he didn't say was that Kaido's daughter Yamato seemed to be a very good candidate. Just thinking about the possibility of Yamato being the helmsman of Noah's Ark in the future made the Chu overlord smile even brighter. Roger rolled his eyes at this, thinking to himself, I knew it. The overlord is indeed a habitual show-off. If he doesn't show off for a day, he feels uncomfortable. The heavens don't give him any face. They say show-offs get struck by lightning, but I haven't seen any signs of misfortune for the overlord. Could it be that this guy is the illegitimate child of the heavens? Complaining aside, Roger still greatly admired the Chu overlord's methods. Just with this giant aircraft carrier that can accommodate more than 20,000 people, the other side has the capital to show off. So beautiful. This kitchen is simply too beautiful. When Sanji saw the hundreds of square meters clean and fresh kitchen on Noah's Ark, he wanted to stay on the Noah's Ark forever. Although the Mary's kitchen is quite comfortable to use, he is always thinking about having a bigger kitchen. This is one of Sanji's dreams as a chef. I'm so envious. I'm really envious. Why is the Overlord's training ground so large? With all kinds of training equipment. I have decided that in the future, I will save more money and eventually buy a sailing ship with a huge training ground. Even the usually calm Zoro turned into a lemon when he saw the training ground that was comparable to a soccer field. Nami crossed her arms and looked at Zoro with a disdainful expression. I have to say, this is indeed a great dream. But before that, shouldn't you pay off my loan first, Zoro? Zoro, can we not talk about paying back money? If we don't talk about paying back money, we can still be good friends. Before arriving at Lowtown, he indeed borrowed a significant amount of high-interest loans from Nami to buy swords. Originally, the Chu Overlord had already gifted him 3 sharp blades, so he should have had some spare money. Unfortunately, the liquor in Lowtown was just too fragrant, and Zoro, unable to resist, spent all his money on drinks. He can't control the worm in his stomach, and Zoro is also very helpless. After roughly touring Noah's Ark and feasting their eyes, Roger and the Straw Hat crew obediently returned to the Mary. Although the Chu Overlord, as the host, did not issue a dismissal order, everyone present still had the self-awareness Overlord. If you are also planning to create a pirate crew, you won't be competing with me for the title of Pirate King, right? Luffy leaned dejectedly on the railing, a hint of sadness in his words. If the Chu Overlord is determined to become the Pirate King, then he probably won't have that opportunity in his lifetime. The Chu Overlord smiled with a hint of mockery and said, I have no interest in becoming the Pirate King, which is a negative buff that lowers both intelligence and emotional intelligence. Just look at Roger and Luffy, and you'll understand that to become the Pirate King, one must have a common trait: low intelligence and high emotional intelligence. As for me, the Chu Overlord, my emotional intelligence, and looks are all perfect. What use do I have for such negative buffs? When the Straw Hat crew first heard the news that the Chu Overlord might leave in the near future, they were quite reluctant. However, as time passed, the big-hearted Straw Hats gradually moved past their disappointment, adjusted their mindset, and continued sailing. They are all adults now and understand one thing. No matter how good friends are, there will come a day when they go their separate ways. But that friendship will never fade. Since they are still together now, they must cherish every day they have together. Time is precious, so they should walk on and cherish it. The nearby sky was filled with scattered white clouds, and the weather was clear. In the distance, however, it had turned dark, resembling the storm before lovers part ways, which weighed heavily on their hearts. Nami-san, urgent report. A large area of cumulonimbus clouds has appeared ahead, which definitely means a storm below. What should we do next? Sanji and Zoro stood on the lookout, each holding a telescope, creating a somewhat inexplicable couple's resemblance. Roger couldn't help but think they were a good match. It should be that we are about to see the red line, but why does it feel like we are back on the original route? Nami, holding the navigation chart, had a puzzled expression on her face. We're finally going to the Grand Line. Hey, Sanji, look, we're almost at the red line. We're almost there, Luffy said with a big smile, excitedly punching Sanji's back again and again. Due to the excessive force, Sanji's shoulder was nearly crushed. Sanji kicked Luffy in the face, exclaiming loudly, "You're so annoying, be quiet, or I won't make you delicious food anymore." Luffy's face twisted in pain, grumbling. But before he could be serious for even 2 seconds, he excitedly turned to Zoro, punching him on the back again and again. Zoro, we're almost there. Almost there. Zoro, caught off guard, felt like he'd been hit hard and wished he could stab Luffy to cool off. He felt exhausted and wanted to retire. This troublesome captain was really too much to handle. Everyone, come look. I heard someone say that the navigation chart shows this too. The entrance to the Grand Line is on a mountain, and there's a large canal on that mountain that leads up. As long as we climb up the canal, we can pass through the Red Line and reach the first half of the Grand Line. Zoro raised a question. This navigation chart was snatched from the clown buggy. Can we really trust it? Nami confidently patted the table and said, "Of course. This is information that the Great Overlord personally told me. How could it be false?" Although Nami was also curious about how the Chu Overlord knew the way to pass through the Red Line, she completely believed in his words. Oh, so it was Master Overlord who said it. Then it's fine. Zoro's expression changed faster than flipping a book, casually resting his chin on his hand. Roger looked at the various expressions of the Straw Hat crew and suddenly understood why the Chu Overlord insisted on leaving the Mary. Currently, Luffy was the captain, but in reality, the backbone of the ship had quietly become the Chu Overlord. If the Chu Overlord continued to stay on the Mary, Then Captain Luffy would be rendered ineffective and would never be able to grow. No wonder the great overlord spoke so firmly about leaving the Mary. It turns out it was out of concern for the growth of the Straw Hat crew. Indeed, only fledglings can endure storms to become proud eagles soaring in the sky. Roger fell into his thoughts. He even wondered if the Chu overlord was also reluctant to leave the Straw Hat crew, enduring immense pain to make this decision, but in reality, the Chu overlord simply felt that having a family and doing certain embarrassing things in public was a bit inconvenient. I understand now. I finally comprehend what the great overlord meant. The upside-down mountain of the Red Line is an extremely unique sea area in the pirate world. As the sound of rushing water grew louder, Nami's eyes began to shine brighter. It turns out that the currents from the four seas all flow toward the canal of Upside-Down Mountain. The rivers formed by the four seas will gather along the canal to the peak of Upside-Down Mountain and eventually flow toward the Grand Line. Since Upside-Down Mountain is at Winter Island, the water will flow from the surface to the depths. If we cannot successfully enter the canal and kneel down, we will crash into the wall of the Red Line. Under the rapid impact, any ship attempting to sail toward the Red Line would be smashed to pieces, completely lost to the sea. At this point, a serious tone crept into Nami's voice. Entering the canal is no simple task. Only with an excellent helmsman is there a slim chance of breaking into the canal. But the awkward part is that on the Mary, there's only one half-baked helmsman, Usopp. Relying on him to steer is no different from seeking one's own destruction. Ha ha ha. This time I understand. It's just an incredible mountain. Luffy raised an eyebrow and laughed foolishly. In this regard, he was indeed quite similar to the thick-skinned Roger. Sometimes, even the Chu overlord doubted whether Roger and Dragon had mixed up their babies. Luffy's intelligence truly doesn't do justice to Dragon's inherited genes, with an IQ of 250 with the Mary's violent rocking. The Chu overlord, who was originally napping and dreaming with the wealthy girl Kaya, also stepped out. Glancing at the gloomy sky, the Chu overlord yawned and said, "As long as you can find the entrance to the canal and master the helm, you can use the swift currents to fly over Upside-Down Mountain." It sounds easy, but in reality, more than half of the adventurers who want to enter the Grand Line perish at sea before they even get in. You must rely on your own strength to enter the Grand Line. This time, I won't help you anymore. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew was not afraid, but rather delighted, each rubbing their fists, eager to try. As the Mary sailed on, a giant peak shrouded in clouds and mist appeared, completely obscured, making it impossible to see where the top was. It loomed before them like a fierce prehistoric beast. That is the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. The shape of the Red Continent and the Grand Line is somewhat similar to two rings. So there are a total of 2 crossing points, the first of which is Reverse Mountain. Also known as Leviathan Mountain, it is an incredible and dangerous peak, and one of the only 2 entrances to the Grand Line. The other route is through the doldrums. There are a total of 5 canal waterways on Reverse Mountain, which overall present a mutated X shape. The water flow of the canal waterways is 4 in, 1 out. 4 in refers to the water inlet canals from the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. 1 out refers to the exit of Reverse Mountain, the starting canal of the Grand Line. Due to the overwhelming strength of the ocean currents in the 4 seas, sailing ships can overcome gravity and flow upwards. Sitting in the ship feels like riding a roller coaster uphill. It's just a bit faster, which might not be very friendly for people with heart conditions. Don't be fooled by how easily the Straw Hat crew passed through Reverse Mountain in the anime. In reality, this is one of the most dangerous places for pirates from the 4 seas. More than 50% of adventurers perish here. The reason is simple. The entrances to the 4 in-canal waterways are too small, making it difficult to dock smoothly, even in calm weather. Additionally, before entering the canal waterways, the incredibly turbulent and constantly shifting sea currents create numerous deep-sea whirlpools that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Calling Reverse Mountain the graveyard of adventurers is not an exaggeration at all. The raging sea roared, and the small Mary was like a drop in the ocean. A tiny boat in the wind at this moment, the Mary was encountering the most dangerous deep-sea whirlpool. The entire ship shook violently, and the danger was immense. Originally being pulled by Zoro to hoist the sails, Luffy found his arm pulled into a swing, swinging back and forth on the mast, looking both comical and hilarious. Roger, who had been drinking heavily with Zoro beforehand, cursed at Sanji and Usopp. Hey, hurry and steer the ship. We're going to get sucked into the whirlpool. If this keeps up, we'll be doomed before even seeing the entrance. Damn it, you just sit there watching, can't you help out? Steering in such harsh conditions was not an easy task. Even with Sanji and Usopp working together, their faces turned a deep shade of purple. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't win, Sanji would definitely teach Roger why the flower is red accompanied by towering waves. Heavy rain clouds turned pitch black. The next second, it poured down. It was blinding. This further increased the difficulty of entering the canal waterways. Roger's tone also grew more anxious. Little girl, haven't you seen the entrance yet? If this continues, we're going to crash into the rock wall. As they were about to crash into the heavy rock wall, Roger was clearly getting a bit restless. What a tragedy. I've only just come back to life a few days ago. Am I really going to die again? Although he could use his observation haki to directly locate the entrance to Reverse Mountain, he didn't dare to give any pointers to the Straw Hat crew for fear of going against the intentions of the Overlord of Chu after all. Falling into the hands of the Overlord of Chu and being his enemy would lead to a fate worse than death. Nami, wearing a raincoat, leaned over the railing, focused and not wanting to miss any details. This was a matter of life and death for all her companions. Moreover, it was the first time the Overlord of Chu let her make a decision on her own. She didn't want to leave a bad impression in his mind as just a decorative vase. Nami stood up excitedly and shouted, I see a crack in the rock wall. Keep going straight in this direction. Zoro, looking through the telescope, gazed in shock at the crack in the rock wall. It's unbelievable. The seawater is really climbing the mountain. The rushing water was climbing up the narrow path of Reverse Mountain. It seemed endless. It was like a road of water to the heavens. Nami's expression was serious and grave. We must pass through the central water gate smoothly. Otherwise, the Mary will be smashed to pieces. Normally calm-headed Luffy was uncharacteristically smart this time. He stood behind the figurehead of the Mary, lining himself, the figurehead, and the water gate in a straight line. The bow was a bit off, more to the right, a little more to the right, to the left, a little more to the left. Should we go left or right? Sanji and Usopp were putting all their strength into it. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the ship's steering wheel was snapped in half by the two of them. Caught off guard, Usopp and Sanji fell flat on their backs. What the fuck? Roger was so startled that he dropped his flask on the ground. Luffy and Zoro rolled their eyes, nearly unable to save the situation. What the hell? How are we supposed to play this? Just as we were about to enter the water gate, the steering wheel that controls the direction is broken in half. Seeing that the Mary was about to crash into the artificially constructed steel water gate, Luffy didn't care about the impact he would endure and jumped directly towards the front of the ship. Rubber balloon. Luffy's body expanded rapidly, blocking the point of contact between the Mary and the steel water gate. Boom! The Mary's massive force, enhanced by the rushing water, slammed hard against Luffy's inflated belly. Ugh, that hurts. One could see that under the Mary's tremendous momentum, Luffy's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and his forehead turned blue-purple from strain. His face was filled with pain, looking as if he was wearing a mask of agony. However, despite enduring the huge impact, Luffy still bit down on his lip, holding his breath and locking all the air in his stomach, because he understood that, at this moment, he absolutely could not show any signs of weakness. Otherwise, the fate of all his companions would be a dead end. Good boy. To think of such a way to change the Mary's course, but doing so puts himself in danger first. I want to see how you plan to return safely to the Mary. Luffy, who desperately protected his crew, made Roger's eyes bright, revealing a hint of appreciation. It seems that the successor chosen by that red-haired kid has quite a good character. Just as Luffy was about to fall into the raging waves, Zoro, the wife-loving madman, shouted, Luffy, grab my hand, I'll pull you up. Luffy and Zoro had a tacit understanding, needing no further explanation. The former immediately stretched out his rubber arm, tightly grabbing Zoro's arm and successfully returning to the Mary. The only downside was that Luffy landed face first, and his bald head smashed through the deck, getting stuck in it. Roger glanced at the well-coordinated Zoro and Luffy, grinning mischievously with a playful look. Indeed, the more I see, the more I think you two are a good match. There's an inexplicable resemblance between the couple. How about I suggest that the Overlord use the imagination fruit to develop a feminization ability and turn one of you into a woman? Sanji, Usopp, what nonsense are you talking about? Actually, I think they make a good match. Coincidentally, at that moment, the Overlord suddenly chimed in, saying, Actually, I have indeed developed the feminization ability. You guys, do you want to experience what it's like to become a woman? The feminization ability mentioned by the Overlord is not really developed through the imagination fruit. The so-called imagination fruit is just a cover what? Feminization ability? Sanji and Usopp were first taken aback, and then they felt a chill below. Damn, you don't do anything related to people at all. The perfectly fine imagination fruit has unexpectedly been developed into a feminization ability. This freaking skill point is way too, right? What? Did the Overlord really develop a feminization ability? Roger looked confused. He was just saying it casually, but didn't he expect the Overlord to actually pull it off? That's the feminization ability that all serious men have dreamed of having. If this skill exists, wouldn't it mean that you can turn kittens, puppies, little foxes, little tigers, little snakes, etc. into beautiful women? At that time, just by beckoning with a finger, wouldn't those cat girls, fox girls, and snake girls be available as much as you want? Slurp, slurp, slurp. Thinking of this, Sanji was drooling, wishing he could grab a kitten or puppy right then and there to have the Overlord experiment on the spot. I also want to see what the legendary cat girl looks like. Luffy struggled hard, finally managing to pull his head out from the deck, but ended up falling flat on his back due to excessive force. Unlike Sanji, Luffy had no lewd intentions when he said this. He was simply too curious. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the crowd, the Overlord showed his signature sly smile. Since you were so enthusiastic, let me give you a good eye-opener today. As soon as he finished speaking, the Overlord turned his gaze toward the bewildered Roger. Drunk Roger instantly sobered up a lot, and immediately felt a chill below. Damn, you don't do anything related to people at all, do you? Clearly, there are so many men on the ship. Why do you have to use me as a test subject? Did I just show off a little in front of you? Is it necessary to hold a grudge like this? I suddenly remembered that the gas in the kitchen seems to be on. Excuse me. Goodbye. There was no more hesitation. Panicking like an old dog, Roger took off running, wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs or a pair of wings. Want to run? It's too late. Féminisation technique. The Overlord's index finger suddenly emitted a pink light point, and with a slight flick of his finger, the pink light point flew toward Roger. No matter how fast Roger ran, that pink light point was firmly attached behind him. Whoosh! Bang! Just as Roger wanted to slow down, the pink light point hit him on the back shoulder, making him groan and kneel on the deck. A cloud of pink smoke suddenly enveloped Roger. Little greedy cat. Don't look, lest your eyes get dirty. Without waiting for Nami to resist, the Overlord grinned and covered Nami's eyes, then turned around and waved goodbye to the Straw Hat crew. If Roger were younger, he might have become a beautiful girl, but now, Roger has already entered middle to late age, and after feminization, he would at least be a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, looking very similar to Big Mom. Usopp's eyes sparkled. Did he really feminize the Pirate King Roger? I want to see what the feminized Pirate King looks like. Luffy pushed the peeking Sanji and complained, Hey Sanji, the place is so big, don't squeeze me. Zoro looked skeptical. It feels a bit off. In my memory, the Overlord Master doesn't seem like someone who likes to give benefits. The love-struck Sanji had stars in his eyes. Who cares about that? If there are girls, it's worth watching. Seeing is earning. Except for Nami, everyone in the Straw Hat crew stretched their necks, afraid of missing any details. Their expressions and actions were like a row of people sitting on little stools waiting to see the gossip. As the pink smoke dissipated, everyone finally saw the feminized Pirate King Roger. Big Mom, ugh, it's just too ugly. I've never seen such an ugly woman in my life. Usopp cursed and stumbled out of the live broadcast room. Ugh, damn it. I threw up my lunch. Overlord, why did you have to use such a disgusting thing to dirty my eyes? Luffy lay helplessly on the railing, vomiting into the sea. Ugh, it's just too eye-water and my eyes are blind. Water, water. I need a lot of water to wash my eyes. Sanji wailed and knelt on the ground, rolling back and forth like a ball. It seemed a bit cool below, and the fit of his clothes felt a bit tight. The worst part was that Roger, feeling his nose itch, happened to make a nose-picking motion at that moment. The look, the figure, the expression. TSK, it's simply comparable to the nose-picking Fungia. Ugh, I knew the Overlord Master wouldn't give us any benefits. Now you all should believe it, right? Zoro finally couldn't hold it anymore. His hand gripping Sandai, Kitetsu turning pale, revealing how unsettled he was inside. If it weren't for the fear of being bullied, Zoro would have wanted to draw his sword and kill the Overlord. He just couldn't understand we were about to leave the Mary. Couldn't you leave a good impression on everyone? But what happened? You don't do anything related to people at all. Usopp lay on the deck, weakly mumbling. The city's tricks are deep. I want to go back to the countryside. Sanji looked desperate, feeling like he never wanted to see women again in his life. Cursing, the longest road I've walked in my life is the Overlord's tricks. Originally, Luffy, Zoro, and the others were still in sadness, thinking that the Overlord might leave at any moment. But now, with the appearance of the Pirate King Roger, Big Mom, Instead of feeling reluctant, they wished the Overlord would stay as far away from them as possible except for Zoro, who was focused on training Sword Heart and had a strong will. The rest of the Straw Hat crew all leaned over the railing, vomiting endlessly. If given another chance to start over, I wouldn't want to see Roger's fingive face picking his nose, even if it meant death. Luffy, aren't you the man who wants to become the Pirate King? Hurry up and take action. I've already resurrected Roger and used my girlish transformation ability to turn him into a girl. If you two have mutual feelings, you can now pay your respects to heaven and earth, your parents, and exchange vows before entering the bridal chamber. Luffy looked completely bewildered. Don't misunderstand me. Monkey D. Luffy, want to be the man who becomes the Pirate King, not the man of the Pirate King, okay? Do you really think I, Monkey D. Luffy, have to rely on being a kept man to rise to power? Mr. Bawang, can you please restore that messy uncle back to normal? If you don't change him back, I'm going to have psychological trauma. Looking at Roger's ugly appearance of picking his nose, Luffy had a long face. He really felt like he was kneeling before the Overlord. How could he confidently shout his iconic slogan in front of others after this? Just thinking about how many times he had said, I want to be the man who becomes the Pirate King, made Luffy feel like crying without tears. Damn it, this time he was really going to have psychological trauma. Overlord, I beg you, please do me a favor and change me back, can you? Roger also had a long face, bowing his hands toward the direction of the small green room in prayer. He had just looked in the mirror and almost cried from his own ugliness. The thought that his crow's mouth had actually come true made Roger feel an impulse to slap himself. Why say something bad when you could have said anything else? If old acquaintances like Whitebeard and Garp found out about his embarrassing situation, wouldn't they laugh themselves to death? Where the hell should he put this old face? Fine, since you all insist, I can only reluctantly change Roger back. It is said that curiosity kills the cat, and unable to resist his curiosity, the Overlord eventually used observation haki to check Roger's girlish transformation. Instantly, he felt like everything was wrong. He had thought that Fungjia and Sister Ruhua, the woman who picks her nose and flirting scholar, were the most unrefined women in the world. But after seeing Roger transformed into Annie Roger today, the Overlord finally understood what it meant to have no limit to ugliness. Girlish transformation technique, restore. Roger didn't need to beg repeatedly. The Overlord had already actively removed the pink girlish factor from Roger. The incident of Roger being turned into a girl could only be considered a minor episode on the road. Even so, the Straw Hat crew took quite a while to finally recover from the shadow of Annie Roger. Since then, Zoro suddenly discovered that since Luffy had experienced Roger being turned into a woman, he had rarely declared in front of many people that he wanted to be the man who becomes the Pirate King. Maybe this is what growth is. The Mary continued its journey. The cold seawater condensed into mist under the chilly climate. This is the unique, icy island climate of Reverse Mountain. The wind howled, and the Mary sped along. Zoro suddenly frowned and said, "Did you guys hear something?" Roger, ever friendly, patted Zoro's shoulder and laughed. This little guy is pretty good. No wonder he's the Overlord's apprentice, managing to grasp the basics of observation haki in such a short time. Sanji looked shocked and wanted to cry without tears. Oh no! The Overlord wouldn't be giving the green-haired head special treatment again, would he? This is too biased. The gap between me and the green-haired head is really getting bigger. Sanji thought about how he had only learned the first 3 moves of the Wind God Leg, while Zoro had already mastered several supreme sword techniques and even started training in the 3-color haki early on. And his heart felt so sour. Is this the fate of a simp? In the end, nothing to gain. Something definitely fell off. Usopp's legs trembled, and with wide eyes he pointed ahead, stammering, "Nami, come look, there's a huge black wall in the canal leading to the Grand Line." Sanji exclaimed, "My God, what kind of monster is that? Why is it so big?" Roger said in a deep voice, "That is not a monster, but a giant island whale from the West Sea. However, its aura seems a bit unstable." Sanji was stunned. A whale? What kind of whale could grow to the size of a mountain? If the sea beast Mu was compared to a small boat, then the giant island whale in front was like a towering mountain. "Don't panic. I have a way to help us avert danger." As the Mary was about to crash into the giant island whale while sliding down the slide, bald-headed Luffy suddenly had a light bulb moment and fired a bubble bomb at the island whale. With the powerful recoil of the bubble bomb, the speed of the Mary indeed slowed down. "You really are something, Luffy." Usopp gave a thumbs up and praised. "I've noticed that ever since you shaved your head, you seem a bit smarter." "Of course. I've always been smart." Luffy laughed with satisfaction, pointing at the last few stubborn hairs on Usopp's head, and began pouring out motivational quotes. "Usopp, I think you still need to face your fears bravely. Only then can you strengthen your spirit. The Overlord once told me, no matter what difficulties you encounter, don't be afraid. Face them with a smile. The way to overcome fear is to confront it. Come on, Usopp, I believe that one day you will overcome your inner demons. Ooh. Usopp, wearing a super luxurious and fashionable big hat, expressed that he was tired and wanted to get off the ship. Can we not talk about my hairline? ISNT, this just opening old wounds. Usopp felt that Luffy, as a captain, was really too incompetent and lacking in awareness. If they continued sailing under his leadership, this crew would really be doomed. Ding. Detected that the host has crossed Reverse Mountain, reached the starting point of the Grand Line, and encountered the island whale, Laboon, triggering a hidden choice task. You can make the following 3 choice tasks. Choice 1. Pass by quietly, ignoring the poor whale Laboon. Completing the task will reward you with a set of ordinary snail phone bugs from the pirate world and 100 perfect Michelin 3-star main courses after a meal. Choice 2. Ignore the poor whale Laboon and roast it to eat, tasting what the legendary island whale is like. Completing the task will reward you with a hacker-level phone bug and 100 perfect Michelin 3-star main courses after a meal. Choice 3. Help the poor whale Laboon find the Rumbar Pirates or Brook. Completing the task will reward you with a Panda Brand Skynet phone bug and 100 perfect Michelin 3-star main courses. For the telephone bug, Chu Bawang is actually not unfamiliar. It is a typical representative of black technology in the pirate world. Its appearance is similar to that of a snail, with spots on its body and a walkie-talkie or buttons on top of its shell. When talking, the mouth of the telephone bug moves just like the speaker's mouth and can express emotions during the conversation. There are several types: ordinary dialing telephone bug, black listening telephone bug, gold and silver exclusive docking telephone bug, also known as the Demon Slayer order telephone bug, payphone type large telephone bug, monitoring telephone bug, and so on. If one could obtain a complete set of telephone bugs, their value would indeed be immeasurable, especially the Golden Demon Slayer Order telephone bug. That is the authority of the Demon Slayer Order that makes most pirate forces tremble in fear. Once the Demon Slayer Order is issued, even if the people are aware, the Demon Slayer fleet dares to attack their own. However, what Chu Bawang is more curious about is what the hacker-level telephone bug and Panda Brand Skynet telephone bug are exactly. System Dog. What the heck are the hacker telephone bug and Panda Brand Skynet telephone bug? There's an old saying, if you have difficulties, find a teacher. For a traveler, it becomes, if you have difficulties, find the system. If there's anything unclear, asking the system dog is definitely the right choice. Ding. Hacker-level telephone bug, also known as hacker telephone bug, can infiltrate the ordinary telephone bug system of the pirate world, specifically attack and black out a certain telephone bug, and can perform operations such as eavesdropping and interrupting calls. Awesome. Does that mean I can listen to whoever's telephone bug I want? Chu Bawang gave a thumbs up to the dog's system for its clever operation. When it comes to operation, the system dog really is amazing if used well. This hacker telephone bug could have significant strategic implications. What about the Panda Brand Skynet telephone bug? What functions does it have? Ding. The function introduction of Panda Brand Skynet telephone bug is as follows. This telephone bug is mutated from Avengers, Age of Ultron, and has numerous functions. Function 1. Activate information reconnaissance mode. Automatically scout and detect all telephone bugs within a certain range 24 hours a day, and save all telephone bug calls, recordings, and images. Can conduct special checks according to the host's request, and can be retrieved at any time for review. Function 2. Within the signal range. Can hack into any telephone bug network and perform special editing, able to prevent that telephone bug from receiving or making signals, redirecting its signal source to the Panda Brand Skynet telephone bug, extracting all historical call records of that telephone bug. It can also simulate all sounds that appeared in the historical call records of that telephone bug. Function 3. Within a certain range. Can establish core contact with any image telephone bug and unilaterally operate to forcibly open the video call function. Function XXX. Oh, I thought the operations of the dog system were already impressive. I didn't expect it to be even more impressive. Chu Bawang silently complained. This Panda Brand Skynet telephone bug is something special compared to the hacker-level telephone bug. The latter is simply trash among trash, hacker-level telephone bug. I have MMP in my heart, and I don't know whether to say it or not. One second I was calling her sweetie. The next second I'm calling her Mrs. Cow. Damn, you scumbag. Is there any choice in this? I, Chu Bawang, am so kind-hearted, generous, handsome, charming, elegant, valiant, invincible, the #1 in the universe, a lonely master, impervious to weapons, unique, a jade-faced gentleman, invincible for the benevolent, fearless for the brave, wise and powerful, extraordinarily chivalrous, loyal to friends, unparalleled through the ages, humble and studious, simply unprecedented. Of course, I will help the pitiful Labu find the Rumbar pirate's sigh. This is also a matter of no choice. Who told me to be so kind, right? When encountering a pitiful and helpless wild little whale, I can't just stand by and do nothing, can I? Chu Bawang lay in Koya's arms and took a deep kiss. Try to suck something out. Then he said with a sigh, Koya, am I too kind-hearted? Hearing this, Koya immediately gasped. What? Can you just do something a person should do? You've hurt me. On the deck of the Mary, at the current speed, it seems that we won't hit this terrifying island whale after all. Sanji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want to die just after entering the Grand Line. The Mary is finally going to stop. As expected, I was clever and stepped up at the critical moment. Luffy laughed arrogantly. At a critical moment, it still depends on my performance as King Luffy. But before he could be cool for 2 seconds, he was once again slapped in the face. Although the speed of the Mary had decreased, it still ended up crashing into the whale Abu. With a loud bang, Luffy, sitting in the special seat of the Mary, was split in half at the neck and boom fell in front of him. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Mary, we are sorry. We let you endure pain that you shouldn't have at such a young age. It must be said that the Mary has experienced a lot. Like going through the 81 tribulations to obtain the scriptures, it has truly been through many disasters just now. As soon as we entered the Grand Line, the Mary was hit by the whale Abu and lost its sheep's head because of Luffy's reckless operation. What the fuck? That was my special seat. Luffy's face instantly darkened, as if someone owed him tens of millions. Was it because the body of the island whale was too large that he didn't realize the big bubble had hit him? Or was it just because he was too slow to react? Sanji looked up thoughtfully and couldn't help but gasp. The eyeball of that terrifying monster is several times bigger than the Mary. Why is there such a monster blocking the way at the starting point of the Grand Line? What are you still frozen for? Hurry up and escape now. Usopp looked at the endless terrifying monster, swallowed hard, and shouted, It's too big. This whale is really too big. You asked how big it is? It's the kind that Luffy could eat for half a year and still wouldn't finish it. Only by getting up close can one truly realize the terrifying nature of the island whale. Usopp even had the illusion that this island whale could easily smash a super battleship of the Navy with just a flick of its tail. If we don't run now, then when? Zoro frowned, as he noticed that this island whale was not in a healthy state. Its huge forehead had extremely terrifying scars. Seeing that Zoro and Roger had no intention of helping, Usopp and Sanji hurriedly took out the manual paddles and began to row desperately, wanting to escape this troublesome place as soon as possible. Roar! The island whale let out a mournful roar, resonating in the minds of the Straw Hat crew like a curse, causing them immense pain. Usopp looked up and happened to lock eyes with the whale Laboon's enormous eyeball, rendering him speechless in fear. That eyeball was ridiculously large, filled with blood vessels, and looked extremely unsettling. Its size was terrifying, dwarfing even their ship, the Going Merry. What have you done to my VIP seat? Luffy shouted angrily, swinging his fist toward Laboon's eye. Sanji and Usopp were immediately dumbfounded. Is he really that stubborn? Usopp thought, on the verge of tears. I knew I would eventually be killed by Luffy, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Indeed, this crew is doomed. After being hit by Luffy, the tough-skinned Laboon looked bewildered at the tiny Straw Hat crew. It was clearly displeased. Is my whale Laboon that easy to bully? Do you think any third-rate trash can step all over me? Luffy swallowed nervously, feigning calm as he shouted, You bastard! What are you looking at? If you have the guts, come at me. Shut up, Luffy. Sanji and Usopp kicked him to the ground in unison. Even Zoro couldn't bear to watch anymore. If I could have a do-over. I really wish the one who invited me on board was the great ChuBawang. This captain, who only stirs up trouble, really should be thrown into the sea. Laboon, who didn't even care about being shot at, was now being hit back by Luffy. The eye is the most vulnerable part of the body, and that was no exception for Laboon. It was impressive enough that it didn't cry tears of pain after being punched in the eye. But the provocation from the crowd ignited Laboon's fury. You! Roar! It opened its massive mouth, sharp teeth lined up like blades, causing the very sea to tremble. The Going Merry couldn't even manage to fill the gaps between Laboon's teeth. It was truly unable to do so. Laboon opened its mouth wide, and an immeasurable amount of seawater surged toward it like a tide. It intended to swallow all the humans who disturb it whole. Is it finally my turn to act? Roger's eyes sparkled. Indeed, gold shines wherever it goes. This was about to be the perfect opportunity for him to show off. Roger had been silently watching, waiting for the Straw Hats to fall into an absolute disadvantage before making his move. He was clearly a habitual show-off. However, ChuBawang wouldn't give him any chance to show off a pair of iron-hard hands pressed down on his shoulders, and when Roger turned to look, he gasped. Oh no, how could I forget about this fellow who also loves to show off? Roger instantly recalled the fear of being feminized. After just a small attempt to show off in front of ChuBawang, he had faced ruthless retribution. If he took the spotlight away from ChuBawang again, would he be left with nothing? Ahem. Great ChuBawang, I was just casually observing, not really planning to take action. In such a life-and-death situation, a small character like me can't intervene. Roger thought deeply. He had to think deeply. Didn't he see what happened last time when he tried to show off in front of the Straw Hats? He was soon punished by the feminization technique. ChuBawang smiled faintly at Nami behind him and said, "Little thief cat, what are you still dawdling for? If you don't make a move, Luffy and the others are really going to be in trouble. I'm here to save people. Are you kidding me?" Nami was momentarily stunned. Then her expression shifted to one of realization. Rui Jingu suppressed the 4 C's. She shouted, reaching for her long hair behind her. The Rui Jingu began as small as a needle, but expanded to the thickness of a bowl as Nami recited the incantation. As soon as the Rui Jingu appeared, the sky was filled with brilliant colors, and auspicious energy surged, creating a peaceful scene. Then golden light burst forth, dazzlingly bright. Nami threw the Rui Jingu directly into the sea while chanting one obscure incantation after another. The sea, which had been stirred into a storm, instantly calmed down. Within a 10-mile radius, even the seawater stopped moving, as if completely imprisoned, unable to advance an inch. The Rui Jingu was originally forged from divine iron by the Supreme Old Lord and later borrowed by Yu to control water. Suppressing the sea within a 10-mile radius was an easy task, right? What the hell is this divine artifact that can even imprison the sea? Roger was stunned. With this thing, what kind of sea storm could he possibly fear? It was downright invincible. Nami smiled and said, "This is a welcome gift from ChuBawang, called the Rui Jingu. Even I didn't expect this treasure to be so useful." Roger fell silent for a long time. Then he looked seriously at ChuBawang. "Great ChuBawang, are you still looking for a godson or a leg pendant?" Nami. ChuBawang. Cool. I had never seen someone so shameless. Pirate King Roger, I despise you. The Straw Hat crew all raised their middle fingers at Roger. Especially Sanji, the loyal lackey, reacted the most strongly. He had been devotedly serving Roger through thick and thin. Yet this old man actually wanted to cut in line. "Young man, you are still too young. If you really knew the terror of this stick, I guarantee you would be even more shameless than I am. You would be crying and begging ChuBawang to take you as a godson." Roger smacked his lips. Just because others couldn't perceive the great terror of the Rui Jingu didn't mean he couldn't feel it. Could this thing even be called a weapon? It would be an understatement to call it a divine artifact. Roger understood very well. Even the ancient weapon Oro Jackson, which he rode on and was said to be capable of destroying the world, could not compare to the power of this stick. What puzzled Roger was how ChuBawang could casually give such a terrifying stick to a little girl. Was he trying to create chaos in the world? Yu. Ao-ove. Laboon let out another strange whale roar, and the entire whale was in trouble. It had just wanted to swallow the people on the Going Merry, only to suddenly find that the sea within 100 miles had stopped flowing. It was clearly just an iron stick the size of a toothpick. It exuded an ancient aura, as if it came from the primordial chaos, making the island whale, Abu, feel a wave of unease. What the hell is this thing? Why do I have this inherent sense of fear? Dominator, what exactly is this island whale doing here? Clearly, it's a species from the West Sea, so how could it be stuck at the starting point of the Grand Line? Nami asked curiously. This was also the biggest question in the hearts of the Straw Hat crew and Roger. Logically speaking, island whales are social animals and are among the top marine rulers of the West Sea. With such a terrifying size, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a walking island. The upside-down mountain is just too high, and the island whale is so heavy that it's impossible for anyone to bring an adult island whale into the Grand Line. This whale is named Labu and has emotions similar to humans. Its origins are not simple. ChuBawang stepped lightly into the air and jumped onto the back of the whale Labu. The whale Labu seemed to sense something and let out another desperate roar towards the upside-down mountain. ChuBawang gently stepped twice on Labu, finding it quite soft, and then sat directly on the relatively dry spot on the whale Labu's head. He chuckled and said, Labu is not intentionally blocking the starting point of the Grand Line. The reason it is waiting here is simply because it wants to crash into the Red Earth continent to find its companions. The Straw Hat crew was momentarily stunned. Companions? Does Labu have companions in the Grand Line? Could it be that there are other island whales here? Just based on it, it wants to crash into the Red Earth continent. This guy is too stubborn. Luffy silently complained. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp turned to look at Luffy, feeling murderous. Who could be more stubborn than you? You even have the face to say others are stubborn. Chu Bawang waved his hand and directly took out a parasol and a cup of fragrant red tea from the system space, leisurely taking a sip before continuing. Labu indeed came from the West Sea and belongs to the largest whale species in the world. More than 50 years ago, a group of pirates with a very bold style, called the Lumba Pirates, arrived at the starting point of the Grand Line. That group of pirates was the culprit who brought Labu along for the journey, because sailing on the Grand Line is extremely dangerous. The Lumba Pirates originally planned to leave Labu in the West Sea, but Labu couldn't bear to part with the bonds among companions and followed the Lumba Pirates to the starting point of the Grand Line. Logically speaking, island whales are social animals that live in groups, but for Labu, those silly pirates from the Lumba Pirates are its companions. Due to a ship malfunction, the Lumba Pirates had to stay at Twin Cape for several months. To prevent the young Abu from encountering danger, the crew had to bid farewell to Labu and promise to reunite 3 years later after sailing around the Grand Line. Unexpectedly, that farewell lasted 50 years with no return. Is that the reason why the whale Labu has been roaring and trying to crash into the Red Earth continent? Sanji let out a puff of smoke, feeling that the situation was not simple. So, this whale has been waiting for the Lumba Pirates for a full 50 years at Twin Cape. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of promise is this? Although whales live long lives, how many 50 years can they waste? Thinking of this, Usopp felt a sense of injustice. That Lumba Pirates group wouldn't have abandoned the poor Labu after becoming successful on the Grand Line, would they? Zoro couldn't help but grip his sword. Speaking heavily, Usopp, you can't really be that naive, can you? This is the Grand Line. Every pirate who steps into this sea must be prepared for death. It has been so long without any return. The Lumba Pirates must have all died on the Grand Line. Even if Labu waits longer, they won't come back. Life and death are always heavy topics. Even the usually carefree Luffy and Roger remained silent at this moment. As the melancholic atmosphere enveloped the Straw Hat crew, Chu Bawang stood up and stretched lazily. He reached out to press on the huge scar left by Labu from crashing into the Red Earth continent, chuckling. Little whale. This time you're lucky to meet me, Chu Bawang. Nami's eyes lit up, and she clenched her small fists excitedly. Bawang, are you planning to help the poor Labu? Chu Bawang used the advanced Navy 6 styles, moonwalk to hover in the air, smiling, as expected of Bawang's carrying little cotton-padded jacket. I do have this intention. 72 transformations, binding technique. To prevent the whale Labu from wasting more time, Chu Bawang directly used the binding technique on it. Although Labu's size is indeed somewhat terrifying, as long as it is a living creature, it cannot escape the binding technique's restraints. Just as everyone was about to ask how Chu Bawang planned to help the whale Labu, they saw Chu Bawang lightly clap his hands towards the sea beneath him and actually lifted the enormous whale Labu with one hand. Then, he made a shot-put motion and directly threw the whale Labu into the Grand Line. Just as everyone was about to ask how Chu Bawang planned to help the whale Labu, they saw Chu Bawang lightly clap his hands towards the sea beneath him and actually lifted the enormous whale Labu with one hand. Then, he made a shot-put motion and directly threw the whale Labu into the Grand Line. Did a big black rat just fly by? Nami couldn't help but swallow, her body trembling slightly. What big black rat? It was clearly the whale Labu that was thrown out. What kind of monster is this guy? The weight of an island whale is several tons, yet just disappeared like that. What terrifying strength. Is this the power of the great Master Chu Bawang? I suspect that as long as he wants, he could directly lift an island. 1. Roger and the Straw Hat crew were all stunned. What kind of arm strength is this? He can even toss an island whale like a shot put. Oh, so it's the work of the great Chu Bawang. Then it's nothing. Wait, great Bawang, you don't mean that this is your way of helping the whale Labu find its companions, do you? Roger's mouth twitched repeatedly. This is the Grand Line. Although the size of the island whale is particularly large, its combat power is truly not commendable. If it encounters sea kings, wouldn't it be served up as a meal? Just thinking about the whale Labu being treated as fresh food by many sea kings made Roger feel sorry for it. Why did it have to meet someone like the Great Devil? Chu Bawang, that's just bad luck, don't worry. Waiting at Twin Cape will yield no results. I've already sent the whale Labu to the place it most wants to go. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd that looked at him as if he were a monster, Chu Bawang clapped his hands and casually said, "The place Whale Lab wants to go the most? You wouldn't have sent him straight to heaven, would you? If the Rumbar pirates hadn't done too many evil deeds, they might really be waiting for him in heaven." Roger looked pained. "I didn't expect you to guess right. That place is indeed a paradise for Whale Lab others might not know, but how could I, Chu Bawang, not know where the Rumbar pirates met their end? The Rumbar pirates were completely wiped out in the Devil's Triangle by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. Moreover, Lab's former partner, Brook, was also in the Devil's Triangle. Since I'm going to help Whale Lab, I might as well go all the way and send him directly to the Devil's Triangle." The members of the Straw Hat crew all looked benevolent and silently began to pray for Lab as he flew away. "Poor little whale. May you have a good journey. May there be no Chu Bawang in heaven." Meanwhile, in the territory of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Devil's Triangle, the gigantic and oddly shaped Gecko Moria was having a meeting with his subordinates. "Absalom, how many zombies have we collected and manufactured this month?" Gecko Moria liked to rely on others to do things for him, and aside from collecting shadows, he rarely got his hands dirty. Reporting to Lord Moria, "This month, only 2 pirate crews passed through the Devil's Triangle, and we've captured and created a total of 500 zombies. However, our enemy, Brook, has liberated 50 zombies using sea salt," said Absalom, one of the 3 weirdos and a user of the transparent fruit. When he looked up, his terrifying face could be seen. He had a face and body modified by the genius Surgeon Hogback. His nose, mouth, and jaw were like a lion's, but his skin was like an elephant's. "Damn it, that Brook is getting more and more outrageous. He freed 20 of my zombies last month, and now he's done it again. Absalom, you go inform Perona. You 2 need to search the Devil's Triangle thoroughly. You must bring back Brook, that troublemaker, who is messing with my plans. Once he falls into my hands, I will turn him into a zombie." Absalom replied, "Rest assured, Lord Moria, this time I will definitely bring back that villain Brook for you to deal with." Moria nodded, satisfied with his subordinate. He was quite reliable when faced with real trouble and handled issues seriously and earnestly. Compared to the very childish and often absent Perona, he had complete trust in Absalom. This was his most loyal subordinate, strong and obedient. What supervisor wouldn't he like that? It seems that if there is an opportunity to reward Absalom with something I don't need for the time being, he will definitely be grateful and never betray me. Moria, he thought to himself. Absalom turned and left the graveyard meeting room, revealing a smile characteristic of shrinking uncle. "Looks like I have a chance to get close to the little lowly Perona. This time, I hope I won't be caught by Perona's ghost puppets." Although he appeared glamorous, he was actually a perverted scoundrel, most fond of weak yet strong women. With the transparent fruit, he often took advantage of his ability to spy on women. Usually, he frequently complained about his colleagues Perona and the zombie maid Cindily created by Hogback. Ugh. But just as he was happily preparing to leave, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. Hearing the roaring wind, Absalom slowly raised his head. The smile on his face completely froze. Damn, why is an island whale falling from the sky? Without time to dodge, Absalom was smashed by Whale Lab, his whole body crushed to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The gigantic, terrifying 3-masted ship shook violently. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? No, the Devil's Triangle hasn't had an earthquake in decades. Moria was stunned. A little lackey ran over breathlessly to report. Boss Moria, bad news. For some reason, an island whale suddenly fell from the sky. Commander Absalom was smashed into a pile of meat mush. Gecko Moria looked bewildered, slowly typing out several question marks. Damn, is the heavens really trying to go against me? My capable subordinate, whom I worked so hard to cultivate, was just killed by a whale falling from the sky. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden selection task and received the task reward. 1 Panda Brand Skynet telephone bug, 100 Michelin 3-star main course servings. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden side quest, successfully killed the LSP transparent fruit user Absalom. Received task reward, 7 record pointers, 7 permanent pointers. Is the system bugging out? How did I complete 2 hidden tasks at the same time? Now the bewildered party became ChuBawang. The hidden selection task requires triggering first and meeting hidden conditions to make a choice, and rewards are given after completing the task. The hidden side quest purely relies on luck, because even ChuBawang himself didn't know how to trigger the hidden tasks. Of course, after experiencing the Bartai incident and Whale Labs event, ChuBawang still had a slight guess. That is to follow the plot, there is an old saying. follow the plot, and live to 99. That's probably what it means. As for Absalom, Chu Bawang actually didn't have a deep impression. After all, foreign names were a bit hard to remember. But when it came to the transparent fruit, Chu Bawang had a deep impression. In the original work, this guy spied on the thief cat Nami, and even wanted to forcibly abduct Nami to marry her. If there were a must-die list in the pirate world, Momonosuke would definitely top the list, and the transparent fruit user Absalom would also be on it. Chu Bawang didn't expect that he unintentionally killed this shrinking old pervert. But now the problem arises. Although Chu Bawang had some hostility towards Absalom, he truly hadn't had the chance to strike, yet it couldn't be that Whale Lab's landing point just happened to smash this bastard, right? After thinking it over, Chu Bawang still connected it to Whale Lab, whom he had just thrown like a shot put. He did indeed throw Labu into the Devil's Triangle at that time, but he didn't pay attention to the exact spot where he threw him. Of course, as Chu Bawang, he wouldn't let Labu fall to his death. But he couldn't guarantee where he would land. Could it be that he accidentally threw the whale Labu into Moria's territory? That's quite possible. If that's the case, then Absalom is really unlucky. He was just sitting at home, and the whale came falling from the sky. Chu Bawang felt very calm inside and didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness for such a scum. After all, as long as they meet, he would eventually kill him. The sooner he dies, the sooner he can be reborn. However, now the problem arises. If Absalom is indeed dead, then where did his transparent fruit go? As a high-level LSP, Chu Bawang was quite concerned about the whereabouts of this devil fruit. He was a small butterfly. Even a slight flutter of his wings could cause a drastic change in the world, leading to a huge butterfly effect. While he was thinking about how to find the transparent fruit, Nami suddenly appeared behind him, holding 2 ripe oranges in her hand. "Baba, what are you thinking about? Want to try my freshly squeezed orange juice? It's really good, definitely not worse than Mama Koya's milk." Chu Bawang, can you not drive me crazy? I might get caught by the river crab divine beast for tea. Also, your Mama Koya really doesn't have milk. She hasn't had a baby yet, okay? No matter how much you suck, they're 1 TB any. In most cases, women who haven't had children won't have milk, as the hormones that secrete milk, such as progesterone and prolactin, are insufficient. Of course, Nami probably really didn't understand this physiological sign of women, which is why she misunderstood the intimate interaction between Chu Bawang and Koya. After all, Nami has never had a child. I don't need juice. Oh, just eat an orange. Chu Bawang ignored the little thief cats, teasing, and directly reached for the orange in Nami's left hand. Just as he grabbed the orange, a huge change occurred. The originally golden orange visibly transformed into a very strange strawberry-shaped fruit. What is going on? Nami looked confused. How did the big orange she just picked suddenly turn into a big strawberry? Chu Bawang's mind suddenly connected something. Oh no, could it be that today is another day of my luck shouldn't be this overwhelming, right? Dog system, give me information on this fruit. If there is anything you don't understand, asking the dog system is definitely the right choice, Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the superhuman devil fruit, transparent fruit. P.S. You can use the Great Road Furnace to upgrade it to a perfect level transparent fruit, eliminating its weaknesses of fearing seawater and Hailu stone, and turning it into a delicious fruit. Oh, according to the setting of the devil fruit, all devil fruits are unique existences, and only when a user dies with a devil fruit they once ate reappear. It seems that the drop rate today is indeed quite high. I didn't expect that as soon as Absalom died, the transparent fruit would respawn beside me, killing monsters and getting equipment back. What a good person. Since that is the case, I'll 1T be polite and will just pocket the transparent fruit. I don't even know what the specific function of that Great Road Furnace is. It can actually eliminate the weaknesses of the devil fruit. If I get it, 1T, I just take off right away. If I am given another chance to, maybe I can draw this treasure African chieftain. Chu Bawang silently thought to himself, giving himself a thumbs up. Nami, well done. You're really daddy's lucky star and sweet little cotton padded jacket, bringing me good luck as soon as you arrive. Without waiting for Nami to react, Chu Bawang reached out and roed her delicate little face. Oh, daddy, what are you doing? It's not good for Mama Koya to see this. Nami's little face instantly turned into a rosy little apple, looking incredibly cute. Although Nami said she was disgusted, her body was very honest. Just like that, she seemed to be a comfortably petted little kitty, lying on Chu Bawang's lap, with a look of extreme enjoyment on her face. Chu Bawang raised an eyebrow and glared. How is that possible? As a godfather, is it too much to ruin my own goddaughter? I don't think so at all. As a godfather, if I don't spoil my goddaughter, who else will I spoil? Little greedy cat, come a little closer. I have a great treasure to give you. Great treasure? Nami was momentarily stunned, then immediately thought of the Rui golden cudgel that Chu Bawang gave her at Bartai. She quickly shook her head and refused. No, those gifts are just too precious. It'd be a waste in my hands. Only in Daddy's hands can those treasures truly shine and heat up. The more Nami understood the use of the Rui golden cudgel, the more shock she felt. At first, she thought the Rui golden cudgel was just a broken stick. But unexpectedly, it had the terrifying ability to suppress tsunamis. If this thing were spread outside, it would definitely cause a scramble throughout the world. Being able to get such a treasure, she was already very satisfied. Don't worry, this time it's not a valuable item, but it will be very useful for you. Without it, you will find it difficult to move an inch in the Grand Line. Chu Bawang waved his hand slightly, revealing the 7 recorded pointers and 7 permanent pointers he had just obtained from the system. Hiss, how can there be so many? ISNT, it said that recorded pointers are usually priceless. Nanny, even more rare permanent pointers are this many. Nami was stunned, shocked. She had always longed to have a recorded pointer to document her sailing diary, but in the East Sea, this thing was simply too rare, to the point that calling it priceless would not be an exaggeration. She didn't expect to encounter it today. Chu Bawang rubbed Nami's little head and smiled slightly. Pick one recorded pointer you like the most to be your first stop in sailing. Daddy, you're so nice to me, Since that's the case, then I want to be polite. Nami's eyes sparkled with a money-crazy light as she pecked Chu Bawang's cheek. Because the ram's head of the Mary was damaged by the whale Labu, the half-hearted shipbuilder needed repairs. So the Straw Hat crew had to stay at Twin Cape for a few more days. In these short days, the Straw Hat crew experienced several weather phenomena such as spring, summer, autumn, winter, wind, frost, rain, and snow, and were greatly surprised by the climate of the Grand Line. Clearly, just a moment ago, it was snowing heavily, and Luffy and Usopp were even building snowmen and having snowball fights. But the next second, it turned into bright sunshine and clear skies. The Grand Line is really strange. It started snowing, then thundered, and now it's sunny. The seasons and weather here are all a complete mess. Nami mumbled as she lay by the window. Just a moment ago, she had managed to wrap herself up like a rice dumpling, but was still shivering from the cold. Now, she felt so hot that she wanted to put on the newly bought bikini and enjoy a sunbath. There was a vague sense of unease in her heart, as if she had overlooked something. She looked up at the leisurely white clouds and blue sky, while Chopper held a cup of pure milk, feeling as if he had missed some detail. It seemed related to the condition of Laboon the whale, but he couldn't recall anything specific. After thinking for a while without coming up with any answers, he had no choice but to give up. Just then, Usopp suddenly sneezed and murmured, "The weather in the Grand Line is really strange. I didn't expect the temperature to drop suddenly last night. Even I, a brave warrior of the sea, caught a cold. It seems I should suggest to Luffy that we need a ship's doctor as a crewmate." Ship's doctor? Chopper furrowed his brows and was suddenly startled. Damn it. No wonder I always feel like I've overlooked a key clue. What a sin. I forgot to rescue Roger's former ship's doctor, Crocus, from Laboon's belly. Crocus was a lighthouse keeper of Twin Capes and had once been the ship's doctor for the Roger Pirates, possessing extremely high medical skills. He was the only doctor in the world able to relieve Roger's suffering from his illness. After the Roger Pirates disbanded, he returned to Twin Capes and moved into Laboon's body voluntarily to treat him and prevent Laboon from hurting himself again. Thinking of this, Chopper felt embarrassed. This meant he not only threw Laboon into Moria's territory, but also Roger's old ship's doctor, Crocus hopefully. The old man can still hold on Chopper, silently mourn for Crocus for 2 seconds. The morning ended. 2 seconds was already enough. It really couldn't be more. Under Nami's call, the Straw Hat crew was having a meeting. She held Chopper's log pose and said seriously, "Everyone must not let their guard down, because we don't know what we will encounter next. I have confirmed that this sea area belongs to the Grand Line, and I finally realize how terrifying this place is. Because even my navigation skills are completely useless, there is absolutely no mistake. Roger, since when did the little thief cat Nami start to be honest? How can she so neatly admit her shortcomings without fear of being ridiculed by her teammates? What? Nami is Chopper's goddaughter? Oh, then it's fine." According to the log pose, the Going Merry sailed for about half a month and finally arrived at the first stop of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. Although it was called Whiskey Peak, it would be more accurate to call it Cactus Peak. This was a truly wonderful island. There was a town that superficially welcomed pirates, but in reality, it was a gathering place for bounty hunters and a subordinate branch of the secret crime organization Baroque Works. Many young and inexperienced pirates became easy prey for these bounty hunters. As they continued along the canal on the Mary, the surroundings became increasingly shrouded in mist, making the island feel even more eerie. Some timid Usopp muttered, there wouldn't be any monsters or anything inside, right? Chopper had the idea of teasing Usopp, and said with a smirk, of course. This is the Grand Line, anything can happen. Usopp, boss, I don't read much, so please don't scare me. Luffy pondered for a moment and smiled. If we really encounter monsters, we can just leave quickly. Zoro and Sanji rolled their eyes at this. Heck, if we really encounter monsters, you would be the first to jump up in excitement? Hey kids, have you forgotten the rules of the log pose? You have to stay on the island for a while to let the log pose record the magnetic field of this island. Otherwise, you won't be able to reach the next island. Of course, if you have other log poses, then forget what I said. But I have to remind you, log poses are not so easily obtained. Roger, who wanted to challenge Zoro to a drinking contest, casually said while holding a jug of liquor. Zoro's face immediately turned sour. This month, he had borrowed tens of thousands of berries in high interest for Nami, just to drink with Roger. That evil Roger does nothing but look for me to drink. He's simply a troublemaker. Zoro blamed everything on Roger. If it weren't for Roger insisting on drinking with him, how could he owe Nami so much money? Nami nodded in agreement, recalling Chopper's advice. Roger-senpai is right. Because the speed of recording the magnetic field varies on different islands, some places only need to stay for a few hours to gather enough magnetic force, while others may take several days to proceed. While speaking, she secretly glanced at Chopper, who was sunbathing on the deck with Kaya. She remembered Chopper's handsome face when he was serious. Dad looked so cool when he asked serious. The only thing she was curious about was why Chopper was so knowledgeable and understood the work of navigators and the Grand Line so well. Could it be that Chopper is a hidden advanced navigator? That is to say, even if the ahead is a monster island we must escape from, we still have to stay there until the magnetic recording is complete? Usopp's heart raced. Nami shrugged and said, that's indeed the case. Usopp frowned and whispered, everyone, please listen to my heartfelt words. My old illness has suddenly flared up, and I've got the disease of not being able to go to the island. Zoro, Sanji, Roger, cowardly Usopp, as expected of you, to avoid going to the monster island. You even made up such a low-level lie. The closer they got to Whiskey Peak, the thicker the fog became. Even though everyone was on deck, there was still the illusion of not being able to see 5 fingers in front of them. In the layers of mist, several dark shadows flickered faintly. They held foggy binoculars and whispered, look, a new pirate crew has arrived. Finally, new pirates are here. My sword hasn't tasted blood in a long time. If that's the case, let us proceed as planned and teach these naive new pirates a lesson. Luffy sat in the VIP seat, peering ahead, and said, everyone look, there seem to be a few figures moving ahead. The number of black shadows grew larger, and at a glance, there were even hundreds of them. It was as if a well-prepared army was waiting for them to walk into a trap. Nami said sternly, everyone, be careful. Usopp put on the sniper goggles he got from Road Town and said fiercely, this is outrageous. Did we just arrive in the Grand Line and already encounter strong enemies? No matter if they are monsters or whatever, bring it on. Roger gave him a deep look, silently complaining, if I ignore your trembling old legs. You actually have quite a bit of momentum in what you say Master Bawang and Mistress Koya were taking their afternoon nap. I can't let those little rascals disturb them. If someone really seeks death, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zoro gently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to respond to any sudden situation. As the first disciple of the Great Warrior, he knew that the Great Warrior could be quite grumpy when woken up, and disturbing his sleep could lead to extremely serious consequences. The last time Roger got drunk, he made a loud noise that disturbed the Great Warrior's morning nap, and he was severely beaten, unable to walk for a whole week. As the Mary continued its journey, the Straw Hat crew gradually saw what those black shadows were. They were not enemies at all, but a group of warm and hospitable residents. There were old and young, fat and thin, big and small, men and women. But without exception, these people all wore very kind smiles on their faces. They were cheering and celebrating the arrival of the Mary. Pirates, welcome to the Grand Line. We are the hospitable town of Whiskey Peak. Please enjoy the convenience of Whiskey Peak. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. Long live the maritime heroes. The Straw Hat crew, poised for action, were all in shock. The sharp-eyed Usopp even saw many children waving red welcome flags. This is way too hospitable. It's like the leaders are coming for an inspection. Wow. So many cute girls. They must be fragrant and soft. Before Nami could give any warnings, Sanji was completely lost among the beauties, his eyes sparkling with hearts. Sure enough, pirates are heroes in everyone's hearts. Brave maritime warriors will receive the best treatment wherever they go. Usopp was practically floating. Luffy sat in the VIP seat, letting out monkey-like laughs towards the townsfolk, clearly overjoyed. Being hospitable means he can get a lot of free food. What to do now? I just hope you don't provoke the very grumpy Master Bawang, or else it will really be a big trouble. Zoro rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache. If they were enemies, he could just kill them. But these villagers were so warm and hospitable that Zoro found it hard to be ruthless. After the merry docked, a middle-aged man with big curly hair stood in the center of the welcoming line, holding a small saxophone. He spoke, "Welcome. Cough, cough. Ba, ba, ba." Struggling to get the words out, he cleared his throat and hummed a strange tune. "Welcome. My name is Callum, and I am a mayor of Whiskey Peak. This town is famous for its wine and music, and hosting guests is what we pride ourselves on the most. We have as much fine wine as there is sea, and if you would like to accompany your drinks with adventure stories, please follow me to enjoy a wonderful banquet. Of course, we are very willing." Facing such a hospitable town, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp had no defenses in their hearts and dashed into the crowd, happy as if they were 200-pound fat men. These three idiots are too relaxed. Nami sighed, resting her forehead, not taking it too seriously. After all, she had the Rui Jingu Bang in hand, and if these villagers really had any bad intentions, she wouldn't hesitate to give them a black eat black lesson. Nami asked, "By the way, I would like to ask, how long would it take to record the magnetic force of this island?" "Record." Callum was slightly taken aback. Then a lewd expression appeared on his face. "Ha. Let's put aside such boring matters for now. Why not relieve the fatigue of your journey at Whiskey Peak first? Everyone, let us start our banquet and treat the adventurers well." He walked towards Nami, wanting to play the role of a warm-hearted tour guide and wrap his arms around her. Clearly, Callum was already familiar with dealing with inexperienced girls. Just as his big hand was about to reach Nami's delicate shoulder, whoosh, a sharp blade hovered in the air, exuding a warning, blocking the big hand from reaching her shoulder. The spirit sword and the Tao character were slightly activated, instantly scaring Callum into shivering all over. What the hell is this thing? Violet was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen a blade that could fly without a swordsman holding it. Could it be that he was seeing things? Or was it an encounter with the supernatural? Zoro, without looking up, said, "Mr. Callum, if you still want that arm of yours, then don't touch this girl. There are really a lot of ungrateful dogs in this world. Daring to reach for the daughter of the great warrior, you must be tired of living." If it weren't for the villagers being so simple and kind, and he didn't want to leave these innocent villagers with psychological shadows, he would have already cut off Callum's arm as a warning. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel relieved that the great warrior was still taking a nap. Otherwise, Callum's life would really be in danger. You can't expect the white devil, great warrior, to be merciful. That's just wishful thinking. The atmosphere suddenly became quite cold. Seeing the simple villagers staring at him with wide eyes, Zoro felt his tone was a bit heavy, and he changed his words. "Mr. Callum, don't be afraid, because I am saving you. The villagers. Callum, can you please take the knife off my neck? You have zero credibility when you say that." However, Callum was indeed intimidated by the aura emanating from Zoro and dared not move an inch. He knew that this swordsman was definitely a man of his word. If he dared to overstep again, the other party would definitely strike and sever his arm, without a hint of hesitation. The originally harmonious atmosphere froze for a moment. No one expected that Zoro would be so unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. "Don't be reckless. We may not be this guy's opponents." Ikaram secretly cast a dark glance, fearing that his companions might, in a fit of rage, clash with Zoro and leave him as the first casualty. Stealing a peek at the three blades at Zoro's waist, Ikaram's heart trembled. It turned out to be him, Roronoa Zoro, the three-sword-style pirate hunter who made countless pirates in the East Blue tremble in fear. Could this guy be practicing a four-sword style instead of the three-sword style? Ikaram's heart stirred with shock once again, and the sense of threat grew stronger. If three-sword style was already so impressive, and now it had turned into four-sword style, wasn't he like a small cow flying on a plane, so amazing it was out of this world? Wow, who would have thought that after taking a nap, he would encounter such a sensational scene? Suddenly, a mocking laughter came from above. The king of Chu, holding Kaya's arm, looked down. In his starry eyes, there seemed to flash a momentary anger that made people reluctant to meet his gaze. Even a distant glance could feel the dangerously strong aura emanating from him, instilling an instinctive fear that made people hesitant to approach. The crowd looked up, unable to help but shout the man's name. "Daddy, King! Daddy, King! Daddy, King!" Clearly wanting to say King of Chu, They blurted out Daddy King instead. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of people recalled their own fathers and deeply felt what it meant for a father's love to be as solid as a mountain. The scene was incredibly bizarre. Have you ever seen hundreds and thousands of people simultaneously call one person daddy? The king of Chu claimed he had seen it. And not just once. Back in his hometown of Zilabu village, this was his favorite post-meal entertainment activity. My goodness, could this guy possibly be the white devil who killed a Navy colonel? His first bounty was as high as 90 million berries, making him one of the best among all new pirates. Who would have thought he would encounter such a fierce character today? This situation was becoming tricky. The villagers exchanged glances, each realizing the difficulty of the situation. It was clear that these scheming villagers were unaware of the shocking secrets that had unfolded in Lowtown. They also did not know that the king of Chu's bounty had skyrocketed from 90 million to 1 billion berries. Otherwise, they would have likely fled long ago. Not every organization can afford the luxury of a din mushy. Moreover, news at sea is inherently delayed, so it was understandable that these people did not know about the shocking events in Lowtown. Zoro, you really are my good disciple. I told you to protect Nami. And this is how you protect her? The king of Chu looked at Zoro with a faint smile. It's over. This time, it seems a group of saboteurs have caused trouble. Zoro's heart skipped a beat, and while he appeared calm on the outside, he was panicking inside. Master is about to explode, and it's going to be fierce and violent. I hope I'm safe. Zoro steeled himself and stepped forward, saying, Master, please calm down. I will teach this ungrateful old pervert a lesson. To prevent the villagers from suffering as collateral damage, Zoro forced himself to step forward and said, Master, please calm down. I will teach this ungrateful old pervert a lesson. After spending so many days together, Zoro had some understanding of the king of Chu's personality. Cunning, protective, easily angered, and reckless in his actions. Whatever he wanted to do, he would do it without fail. Whoever he wanted to kill, he would kill without hesitation. Zoro's face darkened as he silently cursed fool while looking at Akaram. How could such a worthless person become the town mayor? It was simply embarrassing. Zoro's only worry was that the king of Chu would vent his anger on the innocent villagers. As for whether Akaram lived or died, it was no longer that important. Step. Each step Zoro took forward felt like a beat on the hearts of the people, making countless hearts race with fear. It was a pressure that belonged to the strong. No one dared to obstruct Zoro's progress. On the surface, this was an ordinary village, but in reality, it was the den of bounty hunters. The name Roronoa Zoro, the three-sword-style pirate hunter, was not unfamiliar to these people. In a sense, Zoro was still a colleague to them. An old acquaintance who had once worked alongside them as laborers. No one knew better than them how terrifying Zoro's combat power was. Among bounty hunters, if Zoro claimed to be second, no one would dare claim first. Now he was even a disciple of the king of Chu, with pure and refined sword intent. Standing there, he resembled a human-shaped beast. Akaram was completely hopeless. He never expected to provoke two fierce gods at the same time. Just a single pirate hunter was not something they could handle, let alone the white devil, the king of Chu, with a bounty of 90 million berries. Zoro, could he really want to kill Akaram? Nami felt a slight shock in her heart. Whoosh, a sharp flash of blade light passed by, and others didn't even see from what angle Zoro struck. Akaram, who was first in line, was even more unbearable. His legs trembled, and he lacked the motivation to escape, standing there as if waiting for death. My life is over. Princess Vivi, em Trudisore. The burden of being an undercover agent in Baroque works will fall on your shoulders. Akaram closed his eyes in despair, feeling deeply guilty. He had infiltrated Baroque works to save Alabasta, and he had finally managed to get into the enemy's ranks. Who would have thought he would fall here due to such a trivial matter? If King Cobra knew, he would truly be unable to rest in peace even in death. Daddy, Nami tugged at the king of Chu's sleeve, feeling both warmth and anxiety. The warmth was from the king of Chu's arrogant and domineering actions, simply because he saw her almost being bullied. The anxiety was that she was a bit afraid that the stubborn Zoro would really kill Akaram right in front of so many villagers. This person does not deserve death. A small punishment would suffice. The king of Chu said lightly, although he often acted recklessly and without regard for consequences. He was someone who repaid kindness and vengeance. Akaram acted as he did to gain the trust of Baroque works and save a nation in crisis, not out of his true intentions. Otherwise, it wouldn't be something that a small punishment could resolve. All right. Zoro was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly adjusted the blade's angle. However, this time he was too hasty. What was originally a deadly strike could no longer be completely avoided. He turned the blade and struck Ikarim hard across the face with the back of the sword. Boom! After a loud noise, Ikarim was directly turned into a pig's head, spinning and jumping with his eyes closed, flying out for several dozen meters. Zoro. He suspected that the scheming Chu Bawang had deliberately chosen this moment to speak. With the other's keen eyesight, he must have noticed that it was too late for him to sheath his sword. Hit hard by this slash, it would probably take Ikarim at least 10 to 15 days to face people again with that pig's head face. However, thinking about how Ikarim had accidentally gained a little life from this disaster, Zoro felt that the other party had really made a huge profit from this slash. Okay. Gulp. The onlookers couldn't help but swallow their saliva, staring blankly at the ferociously brutal master and disciple, Chu Bawang and Zoro. Are you sure this is what you call a slight punishment? What the hell? Are you trying to kill him outright? With a bounty of up to 90 million berries, we can't afford to provoke this great god. Yes. We thought we could catch some small thieves and have some soup, but we didn't expect to encounter the brutal white devil. This time we are completely doomed. When the villagers looked at each other, they saw each other's serious helplessness and shock. Among bounty hunters, pirate hunters Zoro and the dad with the child have already become among the best. Such combat power can only deal with pirates worth around 20 million berries at most. Are you expecting them to confront Chu Bawang head-on? They're not really that stubborn to the point of no, returned Zoro, turned to those expressive villagers and shouted. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and save him. Do you really hope Ikarim dies here? Everyone, are you sure that we want Ikarim to die, and not you? The human-shaped killing machine, just relying on the immense force of the back of the blade, sent him flying dozens of meters away. If it were the blade edge, what would happen? However, despite the complaints, everyone still hurried to save him. After all, finding a companion who fits the town mayor's temperament is not easy, and Ikarim will still be needed to deceive new pirates in the future. This is a carefully brewed wine made from high-quality grapes as raw materials. Although it tastes like fine wine, it contains no alcohol, and no matter how much you drink, you won't get drunk. It tastes pretty good. Would you like to try it? At the banquet, it was quite rare for Chu Bawang to have a wine party with the Straw Hat crew. Although the food in the pirate world is not very delicious, the brewing technology is still quite advanced. The taste is somewhat similar to the English-style wine of the 19th century. If it were in the previous life, this level of brewing technology would be worth a fortune with every sip. But Mamaya, you can't blame the monster for digging your corner. Today is the first time Bawang has participated in a gathering. After waiting for a long time, I finally found the opportunity to drug him. It's time to turn raw rice into cooked rice. Nami hid in the corner, quietly sprinkling a packet of white powder medicine into the wine. A very insidious smile appeared on her face. P.S. Seeking support, data, and rewards. The wild author thanks you in advance. After pouring the white powder into the wine, the originally deep red wine took on a colorful hue. The color was very faint, almost imperceptible. This is the tsuaching medicine that Nami specially prepared by finding a doctor in Cocoa Village, and its potency is strong. Tonight I can turn raw rice into cooked rice. Nami revealed an insidious smile. Usually, there is no opportunity to drug you. But this time I finally caught the chance stepping out from the dark corner. Nami held the wine and quickly approached the figure of Chu Bawang sitting down, moving with a cheerful pace. Usually, Chu Bawang rarely drinks beverages on the merry. Even the orange juice she squeezed herself is seldom consumed. So Nami naturally couldn't find the best time to drug him. But this time is different night, wine, many people, and a joyful atmosphere. Symbolizing the right time and place, there couldn't be a better opportunity. If I don't drug and dizzy Chu Bawang now, when will I? Dad Nami raised a glass to you, thanking you for taking care of me during this time. Nami smiled sweetly and handed the wine in her hand to Chu Bawang. As long as Chu Bawang drinks this glass of wine, then her plan will be half successful. This way, Nami's opportunity will also come. Chu Bawang took the wine that Nami handed over, seemingly completely unaware of Nami's twisted intentions. Zoro also raised his glass, laughing. Master Bawang. Zoro also toast you a glass. Seeing this, Sanji also cheerfully shouted, Sanji, toast you a glass too. The two exchanged glances, seeing each other's unwillingness to fall behind. Although the favor is small, mosquito meat is still meat. Mr. Bawang, Luffy and Usopp snatched a cup of wine from the waiter, looking very happy. Cheers. Chu Bawang raised the wine handed to him by Nami and didn't refuse anything. He just quietly snapped his fingers behind him. A sudden breeze, just as Chu Bawang was about to drink the wine in his hand, the whole room suddenly turned dark. Huh? Why did the lights suddenly go out? Luffy, confused, put down the wine glass in his hand and curiously looked out the window. It seemed a gust of wind blew out the candles. Ikelum, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, trembled as he held the wine glass, saying indistinctly. Soon someone relit the candles, and the room returned to a bright and joyful atmosphere. Deep feelings, one gulp. Cheers! Chu Bawang wore a faint smile and was the first to down the wine. Cheers! Cheers! Luffy also raised the wine in his hand and grinned widely. However, the bottom of his wine glass emitted a colorful glow. This glass of wine was clearly switched by the scheming Chu Bawang. But at this moment, Luffy obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. He had no idea what kind of crazy embarrassing things he would do tonight. How? How is that possible? I clearly saw Dad drink the ChuBawang wine. How did this glass of wine suddenly end up in Luffy's hands? But before she could react, Luffy had already finished the wine containing the ChuBawang medicine without leaving a drop. So delicious. Waiter, bring me another glass. Luffy seemed not to have had enough, licking his lips with some reluctance. Nami's beautiful eyes widened, staring blankly at the empty wine glass. She was about to explode, her footing faltering and nearly falling to the ground. That was my only ChuBawang medicine. Could it be that Dad has long noticed that my filial piety has deteriorated? Nami turned back and just happened to meet the signature scheming smile of Chu Bawang, who even winked at her. Oh my, this smile and this look are full of a conspiratorial vibe. Wait, I seem to understand why the candle was blown out. Nami trembled slightly as she suddenly thought of a terrifying scenario. Single-celled organism Luffy, strong dose of aphrodisiac, a chaotic night Roger, afraid of exposing his identity. Did not get off the ship to party Roger, who promised Zoro to drink a lot when he returned drunken Roger. Could it be that Chu Bawang wants Luffy, under the stimulation of the aphrodisiac, to do something to the drunken pirate king Roger? Luffy, I am a man of the pirate king. Roger, crying like a woman, I hate it. I'm already yours. You have to be responsible for me. Just thinking about this possible scenario that might happen soon made Nami shiver all over. Roger, oh Roger, I can only hope you won't get drunk competing with Zoro. Otherwise, tonight you might lose your virginity. Under the immense deterrent power of Chu Bawang, these simple villagers did not add any knockout drugs to the drinks. The Straw Hat Crew's celebration party on Whiskey Peak lasted until the early hours of the morning, when Zoro returned from a feast. The first thing he did was fulfill his drinking promise with Roger made a few days ago. Both of them were heavy drinkers on the Mary, and when they met, it was like two sharp needles against each other, neither willing to back down. After several rounds of drinks, this silent drinking battle ultimately ended with both of them passed out on the ground. Sanji helplessly dragged the two corpses to the boys' dormitory and then continued to immerse himself in sweet dreams. What he didn't realize was that in the thick darkness, a pair of eyes, like a beast in heat, opened, bright as a lamp. That was Luffy, who had taken the aphrodisiac. The next day, under the blue sky and warm breeze, with clouds floating in fresh air, it was indeed a great day for sunbathing. Chu Bawang skillfully took out the sunshade, beach chair, and interesting magazines, a photo collection of the Empress, and lazily lay down. Little Ching, with a smile on her face, held a fruit platter, while Dasky, looking furious but having to submit, stood beside Chu Bawang on either side. Chu Bawang opened his mouth, and with a tacit understanding, Little Ching began feeding him the shiny grapes with her delicate fingers. As Little Ching had to lower her head to feed, Chu Bawang inevitably caught sight of some things he shouldn't see. I stare for a little longer. The life of the big boss is just so ordinary, boring, and tedious. Damn it, how could I stare at that for so long? This is too corrupt. Dasky stomped her little foot in annoyance. She is not some daring little thief who dares to give her godfather an aphrodisiac, having grown up in Road Town. She is obviously a bit conservative in character. Chu Bawang gestured with his mouth, signaling that it was Dasky's turn to feed him fruit. Taking a deep breath, Dasky, with a forced smile, grabbed a handful of crystal grapes and stuffed them directly into Chu Bawang's mouth. Eat, eat, eat. Today, I must make you burst from your decadent private life. You lecher. Why be so angry? I rescued you from the boring and dire life at the Navy base. You should be grateful to me. Come on, give me a smile. Chu Bawang's heart was big, and he didn't mind Dasky's offensive actions, swallowing the fruit in a few bites. There are not many good men in the world like me, who are gentle, kind, and never bully girls. He even patted himself on the back. Dasky showed a professional fake smile, obviously somewhat perfunctory. She had never seen someone so thick-skinned. Clearly a big bad guy who forcibly took her away from the Navy base, yet insists on pretending to be a benevolent, good person here. So I'm still too kind-hearted to not want to deal with you harshly. But fortunately, I still have Lil Ching. As long as she is here, I believe she can train you into the world's most perfect secretary. Chu Bawang shook his head and sighed, feeling frustrated. When would he be able to change this carefree personality and become a cold, ruthless ultimate powerhouse? Chu Bawang jokingly ordered, Little Ching, take Dasky to your Mickey Mouse house and properly teach her the basic qualities of a secretary. When you come back, I want to hear her sincerely use honorifics for me. Do you understand? Little Ching nodded slightly, her face showing a hint of redness. With a deep connection to Chu Bawang, she didn't need much verbal instruction to understand his thoughts. Oomph. Do you want me to submit to your tyranny? I tell you, that is absolutely impossible. Dasky retorted stubbornly. With her head held high, she looked brave and resolute. Little Ching wouldn't give Dasky the chance to continue arguing, directly dragging her by the back of her collar into the Mickey Mouse house. The following details of the training are omitted. An hour later, Dasky, with a flushed face and walking like a noodle without bones. Sklau up, go check Chu Bawang. Chu Bawang looked at Dasky with a smile. Now, do you realize your mistake? Dasky bit her silver teeth, her face still flushed, seemingly still struggling. Little Ching blew a breath of hot air near her ear. Dasky shivered all over, as if recalling some unbearable experience. Oh Lord! Dasky realized her mistake. The sweet voice came, even soothing to the heart, making one unable to help but want to listen for a few more sentences. Dasky's previous vow of never submitting to Chu Bawang had long been thrown out the window. Her restraint had completely disappeared. Dasky knew she was in the agony of hell, but somehow she felt like she was starting to like it here. Dasky was a bit confused about life. Could it be that there is a masochistic tendency hidden within her? Yes. I didn't expect Little Ching to have quite a talent for training people. Chu Bawang cast an appreciative glance at Little Ching. Even the upright Dasky has knelt. Are there any women in the world that Little Ching cannot train? Master, you flatter me. The praised Ching lowered her head, completely unable to look at Chu Bawang. She feared that she might uncontrollably make some outrageous moves. In her eyes, Chu Bawang was sacred and inviolable, and even the slightest thought of lust should not be born. In front of others, she could be the queen who suppresses all living beings. But in front of Chu Bawang, she was just a mere sword attendant. Nothing more. Life, is truly as lonely as snow. Under the feeding of the two beauties, Chu Bawang lying on the beach chair looked more and more like a salted fish without ambitions. Is this the private life of a successful person? It's really quite dull and boring. Breakfast time. In the conference room and dining room of the merry-go-round. Something seemed a bit off. Algae Head, go call Luffy and Roger. What's going on with those two? Why are these two guys still sleeping in? Sanji, with dark circles under his eyes, looked puzzled at the two empty seats at the table. Although there were many wines in Whiskey Peak that wouldn't make one drunk, most of the remaining wines had high alcohol content, and even with Sanji's drinking capacity, he couldn't drink too much. On a whim, both Sanji and Usopp drank a bit too much. Last night, Sanji, fighting off drowsiness, dragged the drunken Zoro and Roger into the room before entering a wonderful dream. Waking up so early to cook again today, if he didn't have dark circles, that would be weird. Zoro yawned, looking equally unawake. All right, I'll go find those two. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I heard some very strange noises in the boys' dormitory last night. Nami quietly lowered her head, trying to cover her guilty conscience with rice. Luffy and Roger waking up so late should have nothing to do with me, right? P.S. Press down another pack of spicy strips, and I still bet Luffy is the man who will become the Pirate King. The giant doll moved with Ling Hu Shua's scream, layers shifting, and finally, a pair of huge brown eyes stared straight at Ling Hu Shua. Once inside, it was a different scene. A spacious courtyard had a high platform built of jade, with a few cultivators sitting around. The others held their breath, their faces grim, because the physical destructive power of the true essence gun was extremely strong. Wielded by a master of spiritual power like Zhuang Yin, it could even penetrate tank armor. Outside the city, Elbu, hearing Han Xian's words, felt a surge of battle intent erupting from his tall body, eager to compete. Lin Yujue suddenly looked towards the brightly lit area in the distance. A faint blue light flashing in her eyes. Just as the fox finished speaking, he felt a chill on one side of his body, and stiffly looked over to see the silver wolf's glowing green eyes staring at him. Yuxing waved his hand and stepped into the space passage. A faint space power flashed, and he disappeared. At this moment, the seven greedy wolves also looked toward Zhang Wei, trying to guess what was on his mind. At this moment, Ruan Yuqing completely failed to react. He just heard Ruan Qini ask if he liked her the most, and without a moment's hesitation, he nodded directly. This answer revealed a look of disappointment, even sadness, on Jelina's face, and she didn't say anything more. Almost at the instant his voice just came out. His figure had already descended before the five Supremes. Clearly, she didn't want to delve too deeply into this topic, only giving Yang Chang the contact details and address of the unit commander before hanging up the phone, not saying a word more. In this regard, there are still a few days until the next Ancient Artifact Exchange meeting. Considering that the Ancient Artifact Exchange meeting is just a loose organization, relying mainly on members' mutual sharing for information, it is not a good choice. You should know that he has just completed the engraving of the mark of the Great Tao, entering the realm of the Great Tao. He hasn't even figured out the direction to advance towards the third layer of the Great Tao form, but he is still trying hard to remember every symbol here. This kind of opportunity related to the end of the Great Tao is not something one can encounter anytime. As the vision suddenly opened up, the moment he stepped out of the dense forest, the fresh air washed over his face, making him feel much lighter all over. Previously flying in space with a gold coin, and Shilu had no concept of resistance. But inside the cadet ship, flying in an area with air, and Shilu always felt that something was blocking his flight ahead, leading to the bizarre thought of being afraid of hitting an air wall. This, Richard hesitated. Although he had countless pieces of knowledge buried deep in his mind, this question was not within the scope of answers. After all, he had never seen that strange creature before. How could he know why it called Yugen? Sure enough, a soldier was sitting with his back to Leo, wearing a red scarf military uniform and bronze light armor, and his side profile indeed had scar. Misty eyes cast a sharp gaze, directly targeting Leo and Sonya on the horse. In the blink of an eye, they skillfully ran to the side of the horse, like wind that could invade anywhere. Extremely aggressive. My lord, madam, the meal is ready. At this moment, Wang Shi walked in respectfully. And now, 54-year-old Liu Biao is stepping into the last glory of expanding 1,000 miles, with an army of 100,000. Seeing Zhao Donglai and Chasing Moon walking in from outside, Dong Huaxian and Lu Qingxi quickly stood up to welcome them. It should be noted that Li Yuan is now over 80 years old. His eldest son Li Hai is over 43, and his second son Li Jin is 38. Tan Tian was unhappy. Even if I broke the law, I couldn't join the underworld. What are we even chatting about? This is Du Dajiang, who is 9 years old this year. In the middle is Du Erlang, also 9 years old but much shorter. This is Du Sanlang, who doesn't even know how old he is. The old beggar who took them and just named them in the order they were taken in. Li Fuguwei raised his head proudly and said happily, "Fourth brother." Zhang Tianbing shouted urgently, but just as she was about to go to help, she suddenly felt a gust of wind at her back. Turning around abruptly, a fierce energy transformed in midair into a lion's head, pressing down. It seemed that from Yang Ji's eyes, there was surprise. The giant dragon slowly raised its head, and with a wave, the giant dragon transformed into a young man. That Ge Hongji is no ordinary person. We have been watching the developments in Zhongzhou over the years. This person acts in a strange and unpredictable manner. His methods are always above board. His vision is long-term. And what surprises me the most is his great patience. The old man, known as the seventh uncle, slowly opened his eyes. The head of the Yin family is named Yin Wufeng, a strong man in the Divine Harmony realm. The current controller of the Yin family, and the mastermind behind the order to harass Fong Yanting. Xiao Chainan silently thought, the surname Huangfu is indeed rare. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly caught a faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, elegant like orchids and bamboo. Unable to help but take a gentle sniff, and when he raised his head, he was slightly surprised. In light of this, the Eastern Expedition Army regarded the Air Force as a hidden treasure, treating it as a deterrent force. Even Shuarina, who had just been scared to tears, was momentarily stunned by the playful banter of the two in front of her. Faced with such teasing from Mu Jiqing, Ji Hung could no longer hold back. He flipped over and pinned Mu Jiqing beneath him, kissing every inch of her skin like raindrops. A deep, hoarse, and magnetic voice came to Lin Jiping's ear, and his intuition told him that Lin Dongxian was still at the E residence. Lin Jiping understood best. If he didn't understand, so be it. Without further delay, he turned and left, not even having the chance to express his gratitude before he disappeared. Miss Nami, I think you're absolutely right. Lot Babawan. He has gone too far this time. You must inform Lady Koya about this matter. We absolutely cannot let Lord Baba Wang continue to fall. Surprisingly, Dasky stood on Nami's side at this moment. In her view, Chu Bawang was the epitome of pure evil, while Xiao Qing was Chu Bawang's loyal dog and watchdog. As for Nami in front of her, at least she still had a tiny bit of conscience left. In order to successfully escape from Chu Bawang's clutches, Dasky felt it necessary to sweet-talk the kind Nami. Otherwise, escaping from Chu Bawang's grasp would be as impossible as dreaming. Even the formidable Colonel Smoker of the Navy was no match for Chu Bawang. She certainly wouldn't think she could rely on brute force to escape. Nami, are you sure you want to tell Koya about this? Chu Bawang slightly raised the corner of his eye and couldn't help but glance at Dasky again. He didn't expect this little girl to be quite clever, knowing to find allies for herself. Unfortunately, your wish will ultimately come to nothing. Chu Bawang's actions in Cocoa West Village had deeply touched Nami. It was not just a matter of saving her life, but also saving the lives of everyone in the village and alleviating Nami's greatest fear. It can be said that even in death, Nami would never betray Chu Bawang. Should I report this to Mama Koya? Even if I do report it, it seems to be of no use. Nami's footsteps came to a halt, clearly caught in hesitation. After hesitating for about half a second, Nami made her decision. She turned and pounced into Chu Bawang's arms, looking as gentle as a little kitten, smiling brightly. Daddy, you treat Nami so well. How could I do something so ungrateful? Nami knew very well that Koya spoiled Chu Bawang too much and would not be comfortable with his freedom and nature. Even if she secretly reported it in Koya's heart, it would only lead to an impression of sowing discord. It might even cause Chu Bawang to feel disgusted, which would be counterproductive. Moreover, having the chance to act cute and be pampered in front of Chu Bawang, isn't that great? Hee. Ooh. It's worth it for me to treat you so well. You really are Daddy's little sweetheart. Chu Bawang had a faint smile on his lips as he skillfully rubbed Nami's little head. This little girl was both daring and a bit quirky. Chu Bawang doted on Nami and naturally wouldn't scold her too much. Nami, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect that just a little rub on your head from Daddy Wong would buy you off with this big pervert. Dasky was dumbfounded, her gaze shifting back and forth between Nami and Chu Bawang. What the hell? I just came up with a good scheme to sow discord, and it's already dead on arrival. With her eyes fixed on Nami, who was becoming so comfortable she was almost purring, Dasky fell in a deep thought. Could it be that being gently rubbed by this arrogant demon king would really feel so good? Should I let Chu Bawang rub me too? With that thought, Dasky actually felt a bit restless and took a step forward to gently massage Chu Bawang's shoulders. The shoulder massage was gentle and delicate. Well, I didn't expect Dasky to be quite perceptive. As a professional secretary, one must have a keen sense of when to help relieve the boss's fatigue and stress. Chu Bawang almost instinctively grasped Dasky's delicate little hand and casually said, "There's an old saying, a secretary does the work when there's something to do, and when there's nothing they, cough, slip of the tongue. I didn't say anything just now, and you didn't remember anything." Nami and Xiao Qing rolled their eyes in unison. "I knew you were a pervert. The fox's tail is finally out, huh? Just a couple of days ago, you said Dasky was a dedicated secretary for Lady Koya, and now she is your secretary? Moreover, you even said the ridiculous line about a secretary does the work when there's something to do, and when there's nothing they... This is blatant, unlicensed driving. You clearly don't take our police squad seriously." Only Dasky seemed startled, her body trembling as she stared blankly at her small hand being pulled away from Chu Bawang's warm hand, realizing what bold move she had just made. Dasky's little face instantly turned bright red, like a boiling pressure cooker, constantly steaming. This is so scary. What's wrong with me? Why did I unconsciously massage his shoulders? Could it be that I've been unconsciously conquered by this big pervert's charm and have taken on the role of his secretary? Dasky's heart was in turmoil, her emotions very complicated. Originally, she just wanted to be a competent undercover agent beside Chu Bawang, waiting for the right moment to slip away. She never expected that a day would come when she would fall for him. And how long has it been? The Demon King hasn't even had the chance to launch any seductive attacks on me yet. Have I already given in so easily? No. I am Dasky, who vowed to collect world-famous sword from the hands of villains. I absolutely cannot succumb to the tyranny of Chu Bawang. Dasky's little head shook like a rattle drum as she muttered softly. To be honest, the naturally dazed girl is quite cute. Ha. Seeing this, Chu Bawang burst into laughter and rubbed Dasky's little head. Little girl, if you want to collect world-famous swords, it's not that simple. Moreover, let me tell you the truth. I don't just have one sword of the level of the magic blade, Qianren. What? You actually have other world-famous swords? Dasky's eyes revealed a look of surprise, completely ignoring the warm hand resting on her head from Chu Bawang. P.S. Seeking rewards, support, and data. Thank you, author. What? Besides the magic blade Qianren, you actually have other famous swords from different worlds? Dasky was shocked. She had witnessed the terrifying nature of the magic blade, Chienrin firsthand. Its sharpness and characteristics far surpassed those of the legendary Great Blade series. The 3 generations of ghost cuts. Dasky even suspected that the magic blade, Chienrin, in the hands of the Overlord of Chu was no less impressive than the globally renowned Supreme Great Blade Series 12. If you were to ask her what her biggest dream was right now, it would be to escape from the clutches of the Overlord of Chu. If she could also retrieve the magic blade Chienrin in the process, that would be even better. Overlord of Chu. Are you kidding me? Why would I give you something as perfect for showing off as the magic blade Chienrin for free, you little brat? What? You don't believe me? Of course I don't. Overlord, you're just bragging. Although you are indeed a genius in mastering the armed color hockey. Every Supreme Great Blade 12 has its own history, and many have even been lost to the sands of time, never to see the light of day again. Dasky's little head shook like a rattle. How could she possibly believe it? It's already tough enough for an ordinary swordsman to have a good blade. Even the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, only possesses one Supreme Great Blade 12. This shows just how rare true world-famous swords are. To have a magic blade, Chienrin comparable to a Supreme Great Blade, is already terrifying. She couldn't believe the Overlord of Chu had other world-famous swords. Want to bet? How to bet? Dasky confidently raised her head. She didn't think she'd lose. If I can produce other world-famous swords comparable to the magic blade Chienrin, then if I win, you have to kiss me. If I lose, I'll teach you how to cultivate armed color hockey. Looking at the naturally clueless Dasky, the Overlord of Chu felt a mischievous thought rising in his heart. This naive little girl needed to be taught a lesson, otherwise, constantly guarding against thieves will be quite tiring. TCH. So the reward for my win is just learning armed color hockey with you. I thought you would let me go, Dasky mumbled quietly, but the disappointment on her face flashed away. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Overlord of Chu had struggled to take her away from the heavily guarded road town. So how could he easily let her go? But that's fine. If the Overlord of Chu solemnly promised to let her leave, she would instead doubt whether he had other schemes. But speaking of which, if she won, she could learn armed color hockey from the Overlord. That reward was indeed tempting, but if she lost, she'd have to give up her first kiss. Phew. How could I, Dasky, possibly lose? How could anyone in the world have 2 weapons comparable to the Supreme Great Blade at the same time? Remembering how the Overlord of Chu had dominated Smoker at Road Town, using his deep and intricate armed color hockey, Dasky's little heart couldn't help but start racing. Although she was very reluctant, Dasky had to admit that the Overlord of Chu indeed possessed a monstrous talent for cultivating armed color hockey. Even Pirate King Roger had praised the Overlord of Chu's armed color hockey, showing just how extraordinary his talent was. If this genius could guide her in cultivating armed color hockey, it sounded pretty good. All right, I'm betting with you. But you need to present at least 2 weapons that are not inferior to the magic blade Chienrin for it to count as your win. If I lose, Anyway, I won't lose. Dasky looked up at the Overlord of Chu, her eyes filled with confidence, clearly feeling she was sure to win the reward. After all, it was the personal guidance of someone who possessed advanced armed color hockey. A true strongman who had even beaten Roger down. How could she not be excited? Of course, the main reason was that Dasky was certain that the Overlord of Chu could not possibly have 3 world-famous swords of Supreme Great Blade 12 level. Having 1 Supreme Great Blade could be considered luck. Having 2 could be called strength plus a bit of luck. If he had 3 Supreme Great Blades at the same time, Dasky could only kneel before the Overlord of Chu. In the last few decades, the only known Supreme Great Blades that have appeared seem to be Mihawk's Black Blade, Knight, Whitebeard's Tsung Yun Xie, and the first generation of Ghost Cuts, which is suspected to be held by an unknown mysterious person. Whether that last unknown mysterious person truly possesses the first generation of Ghost Cuts remains in doubt. She couldn't believe that the number of famous swords the Overlord of Chu possessed through his own efforts could exceed the total number of known famous swords in the world. The Overlord of Chu smiled lightly. 3 world-famous swords are hard to collect? Dasky rolled her eyes. This question was too stupid. It was obvious, wasn't it? If world-famous swords were that easy to obtain, wouldn't there only be 2 Supreme Great Blades in existence? The Overlord of Chu deliberately poked his cheek and smiled faintly. Dasky, you better think carefully. If you lose this bet, you will have to do that thing with me, seeing how readily you agreed. Don't try to go back on your word if you lose, okay? Dasky waved her little hand, boldly declaring, Impossible, Dasky will never lose. Nami's expression was quite strange. It was her first time seeing such a reckless girl who dared to bet against the Overlord of Chu. What was the difference from giving it away for free, Overlord? I also want to join your bet with Dasky. Are you betting that I will win? Truly my daddy's little sweetheart. The overlord of Chu reached out and pinched Nami's little face, which was as soft as jelly, making it impossible to resist. Nami's little face tightened as she said seriously, "No, Daddy, this time I want to stand on the same side as Sister Dasky. I also bet that you can't produce 3 supreme great blades. If I lose, I also want to kiss you. Little Ching, Dasky." The overlord of Chu rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit speechless. "I was wondering why you were so eager to join this gamble. Turns out you were aiming for the loser's grand prize. When it comes to giving away, I, the overlord of Chu, would gladly call Nami my little treasure the strongest. P.S. Seeking rewards, seeking data, seeking support. Pose. Miss Nami, are you sure you want to stand by my side?" Dasky felt a little touched inside. Even she had never expected that Nami would support her at this moment. In this cold and indifferent cave of magic, there truly exists goodness and beauty. Isn't Miss Nami right in front of us a kind-hearted good person? Nami, despair. JPG. It's the first time in my life I've been given the good person card. And I didn't expect it to be from a girl. If it weren't for being in a hostile situation with Nami's demon father, Dasky would definitely be touched and give Nami a solid and warm bear hug. Dasky, sister, don't worry. I will support you until the very last moment. Even if we lose, I will face the punishment with you. Nami nodded her little head, looking all passionate and excited. How infuriating. Such an evil tyrant like the Overlord doesn't deserve to have such a kind and warm goddaughter. Miss Nami must be like me, a good girl who was forcibly taken to the demon lair, and she must have suffered a lot these days. If there is a chance to escape, I will definitely help Miss Nami get out of this suffering together. The naturally silly Dasky was almost moved to tears, secretly thinking. However, in reality, Nami's heart was already filled with joy at this moment. Whether winning or losing, she was guaranteed to profit. If the Overlord loses and can't bring out the 3 supreme great knives, Nami can follow the Overlord and cling to him. Learning the armed color hockey step by step, if the Overlord wins, then that would be even better. What could be more exciting and thrilling than kissing the Overlord hard in broad daylight? This is a dream that can only be fulfilled in Nami's beautiful dreams. At this moment, Nami felt that she was only one step away from her dream. Whether winning or losing, this time I am guaranteed to profit. Nami thought happily. Master, Little Ching actually wants to join this bet too on the side. Little Ching weakly raised her little hand, showing a pitiful expression. That figure, that expression, that lament, simply a fairy-level beauty. It's enough to make one exclaim that the nutrition is not keeping up. But to put it another way, Little Ching and the transformed female demon are indeed not much different. Little Ching is said to be a sword maid, but in reality, her freedom hasn't been too restricted, and even Koya has never treated her as a slave. The Overlord, having nothing to do, naturally didn't mind playing around with Little Ching. And you can also join. Are you on this side or Dasky's side? I believe the Master will definitely win. And then it will be up to the Master to teach Little Ching about the training of armed color hockey. Little Ching smiled sweetly to express her attitude. She has always had absolute trust in the Overlord's strength. Perhaps in this world, the vast majority of the supreme great knives and the 12 artisans have indeed been obliterated by the rolling wheels of history. But Little Ching believes that her master is a man who is good at creating miracles. 2-2, it's a tie now. The Overlord took a sip of red tea and smiled faintly. He originally had plans to teach Little Ching the training of armed color hockey, but he just hadn't started implementing it for a short time. Dasky wasn't anxious either. She was already very satisfied to have Nami's support. She waved her hand and said, I think there's no need to delay any longer. Overlord, quickly show your trump card. The gazes of the Overlord and Little Ching fell on Dasky's face at the same time. The former said lightly, What did you just call me? Overlord. I actually just called you my lord. The straightforward Dasky clearly wanted to directly call the Overlord by his name, but the next second she recalled a rather embarrassing memory. Her face turned red to the roots of her ears, steaming like a kettle. Thankfully, I reacted quickly, or else I would have been called out by the demon. Little Ching. Dasky patted her chest in fear. Little Ching's Mickey Mouse clubhouse was like a painful yet joyful purgatory, and Dasky never wanted to experience it a second time in her life. This time I'll let you off the hook. Next time if you dare to directly call me by my name again, I won't spare you. The Overlord stood up, lazily stretching. His strong and perfect figure was momentarily revealed, making him even more intoxicating under the morning light. Even Dasky, who was unwillingly kidnapped, couldn't help but stare, her heart marveling at how such a perfect man could exist in the world. And she happened to encounter him. Heroes have a hard time with beautiful women, and conversely, the same applies. Is it easier for a beautiful man to pass the trials of beautiful women? In this world, when it comes to the number of famous knife collections, if I, the Overlord, say second, no one dares to say first. The Overlord strode to the deck, his right hand's index and middle fingers together, forming an extremely mysterious seal. A profound sword wool emanated from his body. Daski couldn't help but hold her breath, her gaze firmly locked on the tall and reassuring figure of the Overlord. Her eyes were filled with shock. She even had the illusion that if she practiced swordsmanship at this moment, she would gain immense benefits. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. The next moment will be the time to witness a miracle. Sword Hidden Mountain Manor, open for me. The Overlord pointed to the sky with one hand, his aura imposing. As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing sound of breaking air suddenly came from the sky. One famous sword after another, which only existed in novels, films, and comics, seemed to be summoned, all flying toward the Overlord. Dragon-slaying sword, heavenly sword, Chuang Wang military knife, seven-star sword, Qin Gang sword, blood drink crazy knife. Ganjiang Moyi great Xia dragon sparrow, deer cutting knife, blood sword, golden snake sword, little leaf flying knife. A full 2 waves of flying swords came rushing from the void. They blocked out the sun. In the year 1520 of the sea circle calendar, the sword god reappeared in the world. The Overlord stepped forward, stepping into the land of the sword immortal for the second time. That invincible aura deeply imprinted itself into the bones of all living beings near Whiskey Peak. From that moment on, everyone began to truly understand what a true swordsman is. What it means to be a true sword god. Swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of thousands of flying swords emitted a fierce aura, all of which were world-famous swords that were not inferior in quality and power to the demon blade Thousand Blades. Dragon-slaying knife, heavenly sword, blood drink crazy knife, demon drinking knife. Hundreds of thousands of sword blades poured down like a torrential rain. Daski stared blankly at the Overlord, but could only see a proud and lonely back. P.S. In the pirate world, swords and knives are not distinguished. A knife is a sword, and a sword is a knife. This can be seen from Zoro and Hawkeye Mihawk's weapons, both of which are knives, yet are called swordsmen. In Chinese history, it is generally believed that double-edged weapons are swords and single-edged weapons are knives. One famous knife after another hovered in midair, creating a scene that was magnificent and spectacular. Daski had never seen such a spectacle. Her little mouth had already dropped into an osh shape, and even if the Overlord were to stuff an orange into her mouth, she probably wouldn't react. Hundreds and thousands of precious swords comparable to the magic blade Qianren. Daski, do you want to inspect the goods? With a flash, Chu Bawang laid back down on the beach chair, enjoying the fruit feeding from the maid, Xiaoqing. Although he was a non-wealthy player and rarely drew those star-exploding level big weapons, he had drawn quite a few swords comparable to the supreme Great Blade 12 Crafts. Dragon-slaying blade, heaven-leaning sword, demon-drinking blade, Ganjiang, and Moyi. Great Xia dragon sparrow, blood-drinking mad blade, little leaf flying dagger. Whether in quality or characteristics, they were not inferior to the magic blade Qianren. There were still several thousand such precious swords that had not been taken out in his sword-hidden villa. As Chu Bawang's words fell, those hundreds and thousands of suspended blades seemed to have gained a spirit of their own, their fierce aura surging, causing even the void to tremble. Logically speaking, these precious swords should not possess any spirit at all, let alone swell with fierce aura like a child intentionally showing off their toys. This was thanks to Chu Bawang's idle time, wanting to cultivate a sword girl to play with, and casually using the mutated sword cultivation technique on these precious swords. Mutated sword cultivation technique. Everything can be cultivated. Everything can be coiled. It is the most bizarre skill in the world, capable of increasing the favorability of any item, regardless of race, substance, or void. This is a top-notch and bizarre skill. If the characteristics of this evil technique are maximized, even a dull blade could cultivate into a delicate and beautiful sword girl. Of course, Chu Bawang could directly use the girl transformation technique to turn the magic blade Qianren into a sword girl. But such a sword girl would have no soul or spirit. The hundreds of famous swords that had cultivated sword spirits erupted with a fierce brilliance, resembling a grand array of murderous swords that could slay gods and transcend immortals. Gulp looking at the 100 flying swords before her, Daski couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Among those hundreds of flying swords, the vast majority were comparable to the magic blade Qianren, and many even exerted more terrifying pressure on her than the magic blade Qianren. If the magic blade Qianren were thrown in, it might not even make it into the top 10. How How could there be so many? Dasky was shocked. To ensure she would win the bet, she thought that Chu Bawang, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, could at most bring out 2 swords. She never expected that as soon as Chu Bawang made a move, he pulled out hundreds of swords of quality, no less than a magic blade Qianren, staring intently at the murderous sword array before her. Miss Dasky was almost in tears from anger. Her biggest dream in life was to reclaim the world-famous sword that had fallen into the hands of evildoers. The magic blade, Qianren, in Chu Bawang's hands was one of her ultimate goals. But now, not only was she far from the magic blade Qianren, but she suddenly discovered that Chu Bawang had so many world-famous swords. She was about to cry from grievance. How long does she have to steal before this ends? Thinking of this, Dasky's tears were almost falling. The baby feels so wronged. Chu Bawang seemed to guess Dasky's inner thoughts. He placed his hand on Dasky's fragrant shoulder and sighed. Actually, I don't want to hide it from you. If you insist on snatching all the famous swords from my hands, you may never achieve your dream in this lifetime, because there are still thousands of such high-grade precious swords in my sword-hidden villa. Even if you manage to snatch 1 precious sword from me each week, these stocks would allow you to steal for 100 or 80 years, even if you snatch 1 a week. I can let you steal for 100 or 80 years. A week to snatch 1 precious sword. I can let you steal for 100 or 80 years. Pretending to be strong, Dasky finally broke down in tears at this moment and completely knelt before Chu Bawang. When it comes to scheming, I still prefer to call Dad, Master, the strongest. Nami and Xiao Qing exchanged glances, expressing strong sympathy for Dasky's experience. This child should not have made such grand vows, insisting on swearing to reclaim all the world-famous swords from the hands of bad people. Isn't she digging a pit for herself to jump into? Dasky, it seems this bet is lost for you. Are you planning to fulfill the bet now, or? Chu Bawang looked at Dasky, a playful smile on his lips. Since bringing Dasky from Rogtown, this little country girl had undergone a huge change in her dressing style in just half a month, going from utterly rustic to now pure and serene. These days, she had been enjoying delicious meals while following Chu Bawang, and even her figure seemed to have undergone a second development, with all the right curves in the right places, making her quite eye-catching. Although she couldn't compare to Nami and Xiao Qing in terms of figure, she could definitely be considered a little beauty. Dasky was a bit at a loss, not knowing how to respond to Chu Bawang's question. Her deep black eyes flickered, and her small red lips formed a tight line, clearly struggling. So you Navy are such untrustworthy and timid people. No wonder Fishman Arlong and Admiral Krieg run amok in the East Sea, and you Navy do nothing, allowing them to bully the common people. Chu Bawang smacked his lips, looking suddenly enlightened. Upon hearing this, Dasky clenched her fists. This lecherous bastard was actually insulting their navy. How could she tolerate this? Stepping forward, she cupped Chu Bawang's handsome face and aimed for a passionate kiss. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. After a full 10 seconds, Dasky's kiss finally succeeded. Kiss over. Lips parted, tilting her little head at a 45 angle to gaze at the sky. Dasky huffed stubbornly. Who says I, Dasky, am going to cheat? People from the Navy act with integrity, and we absolutely do not do untrustworthy things. Although she appeared calm on the outside, Dasky was actually panicking inside. After preserving her first kiss for over a decade, today it was finally given to this lecherous bastard. P.S. Seeking support, seeking data, seeking rewards. Throwing a tantrum. JPG compared to the mischievous and bold Nami, who even dared to give Chu Bawang a love potion. Dasky's personality was indeed a bit conservative. He wouldn't think of me as a bad woman, would he? Wait, why am I so concerned about his opinion of me? Could it be that I have already? Dasky's heart was extremely complicated. She felt both shy and confused. She was clearly taken from Rogtown by the overlord of Chu, but she found herself somewhat enjoying her current life. Although she was captured, the overlord of Chu didn't act on his desires like a desperate man. Instead, he left her alone for several days before remembering he had caught a little girl from Rogtown. Even this seemingly bad woman, Xiao Qing, had only taken her to Mickey's funhouse a few times and didn't torture her. As for the Straw Hat crew, especially that lecherous cook and the green-haired swordsman, they all treated her like a sycophant, showing her utmost respect. Even the legendary pirate Joel D. Roger never dared to act drunk in front of her. The pitiful state he was in was clearly due to the overlord of Chu, who was scared after being possessed by the non-lucky spirit. As for Kaya and Nami, their personalities and tempers left no room for criticism. Dasky knew that the reason she hadn't faced much hardship was closely related to the overlord of Chu's reputation aboard the Mary. During her time on the Mary, Dashki experienced a wonderful period completely different from her life in Rogtown. She even enjoyed Michelin 3-star cuisine, and just thinking about it now makes her mouth water. Although she was officially Kaya's secretary, she spent her days doing nothing but sunbathing and feeding the overlord of Chu fruits, living an easy life. It was much more enjoyable than the busy work in Rogtown. But the more she enjoyed her carefree life here, the more guilty she felt inside. How could she justify the justice she carried on her back? Moreover, the more she interacted with the overlord of Chu, the more she questioned her definition of bad people. What is good? What is evil? If the overlord of Chu were truly pure evil, why would he help the whale Labu find his partner? She had never seen a bad person willing to stop for an island whale and even lend a helping hand. If he were truly a bad person, he would have probably roasted Labu and eaten it by nowadays. She even felt a deep kiss for the overlord of Chu, and Dashki found her heart in a bit of mess. The overlord of Chu glanced at the seemingly calm, but internally turbulent Dashki, slightly surprised. With the help of the Imperial artifact, 5-vision universal power, he could easily see through all of Dashki's thoughts. Under the dual assault of my delicious food and handsome men, she could still hold on for so long. This girl is quite interesting. Perhaps this is the charm of the pirate world. Even though Dashki could only be a minor character in a turbulent history, she still has her own harbor to hold on to. Although he didn't make Dashki bow down in fear, the overlord of Chu still wore a warm smile. No need to rush, there is plenty of time ahead. Now, that he could make Dashki willingly offer her first kiss, he could also make her willingly offer her blood. Most of the Navy may be righteous, but there are also plenty of corrupt insects among them. For this naturally na-ve cute girl, the overlord of Chu had other plans. What are you waiting for? Dashki, it's your turn to feed me fruits now. Hurry up and feed me. The overlord of Chu showed a commanding expression, causing the distracted Dashki to shudder. Taking a deep breath to calm her complicated feelings. Time reveals a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. There would be plenty of time to interact in the future, so there was no need to jump to conclusions after only half a month of acquaintance. Is the overlord of Chu an unforgivable evil party, or a modest gentleman with hidden intentions? The answer will be left to time to verify. Realizing this, Dashki's habitual fake smile turned into a genuine smile. Master, what flavor of fruit would you like to eat? I want the crystal grapes on your left, come on. I'm ready. The overlord of Chu lounged on the beach chair, engrossed in reading the Empress photo collection, even putting on sunglasses in a rather ostentatious manner. Although he didn't need sunglasses, he was still the most handsome guy on the ship. But since he was sunbathing, he had to give the sun some face. Right? Daddy, did you forget something? Before Dashki could start feeding him, Nami, sitting nearby, seemed a bit displeased. She bent her knees and squatted next to the overlord of Chu, switching to a spoiled mode. Since it's my goddaughter's words, let her say whatever she wants. After all, one day I will definitely retaliate. All right then, if you have something to say, hurry up. Don't delay me from exploring the history of human evolution. Tell me, what did I forget? The overlord of Chu looked at Nami with some disdain. This little girl really had no awareness. Didn't Tishi see that Daddy was enjoying his reading and wanted to cause trouble at this time? What the heck? You can read erotic comics. But why do you have to make excuses? Nami took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling sharply, forcibly suppressing the impulse to punch the overlord of Chu. Even if your words sound nice, it doesn't change the fact that you're a lecher. ISNT that right. Nami pouted, a bit dissatisfied, Daddy. Don't forget that I'm on the same side as Sister Dashki. Just now, Sister Dashki lost and had to accept punishment, which means I lost too. I must accept punishment. Lie down, I want to give you a hard kiss. Sister Dashki endured 10 seconds of painful torment, and as her daughter, I resisted your will, so I think a 30-second passionate snake kiss should be fair, right? The overlord of Chu. Little thief cat, do you really crave my body that much? Give up that thought. I am a father you will never have. P.S. Please support, please give data, please reward. After staying at Whiskey Peak for about 5 days, Nami's record pointer finally filled up and pointed to the next island's magnetic force. At this time, the big eater Luffy had almost eaten all the food stored in the small town. The Straw Hat crew, seeing this, decided to leave Whiskey Peak and continue their journey. That day, the bounty hunters disguised as villagers excitedly beat drums and gongs, crying and laughing as they sent them off. The atmosphere was even more lively than during the New Year. Well, these gluttons are finally leaving. If they don't leave, our food will be eaten up. Hold back your tears. We must smile. The painful days are over, and a beautiful tomorrow is waving at us. Don't bow your head, or the crown will fall. Don't shed tears, or the bad guys will laugh. If I could have another chance to start over, I would only hope that the Overlord of Chu and this group of pirates are not partners. The White Devil Overlord of Chu is a new pirate with a bounty of 90 million berries. Is this a joke? Tell me which new pirate can attract the grand spectacle of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Are the Navy and the East Blue all fools? What kind of powerful villain has a bounty of only 90 million berries? I want to insult all the women in your family tree. Luckily, we didn't take action, otherwise the grass on their graves would probably be 3 feet high. To be honest, if it weren't for the terrifying deterrent power of the Overlord of Chu, Icolum and the villagers might have risked using force to capture Luffy and sell him to the Navy for the bounty. After all, Whiskey Peak is the town with the highest number of deaths among rookie pirates. Whiskey Peak, also known as Cactus Peak. From a distance, this cactus is densely covered with small thorns. But in reality, every thorn here is a grave for a rookie pirate. These bounty hunters disguised as ordinary residents are professionals, handling both killing and burying, and they are very considerate. This is their first time facing such a setback. Not only did they fail to capture the pirate for the bounty, but they also didn't plunder the wealth accumulated by the pirates. And even the town's food supply was almost eaten clean by the glutton Luffy. They must feel incredibly frustrated. Frustration aside, if given a chance to start over, they would still make the same choice. Because on the Going Merry, there's a man they definitely cannot provoke. Hubby, come quick. It's dolphins, they're so cute. Wow, they're really dolphins. So big and so white. Kaya and Nami excitedly hugged the Overlord of Chu's arms and shook them vigorously. They looked just like Columbus discovering a new continent. The Overlord of Chu looked up to the sky in despair, wondering what sin he had committed, not even getting a chance to sleep in. Being forced to watch dolphins and whales early in the morning by 2 girls. Besides being slightly larger than the size of the water blue planet in his previous life. The Overlord of Chu thought there was nothing special about these whales, and he couldn't understand how the girls' thought processes formed. It must be said that the water resources in the Grand Line are indeed rich, to the point that even a dolphin can grow as big as an aircraft carrier. It should be noted that in his previous life, the largest dolphin, the blue whale, was only about 20 meters in adulthood, and very few could exceed 30 meters. But the one encountered now actually exceeds the adult blue whale by 10 times. The massive size resembles an aircraft carrier. Seeing Kaya and Nami with their eyes shining brightly at the dolphins, the Overlord of Chu suggested, "If you really like it, I can catch it and barbecue it for you to taste. How about that?" Kaya, Nami, are you a devil? Why would you want to barbecue such a cute little white dolphin? The 2 girls exchanged glances, once again refreshing their understanding of the Overlord of Chu's deviousness. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were squatting on the deck playing mahjong, with the losers having to stick white paper notes with strange phrases on their faces. Undoubtedly, Luffy lost the most and had the most notes stuck on his face. As for how the mahjong came about, that naturally came from a lottery draw by the Overlord of Chu. Roger, nearby, was anxiously scratching his head, pacing around the floor like a monkey, but could only watch in frustration last night, being the old drunkard he was. He drank too much and missed the Overlord of Chu teaching him how to play mahjong. Rubber boy, how did you lose again? There's no more space on your face for notes. Let me take a turn next. Scruffy uncle, don't squeeze me. Let me play one more round. Mahjong is just too fun. What time is it that you still want to play? Hurry up and go train. You Haven T even mastered the basics of the 3-color hockey, and you still have the face to play mahjong here. Roger shot a dissatisfied glance at Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp. We are about to reach the core waters of the Grand Line, and you 3 slackers have no sense of crisis, still playing mahjong with the top student. Even if we are slackers, we were brought out by you, right? As the saying goes, a good teacher produces outstanding students. Zoro is training with the Overlord of Chu, so it's only natural that he progresses faster than us. Sanji and Usopp's faces froze, clearly feeling hit. But the next second, the 2 of them unanimously shifted the blame onto Roger. It's clearly your teaching that's bad. Why do you blame us for not learning well? Is there any justice? Is there any law? This can't be blamed on me. In the past, it was Rayleigh who was responsible for training the new recruits. You expect a rough guy like me to be a teacher? ISNT that making it hard for me. Fat Tiger. Roger awkwardly scratched his head, suddenly recalling the good old days with his old buddy Rayleigh. If Rayleigh were here, he would have been despised by a few kids. At this moment, Roger missed his good buddy, the Dark King Rayleigh, even more. He had tried to mentor rookie pirates before, but every time Rayleigh heard he wanted to take on trainees, his face would change dramatically. Afraid he would lead the newcomers astray. This time, he realized that he was indeed not cut out to be a teacher. Teaching students was merely leading them astray. P.S. Some typos are intentional to avoid censorship, not mistakes by the author. Lastly, please support, reward, and provide data. Sigh. I can't quite understand. Since heaven gave birth to me, Roger, why did it also give birth to the overlord of Chu? If both Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Jin exist, why create Liang? Roger sighed to the sky in loneliness and melancholy, originally thinking he was quite impressive. But after spending these days with the overlord of Chu, he realized that aside from having the title of Pirate King and being a pioneer of the great pirate era, he really had no abilities at all. In terms of talent, the overlord of Chu can play level 10 piano pieces. In terms of martial power, he would be beaten. In terms of flashy moves, the god-level resurrection technique, gender transformation technique, and the awakened abilities of the imagination fruit. Countless flashy moves could make one's back hurt from bending over. In terms of looks, when Roger looked in the mirror, he wanted to smash it to pieces. Without comparison, there is no harm, but with comparison, he no longer wanted to look in the mirror. Oh, the most important thing is that Roger discovered that even in the area he was best at showing off, he seemed to be no match for the overlord of Chu. Every time the overlord of Chu shows off, it's at the most suitable moment, neither forcing it nor missing any opportunity to show off. In this regard, Roger felt he could not compare. Just at the moment, Roger sighed over the past. Luffy's head was plastered with more glutton white notes, looking like a zombie. But even so, Luffy still had no intention of giving up. He wanted to win against Zoro once, even if it's just once. This time, he had a good hand to start with a great chance of winning and beating his opponents. Luffy hesitated for a long time and threw out a mahjong tile. East Wind. The player next to him, Sanji, who had 3 stickers saying I'm a simp on his face, calmly said, pass. Usopp, with a sticker saying ordinary shipwright on his face, grinned widely. East Wind? I'll palm. As he spoke, he reached to draw 2 east winds from a pile. Zoro, sitting opposite Luffy, squinted and put his hand in front of Usopp, hesitating for a moment. Sorry, I intercept the tile. He drew a set of north, south, and west winds from the pile, with the missing tile being the east wind that Luffy had just played. A complete set of tiles meant that Luffy would have yet another sticker on his face dam. Another flower blooming at the bottom of the deck. A grand slam victory. I won again. Sorry, everyone. I won again and again. Hey, if I had known my luck would be this good today, I should have bet money with you. Zoro clicked his tongue, clearly remembering the high interest debt he still owed Nami. Did I lose again and again and again? Luffy's face immediately fell, painfully looking up at the sky. Why is it so hard to win against Zoro? Luffy, I'm starting to doubt who the real protagonist is. Your face is already covered with white stickers. There's no space left. So let me take control of the battlefield from here. Oh, and don't forget the rule of mahjong. The stickers on your face can't be removed for 3 consecutive days. Coming back to his senses, Roger wasn't about to let this good opportunity slip away, and he kicked Luffy away, sending him to a corner to sulk. What kind of terrible luck does one have to play mahjong? Next time, he'll definitely lose his pants. Now let me, Pirate King GOLD, Roger, take over the battlefield. An hour later, the Pirate King Roger, with stickers all over his face saying I'm Anti-Roger, silently came to the sulking corner and formed the sulking duo with Luffy. They became a striking scenery on the Going Merry. No more playing, no more playing. We don't have enough people. I need to accompany my sword spirit Shao when to continue training. Zoro, with nothing on his face, emanated an invincible. Who else is their aura and prepare to leave? It's all that trash Roger's fault. He made both of our luck go bad. Ever since he showed up, I've had 3 rounds without getting a sticker. You should count your blessings. Ever since Roger showed up, I've been losing, however many stickers he gets. I get the same. I hope Roger has a stomach ache tomorrow, preferably one that keeps him from getting out of bed and walking. Agreed. Usopp and Sanji exchanged unwilling glances, both covered in little stickers. But they had no choice but to give up. Just thinking about having those stickers on for 3 whole days made them both a bit desperate, and they silently cursed Roger's stomach again. Before leaving to cook, Sanji cast an envious glance at the Chu overlord, who had been forced to show off his affection for 2 hours. He muttered softly, sigh. A life as carefree as overlords, hugging beauties left and right, is really enviable. Truly, a role model for us. Blue skies and white clouds. Vast and limitless. The sea breeze brushed past, creating waves. A beautiful day was coming to an end. Dasky leaned alone on the railing, gazing into the distance, silently observing the Chu overlord and the Straw Hat crew's every move. Their lively and sunny demeanor, filled with the vitality of life and the breath of youth, diluted her faint sadness. Daisuke suddenly felt that she was starting to like this adventure, filled with surprises and joy. It's definitely much better than sitting in an office, idly waiting to die. Isn't it? Sometimes, I really want to peek inside the Overlord's little brain to see what strange things are in there. To even invent a pastime like Mahjong, he is simply a weirdo. In fact, if you overlook the crazy things the Overlord did in Road Town, this man is actually quite interesting. Daisuke mumbled softly in a voice only she could hear. Thinking of this, Daisuke couldn't help but recall the passionate 10-second snake kiss she had with the Overlord not long ago. Her little face turned as red as a ripe apple. Just then, Usopp, responsible for keeping watch on the lookout, shouted loudly, "Everyone, I see a brand new island. That should be our destination." Hearing this, Nami stopped her small shoulder massage for the Overlord and looked at the recording pointer tied to her arm. Wait a moment. It really is this direction. We must maintain a slow speed and be cautious of the reefs near the island, ready to deal with any emergencies. After doing all this, her delicate little hands continued to massage the Overlord's shoulders. Nami's demeanor was very calm and organized, in contrast to Luffy, who was squatting in a sulking corner, trapped in a loop of despair. It made one wonder who the real captain of the Going Merry was. P.S. As usual, seeking support, asking for rewards, and various data. Thanks. This place is called the Ancient Island, also known as Pangu Island or Little Garden. On the island, there are two giants from the military powerhouse of the New World, Elbaf, the Blue Ogre Dory and the Red Ogre Broggy, who have been engaged in a long duel for over a century for the honor and dignity of being warriors. Elbaf, the giant country, holds a significant position in the pirate world, and its overall national strength ranks among the forefront, even among the nations that are part of the world conquest. How strong is the national strength of the giant country? Just to give an example, the Blue Ogre Dory and the Red Ogre Broggy had a bounty of 100 million berries 100 years ago. Back then, Pirate King Roger and the Sea Overlord rocks were just the simplest carbohydrates. In a previous life, many attentive netizens jokingly referred to the giant straw hat preserved by the god Emu as the first owner, being some big figure from the giant country of Elbaf. Although it was somewhat teasing, it must be said that it does sound a bit reasonable after all. Such a large straw hat should fit well on a giant's head. In the Fishman Island arc, it is hinted that the giant straw hat's master is Joy Boy, the ancestor of the D clan. Whether or not he is Joy Boy is still to be verified. As the Going Merry advanced, unknown ancient trees twisted and turned, a black expanse where one couldn't see their fingers. Occasionally, strange calls and beast roars could be heard coming from the depths of the dark forest. The atmosphere here was slightly eerie and dark, not very friendly to those with heart conditions. If a timid person came here, they would probably be scared to the point of losing control. The closer they got to the ancient island, the more Usopp's old leg trembled, shaking like a sieve. With a loud bang, the Merries seemed to have collided with something, scaring Usopp into thinking they had hit a reef, and he hurried to check the situation. It looks like a broken sailing ship. That bloodied figure looks a bit familiar. Oh no, ISNT that the Mayor Karam, who warmly welcomed us in Cactus Town a few days ago. Usopp quickly called over Sanji and Zoro to help rescue the bloodied figure lying on the broken deck. It really was a Karam. How did he get such serious injuries? Fortunately, he was still breathing, probably just unconscious from excessive blood loss. Sanji and Usopp exchanged glances, bewildered. Just a while ago, they had been celebrating together at Whiskey Peak, and during their farewell, a Karam had been tearfully waving goodbye to them. If it weren't for the magnetic force being fully charged, they might have stayed there longer. Yet, just a few days had passed, and Karam ended up in such a miserable state. If they had delayed for another half a day, he might have been done for. Although Kaya had already provided emergency treatment, temporarily taking Karam out of danger, it seemed he would wake up anytime soon. But fortunately, there were powerful people on the Merry. Old Dad, man Dad, please help save this unfortunate curly-haired uncle. Under the dual assault of Kaya and Nami's cuteness, the usually aloof Chu Bawang had no choice but to take out a glass bottle from a system space. Inside were small clay-like pills. Here, take this. It's called the leg-stretching, eye-bulging pill, a good emergency medicine. But remember, don't take too many because it has poison. Before he could finish that last word, the eager Nami grabbed the glass bottle and rushed out, dumping all the leg-stretching, eye-bulging pills into Karam's mouth. Kaya looked at Chu Bawang in confusion. What were you trying to say just now? Nothing. Chu Bawang shrugged and said calmly, since he had already eaten it, saying it was poisonous would just be asking for trouble. Chu Bawang expressed that he was not concerned about Karam's life or death. He just wanted to read his sage books in peace. Leg-stretching, eye-bulging pill, made from the black mud that the living Buddha Jikong has never washed off for 100 years. It is as black as Erica nut, with a unique fragrance, and has a peculiar effect. The only drawback is that it is slightly toxic, and taking too much will cause the body to feel cold and shiver uncontrollably. Nami, is this the pill that Bawang gave you? Why does it look like bath mud? But it really smells good. Luffy, with his face covered in little notes, sniffed and drooled, clearly wanting to taste what the leg-stretching, eye-bulging pill was like. Hurry, look, it actually worked. Ikaram has opened his eyes. My goodness, that leg-stretching, eye-bulging pill is amazing. It saved him from such serious injuries. This is a medical miracle. Upon hearing this, Nami looked at the few remaining leg-stretching, eye-bulging pills in her hand with a complex expression. If she had known these little clay pills were so effective, she wouldn't have wasted so many. They could have been used for life-saving emergencies. As for selling them for money, unless she got Chu Bawang's permission, Nami would never do something so foolish. Am I still alive? Where is this? Ikaram groggily opened his eyes, nearly scared to death. What the hell are these 4 zombies with their faces covered in white notes? Have I gone to hell? Upon closer inspection, the big bald head, straw hat Luffy, seemed a bit familiar. Oh, it's the Straw Hat crew. After a moment of panic, Ikaram finally learned from Luffy about his rescue. When he found out, it was Chu Bawang who provided the miraculous leg-stretching, eye-bulging pill to save him. He was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude and tears. Bang, bang, bang. Before everyone could recover, Ikaram gratefully bowed 3 times to Chu Bawang, even causing blood to seep from his forehead. Although Chu Bawang did not respond, Ikaram felt that these 3 bows were the price he had to pay. Ikaram knew he bore the fate of the entire nation on his shoulders. Although Chu Bawang only saved him, it was equivalent to indirectly saving the future of the entire Alabasta. For both emotional and rational reasons, Chu Bawang deserved these 3 bows from him. The captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard. Mr. Mayor, shouldn't you be at Whiskey Peak? Why do you look like you've been chased? Nami asked the question that was on everyone's mind in the Straw Hat crew. P.S. As usual, asking for support, rewards, and various data. Bow. Mr. Mayor, shouldn't you be at Whiskey Peak? Why do you look like you've been chased? Nami asked the question that was on everyone's mind in the Straw Hat crew. This was also why she was so eager to save him. The Straw Hat crew had just left Whiskey Peak, and Ikaram, the mayor, almost met with disaster if there was no causal relationship here. Nami wouldn't really believe it. Ikaram fell silent for a moment, then chose to reveal the conspiracy of the Baroque works. He was originally the captain of the guard of the Desert Kingdom of Alabasta, and he joined Baroque Works to investigate the country's 3-year drought. By tracking the criminal organization Baroque Works Miss All Sunday, also known as the Devil Child Nico Robin, Ikaram and Princess Vivi targeted the mastermind behind it all, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. It was precisely because he feared the secret would be leaked and affect the country-snatching plan that Crocodile sent Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, Mr. 3, and Miss Golden Week to hunt down Ikaram. The first 3 possessed the Bomb Fruit, Float Fruit, and Wax Fruit powers, while Miss Golden Week was a master of psychological suggestion who could control others' emotions by mixing colors. If it weren't for his own caution, Ikaram would probably never have had the chance to escape Whiskey Peak. But even so, he was still hit by Mr. 5's Booger Bomb, which destroyed his sailing ship. That's basically the story. Those hunters are still pursuing me, and perhaps soon they will come to take my head. They're all very strong, and I am no match for them. Especially Mr. 5 and Mr. 3, the 2 senior agents, are the most formidable. One is a bomb man, and the other is a candle man. To avoid dragging you down, I will take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ikaram attempted to leave. But after just 2 steps, he began to shake and convulse as if he had epilepsy, falling to the ground and foaming at the mouth. Sanji and Usopp looked at Ikaram, who seemed to have been electrocuted, in confusion. What is going on? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How did it suddenly turn into epilepsy after just a few steps? The corners of Chu Bawang's mouth twitched slightly as he explained with a black line on his forehead. You don't need to worry. All medicines have side effects. This is one of the side effects of the stretch leg and stare pill. If taken in excess, it can cause toxin accumulation, leading to temporary spasms and convulsions. Roger. Zoro. Everyone. This stretch leg and stare pill is really too bizarre. Eating too much can actually cause toxin accumulation. What are you looking at me for? I was just trying to save someone, okay? That's why I didn't have time to clearly hear the last words my dad said. Nami felt a bit guilty. She knew that Ikelim had turned out this way because she had been too eager to save him causing him to take too many stretch leg and stare pills. She shook the glass bottle in her hand, trying to act cute to get past this. But there was no sound coming from the glass bottle. I clearly remember there should still be a few stretch leg and stare pills inside. Everyone looked at the bald-headed Luffy in unison, under the burning gazes of the crowd. Straw Hat Luffy twitched and fell to the ground, landing flat on his back. The bomb fruit and the wax fruit. If we encounter these two little minions, we could definitely capture them and make good use of them. Chu Bawang still had a relatively deep impression of these two devil fruits, especially the latter, the wax fruit, which didn't show any weakness even against Magellan's ordinary poison. It's a pity that such a good devil fruit fell into the hands of a few little minions. If any captain from Whitebeard's crew got the bomb fruit, wouldn't they just take off? It's just too bad that such a top-notch devil fruit was wasted by the booger guy. Sanji lit a filtered cigarette and seemed to be deliberately showing off by waving it in front of Zoro, saying, "So this is the ancient island, also known as the Little Garden? It's so strange. Everywhere you look there are dense and eerie jungles. It feels like a secret realm." Zoro completely ignored Sanji's provocation and even took the opportunity to kiss the character Wado Ikemonja when no one was looking. It really doesn't look like a cute place as its name suggests. I wonder what kind of creatures are hidden in the darkness. There should be some interesting monsters. Casting a sidelong glance at the show-off pervert chef, Zoro sneered inwardly. TSK, what do you have to be proud of, you single dog? Just because you got a filtered cigarette given by Master Bawang out of friendship? Compared to my sword spirit, Xiao One, your reward is way too far off. One day, I will train my sword spirit Xiao One to become an unparalleled sword girl, and then I will deliberately show off my love in front of you, just to infuriate you. Pervert chef. Zoro and Sanji had long been at odds with each other, both openly and covertly trying to gain favor with Chu Bawang. Attempting to cling to his thick leg as it stands, Zoro, as Chu Bawang's apprentice, had a slight advantage. Chu Bawang lay on the beach chair and smiled. If you plan to land on this island, you'd better be careful. Due to the difficulties of sailing the Grand Line, there is little communication between islands, so each island has developed its own civilization. Some islands are highly civilized, while others have not progressed at all for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, still retaining the beastly nature of cannibal tribes. This island, due to the chaotic climate of the Grand Line, has retained the appearance of the dinosaur era, not only featuring various ferocious dinosaurs, but also some extremely dangerous large beasts. Luffy, who had just regained consciousness, suddenly brightened up. Dinosaur meat? I've never eaten dinosaur meat in my life. It must be delicious. It's decided. Today's lunch will be dinosaur meat. Sanji, Zoro, both were a bit suspicious that Luffy was like a train. Aside from eating and wandering around, he couldn't do anything else. Yes. As usual, I asked for rewards and data. Usopp had just dragged Ikelim to the boys' dormitory hammock when he suddenly heard Chu Bawang discussing the horrors of the ancient island with everyone, and he panicked. Everyone, I've come down with a disease that prevents me from going to the island. Why don't you all go to the Little Garden to collect magnetic force while I quietly wait here with Ikelim for your return? Everyone, with great tacit understanding, turned to Usopp and said in unison, "As expected of you, Usopp." Usopp, I haven't finished speaking. How did you all learn to answer me first? Luffy patted Usopp on the shoulder and said, "Usopp, you should come with us. After all, we need to replenish our food supply. Last time in that town, we didn't buy anything." Everyone rolled their eyes at this. Last time at Whiskey Peak, wasn't it because of you, glutton, that we almost ate up all their rations? Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up with no food. Zoro pointed ahead and shouted, "It seems there's a river up ahead. We can steer the Mary into it, so we can retreat in case of an emergency. But then again, even if we encounter danger, there's really nothing to fear. After all, the Mary is carrying the pirate king Joel D, Roger, and the great Chu Bawang. If worst comes to worst, we could just cling to their legs. Even if Chu Bawang's leg isn't very easy to cling to, we can still hold on to Roger's leg. After all, we have leverage over the toolman Roger, having witnessed the moment of Roger being feminized. As long as the toolman Roger isn't foolish, he definitely wouldn't dare to offend us." As the Mary progressed, the atmosphere of the ancient island became increasingly damp and gloomy, with the moisture in the air becoming quite pungent. Everywhere were strange creatures, animals, and microscopic pathogens. That plant is really strange. I haven't even seen it in the encyclopedia. Even Nami, who is usually carefree, felt a sense of unease at this moment. Kaya also felt extremely insecure, clinging to Chu Bawang's other arm, effectively splitting him in half. So scary. The atmosphere here is too strange. Dasky also instinctively wanted to move closer to the reassuring Chu Bawang. But noticing Nami and Kaya's actions, she couldn't help but awkwardly take a step back. Hesitatingly looking left and right, Dasky silently moved beside Xiao Qing. Although she couldn't cling to Chu Bawang's golden thigh, the witch Xiao Qing's strength was also not weak. Following her would definitely not be dangerous. Besides, the gap between these two mother and daughter seems to be quite large. One is A, and the other is a little apple. Chu Bawang's thoughts began to wander. Seeing that the women on the ship were feeling a bit uneasy, the devoted Sanji thought it was time to earn some more favor from Chu Bawang. He immediately showed goodwill and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect everyone. And as it stands, this is just an ordinary forest. There's no need to panic." Before he could finish his statement, a large shadow enveloped him. A pterosaur-like monster with green wings, over 10 meters long, swooped down from the sky, aiming for Sanji's head. At that moment, Sanji was completely unaware of the impending danger. Zoro's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Hey, you perverted chef, stop pretending and get out of the way." Even using the flying sword, Wado Ikamanji wouldn't be fast enough now. The speed of that pterosaur-like bird was just too fast. What the hell is this monster? An ancient pterosaur? Coming back to his senses, Sanji was shocked, clearly frightened. Staring at the enormous gaping mouth in front of him, he momentarily forgot to use Wind God, leg to counterattack. Whoosh! Chu Bawang pointed with his finger, and the magic knife Qianren fell like a shooting star, instantly piercing through the chest of that pterosaur-like bird. A large amount of blood poured down, creating a thick curtain of blood. It drenched the dazed Sanji, turning him into a wet chicken. It seems I've missed yet another chance to show off. Roger, who originally planned to step in to help, looked up at the sky in despair at a 45 angle. As an old show-off, he was once again robbed of a kill by Chu Bawang, feeling extremely frustrated. What an idiot. He can't even put up a fight when in danger. I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself in front of Chu Bawang. Chu Bawang shot a dissatisfied glare at Sanji and said calmly, "Go back and right Wind God leg 1,000 times and hand it to Zoro for inspection before tonight. Master Chu Bawang, leave this difficult task to me. I will definitely supervise the perverted chef to write it 1,000 times, and if he misses even one word, he won't get a pass." Zoro replied eagerly upon hearing that Sanji would be punished to write homework, his expression full of schadenfreude. Making one suspect, he had just won a 5 million lottery. Sanji hung his head, remaining silent, clearly uninterested. This is really embarrassing. How old am I? I actually have to be punished to write homework. Despair. JPG. The ancient island is indeed a magical place. During the journey of the Mary, they even witnessed a Tiger King, the size of an elephant, glaring at the bald-headed Luffy on the Mary. If it weren't for the river being too wide, this Tiger King might have pounced on the Mary and had a feast. As for whether it would eat bald-headed Luffy or be eaten, that is a question worth pondering. Strangely, as the Tiger King circled the Mary, it suddenly collapsed, covered in blood. Boom! Its massive body fell to the ground with a crash, splattering blood everywhere. Usopp was terrified. He watched helplessly as the king of the jungle, blood-soaked, collapsed without any warning. Trembling, Usopp directly climbed onto Sanji's head and stammered, "What the hell is this place? Why did the king of the jungle suddenly collapse in blood? Maybe we shouldn't land. Let's wait nearby until the magnetic force is full and leave as soon as possible. What are you afraid of? This is the adventure I've been longing for." Sensing the thrill of adventure, Luffy let out a bizarre laugh, making Sanji prepare a bento with only meat and no vegetables, ready to cause a ruckus on the ancient island. P.S. Feeling very uncomfortable, I've been banned. This is a revised and shortened version I've worked on for a long time. Winky face, routine requests for rewards, and various data. In less than half an hour, Lu Zoro and Wong Luffy, this couple, happily ran towards the ancient island, playing honeymoon games. ChuBawang pondered for a moment and murmured, "Don't you think Zoro and Luffy look like a couple?" Roger, who was drinking, was so startled that he dropped the wine jug on the ground, and a chill ran down his spine, seemingly recalling the fear of the transformation technique. He just wanted to silently complain, "You don't do anything related to people, right?" "I hope Zoro and Luffy will be fine." Roger, Sanji, and Usopp exchanged glances, silently praying. Even Roger had to admit that the transformation technique was really mind-boggling. Even with his mindset, he couldn't bear its torment. However, thinking about the possibility of others suffering from the transformation technique, Roger felt a bit of schadenfreude. He felt that if he met old friends, he would need to prank them a bit, and then he would feel balanced. This fun transformation technique shouldn't be enjoyed by me alone. How about letting the old buddies taste it too? Near a bar on the Sabati archipelago, an old man with white hair, looking like a plain coding craftsman, was lazily lying on a beach chair with delicious juice and fine wine beside him. There was a pair of old glasses on the table. It was clearly a sunny day, but he couldn't help but shiver. At the same time, a giant with a crescent-shaped, upward-curving white mustache in a certain area of the New World. A big guy with a terrifying scar over his left eye and a head full of red hair. And an elderly person in the Navy headquarters who was dozing off in a conference room. All shivered involuntarily, as if sensing something ominous. Because another gluttonous Roger had come aboard, the food stored on the Mary was consumed particularly quickly. To avoid going hungry, Sanji, Usopp, and Roger had to venture deep into the ancient island to search for food. With nothing to do, Chu Bawang began today's lottery activity. For some unknown reason, ever since he caused a stir in Road Town, he found that the number of lottery draws would refresh to 100 every day after midnight. What does this mean? It means that even at midnight every night, there are hundreds of people calling him Baba. To this, Chu Bawang felt very pleased, even occasionally showing a kind smile like that of a father. There's nothing better than a father. A child with a father is like a treasure system dog. I want to draw. Let's go for 100 consecutive draws. I'm sure something big will come out. Ding. Obtained an Aegean flagship automatic massage chair, X1, ding. Obtained the complete film and television disc of Jurassic Park, X1, ding. Obtained a photo album of the Empress, Part 2, ding. Obtained the soul gem from the Marvel main universe, X1, ding. Ding. Obtained level 40 armed color hockey. So, does this mean I'm really going from being unlucky to lucky today? Looking at the soul gem in his hand, which is about 4 to 5 inches long, smooth on the surface, and radiating a brilliant orange light, Chu Bawang fell into silence. Could this really be the soul gem that the purple sweet potato essence Thanos worked so hard to obtain? If it really is, Chu Bawang doubted whether he was gambling with his lifespan. He had already drawn the soul gem, refined from the 6 singularities before the Big Bang. And now he just wanted to quietly say that the system boss is really impressive. Soul gem. Orange exists on the planet Vormer. Can use this gem to extract the souls of enemies, possessing the ability to steal, manipulate, or modify souls. P.S. Legendary level item has been bound to the host. Cannot be dropped or lost. This is one of the most terrifying primal powers in the Marvel Universe. When 6 Infinity Stones come together, under the use of a father-level powerhouse like Thanos, they're even capable of annihilating half of the universe's living beings. One can see its terrifying nature. Compared to Big Mom's soul fruit, the soul gem is simply like a little cow entering a bull pen. It's incredibly powerful. LV, 40 armament hockey? Unexpectedly, there has been a new breakthrough this time. This feeling should be considered a reluctant reach to the top tier of armament hockey. With a thought, the armament hockey, coiling like a black dragon, firmly wrapped around his left arm. Those who don't know would think this arm is the ancestral 18-year-old Chilean arm, to be honest. The classification of the 3-color hockey in the pirate world is quite vague, but at least there are some reference points. The top of Conqueror's hockey is naturally red-haired Shanks. The top of observation hockey is the war god Katakuri, who is quite adept in battle. As for the one with an advantage in range, it's the god Enel. After all, he can cover an entire sky island with observation hockey, a level not comparable to ordinary people. The two have different directions in developing observation hockey, but both are outstanding practitioners in observation hockey. As for armament hockey, Carp stands alone, with Mihawk coming second, and there is relatively little controversy. Excluding the monsters from Roger's era, the above are benchmark figures of the 3-color hockey, belonging to the strong ones that are out of reach. If one had to rank them, they could be divided into 4 grades: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Among them, Old Man Carp has even reached the level of one trick can eat the world, having forced Pirate King Roger into dire straits multiple times with top-tier armament hockey, beating Roger's elite crew members to the point where they were covered in bruises. With LV, 40 armament hockey, even if there's still some gap compared to Carp, it should be about the same. Chu Bawang was very satisfied with today's harvest. After all, being an unlucky person, one must maintain the right mindset for lottery draws. Otherwise, he would have been driven to death by the system dog that messes with people's mentality. System dog. There is something I want to say, but it's not worth mentioning, encountering such a Buddhist yet scheming master. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Chu Bawang originally had no expectations for his luck. Being able to draw something delicious would be satisfying enough. Who would have thought that he would suddenly have a wave of popularity and directly draw a soul gem? It's true that when one is down on their luck, even drinking cold water would get stuck in their teeth. When luck comes, it cannot be stopped. P.S. As usual, asking for rewards and various data support. He casually threw the Empress's photo collection, Volume 2, and other rewards into the system space, leaving only the soul gem. With a thought, Chu Bawang took out a dragon ring from the system space, shaped like a dragon, from an online game world. Legendary level treasure, dragon ring. Not charged, not activated after equipping and activating the dragon ring. Each time damage is dealt to an enemy, an additional blessing buff can be gained, significantly increasing battle power with no stacking limit. P.S. Currently not charged. Needs to be charged and activated with a legendary level treasure. The legendary level treasure has been bound. Cannot be dropped or lost. This is a divine artifact that grows stronger with battle, with no upper limit, even more overpowered than Super Saiyan Bloodline. Legendary treasures have touched the fundamental laws of the universe, and they are not so easy to obtain. Chu Bawang had drawn the dragon ring after half a year of lottery draws, with at least tens of thousands of attempts. And this dragon ring is the only one that can truly be considered a legendary level treasure. And yet, it has usage restrictions. When Chu Bawang drew the dragon ring, he was extremely frustrated. Being an unlucky person in lottery draws is an eternal pain at the dragon mouth of the dragon ring. There is a small indentation that can be used to charge the dragon ring's activation features. Just as Chu Bawang was considering how to fit the 5-inch, about 13 centimeters, soul gem into the dragon mouth, the dragon ring unexpectedly opened its dragon mouth on its own, swallowing the long gem. Chu Bawang. Good lord, truly worthy of being a legendary level treasure. That dragon mouth looked to be only the size of a fingernail, yet it independently opened up a vast space. Legendary level treasure, dragon ring, activated after equipping and activating the dragon ring. Each time damage is dealt to an enemy. A limited time additional blessing buff can be gained, significantly increasing battle power with no stacking limit. P.S. The legendary level treasure has been bound, cannot be dropped or lost. Wearing the dragon ring on his left thumb, a surge of power washed over him, and even with Chu Bawang's calm and confident nature, he felt incredibly comfortable and couldn't help but want to throw a punch to test its power, considering that if he used all his strength, he might directly blow the pirate world to pieces. Chu Bawang restrained this somewhat reckless thought. Blowing up the pirate world, with his current vitality, would most likely lead to his own demise, so refreshing for now, setting aside the flashy skills I have mastered, just in terms of attack power. I have already reached the star-exploding level. Even achieving cosmic-level destructive power is merely a matter of finding the right opportunity. With infinite stamina, the blessing buff from the dragon ring, shattering a section of the universe with a punch is not a far-fetched dream. This is the rhythm of a little cow doing a handstand. It's incredibly awesome. Chu Bawang thought about how wise, handsome, and unmatched he was, having mastered star-exploding level attack power. Yet he had to engage in shameless bullying of weak opponents in the pirate world, which made him a bit depressed. It's worrying. He didn't know when he would be able to leave the novice village. Although being the ultimate boss stuck in the novice village is indeed enjoyable, is doing so a bit detrimental to the gaming experience of others. Even while being stuck in the novice village, he still considered the gaming experience of the players. There are many demon lords as kind and good-looking as me. Chu Bawang looked in the mirror and almost got killed by his own handsomeness. But upon careful thought, those readers who reward the wild authors are the real handsome ones. The Chu Overlord instantly became less proud. Although I, the Chu Overlord, am quite handsome, I am still far from being comparable to those readers who support wild authors. In order to conquer the myriad worlds as soon as possible, it seems necessary to urge Zoro to continue his swordsmanship training. Only by helping him become the world's #1 swordsman can I obtain the system rewards. System task: cultivate a world-class swordsman. Task reward: obtain any portal fragment x3. Obtain lottery chances x10. He doesn't care much about the other rewards, but the 3 portal fragments are a must-have. After calming down a bit, the Chu Overlord's gaze fell on the complete film disc of Jurassic Park. He has always been open to technological rewards from modern society, accepting whatever comes his way. Perhaps their power isn't that great, but the joy they bring is real. Since I'm on my honeymoon with the lovely Koya, I must arrange to watch a movie. However, speaking of which, is it a bit taking advantage of the situation to watch Jurassic Park with my wife? Well, Koya and I are already an old married couple, so it definitely can't be considered me taking advantage. As for Nami and Daisuke, if they seek safety in my arms out of fear, then I'll just have to reluctantly accept it. The story of Jurassic Park is quite simple. In essence, a group of genetic scientists used dinosaur blood found in prehistoric mosquitoes preserved in amber to extract the genetic code of dinosaurs. reviving the massive creatures that had been extinct for 65 million years and turning the entire island into a dinosaur paradise, known as Jurassic Park. Later, due to employee negligence, things spiraled out of control, leading to all the dinosaurs escaping the containment area and the humans on the island desperately fleeing, yet still unable to escape disaster. The dinosaurs fought among themselves, resulting in countless casualties for the humans, leaving only a few survivors, with just 4 managing to escape. Until the classic film Titanic was released in 1997, Jurassic Park held the record for the highest box office. The entire film has a tight plot and an excellent atmosphere. It's similar to the effect of watching a horror movie, making it one of the 3 great tools for guys to flirt and deepen their relationships. After the Straw Hat crew left, the Chu overlord snuggled with the girls in Xiao Qing's room and started watching the 2-hour-long Jurassic Park. Just as he expected, except for Xiao Qing, the other 3 girls were all terrified by the final boss of the movie, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and kept sticking to the Chu overlord. Like a sticky plaster that you can't tear off, the overall viewing experience was good, though it was slightly kidney-wasting. Watching a movie with 3 girls at the same time is really not something an ordinary person can handle. This was the Chu overlord's ultimate viewing experience. P.S. As usual, seeking support, rewards, and various free data. When the Jurassic Park film disc officially started playing with the projector, all the girls had shocked expressions. To this, the Chu overlord remarked that this was all basic operation, no big deal. Isn't it just stunning the girls? This is nothing to worry about. At the same time, to ensure a good viewing experience, the Chu overlord also took out a long-prepared gourmet food package. He couldn't wait to try the street food, including clay pot noodles, octopus balls, charcoal grilled lamb chops, spicy fried chicken, fragrant braised beef. 30 other delicious dishes omitted here. In less than 2 minutes, the table was filled with a variety of tasty street foods. Dasky, looking greedy, licked her lips and said, "Master, why did you take out so much food? Isn't it going to go to waste if we can't finish it?" The Chu overlord rolled his eyes at her words, pointing at the girls one after another. Huh. Waste? With 4 hungry mouths to feed, that's simply not possible. If it weren't for Nami and Koya already being stunned by Jurassic Park, he might have shown his dissatisfaction. But now, both girls were completely immersed in the horror movie atmosphere, even ignoring the tempting, delicious food in front of them. It was a bit strange, though, even though the mother and daughter were almost scared enough to shrink into the Chu overlord's embrace. They still couldn't help but be curious about what would happen next in the movie. A mix of fear and curiosity. Dasky, don't just watch me eat. You should eat too. The Chu overlord, feeling a bit shy under Dasky's intense gaze, took the initiative to hand her a chicken leg. Dasky thought to herself, if you don't speak, how dare I eat with you? And then happily sat down. So delicious. Her enjoying the food so much clearly showed that she had already become a slave to it. Come on, Koya, try the red oil pig-esque trotters. They're full of collagen and great for beauty. Xiao Qing, you should have some oysters. They're like a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. Little thief cat, come eat some papaya. It's really good for breast enhancement. Just as he was about to say more, the Chu overlord felt something was off and quickly changed his words. Forget it. It seems you don't need papaya. It's better for your mom, Koya, to eat more. The little thief cat Nami's eyes now couldn't even be contained by one hand. So she definitely didn't need papaya. Instead, Koya needed to nourish herself well. Koya sighed softly and said weakly, Overlord, I know you, being so scheming. Don't like to do things like a person, but I didn't expect you to not even speak human language now. Truly, I see your face, but not your heart. The Overlord I knew before wasn't like this and never disliked my figure. I was wrong, truly wronged. Chu Overlord, that hurts. Koya, your tone sounds like that of a good family girl who has been abandoned. It makes me feel like a bad guy. Compared to the mother and daughter who were engrossed in the movie, Xiao Qing's gaze was firmly locked on the dragon-shaped ring on the Chu Overlord's left thumb. Wearing the ring on the left thumb symbolizes power and confidence. Although she had not fully inherited the bloodline memories of the Azure Bull Python, Xiao Qing was already as strong as any of the 4 emperors. It can be said that apart from elemental natural-type devil fruit users, she could overpower anyone in the pirate world and all sea kings in the Calm Belt. However, now Xiao Qing was shocked to find that even with her resilient and strong soul level, she was experiencing an inner shiver when facing the dragon-shaped ring. As her consciousness fell on the orange gemstone, the sudden pull felt as if it was trying to suck her soul in, causing her mind to swell and her awareness to blur. It's hard to imagine what kind of spectacular scene would unfold if it were used in battle. Is this the true strength of the master? Just a decorative coiled dragon ring nearly caused me to lose my composure and muddle my spirit. Fortunately, when I transformed, I wasn't arrogant enough to think I could rule the world. Otherwise, the grass on my grave would probably be 3 feet high by now. Xiao Qing secretly chuckled. Your dad is indeed your dad. Just showing off a bit is enough to shock you for an entire year. What's so interesting about this movie? It's just a few little dinosaurs bouncing around, isn't it? If you ask me, the food is much tastier. While the mother and daughter duo got engrossed in binge-watching, Daki opened her rosy little mouth and crazily devoured the food like a whirlwind. She hadn't even swallowed the previous bite before the next spoonful was shoved in. In and out, in and out, in and out. That petite little mouth was stuffed to the brim, resembling a cute little hamster with its cheeks full of pine cones, but soon, Daki verified the true fragrance law once again. Just half an hour ago, she was scoffing at Jurassic Park, yet in the following hour, she became completely immersed in the tense atmosphere. As the ultimate boss, the Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its massive jaws. It was as if the fear buried deep within her bloodline had been awakened. Koya, Nami, and Daki were all scared pale by the vivid scene. They kept staring at the Tyrannosaurus, clinging to it like a stubborn band-aid that couldn't be peeled off the 2-hour Jurassic Park ended. But Koya and the others remained trapped in the tense and fearful atmosphere, unable to pull themselves away. The first time watching Jurassic Park often leaves such a viewing after effect. The novelty of curiosity, the adrenaline rush. The shock and horror of seeing ancient dinosaurs for the first time, causing the 3 girls to remain in a daze for a long time. As for Xiao Qing's viewing experience, in her memory inheritance, even a massive, bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus Rex might just be a larger-sized snack. So, this was just a chaotic battle of delicious snacks. Feeling the sensations on her front and back, as well as her arms, Chu Bawang smacked his lips and couldn't help but sigh. The gap between the rich and the poor is indeed quite significant. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face, and relevant images flashed in his mind. Koya was, Daki was, Nami was, why? Xiao Qing was. The gap between the rich and the poor is indeed quite significant. You savor it, you think about it. P.S. As usual, seeking support, rewards, and various free data. Standing up, Chu Bawang used a toothpick to clean his teeth, looking quite satisfied. The short film is over, and the food has been eaten. It's time to move on. I'm actually quite interested in dinosaurs. If I find one I like, I could tame it as a mount. Just so happens we are currently in the prehistoric island of the dinosaur era. Is there anyone who wants to join me in taming an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex as a mount? Koya. Daki. Nami? Koya's expression changed, revealing a look of terror. No way, sir. Just watching the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the movie is creepy enough. And you actually want to catch one as a mount? Daki suspected that Chu Bawang had spent too much time with Luffy, and for a moment, her mind seemed a bit off. Sure enough, Grandma was right. Brain damage can be contagious. It seems she needs to keep her distance from the silly Luffy in the future. Catching a Tyrannosaurus Rex as a mount? What a brilliant idea. Nami, however, showed a very interested expression. This little thief cat was always daring and never hesitated in doing anything. Besides Chu Bawang, Nami's combat power is the highest on the Mary. Even the boastful Luffy and Zoro together would be just a matter of 2 punches for her. It seems you two are not very interested in catching a Tyrannosaurus Rex as a mount. Chu Bawang felt a bit disappointed and could only take Nami with him to explore the small forest. Xiao Qing stayed on the ship to protect Koya and Daki. Coincidentally, Callum, who had just woken up after taking too many stretch legs and widen eyes pills, was also back to consciousness. Chu Bawang thought it would be more fun to share joy, so he decided to bring Callum along to catch the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Callum looked bewildered. He originally wanted to refuse, but after glancing at Chu Bawang's bulging biceps, he gave in. One must say, the pirate world is indeed a very suitable place for adventure. Perhaps this island is still in the dinosaur era of the Cretaceous period, but the previous island was in the primitive tribe era of wild men, while the next island might be in the eternally frozen Cambrian period. In short, the chaotic climate of the Grand Line allows for the emergence of all sorts of incredible contradictions. So it's south the perfect place for tourism, where you can see all kinds of strange landscapes. Mr. Chu Bawang, are you sure you want to capture a Tyrannosaurus Rex as a mount? Isn't that a bit too dangerous? Callum smiled wryly, his heart racing like an old dog. What kind of thought process does this big shot have? It's too far-fetched to want to tame a wild Tyrannosaurus Rex. Isn't he afraid of being swallowed whole? Don't ask. Even if you do, I won't say. If you want an ancient dinosaur, I can give you a rather ugly one as a mount. As for the good-looking ones, they have to be reserved for me. All right, you are the big shot. You get to decide. Anyway, I wouldn't dare to ask. I wouldn't dare to say. And I don't know why you're so fixated on capturing a dinosaur as a mount. Is it to show off? Doesn't T seem like it? After walking for just over 10 minutes and having just entered the depths of the prehistoric island, unexpectedly, Chu Bawang really encountered an ancient dinosaur. It was a Triceratops, a herbivorous dinosaur belonging to the Ceratopsidae family. It has blade-like horns on its head that serve as excellent defense and are its most formidable weapon. Triceratops often becomes food for the Tyrannosaurus rex, but once stabbed by its sharp horns, even the robust Tyrannosaurus rex would find it quite uncomfortable. Although this silly and cute Triceratops appears to have sturdy limbs, it actually isn't very slow, giving off a sense of facing heavily armored cavalry. Of course, that's not the most important part. In front of this Triceratops stood a green-haired swordsman, brimming with fighting spirit, confronting it. The green-haired swordsman was exuding pure sword intent, with 4 sharp blades strapped to his waist. Zoro still hadn't noticed that Chu Bawang was nearby. His gaze, sharp as a blade, was fixed on the 3 horns atop the Triceratops's head. He solemnly drew his sword toward the Triceratops. So, you are also a 3-sword style user? In that case, do you dare to fight me? The silly Triceratops focused its gaze and thought, oh, just a mere human, and he dares to disturb my meal? I can't hold back my temper. I must charge at him. How dare you interrupt my meal? Today, I will teach you what I'll poke you in the lung means. The Triceratops's heavy iron hooves began to stomp on the ground, building up power, while its fierce golden eyes locked onto Zoro's lungs. Hey, isn't that Zoro? Didn't he go on an adventure with Luffy? Why is he here? Has he gotten lost again? Nami, holding onto Chu Bawang's arm, peeked forward timidly, afraid that a raptor would suddenly come and bite her little head like in the movies. Although Nami's muttering was not loud, it clearly reached Zoro's ears, instantly dealing him a critical hit of 10,000 points. Zoro's action of drawing his sword visibly stiffened for a moment, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. Dude, that's harsh. In fact, he hadn't even figured out how he got separated from Luffy. They clearly started off together, but somehow he just vanished while walking. Could it be? This is the true meaning of the lyric sung by Miss Zhuang Xinyan. Some people just drift apart as they walk. What a good opportunity. The silly Triceratops saw its opponent distracted and would not let this excellent chance slip by, charging straight towards Zoro's lungs. Young man, remember in your next life that disturbing others during meals is impolite. Let me, the Triceratops boss, teach you what I'll poke you in the lung means. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Triceratops charged at Zoro like a brutal heavy cavalry, and despite its bulky size, its attack speed was surprisingly fast. What the hell? This is a blatant sneak attack, showing no code of conduct for a swordsman. Zoro was already prepared to engage in close combat with the Triceratops, but in a moment of distraction, he exposed a fatal flaw. By the time he tried to dodge, it was too late. Seeing that the Triceratops was about to poke through Zoro's lung, Chu Bawang could no longer hold back. The swordsmanship talent he had so painstakingly found was meant to compensate for bald-headed Luffy's virgin daughter. How could he let a beast ruin it? Boom! Chu Bawang delivered a slap directly to the Triceratops. His hand, as twisted and terrifying as a black dragon, landed on the silly Triceratops's head. With a loud bang, the seemingly not-so-smart Triceratops was sent flying like a spinning top, rotating and jumping away from everyone's sight. The force of that slap was not yet exhausted. Under the inertia, the massive body of the Triceratops crashed through hundreds of towering ancient trees, only coming to a stop after expending all its momentum and collapsing to the ground. Frothing at the mouth, if it could speak at that moment, it would definitely express strong disdain for Chu Bawang's sneak attack. Puffed, how could you play dirty like that? Young man, that's really not honorable. Whoa, did a big black rat just fly by? At the moment the Triceratops was sent flying, Icolum was completely dumbfounded. What kind of monster strength is this? Just a single slap sent a nearly 10-ton Triceratops flying over 100 meters. You can't be serious. Even livestock isn't this violent. But soon, the shock in Icolum's eyes was gradually replaced by excitement. He witnessed once again the terrifying power of Chu Bawang. And if he could invite Chu Bawang to be a national protector in Alabasta, there would definitely be a chance to crush Crocodile's coup plan. Even if he wasn't Crocodile's match, he could definitely increase their odds of winning, fulfilling the trust of King Cobra and his colleagues. However, just thinking about how to get Chu Bawang on board made Icolum's brows furrow into a shape. Money and power clearly did not interest Chu Bawang. Such a man was carefree and unrestrained. The only thing that seemed to make him linger was a beautiful confidant. Sigh, if only I could discuss this with Princess Vivi right now. It would be much easier, but I'm afraid of dragging her down. If even Princess Vivi's identity were exposed, then there really would be no one to save Alabasta. Icolum sighed heavily, knowing from the information he got from a nose-picking guy and the candle man, Mr. 3, that he was the only one exposed. Princess Vivi's undercover identity was likely still undiscovered. It was precisely because Crocodile was eager to root out the traitor that he sent out 4 high-level agents to hunt him down, trying to uncover the list of other undercover agents. If he hadn't been so cautious and prepared a small sailing ship in a certain jungle ahead of time, he would have long since been dead. Looking at the Triceratops that was slapped away by Chu Bawang, Zoro appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was panicking. He had actually been distracted by the sudden appearance of his companions and almost got killed by a silly Triceratops. This time, he really was going to lose face. Zoro, what on earth is going on with you? This is too careless. You almost got killed by a silly Triceratops. If it weren't for Dad's timely intervention, your lung would have been poked through. Nami, not caring about her image, directly gave Zoro a big slap on the head. She was genuinely scared just now. It was just half a meter away, and Zoro would have really been killed by the Triceratops. You dare to hit me? Looking at Nami, who was playing the victim, Zoro felt both angry and helpless. If it weren't for you 3 suddenly appearing and distracting me, I wouldn't have been almost killed by a Triceratops. Zoro, with a cute bump on his head, felt quite aggrieved, but considering that Nami was also worried for her safety, he could only give up in resignation. Zoro, your performance this time has greatly disappointed me. Chu Bawang's words were calm and emotionless, yet they made Zoro feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, experiencing bone-chilling cold. Zoro acknowledged his mistake. It was a moment of carelessness that almost allowed that beast to find a weakness. He respected Chu Bawang, who was both a teacher and a friend. Usually, Chu Bawang was cheerful, often joking around with them, appearing unreliable. But at critical moments, he never dropped the ball, making him the person Zoro admired the most. After we return, you will write out the various sword techniques and principles I taught you 50 times each, and have Sanji check them. In addition, the daily training volume will be doubled, and you won't be allowed to eat if you don't complete the training. Do you understand? Chu Bawang deliberately put on a stern face and looked deeply at Zoro, hoping he could understand his intentions. If he had drawn a teaching card or something similar, he wouldn't mind helping Zoro with a training cheat or something. Unfortunately, his luck was just too bad. A master leads you to the door, but the cultivation relies on oneself. He had already opened the door to a new world for Zoro. As for how high Zoro would ultimately reach, it still depended on his own talent and effort. After all, not everyone is like him. A walking cheat, Zoro understood and kept his master's teachings in mind. Zoro bowed respectfully. He also knew that he had been sailing smoothly lately, ever since he took care of Arlong's gang in Cocoa Village. He hadn't even experienced a few decent battles. The pressure of daily training was also hardly felt, and even his sword had dulled quite a bit. Chu Bawang's timely warning made Zoro realize that his recent training had indeed been a bit lax. If he wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman, he had to work harder. That guy Roger was just loafing around all day. It was time to bring this tool back for some productive use. Chu Bawang intentionally pointed Zoro in a clear direction, continuing to persuade him. His current strength has not yet returned to peak condition, and you, Luffy, and Sanji can just treat him as a whetstone. Wouldn't it be nice to beat up the Pirate King Roger every day? Zoro was sweating profusely. To dare to compare the Pirate King Gold Roger to a mere tool, Chu Bawang was indeed one of a kind. Unfortunately, Zoro couldn't find any arguments to refute Chu Bawang. P.S. Readers are all handsome guys. The Wild author humbly requests tips and support in various forms. Soul Gem Memory Modification. Reaching out to press down on the drooling Triceratops' head, Chu Bawang used the power of the Soul Gem to modify the dinosaur's memory, attempting to make it recognize him as its master. For the unconscious Triceratops, using soul modification was not difficult. Chu Bawang successfully tamed his first dinosaur mount. When the Triceratops woke up, its first sight was like a well-behaved little cat or dog, wanting to nuzzle Chu Bawang's palm. Both Zoro and Nami were shocked. What kind of operation was this? Could it be that this dinosaur was a masochist? Clearly beaten to the point of being disoriented. Yet it showed such a flattering expression towards Dad, Master. Chu Bawang originally intended to ride it himself. However, considering that the Triceratops looked too silly after some thought, he ultimately decided to give it to the injured Akaram. This man and dinosaur pair looked fairly matched, both not appearing very smart, just right to form a silly duo. Thanks to the generous tip from Boss Bawang, a prehistoric Triceratops, the boss is so generous. Under the expectant gazes of Chu Bawang and others, Akaram sat on the Triceratops' back, feeling like he wanted to cry. What is this all about? He was ready to run away to avoid the pursuit of Baroque works. But now he was playing a mini-game of riding a dinosaur, feeling that life was so unpredictable. Big silly move it. Just take a few steps. Running a few laps will be fine too. Under Chu Bawang's command, the silly Triceratops started running around the forest, its terrifying weight shaking the ground. How does it feel? Isn't it cool to ride a prehistoric dinosaur? Nami asked eagerly. Not really, Ikaram said with a long face. At first, it felt a bit uncomfortable, but it's much better now. Zoro's eyes lit up, somewhat enviously saying, Mr. Ikaram, so you've adapted already? What you said isn't wrong, because it was too bumpy. I can't feel my butt anymore. Zoro. Nami. After taking down the enormous silly Triceratops, Chu Bawang and his group encountered a stegosaurus the size of a bus and a sneaky velociraptor trying to steal dinosaur eggs. To save time, Chu Bawang followed the usual method, first knocking out these dinosaurs with a slap, then using the soul gem to modify their memories to recognize him as their master. Master. This dinosaur may not. Zoro clearly favored the stegosaurus covered in swords, looking like a child waiting for candy, staring eagerly at Chu Bawang. The latter waved his hand, and Zoro immediately jumped up joyfully. Daddy, this dinosaur looks so fierce. Is it the velociraptor that achieved a 5-kill godlike performance in Jurassic Park? The velociraptor, also known as the cunning thief dragon, is one of the most well-known dinosaurs, affectionately called Velo by dinosaur enthusiasts. The velociraptor is inherently fierce and cunning, and in Jurassic Park, it even achieved a godlike kill streak that even the Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't accomplish, leaving a deep impression. After all, this creature prefers to pick on soft targets. Chu Bawang was wholeheartedly trying to find a suitably sized saddle from the system space, and didn't respond to Nami's question. It must be said, although unlucky Chu Bawang didn't draw many items to enhance combat power, he did collect quite a few random prizes. He actually found several saddles suitable for riding dinosaurs. Dinosaur Saddle. This item comes from the game arc, Survival Evolved, and can be used to generate various dinosaur saddles for easier riding. When Ikaram saw Chu Bawang take out 2 extremely luxurious dinosaur saddles like magic, his face instantly darkened. There's really no basic trust between people anymore. Ikaram looked up to the sky in despair. Why didn't you take out such good stuff earlier? He suspected Chu Bawang was deliberately messing with him. However, the truth was, Chu Bawang was indeed messing with him. Other people's pain was Chu Bawang's source of joy sometimes. A man's happiness is just so plain and tedious. Ikaram originally wanted to ask Chu Bawang if he had more stock, but considering his already numb and unfeeling, but he gave up on that thought. Chu Bawang leapt onto the back of the velo and reached out to Nami. Little cutie, come up, sit tight, and don't move. Today, Dad will take you to experience the joy of being a dragon knight. Grab the shrimp and drive fast. Nami obediently nodded, stepped onto the saddle, and lightly fell into Chu Bawang's embrace. The overlord of Chu held the little thief cat Nami in one arm and grasped the reins of the raptor in the other. Turning back to Zoro and Ikaram with a hearty laugh. Zoro, Ikaram, are you two interested in a dragon riding competition? If you win against me, you could get a little reward. As long as you're happy, boss, I have no objections. Ikaram looked dejected, clearly lacking any interest in the competition. His country was on the brink of life and death, so he naturally had no desire to participate in a riding contest with the carefree overlord of Chu. Moreover, he was riding a goofy Triceratops. There's a saying, it's not the godlike opponent you fear, but the pig-like teammate. At this moment, Ikaram finally understood the profound meaning of that saying. How do we compete? Zoro flipped onto the back of the Stegosaurus, looking eager to try. Besides swords and alcohol, he was particularly interested in other rewards. Wait. Zoro suddenly remembered that there was indeed a reward he was very interested in, and it was something he was quite ashamed of. Ahem. Zoro awkwardly cleared his throat and looked hopefully at the overlord of Chu. Master, if I win this dragon riding competition, could you not make me do homework? I want to become the world's #1 swordsman, and punishing me with homework is just too embarrassing. P.S. Please support, reward, and provide various data. The author thanks you, Master. I really don't want to do homework. Zoro looked sincerely at the overlord of Chu. Clearly, he was still troubled by the fact that the overlord had punished him to copy various swordsmanship techniques 50 times and submit them to Sanji for inspection. To be honest, although Zoro wasn't illiterate, compared to Sanji, who came from the prestigious Vinsmoke family in the North Sea, he could be considered a borderline underachiever. Usually, he had already used up quite a few brain cells just trying to come up with cool names for his sword moves. Recently, when Sanji was punished by the overlord to copy the wind god leg technique, Zoro had felt a bit schadenfreude, but who would have thought that fate would be so unkind, and he couldn't escape the curse of being punished with homework either. Fortunately, Sanji still didn't know he had also been called out. Otherwise, he would definitely be laughing in his dreams. He thought he could still cope to avoid doing homework. Zoro was determined. The overlord of Chu pondered for a moment, seemingly agreeing with Zoro's reasoning. After all, if he was to become the world's #1 swordsman, it wouldn't sound good if word got out that he was punished with homework. Be boss, please, Zoro pleaded without pride. This matter concerned his lifelong honor and disgrace, and if it got out, he would definitely lose face in front of everyone. In the world of martial arts, reputation is everything. If everyone found out about his embarrassing homework punishment, Zoro felt he might as well find a block of tofu to bash his head against. The overlord of Chu wore a serious expression, deep in thought. Zoro, feeling anxious like an ant on a hot pan, was pacing back and forth. Finally, the overlord sighed deeply, seeming to make a very difficult decision. All right, since you insist, Zoro, I will reluctantly agree. If you win this competition, I will allow you to skip copying one swordsmanship technique. Zoro, Nami, Ikelim. That's it. We thought you were contemplating some grand matter, but after all this time, you just let Zoro skip one homework assignment reduce stress? What a load of crap. Well, skipping one assignment is better than nothing anyway. I can't guarantee when I will finish all this homework. If it's about fighting Zoro, he would definitely have no second thoughts. But if it's about making him do homework, that is a huge problem. This is blatantly putting me, Fat Tiger, in a difficult position. However, thinking about how Sanji was also punished to copy homework, Zoro's heart was instantly much more balanced. The rules of the competition are simple. Nami and I will be on one team, while Zoro and Ikelim will be on another. And we will see who can find Roger and Luffy, the iron-headed duo, first. If Zoro wins, he can skip copying one swordsmanship technique. If Ikelim wins, he will receive a mysterious prize. If I win, then you too. Zoro and Ikelim nodded in agreement to the overlord's proposal. Even the penalty for losing was within their expectations. This is the starting line. If you're ready, then the first dragon riding competition officially begins. Nami, you announced the start of the competition. Nami made an okay gesture, signaling that she was ready and could take off at any moment. The overlord pulled out a speaker and played the passionate music of Catch the Shrimp to liven things up. After all, it was the first dragon riding competition. It needed some sense of ceremony. Using Catch the Shrimp as the opening theme was the most appropriate choice. Listening to the fiery music of Catch the Shrimp, Zoro felt his blood boiling. He was surprised to find himself unable to resist, moving his body to the rhythm. Even the Stegosaurus beneath him seemed to be getting restless and full of energy. What kind of music is this? It's so wild. It must be on an endless loop. Ikelim looked down at his goofy Triceratops and suddenly felt uneasy. His intuition told him that this goofy Triceratops had its own ideas. It probably wanted to charge at the title of the god of Akina Mountain while riding him. Such a brain-dead powerhouse. How terrifying. Ikelim couldn't help but gasp, his mind completely shaken. 3, 2, 1 fire. With a command from the little thief cat Nami, the first dragon riding competition officially began. Catch the Shrimp, the veteran driver, is officially on the road. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. The overlord of Chu and the little thief cat Nami took the lead, quickly pulling ahead by hundreds of meters. To the background music of Catch the Shrimp, the Raptor Sun Gur charged out of the starting line as if it had received a shot of adrenaline. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the Raptor Sun Gur was like that of a centipede crawling, rapidly opening up a distance of hundreds of meters. The gap is just too huge. Zoro and Ikelim don't even have the qualification to eat dust behind them. No worries, let the master run 500 meters first. What harm could it do? The grand prize of the first dragon riding competition is mine for sure. Zoro still looks as steady as an old dog, maneuvering the sword dragon deep into the forest. Unlike the usual races, the main task of this dragon riding competition is to find the silly duo, Roger and Luffy. Luck plays a major role in this. Although his sense of direction is terrible, Zoro believes he has always been lucky, so he is determined to win the reward. For a moment, only the silly Triceratops and Ikelim were left staring at each other. Mr. Triceratops, if you're not sick, would you mind taking a few steps? After all, it's the first dragon riding competition. Although Ikelim doesn't have high hopes for winning, he also doesn't want to lose too badly. The silly Triceratops was full of question marks, and half a minute later, it started leisurely munching on tender grass. Ikelim looked up at the sky, despair written all over his face. What sins did I commit in my last life? Why did I have to encounter such a tyrant? It's really messing with my mindset. P.S. Seeking support, seeking rewards, seeking all kinds of data. Deep in the jungle of the ancient island, it appeared dark and tranquil, as if no creatures had ever been born. But if one looked closely, they could find pairs of sharp, bloodthirsty eyes hidden in the darkness, and occasionally hear the howls and roars of some beasts. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the darkness. A running raptor, Sun Gur, crashed into a coconut tree laden with fruit as if it had drunk fake alcohol. Hood, hood, hood. Golden coconuts fell with a crash, about to hit the little raptor's head, but a pair of large hands appeared out of nowhere, firmly catching the coconuts. Here, Daddy will treat you to coconut juice. The tyrant Chu swung his knife and split the golden coconut in half, handing one half to the little thief cat Nami in his arms. While speaking, he also patted the little raptor's head beneath him, signaling that it did well. The raptor, hit on the head by the coconut, had little stars spinning around its head. If it could speak, it would definitely loudly criticize the tyrant Chu for forgetting its loyalty. How could he use the coconut he personally knocked down to impress a girl, while ignoring the biggest contributor like it, not even giving a sip of refreshing coconut juice? It really was a stroke of bad luck. Today, the dignified Sun Gur happened to have such an unreliable master. Slurp slurp, so good to drink. It truly is a gift from nature. This taste is much fresher than the coconut juice sold in fruit stores. A group of strange birds lurking deep in the dense forest panicked and flapped their wings to escape the hunting ground, and the ground began to tremble, rumbling like an earthquake. One towering ancient tree after another was broken in half, debris flying everywhere, and even the raptor under Chu's seat had a horrified expression, as if experiencing great terror. If it weren't for the fact that Chu had not yet given the order, the cunning raptor would have already sprinted away, saying goodbye. A terrifying figure let out a strange laugh, gradually approaching Chu's hiding place, scaring the raptor into a panic, unable to decide whether to run or stay. Looking like a frightened dog, with its low intelligence, even if the raptor broke its head, it couldn't understand why Chu and Nami showed no fear at all when facing the true hunters at the top of the food chain on the ancient island. Abba. I'm the strongest warrior of Elbaf village, Red Demon Brogy. Adventurers sailing the sea. Do you have any alcohol to drink? A figure as large as a hill let out a strange laugh again, sweeping through the dense forest like a gale. The newcomer wore gigantic boots, a helmet with two giant horns, nostrils so large that a raptor could fit in, a deep blue cloak tied around his shoulders, and a giant axe the size of an ancient tree at his waist, holding a matching round shield. That is the Red Demon Brogy, standing at the top of the food chain on the ancient island. Even 100 years ago, before prices soared, his bounty had already reached 100 million berries. This is a giant. When Nami the little thief saw the giant before her, she couldn't help but gasp. The raptor, Sun Gur, was so scared that its mouth was wide open, enough to fit a dinosaur egg. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Chu patted Nami's shoulder, a charming smile on his lips. She took a deep breath, and the last bit of tension and anxiety in her heart vanished. Even the whale Laboon, as large as an island, was tossed like a bowling ball into the Grand Line by Chu, so the giant before them didn't seem so terrifying anymore. It's just a small bowling ball. What is there to be afraid of? Abba. Interesting. You two humans are quite amusing. Not afraid of me at all. Oh, so your name is Ba. Tyrant. May I ask if you have any alcohol to spare? The giant Brogy, a bit simple-minded, was eager to find some alcohol before the battle, even directly ignoring the strange fact that he knew Chu's real name. We do have some, but I suggest you don't focus on drinking right now. Chu pointed behind Brogy, looking at the slow-reacting, yuppie giant with a speechless expression. The giant Brogy scratched his head in confusion and turned to look behind him. A tyrannical T-Rex, the size of Small Mountain, was opening its huge mouth wide, biting down hard on his thick shoulder. P.S. Seeking rewards, seeking all kinds of data. The giant Brogy scratched his head in confusion and turned to look behind him. A tyrannical T-Rex, the size of a small mountain, was opening its huge mouth wide, biting down hard on his thick shoulder. However, Brogy's shoulder was too tough, and even the T-Rex's sharp teeth couldn't penetrate his back. It was only then that Red Demon Brogy realized what Chu meant, and his face turned slightly awkward. Just a second ago, he had been bragging about being the strongest of the giants, and the next second, he was ambushed from behind by a T-Rex. What a slap in the face. It really hurt Die. Enraged, Brogy swung his golden axe down hard at the T-Rex's head. The prowess of this axe was simple, yet powerful. Even Zoro, at his peak, might not be able to escape unscathed, let alone the gigantic T-Rex. Swish! Quick chop, and the chaos ensues. Brocky had a cold smile on his face. He had already foreseen the tragic fate of this small Tyrannosaurus Rex. He thought to himself, "You little T-Rex dare to embarrass me? Do you even have a life left? Impossible." But the next second, the smile on Red Ghost Brocky's face froze. A hand, completely disproportionate to the golden axe, blocked his lethal attack. That pale hand was so powerful that it forcefully grasped the golden axe, as if it were just a toy. Brocky instinctively used the strength of the giant race, trying to break free from the grip of that pale hand. However, the slightly slender figure unleashed an even more unparalleled power, causing the golden axe to remain suspended in the air, not even moving an inch forward. Red Ghost Brocky was shocked to discover that even using his giant race's monstrous strength, he was still at a disadvantage in this battle of strength with the Overlord of Chu. "Overlord, who are you? How can you defeat even my giant race's monstrous strength?" Sweat beads formed on Brocky's forehead, his face filled with horror. He was all too clear about his own strength. He had a bounty of 100 million berries 100 years ago, which, adjusted for inflation today, would be at least 1 billion berries. Over the past century, Brocky had fought his arch-nemesis, Blue Ghost Dongli, in a staggering 73 for 167 death matches, and he had never lost a single one, each battle ending in a draw. Although he had indeed exhausted some stamina, he had become more skilled and proficient in the use of techniques and strength. But Brocky never expected that even when he used the giant race's unique talent, monstrous strength, he was still no match for the Overlord of Chu in terms of power. "I'm just a passing traveler," the Overlord of Chu said, standing on top of the fierce T-Rex, a faint smile on his lips. "This T-Rex has a connection with me. Could you do me a favor and let it go?" Brocky suddenly realized and put away the golden axe. "I can let it go, but this T-Rex is inherently vicious and may very well repay kindness with enmity. So, you need to be careful." "Sure, as expected of the honorable giant race. I'll treat you to some fine wine later." The Overlord of Chu laughed heartily and replied, "However, you don't need to worry about my safety. I have my ways to make this T-Rex submit to me." Brocky was greatly curious, staring intently at the Overlord of Chu. He wanted to see what method the Overlord would use to tame the T-Rex. After all, it is often said that while one can change their circumstances, one's nature is hard to change. A king like the T-Rex, at the top of the food chain, would not easily submit to a mere human. Even he, of the giant race, could crush the T-Rex in terms of strength, but could not gain its loyalty, let alone a human who was inherently smaller in stature. Taming ancient dinosaurs isn't as difficult as you might think. There are only 3 steps to tame a T-Rex. The first step, use physical means to subdue, knock out the T-Rex. Under the astonished gaze of Red Ghost Brocky, the Overlord of Chu punched the T-Rex on the head. The latter instantly flew backward like a kite with its string cut, soaring several hundred meters before crashing into dozens of towering ancient trees. Finally coming to a stop, the T-Rex lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, its cute little claws twitching like it was having a seizure. "What the hell?" Brocky was stunned. I was indeed too young, naively thinking that someone could tame a ferocious T-Rex with kindness. This was not physical taming. It was more like physical exorcism. The second step in taming ancient dinosaurs is to allow the knocked out T-Rex to regain consciousness. The third step is that the conscious T-Rex will naturally recognize you as its master. The Overlord of Chu transformed his palm into a fist and skillfully used the Soul Gem's memory alteration to modify the T-Rex's soul memory. The awakened T-Rex rubbed its large head against the Overlord's shoulder, obediently like a little cat yearning for a chin scratch. Red Ghost Brocky was left dumbfounded. "Overlord, how did you do that?" "Don't ask. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. Just stand there and shout 666. Understand?" Brocky was skeptical, suspecting that the Overlord had intentionally lured the dog in to be killed, and he was the curious fool who got tricked into it. Brocky couldn't hide his curiosity. Secretly noting the Overlord's 3 major steps to tame the T-Rex, planning to study them during his leisure moments between battles. This was the secret technique for taming a T-Rex. If he could successfully tame one, he could use it to gather more food, conserving more stamina for future battles against Blue Ghost Dongli. Boom, boom, boom. Another familiar tremor shook the ground, and Nami instinctively asked, "What's happening? Could there be other giants nearby, on Ancient Island?" The Overlord of Chu closed his eyes, his advanced observation haki instantly covering the entire Ancient Island. He silently sensed what was about to happen. It was as if he saw large clouds of volcanic ash soaring into the sky, blocking out the sun, with countless streams of burning magma erupting from the volcano. flowing down the mountains, obliterating everything in their path. After a moment of contemplation, the Overlord spoke. It's a volcanic eruption. The mud volcano on Ancient Island is about to erupt. P.S. Please support with tips and various data. Thank you. A volcanic eruption has both benefits and drawbacks. It can lead to the extinction of many organisms, but it can also make the land more fertile and the vegetation more vibrant. The volcanic eruptions on Ancient Island have two characteristics. First, they are very loud but have little destructive power, basically not affecting the survival of the island's creatures. As long as you don't intentionally live near the volcano, treating it like a firecracker is perfectly fine. Second, eruptions occur very frequently. This is evident from the duel count between Blue Ghost Dongli and Red Ghost Brocky. They use volcanic eruptions as signals for their duels, fighting nearly 74,000 times over the past century. On average, that's about 2 volcanic eruptions a day. For the island's animals, volcanic eruptions have become a normal occurrence, akin to big firecrackers. After hearing the loud, explosive sound of the big firecracker, Brocky's expression became serious, as if he were a devotee in prayer. His body was filled with fighting spirit. "Oh, Overlord, I am sorry, but I have to go to the battlefield to duel with Blue Ghost only. I originally wanted to catch a few dinosaurs to treat you to barbecue, but it seems I won't have that opportunity for now." Upon hearing this, the Overlord of Chu's expression darkened. "Do you want to have a dinosaur barbecue and invite us to eat?" I think it's more like dark cuisine. I wouldn't even eat the food Sanji makes, let alone your barbecue." Seeing that Brogy is about to have a new duel with the Blue Demon, Chu Bawang is also curious about how battles between giants unfold, so he follows along. This is also one of the reasons he chose to go out to sea, besides wanting to be called Dad by everyone in the world. He also wants to take his little wife Koya on a tour of the entire pirate world. Chu Bawang is a responsible person, although Koya is quite shameless for coming after him, just craving for his looks and body, since she has given her heart and soul to him. Chu Bawang is definitely not the kind of scumbag who would ignore her after getting what he wants. As for why he just saluted the little thief, Cat Nami, one can only say it's a man's nature. Having a harem of 3,000 beauties is a common dream for all men. Whether the kidneys can handle it is another matter, but he just likes the feeling of flipping cards like an emperor every night. I didn't expect them to be here too. When Chu Bawang rode his Tyrannosaurus to the battle arena of Brogy and East Blue Demon, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Roger, Usopp, and Ikelim were standing next to the Red Demon East Blue, chatting and laughing. This is interesting. Everyone is here. It's worth mentioning that behind Sanji and Roger, several knocked-out Triceratops were being dragged, looking quite fruitful, so they wouldn't need any food supplies for a while. Luffy, look quickly, it's Mr. Bawang and Nami. They've come to watch the battle too. Usopp was as excited as if he had found a wallet. It's no wonder Usopp was so thrilled. The difficulty of this game, Dungeon on the Island of Ancient Times, was simply too great for him. To call it a perilous journey would be an understatement. Besides Zoro and Sanji by his side, he had no sense of security at all. As for Pirate King Roger, it's hard to explain. Usopp has been with Roger for nearly half a month and has already realized how unreliable this guy is when it comes to doing things, if they really encounter danger. Usopp felt that clinging to Roger's thigh was no different from seeking his own death. Sometimes he even wondered how Roger became the Pirate King. Maybe it was due to fear of innocent casualties. Therefore, the Blue Demon East Blue and the Red Demon Brogy specifically moved away from the original battlefield to leave a space for Chu Bawang and his group to talk. Before long, the two were already in a brawl. Although every attack aimed for a kill, their strengths were too closely matched, resulting in a stalemate if this continues. Chu Bawang estimated that this battle would still end in a draw without anyone getting killed. Wow, is this the dinosaur tamed by Mr. Bawang? So imposing. Luffy looked at the Tyrannosaurus under Chu Bawang with envy. He ran over eagerly, reaching out to touch the imposing Tyrannosaurus at the top of the food chain. Unexpectedly, he was met with a disdainful eye roll from the Tyrannosaurus and was kicked away. Chu Bawang swore he definitely did not order the Tyrannosaurus to kick Luffy away. In other words, it was the Tyrannosaurus's instinct, or it simply didn't want the silly Luffy to get close, so it subconsciously kicked him away. My mom said not to play with fools. This guy running toward me looks really stupid. He must be the idiot my mom was talking about, right? This is what the Tyrannosaurus's inner monologue revealed through Imperial Artifact. 5 Vision Universal Power. Rubber Kid, did you hear that? This Tyrannosaurus is calling you a fool. Roger suddenly burst into laughter, unable to straighten up from laughing. He has the talent of listening to the voice of all things. And even without Imperial Artifact, 5 Vision Universal Power, He could still understand the Tyrannosaurus's inner monologue. The Tyrannosaurus glanced at the seemingly insane Roger and quietly took 3 big steps back, clearly wanting to distance itself from Roger. My mom said brain damage is contagious. I need to keep my distance from this fool. Roger was covered in black lines. Just a second ago, he was mocking Luffy for being a fool, but unexpectedly, he himself fell into the same trap. If it weren't for seeing that this Tyrannosaurus was Chu Bawang's exclusive mount, he would definitely have beaten this ignorant fool to a pulp. Yo, sloppy uncle, you should understand now. This is what Bawang once earnestly told us. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will meet its evil end. It's not that it hasn't come yet. It's just not the right time. Now it's good. ISNT it. The one who can't straighten up from laughing has gone from Roger to Luffy. Among all the people present, it seems that only Chu Bawang and Luffy dared to openly confront Roger like this. These 2 guys are really a bit inexplicable. Zoro, Sanji, and the others exchanged glances, all sensing a crisis, and quietly distanced themselves from Luffy and Roger. Roger seemed to take pleasure in seeing Luffy kicked away by the Tyrannosaurus, which was understandable. But the key point is that Luffy, who was kicked away, was also laughing hysterically. That scene was just too bizarre. Chu Bawang shook his head and sighed. I really envy the simple-minded fools. It's so easy for them to find happiness. Unlike me, who is always troubled by my good looks. No wonder a certain obedient and lovely little cotton-padded jacket always wants to drug me, to make me faint, just to do that kind of thing. Chu Bawang's seemingly insinuating words made Nami, who was curled up in his arms, darken a bit, and her soft and fragrant body deliberately pressed down. What drug? What little cotton-padded jacket? I don't understand at all. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear tortoise chanting sutras. Don't move around. If you move again, I'll salute you again. Chu Bawang scolded and gave the little thief cat Nami a piece of delicious Kidra chestnut. The final battle between the giant Brogy and the blue demon East Blue was still ongoing. Both of them were the elite of the giant soldier pirate crew and were very familiar with each other's fighting styles. Although every move they made aimed for a kill, they still fought to a standstill. In other words, as long as they had enough stamina, these 2 giants could keep fighting for 100 years or even longer without a winner. It was the same in the original work. If it weren't for the fact that Chingue Dongli drank the deceptive drug Barrel set up in advance by Nose-Picking Brother, resulting in his abdomen being blown through and coughing up blood, Chingue Dongli would not have been defeated. However, this time, Chu Bawang will not let those scum interfere with the duel between these 2 heroes, perhaps compared to Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard Edward. The popularity of Chingue Dongli and Hongue Baluki is indeed very low. Even their personalities are extremely stubborn and foolish, starting a duel lasting over 100 years just because of a little girl's unintentional question. But in the eyes of Chu Bawang, there are not many people he admires in the entire pirate world, and Chingue Dongli and Hongue Baluki are 2 of them. These 2 in front of him can both be honored with the title of warrior. Zoro, I have a small task for you. Master, just say it. Anything I can do, I will arrange it properly for you. Zoro was stunned. This was the first time he saw Chu Bawang looking so serious. I have just sent a location coordinate to Sword Spirit Xiaowen. You will fly on your sword and follow Sword Spirit Xiaowen to the destination to catch a few people for me. Chu Bawang deliberately reminded him, just sit on Sword Spirit Xiaowen. Don't try to find your own way. Zoro's face darkened. Master, how much do you not trust me? Is it really that complicated to find someone? Chu Bawang didn't waste words, waving his hand. And the sword He Dao Yuan fell into his hand as if it had heard call. Gently patting the blade of He Dao Yuan, Chu Bawang casually set a location coordinate and a variant sword nurturing technique for it. Sword Spirit Xiaowen immediately conveyed a joyful and satisfied emotion, as happy as a child receiving a reward. Comfortable. Thanks to Boss Chu Bawang for the variant sword nurturing technique, the location coordinate imprinted on Sword Spirit Xiaowen by Chu Bawang was found using high-level observation hockey, the hiding place of several senior agents from the Baroque works. There, Mr. 3, the Candle Man, Mr. 5, the explosive nose-picking brother, Miss Golden Week, the master of mind suggestion, and Miss Valentine's Day, who possesses the float fruit ability, are hiding. These few were chasing after Icolum a few days ago. It seems they are now preparing to wait for Chingue Dongli and Hongue Baluki to injure each other before capturing them and handing them over to the Navy for a huge bounty of 200 million berries. However, they might never expect that Chu Bawang has already anticipated their every move. Among the 4 of them, the only one who poses a threat to you is Miss Golden Week. She is not a devil fruit user, but can influence people's emotions through color psychological suggestion. Remember, you must capture her alive. Once the task is successfully completed, I'll let you skip a round of homework. Zoro grinned at the thought of skipping a round of homework and patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Master, I'll handle this. And I'll arrange it perfectly for you." After Chu Bawang briefly introduced the methods of that little girl, Miss Golden Week, Zoro flew off on his sword. Chu Bawang nodded, revealing a smile like that of a father who feels proud that his son has grown up and can help share the pressure. Although Chu Bawang is a bit cunning, he is very reliable when it comes to doing things. Whatever he wants to do seriously, he will definitely put in 100 effort. After months of hard training, Zoro has rapidly grown thanks to his excellent swordsmanship talent. If he can master armament hockey, he would even have a fighting chance against Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, the gap between Crocodile and Mihawk is not small. Zoro still has a long way to go if he wants to defeat Mihawk and claim the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Zoro has left. He went T get lost again, right? He's shooting T. Sword Spirit Xiaowen knows the way. Seeing Zoro leave in a hurry, Luffy and the others are not worried that he will not find his way back. Although Zoro is directionally challenged, Sword Spirit Xiaowen is not with Sword Spirit Xiaowen. Zoro is like having egg out a map. As long as it's a road that Sword Spirit Xiaowen has gone through, there's no way to get lost. The reason he got lost so many times before was merely because Zoro was unwilling to lose face in front of Sword Spirit Xiaowen and admit that he is directionally challenged. It's like every man wanting to show their best side in front of their girlfriend when they are in love. Boss, Mr. Bawang's mount is really unfriendly. I, Luffy, am going to be the Pirate King, and yet it gives me no face at all. Straw Hat Luffy felt a bit dejected when he couldn't pat the head of the Tyrannosaurus. P.S. Please give rewards and various data. Thank you all. Handsome guys, boss. Mr. Bawang's mount is really unfriendly. I, Luffy, am going to be the Pirate King, and yet it gives me no face at all. Straw Hat Luffy felt somewhat down when he couldn't pat the head of the Tyrannosaurus. But then he thought, since the Triceratops is also a dinosaur, he might as well reach out and give a good pat to the silly Triceratops that was eating grass with its head down. Not satisfied with just that, Luffy reached out and gave a firm grip on the Triceratops's big head. It's just like petting a cat. It can be addictive. What are you doing, idiot? The silly Triceratops looked up at Luffy, its brows furrowing as it wanted to scold him. But then it thought, Mom had once said not to play with fools. So it lowered its head and continued eating grass. Chu Bawang and Roger both looked speechless. Kid, the reason your mom doesn't let you play with other kids is probably because she is afraid others will find out you're a fool, worried you'll feel inferior. Nami glanced worriedly at Hongue Baluki. Dad, do you know why those two are fighting? Roger also looked puzzled. If you take a close look at the weapons they are holding, they definitely belong to the treasure level. But now they are already on the verge of decay and collapse. It seems this battle has been going on for no less than a century. Luffy, Sanji, and the others were all shocked. No less than a century? What deep-seated grudge do these two have to fight for a century? Even if the giant race has 3 times the lifespan of ordinary humans, they shouldn't play like this, right? Chu Bawang shook his head and sighed, his tone filled with regret. The cause of this battle probably dates back to the year 1420 of the Sea Circle calendar. Over 100 years ago, Chingue Dongli and Hongue Baluki each captured a terrifying sea king. These two giants began to argue over whose prey was bigger because of an unintentional question for a little girl. 2 people, unable to resolve their dispute, agreed to duel on Tycho Island, with the survivor allowed to return home. They promised to duel whenever the volcano in the center of the island erupted. Unfortunately, the two were nearly evenly matched, and the duel dragged on for far too long. The giant pirate crew, lacking a leader, disbanded, and the remaining giant warriors could only return to Elpab village to wait for news. Now, the two had long forgotten the true reason for their duel and did not remember what they were fighting for. All that remained in their hearts was the sense of honor of being warriors. For a moment, Nami and Ikaram exchanged glances, confused about the meaning of such actions. Usopp was stunned by the battle between the giants, exclaiming, "Wow, this is the real battle between men." It was as if they all wore a banner called Warrior on their chests, a banner more precious than life itself. They fought for 100 years, determined not to let that banner fall. Undoubtedly, this was a glorious duel between warriors. This was the brave sea warriors that I, Usopp, have always admired. One day, I too will become a man with such a noble sense of honor. Usopp stared intently at the battle between the two giants, afraid of missing any details. Such a thrilling battle between giants was rare indeed. Chu Bawang had a warm smile at the corner of his mouth, and this time he shared the same opinion as Usopp. In his eyes, a sense of honor was second only to a sense of responsibility. although Chu Bawang sometimes acted a bit recklessly or teased the players in the novice village. Even he had his own bottom line. Chu Bawang's bottom line was probably about 3 meters below the ground, and sometimes it seemed even lower. Only Luffy and Roger in the field seemed to be lost in thought. They remained neutral. Roger frowned, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Back then, when Bawang hinted at the future major event of the Marineford War in Lowtown, I was still somewhat skeptical. But now it seems that he might really possess the miraculous ability to know the past, present, and future. A heavy, silent pressure seemed to weigh down on his shoulders, making Roger feel somewhat suffocated. The last time he felt this way was when he accidentally discovered the truth about the world upon reaching the great treasure One Piece, Raftel, which also gave him an extremely urgent sense of pressure. It was that sense of urgency that made him eager to prove something. He could have continued to drag out his sickly existence, yet he chose to surrender to the Marine headquarters. If Bawang really could know the past, present, and future, then what was his purpose in reviving me? The hiding place of the great treasure? That doesn't seem likely. For these past few days, Roger had actually thought that the main reason Chu Bawang revived him was to know the specific coordinates of the endpoint of One Piece, Raftel. He had even devised a thorough countermeasure. However, Chu Bawang had never asked him about the great treasure, nor had he even hinted or tested him in any way. It was as if he treated him as air. This left Roger with a maddening sense of frustration, as if he had punched cotton. He, the Pirate King Joel, Roger, had dealt with countless elite pirates and avoided numerous deadly encirclements from the Marine headquarters. Yet now he suddenly realized that he couldn't guess even a tiny bit of Chu Bawang's thoughts. It was truly infuriating. Chu Bawang pointed with a grin and said loudly, "The battle is about to end. This is truly a grand performance." Upon hearing this, Roger was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that Chu Bawang's mastery of observation haki would surpass his own. Or was it again a future-seeing ability? Bawang was right. The battle was indeed coming to an end. Roger nodded in agreement. At this point, both of them are exhausted, and even their weapons have been knocked away. Sanji and Ikaram, what are you two still doing? Hurry and bring over the rice wine we found in the woods. Don't forget our promise to treat him to a drink after the fight. Sanji and Ikaram both nodded and turned to bring out 4 finely crafted wooden barrels from the depths of the dense forest, filled with delicious rice wine. P.S. Please support. Seeking various free data. Not investing is a waste. Sanji and Ikaram both nodded and turned to bring out 4 finely crafted wooden barrels from the depths of the dense forest, filled with fine wine. This was the rice wine they had stumbled upon while hunting Triceratops for meat. The wine-loving Roger had personally tasted it and found it non-toxic, of excellent quality and good flavor, but the next second, these wines were poisonous. They can't be drunk. Chu Bawang blocked Sanji's path and said calmly. Roger was dumbfounded. He had just tasted it himself, and he was still alive and kicking. How could it possibly be poisonous? Anyone who drinks this wine will explode in a while. Roger exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? He had just downed a whole barrel, and if it exploded in his stomach, wouldn't he be reduced to nothing but scraps? Although armament haki could enhance the defense of the body and surface, its protective effect on the kidneys and other vital organs was greatly diminished. Even for a Zoan-type devil fruit user, being injured in vital organs was extremely troublesome. In the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, there is a devil fruit called the exploding fruit, which causes any part of the user's body to explode after consumption, even the boogers that come out. This is commonly known as one-man bomb. I think Ikaram, you should be familiar with who this one-man bomb is. Ikaram's expression changed, and he nodded with some fear. One-man bomb. That's Mr. 5. He is a senior agent of the Baroque Works. All the injuries on me are due to him. If I hadn't encountered Bawang, I would be dead by now. He had successfully escaped from Whiskey Peak by taking a ship, only to be hit by a booger bomb from the booger guy, nearly drowning in the sea. If he hadn't fortuitously encountered Chu Bawang, Ikaram would have probably been fed to the fish by now. The reason these barrels filled with rice wine would explode is that the one-man bomb had stuffed a lot of boogers inside them. Originally, these rice wines were well hidden, and the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Brogy could not find them for a while. Who would have thought that they would be intercepted by you halfway? In this way, anyone who greedily drinks this wine would indirectly take the blame for Dongli and Brogy. Chu Bawang smacked his lips, and couldn't he help but feel that these guys were a bit too unlucky. The ancient island is so vast, and these wines are well hidden, yet they were still stumbled upon by Roger and his crew. Perhaps this is fate, maybe this is old. Chu, Tian, Ba, Yi, Wang, insisting that GOLD. Roger go through this ordeal. It's similar to the journey of Tang Sung and his disciples to obtain the scriptures. After a long journey, they finally reached the Thundersound Temple in the west to retrieve the true scriptures. The Buddha calculated and found that it was not good. It turned out that Tang Sung and his disciples had to go through 81 trials to achieve their ultimate goal, but they were missing one trial. How could that be? This trial must be made up for. Otherwise, the buyers will definitely leave negative reviews. Sanji and Ike Ilemu fell into memories, recalling when the wine-loving Roger, under the pretense of testing poison, drank a whole barrel of beer. Initially, Zoro, who wanted to test the poison, was somewhat unconvinced, but looking back now, it seems he dodged a bullet. Now that there is both witness and evidence, the real truth can basically be concluded. The barrel of wine Roger drank was indeed problematic. Senior Roger, please keep your distance from me. The dead friend 1T Harm, the Taoist. If I can return to the ancient island next year, I will definitely bring a barrel of real fine wine to add to your grave. Sorry for the interruption. Senior Roger, farewell. Usopp and Ika Lemu were terrified when they heard that drinking would lead to self-detonation. They quickly distanced themselves from Roger by dozens of meters. Looking fearful of being affected, Roger suddenly clutched his chest, showing a painful expression. Can you all stop talking? My heart hurts so much. Sanji acted quickly, kicking all the barrels of wine away. After a violent impact, all the barrels exploded without exception, and the explosive power was so great that it flattened a small volcano. Sanji instantly became dramatic, shivering all over. Wow, this power is no joke. I wonder how much booger that explosive fruit user stuffed in there. Sigh. The only pity is that Zoro didn't get to drink a couple of sips. Otherwise, it would have been quite a show. Upon hearing this, Roger's face instantly fell, his eyes fierce, and he looked like he was about to smoke with anger. If looks could kill, Roger would be an executioner by now. Just thinking about how someone dared to hide booger explosive in such delicious wine made him want to press the person to the ground and rub them in. What a wasteful person. There's so many people in this world who are hungry. Don't they know that wasting food is shameful? I have always hated those who waste food. If I find out who deliberately wasted food to brew fine wine, I will definitely beat them to death. Roger cursed as he exited the live broadcast room. There's really no basic trust between people anymore. It's just alcohol, and you even had to stuff booger explosives in it. Although Roger, as an old drunkard, is a bit unreliable in his actions, he clearly has an inexplicable obsession with fine wine. After cursing, Roger felt it was time to play the victim, so he slid and knelt on the ground, unceremoniously hugging the thigh of Chu Bawang. Bah! Great Overlord, please save my life. I have just recovered from my weakness. I don't want to become a seriously ill patient again. The action was smooth, without any hesitation, and even had a touch of coolness hidden within. Even when begging on his knees, Roger never forgot to act cool and show off. To be honest, this might be the most handsome begging kneeling posture that Chu Bawang has ever seen in his life. I wonder how long Roger has practiced in private. His knees must be worn raw. P.S. Please support, seeking various free data. Bowing. JPG Roger's shameless act of hugging the thigh shocked Ika Lemu, whose mouth was gaping wide enough to fit a dinosaur egg. He felt a sense of disillusionment in his life, completely stunned. You are the legendary pirate king Gold. Roger, how can you casually perform such a grand gesture to someone else? Oh, so you are begging great, Overlord Chu? Then it's fine. You keep kneeling. Just pretend I didn't say anything. This guy is too fast at hugging legs. He must have practiced a lot in private. His proficiency is terrifyingly impressive. If I had such a thick skin back at Bartai and fought a bit for Zoro's favor, I wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Dog-legged Sanji was shocked to see Roger only use a sliding shovel to kneel in front of Chu Bawang and skillfully hug his thigh. He was utterly stunned. Wait, why is your kneeling action so practiced? Your knees shouldn't be worn raw, right? For a moment, the Straw Hat crew all looked at Roger with strong disdain and condemnation. However, Roger didn't care about that. Being able to hug a thigh was what mattered. To be honest, with his current strength and level of armament hockey, even without seeking the protection of Chu Bawang, he would be killed by the rookie booger guy's barrel explosive. At most, he would just be seriously injured or half dead, but what he fears the most is this weak state. Ever since Chu Bawang leaked Ace's outcome, Roger hasn't spent a night not thinking about reversing this tragic ending as a biological father, but he also knows how difficult it is to resist fate. When he reached the end of the world, Raftel, he already knew the cruelty of fate. Even though he had intentionally guided the great pirate era, it was merely to give this world a glimmer of hope against fate. He had also thought about finding his past crew to recreate the Roger Pirates. But the key point is that over 20 years have passed since his era. In these 20 years, would those brothers who once shared drinks still wholeheartedly support him? The reason why Buggy the Clown is so respectful to him in Lowtown is simply that his ambitions are too small, only wanting to find treasure and earn a little money. If he encountered other ambitious partners, it might not be so easy to get along. Just like red-haired Shanks. When he passed away, he was just a little intern pirate, but now he has grown into one of the 4 emperors renowned in the New World. Not only does he have his own territory and influence, but he also has his own partners and will. Even the ultimate throne of all pirates, the Pirate King's supreme seat, is just a step away from him. If he were to invite red-haired Shanks back on board, Roger believes he would definitely be turned away. This is not to say that Shanks is ungrateful or lacks loyalty. It simply means that as time passes, everyone has chosen their own path. Different paths lead to different goals. That's essentially the point. Therefore, Roger didn't completely pin his hopes on his former subordinates. As long as he can recover from his weakened state to his peak combat power, it's relatively easy for him to protect someone else, which is why he chose to cling to the thigh of the Overlord of Chu without much backbone. To maintain his combat power at its peak, he mostly keeps strong medicinal wine in the 2 gourd bottles, one large and one small, hanging at his waist. He has already missed one chance to care for his biological son. He doesn't want to miss a second chance. All right. Stop looking at me with those eager eyes. Since you aren't crying and snotting all over my pants this time, I'll give you a little more help. The Overlord of Chu is not interested in letting Roger continue to embarrass himself. It doesn't benefit him in any practical way. Instead of wasting time arguing with Roger, he might as well spend more time with the little rich lady, soaking up the sun, and having the maid Xiaoqing massage his legs and shoulders for comfort. The small bottles contain emetics and gastric lavage liquid, which can help you expel undigested food from your stomach and are low in toxicity, so you can use them safely. This is a tongue depressor that can stimulate the throat to induce vomiting. While staying awake, first take 1,000 to 1,500 milliliters of the gastric lavage liquid orally, and use the tongue depressor to induce vomiting. Repeat this process until your stomach is completely cleared. The fake medicinal wine you drank won't explode anymore. The Overlord of Chu magically tossed Roger a bag containing the gastric lavage liquid, even though it wasn't the first time they had seen it. The Straw Hat crew was still amazed by this seemingly telekinetic technique. Wow, where did the Overlord pull out such a thin tongue depressor from? If this ability is developed well, its uses would be endless. But Icolum was clearly stunned by the Overlord of Chu's flashy operation. It's really enviable. If only I had a devil fruit with imagination. The first ability I would develop would be telekinesis. That way, Sanji would never discover me sneaking food again. Bald-headed Luffy is the one on the Mary who wants this skill the most. Because Sanji, to prevent Luffy from stealing all the stored food, specially bought a big refrigerator with a hard iron lock in Rogatown. Every night, he set up a bunch of mouse traps around the refrigerator like a thief prevention measure. Basically, every time Roger and Luffy try to sneak food, they would get caught and squeal if Luffy learns telekinesis. Wouldn't he just take off right then and there? It's simply unsolvable. Come on, bro, lend me a hand. I can feel it. I'm about to throw up. After getting the tongue depressor and emetic gastric lavage liquid, Roger took Sanji and Icolum to a remote and secluded place. He initially wanted to mess with things a bit, intentionally vomiting nearby to disgust the Overlord of Chu. But then he thought again. One shouldn't always take risks. Otherwise, who knows when it might really backfire walking by the river often. How could one not get their shoes wet, right? P.S. Seeking support, asking for various free data, not contributing is a waste. Thinking back to the fear of being feminized, Roger couldn't help but shiver inwardly. Luckily, I didn't intentionally discuss the Overlord of Chu. Otherwise, my grave would be 3 feet high by now. Roger felt a bit fortunate. In fact, even he didn't quite understand why he always wanted to act a little recklessly in front of the Overlord of Chu, although he used to like adventure and doing outrageous things. He never had this desire to self-destruct. After spending these days together, he understood very well. Play and mess around, but don't joke about your Chu father, Overlord. If any fool dares to intentionally provoke the Overlord of Chu, they will genuinely die. Could it be that because the Overlord of Chu possesses God-level resurrection, capable of reviving the dead at any time, he no longer fears death? Shaking his head, Roger no longer got caught up in that question. After all, he had made up his mind that he could act recklessly in front of anyone. The only exception is not to provoke the Overlord of Chu, because the Overlord will make everyone who provokes him experience what it means to wish they were dead. About 10 minutes later, after the vomiting was done, Roger returned to the original spot, but his face had turned a bit pale. Even with his constitution, he couldn't completely withstand the side effects of the gastric lavage liquid. This result was still considered good. If it were an ordinary person, the gastric lavage and vomiting would be like shedding a layer of skin. They wouldn't recover in a day or two. Damn it, if I catch that explosive bastard, I will make sure to beat the crap out of him. Roger grumbled as he took the mouthwash tea from Sanji. Getting humiliated in front of so many people really angered him. The overlord of Chu looked up at the sky, a faint smile on his lips. Just now, I used observation haki to cover the entire ancient island and have already found the hiding place of the explosive bastards group. Don't worry, I've sent Zoro to catch the explosive bastard, and by now, he should be on his way back. Roger was slightly stunned, his expression a bit bewildered, before vomiting. He had also used observation haki to roughly cover half of the ancient island, but hadn't he found any trace of the explosive bastard. Now the overlord of Chu said he found the explosive bastards group. What does this mean? This means that the overlord of Chu has reached a terrifying realm in the mastery of observation haki. What a monster guy. His armament haki is already this terrifying, and I didn't expect him to have trained his observation haki to such an extreme level as well. If I'm not mistaken, the overlord of Chu's mastery of observation haki is probably even stronger than I anticipated. Covering the entire ancient island with observation haki may not even be his limit. It's truly unimaginable. How many years has this guy lived? Even if he had been training since birth, he shouldn't be this monstrous. Roger knew the limits of his own observation haki. Even at his peak, he could only cover half of the ancient island. Now, with his strength limited, he could at most cover 1/10. If it weren't for the fact that Usopp and the overlord of Chu grew up together as childhood friends, Roger might have suspected that the overlord of Chu was a vampire who never ages. Just when Roger lamented that he had lived the first half of his life like a dog, a sudden sound of wind reached his ears. Then, a pure sword intent swept by, and Zoro, like a youthful whirlwind, flew in on his sword. Master, I, Zoro, have returned. I have not failed my mission. All those sneaky Baroque high-level agents who were preparing to reap the benefits have been captured by me. Zoro, standing on the blade of the Wado Ikemonji, jumped down and landed steadily, his expression somewhat delighted. This was Zoro's first time completing a task assigned by the overlord of Chu on his own, which gave him a faint sense of pride. Much like a child who scored full marks in a math test and deliberately flaunted their perfect score in front of their parents. Meanwhile, for black figures tumbled down from the sky like watermelons and landed on the ground. They consisted of 2 men and 2 women, tied back to back according to their gender, with a large apple stuffed in their mouths to silence them. One of the men looked like a rock singer, but had a somewhat sinister and nasty expression. The other had hair curled into the shape of the Arabic numeral 3 and wore quartz glasses. These 2 captives were the valiant high-level agents of the Baroque works, Mr. 3, the Candleman, and Mr. 5, the Snot Guy. Looking to the side, there was a stylishly dressed beauty with a somewhat frivolous and disdainful expression, seemingly quite unwilling. The last one was a little girl with twin tails, who remained calm even after being captured, appearing indifferent to life and death. Without a doubt, these 2 captives were the users of the Float Float Fruit, Mississippi Valentine, and Mississippi Golden Week. Besides the Bomb Fruit's ability, what the Overlord Chu was most concerned about was this little girl with twin tails. In the pirate world, the most powerful and controllable forces are actually only 3: Haki, Devil Fruits, and the Way of the Samurai from Wano Country. However, in reality, these 3 forces might ultimately be no match for Mississippi Golden Week's psychological ability, psychological suggestion. Don't forget, GOLD. Roger became the Pirate King precisely because he had the ability to hear the voices of all things. The greatest power actually comes from within, and mental abilities are the most powerful and hardest to master in One Piece. In other words, Mississippi Golden Week's potential and future are limitless. Well done. Glancing at Zoro, who had a face that seemed to say, Master, praise your disciple, the Overlord of Chu helplessly gave him a thumbs up. The thumbs up roughly meant, I have read it. Step down, don't bother me, roll away. It's all thanks to my good teaching. Upon hearing this, Zoro grinned and returned the compliment to the Overlord. However, in reality, he was getting a bit carried away, looking as if he had found a big wallet. Perhaps influenced by Sanji, Zoro had also developed a bit of a sycophantic trend, often blowing some rainbow praises in front of the Overlord. This left the Overlord somewhat helpless for a moment. There really aren't many men as outstanding as me. Everyone on Earth knows it, and there's no need for you to blow my rainbow praises. Okay. P.S. Seeking support, various free data. Don't waste it if not submitted. My excellence is well known. Everyone on Earth knows. Okay. There's really no need for you to blow my rainbow praises, seeing Zoro and Sanji continuously going down the sycophantic path. The overlord of Chu felt completely unbothered. Because Zoro usually trained hard and had an inexplicable obsession with learning the swordsmanship, his progress was quite pleasing. Therefore, the overlord was too lazy to reprimand these immature and hot-blooded kids. With the overlord's experience of living 2 lifetimes, he thought of the Straw Hat Pirates as just some naive kids who didn't know the dangers of the world, right? This is also why he could feel so at ease listening to Nami calling him Daddy Time, and again, without feeling the slightest embarrassment. Of course, the main reason was still the overlord's twisted sense of humor at play. Karam, like a monkey, circled around the few people Zoro had brought back, gloating. SK. You guys have your day today? You were so arrogant back at Whiskey Peak, and now you look like lost dogs? Do you see? This is my network. Zoro played the best with me at Whiskey Peak. You bully me, then you're disrespecting my brother. Now you know my strength, right? While Karam was speaking, he attempted to give Zoro a friendly hug, but was met with a roll of Zoro's eyes in return. Although he spoke arrogantly, Karam was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Zoro to capture the elite agents of Baroque Works with one move. He knew that Zoro was the overlord's disciple. If even Zoro, as the disciple, could crush Baroque's elite agents, then wouldn't it mean that if the overlord were willing to help Alabasta, he could easily pin Crocodile to the ground? Thinking of this, Karam couldn't help but curse the entire family of the East Blue Garrison's intelligence department again. If even his disciple could easily beat Baroque Works' elite agents, are you telling me the overlord's bounty is only 90 million berries? Are you kidding me? A bunch of old geezers are really wicked. Even if they pretend to be pigs to eat tigers, they shouldn't be this deceptive. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Just as the overlord was about to have a chat with Mississippi Golden Week, Mr. 5 suddenly bit through the huge red apple that was used to silence him. This guy seemed still unwilling after being defeated by Zoro and immediately started cursing. Wait for death. You dare to oppose Baroque Works when our boss comes out. He will definitely kill you all. The overlord didn't even look at him and casually said, Roger, weren't you looking for Mr. 5? I've already had Zoro capture him. Make sure to treat him well within the next half hour. To avoid the possibility of the other party wanting to resist and wasting time, he took out 3 pairs of Sea Prism stone handcuffs from his system space and directly tossed them to Roger. Wow, the overlord is generous, directly pulling out 3 pairs of Sea Prism stone handcuffs. This thing is rare. Even my pirate crew doesn't have many in stock. Roger was momentarily stunned, licking his dry lips. Sea Prism stone handcuffs and Sea Prism stone weapons are extremely rare treasures, perfect for restraining abilities users. Unfortunately, due to the durability of Sea Prism stone, creating practical Sea Prism stone weapons is quite difficult. Although armed hockey can forcibly shatter Sea Prism stone, the higher the purity, the harder it is, not to mention shaping them into weapon forms or handcuffs. Young man, do you want Usnakai to blow me up? After putting the Sea Prism stone handcuffs on him, Roger directly reached out to grab Mr. 5 by the collar, and with a slight force, he actually lifted him up. Mr. 5 was completely bewildered. Looking at Roger's iconic nose hair and shoulder insignia, Mr. 5 felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Wait. ISNT this Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King? Didn't this guy get executed by the Navy 20 years ago? How could he be here? Indeed, times have changed. Today's young people always like to play some schemes. You say those 2 giants are having a good duel, and you have to come in and meddle. That's really not following the rules of martial arts. Today I, Pirate King Roger, will teach you a lesson. The martial world should prioritize harmony. Brothers, let's go chop some people. Roger won't waste time with fancy words. He calls over Sanji and Ikelim, and then proceeds to pound Mr. 5's old face with a flurry of punches. The scene is just too bloody. Writing it out would get censored in the blink of an eye. Mr. 5 is left with a bruised face and a lump on his head as big as a hill. But thankfully, this beating wasn't in vain. He finally understood why Roger would hold such a deep grudge against him. Originally, those fake medicine barrels were meant for the Blue Demon Dory or Broggy, but unexpectedly, Roger got lucky and found them first. Roger Senpai, spare my life. I really didn't mean to harm you. The idea for those fake medicine barrels came from Mr. 3, and since you want revenge, he can't escape responsibility. After saying this, Mr. 5 rolled his eyes and completely fainted. Roger and Sanji behind him had fierce looks on their faces, all appearing like villains. Young man, I heard this was all your scheme? Mr. 3 looked completely dumbfounded. He felt like he had encountered a pig teammate, and worse, a pig teammate who sold him out right in front of him. Big brother, can we talk this over calmly? Roger's expression darkened. What to talk about? About how that delicious wine barrel was stuffed with dozens of nose-picking explosive singles. Mr. 3 was sweating profusely. He still couldn't understand why Roger, who had been dead for many years, suddenly appeared on Ancient Island. Could this guy be a reincarnated spirit? But soon, he realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. Because every time Roger's big fist came down like a sandbag, it made him gasp in pain. Mr. 3, with tears streaming down his face, said, "Roger Senpai, be gentle." It's my first time. Roger's face turned black. Good, it's your first time, huh? Then today, I'll teach you why flowers are so red. All right, Roger, you've played enough. I have serious business to attend to. You take these 4 back to the Mary. I still have use for them. He's not interested in the candle fruit or the float fruit, as they don't significantly enhance his combat power. But he must get the ability of the bomb fruit using god-level resurrection technique. It's a waste for the bomb fruit to fall into the hands of nose-picking guy. At that time, he'll have to burn some incense and pray, hoping that luck blesses him to draw the bomb fruit ability in one go. Explosions are art. The overlord of Chu loves art, especially that aesthetic of a handsome guy never looking back at explosions, perfect for showing off. If he can't draw the groundbreaking star, he'll settle for using the bomb fruit without any hesitation after knocking out Mr. 3 and Mr. 5. The overlord of Chu resumed his expertise, the 3 major steps of taming dinosaurs. Physical knockout, soul gem, memory alteration, waiting for the dinosaur to awaken and then recognize its master. Why do I always feel that the overlord of Chu seems very familiar with this process? Wait, why is the overlord of Chu's action of using the blunt instruments so skilled? Roger and Luffy are full of question marks. The overlord of Chu casually said, "Nothing, just practice makes perfect." The 3 dinosaurs, the goofy Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and Tyrannosaurus, looked completely dumbfounded, shrinking back as if recalling some not-so-pleasant memories. In the end, Roger and Luffy learned from Zoro that this was the secret of the overlord of Chu's dinosaur taming, and both looked at him with admiration, wishing they could grab a few dinosaurs for experiments on the spot. "Oh, Overlord, Senior Agent Mr. 3 of Baroque Works swears loyalty to you. Oh, Overlord, Senior Agent Mr. 5 of Baroque Works swears loyalty to you." Under the brainwashing, Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 knelt on the ground, looking at the overlord of Chu with fervent, almost fanatical eyes. If the fascist comrade Hitler saw this scene, he would definitely shout that the overlord of Chu is a master in this field. Such loyal and fanatical subordinates are far better than his brainwashing speeches. How is this possible? Why would Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 swear loyalty to someone else? Could it be that this man used psychological suggestion to control them? No, wait. Just now I saw the dragon pattern ring on his thumb glow slightly. Little lowly Miss Golden Week's face was filled with fear. This was the first time she showed such obvious emotional fluctuations. Usually, she was calm and indifferent, even towards the tasks issued by the organization, only showing significant emotional changes when eating cookies or drinking tea. Are these 2 guys crazy? How dare they betray the boss? The fashionable Lady Miss Valentine's Day was wide-eyed in disbelief. The overlord of Chu originally wanted to enforce the law and turn Miss Valentine's Day and Miss Golden Week into fanatical followers as well, but ultimately gave up on this idea, because he only likes to bully women in bed. Meanwhile, the battle between the blue demon Dory and the red demon Broggy was coming to an end, as expected by the overlord of Chu, without any meddling from behind-the-scenes villains. The 2 giants bearing the honor of warriors ended up in a draw. Exhausted, Dory and Broggy each landed a heavy punch on each other's faces and fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. The 468th duel still ended in a tie. Perhaps this battle will continue until both giants grow old and are unable to fight. After the blue demon Dory and the red demon Broggy regained a bit of their strength, the overlord of Chu and his group held a barbecue party on the island, taking out bottle after bottle of modern wine from the system space. Baijiu from Nilingshan, bottled white liquor from Jiangxiabai, snow beer, Yanjing beer, Qingdao beer. Although the food stock was not much, the variety of alcohol in the overlord of Chu's hands was quite abundant. Plus, he usually preferred tea and various fruit juices, so the accumulated wine was enough for the 2 giants to drink to their heart's content. Abba. Is this the overlord's miraculous ability to take things from afar? It's really surprising to have so many wines I've never tasted before. This bottle of Erguo 2 is just to my taste. Broggy and the blue demon Dory sat facing each other. They would fight fiercely without holding back during their duel, but afterward, they were very good friends. Chingue Dongli placed his long sword at his feet and let out a very unique laugh. Gejiajia, my favorite is still this bottle of Jiangxiabai. Although it's not much. It's all essence. Thank you, Mr. Bawang, for your hospitality. This is the most refreshing drink I've had in 100 years. Mr. Bawang, I toast you with Brokey. Although I've lived for over 100 years. Chingue Dongli and Brokey show no airs and have never expressed any disdain towards humans who are naturally weaker than themselves. Instead, they continuously threw freshly grilled dinosaur meat to the meat-loving Luffy and Roger. Since the barbecue party started, these two pirate kings have not stopped eating, becoming so plump and greasy that one could almost suspect they were reincarnated, starving ghosts. Come on, green algae head. Do you dare to compete with me to see who is faster? Let's compete. I'm not afraid of you. You cook with a twist. Zoro and Sanji. This couple seemed to be at it again, their eyes hiding in explosive anger. Then, in perfect sync, they took out the little notebooks that Chu Bawang had given them, which belonged only to them, and began to compete. In copying homework speed, as for Usopp, who had drunk a bit, he undoubtedly began to boast in front of the three newbies, IKA Lem, Mr. 3, and Mr. 5. But it was clear that IKA Lem was not interested in Usopp's adventure stories. Only when the glorious achievements of Chu Bawang were mentioned did a green light flash in the corners of his eyes like a fierce wolf. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Bawang had accomplished so many astonishing feats? As for Koya and the other women, they were basically not interested in barbecue and drinking. So under the invitation of the little thief cat Nami, they all expressed their desire to ride a Tyrannosaurus to search for treasure. Upon hearing this, Chu Bawang thought, a treasure hunt adventure on the prehistoric island during the Jurassic era? How could I miss such an interesting thing? I must join this LSP. So, Chu Bawang led the girls, riding the only Tyrannosaurus, and grandly charged into the depths of the grove. The following is omitted by 100,000 words. P.S. Please support, looking for various free data. 3. Chu Bawang originally chose to go on an adventure with Nami to avoid Brokey's dark barbecue. Who would have thought they would really find a huge pile of shiny gold and silver jewels, as well as some paper berries that were about to rot? Most of these ancient coins and jewels were quite old. Wow, so many valuable treasures. I didn't expect to have such good luck searching for treasure with Dad. Next time I want Dad to accompany me on an adventure. With her eyes sparkling with Nami excitedly hugged and kissed Chu Bawang, while Koya, still not reacting, found that Chu Bawang had already taken all the advantages. Koya, can we have a serious talk about who the real main wife is? I, as your legitimate wife, haven't even expressed my stance yet, and you've already kissed her? The key point is that she couldn't express any dissatisfaction or reprimand towards Nami's actions. If she deliberately spoke against it, it would be intentionally stirring up the father-daughter relationship of, I'm angry. Tonight, even if I sleep on the sofa, the floor, or the study, I absolutely won't let you touch me. Koya stamped her foot in annoyance and turned her head away from Chu Bawang's expression of being speechless. This Chu Bawang is really getting more and more excessive, daring to act so freely in front of me. Where am I supposed to place the face of the mistress? Nami, stop messing around. Can't you see your mother Koya is angry? Chu Bawang, quite helpless, reached out and pulled down Nami, who was hanging on him like a koala. This little thief cat is really getting more and more arrogant. Her conscience is seriously warped, and her filial piety is severely distorted, seeing the expression on little rich girl Koya's face that was full of I'm angry. Come comfort me. Chu Bawang deliberately leaned close to Koya's ear, gently biting her earlobe and whispering a few words. It's unclear what exactly Chu Bawang said to her. However, just a few seconds later, Koya's face turned as red as an apple, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she swung her small pink fist and hit Chu Bawang's chest hard. Koya secretly spat. Pa, who wants to sit there with you without waiting for the rain of punches to fall? Chu Bawang already wore a mischievous smile and forcefully pulled Koya into his embrace. Though he said he disagreed, Chu Bawang was well aware that the passive little rich girl Koya definitely wanted to take the initiative for once. What are they saying? Is Bawang and Koya-sama talking about something? Dasiki muttered intentionally or unintentionally. Are you sure you really want to know? The originally lazy-eyed Xiaoqing looked deeply at Dasiki. Oh, I was just a little curious. If Bawang doesn't want me to know, then I won't ask. Dasiki lowered her head, not daring to meet Xiaoqing's gaze. On the entire Mary, she was most afraid not of the principal Chu Bawang, but of the little witch Xiaoqing, who had personally tormented her and knew no boundaries in obeying orders. If Chu Bawang were compared to a great demon king, then Xiaoqing was undoubtedly the little witch under his command, the most loyal hound who would never go east if Chu Bawang said to go west. Even if Chu Bawang ordered Xiaoqing to commit suicide on the spot, Dasiki believed she would execute such an absurd command without hesitation. Xiaoqing only cared about Chu Bawang's feelings, as if she were a lovesick queen, which made Dasiki genuinely feel fear. Because there were no natural-type devil fruit users on the Golden Mary, Xiaoqing's strength was particularly formidable. Her combat power was only second to the unfathomable Chu Bawang. If we don't count the Rui Jingu Bang in Nami's hands, which is comparable to a divine weapon, then Xiaoqing is the absolute second strongest on the Mary. Even Zoro and the current Roger wouldn't last a round against Xiaoqing. Not only is she powerful, but she's also incredibly beautiful and reliable in her work. Dasiki couldn't figure out for the life of her why this stunning flower would willingly be attached to Chu Bawang. This cow dung. Is it just because Chu Bawang is a tiny bit more handsome than other men that Xiaoqing is tempted by him? In fact, there is no secret. It wouldn't hurt to tell you. The master only said one sentence to Koya. One sentence? What did he say? Dasiki's eyes brightened at once, seizing the opportunity to press on. She was eager to gather intelligence and naturally wouldn't let any good chance slip away. Others may not have heard clearly what the Overlord was muttering, but Dashki believed that the strongest, Xiaoqing, definitely heard the conversation between Overlord Chu and Koya. Just now, the master said to Koya. Xiaoqing paused slightly, sighed softly, and her tone seemed to contain extremely complex emotions. Don't be angry, Koya, my little treasure. Haven't you always wanted to take the initiative? At worst, let you sit on top tonight. Nami. Dashki. Miss Valentine's Day. Is this speed a bit too fast? Can't you see there's a mysterious little lowly beside us? Don't lead the kids astray. The lowly like Miss Golden Week was momentarily stunned and looked back at everyone with a confused face. What are you looking at? I'm not a kid. Don't be fooled by my lowly appearance. I'm actually already 18 years old. Don't worry. You can keep speeding. I've already fastened my seatbelt. As soon as the lowly finished speaking, not only was Koya stunned, but even Miss Valentine's Day, who was also a Baroque high-level agent partner with her, was taken aback. Although both were Baroque agents, they actually didn't have a clear understanding of each other's identities. And even Miss Valentine's Day didn't expect that Miss Golden Week was already this old. Nami asked, "Are you sure you're really 18? Overlord Chu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had originally planned to play a lowly development game. As it turns out, this little girl is already 18, and even according to the laws of his previous life, she is considered a full-blooded adult. How can he still play a lowly development game? Table flip. JPG. PS. Please support, ask for rewards, and seek various free data, to be honest. The idea of raising Miss Golden Week, this little lowly, was just a whim of Overlord Chu. He wanted to see what the legendary lowly development game was all about. For most characters appearing in the pirate world, as a detail-oriented person, Overlord Chu still remembers quite clearly. However, this did not include the specific age of Miss Golden Week. He had searched the internet before, but unfortunately, Oda hadn't had the chance to provide the life card information for Golden Week, and later he forgot about it. With so many paper characters waiting for his affection in the world, Overlord Chu certainly wouldn't hang himself on such a small sapling who would have thought he would encounter such a bizarre situation today. Within just half an hour, Overlord Chu's whimsical development plan was officially declared a failure. It's really disappointing. Although she's already 18, there are no signs of physical development at all. Overlord Chu looked at Miss Golden Week with a mix of pity and anger, sighed, well, 18 should still be enough time for a second development. Just eat more papaya, and there might still be hope. Miss Golden Week tilted her head curiously. It seemed she was thinking about why Overlord Chu wanted her to eat more papaya. What does this handsome guy want to do? He wouldn't want to do something inappropriate with me, would he? The next moment, seemingly realizing something, Miss Golden Week had a panicked expression and crossed her arms defensively. Big brother, although I don't mind you doing that, that place is really still small. You can't get in, please don't force me. Unfortunately, she didn't have a chest, or else she might have gained more sympathy. Miss Golden Week's capacity seemed as barren as an airport. Even Koya's capacity was slightly larger than hers. Koya, thank you. You're here to persecute me again. But no matter how it is, even if Koya is less than impressive, with a little squeeze, there will always be some small bumps. Miss Golden Week, on the other hand, is truly flat. It could even be used as a tablet. Even the flat-chested Ghost Princess Perona would have to concede defeat, facing the pitiful Miss Golden Week, who seemed to be about to be taken advantage of by the creepy uncle. Overlord Chu rolled his eyes and waved his hand, saying, all right, I'm not interested in girls with small chests. Go back and eat less cookies, eat more vegetables, fruits, and meat. and pay attention to a balanced diet to develop fully. This is not Overlord Chu just talking nonsense. He really isn't interested in girls with small chests if it weren't for Koya, the little rich girl, chasing him too aggressively and using the woman's exclusive weapon, tears. Overlord Chu would definitely prioritize big-chested girls for the 18-year-old Miss Golden Week. Overlord Chu still held a glimmer of hope. After all, after the Ghost Princess Perona moved into Mihawk's castle and began to balance her diet with a mix of meat and vegetables for 2 years, she managed to transform from a gothic lowly to a gothic princess, which means that little lowly Miss Golden Week should also have the same potential. Thinking that Miss Golden Week might really achieve a qualitative transformation, Overlord Chu suddenly felt motivated to continue the development game. Is this the charm of the development game? I really love it. Koya looked speechlessly at Dashki's, Nami and Miss Valentine's Day's, why, and Xiaoqing's. Suddenly, she felt like everything was going wrong. She gently patted little lowly Miss Golden Week on the head, who was clearly about to cry but still tried to encourage her. Cheer up. At least you still have me with you. With a sigh, Koya turned her head away, silently, shedding tears of frustration. This is truly a cup of sorrow story. To be honest, maybe today really is Overlord Chu's lucky day. Luck came knocking without being invited. Accompanying the girls in the depths of the ancient island for half a day, Overlord Chu seemed to be on a lucky streak, continuously picking up money. Whether it was discovering the pirate crew's treasure relics here, or finding some well-made and undamaged antique items there, casually bringing out one of them would be a valuable treasure on the market. Dad, it's too inconvenient to carry all this gold and silver jewelry. So you keep it for now. With so many treasures, you should have a way to deal with it, right? To Overlord Chu's surprise, the little thief cat Nami actually was willing to hand over the hard-earned treasure to him for safekeeping. For this little financial manager who was somewhat greedy, Overlord Chu was already very familiar with her. Usually, Nami was very strict with money, and she controlled the financial power on the Mary. Last time, Sanji wanted to spend money to buy a locked refrigerator in Road Town, and he had to sweet talk and butter up for 2 months before finally getting his wish. There's no way around it. Aside from Usopp, who loves inventing and can save a bit of pocket money, the others just can't hold on to their cash. If Nami were to soften up a bit and live without being frugal, the crew on the Mary would have long starved in the vast sea. I didn't expect Nami to so readily let herself manage the finances. Even the mighty Chu Bawang couldn't help but exclaimed that the sun had risen from the west today. Fine, it's indeed inconvenient to carry so many treasures. So I'll take charge of them for now. As the saying goes, hunting across the mountain, those who see share the spoils. We can distribute these treasures later when we have time. However, you was the first to express no objections, and the other women quickly agreed. Especially Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day, who were basically Chu Bawang's prisoners and had little say in the matter. The two of them were actually already prepared for whatever Chu Bawang had in store for them. Who knew that Chu Bawang? Whether due to a different thought process or not, wouldn't he play by the usual rules? Not only did he show no sign of taking advantage of them, but he also took them along to treasure hunt. In the end, they received quite a hefty sum of treasure, although they didn't say much verbally. Both women were a bit taken aback. If I had known Lord Bawang treated female captives so well, I would have worked myself to death as a high-ranking special agent at the Baroque Works. Not only was the pay low, with no commission, the mortgage unpaid, and insurance had to be paid out of pocket. Compared to the current captive life, it's a world of difference. Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day exchanged glances and made their final decision. Orcs will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and shelter. PS. Seeking subscriptions, rewards, and all kinds of free data. Right, I just remembered I haven't held a lottery today. On the way back, Chu Bawang's mind became active. He decided to take advantage of the buff of luck before it faded and start today as 100 consecutive random draws. Such a good buff shouldn't go to waste. What if it expires tomorrow? I must make the most of every minute today. Ding. Congratulations, you have won 10 boxes of notebooks. Ding. Congratulations. You have won 10 sets of 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation. Ding. Congratulations, you have won 1 bottle of 500 milliliters happiness fatty drink. Ding. You have won 100 pieces of stinky tofu. Ding. You have won 1 new oriental cooking secret. Ding. Congratulations, you have won 100 Master Balls. Master Balls are fictional items in the Pokemon series, made using the highest technology by Sylph Company. The best Pokemon catching balls that can capture any Pokemon with 100 success. P.S. They can also be used to store ordinary animals after a contract, making them easy to carry. Ding. Congratulations, you have won 10,000 cents of beans from the anime Dragon Ball. Senza beans are cultivated by Karina, the cat sage living on Karen Tower. Eating one can quickly heal injuries. They can restore stamina and energy in the shortest time, almost instantaneously, bringing the body back to its optimal state. P.S. They can only repair limbs and restore stamina and energy, ineffective against diseases. Ding! Congratulations! You have won the legendary treasure, extraordinary treasure, celebration cloud of all heavens X1. P.S. This item is transformed from the righteous energy in Panga's heart. It is not innate, nor does it belong to later generations. Once the celebration cloud of all heavens is summoned, all evils will be dispelled, and all laws will not touch. It ignores any attacks from treasures and extraordinary soldiers, and is immune to all magical damage. Ding! 100 draws completed. Welcome back next time. Oh, so today is indeed my lucky day, right? I actually drew so many good things. A full 10 boxes of notebooks. It seems Zoro and Sanji 1T have to spend money on expensive paper anymore. Chu Bawang excitedly opened a bottle of happiness fatty drink and started chugging. The new Oriental cooking secret is also great. In the pirate world, it's like a chef God's secret. If Chef Sanji knew, he would definitely beg for it. If the landlord-s family runs out of food in the future, we can also have the lovely Koya cook and try her skills. This way, it's definitely better than eating the dark cuisine that tastes like wax from the pirate world. By the way, since marrying the little rich girl Koya, he hasn't tasted the food she personally made yet. It's not that Koya isn't diligent or doesn't know how to cook. It's just that the landlord-s family has never run out of food. The Master Ball is also quite suitable. It can be used to store dinosaur mounts. The system space is indeed useful. Even if food is placed inside, it won't spoil or rot. However, it has a huge drawback. It cannot store living beings with intelligence for long periods. The higher the intelligence level, the shorter the survival time in the system space. You ask how Chu Bawang knows this. He originally didn't know, but once he accidentally tossed a cute little rabbit into the system space. And within half a day, the adorable little rabbit passed away after asking the system dog. Chu Bawang learned about the biggest drawback of the system space. Later, to commemorate the brave little rabbit's sacrifice, Chu Bawang and Koya silently squatted beside a pile of well-seasoned barbecue, tears flowing down their faces in a very melancholic manner as they reluctantly sent the little rabbit to the afterlife. Chu Bawang calmly counted the valuable task rewards for future needs. Senza beans from Dragon Ball? I didn't expect to draw such a dream item. It's simply luck overload. A life-saving goodie. Just eat one Senza bean and you can be resurrected on the spot with full health and energy. Even though I have infinite stamina, it's still pretty good for restoring health and energy. However, it seems I won't need this in the beginner's village, because no one can push me to a state of low health or energy. As for the mentioned drawback of being ineffective against diseases, it can be ignored. One should be content and happy. If I can resurrect with full health and energy, what more could I want? A full 10,000 Senza beans is equivalent to 10,000 resurrection coins. How comfortable! Chu Bawang was as excited as a freshman just starting college, having realized the dream of countless people making over 10,000 a month, walking with an extremely arrogant and provoking attitude. I am Chu Bawang, 18 years old. I have 10,000 resurrection coins, and I'm feeling pretty inflated. If you don't believe it, come and fight me. That's equivalent to having 10,000 resurrection coins that can be used infinitely. Who wouldn't feel inflated? You have to know, Senza beans are extremely rare treasures even in the Dragon Ball world, with a very low production value. When the Ciendo first appeared back then, it was measured by jars, filled to the brim with several jars. In the end, it had to be counted by grains. Therefore, the Dragon Ball warriors should be most grateful to Master Cat. The ancient island truly is my paradise. This is already the second time I've drawn a legendary treasure. The Overlord of Chu looked at the last treasure, his eyes unable to hide his excitement. Definitely a big haul. Legendary treasure, supreme treasure of the heavenly Tao, celebration cloud of all heavens. In the legends of the Hong Wong, this item is transformed from the righteous energy in the heart of the Panga god and later became the protective treasure of Hong Jun Laozu. After Hong Jun Laozu's third sermon ended, he bestowed this treasure upon Yuanshi Tianzuan for self-defense. There is no need to elaborate on who the Panga god is. He opened the heavens and created the chaotic Hong Wong, being the number one fierce person in Hong Wong. He was truly terrifying. Hong Jun Laozu, known as the ancestor of Tao. Even the three great heads of Taoism, the Taoist of virtue, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lingbao Tianzuan, must respectfully refer to him as teacher. The uniqueness of the celebration cloud of all heavens lies in the fact that it does not belong to the innate and does not pertain to later generations. Once it is summoned, all evils are dispelled, and no laws can touch it. It can ignore the attacks of any treasure or strange weapon. Immune to all damage from divine abilities and spells. The only thing that left the Overlord of Chu a bit speechless was that the appearance of such a high-level treasure in the pirate world seemed to have a slight hint of bullying the weak. Within the celebration cloud of all heavens, the primordial world faintly emerges, with the sun, moon, and stars shining within. Inside the celebration cloud, five-colored brilliance illuminates the heavens, and the sounds of celestial music resonate throughout the universe. Outside the celebration cloud, countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, jewels, and hanging pearls fall from the cloud, like water dripping continuously from an eave, unending. It can truly be said to be a celestial phenomenon, not belonging to the innate, not pertaining to later generations. All evils dispelled, no laws can touch. The celebration cloud of all heavens is indeed a legendary treasure, almost worthy of being called a magic immunity artifact. In the pirate world, the devil fruits can be roughly divided into three categories: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. However, in reality, there are some special devil fruits that have touched the roots of the world and can be considered law-type devil fruits. As long as they hit the enemy, they will produce effects similar to words follow the law. The most representative examples include the Turkey Kingdom Quixote, Doflamingo's little lowly subordinate, Sugar, and Moria subordinate, one of the three weirdos. The Ghost Princess Perona, as well as one of the four emperors of the New World, Big Mom. Abilities like the Toy Fruit, the Ghost Fruit, the Soul Fruit, and the Slow Fruit leave a deep impression. Tracing the essence of their abilities actually relates to the root laws of the world. Just like the Toy Fruit, anyone touched by Sugar will turn into the toy she desires and pledge loyalty to the ability user. Even high-end combat powers at the level of the three admirals may not be able to resist the invasion of the Toy Fruit. Of course, law-type fruits all have drawbacks, which is that they need to directly act on the target to exert the words follow the law ability. Once it reaches the level of the three admirals or star-level beings, there's basically no possibility of being ambushed. Individuals like Sugar and Perona, who are weak in physical skills and lack outstanding abilities, could be easily defeated in a single encounter. But even so, even the three admirals do not dare to underestimate law-type devil fruit users lightly, because even with haki covering their entire bodies, they cannot resist the erosion of law-type fruits. It is precisely because the supreme treasure, celebration cloud of all heavens, can achieve invulnerability to all laws that the Overlord of Chu refers to it as a magic immunity artifact. With the celebration cloud of all heavens, the Overlord of Chu basically has no chance of failing in the gutter ding. It has been detected that the host is about to leave the ancient island, triggering hidden selection task conditions. The following tasks are now released for the host to choose from. Choice 1. Part ways with the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Bragi, while ignoring each other's injuries. Task reward: a collection of 300 Tang poems X1. Divine weapon: 9-tooth rake X1. Choice 2. Support the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Bragi to continue fighting for the honor of warriors, providing appropriate assistance. Task reward: a collection of 300 song lyrics X1. Extra lucky buff gain. P.S. The host can only receive the lucky buff during the duel between blue demon Dongli and red demon Bragi, and its duration is determined by the duel time. Divine weapon: 9-tooth rake? Hee. Let us leave that for the second brother. After all, someone as handsome and striking as me doesn't deserve to use the second brother's divine weapon, right? A lucky buff gain? Now that is a good thing. Seeing the second option, the Overlord of Chu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give the confused little rich girl Dasky a flurry of kisses. Non lucky draws. Forever painful moreover. Luck can sometimes be too elusive and uncertain. For non-lucky individuals, it is an ideal shore that is hard to reach. If I could obtain a lucky buff, it would be like injecting adrenaline into a non-lucky person. With someone as wise, mighty, charming, young, wealthy, unmatched, and unparalleled as I am, with a benevolent heart and unmatched courage, I am truly a generous and noble person. On the Grand Line, there are really not many heroes like me who often shout against injustice. The Overlord of Chu pinched the delicate and lovely face of Dasky, a warm smile on his lips with a look of satisfaction. The forcibly abducted Dasky was full of question marks. I believe you, you old rascal. During the 100 years of their duel, the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Bragi were actually in a state of exhaustion for most of the time. It was precisely because of this that in the original work, they were easily defeated by Mr. 3 and his group. At the parting moment, the overlord of Chu left Ten Xiando for Dongli and Broggy to recover health and magic so that their duel wouldn't be disturbed by some little guys who couldn't see the situation. He would be more than happy if these two could continue their duel in a draw. In his eyes, the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Broggy had long become experienced babies and workers. As long as you invest a little money in the early stages, you can reap extremely rich rewards later. Who wouldn't want to engage in a business where you can make a lot of money just by lying down? Seeing the reluctant expressions of the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Broggy, the Straw Hat crew set off on a new journey again. They originally weren't supposed to leave so soon because the little thief cat Nami hadn't yet collected enough magnetic force on the ancient island. Due to the unique nature of the ancient island, the Straw Hat crew needed to stay there for a whole year to fully store the magnetic force. At this moment, not only was Luffy unhappy, but even Zoro and Sanji expressed their impatience to stay on this small island for an entire year. Did they really need to stay for a whole year? By the time they left, Ace's grave grass would probably be 3 feet high. Roger looked up at the sky, his face full of despair. P.S. Seeking support, seeking rewards, and various free data. Thanks, no wonder there's so many treasures on this island. It turns out those people all died on the ancient island, leaving behind their belongings. Nami suddenly seemed to realize something. The environment of the ancient island was so harsh that ordinary people simply couldn't survive here for long. Moreover, if one offended the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Broggy, they would die even faster. Although these two giants were gentle and wouldn't attack first, they wouldn't sit idly by when faced with enemies. Sanji asked, Roger-senpai, do you have a way to let us leave the ancient island early? Do you think I'm someone else? Can this kind of thing stump me? Zoro's eyes lit up. So you have a way? I thought you were just someone who eats, drinks, and sleeps. Roger rolled his eyes, looking speechless. Do you think I'm like that bald rubber kid? Besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, I can't do anything else. Roger-senpai, whether we can stop Crocodile's conspiracy, all depends on you. Ikelim also looked forward to this. If they had to stay on the ancient island for a whole year and then return, by that time, the flowers would have wilted. Seeing Usopp, Ikelim, and others all looking forward, to show off, Roger no longer had the mood to act cool. You're putting me in a tough spot, fat tiger. Roger coughed slightly, scratched his head, and honestly admitted, as the captain of ship, do I need to do everything myself? I might as well tell you, things like navigation and scheduling are usually handled by my deputy. Rayleigh takes care of these concerns. All I need to do is oversee the big picture. Everyone fell to the ground, not believing that he was still acting cool, showing no shame at all. They thought Roger was a king, but it turned out he was just a bronze. Nami shook her head speechlessly. She had long known that the erratic Roger was somewhat unreliable, so she didn't have any expectations for this guy. Dad, don't you still have other record pointers? The Overlord waved his hand, signaling there was no need to worry. Nami scratched her head in confusion, not understanding. Just as the Overlord finished speaking, a strange bird resembling a vulture with sunglasses suddenly flew down from the sky, and on its back sat a sloth with sharp claws. The Baroque Works high-ranking agents, Mr. 5 and Miss Friday, known as the Unlucky Duo, were also jokingly referred to by netizens as the Treasure Delivery Duo. In the original work, these two agents were instantly defeated by Sanji upon their appearance, and they also gave Nami a long-used permanent pointer. Though called agents, they were actually just a combination of a sloth and a vulture, responsible for reconnaissance and information delivery. This time they came to deliver a permanent pointer pointing to Alabasta for Mr. 3 and others. According to Crocodile's plan, the national theft plan had reached its final stage, so all the forces of Baroque Works needed to be gathered for the final strike against the palace. The brainwashed, snot-nosed brother, Mr. 5, stepped forward, respectfully saying, Lord Overlord, Mr. 0 just communicated with us via transponder snail, asking us to hurry to Alabasta. The Unlucky Duo is here to deliver the permanent pointer. Please instruct us on how we should proceed, my lord. Unexpectedly, today's luck was so good. It was as if someone sent a pillow just when he was dozing off. Mr. 0 was the behind-the-scenes boss manipulating Baroque Works, whose true identity was actually Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. With the eyes of Baroque Works bounty hunter organization, Crocodile's national theft plan was proceeding unexpectedly smoothly. The Overlord looked up with a kind smile and said, a gift delivered to our door should not be refused. You too, take the permanent pointer and give it to Nami. The Unlucky Duo had no training value and low growth potential. He had no interest in taking these two with no growth potential under his command, so he directly ordered Mr. 3 and others to contact them. Everything went smoothly. The Unlucky Duo had no suspicions at all and unknowingly acted as treasure deliverers once again. Huh? Why did I say again? At parting, the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Brokey insisted on using their last bit of strength to slay the island-eating monster, clearing the way for the Overlord and his group to move forward. The Overlord initially wanted to say this was unnecessary, but upon reconsideration, these two warriors' weapons were already on the verge of collapse, and after one more full power battle, they would be unable to continue using them. Without weapons, the two giants could rely solely on their fists, which would clearly allow them to duel for a longer time, and the duration of the lucky buff they could gain would also be longer. The Overlord now just hoped this battle could go on forever. Whoever dared to interrupt the duel of these two warriors would be in for it. Look, the island-eating monster has appeared. My god, its size is enormous. Even the whale Laboon seems somewhat inferior. Usopp suddenly recalled his past boasts, where he seemed to have mentioned a giant goldfish the size of an island. He felt like crying without tears, wanting to slap himself twice. I'm really a crow's mouth. When did I become so accurate? Though called the island-eating monster, it was actually just a terrifyingly large goldfish. Any island swallowed by it would be digested, eventually turning into a barren land, commonly referred to as feces. One of the main reasons for the high mortality rate on the ancient island was largely due to this island-eating monster lying in wait. If one ship came, it would eat one. If two ships came, it would eat both, seemingly enjoying itself. However, this time, the island-eating monster, which had devoured countless sailing ships, was about to face a calamity. Beast, come and taste the strongest move of the giant race from the legend of Elbaf. Dominance, nation. The blue demon, Dori, and the red demon, Broggy, swing their swords and golden axes, which have been used for over 100 years and are about to shatter, towards the sea monster of Fishman Island. Dominance. Power. One character apart, yet worlds apart, under the full power of the two giants, even the sea monster, which ranks among the top 5 in physique among the sea kings appearing in the pirate world today, is easily killed in an instant. The morning sunlight scatters all over the ground, shining brilliantly like gold. Zoro, who was fast asleep, was awakened by the sword spirit, Xiaowen, and saw an envelope pressing under the blade of his sword, Wado Ikamanji. A year as planned starts in spring, and a day as planned starts in the morning. If you want to become the world's #1 swordsman, you must not only possess unparalleled swordsmanship, but also develop morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and through labor. To enhance your literary literacy, I have specially prepared a set of 300 song lyrics for you. Now I need to accompany your master's wife, Koya, back home to visit relatives, so you must memorize at least 10 of them. I will check your homework when I return. Zoro looked confused. What the hell? Master actually went back home with Master Koya again. Well, that is not important. What is important is that the Overlord left him with homework. Zoro flipped through the bilingual 300 song lyrics, and his expression gradually turned dark. I vowed to become the world's greatest swordsman, yet I still need to develop morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and through labor? Are you kidding me? Just thinking about staying up late last night to do homework until 2 a.m. made Zoro feel a bit hopeless. But then he thought that Sanji had stayed up until 3 a.m. copying homework last night, and he felt balanced again. Although I'm living a tough life, as long as the people I dislike are suffering more than I am, that's acceptable. With panda-like dark circles under his eyes, Zoro, looking like a frostbitten eggplant, arrived at the dining table. He looked even more haggard than after the hellish training that the Overlord specifically arranged for him. What's wrong, Zoro? You seem a bit off. The imageless Pirate King Roger was using one hand to grab a big bone to eat while casually chatting with Luffy. He was leisurely conversing with Zoro while using his other free hand to drink wine. This was clearly not the first time he had bullied Luffy at the dining table. Both Luffy and Roger were rare big eaters, no matter how much Sanji cooked. They seemed like bottomless pits that were hard to fill to ensure that there was enough food to smoothly reach the next island. Sanji's meals were basically just enough to eat. This led to Luffy and Roger always fighting over a big bone at the dining table. When the Overlord was around, he would at least restrain himself a little, but now that the Overlord had gone home to visit relatives, taking Shao Qing and Daz Bones with him, Roger naturally wanted to take advantage of the absence of the tiger in the mountain to show off, so today he was especially happy to bully Luffy. Seeing Roger being so brazen, even deliberately eating the last big bone right in front of him, Luffy was furious and wished he could throw Roger into the sea to feed the fish. However, Luffy alone was no match for Roger. Unless Zoro, who had just learned a bit of swordsmanship, and Sanji were willing to lend him a hand. Luffy missed the days when the Overlord was still on the merry, when Roger definitely wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. On the first day, without the Overlord. Thinking of him. Don't mention it. The Overlord left me a pile of homework yesterday, and I stayed up until 2 o'clock to finish it. This was after I secretly used the 4-pen flow cheating sketch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to stand here talking to you. Usopp was surprised. What the heck is 4-pen flow? Could it be that you used 4 pens at the same time to do your homework? Does that mean the sword spirit, Shaolin, can help you with your homework too? You're quite the clever little guy. Sanji, also sporting panda eyes, walked over with a freshly cooked big bone, weakly saying, I knew it, Green Algae Head, you must have cheated. Your swordsmanship and mental methods are clearly much more than my wind god leg ultimate secret. Yet you wrote it faster than me. It's definitely cheating. Zoro wiped his face and took out a thick stack of bilingual 300 song lyrics with a look of despair. Don't say that, you culinary pervert. The more you say, the more uncomfortable I feel. Today, the Overlord took Master Koya back home to visit relatives, and I thought I could sneak a break and fly out with the sword spirit Shaolin on a sword. I don't know what got into him today, insisting that I memorize 10 poems and check when he returns. Sanji sighed softly, also pulling out a thick stack of bilingual 300 song lyrics from behind. Not sure whether to gloat or sympathize. Green Algae Head, seeing you enjoy this VIP treatment too, I can finally relax this stone hanging over my chest. Green Algae Head, with you accompanying me on this journey. I'm not alone. Zoro. The two shook hands in perfect coordination, like brothers in adversity. Who told us to have such an unreliable master? People who eat short are soft-hearted. The Overlord is deliberately pushing for moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor development. So they really had no reason to refuse. Let us compare. Let us see who can memorize faster. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, and their fighting spirit ignited again as they grabbed food and started eating. A war without gunpowder was about to break out again. Achoo! Achoo! Surprisingly, Usopp, who usually wakes up early, was the last to come out for breakfast today. He wore a big hat to hide his appearance, holding a wet towel in his hand, walking while sneezing continuously and with a runny nose, looking like he was seriously ill. Usopp, you have a fever. It's so hot. Luffy reached out to check Usopp's temperature, and his hands instantly turned as red as a hot iron, quickly withdrawing. This fever temperature was indeed quite high. If it weren't for Usopp looking so miserable, Luffy might have been tempted to fry a delicious egg to eat. Zoro frowned. What should we do? We only have Miss Koya on the ship who has studied medicine, and the Overlord has taken her back home to visit relatives. Usopp, forcing his trembling eyelids open, managed a smile. I'm fine. Back on Ancient Island, I accidentally got bitten by some little bug. As long as I can hold on until the Overlord comes back, I should be fine. He and T finished speaking when, with a thud, Usopp's swaying body fell to the ground. Sanji, realizing the situation too late, was shocked. It's over. Usopp has already been burned to a crisp. P.S. Please support, please reward, and please provide various data. Hey, Rubber Kid, isn't their doctor on the ship? This boastful kid has run into a common problem that every crew member sailing on the Grand Line encounters. It's an illness caused by abnormal weather. No matter how famous or strong a pirate is in any sea, it's not uncommon for them to suddenly die for this reason. The somewhat disheveled Roger put away his nonchalant demeanor. After all, he had been the captain of a ship, so he had enough experience dealing with emergencies. As soon as he discovered that Usopp had a high fever and was drenched in cold sweat, he began to implement a series of commonly used first aid measures. Usopp's symptoms were still relatively mild, but if they were careless, it could ultimately lead to death. Sanji and Ikelim glanced at the unconscious Usopp, both speechless. Is this really a mild illness? He's completely burned out, with a high average physical quality of people in the pirate world. Otherwise, given Usopp's current temperature, he would have probably long gone to the afterlife to play mahjong with Buddha. When it came to the life and death of a companion, the usually cheerful Luffy had an unusually serious expression. Miss Kaya can actually be considered a half-doctor, but she is not one of our crew. Besides Miss Kaya, Nami and Mr. Bartholomew might also know some medical skills. However, none of them are here right now. This was Luffy's intuition. Although he had never seen Bartholomew use any medical means to save anyone, he vaguely felt that there shouldn't be anything in this world that could stump Bartholomew. At this point, even Luffy felt a little frustrated. The people on the ship who knew medicine weren't here, and they could only watch helplessly. Roger frowned, his long nose hairs trembling like caterpillars. This is a bit of a problem. Based on Miss Kaya's past experiences of going home, their return time is quite uncertain. Sometimes they come back in just a day or two, and sometimes they might take a week. If we wait for Bartholomew to return, that boastful kid's grave grass will have grown 3 feet high. If he finds out that his only fellow townsman has kicked the bucket after just a few days, he will definitely explode with rage. Just thinking about this terrifying outcome sent a shiver down Roger's spine. Although he knew that Bartholomew possessed a god-level resurrection technique, who knows what kind of great price he would have to pay to use such a forbidden skill. Roger and everyone else had similar thoughts. After all, this was a forbidden technique for resurrecting the dead, and it was normal to have to pay a heavy price. Having resurrected the Pirate King Roger, Bartholomew at least gained a swordsmanship insight, divine evasion. If he resurrected Usopp, he would probably get a maxed out boasting skill. Anyone would go crazy. Sanji patted Icolum on the shoulder and asked, "If we reach Alabasta, we should be able to find a doctor, right? Icolum, how far are we from Alabasta?" Icolum looked bewildered, thinking, "Who are you asking? I only know we definitely can't get there within a week." With this time gap, Bartholomew could probably have gone home to visit twice. Luffy crossed his arms and looked at Usopp, who was experiencing hellish torment, and asked curiously, "If you're sick, does it feel really bad? How do others take care of you when you're sick?" Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances and waved their hands in unison, saying, "I don't know. I've never been sick." Roger rolled his eyes. "What are you looking at me for? You little brats have never experienced the torment of illness. How could I, the great Pirate King Roger, get sick?" This was a lie from Roger. He had long been suffering from a terminal illness and had indeed experienced the torment of sickness in the last few years of his life. That was a terminal illness. Even with the best doctor in the world on his ship, no one could cure his terminal illness. At most, it could only alleviate the torment a little. Unfortunately, he had not encountered his old ship Dr. Kuroka's when passing by Twin Cape this time. Otherwise, he could have tried to lure him onto this ship. "Bartholomew, what are you dreaming about? Your ship Dr. Kuroka's and the whale Laboon were thrown into the Devil's Triangle by me long ago, and Absalom, the Invisible Man, was also smashed to death. You guys are all monsters. Of course, being sick would be painful. I can't believe you've never been sick even once in your lives." Icolum was somewhat speechless. What kind of monsters were these guys? Their physical condition was too abnormal. He didn't dare to voice this opinion publicly, as he was just a poor, weak, and helpless stowaway. Everyone fell silent again. Icolum took a thermometer from under Usopp's armpit and was shocked. "Wow, he is already burning up to 42 degrees. If we delay any longer, this kid is going to turn into roasted pig." Zoro handed a log pose to Roger, his expression very serious. "In that case, let's not waste any more time and quickly search for an island with a doctor. Roger Senpai, we'll leave the navigation to you. I will have the sword spirit Xiaowen cooperate with you to reach the next densely populated island as soon as possible." This log pose was intentionally left behind by Nami when she accompanied Bartholomew home to visit, long before Roger boarded the ship. Nami taught him a lot about the abnormal weather of the Grand Line, just in case. With Zoro and the sword spirit Xiaowen directing and assisting from 1,000 miles away, the Mary wouldn't encounter any danger. Roger originally didn't want to learn navigation from Nami. However, when Nami said this, the white devil Bartholomew was not far away. That fierce gaze was simply too intimidating. It was as if Roger would be crushed into the depths of hell for eternity if he dared to say no and upset his goddaughter. Refusal? He was afraid Bartholomew would beat him to a pulp and casually say, "You were the one who didn't give me face. So I had no choice but to beat you up." Other than being forced to accept little thief cat Nami's proposal, what else could Roger say? Ever since he was tied to this pirate ship by Bartholomew with a very clever method, he really had no choice at all. After sailing for about a day and a half, the Straw Hat crew arrived at New Country, Winter Island, also known as the Drum Kingdom. Without a doubt, this was the hometown of the adorable little reindeer, Tony Chopper. On the way to the Drum Kingdom, a small incident occurred. The Straw Hat crew encountered a user of the Munch fruit, the incompetent and foolish king of the former Drum Kingdom, Wapple. Valpo, who hadn't eaten in a long time, attempted to use the swallow fruit to consume the entire Going Merry, only to be severely taught a lesson by a furious Zoro. Later, upon seeing the resurrected Roger, he was so scared that he fled on the spot, running faster than a rabbit. After some rather informal discussions, the Straw Hat crew decided to have Icolum and Roger guard the Going Merry together, to prevent Valpo from swallowing the entire ship while they were away. I hope Mr. Zoro has a smooth journey in finding a doctor to help Usopp recover quickly. Icolum sighed, looking even more anxious about Usopp's safety than the carefree Luffy. He was self-aware. While he was concerned about the safety of the people in Princess Vivi, he also understood that now was not the time to panic. The Straw Hat crew would never abandon their friends. Only when Usopp recovers quickly can the Going Merry continue its journey. Moreover, Usopp is a fellow townsman of the formidable Chu Bawang. If Usopp fails here, the plan to call upon Chu Bawang would almost be in vain. Therefore, at this moment, Ikelim desired Usopp's recovery more than anyone else. Currently, Alabasta is in a dire situation, and Princess Vivi's safety is uncertain. The only good news is that Mr. 5 and Mr. 3, before being dismissed by Chu Bawang, mentioned that Princess Vivi, who is undercover in Baroque works, has not yet been exposed. But Ikelim was still very worried about Princess Vivi, whom he had watched grow up and treated like his own daughter. Rest assured, once we heal that boastful little guy, we'll charge straight into Alabasta, that so-called warlord of the sea. Crocodile, right? By then, I only need one sword to take down this scum. Roger patted Ikelim on the shoulder, managing to drink and boast at the same time. Ikelim nodded with a bitter smile. He actually wanted to say that on this ship, the most unreliable person appeared to be you, Senior Roger. Depending on you is akin to seeking self-destruction on the Going Merry. There is no doubt that Chu Bawang is the most reliable man on the ship. Next is the beautiful girl, Xiao Qing, who speaks little but is exceptionally skilled. Following that is Zoro, who often lifts dumbbells on the deck to build strength. If only he weren't so directionally challenged. The least reliable rankings are Roger, gluttonous Luffy, boastful Usopp, and the lecherous cook Sanji. Of course, looking at it now, this legendary pirate king is not without his merits, such as being approachable and loving to joke around. You young folks are always so hasty in doing things. Can't you learn a bit from this promising young man, Chu Bawang, and show a little more care and respect for me, this empty nest elder? But then again, while Chu Bawang is promising, he has still a bit lacking compared to my peak days. Moreover, in terms of temperament, he falls short, unlike this captain of mine, who has completely nailed the temperament aspect. Ikelim, in my life, I've never seen such a shameless person. It's one thing to boast about being stronger than Chu Bawang, but to shamelessly claim to be more handsome than him is just too much. Chu Bawang has already said, in this world, only those generous readers who tip are more handsome and enduring than him. Honestly, you don't believe me. If you still don't believe it, wait for Chu Bawang to come back and compare. In terms of looks, I'll definitely outshine him by a mile. The talkative Roger wanted to chat a bit more with Ikelim, but suddenly a chilling spatial fluctuation came from behind. By the time he uttered the last street word, Roger could no longer speak. He quickly turned around, and in his line of sight appeared a tall figure and 6 stunning beauties. Roger, now half awake from his drunken state, felt cold sweat on his back. Oh no, speak of the devil, and he shall appear? Come on, bro. I finally got a chance to show off while you weren't around. Why'd I have to run into you? The corner of Chu Bawang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Roger, were you just talking bad about me? Crackle, crackle, crackle. It's unclear when exactly, but Chu Bawang had already appeared behind Roger. His fists, clenched, made popping sounds like bursting beans. Looking at the radiant smile on his face, one could tell that Chu Bawang's family visit had yielded significant results. In fact, the main reason Chu Bawang returned to Xylob Village was to use the divine resurrection technique to bring back the parents of Kaya and Nami's former foster mother, Belle-Emery. Although it was called a divine resurrection technique as a system reward, Chu Bawang still had considerable concerns. At the time he acquired this ability, he didn't use it on close ones right away. What if the resurrected individuals turned into zombies or other monsters? Even if Kaya and Nami didn't say anything, Chu Bawang's conscience would feel uneasy. So he specifically used Pirate King Roger as a test subject. In the end, he found that he had worried too much. The resurrected Roger had been lively and bouncing around on the Merry for about a month, even verging on hyperactive. It was precisely because he resurrected Kaya as parents and Belle-Emery that he took a bit longer on the way back. Of course, the main reason for the delay was that he managed to meet up with Nojiko, strolled through the streets, and watched a movie. The details are omitted. Who would have thought that as soon as he returned, he would hear Roger rambling on about being a senior, saying that he wasn't as strong as him, wasn't as good-looking as him, and didn't have as much charm as him. This is intolerable, absolutely intolerable. P.S. Readers who love to tip, comment, and like are all more handsome and charming than Chu Bawang. Rich folks, let us be friends, okay? Chu Bawang, you have to listen to my defense. No, listen to my explanation. Just now, I was joking with Ikelim. I really was talking bad about you behind her back. With your looks and strength, you can easily take me down. That's an undeniable fact. Whoever dares to say that Chu Bawang isn't as good-looking as me, I, Roger, will be furious with them. Whoever dares to say that Chu Bawang can't fight, I'll rally my brothers to chop him down. Seeing that Chu Bawang's gaze toward him was growing more unfriendly, Roger immediately made a sliding motion and knelt at Chu Bawang's feet, tightly hugging his thigh. Looking nervous yet indignant. If there were an Oscar statuette in this world, not giving one to Roger would be a total injustice. With Roger's acting skills, he would undoubtedly win an award for Best Actor. The Overlord of Chu even suspected that when Roger recruited Rayleigh to be his crew member, he might have tricked Rayleigh into joining. Roger, do you really think I'm deaf? Didn't I hear you mumbling? The Overlord of Chu sneered. Exuding a fiesoha. Roger said he couldn't fight, which was fine, but he even dared to claim he wasn't handsome. Are you blind or drunk? The mighty Overlord of Chu, the most handsome guy in Xylob Village, even have the little rich Lady Kaya wanting to secretly support me, turning me into her toy boy. If that's not handsome, then is there any justice in this world? Is there any law? If I can still tolerate this, then I'm not the White Devil. The Overlord of Chu, who slaughters all in Lowtown, no explanations. Explanations are just covers, and covers conceal the truth. Roger, I see you can't go 3 days without getting beaten and want to stir up trouble. Since you're itching for it, let me help you relieve that itch. As the Overlord of Chu spoke, he drew out the 7 Wolves belt from his waist and silently approached Roger. Roger's eyes darted, sensing that something was wrong. He immediately shouted wind tight, pull the call, and prepare to make a run for it. To be honest, after about a month of recovery, the once-weak Roger had regained quite a bit of strength. He could even use the Navy's 6 styles, moonwalk while escaping. Want to run? No one has ever escaped from my 5-finger mountain. Even if you're the Pirate King, it's impossible. Today, I will teach you a lesson worth remembering for a lifetime. Defying the heavens may have exceptions, but defying me means no chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, Roger had already run nearly 100 meters, creating a significant distance from the Overlord of Chu. Icolum watched with a look of anticipation, curious about what means the Overlord would use to punish Roger. What struck him as strange was that the Overlord not only showed no intention of chasing Roger, but instead began to chant a spell on the spot. A strange pink light flickering in his eyes. Roger, what is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of a mother's love? Icolum was completely baffled. Wait, Overlord, what are you still doing? Aren't you supposed to hammer Roger? He's already almost out of sight, and yet you're here reciting poetry. This shouldn't be. The last few times Roger got himself into trouble, he was beaten up by the Overlord, at the very least thrown into the sea to feed the fish. But today, he seems so calm and composed, showing no signs of urgency. Could it be the Overlord has changed his temperament? Dasky and Little Ching were equally puzzled, not understanding the Overlord's intentions. The two of them had only recently joined the Overlord's harem. Support team. They had never seen the Overlord use the complete version of strongman identification technique on anyone before. Roger is finished. It's that move. Senior Roger, I can only wish you good luck. Experience the greatness of a mother's love. Only Nami and Kaya seem to have guessed something, exchanging glances that showed a change in their expressions. Are you the true strongman in this world? Whether you are or not, come eat my strongman identification technique, and then consider your options. The Overlord of Chu sneered repeatedly, a strange pink light flickering in his eyes. He had used his newbie gift pack's godly skill, strongman identification technique. Although it's called strongman identification technique, it would be more accurate to call it pregnancy gaze. Strongman identification technique. To identify whether someone is a true strongman, just one glance is enough. Skill effect. The original version of Confucian saintly mother's gaze will make the recipient experience the pain of 10 months of pregnancy within 10 seconds and continue to endure the agony of childbirth for the next half hour. In simpler terms, whoever is stared at will get pregnant. Anyone targeted by the Overlord's gaze will experience the ultimate pleasure of a woman enduring 10 months of pregnancy and the subsequent childbirth. The Overlord once used this move on Bakikuro. But unfortunately, Bakikuro's willpower was such that he couldn't even endure 10 seconds of pregnancy pain, not to mention the subsequent half an hour of childbirth agony. Is the Overlord asking me questions? What is filial piety? What is love? That is quite a tough question for me. Activated observation hockey. Roger curiously looked back, just in time to catch the fleeting pink light in the Overlord's eyes. The strongman identification technique successfully activated, hitting Roger. My stomach hurts so much. Roger, using moonwalk to escape, suddenly halted, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. His intuition told him that the Overlord had just used some kind of spell similar to feminization on him. In just 10 seconds, Roger experienced the pain of a mature woman during 10 months of pregnancy. 10 months of pregnancy already subjects women to torment, not to mention condensing all the essence of pain into just 10 seconds. Even with Roger's Pirate King spirit and will, he couldn't hold it anymore. His body instantly bent into a shrimp shape, teeth clenched, cold sweat on his forehead. Before he could gather his wits to resist the 10 months of pregnancy pain. The long-lasting childbirth pain for half an hour had already hit him. The pain was so clear and sharp, like a landslide rushing headlong at him. It hurt so much that his scalp went numb, his legs turned to jelly, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Roger couldn't help but let out a howl to the sky, his face contorted. He looked like he was wearing a pain mask. His expression was simply spectacular. The Overlord of Chu wore a faint smile, speaking lightly. Now, Roger. Do you understand what filial piety is? What love is? Do you realize how great a mother's love truly is? P.S. Cultivation Chat Group. A very good cultivation novel. Highly recommended. Seeking rewards, seeking contact information for rich ladies. The author doesn't want to work hard anymore now. Roger. Do you understand what filial piety is? What love is? Do you realize how great a mother's love truly is? The Overlord of Chu gracefully raised his hand, just as Roger looked on with curiosity. The next moment, Roger saw a strange pink light appear in the Overlord's eyes. Ding! The Overlord used strongman identification technique on you. If you can endure the identification, it means you are a peerless strongman. If you can't endure, it means you're still a bit far from being a strongman. Note, this strongman identification technique has certain after effects. Please be mentally prepared. No, something's not right. Roger subconsciously felt that something was off and immediately used the shortest time to return to the deck of the Mary. It made him feel like he was throwing himself into a trap, knowing that there was a towering tree ahead. Yet this fleeing rabbit could only charge headlong into it. Kaya and Nami both covered their faces, unable to bear to watch Roger's tragic situation any longer. Ikelam looked bewildered. What? Why did Mr. Roger come back? Doesn't he fear the Overlord's fist that is as big as a sandbag anymore? In the next moment, amidst the shocked gazes of Ikaram and the women, the Pirate King Roger's belly swelled like a balloon. Oh, what the hell is happening? Before he could react to what was happening, the pain of 10 months of pregnancy and childbirth caused him to collapse to the ground, clutching his belly that was bulging like a small hill, convulsing continuously. Mr. Roger, I regret to inform you that you are not the one-in-a-million genius, nor are you an unparalleled powerhouse. Chu Bawang looked at Roger, who was rolling on the ground, with a calm expression. So, your cultivation is still far from enough. Only by not forgetting your original intention and continuing to forge ahead is the correct choice. Roger's face was full of bitterness. I was careless. I didn't dodge. If I had known that Chu Bawang had so many tricks, I wouldn't have run. With the time spent running away, I might as well lie down and find a more comfortable position to fully experience the pain of 10 months of pregnancy and 1 morning of childbirth. He painfully reached out, wanted to plead with Chu Bawang. It's too painful. It's really too painful. Roger could hardly say a word. He was the first to realize that there was such a bizarre sorcery in this world. This is simply not something a human would do. Senior Roger, are you pregnant? Do you need me to help deliver the baby? Ikaram was completely dumbfounded, staring at Roger's belly, which was swelling like a pregnant woman's, rushing over in a panic. Amidst Roger's painful moans, Chu Bawang calmly turned around, leaving him with a cold back. Let's go. Go find Zoro. Playing is one thing, but don't joke about your father. How dare you say behind my back that I'm not as handsome as you? Isn't that courting death? If it weren't for seeing you struggling with that big belly, I would have pulled out the 7 Wolves belt to teach you a lesson. Is this still something a human would do? That's too grotesque. Looking at the Pirate King Roger with a big belly, Daisuke's mouth twitched. Don't always look at me with colored glasses. In this world, power has no distinction between good and evil. Power is simply power. Chu Bawang chuckled. If you feel that what I'm doing is wrong, if you find me unpleasant, you can come and hit me. Or I could also give you a strength assessment technique. To be honest, I'm quite curious about how you would look with a big belly. It must be very cute. From Chu Bawang's words, it was obvious that he wanted to make his own belly bigger. Irresponsible. Daisuke was so frightened that she immediately shrank behind Xiao Qing, not daring to say a word. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Excuse me, I take my leave. Chu Bawang disdainfully curled his lips, thinking, little brat, you are still too young to compete with me. As long as I'm not embarrassed. The one who will be embarrassed is you. Sometimes habits are a very scary thing. Initially, when he used the strength assessment technique on Baiji Klo, Chu Bawang still had a bit of resistance in his heart. But now, he had completely let it go. Even if it meant using the strength assessment technique to directly make Daisuke, this petite and cute girl who could easily be pushed over, have a big belly, he wouldn't hesitate at all. After all, it's inevitable to have children sooner or later. So getting familiar with the process in advance isn't a bad thing. He had also mentioned this proposal to Kaya, but unfortunately, he only received a roll of the eyes in return. It really hurt Chu Bawang's poor, small, and helpless heart, and he ended up eating an extra big bowl at dinner. Due to climatic reasons, the Drum Kingdom presents a year-round snowy climate, making the entire island cold as if wrapped in silver like a vast snowy mountain. One snow-capped mountain after another stood tall, piercing the clouds, creating an exceptionally spectacular scene. After leaving Roger and Ikaram behind, Chu Bawang ultimately decided to enjoy the unique climate of the Snowy Kingdom in the Drum Kingdom for a while longer before reuniting with Luffy, Zoro, and the others. After all, Luffy has the protagonist's halo, although it has been weakened a lot by him. Finding Chopper shouldn't be too difficult while there was still time. Chu Bawang and the women began sorting out winter clothing, snowboards, sleds, and other winter-specific gear. There were many rare items that weren't even stocked on the Mary. Fortunately, Chu Bawang hadn't drawn many good items in the past 6 months, but he had accumulated a lot of miscellaneous rewards. Things that were temporarily useless were all thrown into the treasure vault. Most of the treasures that Nami found during their adventure on Antiquity Island were also among them. When they just arrived at the snowy mountains of the Drum Kingdom, Kaya was as lively as a chattering lark, her voice pleasant to the ears. Nami and Xiao Qing joined in on the snowball fight and snowman building games, having a great time as well. Originally, Daisuke was a bit reserved, but after being hit by a snowball from Nami, she completely lost her shyness and teamed up with Xiao Qing to form a group to take down Nami. Honey, look quickly. This is the first time I've seen such a large snowy scene. It's a beautiful expanse of white. Being able to travel around the world with my beloved man, I am truly so happy. Kaya sweetly wrapped her arms around Chu Bawang's arm, leaning against his broad and warm chest. In this moment, lovers were cuddling together. The scenery was beautiful, as if it could be screenshotted to be used as wallpaper. P.S. Good night, sweet dreams. The vast white snow of the Drum Kingdom showcased the dazzling scenery of another world, making the women even more cheerful. Chu Bawang lived in West Rob Village for 18 years and was also seeing such fierce snow for the first time. The climate of West Rob Village leaned towards the warm wind belt, making such snowy scenes quite rare. In a good mood, he picked up a jug of strong alcohol and, after taking a hearty drink, couldn't help but feel inspired. Qinyuan spring snow. Northern country scenery, 1,000 miles frozen. 10,000 miles of snow drifting. Looking at the Great Wall inside and outside, only the vastness remains, the great river above and below, suddenly losing its torrents. The women turned their gazes towards Chu Bawang, who was standing, their eyes brightening, involuntarily holding their breath and listening attentively. Dad is truly a treasure boy. Not only is he skilled in music and plays the piano beautifully, but he's also so adept at composing poetry, making my eyes dazzled. Little thief cat Nami looked as if she had seen mountains of gold and silver, her eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly drooling. If Chu Bawang saw this, he might compare Nami's infatuated expression to that of a lovesick girl the mountain dances with silver snakes, the original wax elephant's run, wanting to challenge the heavens. On a sunny day, look at the red outfit wrapped in white, extremely enchanting. The rivers and mountains are so charming, attracting countless heroes to bow down. Chu Bawang raised the jug of strong alcohol high, exuding an invincible aura, as if to toast to this beautiful rivers and mountains. He thought of the days he spent as a corporate slave in his previous life and couldn't help but feel emotional. Life is fleeting. One must take the time to enjoy the scenery along the way. When in a good mood, one should try to go out and take a walk, enjoying the blue sea and blue sky while feeling the breeze. The mountains and rivers are beautiful. It's time to go out for a walk. We can't always stay at home being lazy. In this world, there are plenty of beautiful sceneries, and we must take the opportunity to explore more while we are young. Go run, jump, and enjoy the beautiful sights the women naturally couldn't perceive as exuberant thoughts. They thought that the overlord of Chu was expressing a sense of loneliness at great heights and a soaring confidence. He seemed eager to compete with the heavens, to determine a victor. The mountains dance like silver snakes, and the plains gallop like wax elephants, wanting to test their height against the heavens. On a clear day, seeing the red and white garments, extraordinarily enchanting. The rivers and mountains are so charming, attracting countless heroes to bow down. Daisuke's face turned pale as she repeatedly recited these lines of poetry. She was astonished by the lofty aspirations hidden within the overlord of Chu's verses. You actually want to compete with the heavens, how bold. But then she thought, the Overlord of Chu has already mastered the Navy's sixth style, moonwalk. So it seems that ascending to the heavens isn't a difficult task for him. Xiaoqing remained silent, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Fixated on the Overlord of Chu, she had evolved from the heavenly blue Neopython's evolution Golden Dan, and according to the memories of her bloodline inheritance, every time she survived for 100,000 years, she would face a terrifying heavenly thunder tribulation. That is a punishment from above, an invisible oppression on the Beast Clan. No matter how powerful a soul beast is, it would feel genuine fear from the heavenly tribulation coming from the nine heavens. It could be said that, as a soul beast evolved Xiaoqing, she feels profound awe towards nature and the heavens. Not to mention provoking the divine might, she wouldn't even dare to speak a single bad word. Yet now, the Overlord of Chu openly expressed his lofty aspirations to test his height against the heavens. My lord, you truly live up to being my creator. Xiaoqing eagerly awaits the day you test your height against the heavens. Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day also had shining eyes, not daring to blink, fearing they might miss this epic moment. Their gazes fixed firmly on the Overlord of Chu. The Overlord of Chu pondered for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to create the next lines of poetry. The women around were anxious, not daring to utter a word, fearing they might interrupt his thoughts. If such beautiful verses weren't completed in one breath, the momentum and effect would be greatly diminished. After a long time, the Overlord of Chu drank the strong liquor from the flask in one gulp, and suddenly a cold wind swept past, lifting his shoulder-length hair, making him appear even more imposing. Pity Qin Huang and Han Wu, slightly lacking in literary talent, Tang Zong and Song Zhu, somewhat inferior in charm. A generation of heroes. Genghis Khan only knows how to bend the bow and shoot the great eagle. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice as cold as ice, reciting the final line of the poem. All has passed, the number of outstanding figures. Let us look at the present. Silence. The atmosphere grew dead silent, as if suffocating. 10 seconds later, the women, who temporarily played the role of the audience, burst into applause, the sound like thunder, echoing endlessly. But Kaya nestled in the warm embrace of the Overlord of Chu, her face beaming with a sweet and proud smile, as if deliberately showing off in front of the other women. This is the man I chose. He could easily rely on his looks, yet he insists on relying on his talent. Are you all envious? Originally, Kaya was merely attracted to the Overlord of Chu's physique, even wanting to secretly support him. But she never expected that the Overlord of Chu not only had a good appearance, but also had a soul that was rare and interesting. No, more accurately, it should be 1 in 10,000. The women all gathered around the Overlord of Chu, watching Kaya snuggling up to such an outstanding man, enjoying his exclusive affection, their expressions becoming extremely vivid, feelings complex. Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day, being newcomers, simply felt that the Overlord of Chu was wrapped in heavy mist, making them both fascinated and curious, unable to resist wanting to dig deeper. Nami, however, was so excited she seemed possessed by the spirit of jealousy, wearing a lemon-like expression, wishing she could take Kaya's place. Xiaoqing concealed her emotions well, but still revealed a hint of envy and jealousy. Darsky, on the other hand, was somewhat indignant, wondering why all the good fortune fell to the fierce Overlord of Chu, who was not only strong and handsome, but also multi-talented, with so many beautiful women infatuated with him and so much delicious food. How can there be such a perfect villain in this world? Just then, strange noises suddenly came from the snowy forest behind the women. Without further ado, shadows dressed as ordinary villagers emerged one after another, surrounding the Overlord of Chu and his group. In their hands, they held old firearms loaded with live ammunition. P.S. I, the Overlord of Chu, am just pretending. Please support me. The shadows dressed as ordinary villagers emerged from the snowy forest, surrounding the Overlord of Chu and his group. In their hands, they held old firearms loaded with live ammunition. The leader was a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a fierce expression, carrying a huge shovel-like weapon resembling a racket on his back. This is a guerrilla group of local armed forces? Nami's heart tightened instantly. Among them, Kaya had the lowest combat power, so she instinctively teamed up with Xiaoqing to protect Kaya behind them. She took a discreet glance at the mainstay, the Overlord of Chu, and saw that he showed no signs of surprise, still wearing a warm smile. Her inner tension dissipated by half. As long as the Overlord of Chu remains calm, then this fight seems like it can be taken lightly. Even if they just go through the motions, it wouldn't be a problem. The overlord of Chu smiled slightly, using the advantage of the terrain to look down at those villagers holding firearms. I didn't expect you, as the captain of the Valbo's guard, to be so timid. What? Mr. Dalton, after observing me for so long, you finally decided to show yourself? Among the many Season C fans' discussions, this Dalton has quite the reputation and is often talked about by C fans. In the original work, Luffy, in order to save the sick Nami, performed a grand kneeling ceremony to Dalton. That was also Luffy's first time kneeling to anyone. After that, Luffy began to resemble a qualified captain more and more, no longer neglecting his companion's feelings due to momentary emotions. Don't be fooled by Dalton's fierce appearance. He's actually a kind-hearted iron fool, friendly, loyal, and honest, beloved by the people of the Drum Kingdom. His only flaw is being too kind. He was originally the captain of the guard for the Wawa fruit user Valbo, loyal to the orders of the former king of the Drum Kingdom, Valbo, but he had always been dissatisfied with Valbo's tyrannical actions. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of Chopper's adoptive father, Dr. Hiralik, at the hands of the incompetent warlord Wapple, Dalton was moved to tears, and his inner dissatisfaction grew stronger. He actively prevented little Chopper from attacking Wapple, actually to protect Chopper, as approaching Wapple at that time would have been suicidal. This dissatisfaction finally erupted when the Blackbeard pirates attacked Drum Kingdom, and the useless king, Wapple, surrendered without resistance, abandoning the kingdom. Now, Drum Kingdom no longer exists, and its former residents, led by Dalton, established a temporarily named country called Nameless Country. Eventually, it was officially named Sakura Country during a world conference. So, you are the so-called big boss in the Straw Hat crew. I've heard you are quite strong and possess many strange abilities. You can even easily overturn a country. That bald guy with the straw hat told me that more than 90% of the most showy and flashy people in the crowd are you. Dalton looked at the Chu Bawang with a not-so-friendly expression, but was quite surprised at how Chu Bawang recognized him. Prior to this, he was certain that he and Chu Bawang had never met before. However, what shocked him most was that he clearly wanted to shout Chu Bawang's real name, but it came out as Bawang instead. Suddenly stuttering in front of so many people and calling someone dad made Dalton feel a bit crazy. Why do you have to stutter at that moment? Unfortunately, Dalton had already promised the seemingly harmless Straw Hat crew that if he encountered Chu Bawang during his patrol, he would inform him about Usopp's current predicament. Zoro and Luffy also roughly introduced Chu Bawang's glorious achievements, claiming that if Dalton's attitude was sincere enough, he might even get a chance to cling to Chu Bawang's leg and help this struggling country out of its predicament. Unexpectedly, that kid Luffy wasn't completely clueless. He was quite self-aware. Chu Bawang raised an eyebrow and looked pleased when he heard Luffy praise him for being handsome and strong. Chu Bawang couldn't help but feel a bit inflated. As long as you praise me for being handsome, you are my good friend. If you dare to say I'm not handsome, be ready to greet my fist. Roger, the reckless one, did you see? This is the gap between you and Luffy, as wide as a chasm. Sooner or later, he will become the true pirate king. Chu Bawang, prophesied it, and even Jesus can't stop it. As for Luffy saying he loves to show off, Chu Bawang completely ignored it, as it wasn't the focus of the conversation. I want to know, what else did that fool Luffy say to you? Dalton was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Chu Bawang to directly refer to Luffy as fool. Could it be that the bald straw hat kid's status on the pirate ship was so low? That shouldn't be the case. From Luffy, he clearly felt an extremely powerful aura, although not as pure as the swordsman next to him or a certain curly-haired cook. But his strength should still not be underestimated. Why does it now seem that the so-called captain, the bald straw hat kid, is the one with the lowest status on the ship? Because Luffy was willing to kneel down to save his friend Usopp, Dalton, moved by this friendship, had no intention of being hostile to Chu Bawang. When faced with Chu Bawang's question, Dalton directly replied, "He also told me to keep a closer eye on you and not let the pretty girls in the village see you. Otherwise, those girls would fall for your looks and only benefit you, the scumbag." For now, Luffy's words have indeed proven true. As Dalton spoke, his gaze swept over Kaya, Nami, Robin, and others. When he looked back at Chu Bawang, it was as if he was looking at an irresponsible, heartless scumbag. Chu Bawang was speechless. He was once again mistaken for a scumbag. Do I really look like a scumbag? Or do I have scumbag written on my face? Chu Bawang, I'm really not a scumbag. You have to believe me, seeing the villagers all looking at him with scumbag expressions. Chu Bawang was speechless and wanted to shout at everyone. I am not a scumbag. I really am not a scumbag. Believe me, believe me. Good-looking guys, I'm just taking these girls out for some fun. Our relationship is pure and innocent. It's definitely not as filthy as you think. Wait. If you want to meet up with the Straw Hat Kid, I can guide you. Dalton waved his hand, signaling all the villagers to let go boldly, and even lowered his originally proud posture, inviting Chu Bawang to visit the village. He did not think that someone who could be regarded as a master by the sword master Roronoa Zoro would be an easy target to bully. The news of Wapple's death had not yet spread. Sooner or later, this incompetent king would return to Drum Kingdom, reclaim his rightful throne, and plunge the entire kingdom back into darkness. Although Dalton was a Zoan devil fruit user, the Nyo-Nyo fruit, he was still somewhat lacking in front of Wapple's Munch-Munch fruit. Therefore, he needed to leverage all possible allies. If it weren't for the concern that showing a posture of needing help from the beginning would put him at a disadvantage, Dalton would not have been so aggressive. Nami looked at Chu Bawang and said, "Dad, can we trust this guy?" Chu Bawang waved his hand. "Just follow him. Captain Dalton is friendly, honest, and well-loved by the people of Drum Kingdom. It's just right to taste the local specialties of Drum Kingdom." Dalton, is this what a real big boss is like? He saw right through my nature at a glance. Initially, he had some doubts about Luffy's group's exaggerated portrayal of Chu Bawang, thinking that such a divine person could not possibly exist in this world. But now, Dalton's inner doubts gradually dissipated with his contact with Chu Bawang. While leading the way, Dalton whispered to his deputy, in a voice only the two could hear, "I will take Bawang on a slight detour. XXX, you go back to the village first, and tell the young girls in the village to go out less recently. They must not meet this scumbag Bawang. Otherwise, I fear some of them will be enchanted by Bawang's handsome appearance, and if something happens to them, they will have nowhere to cry. Remember, prevent fire, theft, and scumbag Bawang." Chu Bawang, with advanced observation haki, was completely baffled. Others might not hear Dalton and his assistant's whispers, but King Chu definitely heard them clearly without missing a word. "Bro, your persona has collapsed." He really didn't expect that Dalton, such a simple-looking guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would actually betray and cut ties. "I might not even be able to appreciate the beauty level of the girls in your country, okay? With a sword attendant like Shao Qing by his side. Even compared to the Empress Hancock's figure, she definitely holds her own. Unknowingly, even King Chu's aesthetic has improved a lot. Unless it's a particularly beautiful girl, he wouldn't even bother to glance at them." Creak, creak. Every time the women's snow boots stepped on the thick layer of snow, they would make a creak, creak sound. At first, Dalton didn't pay much attention, but as the team moved forward, he suddenly realized that the snow gear of King Chu and his group was actually more luxurious and complete than those of the locals who lived in this icy country all year round. Not only did they consider warmth, but the design was also extremely beautiful and stylish, simply a must-have for home travel to enjoy the snowy scenery. To put it inappropriately, those shiny snow boots were almost blinding Dalton's 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. King Chu. Dalton was just about to open his mouth to inquire a bit, and also to get closer to each other emotionally, preparing to hug his thigh in the future. But King Chu seemed to sense his unusual thoughts in advance, and directly said, "Don't ask. The answer is you can't afford it all. I'm not looking down on you as a poor dog with no money and no looks who can't fight, but even if you had money, you couldn't buy these boots in this world." Dalton, all the villagers. That's heartbreaking, bro. Although we do look like a bunch of poor folks, and even the whole country is in a state of rebuilding. You can't be so blatant in showing disdain for us, can you? Can't we express it a bit more tactfully? King Chu paused, then said, "Let me tell you the truth. These boots are Swarovski crystal snow boots, and they're all limited editions. Unless you're a girl I'm close to. Others shouldn't even think about it. Swarovski crystal snow boots. The market price of these shoes is about 25,000, which is roughly 200,000 yuan. Up until 2015, they were the most expensive snow boot brand in the world. No exceptions. The elite craftsmen of Swarovski need to sew hundreds of exquisite crystals onto the sheepskin components, then send the sheepskin components back to the Gold Coast. Finally, elite craftsmen from Burley Company spend 5 working days hand-stitching to create a finished product. The Swarovski crystal snow boots produced by the system are truly treasures that money can't buy. He didn't expect you city folks to play so well." Dalton looked dejected. He originally wanted to show off a bit in front of King Chu, displaying his grassroots armed forces that were united in purpose, to flaunt his bargaining chips. Who would have thought that King Chu didn't take their demonstrative behavior seriously at all? The only reason he followed them to the village was just to taste the local specialties. Thinking of this, Dalton felt a bit pained. P.S. As usual, seeking rewards, rich lady contact list, looking for various free data. This country currently has no name. It was previously called the Drum Kingdom, and the former king was named Walbo. In the world, it is actually a major medical country. But Walbo was a selfish tyrant who often enacted regulations that harmed others for his own benefit without caring about the people's lives, even establishing the ridiculous Hunt Doctor's Decree. As a result, there are only the witch doctor, Dr. Kureha, and Dr. 20 left on this island. The latter has already hidden away with Walbo's escape. So Luffy had to go to the mountains to find the witch doctor for rescue. If all goes well, they should return soon and meet up with you. Dalton briefly introduced Luffy, Zoro, and others' whereabouts, and King Chu nodded in response from time to time. With Zoro and Sanji's support, Luffy must have already met Little Chopper by now, so he wasn't in a hurry to reunite with them. As soon as he arrived at the Drum Kingdom, he had already used a high-level observation haki comparable to Enel to cover the entire island, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any trace of Walbo. Thus, the lazy King Chu decided to wait for Walbo to take the bait in the Drum Kingdom. Seeing that Dalton was getting a bit parched from talking, out of politeness, King Chu casually replied, "Captain Dalton, no need to say more. I'm actually very interested in the Gomu Gomu fruit that Walbo possesses. As long as that idiot Walbo dares to return to the Drum Kingdom, next year on this day will be his funeral." Nami hugged King Chu's right arm and whispered, "Daddy, when you say that, you really sound like a wicked villain. People who don't know might think you're the tyrant of the Drum Kingdom." The forcibly abducted Daski subtly nodded her little head, expressing her agreement. The scene where King Chu pressed Smoker against the wall and rubbed him has left a deep impression in her mind. She will probably carry a significant psychological shadow for the rest of her life, King Chu. How did I, such a kind-looking handsome guy, turn into a big villain so confusingly? At most, I just snatched a female soldier from the Navy. Compared to those pirates who truly kill and burn innocents, I'm still far from it. As they walked, Koya's face suddenly changed dramatically, and she shrunk into King Chu's embrace. She looked like a koala hugging King Chu's neck. And her shocked expression was no different from when watching Jurassic Park. Her slender fingers pointed ahead, surprised. "Look quickly. There's a bear up ahead. It looks so fierce. Do we need to play dead so it won't eat us?" The women all looked over and found that it was indeed a bear. Not only was it standing and walking, but it also had a thick white coat of fur, standing at least 3 times Dalton's height. What was even more surprising was that this white bear was actually holding an ice pick, making one wonder if it wanted to break through the ice layer to feast on fish when they came up for air. King Chu looked at the kind-looking trekking white bear with a speechless expression. In terms of ferocity, how could a mere white bear compare to Shao Qing's true form? The sky blue cow python? It didn't even qualify to be Shao Qing's dessert after a meal. King Chu pursed his lips and explained with a light laugh. "This is a local specialty of the Drum Kingdom. No, it's a trekking bear. It's very friendly to humans and poses no danger. If it encounters humans, it will nod to each other to show goodwill. I just don't know if the soup made with bear bones will taste good." The mind of Chu Bawang became increasingly active. He had never tasted the rich soup made from bear bones in his life. If Dalton knew about Chu Bawang's inner thoughts, he would probably be so angry that he would tremble all over and insist on competing with Chu Bawang. In the hearts of the people of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, the hiking bear is very human-like, akin to an embodiment of the animal spirits of nature, and in a sense, they consider it their partner. For Chu Bawang to kill a bear for its bones is no different from killing their kin. Powerful, indeed, is the great Bawang. He is so knowledgeable that he recognized the hiking bear's species and temperament with just one glance. Dalton's heart shook again. He was sure that Chu Bawang had never seen a hiking bear in person before, yet he spoke the truth so confidently. And the last shred of doubt about Chu Bawang's abilities completely dissipated. In his heart, only endless admiration and worship remained. If Chu Bawang was willing to stay in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, what was there to fear from that pesky Valpo returning? He suddenly felt that his risky decision to accept the Rubber Kid and his gang and guide them on their medical journey was truly the best decision he had ever made. Mr. Bawang is truly well informed. Who would have thought he even recognized the hiking bear of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom and knew that this species is gentle in nature? Dalton, however, was not entirely ignorant of human relationships. He quickly seized the opportunity to flatter Chu Bawang a bit. Building a relationship must start with business mutual flattery. Only by making the real big boss feel good can one hope to gain the big boss's favor. This, without a doubt, is a small detail of being a person. There's an old saying: the world is not just about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and social etiquette. The hiking bear, which likes to salute humans, that's quite an interesting setting. Kuya suddenly realized and very obediently performed a climbing etiquette salute to the hiking bear. Nami and Daski also imitated Kuya's actions and saluted the hiking bear, which amusingly bowed its head in return. "Should I imitate Lady Ku Yu's actions too? Xiao Qing looked puzzled, her gaze sweeping over the hiking bear. She didn't quite understand the significance of this action. Saluting a bear? Come on. This bear isn't even worthy of being my dessert after a meal. Why should I salute it? Beside Chu Bawang. She actually holds no awe for any living creature, Miss Xiao Qing. Dalton raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a bit dissatisfied, and was about to remind her that outsiders should respect local customs. But he was shocked to discover the hiking bear that Xiao Qing glanced at not only showed no signs of anger. Instead, it looked fearful, its large bare body prostrating on the ground, performing a grand kneeling salute towards Xiao Qing. Dalton was dumbfounded. Could it be that this hiking bear has undergone a genetic mutation? He stared blankly at the hiking bear, usually regarded as an animal spirit and treated with great respect, now behaving like a human and bowing to apologize to Chu Bawang's maid. The hiking bear looked fearful, its plump body crawling on the ground, eagerly trying to please its master like a little dog. You're a bear, not a dog. Dalton's mouth twitched, feeling that life was so disillusioning. Let go. This hiking bear is very afraid of you. It's probably scared and won't leave without your command. Chu Bawang nodded slightly, signaling Xiao Qing not to be so ostentatious and to keep a low profile. After all, Xiao Qing's true form is the Tianqing bull python from the core area of the Starry Forest, which has a significant impact on animal bloodline pressure. Don't say it's just a hiking bear. Even if a titan giant ape came, it would have to obediently call her big sister Xiao. Qing blinked her beautiful eyes and, like swatting a fly, directly told the hiking bear, "Didn't you hear what the master said? Scram, scram. Don't appear in front of me again, or I'll definitely make soup out of you." The silly hiking bear felt like it had been granted a reprieve. Grasping the ice axe it used as a walking stick, it dashed off, as if afraid Xiao Qing might change her mind and suddenly decide to eat it. Who would have thought that even a maid beside the great Bawang would be so powerful and mysterious? Usually, even the snow wolves wouldn't dare to provoke the hiking bear casually, but today, when it encountered Miss Xiao Qing, it acted like a mouse meeting a cat. It really makes one curious about what these two have been up to in the past. How did the great Bawang manage to recruit the great Xiao Qing as a maid? Dalton completely reined in his disdain for Chu Bawang, his expression serious. This is the real big boss, capable and good-looking. If he knew that the mysterious big boss in his eyes was merely a creation of the creator Chu Bawang born out of momentary interest, he would probably drop his jaw in shock. After walking for about half an hour and crossing a hidden mountain peak, everyone arrived at a village, Bighorn, which is the hometown of the quack Dr. Zilialik. Occasionally, winter hippos, snow antelopes, and other creatures would pass by on the streets, and the interaction between humans and animals here was extremely harmonious, looking quite strange. Who named this village? It really sounds uncultured. Chu Bawang began to complain. If it were up to me, with snow maple trees all around, and this being a cold wind belt climate, naming it Maple Snow Town would be so much nicer. Why call it Bighorn Village? It's really awful. Dalton, it hurts, bro. This name was actually given by me, and at that time, I received a lot of support from the villagers. Although Dalton was very angry, he still had to maintain a smile. Because Chu Bawang was right, naming it Maple Snow Town is indeed much better than Bighorn Village. However, Chu Bawang clearly did not dwell on this matter too much. After all, this is the pirate world, and ordinary people oppressed by nobles find it very difficult to survive, basically having no chance to enjoy a proper education. Out of 10 people, 9 are illiterate, and the last one wouldn't be much better off. People like Zoro, who are obsessed with swordsmanship yet have a knack for poetry, are still very few. Sometimes Chu Bawang wonders if Zoro were to travel back to the Tang Dynasty and become a Han person, would he become the next poetry immortally by after all? Green Algae Head Zoro has another nickname besides Ghost God, which is King of Poetry. Reciting poetry, wearing a headscarf, and thinking of his buddies can greatly enhance Zoro's combat power. Although Dalton is illiterate, he has to admit that the connections in Bighorn Village are quite powerful. Before long, he had people prepare the best local specialties, creating a feast that rivaled a Manchu-Han imperial feast, hoping to further build a relationship with the big boss Chu Bawang in his eyes. Unfortunately, most of the meat dishes actually did not suit Chu Bawang's palate, which had been spoiled by modern American cuisine. However, some pure natural antelope milk and cheese were still delicious, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Although the culinary skills in the pirate world are not very high, the quality of the organic fruits and dairy products in this world is truly outstanding. The pirate world is unlike Earth in my past life, with almost no environmental pollution. Raising animals does not involve using hormones to speed up growth, so the fruits and dairy meats in this world are of exceptional quality. If these fruits and meats were brought back to my previous life, they would be the best interpretation of pure natural. So delicious. Lord Chu holds a steaming cup of cheese tea in one hand while cradling the clingy little thief cat Nami in the other, looking content and at ease. On the other side, little Ching is diligently acting as a masseuse, wholeheartedly massaging Lord Chu's shoulders and legs. Corruption. This is truly too corrupt. Dalton, watching from aside, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He instinctively doubts whether Lord Chu came to Daho village to look for talents like Luffy, given that he shows no sign of anxiety over Usopp's illness. It looks more like he's on vacation, not only surrounded by company, but even having a professional masseuse. Dalton opens his mouth as if to say something, but is directly interrupted by Lord Chu waving his hand. I know Luffy has gone to the palace on the highest peak of Drum Mountain, and I also know that the so-called witch doctor, Dr. Kureha, lives there. I also know that Dr. Kureha has a quirky personality and generally doesn't come down the mountain to treat patients, only doing so when she feels like it. She has lived for over 140 years, and her favorite food is pickled plums. Mr. Dalton, you really don't need to say anything. I already know all your thoughts. Dalton's expression changes dramatically, shocked. Every word Lord Chu has just said happens to be what he wanted to express. Doesn't this mean that Lord Chu has known from the beginning that he wanted to use him against Walpole? Those strong individuals often have peculiar temperaments, and it's not an exaggeration to call them eccentric. Now, with Lord Chu's unfathomable strength already aware of his intention to use him as a tool, wouldn't the other party retaliate recklessly? Thinking of this, Dalton feels a cold sweat on his forehead, a chill rising from his feet straight to the top of his head. Outside, snow is flying, but the atmosphere inside is anything but harmonious. Using someone as a tool is indeed a good strategy. Unfortunately, Lord Chu is not a compliant person and is even less willing to be someone else's weapon. Faced with Lord Chu's teasing question, Dalton is like sitting on pins and needles, anxious and looking as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Just as he is nervously contemplating how to answer this life-threatening question, a sudden knock sounds at the door. Dalton is so excited he could almost cry. Brothers, you came at just the right time. Who is it that has come to resolve my urgent situation at this moment? It's truly touching. Don't move. Let me open the door myself. Dalton ignores Lord Chu's words and stops his assistant. He rushes to the door, almost wanting to hug and give a big kiss to whoever is knocking, but when he finally sees the visitor, Dalton's face instantly darkens, nearly making him vomit up the breakfast he had eaten. Standing before him is a slovenly ant, nearly 5 meters tall, with a nose-picking hand waving at Dalton. Her smile is naturally friendly, but unfortunately, her pancake face and bear-like body are truly unflattering, as Lord Chu would say. Please, don't let someone this ugly come out. The mockery level is off the charts, and it's easy to get beaten up on the street. The slovenly ant extends the hand she just used to pick her nose, wanting to shake hands with Dalton. Hey, Captain Dalton looks very happy. What? Are you wanting to give me a big bear hug? Dalton's face turns as dark as a pot, unsure whether to shake her hand or not. If he had the chance to start over, he would rather face Lord Chu's questions than open the door to this disheveled ant. Little Ching covers her mouth and giggles, clearly enjoying the misfortune. This makes Kaya feel helpless. The hearts of this master and servant are truly quite bad. They even have to tease someone as honest and simple as Dalton. As for the so-called observation hockey, Kaya knows a thing or two about it. She doesn't believe that Dalton would coincidentally open the door just to run into the slovenly ant, who is a bit unfortunate looking. Have you not seen Lord Chu next to him, grinning from ear to ear? The slovenly ant sees that Dalton seems to be discussing important matters with a guest, and wisely doesn't linger too long, getting straight to the point. Captain Dalton, weren't you looking for the witch doctor, Dr. Kureha? I heard that just a moment ago. She seems to have come to the neighboring Cocoa village. Dalton is stunned. The accompanying villagers are also stunned. Even the little greedy cat Nami, who is grabbing cheese cookies without regard for her image, is stunned. If the witch doctor has met up with Luffy, it is obvious that she should be focusing on treating Usopp right now. But she suddenly appears in Cocoa Village. Could it be that Luffy and the witch doctor had a perfect miss? Mr. Luffy's luck is truly terrible. Nami is dumbfounded and incredulously says, by the timeline, they should have already arrived at the palace on Drum Mountain to meet the witch doctor. This is simply too coincidental. Luffy actually perfectly missed the only doctor in this country. Lord Chu also has a black line on his forehead. He suddenly remembers that he did indeed sacrifice Luffy's luck to God of Good Fortune Maple during a lottery. which allowed him to obtain a batch of top-notch goods, if that's the case. It seems that Luffy's perfect miss of the Witch Doctor is something he has to bear the blame for. Just as Lord Chu begins to ponder whether he should do something, he suddenly hears the long-lost mechanical sound. Ding! Detected that the host is about to meet Pirate King's first adorable creature chopper. The following mission is released. Teach him the strongest taijutsu of Naruto, 8 Gates. To help the little chopper who wants to protect his companions become stronger. Mission rewards. Imperial Tool 1 Strike Kill. Muramasa, Imperial Tool, Transformation Freedom, Gaia Foundation. Imperial Tool, Demon, God, Manifestation, Essence of Demon. Imperial Tool 1 Strike Kill. Muramasa, originally owned by Akame, from the anime Akame ga Kill. A blade of the Imperial Tool. If cut by this cursed blade, the wound will be poisoned and die quickly, with no antidote. Famous as a one-hit kill curse blade, a single strike kills. A scratch means death, no cure, forged for killing. P.S. Be careful when holding it. If your finger gets cut, it's instant death. During battle, if you can't hit your opponent directly, the curse won't take effect, and it won't work on corpses or puppets. Imperial Tool, Transformation Freedom, Gaia Foundation, originally owned by Chelsea. A cosmetic type Imperial Tool that allows the user to transform into anything according to their own will. P.S. The weakness is that it must rely on both hands to use. It cannot be used without fingers. Imperial Tool, Demon God Manifestation, Essence of Evil. The original owner is the main antagonist is death. The Ice Imperial Tool can freely create and control ice, and is referred to by Vegeta as the strongest Imperial Tool. It is said that the main material is the blood of a super dangerous creature living in the extreme north, and the mark on his death's chest is the symbol formed after drinking the blood. However, anyone other than his death who has tasted even a little of it has been driven mad by the desire to kill. Weakness, none. The task rewards all come from the super popular healing anime, Akame ga Kill, which makes Chu Bawang wonder if gathering all the portal fragments will allow him to cross into this tragic two-dimensional world. Chopper, you are such a good person. Reindeer, I really love you. Ding. Does the host choose to accept this task? Please confirm. Isn't this a non-mandatory task that won't lead to annihilation if not completed? Ha! System Dog, I really like you more and more. Confirming the acceptance of this task. Isn't it just teaching little Chopper to learn the 8 Gates of Body technique? The difficulty isn't too high. Chu Bawang had a warm smile at the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but sigh that this little dog system is really getting more thoughtful. With so many extremely practical task rewards, only a fool would refuse. Moreover, Chu Bawang vaguely felt that once little Chopper learned the body technique 8 Gates, he would become a vigorous, stylish fighter. Chopper body technique 8 Gates, violent fighter. Perfect. Perfect. P.S. Seeking tips. Seeking various free data. As long as Chopper learns the body technique 8 Gates, he can obtain 3 Imperial Tools, making this deal a guaranteed profit. If little Chopper were right in front of him, Chu Bawang would probably be excited enough to give him a big bear hug, because these 3 Imperial Tools are just too useful. Although their strengths and weaknesses, each has its merits. The Imperial Tool, Muramasa's Curse Poison, symbolizes a one-hit kill in Akame ga Kill, but in the pirate world where even ordinary people have extremely strong vitality, its usefulness is relatively limited. Unless reforged and strengthened later, at most it can be used as a highly toxic poison buff. But the Imperial Tool, Gaia Foundation, and the Imperial Tool, Essence of Evil, are different. Even in the late stages, they are extremely useful items. The Imperial Tool, Gaia Foundation, is equivalent to perfect disguise technique, allowing the user to transform into anything according to their will. Not only can it perfectly disguise as other people, but it can also turn into any animal, even compared to Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. It is specialized in its own field and is not at all inferior. The Imperial Tool, Essence of Evil, is equivalent to an enhanced version of the ice fruit with no side effects. If developed further, ChuBawang could even use the Imperial Tool, Essence of Evil, to freeze time and space, also known as time stop. No one can move within the frozen time and space except for the user. The only regret is that the Imperial Tool, Essence of Evil, cannot allow the user to elementalize themselves like ice fruit users. But the inability to elementalize is a trivial flaw compared to freezing time and space, isn't it? Now I have infinite stamina. I wonder how long I can freeze time. It shouldn't be less than an hour, right? Chu Bawang's gaze flickered back and forth, the look in his eyes towards the little rich girl, Kaya, hiding a hint of malice. In the neighboring village of Horn Village, Cocoa White Town, in a bar filled with people, the sharp cries of children echoed, making many customers feel dissatisfied. "Boss, you should think of a way. Your son has been crying nonstop. I can't enjoy my drink. If it continues like this, I won't be coming back next time." The boss bowed apologetically and approached his son. "Hey, little Dama, what's wrong with you? Why have you been crying since this morning? Did something unhappy happen?" "Smile a bit. A cheerful face brings good luck naturally." Unfortunately, no matter how the bar owner tried to persuade him, the 10-year-old child wouldn't say a word, just crying loudly with a pained expression. This made the hotel owner a bit anxious, and he said sternly, "If you keep crying without saying anything, I can't guess your true thoughts. If you keep making noise, it'll affect the customer's mood. You should say something. If you keep crying, I might just kick you out of the hotel and ignore you." The atmosphere in the hotel was quite noisy, but outside the hotel, it was silent, with people's gazes almost all gathered in one direction. It was a cool woman with white hair and sunglasses, exuding a natural confidence. Anyone who saw her true face would be momentarily stunned, as if they had encountered some ominous omen. She wore a rather revealing crop top, with a metal ring piercing her navel. Her lower half was dressed somewhat like trendy jeans. Despite her age, Dr. Correa's figure was still very well maintained, indicating she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Ignoring her age, she was a very trendy girl. Even now, she remained a unique and cool old woman. Next to this cool old woman was a blue-nosed reindeer wearing a pink hat with his mark. Oh my, I didn't expect there to be such a heartless father in this world who would kick his own son out for business. The child has been crying nonstop, clearly signaling something is wrong with his body. The cool old woman, Dr. Correa, chuckled strangely, reaching out to pat Chopper in his reindeer form-thick fur, her sharp gaze sweeping over, making everyone lower their heads in fear and not daring to meet her eyes. P.S. It is worth mentioning that Dr. Correa's voice actress is Masako Nozawa, the same person who voiced Goku from Akira Toriyama's popular anime Dragon Ball. They both hated, loved, and feared Dr. Correa. Many of them had actually received treatment from her. But this cool old woman charged exorbitant fees every time, making them feel like a piece of flesh was ripped off when they paid. It was incredibly painful. "Stay away from me, Chopper." Dr. Correa strode towards the hotel entrance, her tone exuding a confidence of who else is invincible. Just as everyone thought, Dr. Correa was dissatisfied with the hotel owner's abuse of children and was about to push the door open. Dr. Correa directly punched the heavy wooden door of the hotel, smashing it clean through. Don't be fooled by her being over 140 years old. Her hidden combat power is indeed not weak. If Luffy now didn't rely on his protagonist Halo, whether he could defeat this old hag is still debatable. The residents were all dumbfounded. If you have something to say, just say it properly. Smashing someone's wooden door is not right, is it? If it weren't for knowing that Dr. Correa was a doctor who saves lives, people might think she was here to challenge the establishment. It's over. Today, I encountered this witch doctor. It seems that a significant bloodletting is necessary to cure little Dama's illness. The customers in the hotel are mostly ordinary villagers, and they're all frightened by Dr. Correa's actions. Even the hotel owner is stuttering and trembling while speaking, feeling somewhat bitter inside. Clearly, he knows the rules of Dr. Correa's medical practice. Little ones, do you still have happiness? Do you want to know the secret to my eternal youth? Dr. Correa and the mute reindeer, Chopper, blocked the entrance of the hotel, exuding an extremely arrogant aura. All the residents are a bit nervous, not knowing the true intentions of the witch doctor. However, there is no doubt that no one welcomes her arrival. They only hope Dr. Correa leaves soon. But at that moment, someone suddenly responded to Dr. Correa's rhetorical question. Dr. Correa, the reason you have survived for 140 years while maintaining youthful vitality is actually very simple. That is, Dr. Correa, the secret to your enduring youth is happiness. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest, and one should not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. A life without timely enjoyment is a life without self. I believe this is what Dr. Correa wants to express. A smile can take off 10 years. Only the smile during happy moments is the secret to eternal youth and vitality. The voice was quite masculine yet not coarse, evoking no feelings of jealousy. Following the direction of the voice, Dr. Correa looked in surprise at the only corner of the bar that remained calm and peaceful. This was her first time encountering someone who dared to speak to her normally. Others avoided her due to her title of witch doctor. What surprised her even more was that this person had accurately stated the secret to her eternal youth, happiness. The person before her was over 8 feet tall, with eyes like shining stars, and his facial features were perfectly outlined by rough lines as if drawn by a divine hand. In the middle of winter, he was bare-armed. His muscles were just right, neither too abrupt nor too thin, making him a handsome man. So handsome. I didn't expect there to be such a stunning guy in our village. It's simply blinding to my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. Sisters, don't fight with me. This little puppy-like man is reserved for this rich lady. Anyone who competes with me, I'll get angry. Come on, with that barrel waist of yours. Do you think you can rise to power? Look at the beautiful girls sitting next to that handsome guy. They are all stunning. Even if you offered 1 billion berries, they wouldn't accept you. When they saw ChuBawang, many wine-loving ladies in the bar were suddenly excited, gasping like infatuated fans. But when they saw the appearances of Xiaoqing, Kaya, Nami, Daisuke, and others, they were somewhat envious and jealous. Being able to sit next to such an outstanding man as ChuBawang is undoubtedly the best interpretation of charm for women. Phew, luckily, I had the foresight to have my assistant disperse the young women of Bighorn Village in advance, preventing them from meeting ChuBawang. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been a scene of infatuated men and resentful women. Meanwhile, Dalton silently gave himself a thumbs up. Even as a man, he couldn't resist ChuBawang's damn charm, let alone those young women who only think with their lower bodies. If the village girls saw ChuBawang surrounded by so many beautiful girls, each one more stunning than the last, they would be utterly depressed. Dr. Kureha was silent for a long time, then took off her sunglasses. Her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at the visitor. You are the White Devil, ChuBawang? At this moment, the benefits of everyone in the world knows you passive buff became evident. There was no need for ChuBawang to introduce himself, as the other party recognized him. However, at this moment, ChuBawang's expression was quite awkward. He just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Although it felt great to have someone call him daddy, being called daddy by a nearly 140-year-old lady was a bit too much for him. At this moment, he desperately wished that the everyone in the world knows you buff could be turned off at any time. Come have a drink. Dr. Doriel, ChuBawang, clapped his hands. A warm smile on his face. It's my treat. Daisuke stepped forward and placed the plum wine and pickled plums she bought on the way in front of Dr. Kureha, behaving obediently like a well-trained maid. She actually didn't want to be so obedient, but ChuBawang's strict gaze on Daisuke was too much, and she didn't dare to defy the ruthless Xiaoqing, so she could only do her job properly. Moreover, she had seen ChuBawang directly modify Mr. 3 and Mr. 5's memories with overwhelming terror on Ancient Island. Daisuke feared that one day, ChuBawang might look at her unfavorably and modify her memory. If her memory were modified, she would completely lose the possibility of escaping ChuBawang's clutches. How is it possible? ChuBawang actually knows Dr. Doriel's habits so well, even preparing plum wine and pickled plums. Could it be that he intends to harm Dr. Doriel? The reindeer chopper, in his mount state, was suddenly taken aback, his face filled with vigilance, his gaze locked firmly on ChuBawang. The title of Dr. Doriel is basically only called by Chopper. He could understand why this notorious man with a bounty of 90 million berries knew his private nickname for Dr. Kureha. Could it be that ChuBawang has been secretly monitoring and has seen through that he is actually a monster that can speak human language? Thinking of this, Chopper nervously paced in place. When he met ChuBawang's shining gaze, which was as if looking at a beautiful girl, he shrank behind Dr. Kureha. That gaze was simply too intense. It was blinding. It seemed to carry ill intentions. It seems you've done quite a bit of homework. What is this? Are you a killer hired by Walpo to assassinate me? No, Walpo, that waste doesn't have the qualifications to invite someone as imposing as you. Doctor, Kureha muttered while grabbing the plum wine and pickled plums, mixing them together and drinking without a care about being poisoned. By the way, let me correct you. I'm only 139 years old now, not a 140-year-old elderly person. And even if I really reach the age of 140, as long as my heart is young, I will never grow old. Although she was equally surprised inside, her surface remained calm, and her tone was still full of confidence. Even when the great pirate white devil ChuBawang, with a bounty of 90 million berries, suddenly appeared in Cocoa Village, Dr. Kureha was not the slightest bit flustered. There's a saying that people become wise with age. She has not lived these 140 years in vain. This voice is really out of place. I didn't expect Dr. Kureha to actually be the voice of Son Goku in Dragon Ball. ChuBawang couldn't help but chuckle, filled with memories. Dragon Ball was one of the strongest memories from ChuBawang's childhood and his absolute favorite action anime. No exceptions. P.S. For those handsome folks still watching, please say something. Don't leave me alone. It's so lonely when ChuBawang appeared in Cocoa Village. A fierce battle had just taken place at the lookout near the neighboring Bighorn Village. With the last farmer, Sentinel, falling, Walbo and his Eagle Claw subordinates reinvaded Bighorn Village. Walbo was very fat and ugly, with a huge mouth and deep purple hair, and his chin was connected to a tin plate shaped like a bucket. He wore a white hooded cloak made of plate armor and tin, draped with the fur of Robson's brother, a giant seahorse. Beneath him sat a huge hippopotamus, looking quite imposing. Notably, this hippopotamus under him was named Robson. Just think about it. I have finally returned. After going through countless trials and tribulations along the way, I've finally returned to my kingdom. Ah, how nostalgic it is to be back at Drum Island. The natural environment here is still as magnificent as ever. Walbo was so emotional, tears streaming down his face, almost crying, exuding the sorrow of a fallen dog. Who knows what he has been through in the past 6 months? First, he was hunted by Blackbeard Teach, a member of one of the 4 emperors, and then encountered the Straw Hat Pirates at sea, intending to bully them, but ended up being completely beaten by a certain 4-sword-style swordsman. In the end, he even saw the Pirate King Gold, Roger, who was resurrected by the White Devil in Logtown on the news, and his heart felt like it was on a roller coaster. It was a real up-and-down experience. He didn't know where that extremely evil party that resurrected Roger had gone. This guy actually had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Surely many people in this world would be interested in him. Walbo felt some trepidation, now that Pirate King Roger appeared in the nearby sea area. It indicated that Chu Bawang could be nearby. Walbo was a very cautious king. However, when he heard that Blackbeard Teach would arrive in Drum Kingdom in a month and take his head, he had already abandoned Drum Kingdom 3 months ago, fleeing faster than a rabbit. If there were a cautious brave profession in this world, Walbo would definitely be a top-notch cautious brave. Your Majesty, Walbo, it seems Captain Dalton has betrayed you, and I didn't expect so many people to be on lookout here, said a bowsman named Jess, who carried a quiver and wore a pointed hat. How dare you shoot at the great Walbo? You people have really lost your conscience. Another man named Chromalimong, wearing black boxing gloves and having an explosive hairstyle, stomped hard on a sentinel's face and even spat at him in displeasure. Jess, how's the situation at the castle? Walbo completely ignored the defeated sentinel squad. His mind was filled with thoughts about why the White Devil Chu Bawang wanted to resurrect Pirate King Roger and why Roger appeared in the nearby Sea of Drum Kingdom. Everything is just as it was, Your Majesty Walbo, the archer Jess replied, holding a telescope and looking towards the palace complex atop the highest drum peak. In that case, let us head to the castle quickly. As long as we open the treasury of this country, we won't have to be pirates anymore. Last time, he fled too hastily, causing Walbo's preparations to be insufficient, and many treasures and weapons were left behind. It was precisely because of insufficient funds that he had to establish the White Iron Pirate crew to engage in looting at sea. Just then, a subordinate suddenly ran over in a panic. Your Majesty Walbo, bad news. The Straw Hat pirate ship we encountered at sea is docked at the riverbank of Bighorn Village. Nanny? Damn it, why did that Straw Hat crew come to our country? They clearly pretended not to know about this place. How outrageous! Walbo was shocked, looking towards the direction of the Going Merry with his beady eyes. He happened to see Roger on the deck of the Merry, leisurely doing national 5th set of radio calisthenics and post-pregnancy fitness exercises. From time to time, he hummed the strange tune of 3 circles to the left and 3 circles to the right. Twist your neck and shake your butt coincidentally. Roger's gaze happened to turn toward Walbo's direction. Confirming the eye contact, I have found the right person. Even more absurdly, Roger waved at them from afar, while Akaram, watching from the side, twitched his mouth. Not knowing if he wanted to say pregnancy makes you dumb for 3 years. What the hell? How'd I run into this troublesome guy again? Is it fate? What are you all standing there for? Are you planning to stay and be bullied? That's the Pirate King Roger. Hurry up and run for your life. Walbo was so scared he lost his mind, not caring about maintaining his cool anymore, wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs. Riding the hippopotamus named Robson underneath him, charging forward like a bull. Leading a bunch of mismatched subordinates, he made a hasty escape. Roger was dumbfounded. What kind of world is this? Here I am, the great Pirate King Roger, waving at you, and you act like you've seen a calamity. Although I look ugly, I'm really gentle. Meanwhile, at the XX Hotel in Cocoa Village, the atmosphere was particularly heated, because Chu Bawang and Dr. Kureha had verbally agreed to a medical duel, with the winner receiving a trophy from the other. According to the rules of the medical duel, it would be based on who could cure a boy suffering from a difficult disease first. If Dr. Kureha wins, her father is willing to wager a precious body training technique, the 8 Gates of Duanjia. If her father wins, then this blue-nosed reindeer will belong to us. Nami pointed at the hotel owner's son, who was crying on the sofa, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She was curious why Chu Bawang would wager such a precious body technique against Dr. Kureha's medical skills. A medical duel is a medical duel, but if Chu Bawang personally participates, it would surely end with a decisive victory. Even if Dr. Kureha's medical skills are high, they wouldn't be able to compete with the extraordinary Chu Bawang. However, the most bizarre aspect of this competition is that it is not Chu Bawang who is competing against Dr. Kureha in the medical duel, but rather the silent little wealthy girl, Kaya. P.S. It's exam week at school again. Recent updates might not be very strong. Please forgive me. Everyone, sweet dreams, oh dear. Bawang, are you sure you want this little girl to compete with me in medicine? She looks like she's only in her 20s. How skilled can her medical skills be? If you don't want to lose badly, it's best to show some real skills. Dr. Kureha's laughter was strange, making people feel a bit uneasy. No wonder she was known as the Wicked Woman with the title of Witch. Just a few words were enough to make Kaya extremely nervous and take the lead in the competition. Seeing Kaya shrink towards Chu Bawang with some fear in her heart, Dr. Kureha's sinister smile grew even more pronounced. With her nearly 140 years of experience, she immediately noticed the power of Chu Bawang's 8 gates of Duanjia. This could no longer be called a body technique. It was more accurate to call it a forbidden technique. Although she was very curious about how Chu Bawang obtained this body refinement secret comparable to a forbidden technique, what Dr. Kureha cared about most was how to achieve victory. She couldn't refuse Chu Bawang's proposal to compete in medicine. Although everyone claimed to be an immortal witch doctor, Dr. Kureha knew that her time was running out. She had to ensure that Chopper would have enough strength to protect himself after her death. Otherwise, losing her mentor Dr. Hiralik and her little Chopper would definitely lead to him being captured by humans and treated as a monster, and the worst outcome would be death. She couldn't let the kind little reindeer face such a bleak future. The body technique, 8 gates of Duanjia, was very suitable for Chopper, who had eaten the human fruit. With this body technique secret, Chopper's chances of self-protection would significantly increase. Moreover, although Dr. Kureha was very wary of the resourceful Chu Bawang, she was confident that she could easily win against the novice Kaya. The adorable little reindeer Chopper, with sparkling eyes, rubbed his antlers against Dr. Kureha's pants in dissatisfaction. When he heard that Chu Bawang wanted to use him as a wager, and Dr. Kureha directly agreed to this request, he felt both angry and wronged. With a simple mindset, he couldn't understand why Dr. Kureha, who usually treated him like her own son, would use him as a bet in a medical competition. So, I really am not her biological child, right? Chopper silently thought. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't expose his ability to speak in front of everyone, he would probably have excitedly questioned Dr. Kureha about why she was being so cold-hearted towards him, compared to the wronged little reindeer. Kaya also had a conflicted expression on her face. Husband, why don't you compete in medicine with Dr. Kureha instead? If I lose, then. Although she had been adventuring at sea with Chu Bawang, she had not slackened off in her medical studies. Her growth in the field of medicine was indeed significant. However, even so, Kaya would not be arrogant enough to think she could surpass Dr. Kureha, the seasoned witch doctor. It wouldn't be a big deal if she failed in the medical competition herself. But if her failure led to Chu Bawang losing important stakes and trump cards, Kaya would feel very guilty. Just as Kaya was about to finish speaking, Chu Bawang reached out to cover her petite red lips, speaking gently. Dr. Kureha is skilled in medicine. I can't offer you much help in this regard. Chu Bawang had many elixirs for treating injuries, but when it came to medicine, he was completely clueless. In short, he knew nothing. He knew Kaya had always wanted to spar and learn from renowned doctors, but unfortunately, the Kurokas and Whale Labu they encountered at Twin Cape had already been thrown into the Devil's Triangle by him. They could be found, but he was too lazy to look. The main reason, of course, was that a man's possessiveness was at play. He didn't want his beloved Kaya to have close contact with other men, although Dr. Kurokas and Dr. Kureha were both old men nearing the grave. So, he thought it would be nice for Kaya to have a friendly spar with Dr. Kureha, and, in the process, pass on the 8 gates of Duanjia to the adorable little Chopper. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, it was simply perfect. ChuBawang, a faint smile on his lips, and said nonchalantly, it's just a small body refinement technique. Even if you lose, it won't be a big deal. The most important thing is to let my beloved woman realize her dreams and life values. Kaya stopped refusing, clenched her little pink fist, and lightly punched Chu Bawang's chest, her face full of sweet smiles. Seeing this, Nami and Xiaoqing next to them felt sour like lemons. Dalton was also happy that Chu Bawang didn't come to trouble him, and even took the initiative to act as a referee. "Doctors, have you finished talking? Please save me. My hand hurts so much, my hand. I feel like I'm about to die from the pain." The little boy lying on the couch had long since cried into a tearful mess due to extreme pain. He had been lying on the couch for a long time, only to find that Dr. Kureha had no intention of coming forward to treat him, making him feel even worse, as if he were undergoing double torture of the mind and body. Kaya, Dr. Kureha. They had been so engrossed in conversation that they completely overlooked the patient's feelings. What a sin. Does it hurt? Kaya looked at the tearful little boy with a worried expression, completely unsure of where to start, her face turning a beautiful shade of red. Although she had read many medical books, this was still her first time truly facing a patient. And it was only at this moment that she truly understood what talking about war on paper meant. Is it just a hand pain? So that's how it is. The experienced doctor. Kureha confidently placed her medical kit on the wooden table. She suddenly pressed her thumb against the little boy's shin bone, and the boy let out a scream that sounded like a slaughtered pig. It was a horrifying and ear-piercing sound. It hurts. My foot hurts so much." Many people even faintly heard the sound of a bone breaking, and they suspected that Dr. Kureha accidentally broke the boy's shin bone. Dr. Kureha laughed heartily. "Did you see that? This way, the patient can forget the pain in his hand." Kaya. Nami. "Sorry, I only saw a patient screaming like a slaughtered pig." Dr. Kureha, who was indeed a 139-year-old old hag, immediately saw that the patient's issue was not merely the hand pain, it seemed. Although Kaya also sensed something, she realized that knowledge from books was still too shallow. She had a long way to go before she could apply all the book knowledge in practice. In this medical competition, Kaya was clearly at a disadvantage. Dr. Kureha looked at Chu Bawang and was astonished to find that he showed no signs of anger or embarrassment, even in such a disadvantageous position. "I can't believe he remains so calm. Isn't he afraid of losing that powerful body technique, the 8 gates of Duanjia?" In fact, for Chu Bawang, although the body technique, 8 gates of Duanjia from the Naruto world was a good treasure, it still paled in comparison in his eyes. The overlord of Chu reached out and pressed on Koya's fragrant shoulder, comforting her. "Don't worry. Losing is just losing. It's nothing serious. Your husband has nothing else but a mountain of these trash-like techniques, and I don't know where to throw them at worst. Just consider it as tuition fees you paid while studying medicine." Koya. Nami. Daisuke. Listen, everyone listen. This is exactly the tone a habitual show-off should have. It's just a small 8 gates Duanjia, right? In our eyes, it's no different from garbage. Only you lower-tier talents would sell the adorable little chopper for this trash. Dr. Kureha was somewhat speechless. She was sure that the overlord of Chu absolutely knew how difficult it was for Koya to win against her relying solely on her own strength. Participating in a medical competition was just like giving her money, right? Rich and foolish. I guess that's what it means. It fits the overlord of Chu perfectly. Dr. Kureha reached out and pulled down the patient's pant leg, looking seriously at the patient's calf, taking on the role of Koya's little teacher. Although this little guy only feels pain in his hand, the swelling in the leg actually indicates a purulent inflammation. Koya bit her lip and echoed. "The situation is quite serious now. The bacteria have already entered the bones. This is an infectious disease. Pathogens can infect the human body through various routes, and when the body's immune function declines under certain environmental conditions, it can erupt rapidly, forming purulent inflammation. The necrotic tissue in the inflamed area is dissolved by proteases released by neutrophils. The liquefaction process is called purulence, and the resulting liquid is called pus. The degenerated and necrotic neutrophils in the pus are called pus cells. Purulent inflammation is characterized by a large number of neutrophils exuding, accompanied by varying degrees of tissue necrosis and pus formation." The overlord of Chu squinted, crossing his bare arms and staring for a long time, looking like a person of high stature. Nami couldn't help but ask, "Dad, did you see something?" The overlord of Chu rolled his eyes and pinched Nami's little face. "I didn't see anything. I'm not a doctor. Isn't asking me this question pointless? Even if you want me to save lives, that is not difficult. But if you want me to explain the reason behind it, isn't that just making things difficult for me?" This reasoning is akin to using formulas to solve math problems. The overlord of Chu knows nothing about the process and principles of creating formulas, but as long as he remembers the math formulas and uses them skillfully, he can solve math problems. For him, as long as the goal of saving lives is achieved, whether through his own medical skills or with a miraculous medicine, the leg-stretching and eye-staring pill, it doesn't really matter. He has won many prizes in the past, some of which are invaluable medical texts that he gave to Koya to study. Thanks to these medical books, although Koya lacks practical experience. Her theoretical insights and perspectives are quite unique. This little girl indeed has a unique perspective and solid fundamentals. If not for her lack of practical experience, I might not have been able to win against her. How strange. Every woman around the overlord of Chu is not to be underestimated. The witch doctor. Kureha looked at Koya with surprise. She was curious about how the overlord of Chu managed to win over such a gentle and virtuous partner, who is both talented and kind. Such an excellent girl is hard to find. Surely, he must have put in a lot of effort to pursue her, right? Noticing Dr. Kureha's unusual thoughts, the overlord of Chu couldn't help but curl his lips. If Dr. Kureha knew that such an outstanding Koya was actually infatuated with the overlord's body and even pursued him, her jaw might drop in shock. The overlord of Chu proved with his looks that this world indeed values appearance. Being handsome gives you the capital to be supported by rich women if he hadn't awakened his golden finger after getting married. The overlord of Chu might still be a kept man, living off a rich woman. Seeing the child's painful expression, the hotel owner anxiously asked, "Doctor, how is my son's condition now?" Dr. Kureha completely ignored him and said without looking, "The initial treatment of this disease is crucial for survival. Don't disturb me from now on. Chopper, hand me the antibiotics." She put on the surgical glass and waved the surgical knife at her waist with vigor, her fierce expression making one wonder whether she wanted to save lives or take them. "I will make a small incision in your abscess. Little guy, just bear with it for now, wait. Maybe we should administer some anesthetic first. This looks really gruesome." The hotel owner's mouth twitched repeatedly, but before he could negotiate, Dr. Kureha swung the knife toward the boy's calf. The patient boy looked at the gleaming surgical knife in front of him and let out a pig-like scream again. Chopper, the reindeer, took a couple of steps forward and knocked the boy out with a headbutt. Their cooperation was remarkable. Koya and Nami watched with twitching mouths, although using anesthetics on a child isn't great for the brain. This is a bit too blunt, right? The overlord of Chu, on the other hand, looked approving, as if he learned new knowledge about administering anesthetics. "No wonder you're an old doctor who's been in the field for years. This effect is much better than anesthetics, and it saves money." The hotel owner was filled with black lines. P.S. I apologize for the mistake in the last chapter. The surgical process of Dr. Kureha was quite bloody, but Koya still endured to watch closely. This was undoubtedly a huge gain for her. Now, she had even started to draw inferences from one instance. The follow-up care is also very important. He needs to rest for several days, and the foot needs to be bandaged properly. The hotel owner hesitated to look at Dr. Kureha, who nodded in agreement. "Listen to this little girl. Fix the ice pack on his forehead. Inflammation is generally accompanied by fever during the healing process. As long as he gets through the initial treatment, safety can still be guaranteed. As for the payment," the hotel owner's expression suddenly changed. Looking as bitter as a bitter melon, clearly not unfamiliar with the rules of the only witch doctor, Dr. Kureha, in this country. Perhaps because this country now only has the witch doctor left, her fees for saving lives are extraordinarily high. He heard that in the nearby Bighorn village, Dr. Kureha last time took away 50 of a tavern owner's entire wealth after saving his wife. But in front of so many people, the hotel owner naturally had no chance to default. If he caused the last doctor to leave Drum Island, he would be the sinner of the entire island. Of course, there's another reason. He can't beat Dr. Kureha before this. There were indeed some thugs who tried to avoid paying medical fees to Dr. Kureha and even attempted to blackmail her in return. The result was that they all ended up beaten to a pulp by Dr. Kureha, to the point where even their own parents wouldn't recognize them. Nearly 100 thugs couldn't even touch the hem of Dr. Kureha's clothes. How could a small hotel owner, in the currently economically depressed Drum Island, possibly afford the exorbitant medical fees? As for the large reward, I'll waive it for you today. It seems my trash bags and toilet paper are about to run out. And I also want all the plum wine and food from your shop. The hotel owner was taken aback, not because Dr. Kureha's price was too high, but because it was too low. In his impression, this was the first time he had seen the notoriously unscrupulous old hag's medical fees so cheap. "Surprised that I charge so little? Oh dear, that's because I've already gotten what I wanted most." Dr. Kureha waved the newly acquired martial arts manual, the 8 gates, and suddenly burst into laughter, her smile as warm as the sun in both winter and summer, her slender waist light and graceful. If it weren't for her age, this old hag, making such a gesture, would have definitely been a stunning beauty that caused chaos in the countryside of her youth. As she laughed, a tiny glimmer appeared at the corner of Dr. Kureha's eye. With this martial arts manual, even if she died tomorrow, Chopper wouldn't be bullied easily, right? even if he was treated as a monster. He wouldn't have to fear those hunters hunting monsters. Since Chopper mastered her medical skills, this was the last thing she could do for him. Stuffing the manual of the 8 gates into the leather bag on Reindeer Chopper's back, Dr. Kureha patted the dazed hotel owner. I should have taken 50 of this shop's assets as medical fees, but you're lucky today. You met a noble benefactor while staying at home. Don't thank my kindness. If you must thank someone, thank the noble benefactor who paid your bill. Haha, the bar owner slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. If it weren't for Lord Chu's proposal to hold a medical duel, his son would have probably long passed away. Even if Dr. Kureha could heal him, the cost would definitely be something he couldn't afford. He had managed this hotel for decades, and with Dr. Kureha's opening line, she could take away 50 of his assets. Even if he could buy back his son's life with that money, the hotel owner would still feel a deep pain. The arrival of Lord Chu made this small shop shine brightly. If it weren't for you, I couldn't have kept this hotel running. The hotel owner generously offered to let Lord Chu stay for a month without charge, even if he drank here for 10 days or half a month. He wouldn't charge a dime. It's not drinkable today, but I have a useless disciple who loves to drink when he has nothing to do. I'll let him handle my share of the good wine. When Lord Chu heard about the free month deal, he immediately decided to recommend this good news to Zoro, who was not someone to miss out on a good deal. As the saying goes, fat water doesn't flow to outsiders, and if there's a bargain, you're a fool if you don't take it. What a mess of lines, but it does sound quite catchy. No problem. Isn't it just a disciple who loves to drink? You let him come to my hotel and drink to his heart's content. It will definitely satisfy his appetite. The hotel owner patted his chest, thinking that so many people would drink much more than just one drinking disciple, added up over 10 days or half a month. It would save quite a bit of money. Nami and Dasky watched with twitching mouths, as they both knew who Lord Chu's disciple was. Besides Zoro, did Lord Chu have another useless disciple? Letting Zoro drink at this hotel for 10 days or half a month would probably lead to bankruptcy. If it were me, I would rather let Lady Kureha take away 50 of all my assets than let Zoro drink free for half a month. 1. 2. 10,086. It's a pity that the hotel owner still didn't know the heavy consequences of the boast he made unintentionally. Every time he recalled this promise, he wanted to slap himself hard. Why choose to treat a drinker like the future god of wine Zoro? Isn't that just asking for trouble, forcing back the laughter in her heart? Nami said. Dr. Kureha, please return to the residence at Drum Peak Palace as soon as possible. My partner needs your help. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, Usopp's injuries must be getting worse. Dr. Kureha's expression was surprised for a moment. This was the first time she had heard of someone daring to go to Drum Peak Palace to find her for treatment. Lord Chu also wanted to see how Zoro and Sanji were doing with the homework he assigned them before going home to visit family. Reciting 300 poems of song. Learning the 300 poems of song. Even if they can't write poetry, they can recite it. Learning is power, and only learning can change destiny. The teacher's heartfelt wish is that Zoro and Sanji can understand this principle. Otherwise, he might have to use several of his 7 wolves belts to make these 2 useless little guys understand his good intentions. P.S. Good night, everyone. Wishing you sweet dreams. It was only at this moment that Lord Chu finally felt the pressure of being a father. In order to make Zoro and Sanji into well-rounded young men of the new era, he had put in a lot of effort. What Lord Chu might not have anticipated was that the future pirate world would become a place where poetry and culture flourished because of his antics. Whether it be the Navy or the pirates, if you can't recite poetry or sing verses when you're out and about, you wouldn't even be embarrassed to show your face. It's not that pirates can fight, but rather that pirates understand culture. That's what it means. Although Kaya lost to Dr. Kureha in this medical duel, Lord Chu did not renege on his promise. Instead, he generously tossed the martial arts manual of the 8 gates to Dr. Kureha. On one hand, the 8 gates really didn't have much use for him now. On the other hand, he knew that this manual would eventually end up in Chopper's hands, and Chopper would definitely learn the 8 gates for self-defense or other reasons. By that time, he could complete the system task and obtain those 3 characteristics of extremely powerful Imperial tools. It's worth mentioning that, in the original setting of Akame Ga Kill, an Imperial tool user can only wield 1 Imperial tool, because the burden of an Imperial tool on the user is simply too great. But this iron rule does not apply to Lord Chu, because whether it is in terms of vitality or the overwhelming spiritual power like the vast sea, Chu Bawang far exceeds the usage requirements of the Imperial tools. The reason for being so concerned about the rewards of the Imperial tools is precisely because the 3 Imperial tools have very useful properties attached to them, especially the Imperial tool, Transformation Freedom, Gaia Foundation, and the Imperial tool, demon manifestation, essence of demon. The former allows him to disguise perfectly, while the latter, if developed well, can even grant him the ability to freeze time. Once the rewards for this mission are received, counting the initially obtained Imperial Tool Curse of the Evil Spirit, I will have acquired 4 Imperial Tools. If I add the Imperial Tool, Omni Power of 5 senses, that would make 5 Imperial Tools. If I gather all the Imperial Tools, I wonder if I can summon Shenlong to make a wish with this medical competition. The distance between Chu Bawang and Dr. Kureha has invisibly narrowed a lot. Dr. Kureha is also very straightforward, even publicly praising Chu Bawang as the most handsome guy she has seen in her 139 years of life. If it weren't for her age, people might say she's an old cow eating tender grass. She would want to have a passionate first love. I was born when you were not. You were born when I'm old. I hate not being born at the same time, yet I long for you every day. I was born when you were not. You were born when I am old. When you yearn for the ends of the earth, I have already crossed the sea. Each is fragrant grass to rest. Never has flower beauty wrapped around. Meeting feels like familiarity. The past life's feelings are unresolved. I do not resent your late birth. I only resent my early aging. Seeing shadows in the fog, the night cannot clarify. Tea and meals always bring thoughts. My heart weakens and the shadow gradually disappears. Only when we meet, flowers bloom towards the sunny good. I hate not being born at the same time. Do not resent flowers blooming early. Your heart is in my heart. Can we grow old together? When the day is clear, let us embrace and laugh together. Feeling a connection with Dr. Kureha, Chu Bawang praises her keen insight. As she saw at a glance that he is the most handsome guy on the Grand Line, truly having an eye like a torch. Chu Bawang has always been honest and reliable, and conducts himself openly and uprightly. As long as you praise me for being handsome, then we are good friends who met too late. In the end, the conversation between Chu Bawang and Dr. Kureha became more and more enjoyable, giving a feeling of a friendship across ages. The latter invited Chu Bawang to her castle as a guest, and Chu Bawang also gifted Dr. Kureha 3 senzu beans as a meeting gift. If the Dragon Ball Super Warriors from another dimension knew that Chu Bawang was so extravagant, giving away 3 senzu beans at once, they would probably scold him for being too wasteful. It's a pity that he has not drawn any miraculous medicine that can keep one young, forever reverse aging. Otherwise, he would definitely give some to Dr. Kureha to test the effect. Not for anything else, even just to see the effect of the medicine would be good. As long as it is not a fatal injury. Eating this senzu bean can restore full health and energy. Dr. Kureha was greatly surprised and couldn't help but exclaim that there are such miraculous beans in this world. With these 3 senzu beans, it's equivalent to having 3 revival coins, right? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a bit regretful for winning the medical competition. Otherwise, she could have smoothly given Chopper to Chu Bawang, and with such a big shot protecting him, who would dare to bully Chopper even if she passed away? Chu Bawang, who has mind-reading abilities, looked at Dr. Kureha speechlessly, not expecting that she had the same idea as him. He was thinking about deliberately losing to Dr. Kureha to conveniently give away the 8 gates, keeping a low profile without making a fuss. Meanwhile, Dr. Kureha was considering deliberately losing to him, so that Chopper, as a bet, would have a big shot protecting him in the future. Just as Chu Bawang and Dr. Kureha were preparing to return to Drum Peak, a commotion suddenly erupted at the hotel entrance. A villager, covered in wounds and staggering, collapsed next to the broken wooden door, panting heavily and saying, "Mr. Dalton, it turns out you are here. Finally found you." Dalton's heart skipped a beat, and he frowned uneasily. "I remember you were on lookout duty today, right? Why did you leave your post and get so badly injured?" But before he could hear a response, the wounded villager could no longer bear the burden of his body and collapsed straight to the ground, falling into a coma, clearly having more intake than outtake. If emergency rescue is not performed soon, he might not last half an hour. Dalton looked dumbfounded, his face full of anxiety. "What's going on here? You risked your life to find me, but you didn't bring any crucial information. Are you joking with me?" "Don't ask. What he needs now is urgent treatment. All the other sentinels have already been taken out by Walpole." Chu Bawang activated the observation hockey that could cover an entire island and sensed carefully, saying, although he has infinite stamina, Chu Bawang is still not used to always using observation hockey to monitor the entire island because the sounds that could be heard when using observation hockey are too many and too noisy, and most of them are just garbage information. P.S. As usual, asking for various free data. Thank you, although he has infinite stamina. Chu Bawang is still not used to always using observation haki to monitor the entire island because the sounds that can be heard when using observation haki are too many and too noisy, and most of them are just garbage information, such as the cries of infants, the bargaining voices among vendors, the bickering of Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li. It really makes Chu Bawang feel irritated. If only observation haki could automatically filter out garbage information like antivirus software on a computer. Chu Bawang silently vowed that if his observation haki upgraded to the highest level, he would definitely develop a filter garbage information function if Zoro, who is still struggling to cultivate the basic observation haki without success, knew that Chu Bawang possessed such a powerful high-level observation haki, but hardly used it due to garbage information, he would probably shed tears of envy and jealousy. What? All the sentinels have been taken out? How is this possible? Dalton held the dying villager in his arms, shouting loudly. Nami, who was drinking a beverage, was so startled that she directly punched him. Truly worthy of being the strongest navigator of the Straw Hat crew, when angry, she dares to punch anyone. Originally, Nami was quite timid and could only bully the main forces of the Straw Hat crew. Now, backed by the big shot Chu Bawang, her reach is clearly longer. Xiao Qing pondered for a moment and made her own judgment. It should be that Walpole suddenly appeared at the harbor of Bighorn Village due to the underwater sailing ship. Under the surprise attack, those sentinels had no resistance at all and were directly wiped out. From my perception, they are currently heading towards the highest palace of Drum Peak. Although Xiao Qing does not possess observation haki, her true form is the Blue Bull Python, naturally having abilities similar to observation haki. Damn Valpo, you dare to come back. This country has turned into such a terrible state because of your work. Dalton's chest was heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot, gripping the short shovel-like weapon on his back, ready to rush out of the hotel and take down Valpo. However, suddenly a pair of iron-like hands landed on his shoulders. Dalton, who stood at a height of 2-3 meters, found himself unable to move an inch, following the direction of the hands. He saw the calm gaze of Chu Bawang. The height difference between the two was about half a meter, making the scene quite awkward. Captain Dalton was an animal-type devil fruit user with a bull fruit ability, possessing strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary human. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chu Bawang was even stronger, using just one hand to pin down the furious Captain Dalton. Such brute strength was rather terrifying. Everyone was stunned. They had never expected that there was such immense power within Chu Bawang, able to pin down the enraged Captain Dalton with just one hand. You young people always seem so rash. What's the rush? If the sky falls, there's someone tall to hold it up. It's just a Valpo. My disciple Zoro can easily take care of him. Chu Bawang, pinning down the furious Dalton, pointed and lectured with an air of authority. The kind-hearted Captain Dalton was so angry his face turned green. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Chu Bawang, he would have pinned him to the ground for a beating before going after Valpo for revenge. The surrounding crowd was also somewhat angry but dared not voice it. Clearly, Captain Dalton was about to rid the world of a menace, yet he was forcibly pinned down by Chu Bawang. This situation was truly heart-wrenching. Chu Bawang raised an eyebrow, looking displeased at the crowd. What are you looking at? If you're not convinced, step forward and let me hit you. I like your looks of discontent when you can't do anything about me, Dasky. Dalton. Onlookers. Why does someone like Chu Bawang, who likes to oppress others with strength, even exist in this world? It's truly frustrating. Little rich girl Kaya couldn't bear to watch any longer and carefully tugged at Chu Bawang's sleeve. She didn't know when it started, but she felt that Chu Bawang was getting further and further down the path of being dark-hearted. No worries, they can't do anything to me. Chu Bawang shrugged nonchalantly, thinking that if his golden finger wasn't a lottery system but an emotion system, you all would have been blasted away beyond recognition. Pianist from Zhuan, get to know? On the highest peak of Magnetic Drum Island, a massive complex stood tall, a forbidden area that ordinary people could never reach. The cold wind howled, and large flakes of goose-feather snow whirled by, chilling to the bone. It was extremely unfriendly to those with acrophobia, thanks to the sword spirit Xiao Wen. Zoro and the others reached Magnetic Drum Peak without the hardships described in the original work. Due to the short length of the sword from the one-character style, Zoro had to awkwardly become a boatman 3 times, transporting Sanji, the injured Usopp, and the unreliable Luffy in 3 batches to the palace entrance of Magnetic Drum Peak. This order was quite intentional. Sanji first, followed by the sick and unconscious Usopp, and finally the carefree Luffy. There was no other way. The captain's heart was just too big, and he was a little unreliable in his actions. Magnetic Drum Peak was just too high. Moreover, taking care of the sick Usopp meant they took a bit longer on the climb. If it weren't for Zoro having learned the sword-flying technique taught by Chu Bawang and being reasonably skilled at it, they might still be halfway up the mountain. Meanwhile, shortly after Zoro and his group arrived at Magnetic Drum Peak, Chu Bawang and his group rode their exclusive Mount Chopper up the convenient path from Magnetic Drum Peak, arriving a few minutes earlier than Zoro's group. Looking at the empty interior of the palace, neither Zoro nor Luffy saw anyone around. Nami's lips twitched slightly as she looked at Chu Bawang. Daddy, isn't Zoro equipped with the Gautam Map Sword Spirit Shaolin? He can't possibly have gotten lost again, can he? P.S. Magnetic Drum Island, also known as Winter Island. The history of this island's kingdom. First the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, then the Nameless Country, and finally renamed the Cherry Blossom Kingdom when the Straw Hat crew left. Daddy, isn't Zoro equipped with the Gautam Map Sword Spirit Shaolin? He can't possibly have gotten lost again. Can he? Creak. As soon as Nami was about to hear Chu Bawang's response, a knocking sound suddenly echoed. Oh. Just then, Zoro walked in, looking bewildered. Is it really that I'm so unreliable in your eyes? I'm equipped with the Gautam map and mastered the sword-flying technique. Can't you at least give me a little face? Mister Chu Bawang, you finally returned from your visit. If you didn't come back, your fellow townsman Usopp would have kicked the bucket. Glancing at Usopp, who was just a step away from death and whose head was so hot it could fry an egg, Chu Bawang felt a bit speechless. If he had stayed away for another couple of days, he might not even see Usopp's whole corpse. When Usopp arrived at the palace of Magnetic Drum Peak, Dr. Kureha immediately administered first aid, but soon her brow furrowed. The target has developed an antibody to the medication. I need to take him to the laboratory for treatment. Although she said that she could already see the cause of Usopp's illness, Caskia fever, also known as 5-day disease. Generally, those who carry this pathogen are toxic flat lice living in hot jungles. When someone is bitten by the toxic flat lice Caskia, the pathogen enters the wound and lies dormant for 5 days, causing the patient to first experience a high fever exceeding 40 degrees, followed by symptoms like myocarditis, arteritis, encephalitis, and ultimately dying in agony after 5 days. The reason for needing to put Usopp in an independent laboratory was merely to allow the reindeer chopper to assist and gain some medical experience. Chu Bawang curled his lips and pulled out a few small black pills. Those who didn't know might mistake these small pills for dirt rubbed off the body. But in fact, they were dirt rubbed off a living person. More accurately, they were dirt rubbed off the living Buddha Ji Gong, also known as stretch leg and stare pill, Dao. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I have a good medicine that can save Usopp and restore him to health immediately. He actually guessed the reason. Usopp must have been bitten by some poisonous insect on Ancient Island. In the original work, it was supposed to be the little thief cat Nami who encountered this calamity. And it was because of Nami's illness that the Straw Hat crew sought a doctor on the nearest Magnetic Drum Island. Unexpectedly, Nami escaped a disaster on the Ancient Island, while God Usopp took the blame for her. Is it true? If there was such a good medicine, why didn't it come out earlier in Cocoa Village? Dr. Kureha frowned, feeling that something was off. The 5-day disease is not a purulent inflammation. It is extremely troublesome to treat. With someone like Usopp, who has delayed a lot of time on the way, it's not an exaggeration to say he is beyond cure. Now, the Overlord Chu claims that he only needs to feed a few small clay pills to save the critically ill Usopp, which makes Dr. Kureha feel as if she is hearing something nonsensical. Moreover, if this stuff is really that effective, wouldn't Kaya have easily won the medical contest if she had taken out just one pill back in Cocoa Village? Seeing Dr. Kureha's skeptical expression, the Overlord Chu couldn't be bothered to argue further. He imitated a scene from a TV show and pointed at an incredible acupuncture point on Usopp. Usopp, who was already dizzy from the fever and in an unconscious state, opened his mouth, and Nami took the opportunity to feed him all 3 legs stretching eye-staring pills. This time, she was wise enough to know that taking too many would cause diarrhea, so she naturally wouldn't let the tragedy that befell Akaram happen again moments later. Usopp really woke up, just as the Overlord Chu had said. Where am I? Overlord, sir, you finally returned from your visit? Or am I in heaven? It's so surprising. I didn't expect even a tyrant like Overlord to make it to heaven. The Overlord Chu was speechless. I just snatched a girl from the Navy in Road Town. How did I become a tyrant? Back in Cocoa Village, I defeated the Fishman Arlong and saved the entire village. Okay. A modern exemplary youth like me, who even helps old ladies cross the street. How can I go to hell? Heaven and hell, those 2 places whoever wants to go can go. Anyway, a disaster like me is bound to leave a mark on this world for thousands of years before the Overlord Chu could deal with Usopp. The little thief cat Nami had already thrown a max-level armament hockey iron fist at Usopp. What the heck? Usopp, are you floating? Or can I not lift my sword? How dare you curse Dad to hell? If I had known this would happen, Dad shouldn't have saved you, this ingrate, and let you suffer a few more days from the disease instead. Usopp, with a head full of bumps, felt quite wronged. He was just speaking the truth, okay? A guy like the Overlord Chu, who caused a ruckus in Road Town, killed many, and even resurrected Roger. Going to hell is too light a punishment. Usually, he is extremely cunning, wandering around in crowded places, enjoying everyone calling him Dad. Such a villain deserves to go to hell. At the very least, he should be fried twice in hot oil before being thrown into the 18 layers of hell, right? The moment Usopp woke up, he learned the ins and outs of the situation. So, it was Overlord Sir who saved me. My admiration for you is as endless as the Yangtze River. And like the Yellow River in flood, it cannot be stopped. Seeing Usopp gradually start to fawn over him, the Overlord Chu looked up at the sky with a face full of melancholy. He just wanted to live a low-key life, but unexpectedly, everyone treated him like a big shot. Ever since he joined the Straw Hat crew, aside from Luffy, who is still true to himself, the rest seemed to have learned the skill of flattery. This made him suspect whether he had led the Straw Hat crew into a ditch watching Usopp, who was full of life and even dancing cha-cha with Luffy. Dr. Kureha felt that life was so dreamy. I can't believe he was really cured. What on earth is that little clay pill made of? How can it instantly treat such a tricky disease as the 5-day disease? This is simply a medical miracle. Dr. Kureha was shocked. She initially thought that the Overlord Chu knew nothing about medicine, but unexpectedly, he gave her such a huge surprise. He cured critically ill Usopp with just one small clay pill. How is this possible? Anyone bitten by a poisonous tick like Caskia would have bacteria entering the body through the wound and lurking inside for 5 days, causing unbearable pain. Initially, it would trigger a fever above 40 degrees, followed by severe infections, myocarditis, arteritis, and encephalitis. From the looks of the long-nosed kid's injury, he had already been infected for 3 days. He must have gone through a lot of pain during those 3 days, but fortunately, if left untreated for 2 more days, it would be easier because death would be a complete release. Such a poisonous tick should have been extinct for over 100 years. Luckily, I still had some antibiotics that could be used, otherwise, it would definitely be impossible to save him. But even with the help of antibiotics, to fully heal would still require more than 10 days of quiet rest and treatment. The first 3 days would require him to obediently lie in bed waiting for treatment, with a doctor present at all times. Who would have thought that the Overlord Chu only used 3 small clay pills to bring Usopp back to full health? Just look at Usopp's joyful appearance while dancing cha-cha with Luffy. If it weren't for the inconvenient conditions, he might have happily thrown a celebration party right in the palace. Moreover, from the tone of the Overlord Chu, that little clay pill seems to be able to treat more than just one disease. It's baffling. It really is hard to comprehend. What exactly are the components of that pill in the Overlord's hand? Who made this pill? Dr. Kureha, a knowledgeable woman with a century-long medical experience, was so shocked by the efficacy of that little clay pill. This can no longer be called simple treatment. It's more accurate to call it a medical miracle. Miss Kaya, did the Overlord make that little clay pill himself? Kaya paused for a moment and replied, "It should be, right? Although I've never seen him make it with my own eyes. He has shown exceptional hands-on skills and creativity since he was a child. He often comes up with many novel ideas. Even Usopp, who loves tinkering, can't compare to him in this regard." It was precisely because the Overlord Chu displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, combined with his maxed-out looks, that the little rich woman Kaya was so captivated, even willing to put aside her girlhood pride and pursue the Overlord Chu for 5 whole years. Recalling the past, Kaya felt a bit flushed and shy, like she was drunk. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Hard work pays off, and Kaya finally found her love. Although Chu Bawang did show some obsession with beauty during their honeymoon trip, even forcefully abducting the naturally naive Dasky from the Navy to act as a maid, and keeping the fashionable Miss Valentine's Day and the little lowly Miss Golden Week by his side. Everyone knows his intentions. But she knows that Chu Bawang actually cares about her feelings. Whether it's the mischievous and scheming little thief cat Nami, or the stunningly beautiful Xiao Qing, who is trouble for her looks and figure. Oh, I almost forgot that Chu Bawang can also use the imagination fruit to resurrect the dead. In this case, it seems that the 3 of them have only one path left to choose, but Koya knows very well that a man as outstanding as Chu Bawang cannot be monopolized by her alone. She had even prepared herself psychologically for the possibility of being cheated on. But until now, Chu Bawang has never let her down. Those ignorant naval officers might think that Chu Bawang's strength is inferior to the 4 emperors at sea, but Koya has a vague feeling that even if the 4 emperor-level pirates from the Grand Line came together, they might not gain any advantage from Chu Bawang. Yet even so, Chu Bawang has never lost his true self or fallen into the indulgence of wine and women. Chu Bawang proves with his actions that Koya's judgment is correct and that he is indeed a reliable and responsible man. Perhaps in the future, Chu Bawang will inevitably have many wives and concubines, but Koya knows that she will always have a special place in his heart, and she is already very satisfied with that. She finally understands why Nami, with dark circles under her eyes, always looks at her with such resentment. If it were her, she would definitely feel envy and jealousy. Just thinking about how every night her battle with Chu Bawang is clearly seen by a certain night owl, Koya's delicate face turns as red as a ripe apple. So, does that mean Chu Bawang should know some medical skills? Lost in thought, Dr. Kureha didn't notice Koya's abnormality. Her full attention was on Chu Bawang. She was very curious about the formula for that small mud pill, which has such astonishing effects. He should know a little bit, right? It's just that he's almost uninterested in medical books, dozing off after reading a few pages. Koya snapped back to reality, making a gesture with her thumb and index finger like the finger universe. JPG action. Dr. Kureha looked confused. Are you sure Chu Bawang only knows a little bit of medicine and not a lot? Lunchtime. Luffy suddenly slammed his hand on the table filled with empty plates, looking seriously at Dr. Kureha. Please become our companion. I beg you, old lady. We really need a doctor on our ship. Only at this moment did Luffy finally understand the importance of a ship's doctor. This time he was lucky. Not only did they find a doctor who could treat difficult ailments in time, but Chu Bawang also returned at the right moment, allowing Usopp to escape a disaster. But what about next time? What about the time after that? Will he still have such good luck? If they want to continue adventuring in the Grand Line, they can't be without a ship's doctor. Dr. Kureha's expression was serious. Straw Hat Kid, what did you just call me? Did you just call me old lady? The foolish Luffy answered without hesitation. Yes. Old. But he couldn't bring himself to say the last syllable lady because Dr. Kureha aimed a kick at Luffy's big face. Poor Luffy was instantly kicked back over 10 meters, deeply embedded in the wall, unable to pull himself out. What a steel straight man. No wonder the kid next door, Naruto, can already fight. You, after over 900 episodes, are still single. Dr. Kureha, whether in attitude or appearance, is a youthful and beautiful young lady. Okay? ChuBawang sai hao. Luffy, this idiot, really has no idea that what women dread the most is mentioning their age and weight, right? Chu Bawang raised the afternoon tea in his hand. This cool, old woman, Dr. Kureha, was quite to his liking. This doesn't mean he has any young grass-killing old cow intentions. He simply appreciates Dr. Kureha's attitude towards life. Life shouldn't be so hard. Maintaining a positive mindset is the key to staying youthful and energetic. Luffy, who was kicked against the wall, curiously asked, "Who is the Naruto next door? Why do I have to be compared to him?" Chu Bawang smiled lightly. "It's hard to explain to you in a short time. One day in the future, you might have a chance to meet him." Chu Bawang couldn't help but recall the phrase, "I have become a shadow waiting for you to become a king," and his smile deepened. If in the future they gather the pieces of the portal and cross into the Naruto world, he hopes Luffy and Naruto can meet. He wonders what kind of sparks will fly when these two troublemakers come together. Dr. Kureha looked at the naive Luffy with a mix of pity and frustration. "Listen, you all hear this. No wonder Chu Bawang is always surrounded by beautiful women, never lacking in beautiful confidence. And you only deserve to stay by and obediently eat dog food. Just with that mouth, even if Chu Bawang is a scumbag, he can charm those young girls to the point of being utterly captivated, automatically coming to him." The wealthy Koya nodded in agreement. She also felt that even if Chu Bawang set aside his interesting appearance and soul, he could still win over a beautiful lady with sweet words. An optimistic and confident boy will shine in any field. Calling me an old lady is one thing, but wanting me to be a pirate? That's simply wasting my youthful years. It's equivalent to plotting to harm me, isn't it? I have no interest in the sea at all. Dr. Kureha directly rejected Luffy's proposal. Oblivious, Luffy picked his nose and said nonchalantly, "If old lady you don't want to go on sea adventures, can that blue-nosed reindeer be our doctor instead?" He patted the reindeer form of Chopper, grinning widely. "I heard from Chu Bawang that this reindeer ate the human fruit and is not much weaker than you in medicine. It seems his name is Chopper, right? It's also 2 years younger than me. If you agree to let me take Chopper with me, I will definitely take good care of him." I am willing to guarantee it with the reputation of the future pirate king. The first time Luffy heard that a reindeer was proficient in medicine, he was also bewildered. But later, after thinking carefully, if they really let a medical-skilled reindeer join the merry, it could serve as a reserve food source when there is no food. Luffy instantly got excited, wishing he could kidnap Chopper to join his crew right away. What? How did Chu Bawang know that Chopper ate the human fruit? Dr. Kureha was taken aback, her hand holding the teacup trembling slightly. Her gaze was firmly locked on Chu Bawang. Originally, she only regarded the Chu overlord as a new pirate with a bounty of 90 million berries. But now her worldview has been refreshed time and again. The terrifying martial arts secrets were given away without even a blink. The so-called miraculous medicine, the leg-stretching and eye-staring pills, were casually eaten by Usopp like candy, which was no longer a matter of wealth, but more accurately described as being foolishly rich. She even suspected that the Chu overlord's family might be mining or that he was the foolish son of a deity. What shocked her the most was that the Chu overlord not only knew that Chopper had eaten the human fruit, but also clearly knew Chopper's exact age. But she was certain that she had not known the Chu overlord before this, nor had she ever had any interaction with him. Dr. Kureha couldn't figure out how the Chu overlord knew this information, even if she racked her brains. But before she could react, Chopper could no longer maintain his disguise and transformed directly from his reindeer form into his human-animal form, which was the form he used most often. The seemingly cute little Chopper, at that moment, had bloodshot eyes and almost screamed at Luffy. Baka, Baka, stop saying such nonsense. I'm a reindeer. How can a reindeer live with you humans? Chopper was too excited. He felt like he was dreaming, and even dreaming wouldn't be this wonderful. When he heard that a monster like him could have companions, even Luffy wanted to invite him to be the doctor of the Going Merry. He could no longer hold back, a complex mix of emotions, being wronged, surprised, and afraid this was all a dream, exploded at that moment. Besides the Chu overlord and Dr. Kureha, the rest of the people looked at the cute little Chopper in his human-animal form with shock. Don't you feel scared seeing me like this? I'm clearly a reindeer, yet I can stand and walk on 2 legs, and I can speak human language. The adorable little Chopper shouted excitedly at everyone. In the eyes of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, he might look more like a raccoon. Little Chopper seemed to recall some unpleasant memories from the past. Sitting blankly on the ground without saying a word, and after a long silence, he added, "And I'm a blue-nosed freak of a reindeer." After saying this, Chopper stood up and walked away with a special sound effect of Pachi. 1. Lost reindeer walked far away. Usopp stared blankly at Chopper's fading figure, unable to say a word in shock. Among the people present, only the Chu overlord and Dr. Kureha remained calm. Even the usually scatterbrained Luffy seemed to be infected by the deep sadness in that sentence, falling into silence and forgetting to say anything to keep Chopper. Dr. Kureha slumped into her chair, once full of youthful vitality, now filled with fatigue and heartache. If you want to take him away, then feel free to take him away from Drum Island. However, using ordinary methods will not work. Little Chopper's heart had been hurt. It was a huge scar that even I cannot heal. When he was born into this world, he was abandoned by his parents and his kind, because his nose was blue. The nature of reindeer is extremely averse to anomalies. In this regard, it is very similar to humans. Little Chopper, born on Drum Island, was abandoned by his parents who thought he was disgusting because of his blue nose and was discriminated against by all the reindeer. Even though he was just a newborn fawn at the time, he had to often walk alone at the back of the reindeer herd. By coincidence, he accidentally ate the human fruit, gaining the ability to talk to both animals and humans. But this did not change the plight of the discriminated Chopper. Instead, it pushed him into a deeper abyss, because being able to stand and walk was no longer normal for a reindeer. He was driven away by all the reindeer, expelled from his group. Lonely Chopper desperately longed for playmates and tried to appear in human form in the villages where people gathered. But because of his blue nose, no matter how he disguised himself, he never looked like a normal human, out of fear or other psychological reasons. Humans tried to treat Chopper as a monster like the Yeti or Snowman in the snowy mountains and shot him. Countless hunts made Chopper increasingly desperate, living alone outside the reindeer herd and the human population, filled with endless loneliness. He didn't know what he did wrong, nor did he know who to hate. He knew that he, with a blue nose, would not be recognized by his kind, and he didn't even deserve companions. If it weren't for the chance encounter with the quack Dr. Hiralik, when Chopper was seriously injured and near death, and receiving the careful care of Hiralik, who treated him as his own, Chopper would have probably frozen to death in the wind and snow. becoming a pile of dust, but Chopper understood in his heart that not everyone in this world could see him like the quack Dr. Hiralik did. Because he was neither an ordinary reindeer nor a human. He was a blue-nosed monster. That is why every time he appeared in human villages, he would always appear in the reindeer form, responsible for pulling sleds instead of the human animal form. The reason he was shouting at Luffy and others was not out of anger, but rather from the inferiority complex of believing he was not worthy of being partners with humans. Because of the quack Dr. Hiralik, Chopper deeply yearned to set sail and explore the vast world. But at this moment, facing Luffy's sincere invitation, Chopper fell into indecision once again. Because he believed he was a reindeer, a blue-nosed freak monster, he felt he did not qualify to join the Straw Hat crew and become Luffy's companion. Can you heal his emotional wounds? If you can, then feel free to take him away. Compared to safety, what Chopper desires the most is to have companions. Luffy pouted in silence, feeling somewhat annoyed with himself for being too reckless. If he had known it would turn out this way, he should have investigated Chopper's background before inviting him on board. It's not that the Chu Overlord was trying to trick him by not explaining Chopper's tragic background, unfortunately. At that time, Luffy fell asleep as soon as he heard a long-winded story. The Chu Overlord didn't even have time to say a few words to this fool before Luffy collapsed on the ground, sleeping like a dead pig, drooling while dreaming of delicious food. According to the Chu Overlord's own words, you can't help but be a burden. You can't pick up mud. You can't carve rotten wood. If you don't listen to the boss's advice, you'll suffer in front of you. One day you will kneel and beg me. The me you ignored in the past will be unreachable in the future. It seems that something messy has been mixed in. But that's not the main point. The main point is that as soon as Luffy hears a long-winded story, he becomes drowsy, so before he could even hear Chopper's tragic backstory, he had already fallen asleep. Nami listened to Dr. Kureha for a long time, and finally stood up and delivered a full-level hockey punch to Luffy's head, huffing in dissatisfaction. It's all your fault, you big oaf. You never consider the consequences of your actions. If this continues, this broken crew is doomed. She didn't believe that the Overlord of Chu would keep quiet about such an important matter. Although he was indeed very scheming, there were still lines he wouldn't cross. That line was probably about 3 meters below zero. Usopp nodded in agreement, feeling that Nami was right. Under Luffy's leadership, this broken crew would indeed be doomed. Due to the high fever leading to a coma and the taciturnity of Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy, Usopp was still unaware that Luffy had even knelt before Dalton and others to plead for Chopper, sacrificing his pride in order to seek medical help in the Great Horn Village. Could it be that I really am not fit to be a captain? Luffy fell into a deep depression, squatting in a corner and drawing circles. The last time he was in such a state was when he was playing mahjong and had a lot of little notes stuck to his face. But at least back then, there was a messy uncle keeping him company. At this moment, the depressed Luffy missed his former companion Roger, who used to squat in the corner with him alone, and depressed, Luffy squatted in a corner, drawing circles and starting to use his not-so-smart little brain to think about how to get Chopper on board. Somehow, the words Roger had said to him while drunk suddenly floated into his mind. To be a person, you must have thick skin. There's an old saying that goes, water that is too clear has no fish. A person who is too humble has no enemies. Straw Hat Kid. If you ever meet a crew member you really like, you must seize the opportunity and never let them go easily. If you want to conquer this sea and become supreme, relying solely on your own strength is not enough. Even someone as outstanding as me, GOLD, Roger, spent a lot of effort to get the Dark King Rayleigh on board. Now, I will teach you the 8 maxims of recruiting crew members. In summary, it can be boiled down to 8 words: deceive, trick, and abduct. For those stronger or equally matched as you, deceive, trick, and build rapport. For those weaker than you, just knock them out and carry them onto the ship. Then take your time to build rapport. This is the 8-character truth Roger taught Luffy about recruiting crew members. Deceive, trick, and abduct. I seem to not quite understand the techniques of deceiving and tricking, so it seems like there's only one path left to take. Yoshi, it's decided. Luffy seemed inspired, his eyes shining with star-like light, his fists cracking with excitement. He was as thrilled as if he had just taken a shot of adrenaline. Is this how Roger brainwashed you all the time? The Overlord of Chu had a black line across his forehead, now doubting that Buggy and Shanks were forcibly recruited onto the ship in this manner. Oh, and it seems that Kazuki Oden, who had been doing well as the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was also borrowed onto the ship by Roger. Ever since then, Kazuki Oden had stayed on the Oro Jackson and never returned to the Whitebeard Pirates. In ancient times, Liu Bei borrowed Jingzhou, and there was no return. Now, Roger borrowed Oden. Similarly, with no return, could it be that one of the common traits of those big shots is that they all like to borrow things without returning them? Mr. Overlord, do you think the messy uncle suggestion is feasible? He told me that when it comes to recruiting crew members, it's all about being steady, accurate, and ruthless. If it really doesn't work, just give them a beating, knock them out, and carry them onto the ship. But I'm having a hard time doing that, because that raccoon was just too cute, Nami. Zoro. Dr. Kureha. You should act like a human. How could you even think about beating up Chopper, who is already in such a miserable state, and carrying him onto the ship? Dr. Kureha didn't know who Luffy's messy uncle was, but Zoro and the others understood that this was Luffy's nickname for Roger. The only thing that made them question their lives was whether the Overlord of Chu had resurrected the wrong person. Could such shameless words really come from the legendary pirate Joel D. Roger? That's just too unreliable. Wouldn't such a broken crew be doomed? Oh, it seems that the Roger pirates have indeed been disbanded for more than 20 years, and with such an unreliable captain, Zoro and the others suddenly felt a lot of resonance with Rayleigh. They all had a tiring captain. The Overlord of Chu shrugged nonchalantly and said, "You decide for yourself. It's you who wants to invite Chopper onto the ship, not me. The reason he refuses to be your companion is simply that he thinks of himself as a monster and feels unworthy of being friends with humans. This is his mental block. As long as you can break it, wouldn't Chopper be able to unlock his stance? He has already said everything he needed to say, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he has been very kind. As for whether Luffy can move Chopper, that depends on his own ability, although it was due to the addiction to the lottery that he impulsively offered up Luffy's hairline and romantic luck. He had also saved Usopp's life a few times and even boosted Sanji's and Zoro's combat power. No one owed anyone anything. So in the next 2 to 3 days, Chopper's ears were in big trouble because Luffy kept pestering him, mumbling about wanting Chopper to become his companion. Chopper was both happy and insecure, yet he still couldn't get over the mental hurdle inside him. He always believed he was a monster that shouldn't exist in the world, neither a reindeer nor a human, and therefore had no right to be Luffy's companion. So, he always kept silent about Luffy's invitation to join the Merry. Seizing the rare moment of peace, Chopper, who was hiding from Luffy, took out the martial arts manual Dr. Kureha had entrusted him with the 8 Gates of Duinjia from his small bag. Phew, finally got rid of that clingy guy. This manual, ISNT, it's the martial arts manual that Doriel won from Mr. Overlord in the medical competition. This book looks a bit old. I wonder how Mr. Overlord got this manual. As soon as he opened the cultivation methods of the 8 Gates of Duinjia, Chopper was deeply attracted by the content. The so-called 8 Gates of Duinjia is through controlling the flow of chakra within the body's meridian system, suppressing and controlling the chakra in 8 locations. The opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. The 8 gates set limits on the amount of chakra within the body, allowing one to unleash techniques that are dozens of times stronger than normal, but at the cost of injuring the user themselves. The state where all 8 gates are opened is called the 8 Gates of Duinjia Formation, which allows one to gain 10 times the power that surpasses the 5 Kages in an instant. It can even enable aerial movement by rapidly treading on air, but it is a life-threatening state for the user. Starting from the 6th gate, the Gate of View, the user gains extreme destructive power, but will also die as their life force burns out. The more Chopper learns about the 8 Gates of Duinjia, the more shocked he is by the terrifying aspects of this secret technique. Oh my god, there is such a powerful physical technique in this world. If I succeed in my training, I can protect Dr. Kureha and no longer have to fear that Walpole will reclaim the palace. Moreover, it seems that it can also be used as a substitute for the blue wave ball, which can change the form of the devil fruit. Luffy probably never imagined that when he finally made up his mind to knock Chopper out and carry him onto the ship, the excited little Chopper would suddenly unleash the 8 Gates of Duinjia, instead pinning Luffy to the ground and beating him up. Ding! Detected that Chopper is practicing one of the strongest physical techniques in the Naruto world, 8 Gates of Duinjia, successfully helping Chopper become stronger. Task rewards are as follows. Imperial Artifact, 1/must kill, Murakumo, Imperial Artifact, Transformation Freedom, Gaia Foundation. Imperial Artifact, Demon God, Manifestation, Essence of Demon. It seems that Chopper has already discovered the benefits of the 8 Gates of Duinjia. Unexpectedly, the task rewards came even faster than I anticipated. The training to access the 8 Gates of Duinjia is not as difficult as imagined. As long as Chopper senses the chakra within his body, he can begin his training in the 8 Gates of Duinjia. The so-called chakra is a type of energy generated when the body perfectly fuses the various components of energy within, serving as the energy source for performing ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, or creating line-like bindings to bind opponents or cut through objects made of chakra. It is generally divided into 7 properties: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. The mighty Chu Bawang, who is also proficient in the 8 gates of Duanjia, has naturally opened the chakra within his body and perfectly mastered and fused all the energy within. The only difference is that the chakra within Chu Bawang is called universal chakra or chaos chakra. As the name suggests, his chakra is universal, allowing him to use ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, and various abilities from the Naruto world that utilize all 7 properties simultaneously. And he can share them with others in the form of chakra seeds. The reason Chopper was able to sense the chakra in his body so easily, with just one try, is that Chu Bawang had stored a chakra seed in that secret technique. Although this chakra seed is extremely rare, even he only has 3 of them. Exchanging one chakra seed for 3 quite useful and functionally diverse Imperial artifacts is obviously a sure win, especially Imperial artifact, Demon God Manifestation, Essence of Demon. If developed well, it might even be able to freeze time. Freezing time, that's a dream every old pervert craves. Chu Bawang almost subconsciously had many images of time-stopping adult comics flash through his mind. He shook his head, forcibly expelling certain evil thoughts. This thought is too dangerous. I can't think about it anymore. Otherwise, Koya and the little thief cat Nami will have panda eyes and look at me with resentment tomorrow. Ding! Detected that Walpole has appeared at Magnetic Drum Peak, triggering a side quest. Please choose. Option 1. Sit idly by. Allow Walpole to wreak havoc at Magnetic Drum Peak, and in the end, he will be taught a lesson by Luffy and others, allowing him to escape with his life. Upon making this choice, you will receive the task rewards. Audience Stool X1, exclusive watermelon for bystanders X1. Doi. Chu Bawang. Look like the kind of bored bystander? Even if it's AX, 100 exclusive watermelon for bystanders. I cannot let such a good ability of the gum fruit slip away, right? Therefore, this choice is directly ignored. Option 2. Eliminate evil and uphold righteousness. Forcefully eliminate Walpole and eradicate future threats, rescuing the Magnetic Drum Kingdom from its dire situation. Upon making this choice, you will receive the task rewards. Ainzul Gown's exclusive magic skill from the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Ultimate Magic, Skyfall. The concept of ultimate magic comes from the hit anime, Overlord, on a certain video platform. It is a magic that surpasses the tiers from 1st to 10th. Possessing unique superpower, extremely long casting time, and a rather flashy and cool release method. The downside is that it becomes a primary target for fire, as its release method is so extravagant that one would want the whole world to know, making it easy to be surrounded and beaten to death without strong defenses, starting with ultimate magic as a show of respect. Good stuff. This reward is indeed pretty good, suitable for showing off, and its power is not small. Once successfully cast, immense heat will rain down from the sky, destroying all living beings within the target area, and living beings will continuously suffer burning damage, easily capable of destroying a village. Compared to Whitebeard's punch that destroyed a small island, it does seem a bit low. But fortunately, the casting effect is well done, and the pressure it exudes is substantial, making it one of the best choices for showing off. Whether the skill's damage is high or not is not the key point. What matters is that it looks cool enough for showing off. However, Chu Bawang does not rush to make a choice and continues to look at the 3rd task description. Option 3. Forcefully suppress Walpole and take him as a slave. Upon making this choice, you will receive the task rewards. Perfect level Dark Fruit Power, improved version of Word Spirit, Royal Flame. Perfect level Dark Fruit Power. The body can transform into darkness, possessing black hole-like gravity, sucking everything that comes into contact with darkness into the dark realm, compressing and shattering them. When hands touch the user, it can nullify the user's fruit ability. PS1. Cannot elementalize like normal Logia-type users. PS2. After the user dies, it can seize the user's fruit ability and distribute it for others to use. PS3. Can absorb the damage received and transfer double the pain to the enemy, with the user only needing to bear 0.000001 of the pain. Chu Bawang is also somewhat speechless. If Blackbeard Teach knew that he could easily obtain such a bug-level perfect Dark Fruit ability just by taking a little brother, he would probably cry on the spot, right? In front of the perfect level Dark Fruit power, Blackbeard Teach's Dark Fruit, which he obtained after decades of patience, is simply garbage. The perfect level Dark Fruit power produced by the system not only absorbs the damage received, but also reflects double the pain back to the enemy. with the user only needing to bear 0.0000001 of the pain. Although the specific principle is unknown with this setting, it's similar to having a reflective armor even if he really encounters an unbeatable opponent in the future with the reflective armor. Chu Bawang can still make his opponent painfully die. Improved version of Word Spirit, Royal Flame. From a certain old thief's long fantasy novel Dragon Clan 3, tied to the Black Moon, the last holder was the Righteous. The Word Spirit serial number is 91, belonging to high-level Word Spirits. The specific function is similar to the Gravity Fruit, allowing any target within the field to endure thousands of times the gravity, even to the point of crushing bones and forcing the body into the ground. The development limit is determined by the host strength. Due to the supergravity, even if the enemy's body can withstand it, the blood inside will involuntarily gather towards the lower part of the body, leading to blood loss and oxygen deprivation in the brain. The affected person usually needs to kneel and bow their head to avoid blood loss to the brain, hence the name Royal Authority. Chu Bawang had a black line all over his head. Is this called a selection task? Haha, it seems I have no choice at all. I choose 3 to forcefully suppress Walbo and take him as a slave. The system's attitude is so obvious. I really have no choice, right? It's forcing me to take Walbo as my subordinate. Chu Bawang rolled his eyes at the air Guzzi system and murmured softly, but then again, killing Walbo is indeed not as beneficial as leaving him alive. The memory alloy he created has significant potential to be tapped into, both now and in the future. Even if it's just used as a piggy bank, it wouldn't be a bad idea. You see, although Walbo, who possesses the devil fruit, is weak now, his future potential is substantial. In the original story, after being driven out of the Drum Kingdom by Luffy and his crew, he accidentally created the Walbo alloy, which attracted the attention of the world. He married Miss Universe Cinderella and became a super rich man, even gaining recognition from the world's nobility and re-establishing the evil Dark Drum Kingdom as its king. The so-called Walbo alloy is also known as memory metal or memory alloy. This alloy can be used in aerospace fields even in the present world, making it a rare treasure. The robot General Frankie, the battle suits of the Vinsmoke family, and even the Navy's war machine Bartholomew Kuma all require a large amount of Walbo alloy to ensure their overall performance remains at its best. It can be said that, regardless of the bug setting of the Gomu fruit, whoever possesses the Walbo alloy will have infinite business opportunities and inexhaustible wealth in the future. Even in the original work, Walbo's role is far from over. Moreover, it seems that Walbo's future wife, Miss Universe Cinderella, is also quite beautiful. Chu Bawang subconsciously murmured softly. To his surprise, this was overheard by the little thief cat Nami, who looked shocked and exclaimed, "Huh, Dad, you actually have your eyes on Walbo's future wife? That's coveting another spouse. How are you any different from that scoundrel Chow?" With Nami's exclamation, Koya, Dashki, and everyone in the Straw Hat crew all turned their gaze to Chu Bawang. They had heard Roger casually mention that Chu Bawang seemed to possess the ability to predict the future. It was probably another bizarre ability developed from the imagination fruit. In their eyes, Chu Bawang, who had the imagination fruit, was the only bug in this world. What nonsense am I talking? I'm here to rescue the beauty. Cinderella marrying Walbo is simply flowers inserted into cow dung. Chu Bawang couldn't hold back any longer and immediately gave the little thief cat Nami a full-level armament Haki Iron Fist. Haha, well done. Finally, someone can punish this little thief cat. Zoro and Luffy didn't care about who Nami referred to as Chow, but instead erupted in applause. After being beaten by Nami repeatedly, today they finally got to see her suffer, and both Zoro and Luffy felt secretly pleased. You bullied us two honest and simple folks. Today you finally got what you deserved. This is called evil met with evil. But before they could revel in their schadenfreude for 2 seconds, Nami, with a pink bump on her head, walked towards Zoro and Luffy with a dark expression and started hitting the 2 steel-straight men indiscriminately. Before long, Luffy and Zoro, who had been beaten to a pulp, showed their couple-like gloomy expressions. Today, they were hammered by the navigator, and they were feeling quite embarrassed. Chu Bawang sighed and supported his forehead, lamenting, "Zoro, oh Zoro, it seems I still couldn't save your dignity. You were once a lone wolf before joining the Straw Hat crew, but now you've fallen into a silly husky. The brain damage powerhouse is indeed terrifying." Zoro looked up at the sky, suddenly realizing that an old saying made a lot of sense. Brain damage is really contagious. Is this why Mom never let me play with fools? Inside the room, it was noisy and lively. Seeing Chu Bawang mingling with the Straw Hat crew without any heirs, Dr. Kureha was also very happy, thinking that if Chopper could join the Straw Hat crew, he wouldn't have to live so lonely anymore. But just then, a loud banging sound echoed, as if someone was breaking in. "Doctor, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. That bastard king who can eat anything is back." Chopper, in reindeer mode, slammed his hard antlers against the door, bursting it open with a panicked expression. Chopper's sense of smell was extremely sharp, and coupled with the fact that Walbo had used tricks years ago to kill the mediocre Dr. Hiralook, who treated him like a father, Chopper was particularly sensitive to the presence of his father's enemy Walbo and his minions. However, when he saw Luffy and Zoro inside the room, both sporting Buddha, couple heads covered in bumps, Chopper couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. Who am I? Where am I? Did I enter the wrong room? I don't recognize any of these bruised and battered guys. Wait, aren't these the clingy Luffy and the cold Zoro? How do they get beaten to such a pulp? Chopper looked up in confusion, wondering who was strong enough to press down and hammer these terrifying guys. Usopp leaned close to Chopper's ear, afraid Nami would hear. These two fools were beaten by Nami. If you decide to join us, the one you absolutely cannot offend among the Straw Hat crew is our navigator. Otherwise, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Chopper felt a shiver down his spine. He never expected that the seemingly quirky and cute Nami would hide such a violent and dark side. Just as he was about to muster the courage to see Nami and classify her as a level 1 dangerous target, he suddenly froze in place. Because the level 1 dangerous target Nami also had 2 cute pink bumps on her head. What the fuck? Who did this? Why is even this fierce, violent woman getting beaten to such a state? Little Chopper's head was filled with big question marks. You haven't asked for data in a long time begging. JPG, why is it that even such a ferocious, violent woman is beaten to a pulp? Little Chopper is filled with big question marks. In his perception as an animal, the threat posed by the sword-wielding Zoro is the greatest, suggesting his strength must be terrifyingly high. Even if he were to take 3 rumble balls and transform into an unconscious monster form, he would definitely not be a match for him. Next is Sanji, who has trained the wind god leg, walking as if the wind follows him, with an air of mysteriousness that is hard to grasp. As for the deeply hidden Chu Bawang, as long as he doesn't want to reveal his strength, even Chopper, relying on his animal instincts, cannot sense Chu Bawang's true power. Chopper never expected that such a powerful Zoro would one day be beaten up. He also never thought that the violent woman Nami, who pounded Zoro and Luffy into a bruised mess, would suffer the same fate. The only difference is that the bump on her head became cuter and there were fewer of them. Hearing little Chopper call her violent woman, Nami's little pink fist crackled, scaring Chopper to sit down on the ground. All right, you two stop fooling around. Let's finish the important stuff first. Chu Bawang reached out and playfully tapped Nami's little head again, but this time he didn't use much force, so Nami didn't get a bump on her head. It hurts. Mommy, look quickly. Daddy is bullying me again. Nami rubbed her little head, looking at Kaya with tearful eyes full of grievance. Kaya helplessly sighed as she held the quirky Nami in her arms. Silly girl, if you want me to help you, you've got the wrong person. Chu Bawang not only bullies you, but he has also bullied me many times without you knowing. If I really help you today, I might not be able to get out of bed tomorrow, and you'll have to deal with Panda, eyes looking like a frostbitten eggplant. They say men pursue women across mountains. Women pursue men through a veil. This saying seems a bit ineffective for me. Reflecting on her 7-year-long pursuit of Chu Bawang, Kaya felt both bittersweet and sweet. Valbo is back. This is not good. I still have a lot of precious medical equipment in this palace that I haven't had time to pack up. Dr. Kureha lowered her head, her tone serious. Luffy leaned against the window, looking down from above. So it's that bastard who wanted to swallow the going merry. This bastard, the troublemaker, actually dares to come back. This time, I must beat him up and make him disappear from my sight forever. During the time when Chu Bawang and little rich girl Kaya went home to visit relatives, the Straw Hat crew had a chance encounter with Valbo, who wanted to eat the going merry. Although Valbo's plot ultimately failed, the goat head position of the Golden Mary, which was Luffy's special seat, was still bitten off by this troublemaker. Zoro and Sanji naturally gave this ungrateful troublemaker a good beating for daring to touch the Mary that Chu Bawang gifted them, fearing he was like an old man eating arsenic, asking for a long life, right? But before Luffy could come out to put on a show, the cautious, brave Valbo was scared away by Roger, who was out for a stroll. Last time, Luffy didn't have time to beat Valbo up, which made him sulk for a long time, and he never expected the guy would dare to appear in front of him again. If that's the case, Then let's settle the score for the special seat. Afterward, he was ridiculed several times by the scruffy old man in his eyes. Luffy was so frustrated that he felt like jumping down from dozens of meters high to beat Valbo up. Zoro and Sanji grabbed Luffy's arms, afraid that this fool would jump down in anger. Usopp hugged Luffy's waist and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey! Luffy, you're being too naughty. Throwing trash from such a height is not right. What if it hits a kid? Even if it doesn't hit a kid, hitting flowers and grass is also bad." Luffy stopped, picked his nose, and flicked the booger at Usopp. "Usopp, don't treat me like a fool. Do you think I didn't hear you calling me trash? Are you missing the mixed doubles with the scruffy old man?" Unintentionally making Usopp feel like he's dead. "I just used a metaphorical rhetorical device. I didn't say you were trash. Even if I did, that's you admitting it. It has nothing to do with me seeing Luffy about to backstab Usopp again." Zoro and Sanji both showed expressions of "I'm so tired. I just want to get off the ship. I'll go check the situation first. Let these guys have their fun. If I steal the kill, don't blame me." Chu Bawang waved his hand, ignoring the Straw Hat crew's internal conflict, and jumped out of the window. Watching him leap from the dozens of meters high palace, Chopper and Dalton were both stunned. Is this how a hidden boss walks? It's really quick and convenient. However, defeating Valbo won't be just you alone, Chu Bawang. Muttering a few words, Chopper burst out of the door again, quickly running down the spiraling stairs. Chopper has the most hatred for Valbo in his heart. It was this bastard who killed the only quack doctor, Dr. Hiralik, who had saved his life as if he were his own father. Chopper's inner world is very small, so small that it only contains Dr. Hiralik. Valbo destroyed the only thing in his world. How could he easily let Valbo go? Meanwhile, the rather unattractive mixed-use King Valbo, riding the slow seahorse Robson, finally climbed to the 5,000-meter-high magnetic drum peak. "I'm so exhausted. Finally made it up," Valbo cursed, causing Seahorse Robson to roll its eyes. If Robson could talk, it would definitely scold Valbo for being shameless. At such a high altitude, wasn't I the one who carried you up? I, the great contributor, Haven T, complained yet, and you're the first to be unhappy. Ha ha, look, my castle looks just like before. It hasn't changed at all. No one can resist my rule anymore. The Kingdom of Drum is about to resurrect here. But just then, a sharp figure descended from the sky, and with just one strike, shattered Valbo's body, which was stitched together with aluminum and iron. How is that possible? Why would a magical blade greet me back to my throne? Valbo was dumbfounded, staring blankly at his proud body, stitched together with aluminum and iron. A purple magic blade had already cut open his chest as easily as a hot knife slicing through cheese. He went through countless hardships and finally managed to survive the pursuit of Blackbeard Teach, struggling to live on the sea for a long time. Due to the lack of a professional navigator, he kept wandering on the ocean, and after exhausting all his efforts, he returned to the dreamlike magnetic drum kingdom and climbed the magnetic drum peak again. However, what awaited him was not the cheers of the people, but a purple magic blade that could cut through iron like mud. "You have too many lines." The overlord of Chu swung a mysterious blade at his opponent. Valpo could clearly see the trajectory of the slash, yet he felt no inclination to resist. It was akin to Zoro using his one-sword style, Great Shock, against the Snow Woman Monet. Valpo was stunned by the momentum contained within that slash. Even though the overlord of Chu swung his sword slowly and Valpo could catch the trajectory of the slash, he had no thoughts of resistance. Because the overlord of Chu had already suppressed everything around him with his momentum, even a nature-type fruit user couldn't control their body. With a crack, Valpo's chest burst forth like a fountain, splattering blood everywhere. Zoro, who was previously in a chaotic scuffle with Luffy, seemed to sense something, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Master, it seems you've made a move yourself? What a terrifying sword intent." "No, this feels more like a pure momentum, an indomitable aura of with me. There is no enemy." Zoro murmured softly. A flash of inspiration struck his mind, as if he had grasped something extremely crucial. The swordsmanship he had been struggling with for days suddenly surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, achieving a significant breakthrough. Zoro radiated an extremely pure sword intent, his feet moving without wind, sending waves of circular air ripples that left Luffy and Usopp, who were in the midst of chaos, dumbfounded. What's happening to Zoro? Has he made a breakthrough in his swordsmanship? This guy's talent in swordsmanship is simply monstrous. This pure sword intent was truly terrifying. Even though I have a rubber body, it seems I can no longer withstand Zoro's slash. Luffy's rubber body can essentially ignore physical attacks, but against extremely sharp weapons that pierce through surfaces, he cannot completely defend himself, especially when facing claws, swords, or sharp teeth. As long as the opponent's weapon is sharp enough and the user is stronger than him, Luffy still has the potential to get injured. This is also why in the original work, the cat claws of Bucky and the shark teeth of Fishman Arlong could pierce through Luffy's body. Sanji looked on with envy and jealousy, his gaze fixed on Zoro, who had entered a state of enlightenment. Damn it, that green algae head's strength has become even greater. Now, he felt overshadowed by Zoro, which made Sanji, who often bickered with him, feel a bit unbalanced, although he had been flattering the Overlord of Chu, praising him tirelessly. He had only managed to acquire the first 5 techniques of the Wind God Leg, still far from mastering the complete Wind God Leg. Other than honestly practicing the Wind God Leg, Sanji had no other choice. Looking at Zoro again, the sword techniques taught to him by the Overlord of Chu were incredibly diverse, requiring him to think for a long time before deciding which swordsmanship manual was suitable, because the gold medal instructor Overlord of Chu had taught Zoro so much that he had to ponder for a long time to decide which swordsmanship manual was best suited for him at the moment. The disparity between people was even greater than that between a person and a pig. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of helplessness. If he had known it would be like this, he would have risked his life to learn from the Overlord of Chu back then. Zoro's enlightenment came quickly and left just as fast. Enlightenment doesn't depend on the length of time, but rather on the gains. Zoro mimicked the Overlord of Chu and jumped from a window of a castle dozens of meters high, then elegantly stood on the blade of the sword, flying toward the Overlord of Chu, bowing in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Your sword techniques truly astonish the heavens and move the spirits. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, just like the flooding Yellow River that can't be contained. Just a casual slash from the Overlord of Chu put Zoro into a state of enlightenment. Although it didn't last long, the gains were substantial. It would be a lie to say he wasn't grateful. Therefore, I don't know when it started, but Zoro, who had developed the habit of imagining every move of the Overlord of Chu, felt that he had enlightened again. He believed that the Overlord of Chu must have seen that his swordsmanship had hit a bottleneck, so he took advantage of Valpo's arrival, ostensibly to teach Valpo a lesson, but in reality, to guide Zoro's swordsmanship. Yes, it must be like this. Master, as expected of you, saw through my bottleneck in cultivation at a glance. Master must have been worried that I, who was stuck in a bottleneck, would feel embarrassed, so he deliberately used Valpo to guide my swordsmanship. Truly touching. Master is so good to me. Thinking of the Overlord of Chu's good intentions, Zoro felt a bit ashamed. If it weren't for my lack of diligence in practice and my talent being only a fraction of Master S, Master wouldn't have had to go to such lengths. No, I must work even harder. Only then can I live up to Master S' expectations of me. With that thought, a fiery passion ignited within Zoro, making him feel excited like he had just been injected with adrenaline. The Overlord of Chu was full of black lines. He actually wanted to say that he really didn't have so many calculations in mind. The reason he swung his sword of Valpo was just to end the fight quickly, not to spare Zoro's feelings. Moreover, he truly hadn't noticed that Zoro's swordsmanship had hit a bottleneck. The reason the Overlord of Chu was seen as an unreachable super academic genius in Zoro's eyes was simply because he already knew the answers to the exam paper. That's all. I really admire you. You can even imagine such an answer. Zoro, oh Zoro, even I have to admit, you really are a talent. I, the Overlord of Chu, would like to call you the King of Comprehension. Or perhaps the ideological deification Zoro. P.S. Ideological deification comes from the anime Overlord's character Demiurge. He greatly admires another character in the anime, Ains, always believing Ains knows everything and can do anything. Therefore, whenever Ains does something or says something, Demiurge will always imagine that Ains has grand plans or has considered profound meanings. But in reality, Ains doesn't think that much, so later, every time Demiurge imagines, there will be bullet comments saying his thoughts are gradually deified. Sure enough, the Overlord of Chu is the one who hides the deepest among the big shots. With the rainbow praise of deified Zoro, Dr. Kureha and Chopper looked at the Overlord of Chu with extremely strange expressions. Although both felt that the Overlord of Chu was hiding his strength, even betting something as rare as the 8 gates of Duanjia without blinking, they still couldn't produce solid evidence. Now, just a casual slash from the Overlord of Chu at Valpo made Zoro have an epiphany right on the spot, even breaking through a small realm. If this isn't a big shot, who else can be called a big shot? It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Accompanied by a ghostly howl from Walpole, the chaotic thoughts of everyone were interrupted. Zoro stared at the huge wound on Walpole's chest as if he had seen a ghost. In shock, he said, "What the hell?" He was slashed by the Overlord, and this guy is still alive. Enjoying the same treatment as the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk. This is something to brag about for a lifetime. Sanji and Usopp nodded in agreement, recalling how they had witnessed the sword-wielding Overlord's brutality back in Syrup Village and Cocoa Village. Ignoring the unclear situation, the Silent Roger during the battle at Road Town. It can be said that up until now, the only one who has survived under the Overlord's sword seems to be the world's #1 swordsman. Mihawk the rest have all become souls under the Overlord's blade. Now, the foolish King Walpole actually enjoyed the same treatment as the world's #1 swordsman, which shocked Zoro and the others. In their eyes, the Overlord was never a soft-hearted good person. The Overlord silently listened to the Straw Hat Crew's words and actions, feeling momentarily unable to refute. It turned out that his impression in the hearts of the Straw Hat Crew was actually so terrible, it truly hurt this daddy's small and fragile heart. Who said I haven't shown mercy? Back when I caused a ruckus in Road Town, I spared many Navy soldiers who didn't deserve to die. Okay, although the injuries were severe, they would only keep me down for a year or so, and there would be no serious aftereffects. Not only could they recuperate and avoid the ravages of war, but they could also enjoy military kickbacks, receive their salaries, and gain extra vacation. Those injured soldiers would be grateful to me. How could they possibly hate me? There aren't many good people like me who create opportunities for hardworking soldiers to rest and take vacations. The Overlord silently gave himself a thumbs up. Although those soldiers don't understand his good intentions now, he believes that one day, everyone will eventually understand how much he has sacrificed for their happiness. Damn it, is this the White Devil Overlord with a bounty of 90 million berries? His sword is so sharp that it completely ignores my iron armor. But fortunately, as long as I'm not dead immediately, I have ways to heal myself. Walpole, who was knocked to the ground by the Overlord's slash, was panting. Although it seems like a long story, everything happened in an instant. Before he could even recover from the joy of returning to his homeland, he was caught off guard by the Overlord. What Walpole didn't know was that the Overlord had already shown mercy with that slash. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half and sent to communicate with Saint Seiya in the Dragon Palace as a brave. Dr. 20, come out and treat my injuries. As Walpole expelled all the doctors from scene, he kept 20 genius doctors as his personal physicians, while other villagers had to rely on him for help when they fell ill. Walpole took this opportunity to satisfy his desire for control. Dr. 20 could not only treat injuries, but could also repair the steel on his body. With Walpole's command, he suddenly opened his mouth and directly vomited out 20 doctors wearing pink medical coats, white masks, and black sunglasses. This is the wonder of the paramecia type swallow-swallow fruit. The user of the swallow-swallow fruit can consume anything and turn it into a part of their body or synthesize new things. And they can even eat their own body and vomit it out afterward. For example, if they eat a cannon and cannonballs, they can transform their arm into a cannon to snipe targets. The most broken aspect of this fruit is that any fruit user swallowed by the swallow-swallow fruit user can merge with them and use their fruit abilities. At least that's how it is said in the movies. In other words, as long as Walpole eats another fruit user, he can possess and utilize their fruit abilities. The combined fruit held by the Demon Air Barret is like a failed defective product in front of the swallow-swallow fruit. Most importantly, this fruit has no obvious weaknesses, making it one of the most broken devil fruits in the world of One Piece. This is also the real reason why Blackbeard Teach wants to hunt down Walpole, having already obtained the Dark fruit. If he also gets the swallow-swallow fruit, even the Four Emperors will be no match for him. Unfortunately, he encountered the cautious brave Walpole, hearing that Blackbeard might come to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Cautious brave Walpole didn't hesitate at all, directly abandoning the entire kingdom and fleeing with his trusted aides. It's likely that even Blackbeard Teach, when he arrived at Drum Kingdom, would be baffled and have to praise Walpole as a ruthless person of his generation. A top-ranked medical powerhouse just tossed away, a national throne just discarded. Without any hesitation, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and save my life. After vomiting out Dr. 20, Walpole ordered him to quickly patch up his injuries. In just 10 seconds, the highly professional and excellent Dr. 20 brought medical tools like hammers, needles, and iron plates and began to repair the ghastly wound on Walpole's chest. The ability of the swallow-swallow fruit is indeed quite broken. Unfortunately, such a good devil fruit ability in the next moment would be mine. The Overlord crossed his arms, not in a hurry to directly suppress Walpole, but rather interested in observing what the Walpole who had eaten the swallow-swallow fruit could achieve. Moreover, The Overlord was not like the talkative and inexperienced Blackbeard. No matter how cautious Walpole was, it would ultimately be futile. He could not escape his grasp. P.S. Because Barrett is a blocked word, it was intentionally misspelled and replaced with a homophone. How could it be repaired? The slash of the White Devil Overlord was so bizarre that even though Dr. 20 had stitched up the wounds, he still felt unbearable pain. Walpole was covered in cold sweat, rolling on the ground. With the swallow fruit, his vitality was comparable to that of a cockroach. As long as he wasn't dead on the spot, he could rely on Dr. 20's advanced medical technology to patch up his injuries. In the original work, Walpole was once slashed in the chest by Dalton's giant shovel, and the next second, blood was spraying out like a fountain, but in the following second, under Dr. 20's treatment, he was back to full health and bouncing around. However, this time, his invincible Dr. 20 was ineffective. To be more precise, Dr. 20 only repaired the visible wounds, but there was still a strange blade aura wreaking havoc between his organs and blood vessels, causing him unbearable pain. That was the demonic aura accompanying the slashes of the demon blade Thousand Blades, something a mere Walpole and Dr. 20 could not handle. Lord Walpole, we really have no way to deal with the demonic aura in the organs, Dr. 20 said, sweating profusely. They were all the personal doctors that Walpole specifically kept, with extremely rich experience, but even they had never seen such a peculiar sword aura. The sword energy surged through Valpo's body like a bull gone mad, causing chaos that no one could contain. Valpo was furious, kicking several court doctors away and shouting, "Get out! A bunch of useless fools. You can't even cure your own king. What use are you?" Valpo had no concept of respecting doctors. He was a true tyrant. Seeing the scene, the Overlord of Chu raised an eyebrow in displeasure. He didn't blame the court doctors too much for aiding the tyrant. These people were also victims trying to survive. To be honest, although the villagers had to humbly plead for Valpo's help to heal their ailments, if there weren't any doctors still in the kingdom of magnetic drums, many more ordinary citizens would likely suffer or die. People must bow their heads under a roof. It is understandable. A little reprimand for these guys afterward is enough. There's no need to seek their death. As for Valpo, he would eventually have to atone for the villagers of the kingdom of magnetic drums. The Overlord of Chu had already arranged everything for Valpo. He would prepare for Valpo to work for the kingdom of magnetic drums for a while, leading the nation towards prosperity with the Valpo alloy. Unfortunately, the kingdom of magnetic drums was too far from Zilabu village and Kakoxia village, separated by an indestructible and extremely dangerous red Earth continent. If I could punch the red Earth continent into dust, connecting the seas, I wonder what interesting things would happen. The reckless thought of punching through the red Earth continent flashed in the Overlord of Chu's mind and then completely faded away. For him, smashing the red Earth continent was not difficult. He just feared that breaking it might crush some flowers and plants, which would not be good. Where did the national flag of the kingdom of magnetic drums go? Why is there a pirate flag hanging above the castle? The cautious brave Valpo was pulling at straws as he neared his hippopotamus Mount Robson, clearly preparing to flee. He had seen the bounty notice for the Overlord of Chu not long ago, with an initial reward of 90 million berries, which was beyond his ability to handle. He couldn't even defeat the bald-headed Luffy with a bounty of 30 million, let alone the 90 million bounty of the White Devil, Overlord of Chu. At the same time, he inwardly greeted the entire female family of the East Sea Navy. Based on his recent experiences as a pirate at sea, it was clear that the Overlord of Chu's strength far exceeded 90 million berries. Were the East Sea Navy just sitting around doing nothing? They were simply a bunch of useless people. How could such a dangerous character as the White Devil Overlord have only a mere 90 million berries? Wasn't that misleading? Valpo was very cautious, truly a good candidate for being a cautious brave. It was precisely because of this caution that he had escaped with his life from the hands of Blackbeard Teach last time. However, if it weren't for Valpo's caution, with the dark fruit and the swallow fruit, Blackbeard Teach would have been even more of a bug. By then, even Luffy's protagonist Halo wouldn't be able to cover him. Are you referring to that ugly flag? I burned that long ago and replaced it with a brand new pirate flag. Dr. Kureha and Chopper arrived at the palace entrance, with the former pointing to the pirate flag made of skull, 2 bones, and 4 reindeer footprints fluttering above the roof, saying, "This castle no longer belongs to you, who abandoned the entire country. It is not a place for a scoundrel like you. The kingdom of magnetic drums has perished. Get out of this country." Dr. Kureha's hidden combat power was not low. She had previously refrained from resistance, simply because Valpo was the king of the kingdom of magnetic drums. But now, Valpo showed no resistance against the vicious pirates. directly abandoning everyone. A king like this would eventually be overthrown by the people. Before Dr. Kureha could act, Luffy, with his shiny bald head, charged out fiercely. "Wait a minute, old lady. I have a score to settle with this stirring stick. Valpo ate one of the horns from my VIP seat. Let me knock that guy away." He only wears his straw hat when he is truly serious about fighting. Although his head was completely bald and shiny, running around made him look like a blinding mirror. Luffy didn't care a bit about his silly image. Perhaps this is the benefit of being carefree. A handsome guy like Usopp, who cares about appearances, would never step out without a hat. Even if he only had a few stubborn hairs left. Last time he bought dozens of hats in Road Town, changing to a different one every day. What made the Overlord of Chu speechless was that one of them was actually a green safety helmet. As an unrelenting sarcasm machine, the Overlord of Chu couldn't help but comment, telling the relatively naive Usopp, "This hat suits you well. Make sure to wear it." At this stage, relatively innocent Usopp thought the Overlord of Chu was complimenting his choice of hat and happily wore the green safety helmet for a whole week after that. The Overlord of Chu understood a great life lesson. Fools may have foolish blessings, but those who waste money do not. "Wait a minute, old lady. I have a score to settle with this stirring stick. He ate one of the horns from my VIP seat. Let me knock that guy away." Before Dr. Kureha could react to why Luffy was comparing himself to Shitten Valpo to a stirring stick, the latter swung his fists as large as sandbags, and, with a sliding step, he knocked down the chubby Valpo, who had just managed to get up from the ground. Rubber, rubber, 7 wounds, fist. Boom. Luffy's punch was quite powerful, likely compressing all the resentment he had toward Roger for stealing his food into this one punch. Valpo, who weighed as much as a 300-pound man, didn't have time to defend himself and didn't expect Luffy to strike while he was distracted thinking about his escape route, suddenly landing a right hook. This punch combined both power and speed. Valpo, unable to dodge in time, was left with a bruised face, flying backward for over 100 meters with no signs of stopping. Seeing Valpo about to fall off the edge of a cliff, if left unchecked, he would surely turn into a pancake from the 5,000-meter high magnetic drum peak. A big pancake. Fortunately, Valpo's 2 subordinates, Archer Jess and Explosive Head Chromalaman, were quick enough to grab Valpo's calf at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have really been turned into a pancake. What the heck? What kind of monstrous strength is this to knock Valpo away so far with just one punch? Chopper and Dr. Kureha were both dumbfounded in his reindeer form. Chopper's eyes widened in disbelief. Luffy rubbed his fist and grinned widely. "I didn't expect the 7 wounds fist taught to me by the Overlord of Chu to be so effective. Much more powerful than the simple rubber pistol." The Kongtong Sec 7 wounds fist was one of the small gifts given by the Overlord of Chu to make up for sacrificing Luffy's hairline and romantic luck. In the world of pirates, offensive methods can be roughly divided into boxing kings, sword masters, devil fruit users, physical techniques, and haki, among others. For someone like Luffy, whose power comes from the rubber fruit, there are clearly limitations to the development of his devil fruit abilities. If he wants to enhance his strength, improving his physical techniques, boxing skills, and haki are good upgrade paths. However, both physical techniques and haki cannot be mastered overnight. In the original story, if it weren't for the top mentor Rayleigh training Luffy wholeheartedly for 2 years, he would not have been able to master the 3 types of haki. Someone like the so-called scholar who only knows the answers without understanding the process, like Chu Bawang, is not fit to be a teacher. It's like practicing questions. Chu Bawang knows all the answers through cheating and writes the formulas correctly. But if you ask him to explain it to others in a way they can understand and learn, that would be putting him in a tough spot. Otherwise, Zoro would have already soared, and he wouldn't still be unable to master even a basic level of armament haki. The only thing Chu Bawang can do is pass the detailed exam answers to Zoro. And whether Zoro can successfully cultivate it depends entirely on his comprehension. It is precisely because physical techniques and haki cannot yield results overnight and cannot quickly enhance strength that he has guided Luffy down the path of the Boxing King. The 7 Injuries Fist of the Kongtong School is undoubtedly the most suitable martial art for Luffy to practice. The so-called 7 Injuries Fist is a legendary martial art of the Kongtong School, characterized by its impressive striking power. Each punch contains 7 different types of force. Some are fierce, some are soft, some are strong yet gentle, and some are gentle yet strong, with strikes that can be horizontal or vertical or retract inward. Enemies unable to withstand the continuous force will suffer internal injuries. The internal energies are related to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, and spleen, respectively. The so-called 7 injuries refer to these 7 types of damage. Those who master it can simultaneously unleash various forces, inflicting harm on the enemy's organs, with complex and variable punching techniques that are quite formidable. However, the 7 injuries fist has one unique drawback. If used by someone whose internal strength has not reached perfection, it can cause significant harm to oneself, injuring both the attacker and the target. The deeper the punch, the greater the self-harm. It is somewhat similar to the principle of action and reaction forces, where the force applied is mutual. However, Luffy is a rubber man. For him, the action and reaction forces ultimately belong to the most basic physical damage, which he can completely ignore. This means that the only drawback of the 7 injuries fist doesn't count as a drawback for Luffy. Without this unique drawback, the 7 injuries fist has only benefits for Luffy, and he can also improve his physical techniques while practicing it. Talk about a sweet deal. Chu Bawang even thought that if Roger's injuries weren't healed quickly enough, he might be pinned down and beaten by Luffy. After all, with the 7 injuries fist that suits him best, Luffy's destructive power has become incomparable. Practice well. This 7 injuries fist is perfectly suited for you. As long as you perform well, you won't necessarily lose to 8 gates by much. Chu Bawang zponde lai ti. His expression still calm. Nearby, Chopper couldn't help but gasp, clearly shocked, his expression adorably cute, making one want to reach out and pat his little head. Wow. Chu Bawang is too wealthy. He just bet the forbidden level 8 gates against Dr. Doriel, and now he has even the 7 injuries fist manual from the Straw Hat Kid. How many forbidden level techniques does he have? Is his family mining? With the help of Chu Bawang's universal chakra seed, Chopper has successfully sensed the chakra within him and has also made a successful entry into the practice of the 8 gates. He clearly understands how terrifying this manual is. One could say that even after consuming 3 rumble balls to evolve into monster form, it wouldn't compare to the state of opening the harm gate with the 8 gates. Initially, it was thought that it was already impressive for Chu Bawang to take out a copy of the 8 gates in a short time. But unexpectedly, there's also a 7 injuries fist that could rival it, and he even gifted it to the silly Luffy. Even if your family is mining, you shouldn't squander like this, right? P.S. The physical condition of characters from Naruto and One Piece cannot be generalized. The state enhancement provided by the 8 gates also needs to be calculated separately. Additionally, the 7 injuries fist is quite harmonious with Luffy. Although the 8 gates are powerful, they are not particularly suitable for Luffy's Boxing King upgrade path. In any case, the protagonist is invincible. Haha, Mr. Chu Bawang, look, I knocked Valbo away with just 1 punch. The 7 injuries fist you taught me is really too useful. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, like a child who just got a candy bean, constantly showing off in front of Chu Bawang. I know. Chu Bawang initially responded somewhat perfunctorily to Luffy, but the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. The 7 injuries fist, as the name suggests, has a total of 7 striking methods. The complete set of techniques includes heart damage technique, lung damage technique, liver and intestine destruction technique, conceal and depart technique, essence loss technique, daze technique, and 7 injuries total technique. Logically, Luffy should have executed 7 different punching techniques. However, the fact is that while Luffy did throw many punches at Valbo, he only used 1 type of punch. Moreover, the 7 injuries fist is a technique with a heavy killing intent. Once unleashed, it aims for the life gate, either resulting in a knockout or serious injury. But in Luffy's hands, it feels significantly weaker, could it be, because Luffy only wants to defeat his opponents and not kill them. So he made some adjustments to the 7 injuries fist. There's indeed a possibility of that. Upon realizing this, Chu Bawang felt a bit annoyed. Damn it. I taught you 7 techniques that can easily take a life, and you ended up using only 1 technique. Not only that, but you turned a 7 injuries fist into this soft and powerless punch that can't kill anyone. If the founder of the Kong Tong school, Mu Lingzi, knew about this, he would definitely rise from his grave to have a serious talk with Luffy about life. However, after a little thought, Chu Bawang couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Never try to reason with silly Luffy. The more you explain, the more he will lead you down a path of confusion, dragging your IQ down to a level of 2. 5. Sometimes Chu Bawang is really curious about how the 25 IQ cart produced a 250 IQ dragon. How did the 250 IQ dragon give birth to the 5 IQ hard-headed Luffy? It's really hard to understand. Glancing at Valbo, who had been knocked away by a punch, Dr. Kureha turned to Luffy and asked curiously, "Wait a minute, Straw Hat Kid. How do you know Valbo? I met him on the sea. It was these troublemakers who were pirates causing trouble on the sea, always giving me a hard time. And they even secretly ate a horn from the Mary while everyone was distracted. Luffy stomped on the snow like a gorilla, feeling gloomy. Fortunately, Zoro discovered it in time and gave him a good beating. Otherwise, my premium seat would have been completely devoured. As a result, this guy was scared off by the appearance of the messy uncle. Otherwise, I would definitely have given him a good thrashing. Chopper fell silent for a moment, still unable to understand why Luffy was so obsessed with comparing Walpole to a stirring stick. Wouldn't that mean everyone on the ship at that time would be considered that too? Dr. Kureha glanced at Chu Bawang. Ms. Kureha, don't look at me. I didn't teach him such words. Besides, I'm not on the same side as this fool. Chu Bawang silently distanced himself from the foolish Luffy, fearing he might get infected. A brain-dead powerhouse can indeed be terrifying. Such self-destructive lines that harm the enemy 1,000 while damaging oneself 800 can only come from a brain-dead idiot, right? Even a foolish Triceratops wouldn't do such ridiculous things. As for the debate over who is the real, strongest brain-dead between Luffy and the Triceratops, it seems that foolish Luffy is winning. This king is very angry. Damn Straw Hat Kid. Damn Bawang. How dare you ignore me, this king. I will chew you into meat paste. Walpole, who was knocked away by Luffy's punch and almost fell off Magnetic Drum Peak, was obviously very angry, performing a carp jump in an attempt to get up. However, due to his large size, the carp jump failed and turned into a salted fish flip, making Chu Bawang's teeth ache and the corners of his mouth twitch. Is there really no more normal humans in the world of One Piece? Why does everyone associated with Luffy become such an idiot? With a head full of question marks, Chopper looked at Zoro and asked, Mr. Zoro, I want to ask, did that guy's arms just stretch? Yes, what's wrong? Our captain is a rubber man. Oba man? What does that mean? Zoro casually replied, simply put, he's a monster. Of course, in Master Bawang's eyes, our captain is just a fool who often causes trouble. Chopper was stunned. Comparing his captain to a fool, is it really okay to say that about his captain? Saying it in front of Luffy is too disrespectful, right? However, what truly left Chopper in prolonged silence was the word monster that Zoro had mentioned unintentionally. The reason Chopper had repeatedly refused Luffy's invitation was that he felt he was a monster that was neither human nor deer, believing he didn't deserve to join the Straw Hat crew or be friends with humans. This might be a sense of inferiority, very similar to Usopp's reason for falling out with Luffy in the Water 7 arc of the original story, all stemming from feelings of inferiority. Looking at the small Chopper who was lost in thought and had a troubled expression, Zoro, looking calm on the outside, was actually very pleased inside. Just as Master Bawang predicted, this raccoon dog's inner conflict is about being a monster and feeling inferior, which is why he is unwilling to travel with us. Zoro admired. Master is indeed a genius with foresight and wisdom. Heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect Master to be so talented at a young age, possessing the wisdom to stabilize the nation. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, like the flooding of the Yellow River that cannot be controlled, lasting until the sea dries up and the rocks decay, never changing my heart. Glancing at Zoro, who was blowing his own rainbow farts to the sky, Chu Bawang fell into a long silence. He always felt that the atmosphere of the Straw Hat crew seemed to have been led astray by him. None of them are learning properly. The kicking techniques, boxing, and swordsmanship I taught you haven't shown any results. Each one is just slacking off and failing to comprehend. But unexpectedly, they're all quite adept at flattering, damn it. You are the Straw Hat crew, not a flattery crew. Chu Bawang crossed his arms behind his back, exuding a masterful demeanor as he sighed to the sky. Perhaps, someone as excellent as me is destined to be low-key. Zoro and the others weren't just flattering. They were speaking the truth, because I am truly too excellent. This incompetent king has come to your grave. Dr. Hiralik, today I finally have the opportunity to avenge you. After seeing Walpole, Chopper obviously became a bit excited and agitated, his sturdy reindeer hooves constantly stomping the ground to build up strength, and his blue nose exhaling dense mist. The Walpole in front of him is technically his father's enemy. It was because Walpole falsely claimed that all doctors were sick that he tricked Hiralik into falling for it, ultimately leading to his tragic death at the palace gates to commemorate Hiralik, who treated him like a biological father. Chopper planted the pirate flag that Hiralik had made at the top of the palace. As the saying goes, enemies meet and their eyes turn red. Chopper was determined that even if he had to use the forbidden technique he just mastered, the 8 gates, which would put a huge strain on his body, he would still give Walpole a good beating. This stirring stick is for me to knock away. Luffy patted his chest and assured, although Walpole is notorious. In Luffy's eyes, he is just a suitable punching bag, just right for practicing the newly learned Gum Gum 7 Wounds Punch, weakened version. Chopper and Luffy exchanged glances, both seeing the blazing fire and intense fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Clearly, they were confident and eager to take Walpole's head. When a king reaches the point of being universally condemned like you, Walpole, you are indeed one of a kind. Chu Bawang sheathed his magic sword, the Thousand Blades. Without even looking at the very annoying Walpole, it seems he could pick up some leftovers this time. Spending time torturing Walpole is indeed less interesting than taking a girl to enjoy the snowy scenery after Chopper releases his anger. It would be fine for him to come back and pick up Walpole as a little brother. However, the system seems to not want Chu Bawang to miss every opportunity to show off. Ding! Detecting that the Magnetic Drum Kingdom is about to enter the final battle, triggering selection task. Option 1. Interfere and prevent Chopper from joining the Straw Hat crew. Selecting this will reward Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure, Tiger Soul, Blade, X1. Option 2. Follow the normal plot and not interfere with the storyline. Selecting this will reward Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure, Binding Immortal Lock, X1. Option 3. Speed up the plot, instantly defeat Walpole, and take Walpole as a slave. Selecting this will reward Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure, Gold Brick, X1. Hearing the system's mechanical voice again, Chu Bawang couldn't help but be taken aback. Why is even the gold brick considered a Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure? The system must have made a mistake, right? In the Hongwong world, while Post-Heaven Spirit Treasures aren't particularly rare, they are definitely considered rather precious compared to ordinary cultivators. The well-known Qinquan Circle and the Hunyuan Silk of the Third Prince Neza are also classified as Post-Heaven Spirit Treasures. You give me a gold brick and call it a Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure. Where do you put the dignity of the Qinquan Circle and Hunyuan Silk? System, are you malfunctioning? Don't scare me. I still depend on you to help me show off and take me flying. The system dog indicated that it didn't want to talk to the host and threw a bunch of ellipses at Chu Bawang. The Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure Golden Brick, one of the weapons used by Prince Neza when he activated his 3 heads and 6 arms. In the original work, Neza used this brick to injure Mu Jia, hurt Yu Hua, break open the prison cart to rescue Huang Feihu's family, and shatter Han Rong's heart-protecting mirror. This item is made of celestial gold in the shape of a brick and can be thrown to attack enemies. It can be used as a hidden weapon or as a cup to show off. It is truly a must-have for killing during home travel. P.S. If the golden brick doesn't knock someone out, it might get picked up. Your little hint is quite out of place, but it does make sense, after all. It is a brick made of pure gold. If it slips from my hand, it could indeed be picked up by someone. It seems at this time I have no choice but to be a head-hunting dog. For Chu Bawang, this is actually a task with no options, although the effects of the Tiger Soul Blade and the Binding Immortal Lock are quite good. Compared to the Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure Golden Brick, they lack a bit of fun. Therefore, Chu Bawang directly chose the third task. He originally thought about having Chopper and Luffy face off against Walpo to also help them bond. But as long as it didn't affect his chance to pick up the scraps, he didn't care how they messed around. However, looking at the current situation, it would be better to speed up the plot. How could it be? That bounty of 90 million berries for the White Devil Bawang was always staring at me, and it seems I have no chance to escape now. Since that's the case, let's fight to the bitter end. With Chu Bawang watching, even if Walpo was careful, it would be in vain. There was no chance of escape at all. The subsequent events became much simpler. The furious Walpo had to lead his 2 subordinates toward Chu Bawang, clearly preparing to fight to the bitter end. As for the final result, the fish indeed died, but the net didn't break. The farce can come to an end. Chu Bawang stretched out his palm toward the rapidly approaching Walpo, forming a claw-like grip. His voice was cold, chanting a language that seemed to come from the ancient wilderness, giving orders to the world as if he were the master of it. Word, spirit, royal power. A field similar to a gravitational domain opened up. This is a very special domain that allows hybrids and dragons to have control over elements and rules. In the word spirit periodic table, numbers 89 to 100 are dangerous word spirits, 101 to 112 are high-risk word spirits, and 113 and above are classified as top-secret word spirits, with those above 112 also referred to as divine-level word spirits. High-level word spirits are not necessarily more useful than low-level ones, but high-level word spirits are not bound by form and can directly control the 5 major elements of earth, water, fire, wind, and spirit. The serial number of word spirit royal power is 91. It is even more dangerous than the word spirit Lord Flame of the original character, the killing machine Chu Zihong. In the domain of word spirit royal power, even a physically strong user under the influence of supergravity, will have their blood unconsciously gather toward the lower part of their body. This leads to blood loss and oxygen deprivation in the brain, and in severe cases, it can even cause blood to spurt out of the body, which, in the words of cultivators, is considered self-explosion therefore. Those affected usually need to adopt a kneeling position to avoid blood loss in the brain. It is precisely for this reason that this word spirit was ultimately named Word Spirit Royal Power. The moment the domain was issued in the form of territorial expansion, it instantly affected Walpo, who was rapidly approaching Chu Bawang. At the moment Word Spirit Royal Power was issued in the form of territorial expansion, it instantly affected Walpo, who was rapidly approaching Chu Bawang. Suddenly, there was a crack sound of bones breaking. In the previous moments, imposing Walpo directly fell like a dog eating shit, his whole body cracking like exploding beans, with blood everywhere on his arms and shoulders. Under nearly 50 times the gravity, even the perverted physique common in the pirate world couldn't hold up. Walpo immediately lost consciousness due to blood loss and oxygen deprivation, with blood splattering everywhere. What the hell, Mr. Bawang, you don't play fair. You actually took our heads while we weren't paying attention. Chopper and Luffy were stunned. They all looked at the blood-soaked Walpo with bewildered expressions, and after a moment, let out almost painful howls. Big guy, you can't do this. You even snatched a small character like Walpo's head. Have some decency. Originally, the energetic Luffy suddenly turned into a salted fish who had lost his dreams, looking at the head-hunting Chu Bawang with a face full of resentment. He looked like a homeless beggar. To be honest, Luffy's mind is a bit stubborn, commonly referred to as hard-headed kid. Whatever he wants to do, regardless of the dangers ahead, he will charge in. This is somewhat different from the fearless spirit of knowing there are tigers on the mountain, yet heading toward the Tiger Mountain. Luffy is the kind of person who easily gets carried away and is particularly obsessed with one thing. He says he wants to knock Walpo away. He will knock Walpo away. If he can't beat Walpo up hard, he won't feel comfortable. It is precisely because of this that Luffy's gaze toward the head-hunting dog, Chu Bawang, became increasingly resentful. And those who didn't know might think that Chu Bawang had snatched his big bone meat. What just happened? Why did Lord Walpo suddenly lose consciousness, and even his blood vessels burst? It seems Lord Walpo has no breath left. Walpo's two subordinates and all the doctors were completely stunned, not daring to move. In the face of death, even the two most loyal subordinates of Walpo didn't dare to attack Chu Bawang anymore, fearing that they would become the next dead body. This is too strange. Clearly, Chu Bawang didn't move at all, yet Walpo, who wanted to kill him, suddenly died on the spot. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there could be a human so powerful. They even suspected that even the tough-skinned Walpo didn't know how he was defeated. So terrifying. Is this the true strength of Mr. Bawang? Shocked, Chopper's expression became serious as he muttered. No wonder he could casually place a forbidden technique-level martial arts manual like the 8 Gates of Dunjia on a gambling table. If I'm not mistaken, the strength that Mr. Bawang has just revealed is probably just the tip of the iceberg. With his keen deer hearing, Chopper naturally heard the word spirit that Chu Bawang chanted when Walpo attacked. Although Chopper couldn't understand it, he was certain that Chu Bawang had just used a very strange ability, communicating with a law of heaven and earth similar to the gravity fruit. Moreover, this ability seems to have an inseparable, close connection with language. What puzzled Chopper was that the language Chu Bawang chanted just now seemed to belong neither to humans nor to any animals he knew. This left Chopper somewhat perplexed. You should know that he has eaten the human fruit and is the reindeer man. Logically, he should be able to communicate with all animals in the pirate world except for the Sea Kings, however. Although the Sea Kings are extremely terrifying, their language development is truly lacking, and they could never possess such a destructive power. For some reason, Chopper suddenly had a very bold speculation. Perhaps the supreme language that Chu Bawang just recited while using word spirit, royal authority, either came from a more ancient era or is not a language commonly used in this world. Chopper was startled by his own thoughts and no longer delved into the details. Instead, he focused all his attention on Walpo, who had been killed in an instant by Chu Bawang. There was no point in thinking so much. The main issue at hand was how to deal with his father-killing enemy, Walpo. He had originally prepared to use the 8 Gates of Dunjia combined with Blue Wave Balls X3 to teach Walpo a lesson, but unexpectedly, Walpo was so weak that Chu Bawang Henti even made a move before he had already fallen. Just thinking about this made Chopper feel a bit frustrated, his mouth twitching slightly, with the anger that had been building up for years having nowhere to vent. Who would have thought this little reindeer had such a big imagination, almost touching the truth of the world? The real secret of word spirit, royal authority, is actually to command the rules of the world with the power and authority derived from dragon script. Glancing deeply at little Chopper, ChuBawang's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that although Chopper's psychological age wasn't big, his imagination was quite large, actually speculating that the language he recited while using word spirit, royal authority, did not come from this world. No wonder, after boarding the ship, he played so happily with Usopp and Luffy. After all, the mental age of these three people is roughly equivalent to that of a 13 to 15-year-old middle schooler. Furthermore, even if Chopper guessed that the word spirit, royal authority, he mastered was not a power of the pirate world, it wouldn't pose any threat to himself. Thinking of this, Chu Bawang felt a bit fortunate that he had been secretly developing for 18 years in Xylob Village. But to be fair, if he had known that he could gain a golden finger after losing his virginity, he would have definitely done something with the rich girl Koya a long time ago. After all, he had been hiding in Xylob Village for a full 18 years, building relationships and trying to get close to rich women. There aren't many diligent and visionary handsome guys like me. Glancing at Walpo, who was left with only a breath, the seemingly calm Chu Bawang was actually feeling quite different inside. At first, when he was killing, he felt a bit of psychological burden and didn't dare to look at the bodies. But for the brutal and incompetent Walpo, there is really no need to waste his dwindling sympathy on this scum. Soul Gem, memory manipulation. Without further ado, Chu Bawang used a one-key brainwash combo on Walpo in the same way he had tamed dinosaurs on the ancient island. Soul Gem, memory manipulation. Without further ado, Chu Bawang again used a one-key brainwash combo on Walpo in the same way he had tamed dinosaurs on the ancient island. Mission 3. Accelerate the plot. Instantly defeat Walpo. And take Walpo as a slave. Choosing this will grant you the mission reward. Acquired Heavenly Treasure. Gold Brick X1. Ding. Mission achievement completed. You can permanently use the acquired Heavenly Treasure, Gold Brick. I have to say, the system is quite considerate. Tasks of this choice type can be considered as a welfare gift package. Even if you ultimately do not complete the task, you can still gain a period of usage rights. Of course, if the task is not completed, the system will definitely take back the task rewards in the end. As for when they will be taken back, it probably depends on the mood of the system boss. However, this little system didn't even notice when he played homophonic puns to trick new players into getting a starter gift pack, showing a bit of low intelligence. Chu Bawang seriously suspected that even if he did not complete this task to accelerate the plot, the system dog wouldn't take back the task reward in the short term after modifying Walpo's memory to take him as a slave. Chu Bawang permanently gained the usage rights of the gold brick in Nez's hands. Once Walpo, who was left with only a breath, wakes up normally, he can start working as a worker, fully committed to creating Walpo alloy. At that time, wouldn't it be a matter of money rolling in and fortune coming for Chu Bawang? Although right now, Chu Bawang basically doesn't need money. After all, he is a man protected by a rich girl. Even if the money of the rich girl, Koya, isn't enough. The goddaughter of the Straw Hat crew, the little thief cat Nami, who controls the economic lifeline, probably wouldn't mind if he freeloaded on the Mary. Luffy, Chopper, aren't you two looking for revenge on Walpo? Now that I have knocked him down, he is still alive. If you want revenge, just come. After all, I have god-level resurrection skills, so I don't need to worry that Chopper and Luffy will really smash this piggy bank Walpo in anger. With Walpo as an external enemy gone, Chopper and Luffy would also lose an opportunity to fight together with righteous indignation, which would somewhat affect the acceleration of the plot. That is why he suggested that Luffy and Chopper give Walpo a good lesson. Chopper, Luffy. Upon hearing this, both Chopper and Luffy rolled their eyes at Chu Bawang in unison. Damn, you've already beaten Walpo into a cripple. What more anger do I need to vent? Initially, both of them were quite indignant and dissatisfied with Walpo's actions, but now looking at Walpo lying in a pool of blood on the verge of death. Neither Luffy nor Chopper had the courage to strike at a weaker and defeated opponent. They are ultimately not the kind of people who take pleasure in kicking someone when they're down, so after being frustrated for a while, they ultimately chose to let Walpo go. Moreover, Luffy had just witnessed Chu Bawang using the brainwash combo on Walpo, so he probably thought that Walpo would no longer have the possibility of committing crimes or causing trouble in the future. Although Luffy did not fully agree with Chu Bawang's domineering actions, he didn't say much. Of course, the main reason he didn't refute Chu Bawang was still fear of being punched. Chu Bawang's punches really hurt. Even the old man Garp, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, didn't hit as hard as Chu Bawang. He pointed at Walpo's two already frightened subordinates and the doctor and ordered, "You two, take Walpo back to the village. Once he recovers, he will naturally apologize and make amends to all the villagers. However, do not kill him, because I don't want to come back and clean up Walpo's mess. Once he wakes up, Walpo will reasonably develop other abilities of the gum-gum fruit and lead the kingdom to prosperity. With Walpo alloy, Walpo's future value is immeasurable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a golden spoon worth its weight in gold. Don't be fooled by the current chaos in the Drum Kingdom. As long as they take a little time to recuperate for half a year and promote the fame of Weibo alloy, their overall national strength will absolutely expand at an astonishing rate. Whether in terms of economic development or future prospects, they will definitely rank among the world's top. At that time, wouldn't it be wonderful for the Drum Kingdom to lend a hand to their hometowns, Zilabu Village, where they grew up eating from many families, and Cocoa West Village, Nami's hometown? To quote Senior Deng Xiaoping, this is called the rich helping the poor, ultimately achieving common prosperity. Achieving common prosperity is extremely difficult, but the people's quality of life should improve by several notches because of this. As for what level they will ultimately develop to, it will depend on their own abilities. However, Mr. Overlord, the two loyal subordinates of Dr. 20 and Weibo could only agree timidly. Even Weibo was beaten to the brink of death, and they dared not provoke Overlord Chu. They were very curious as to why Overlord Chu didn't just kill Weibo directly, but instead let him recuperate and even claimed that Weibo would apologize to the villagers. The doubts in their hearts were almost on the tip of their tongues, but they didn't dare to ask further. Who knows if Overlord Chu is the kind of unpredictable boss? What if they said the wrong thing and ended up in big trouble? Just being able to escape with their lives was already a stroke of luck. The battle, though lengthy in description, actually ended in an instant. The people in the castle hadn't even reacted. Weibo was slashed by Overlord Chu. Weibo was punched away by Luffy. Weibo knelt before Overlord Chu and covered in blood. Weibo fell into a coma, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Weibo was carried off the arena on a stretcher. And then there was nothing more. Captain Dalton, who had just been fully equipped and ready to fight Weibo to the death, was filled with question marks. Is it over? What kind of fight was this? Weibo looked way too weak. He got slashed once and punched once, and just like that, he kicked the bucket. Is Nit Meow kidding me? This isn't the Weibo I used to grind. The Weibo I fought before was a resilient yuppie with hundreds of health bars, self-healing buffs, defense buffs, and minion summoning buffs. I need to report this. Overlord Chu is definitely using hacks. He must be sanctioned. Luffy voiced the words Dalton had been holding back. Then, Overlord Chu gave Luffy a full-level hockey smack on the head. He looked serious and said, Overlord Chu, did not use hacks. After Weibo's defeat, the news of his grave injuries quickly spread throughout the Drum Kingdom. The villagers were so excited, they banged drums and posted decorations, celebrating as if it were New Year's. Overlord Chu's renowned victory over Weibo became known to everyone in a very short time. Many villagers prayed for Dalton to introduce them to Overlord Chu so they could publicly bow and thank him. At the very least, they wanted to host a banquet to express their gratitude. However, Dalton's repeated suggestions yielded little result, and he received no response from Overlord Chu. Oh wait, he actually did receive a response from Overlord Chu once, but the process was a bit awkward. I can't be bothered to socialize with you lowlifes. There's no task reward to gain, and the banquet won't have anything good to eat or drink. Do you really think Overlord Chu would waste his time hosting a banquet with you? You must be dreaming. Don't come to me with empty words. If you really want to show your gratitude, just bring me 10 to 20 tons of that local specialty pastry I had in Bighorn Village. What's it called? Snowflake cake as provisions. As for anything else, forget it. This overlord has so many girls to accompany. No time to deal with you. This was the exact wording of the Tsundere mode Overlord Chu, who was speaking while playing snowball fights and building snowmen with Nami and Koya. Upon hearing this, Dalton felt extremely embarrassed. The last time they invited Overlord Chu to eat the local specialty, Misty Snowflake Cake. The raw materials were Tianshan Snow Lotus, which was very difficult to make, and even in the entire kingdom, it was hard to produce. Forget about 10 to 20 tons. Just managing to produce 10 to 20 servings would be quite impressive. They would only painfully serve it on the table when hosting the most distinguished guests. Since Weibo turned the whole country into chaos and left everything in ruins, the difficulty of making it has increased even more. Since Overlord Chu has spoken, Dalton was determined to do whatever it takes to satisfy the Overlord's appetite. Dalton gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Producing 10 to 20 tons of snowflake cake as provisions might indeed be a challenge for him. But gathering the strength of the entire drum kingdom to make 3 to 5 pounds should be quite hopeful. Due to the absence of Weibo as a punching bag, Chopper, who had almost no difficulty joining the Straw Hat crew, had a little falling out during this period. Thus, Luffy and his crew, eager to find a doctor as a companion, spent a little more time in the Drum Kingdom. During this time, Overlord Chu took the opportunity to enjoy the scenery with a group of girls, exploring most of the Drum Kingdom. As a traveler in the pirate world, Overlord Chu wasn't just talking. And to be honest, perhaps due to the lucky buffs from the ancient islands Blue Demon Dongli and Red Demon Brokey during their travels, Overlord Chu and his group actually discovered many frozen, unopened treasure chests in the icy ravine, allowing the little thief cat Nami to make a considerable fortune. If combined with her previous savings and the Straw Hat crew's economic lifeline, it's estimated that Nami alone must have nearly 500 million berries. This is no small amount. Possessing 500 million berries, Nami definitely qualifies as a millionaire. Even Koya, the little rich woman who shared the spoils along the way, must have her entire fortune calculated in the hundreds of millions now. Mississippi Golden Week and Mississippi Valentine's Day were even grinning ear to ear. If they had known that being captured by Overlord Chu would mean picking up money for free, they would have rushed over to beg for it long ago. The only thing that troubled Overlord Chu was that although the lucky buff led him to find many treasure chests, its effect during the lottery was not very significant. He still ended up with garbage rewards. The pain of being a non-lucky player forever. This made Overlord Chu sigh for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that his luck in finding treasure chests had indeed improved recently, he would even doubt whether he had been scammed with the he gave to the two giants otherwise. Why was he always unable to draw legendary items? Moreover, on the gravely injured and dying courageous Weibo, just as Chopper hesitated about whether to join the Straw Hat crew, this guy regained consciousness under Dr. 20's treatment. At the moment of awakening, he immediately knelt down to all the villagers to confess his sins, even writing a self-criticism edict that was poorly composed. He expressed his willingness to repay all his previous mistakes through working and vowed to develop Weibo alloy so that all the living in the Magnet Drum Kingdom could live happy lives. This left everyone in the Magnet Drum Kingdom astonished. They never expected Weibo's attitude of admitting his mistakes to be so sincere and touching. This is unscientific. How could that foolish King Weibo possibly be someone who admits his wrongs and corrects them? It's truly miraculous. Weibo was just beaten up by the tyrant boss Wong, and yet his entire worldview has been straightened out. Could it be that this is the legendary method of educating misbehaving children? Just give them a beating and it's all good. But soon, the villagers reacted. Since they didn't know why Weibo was bowing and admitting his mistakes, they attributed Weibo's return to the right path to Chu Bawang's influence. After all, just clinging tightly to the boss's thigh is enough. Why think so much? Then, without realizing it, all the villagers of the Magnet Drum Kingdom became his sycophants, doing nothing day by day except singing praises for Chu Bawang. And they did it day and night. This led to Chu Bawang's lottery chances being completely exhausted right after midnight every day. Nowadays, my true combat power has reached the level of explosive stars, and if I add the Panlong Ring and Soul Gem, the actual combat power I can unleash is even more incalculable. I don't know when this dog system will level up, allowing me, a non-lucky player, to draw a few more times. If that were the case, I could use probability to turn my luck around. Chu Bawang clearly remembers that the lottery chances of the system dog increase with strength. Yet now that his strength has reached the explosive star level, the system dog hasn't upgraded yet to bring him some new fun. This makes Chu Bawang doubt whether the little brain of the system dog has short-circuited, although it's indeed very enjoyable to crush weaklings. I can't just keep beating up NPCs every day. What kind of nonsense is it for a mighty explosive star-level demon king to be stuck in a mere novice village as the big boss? Perhaps it's because Weibo, the buffer for fighting together, is missing that Chopper appears particularly stubborn and self-deprecating when faced with Luffy's invitation. However, this matter doesn't concern Chu Bawang much. Anyway, he has already obtained the postnatal spiritual treasure gold brick X1. In the end, it's the unfortunate Wong Luffy who has to deal with it. As it's not him who personally invited Chopper to board, as long as it's not him who is unlucky, Chu Bawang is very happy. Especially when he can elevate his happiness above others' suffering. Chu Bawang smiles even more happily. Sometimes, he even feels that he is straying further and further down the path of a great villain. Chopper, we need a doctor. Come be my companion and sail the seas together. No, he refusa. In his normal form, Chopper crossed his two little hooves over his chest, looking very unwilling. Chopper, your medical skills are so high. The old lady praised you for inheriting all her medical skills. We really need you. Luffy pouted, and with a greedy thought. He almost couldn't help but directly use the persuasion taught by Roger, intending to knock Chopper out with a rope and stick and carry him away. Even if you praise my medical skills, I want to be proud. I really hate this. Chopper's face turned red, and for a moment, he didn't know where to put his little hooves. After a long silence, he gave Luffy's head a kick and cursed, "You bastard. I don't want to be a pirate with you guys. I'm a reindeer. How could a reindeer possibly be friends with humans? I'm a monster. Even reindeer don't acknowledge me as a companion, and humans, even more so." Determined, Luffy raised his arm and shouted to the sky, "No way. Hurry up and come with us. I really need you." At the same time, Luffy, who had already been bewitched by Roger, quietly grabbed a big wooden hammer from behind. It seems that if Chopper doesn't agree to him, he is going to use the 8-character mantra taught by Roger to abduct Chopper onto the ship. When being a person, you must have a thick skin. There's an old saying that goes, "Clear waters have no fish, and a despicable person has no enemies." Straw Hat Kid. If one day you really meet a crew member you like, you must seize the opportunity and never let them go easily. If you want to conquer these seas and become supreme, relying solely on one person's strength is not enough. Even someone as outstanding as my brother Gold. Roger spent a lot of effort to get Rayleigh the Dark King onto his ship. Now I'll teach you the 8 maxims for recruiting crew members. In summary, there are actually just 8 words: trickery, deceit, and knock them out and carry them away. For those stronger or equally matched, use trickery and deceit to build rapport, and for those weaker, just knock them out and carry them onto the ship. You can take your time to build rapport later. This is the 8-character mantra Roger taught Luffy for recruiting crew members. Trickery, deceit, knock them out, and carry them away. The messy uncle is absolutely right. Luffy thinks Roger's advice makes a lot of sense, and on top of that, his brother Ace taught him to live without regrets. If Chopper doesn't join his team, Luffy will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. This thought makes Luffy even more reckless. Not quite understanding the techniques of trickery and deceit, Luffy had no choice but to go down the wild path of knocking Chopper out and carrying him away. No, Eva. Before Chopper could finish saying refuse, the silly Luffy swung the big wooden hammer and smashed it down on Chopper's little head. With a loud bang, it sounded like thunder exploding out of nowhere. The force was so great that even the big wooden hammer broke into 2 pieces. If it weren't for the fact that Chopper had successfully cultivated the body technique 8-gate Duinjia and opened the first gate, his physical quality had greatly improved. He might have really been knocked out by Luffy with one hit. Unfortunately, Chopper's physique has far surpassed before due to the transformation from the chaotic chakra seed. A mere big wooden hammer can't do anything to him. Everyone who reacted was dumbfounded, staring at Luffy. Even little Chopper was filled with question marks. "Shoo, what are you all looking at me for? I didn't do anything just now. You have to believe me." Luffy scratched his head awkwardly, pretending that he hadn't done anything, slowly hiding the broken wooden hammer behind him and whistling. "Chopper, Dalton, Dr. Kureha, I believe you, my foot. You stone-headed fool has indeed been brainwashed by that old man Roger. Clearly, it was you who invited Chopper onto the ship, but then planned to force him, trying to knock him out and forcibly tie him to the ship. Damn Roger, what kind of nonsense has he been telling Luffy all this time?" They even summarized the mantra for recruiting crew members. They deliberately spread it to harm our captain. The next time I see him, I have to take him down. Just wait for me, Gold. Roger. Today, I'll let you experience my newly learned flame blade. Normal attack. Zoro looked up at the sky in despair, cursing Roger's ancestors in his heart. Last time, it was because this guy kept challenging him to drink that he ended up in a huge debt to Nami, amounting to hundreds of thousands of berries. And the interest alone was astronomical. He has now seen through Roger's so-called Pirate King facade. The laziest person on the ship is this fool, always challenging him to drink and fooling Luffy. His actions are simply inhumane. What kind of Pirate King behavior is this? He is just a tumor. Their captain's IQ was already lacking, and now he has been fooled by someone else. If he doesn't teach Roger a good lesson, this broken crew be doomed. Moreover, they should take advantage of Roger's weakened state and bully him a few more times. Otherwise, there won't be any chances later. As Chu Bawang said, strike Roger early. Otherwise, when he recovers, you might not be able to handle him. Coming back to his senses, Chopper's eyes gradually darkened as he glared at Luffy. "You, iron fool, dared to ambush me. Fortunately, I have mastered the forbidden technique. 8 gates, or else your scheme might have succeeded. You want to knock me out and carry me away while I'm not paying attention? Haha, not even a door, let alone a window. Today, I'll show you my true power. 8 gates, first gate, open. You, Luffy, you actually want to knock me out and carry me to the ship? I want to let you get away with it. Coming back to his senses, Chopper's eyes darkened as he glared at Luffy. Although Chopper's mental age is quite immature, it doesn't mean he knows nothing. At this point, if he still can't guess Luffy's little thoughts, then he has lived in vain. Even if he were knocked out and carried away, he wouldn't mind going with the flow and joining the Straw Hat crew as Luffy's partner. But now the problem is, if I really get knocked out and carried away, where will my face go? As the doctor on the Mary, how can I be tied up by the captain? Don't I care about my dignity? Thinking of this, Chopper, who was already fuming over Chu Bawang killing Walpole, was completely ignited by Luffy's provocation. 8 gates, first gate, open, because Walpole knelt and repented before the villagers, promising to turn over a new leaf. Chopper naturally couldn't really do anything to this father-killing enemy in front of everyone. He was just looking for a place to vent his anger, and unexpectedly, simple-minded Luffy came to him at this moment. 8 gates? What kind of nonsense is that? But you're no match for me. Luffy grinned widely, but accidentally dropped the broken giant mallet behind him onto the ground. If good acting could earn him an Oscar, Luffy would never have a chance in his life. He still dared to smile? I will hit. After opening the 8 gates, first gate, Chopper's brain domain restrictions were completely lifted, allowing him to unleash 100 of his physical capacity, but correspondingly, it would overconsume his energy, significantly increasing his attack power and speed. Don't be fooled by Chopper's ordinary strength. Don't forget that he still has the giantization, monster form, hidden within him, capable of single-handedly taking down the war machine, Bartholomew Kuma. Although Chopper hasn't fought much yet, and giantization, monster form, isn't particularly effective. It's more than enough to deal with Luffy now. So fast. Just a second ago, Luffy was laughing and trying to persuade Chopper not to overestimate himself. And the next second, he found a pair of large hooves in his face. Luffy was shocked and tried to raise his fist to resist. But it was already too late. 8 gates, Lotus Blossom. Chopper moved at incredible speed, even leaving an afterimage in place, before Luffy could react. He was already in front of him, and the little reindeer hooves kicked Luffy's chin. Luffy immediately flew away like a kite, and Chopper flashed again, teleporting to Luffy's back, wrapping his arms around him and smashing his head down toward the ground. Before he could effectively resist, Chopper had already used brute force to plant him into the ground, presenting Luffy in a head-down position before everyone. But this wasn't over. After using Lotus Blossom, Chopper reached out for Luffy, pulling him out of the ground like pulling a radish, and slammed him back down. After the fight, Luffy had a big bump on his head that looked like a small mountain. Simple-minded Luffy was bewildered while giving Chopper a thumbs up, praising him without holding back. Wow, Chopper, you're so strong. Even I didn't see it coming. With such great medical skills and such painful punches. Could this be what the tyrant refers to as violence, Mom? I've decided, Chopper. You're my partner. I'm sure of it. If I miss out on you, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Aside from Chu Bawang, who remained calm, the others were all in shock, still not recovering from their astonishment. What's going on? Why did Chopper's speed and attack power suddenly increase so much? It really hurts when he hits. Also, aren't you a doctor? Why is your combat power more terrifying than the top 3 powerhouses of our Straw Hat crew? Unconfirmed. It really is a violence, Mom. Able to fight and also able to do. Ugh. Even if you praise me, I want to be proud. After hearing Luffy praise him again, Chopper's face turned red, excited and unsure of where to put his little hooves, suddenly realizing he was still angry. He couldn't just let this bad guy who wanted to knock him out off the hook, so his little hooves swung toward Luffy's big round face. You idiot! Don't change the subject. You still haven't told me why you hit me with that giant mallet. Tough-skinned Luffy scratched his head and said foolishly, the answer is actually very simple, because I want you to be my partner. But it seems that the mantra of the messy old man isn't very useful right now. I can't grasp the 4 words of trickery. It seems I can't knock you out and carry you away. This situation is really difficult. Luffy wasn't completely defenseless. It's just that his skin isn't as thick as Roger's. And if he really had to knock Chopper out to carry him away, he would feel guilty. Unable to hit him and unable to imitate Roger's trickery against Kazuki Oden. Thus, Luffy's plan to invite Chopper was once again stalled. Unexpectedly, The 8 gates came to the pirate world and turned out to be surprisingly useful. Although Chopper only opened the first gate of the 8 gates and hasn't even entered his giant monster form, he can still pin Luffy down and hammer him. The Chu Overlord glanced at Luffy, who was covered in bumps, and murmured softly. After all, opening the first gate allows one to unleash 100 of their hidden combat power for a short time, and Chopper's hidden strength should not be underestimated. So it's reasonable for him to defeat the current Luffy. To be honest, if it weren't for Luffy being a rubber man, inherently capable of both offense and defense, and having a high attribute growth value as a stylish character, possibly protected by the protagonist's halo, if it were any other equally strong opponent, they would have long been snapped by Chopper's Biao Lianhua move. It seemed that he suddenly thought of something extremely important. Chu Overlord's eyes lit up, and he patted Luffy's shoulder, smiling kindly as he asked, "Luffy, I have a way to ensure that you can definitely get Chopper on board. Do you want to hear it?" Chu Overlord suddenly remembered that he hadn't sacrificed anyone from the Straw Hat crew in a long time initially. He sacrificed Luffy's and Usopp's hairlines, and later, he sacrificed Luffy's romantic luck. Each sacrifice yielded great results. He felt that he couldn't let such a fine traditional skill be lost in the annals of history. Now that the Straw Hat crew's leaks had been well fed, it was time to harvest another wave. Although Luffy's hairline and romantic luck had been sacrificed, the protagonist's halo should still be there, right? Moreover, the protagonist's halo, while elusive, always has the great power to turn the tide whenever it appears. The protagonist's halo on Luffy is countless. Even the well-known Warlord Crocodile couldn't escape a calamity because he appeared when the protagonist was still not too strong. And Luffy easily defeated him by attacking the sand with solidified blood, which was not difficult. He then entered Impel Down, and it was 400 episodes of imprisonment. Truly pitiful. The later god Enel was even more ridiculous. He clearly possessed the strongest rumble fruit of the Logia type, showcasing a kingly aura that looked down upon the world. Yet because of the rubber doesn't conduct electricity setting, he was easily countered by Luffy's fruit ability, showing a disastrous decline in battle. Oda, the old thief, arranged for Enel to lose his mind and fly to the moon on the Arc Maxim to avoid him showing off in front of others. The moon is also called Infinite Land by Enel. If this doesn't count as the protagonist's halo, then Chu Overlord feels that his world collection system isn't an overpowered cheat either. Just as the alliance between silly Luffy and Chopper was at a standstill, Chu Overlord felt it was necessary to take advantage of the situation and trick Luffy. He patted Luffy's shoulder again, smiling kindly as he asked, "Luffy, I have a way to ensure that you can definitely trick Chopper onto the ship. Do you want to hear it?" Luffy was initially stunned, then overjoyed, wanting to give Chu Overlord a big bear hug. Really? The others were also puzzled, unable to guess what scheme Chu Overlord was concocting. In fact, they could see that Chopper wasn't unwilling to join the Straw Hats. He was just struggling to overcome his inner demons. Luffy was only a layer away from successfully inviting Chopper onto the ship. But breaking through that last layer was indeed not easy. If the method was wrong, Chopper might never join the Straw Hats in his lifetime. Chopper was extremely self-conscious, even more so than Usopp, who felt he had no skills and could only do various odd jobs as a shipwright on Mary. Even your father doesn't believe in you. In this world, who can you trust? Also, keep your distance from me. Let's talk properly. Don't just lean in casually. You make it seem like I'm a very easygoing person. Chu Overlord disdainfully pushed Luffy's big face away to avoid saliva getting on his beloved clothes. He didn't want to get too close to silly Luffy, lest he be infected and end up only saying Abba Abba in the future. Actually, I want to say that Overlord, you really are not a casual person. But when you are casual, you truly are not human. But Yaya opened her mouth and forcibly suppressed her desire to mock Chu Overlord. But I still can't understand why you are so kindly helping me. Mr. Overlord, you're not the kind of guy who enjoys helping others in my impression. Luffy nodded and pretended to think seriously for a moment. Chu Overlord was speechless. How am I not the kind of person who enjoys helping others? When I was a child, I even helped an old lady cross the road and received a Good Citizen Award. Okay, stop rambling. Just tell me if you want Chopper to join the Straw Hats. If not, just pretend I said nothing and you didn't remember anything. If you're willing to pay a small price, I can help you get Chopper onto the Mary and make him your partner. Luffy nodded like a chick pecking at rice, eagerly saying, "Of course I want Chopper to be my partner, but he seems a bit resistant." Luffy is a bit stubborn, the type who won't turn back until he hits a wall. Chopper is a partner he acknowledges and desires to recruit. If he fails to invite Chopper onto the ship, he would regret it for a lifetime. He just fears what price he might have to pay. After spending these days together, Luffy had summarized a set of survival experiences on the Mary. Whenever Chu Overlord showed that kind smile, It meant someone was about to have bad luck. Chu Overlord made a stopping gesture, signaling Luffy not to say more. In that case, don't hesitate. Let me persuade Chopper to join the Merry. After that, I will take a small halo from you. Luffy was stunned, with a head full of question marks. Halo? What halo? How come I didn't know I had a small halo? But since the Overlord has spoken, there must be a small halo on me. Why can't I find it? Could it be that only when I become a real big shot can I discover the halos on others? Looking at the merchant expression on Chu Overlord's face, Zoro shivered secretly, recalling a similar expression he saw on Nami's face when he borrowed money at high interest last time. Truly a father-daughter pair. This merchant-like expression seems to have been carved from the same mold. It's exactly the same. Yaya poked Chu Overlord from behind, whispering with concern. Honey, you don't have presbyopia, do you? How come I can't see the halo on Luffy? If your eyes really aren't well, you must get treated as soon as possible. Chu Overlord rolled his eyes, feeling speechless. MMP, I can't believe I was looked down upon. I'll deal with you later tonight, little girl. How dare you doubt your Baba's judgment? If you can still get out of bed tomorrow, then I don't have the surname Ba. I've been called Baba so many times that I almost forgot my surname is Chu and not Ba. Chu Bawang leaned close to Kuya's little ear and whispered, Kuya, tonight, I'm going to teach you the greatest principle in life. What principle? Kuya asked, puzzled. Chu Bawang took a deep breath and said seriously, when the young are strong, the young ladies support them. When the young ladies are strong, the young lie in bed. Little rich girl Kuya. You make a good point. I have nothing to say. During the flirtatious exchange between Chu Bawang and Kuya, Luffy made his final decision. All right, if I really have some kind of halo, then Mr. Baba, you can take it. But after that, you must let Chopper become my partner. The reason for agreeing to Chu Bawang's request is that he truly doesn't see any halo on himself and has never felt that a halo has any effect on him. Since that's the case, then what the hell with this halo can be thrown away. After all, Wong Luffy doesn't feel sorry at all. Besides, confident Wong Luffy also doesn't think that whether he can become the Pirate King has anything to do with having a halo. If not having a halo means he can't become the Pirate King, then he might as well not become this so-called Pirate King. Since that's the case, the trade contract is officially established. I'll help you get Chopper on the ship, and your halo will belong to me from now on. To be honest, Chu Bawang doesn't know whether Luffy still has that protagonist halo, but regardless of whether he does or not, directly sacrificing it to the lucky one is the way to go. Even if it doesn't allow him to change his luck, there would be no substantial loss. If he really gains some legendary reward from this, Chu Bawang wouldn't mind treating Wong Luffy to a reward in the future, just a Pirate King. Isn't that a piece of cake? Don't mention the Pirate King, even if it's just giving Luffy the title of World King, that has nothing to worry about. As long as he can quietly make a fortune, he doesn't care whether Luffy is the Pirate King or the World King. Nami looked a bit strange and tugged at Chu Bawang's sleeve, asking, Dad, you aren't planning on knocking Chopper out and carrying him away, are you? Chu Bawang rolled his eyes and casually gave Nami a flick on the forehead. To be honest, Nami's little head is quite fun to flick. The more he does it, the more addictive it becomes, making it hard to let go. What a joke. Would I, Chu Bawang, do something as lowly as tricking, deceiving, knocking out, and carrying away? In this world, only by putting oneself in another's shoes can one truly move each other. If you want Chopper to join the Straw Hat crew, you need to talk to him about ideals in life and the meaning of life. All right, you guys don't need to worry about this. I'll handle getting Chopper on the ship, and I'll definitely make it happen. After saying this, Chu Bawang hugged Kuya and continued to go out for a snowball fight. He already had a plan. Tricking little Chopper to join the Straw Hat crew was as easy as Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. It's a piece of cake. It wouldn't even take half an hour for him to get Chopper to willingly join the Straw Hat crew. In the evening, after a fun-filled snowball fight, Chu Bawang arrived at the pharmacy where Chopper usually ground herbs. Not even 10 minutes later, Chu Bawang walked out of the room, giving a thumbs up to the nervous Zoro and the others. It's done. Wong Luffy. All you need to do next is go through the process. And you can recruit your own doctor. Chopper, carrying a big bundle, closely followed Chu Bawang, looking cautious like a little apprentice just let in by a master. I made up my mind. I want to go to sea with you and become a pirate. One day, I will develop a universal medicine that can cure all patients in the world. As soon as Chopper finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Had it only been a few minutes? That difficult barrier surrounding Chopper had really been broken through by Mr. Bawang? That's incredible. This shows the gap between a big shot and a novice. Luffy could talk for days without any effect, but as soon as Bawang made a move, the enemy submitted. I'm very curious. What exactly did the master say to Chopper? 1. 2. 100,086. Luffy had a dark expression. Even he, no matter how foolish, knew he had just made a huge fool of himself. After days of futile efforts, it turned out that Chu Bawang only needed a few minutes, and Chopper came over like a devoted fan. This was a slap in the face for Wong Luffy. However, big-hearted Luffy quickly stopped dwelling on it and happily welcomed Chopper, this reserved food, as his partner. Who cares about face? The most important thing right now is to recruit a good ship doctor that he approves of, right? Perhaps this is the benefit of Luffy's big heart. Even if he occasionally faces setbacks, it never affects his optimistic attitude. The only time he couldn't rely on himself to overcome his psychological shadow seemed to be when Ace passed away Chopper. Welcome to the crew. Luffy cheerfully extended his hand to Chopper, not at all caring about the many times he had been turned away by Chopper before. But I have to say first, I only agreed to become a pirate to follow Mr. Bawang and learn how to make the universal medicine. I want to become a doctor who can cure any disease. Chopper hesitated slightly, trembling his little hooves as he shook hands with Luffy. On the surface, he seemed calm, but inside he was excited like a hipster. This was his first time having a companion other than the mediocre Dr. Hiralik. From today on, he would no longer be alone. Luffy didn't care what reason you had for agreeing to come aboard. In his heart, Chopper was already one of his designated partners. He immediately gave Chopper a big bear hug and laughed heartily. This is perfect. Not only have we gained a highly skilled doctor, but we've also solved the problem of reserve food. Chopper's face suddenly darkened. Did I just hear some important military secrets? I treated you as partners through thick and thin, and you actually regard me as reserve food? Do you even have any shame? Chopper had an MP he didn't know whether to say or not. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have hesitated a bit longer and observed for a while before agreeing to Chu Bawang. You're someone I personally brought in. How could I let you suffer? Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can eat you. Chu Bawang reached out and rubbed Chopper's little head, casually saying, but right after that, he felt a bit of a headache thinking about how to make the universal medicine he promised Chopper. He couldn't just use stretching legs and glaring pills to fool him, right? When in doubt, draw a lottery. Once is not enough. Let us do it 10 more times. To be honest, the leg stretching and eye staring pill is in a sense the panacea that Chopper longs for. If it weren't for the obvious side effects and the surplus in stock, the overlord of Chu would easily bring it out to show off. Unfortunately, the leg stretching and eye staring pill is simply not mass-producible in the pirate world. After all, this is made from Millennium Black mud scraped off from the living Buddha Ji Gong. He can't just conjure a living Buddha Ji Gong out of thin air, right? However, the overlord of Chu does have a countermeasure. After playing crazily all day, he still has 100 lottery draws left unused. Just in time, he also has new offerings for the sacrifice. After bathing and burning incense, the overlord of Chu, dressed in white, sits upright in front of the incense altar with dozens of clay Q-version dolls he made casually displayed on the table. They include the Jade Emperor, Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Laozi the Taoist Celestial Master, the Luck God Maipu, Saber the King of Knights, and the Coin-Flipping Cannon, as well as the Bone King Ain Zulgown. In the center, there's a clay doll sculpted based on his own facial features and body proportions, the craftsmanship being the best and the appearance the finest. Don't ask the overlord of Chu why he has such a quirky hobby of making clay dolls. Sometimes, a man's happiness is just that simple and straightforward. He casually puts all the little clay figures into the system space, leaving only the Jade Emperor and his own little doll on the table. Holding a bucket of happy fat house water, the non-lucky overlord of Chu chants, respectable supreme Taishang, opening heaven, holding the symbol, Yuli Hanjin, body of Tao. Golden palace of the 9 heavens, supreme Jade Emperor, grant me divine luck, bless me with good fortune. Turning from non-lucky to lucky, let us do it in one go. System Pup, 100 consecutive draws, let me rise up. The rewards from the 100 consecutive draws quickly arrived in the warehouse slots, and the overlord of Chu began to check the new items in his backpack like he was playing an online game. Ding! Obtained from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, 1 Gargoyle, Mask X1. P.S. JoJo, I'm not human anymore. Seeing the first lottery reward, the overlord of Chu immediately felt a chill. Wearing this gargoyle mask would turn him into a vampire. Although he would gain eternal life, he would never be able to walk in the sunlight. Unless he later obtains a specific red crystal, which would allow the gargoyle mask to evolve again into an almost invincible ultimate being. If he were about to spiral into the heavens due to a lack of lifespan, it might be worth considering, but right now, it's just a waste. Ding! Obtained Water Blue Star Technology Universal Medicine Recipe X1. P.S. requires high technology or black technology to manufacture the perfect universal medicine. Goodness, I'm just amazed. System Pup, you really are my little warm quilt, delivering a pillow when I feel sleepy. System Pup, I suspect you are taking advantage of me. Unknowingly, I have gained a dad. This universal medicine could indeed relieve the immediate urgency. After taking a closer look at the healing principle of the universal medicine, it relies on the second natural defense system within the human body, apoptosis, to kill virus cells. In this process, the disease cells will commit suicide, and the universal medicine will actively track all harmful double-stranded RNA, preventing those virus cells from continuing to infect and ultimately curing the patient. Although I don't quite understand the intricacies, the Overlord of Chu feels that this universal medicine recipe is quite reliable, although the Overlord of Chu enjoys pranking others. He still has his own bottom line. Since he has promised Chopper the universal medicine, he will definitely do his best. Even if he can't produce a perfect universal medicine, at the very least, he will help Chopper become the highest doctor in the pirate world. It's just that he doesn't know if a universal medicine can really be made in the pirate world. If it really doesn't work, then he'll just capture those two scientific freaks, Caesar and Vegapunk, to work for him. The only thing that makes the Overlord of Chu a bit troubled is the technological level of the pirate world. However, fortunately, there's still the ceiling of technology in the pirate world. Vegapunk as a safety net, no matter how bad it gets. It shouldn't be impossible to create even a prototype of a universal medicine. Ding! Obtain martial arts, secret manual palm techniques, Buddha's palm, X1. Dragon subduing 18 palms, X1. Cloud dispersing palm, X1. Falling cherry blossom, sword palm, X1. Mighty Vajra palm, X1. White rainbow divine palm, X1. Iron sand palm, X1. Tianshan Six Young palm, X2. P.S. All skills recorded in the manual have been automatically acquired. Proficiency automatically increased to level 9999. The Overlord of Chu looked pained. What is the difference between level 9999 and max level? There isn't some nightmare version of level 99999 above that, is there? However, the Overlord of Chu has always maintained a proper mindset and would not be easily broken by the System Pup. As a non-lucky person, he has already reached an unshakable state of not being pleased by external goods or saddened by personal misfortunes. Of course, the key point is that no matter how incompetent he gets angry, it cannot change the fact that he is a non-lucky person. When he watched One Piece in his previous life, he always felt that Nico Robin's flower fruit was not developed perfectly enough. After joining the Straw Hat crew, she became more of a supporting vase. If he encounters Nico Robin this time, he will definitely arm her with teeth. First learn Buddha's palm, then Dragon subduing 18 palms, and then White Rainbow divine palm. Just thinking about the bizarre scene of Nico Robin using Buddha's palm makes the Overlord of Chu a bit excited. Moreover, if the flower fruit is specifically used for massages, it seems to have quite a good effect. It seems that the style of the pirate world has unintentionally veered off course again. But speaking of which, I feel that my Supreme version Noah's Ark aircraft carrier seems to still be lacking a professional female masseuse. Nico Robin definitely has the potential to become a professional masseuse. After all, she has so many hands, she can massage wherever she wants. Just after resolving the farce in the Drum Kingdom, he will be entering the territory of the desert country, Alabasta. In that place, it seems that the secret of the ancient weapon, Pluton, is still hidden. After playing around with the little rich girl Kaya for a while, he really feels a bit sore in the back. Indeed, he is getting old and can't stand the tossing anymore. But fortunately, I will soon have an extremely professional masseuse to help relieve my fatigue. I must think of a way to get Nico Robin onto my bed. Ship. The Overlord of Chu feels it's necessary to calculate in advance about the ethereal and elegant elder sister Robin. Such a potential female masseuse is hard to find. Mischievous smile. JPG. You have obtained Pea Shooter X10, Sunflower X10, Cherry Bomb X10, Potato Mine X10, Snow Pea X10, Twin Sunflower X10, Hypno Shroom X10, Squash X10, Watermelon Catapult X10, Corn Cannon X10. The system's operation is too slick, almost threw my back out. These are all mutated plants from the classic game Plants vs. Zombies. And you can tell their specific functions just by their names. Ding! You have obtained a legendary treasure, the Power Gem of Infinite Crystals, Purple. This gem allows the user to master and manipulate all powers and energies they seek. At the same time, the gem itself contains boundless energy, which can support and enhance other gems. P.S. When a user uses the Power Gem, there may be a backlash against the user. Chu Bawang almost instinctively glanced at the dragon ring on his thumb, which was inlaid with a soul gem, orange. He has already completed 1/3 of the progress towards collecting 6 infinity gems. The system can't possibly be planning for me to imitate Purple Yam Thanos and snap my fingers to wipe out half of the living beings in the universe, right? Back then, Father Thanos and the Avengers fought each other to a standstill over the 6 infinity crystals. And now, I've collected 2 infinity gems without doing anything. If Purple Yam Thanos finds out, he might just die of anger. Another legendary treasure that hits the soul. Luffy, oh Luffy, you truly are my treasure-giving boy. I don't even know how to thank you. Ding. You have obtained a bag of white sugar. Ding. You have obtained a little tyrant game, Console X1. Ding. You have obtained a jar of Guan, Sheng Yuan honey. Ding. You have obtained. Ding. You have obtained. The rest are just some trivial rewards, and Chu Bawang glanced over them and lost interest. Just this power gem alone has made Chu Bawang a big winner. Not to mention all the other great items he got earlier. It was well worth the precious few minutes he spent luring Chopper onto the merry-go. Sacrificing Luffy's protagonist Halo is really useful. Next time there's a guaranteed win like this, please be sure to let me know. No other intentions. I, Chu Bawang, just love helping others do good deeds without seeking fame. Meanwhile, while Chu Bawang was immersed in the joy of the lottery, the Straw Hat crew also had new developments in their activities. Due to Chopper's imminent departure, Dr. Kureha prepared to bring out the invention of the quack Dr. Hiralook, the Cherry Blossom Cannon, to commemorate Chopper's departure. Quack Dr. Hiralook, although human, could strictly be considered as Tony Chopper's godfather and also Dr. Kureha's lifelong friend. He had a muddled personality, mediocre medical skills, and a rather unconventional hairstyle. But that didn't stop him from having a kind heart that yearned to save the world and his country, making him one of the few people in the Drum Kingdom without racism. Years ago, Quack Dr. Hiralook awakened Dalton, who was then the captain of the kingdom. With his death, when will a person actually die? Is it when their heart is shot? No. Is it when they get an incurable disease? No. Is it after drinking poisonous mushroom soup? Of course not. It's when they are forgotten by the world. Even if I disappear, my dreams will still come true. That dream will surely heal the hearts of the people in this country. My life has been so beautiful. Thank you, Chopper. This is his last message to the will inheritors, Chopper and Dalton. Quack Dr. Hiralook did not leave any major regrets in his life. Even before his death, his desire to fill the Drum Kingdom with cherry blossoms was nearly successful. Chopper, we are very much alike, so before I die, I must let you know one thing. Nothing is impossible in this world. As long as you want to do it, you can accomplish anything. At the moment of parting, little Chopper's mind flashed with memories of life with Quack Dr. Hiralook, and he couldn't help but shed tears. They had laughed together, played together, escaped together, argued together, discussed together, and, from their initial unfamiliarity to their heartfelt farewell, recalling all the past, Chopper still felt as if it had just happened yesterday. Dr. Kureha, has Dr. Hiralook's research really been completed? Or was that just to comfort me and deceive me? If he were to die because the research didn't succeed, I will be very sad and very guilty. Chopper anxiously asked. He had made a huge mistake in the past, due to his lack of medical knowledge. He mistakenly harvested poisonous mushrooms, causing Hiralook's lifespan to shrink from 10 days to 3 days. He was very afraid that Hiralook had only lied to comfort his extreme guilt. Dr. Kureha took off her sunglasses and affectionately ruffled Chopper's little head, comforting him. Don't worry. Hiralook did not deceive you this time. He spent a full 30 years. And at the last moment of his life, he completed the most important experiment of his life. This cool old lady ordered Dalton's subordinates to take out many cannon-like weapons from the palace's armory. The shells were filled with a red powdery compound, which, when it attached to the falling snowflakes in the air, would turn the falling snow into vibrant pink. At night, it looked like cherry blossoms fluttering down. That was the answer that Hiralook spent 30 years finding, allowing the cherry blossoms to bloom in the Drum Kingdom, where they could never grow. It was also thanks to the experimental formula left by Hiralook that, after years of effort, Dr. Kureha finally duplicated enough of the powdery compound and packed it into the shells. Tonight is the best moment for the cherry blossoms to bloom. Are you ready, boys? Aim for the sky and fire. With Dr. Kureha's command, the militia uniformly pressed the cannon switches, and the cannon barrels aimed at the sky suddenly erupted with a strong smell of gunpowder. Boom, boom, boom. Endless snowflakes, like wool, fluttered down with the wind. The loud booming sound shattered the tranquility of the entire Drum Kingdom, whether it was the villagers of Bighorn Village or nearby Cocoa Village. Even the villagers of other villages were shocked by the cannon fire coming from Drum Peak. The sound seemed to come from the castle. What is going on? Is Mr. Bawang holding a banquet with the witch doctor? Do you need cannons for a banquet? Are you from a family of arms dealers? Watch out for the shells. With such a loud cannon sound, I'm really worried it will cause an avalanche and bury us in the snow, and we won't even have money to dig a grave. What a mess. It's so dark at night. You can't see anything. Where's Captain Dalton? Why isn't he coming out to explain? Dalton also looked confused, because even he didn't know what Dr. Kureha was up to. However, facing Dr. Kureha, who is an old friend of the savior Chu Bawang, he truly couldn't muster any rebellious thoughts and could only let Dr. Kureha command his subordinates. What Dalton didn't know was that the reason Chu Bawang could chat so well with Dr. Kureha and even became good friends across generations was simply because they shared the same voice actor as Kakarot. Among all the anime from the island nation, Chu Bawang's favorite was actually the explosively passionate Dragon Ball, a series he had been a die-hard fan of since childhood. When talking with Dr. Kureha, Chu Bawang felt an extremely unusual sense of intimacy, as if he was conversing with Goku. All right, we could turn on the lights. At Dr. Kureha's command, all the militia turned on the bright lights one after another. When nearly 100 bright lights concentrated their beams together, the entire magnetic drum kingdom shone as brightly as day, dazzling enough to make one squint. Chopper and the Straw Hat crew, who were already prepared to leave, stopped in their tracks as if they had discovered treasure. Dalton, who was completely dumbfounded, stared in disbelief at the pink snowflakes falling from the sky. The vast white snow, under the influence of the powdered compounds, transformed into a shower of cherry blossoms, if one had to make a metaphor. The scene was as if an ocean of cherry blossoms enveloped everything, splattering all over people's faces. The pirate flag with Chopper's reindeer hoof fluttered in the cherry blossom rain, appearing particularly flamboyant. From a distance, the magnetic drum peak, towering at 5,000 meters, was heavily wrapped in huge pink snowflakes, looking just like a cherry blossom tree that only existed in manga. Koya couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." It reminds me of a cherry blossom rain described in the book. The members of the Straw Hat crew nearby nodded in agreement, equally astonished from the heart. Unfortunately, they lacked the cultural refinement to express their surprise except for a simple wow, which, although a bit crude, still created a great stage effect. What a wonderful gift. Shira, look, I didn't expect that even though you've been gone for so long, you still gifted me such a big surprise. Chu Bawang praised sincerely without pretense. Good looking is good looking, and bad looking is bad looking. Chu Bawang never looked down on others to show his excellence. Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Bawang glanced at Zoro and Sanji and said softly, "By the way, I suddenly remembered that when Koya and I went back to visit relatives, I left you two a homework assignment to recite song dynasty poetry, right? I seem to recall there are poems about cherry blossoms in that 300 song poems. Recite 2 for me to check your homework." Koya, Nami, Xiaoqing, the remaining members of the Straw Hat crew all had the same expression. Oh, Zoro and Sanji looked at each other, their faces resembling that of someone suffering from constipation. Chu Bawang, are you a devil? Facing such a tear-jerking ocean of cherry blossoms, you have no feelings at all, and yet you still want to check the homework left before the visit. Zoro looked utterly despairing but still followed Chu Bawang's assignment and recited clearly. Huanchi Shasong Dynasty, Su Shi, peonies and cherry blossoms bloom anew in the famous garden. The fragrance is sent for the auspicious day. Early summer in Luoyang, spring in Guangling. Red jade half open, the bodhisattva's face, dense vermilion on the willow lip. There is still a person in front of the wine. Chu Bawang nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the king of poetry, Lu Zoro, your memory is indeed impressive, and your recitation is also excellent. It seems that in the future, Zoro will definitely be a well-rounded world-class swordsman. As the first disciple I collected in my life, he is barely qualified. It's your turn, Sanji. In a moment of inspiration, Chu Bawang continued to play the role of a diligent teacher checking assignments. Sanji, I have a trade secret that is not worth mentioning. Dealing with such an unorthodox boss, I am also at a loss. However, as Sanji hadn't finished learning the wind god leg, he couldn't show any reluctance. Otherwise, his long-term dog-licking plan would be in vain, and the good feelings he had finally built up with Chu Bawang would likely be wiped out. All right, I've never lost to Green Algae Head in anything. Even reciting poetry, Sanji, won't fall behind. Chu Bawang spread his hands and smiled. Sanji, please start your performance. Sanji cleared his throat and looked at Zoro with a nearly provocative gaze. Kaisang Zi Song Dynasty, Zhao Shixia. After the plum blossoms wither, the cherry blossoms bloom, lightly pink, trying the handiwork of heaven. Hundreds of flowers and thousands of blooms all share a message. The lingering cold has not yet allowed for a comfortable opening, blaming the rain and sorrowful wind. The seeds are in the bamboo cage. 10,000 round grains wonder if they are the same. How about that? My memory isn't bad, right? Compared to Green Algae Head's poetry, I recited 5 more characters. Zoro, you recited 1 more character than me? Clearly, you only recited 3 more characters. Wait, you didn't count the punctuation, did you? No way. I can't allow myself to lose to you, the lecherous Kappa. In any aspect, Zoro has always been unwilling to be outdone, and faced with Sanji's provocation, he naturally couldn't easily concede. He immediately took out the 300-song poems from his waist, flipping through it loudly, wanted to find a longer poem to surpass Sanji. Sanji disdainfully said, "Don't bother. The poem with the most characters in this book I memorized on the first day. You can't possibly win against me." Zoro, damn, are you that unscrupulous? We clearly agreed to be study slackers together, but you alone are a straight-A student. Let's break up, you lecherous Kappa. Green Algae Head, are you not convinced? Lecherous Chef, I don't acknowledge you. Just a moment ago, Zoro and Sanji were still amicable, but in the next second, they were face to face, neither willing to concede. Their angry and fierce expressions made it seem like they had encountered the enemy who killed their fathers, wishing they could immediately draw their swords and chop off each other's heads as offerings. The newly joined Chopper was left dumbfounded. Is this the initiation ceremony of the Straw Hat crew? Does this mean I have to join this violent and ruthless pirate crew? This is ridiculous. The companions I want shouldn't be like this. Facing a newcomer like me, shouldn't you all do your best to leave a good impression on me? This broken crew is always fighting and killing. Isn't that just a mess? Poor little Chopper looked up to the sky in despair. For some reason, he felt that he had been abducted onto a pirate ship, and it was the kind with no way back. If it weren't for still recalling Chu Bawang's universal medicine formula, he would definitely be reconsidering whether to join this problem-ridden Straw Hat crew. Nami patted Chopper's little head and held his little paw to comfort him. Give up the struggle. You have now become a partner of this group of lunatics. That's how we pirates do things. Free and arrogant. You'll get used to it. However, although these guys have low IQs, lack common sense, and often fight among themselves, since you've joined us, we'll all be comrades from now on. Zoro and Sanji have always had a mutual dislike for each other. Neither will back down, and their fights have been going on for quite a while. There's almost nothing that can permanently stop these two from bickering, not even the Pirate King Joe LD. Roger would be effective on the Going Merry. The only ones who can temporarily stop these two rivals are the maxed-out hockey fists of Chu and Nami. Chopper is completely bewildered, thinking, what kind of team have I joined? Why isn't there anyone like the great Big Mom, who is at least a bit more normal as a companion? This is so uncomfortable. I want to cry, but I just can't. Looking up at the sky, the sadness I've finally cultivated has been ruined by you two fools. Originally prepared to leave home, Chopper is now filled with homesickness. But he has also been made uneasy by the increasingly dumbed-down Zoro and Sanji. I don't know what kind of method the great Big Mom used to endure having such a group of fools bouncing around in front of her all day. He now feels that he doesn't fit in with the Straw Hats because he isn't perverted enough. Fortunately, there are still quite a few normal people on the Going Merry, like Mr. Big Mom, Miss Kaya, Miss Nami, and Sister Nojiko. They all seem to be very easy to get along with. At this moment, however, Chu is pondering a very serious issue. As a most adorable creature in the pirate world, Chopper is actually a male reindeer, and in the future, he will inevitably be embraced and cuddled by his woman. After eating the human fruit, Chopper can no longer be treated like a reindeer, although Chopper's mind is still that of a child. There will come a day when he grows up. It seems I'll have to find another female reindeer to help Chopper with his marriage issues using a transformation technique. While Chopper is still not a lewd person, turning him into a dutiful husband would be fine. Of course, the simplest way is to directly turn Chopper into a female version. However, on the other hand, I seem to have seen a female version of Chopper on the pirate forum before, and she indeed looked quite cute, and a beast-eared girl is not bad at all. The scheming Chu is constantly switching back and forth between the choices of transforming Chopper into a female version to get a beast-eared girl X1, and making Chopper a dutiful husband. After returning to the Going Merry, the first thing the Straw Hats want to do is hold a party. At the banquet, Zoro and Sanji are still causing a ruckus. Even while eating and drinking, they haven't put down the 300 poems of song. They agreed that whoever can recite all the song poems first will be the winner. Their studying posture is incredibly diligent. Even Chu can't help but feel a bit teary. If only I had had such a positive attitude toward learning back then. I wouldn't have grown up to become a worker, a corporate slave. To welcome our new companion, Tony Chopper, cheers. Luffy stuffed 2 chopsticks up his nose and made a basket gesture with his hands, excitedly jumping into a broom dance. While dancing, he also handed 2 chopsticks to Chopper, wanting to invite him to join his dance party. Chopper had this expression at that moment. Oh, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? The bewildered little Chopper emitted a series of soul-searching questions. However, despite Luffy and the others' foolish actions, their enthusiasm for Chopper is still very intense. Gradually, Chopper completely let go of himself. He said no with his mouth, but his body was very honest. While accepting the rice wine handed to him by Usopp, he stuffed 2 chopsticks up his nose, and the excited Luffy danced the broom dance. Indeed, everyone who joins the Straw Hats was a lone wolf before, but after joining, they all become silly. Fortunately, I am determined to keep my distance from the foolish Luffy. Otherwise, I would definitely also become one of the silly ones. Seeing the scene, Chu felt a bit of a headache and temporarily dismissed the evil thought of transforming Chopper into a female version. He really couldn't stand the sight of a silly female Chopper with 2 chopsticks up her nose swaying in front of him. That was just too eye-burning. Out of sight, out of mind. While the Straw Hats were joyfully celebrating Chopper's joining, Chu swaggered into Kaya's room and casually added a soundproof wall to isolate the noise. What do you want to do? Bah! But before Kaya could finish her sentence, Chu stepped forward and leaned down. After half a minute, the little rich girl, Kaya, finally had a moment to catch her breath. I want to hear you call me Daddy again. Chu carefully examined the beautiful person under the candlelight, a faint smile on his lips. Don't always have a serious face, little girl. Smile for me. Kaya. The following is omitted by 10,000 words. P.S. I'm also drunk. I've been caught by the censorship gods again. In short, previously, the soundproof wall set up by Chu only silenced the sounds inside Kaya's room. Relatively speaking, the soundproofing diameter was quite small, only able to block the sound from Kaya's room. Realizing his oversight, Chu felt a bit speechless, embracing the thought of as long as I'm not embarrassed, then the embarrassing one is others. Chu then shamelessly, in front of Nojiko, directly modified the diameter of the soundproof wall. But then, Chu suddenly thought of a very serious issue. Since Nojiko, who sleeps next to him on the left-hand side, couldn't sleep due to the noise, doesn't that mean that the natural airhead Dasky, the little lowly Miss Golden Week, and the fashionable Lady Miss Valentine, who are all sleeping in the same room, were also awakened by the noise? Chu felt a bit guilty. Anyone would feel guilty about being overheard by so many people. However, what is this thrill and excitement that follows? He tentatively asked, has Dasky and Golden Week fallen asleep? Or would you care to guess? Nojiko pulled out a smile, more vivid than crying. Her face written with, if they can still sleep with such loud noise next door, then that would be weird, right? Wow. Even a little swordsman like you dares to tease me like this. Am I that insignificant? However, after thinking it over, Chu let it go. Although Miss Golden Week next door looks like a little lowly, her real age has already reached adulthood. Even the little thief, Cat Nami, who is still peeking from behind the scenes, is just 1 step away from her 18th birthday. Well, although the difference between the two is not that great. Even though her heart was filled with doubts and shock, Xiaoqing still obediently took a step forward. She slightly bowed her head before Chu Bawang and softly said, Master, you don't need to say any more. Xiaoqing understands in her heart. Xiaoqing was called by Madame Kia in the middle of the night to take the blame for her. Serving by Master's side in this life is a blessing Xiaoqing has cultivated. If tonight I can share the joys of love with Master, it would be an extraordinary fate that Xiaoqing could only dream of. Chu Bawang nodded, not finding anything wrong with Xiaoqing's words. He was not a pretentious man, always living freely and without regrets, and when he felt no guilt, he would act without restraint. Moreover, as a modern man, he had a more open mindset, neither deliberately abstaining nor remaining indifferent like Lu Xiaohui, nor would he intentionally flirt around like a stud. He acted according to his heart, following fate and adapting to circumstances. In common terms, he was just a lazy person. He also did not think that Xiaoqing, transformed from the Tianqing Yolong, was unworthy of him. Even in terms of looks, Xiaoqing could compete with the beautiful Empress Hancock, equally matched. In fact, due to a certain ethereal quality about her, she was even more graceful than Empress Hancock. Otherwise, Xiaoqing would have long since taken Chu Bawang as her cherished male companion. The next day, the sun was high in the sky, with panda-like dark circles under their eyes. Kia, Nami, Dasky, Miss Golden Week, and Miss Valentine's Day sat around the dining table, exchanging glances filled with an unspoken understanding. Not long after, Chu Bawang, dressed in a white tuxedo, gracefully took his seat. Good morning, night owls. No, I should call you adorable panda babies, since you've all stayed up late and have panda eyes. Behind Chu Bawang was Xiaoqing, who had been nourished by him for several hours, her pretty face adorned with a sweet and satisfied smile, though her walking posture was slightly unnatural upon closer inspection. One could even notice that Xiaoqing's skin seemed smoother and more delicate than before, and her figure had become much slimmer. Her temperament had transformed significantly, radiating charm. Full of spirit and stunningly beautiful, she looked like a fairy descended to earth. Her snow-white skin had a hint of rosy blush, truly embodying the freshness of morning dew and the beauty of newly bloomed flowers, indescribably exquisite. Perhaps this was the added benefit of being nourished by man. After Chu Bawang took his seat, Xiaoqing followed closely behind, obediently standing behind him to massage his shoulders and back. As expected, Xiaoqing was summoned into Madame Kia's room last night, and there was an underlying reason. All the women's gazes fell upon Xiaoqing, their expressions complex and varied. This is tough. How do I deal with my new sister? It's truly maddening. I really want to know what was going through my mind at that moment. Was I out of my mind or kicked by a donkey? Damn it. I actually let another woman put a green hat on me. The little rich woman Kia took a sip of red tea. Appearing calm on the outside but feeling flustered inside last night, she surrendered too early under Chu Bawang's intense advances and reluctantly brought Xiaoqing in to take the blame. As she slept until the sun was high in the sky, and now, sitting together, she felt incredibly depressed. When she called Xiaoqing to take over for her, Kia didn't think too much, being physically weak. She simply couldn't handle Chu Bawang's myriad of tricks, seeing that her position was about to be completely compromised. She naturally had to find a reliable ally to share the pressure. But now, Kia suddenly realized that she seemed unprepared to accept a new sister. What puzzled her even more was that she was the one who actively brought Xiaoqing over from the next room. Otherwise, based on Chu Bawang's character, he might not have made up his mind to take Xiaoqing so quickly. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The boss finally extended his claws towards his own people. As scumbag, Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day both looked at Chu Bawang with judgmental eyes, secretly despising him. They both subconsciously believed that Kia, suddenly dragging Xiaoqing into the room in the middle of the night, was due to being coerced by the white devil, Chu Bawang. Otherwise, how could someone like Kia, who is the perfect wife, actively invite a wolf into the house? But in fact, this was just a silly mistake made by the little rich woman Kia in a moment of impulse. It had nothing to do with Chu Bawang. Little thief cat Nami had a tense expression, mostly filled with resentment. Looking overly contemplative originally, she was happily watching an adult film in the first half of the night. However, in the latter half, for some unknown reason, Chu Bawang suddenly reduced the soundproof wall's soundproofing range, causing the sound from Kia's boudoir to not come out at all. The adult film she had been eagerly anticipating turned into a silent film. Little thief cat Nami was thrown back to the days before liberation, having to guess and recreate the details of the battle between Chu Bawang and Xiaoqing based on her lip movements. The huge disparity in experience made little thief cat Nami so angry she nearly flipped the table, feeling incredibly frustrated. The one with the most emotional ups and downs had to be Dasky, the natural airhead who was kidnapped from the naval base. She really did not expect Chu Bawang to be so shameless. They say even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Yet Chu Bawang didn't even spare his maid, Xiaoqing. She vaguely felt that perhaps this unique undercover life might have to sacrifice itself for the justice she spoke of. Because of this, Dasky now appeared completely lost, her small figure curled up in the most inconspicuous corner of the dining table. Fearing that Chu Bawang might suddenly say something like, "Tonight, it's Miss Dasky's turn to serve." That would be a nightmare. If that were to happen, Dasky wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Even if she committed suicide, it would be useless because Chu Bawang could still revive her while her body was still warm. Piss. I'm also feeling dizzy. Even playing a joke got me locked in a little black room. Dear censorship brother, please let me go crying. JPG, I just want to be a quiet and handsome guy. Unfortunately, it seems that none of you believe me. The dramatic Chu Bawang held a cup of pure milk, took a slow sip, and tried to defend himself. The women rolled their eyes at Chu Bawang in perfect unison. Aren't you a scumbag? Haha, if you weren't a scumbag, would you have so many complicated relationships with girls? Look at the chaotic Mary. How many women are there in total? How many of them have nothing to do with you, Chu Bawang? If you weren't a scumbag, then we will smash eggs live. Forget it, Chu Bawang, can't be bothered to argue with you about whether or not I'm a scumbag. Chu Bawang finished the milk in his cup in one go. Too lazy to debate with the women. Continuing to get entangled in this isn't a solution. He didn't even need to use Imperial Artifact, 5 Vision Universal Power, to see that Nami was clearly jealous of Xiaoqing, and that it wouldn't be easy to appease her. But what could he do? He was also quite desperate. Both Nami and Xiaoqing had been craving his body for a long time, but even so, he had to take things one step at a time. Otherwise, wouldn't it'd all be a mess. Ahem. It seems like I accidentally exposed the fact that I'm a scumbag. I'm leaving. You bad women really hurt my fragile heart. I'm not happy right now. Fortunately, Captain Dalton agreed to make a lot of snowflake cakes for me. So I need to take a trip to the Drum Kingdom to collect some small gifts to heal my wounded heart. Bye-bye, my little babies. Let's not miss each other tonight. Chu Bawang winked at the women, and his figure flashed away, disappearing from the spot. He remembered clearly that the local specialty snowflake cake from the Drum Kingdom was a delicacy, and it was the only food he could eat in the pirate world. Luckily, he had won a copy of the new Oriental Culinary Cooking Secrets in the last lottery, which he was currently studying. It would be long before he could eat the homemade dishes from his beloved Water Blue Star. Drum Kingdom. More accurately, it should now be called the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, even though this country had only blossomed once with fleeting cherry blossoms, and it was achieved through artificial cherry blossom rain-using compounds. After using teleportation to return to the Drum Kingdom, the first thing Chu Bawang did was to scavenge a lot of delicious snowflake cakes and local specialty fruits from Dalton, I have to say. Although the food level in the pirate world isn't very high, the specialty fruits are exceptionally delicious and sweet. In my previous life, Water Blue Star also had many addictive fruits, but compared to the fruits in the pirate world, they were still lacking. Because the environmental pollution on Water Blue Star was too severe. In contrast, there is basically no environmental pollution in the pirate world, and the fruits grown are the most natural and nutritionally valuable. This time, returning to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was ostensibly to collect rent. But in reality, Chu Bawang was there to resurrect someone, and that was the quack doctor, Dr. Hiluluk. Considering that Chopper hadn't joined the Straw Hat crew according to the plot at that time, Chu Bawang deliberately waited until Chopper had integrated into the Straw Hat crew before coming to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to resurrect the quack doctor, Hiluluk. Otherwise, if Chu Bawang had resurrected Hiluluk in advance, it was possible that Chopper wouldn't have joined the Straw Hat crew according to the plot. If Chopper didn't join normally, it would mean that Chu Bawang hadn't accelerated the plot as required by the mission, but had directly altered that part of the plot. This would also mean that this not-so-smart little system might confiscate his acquired spiritual treasure, gold bricks. Although losing a piece of acquired spiritual treasure wasn't a big deal, Chu Bawang didn't like it when treasures that had entered his pocket were taken away by others. Moreover, with the addition of the tool man Walpole and the quack Dr. Hiluluk, the cohesion of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's populace would be strengthened again, and it wouldn't be a dream for it to become a world-class power in a short time. By then, he could provide some assistance to Zilabu Village and Kokoja Village, which would also justify his long time of mooching off food and drink in Zilabu Village, just as Chu Bawang was about to leave the Drum Kingdom and return to the Mary. Dalton suddenly spoke up. By the way, Mr. Bawang, I just remembered something. Recently, my deputy reported to me that a man wearing a black trench coat and a red necklace, seemingly called Ace, appeared in the nearby Rogue Village. It is said that this man, named Ace, was looking for the whereabouts of Blackbeard Teach, and he also asked the villagers about your and the Straw Hat Kid's whereabouts. Chu Bawang became slightly interested. He didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. He asked, "What else did your deputy say?" Dalton scratched his head, thinking hard before saying, My deputy also said that he had a free meal in Rogue Village without paying. Chu Bawang, the second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 200 million berries, actually had a free meal in a small village? Damn, I remember you 3 Waterpipe brothers have been eating free meals in restaurants in the Goa Kingdom since childhood, and this fine tradition has continued to this day. You and Luffy really aren't from the same family, yet you both like to eat free meals without paying. Chu Bawang frowned slightly and began to contemplate the causal relationship hidden within. The plot of Ace chasing Blackbeard Teach naturally hadn't changed much, and it was understandable that he would casually inquire about Hizdudu as well. After all, Ace was a doting brother, and it would be a bit unreasonable not to meet his beloved Edudu after finally getting out of the Whitebeard Pirates. But why would Ace inquire about his whereabouts from others? P.S. It seems like I haven't asked for free data in a long time, so I'm asking for your support. Foodie Chu Bawang casually stuffed a snowflake cake into his mouth and immediately felt that the world was so beautiful. He smiled and said, "You continue. I am listening." At that time, the restaurant owner who had been stiffed was chasing after the fleeing Ace and unexpectedly found this. Dalton wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, pulled out a piece of paper from behind and handed it to Chu Bawang with trembling hands, as if facing enormous pressure. Chu Bawang casually took the piece of paper. It wasn't just any ordinary piece of paper, but a new bounty notice co-published by the Navy headquarters and the world government. It was the huge bounty notice for the White Devil, Chu Bawang. The photo on the bounty notice hadn't changed. It was still Chu Bawang in a white suit, sitting elegantly beside a pure white piano, showing only a profile from the perspective. However, it exuded an irresistible charm. Even through the photo, one couldn't help but want to shout that name, Bawang. But the bounty amount on the notice had skyrocketed directly from 90 million berries to 1 billion berries. It has soared by more than 10 times. This is truly a unique miracle in the Grand Line, where bounty increases slowly, even with bounties exceeding 3 billion. Even the former pirate king CallsSwords, Roger, never received such an honor. The intelligence department of the Navy headquarters is really lazy. They haven't even updated a photo of me. Dalton was left dumbfounded. Is this how big shots perceive things? Shouldn't the first thing to check on the bounty notice be the bounty amount? Why look at your own photo first? However, he does agree with Chu Bawang on one point. The Navy's intelligence department is indeed lazy at times, unless there is a significant change in appearance. A wanted poster can be used for decades without being updated. Of course, this could also be because the intelligence department's military budget was insufficient or was embezzled by some big pests. Looking at this bounty notice with a staggering 1 billion berries, Chu Bawang fell into deep thought. He finally understands why the lottery draws are usually filled by people early in the morning. Under the buff of no one can stutter, anyone who sees this wanted notice would shout Bawang from thousands of miles away. The system dog doesn't know that homophonic puns cost money, which is why Chu Bawang's lottery draws get filled up before he even sleeps. All right, I will keep an eye on this kid's movements. Chu Bawang casually responded to Dalton and hurriedly left with a laugh. Unknowingly, they're already at the Alabasta arc. The plot is indeed moving quite fast, dragging. To be honest, compared to saving Ace from being killed by a Kainu, he is actually more interested in the family drama between CallsSwords, Roger, and his devilish descendant Ace. He just doesn't know how Roger's luck will fare in this Alabasta arc, and whether he will encounter Fire Fist Ace, and what kind of sparks will fly between them. After all, Ace has no good feelings for his biological father Roger. Even the Iron Fist garb couldn't shake Ace's firm resolve to recognize Whitebeard as his only father. Can CallsSwords, Roger really reclaim his only son from Whitebeard? Moreover, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, must have already learned about Roger's resurrection if they meet during the Marineford War. I wonder what kind of expression he will have. It's really exciting. Thinking of this, Chu Bawang is even more eager to see the meeting between Roger and the remnants of the old era, which will surely drop many jaws. By now, he has also figured out the real reason Fire Fist Ace is looking for him. It's simply to ask him to resurrect the unfortunate 4th Division Captain Sachi, who was killed by Blackbeard Teach. However, Chu Bawang is not prepared to let Fire Fist Ace lead him around by the nose. Nor does he want to clean up after the Waterpipe brothers. Chu Bawang has his own plans and calculations. As long as it can make this world a bit more interesting, he doesn't mind adding some oil and vinegar or fanning the flames a bit. Near the borders of the desert country, Alabasta, the going merry. The sky is filled with white clouds, the sun's rays are shining bright, and it's incredibly clear. Chu Bawang, returning from the Sakura Kingdom to the merry, immediately changed into beach swim trunks and boldly made his way to the second deck. Skillfully lying on a beach chair, sipping juice with his legs crossed. Beside him are the little ones, Ching and Dasky, who are responsible for feeding him, living a very comfortable life. What? You ask how he handled the sister relationship between Ching and Koya? Think about it. Ponder it, however. Chu Bawang hasn't told Roger, the drama king, about Ace possibly appearing in Alabasta. He wants to see Roger's expression when he unexpectedly encounters Ace without any preparation. On the deck railing of the Mary, the just-departed Chopper is lying on the railing, looking in amazement at the endless sea, letting the warm sea breeze blow through his fur. This is his first time leaving the snow-covered Sakura Kingdom, and he is filled with a strong curiosity and desire to explore everything. Amazing. The sea is so vast. Chopper feels incredibly happy these days. The past frustrations have almost completely disappeared, leaving only endless joy and hope. Ahead is the ideal country of universal medicine, and behind are his reliable little friends. What is there to fear about the future? Of course, being a pirate means adventuring freely on this vast sea. Luffy, sitting in his exclusive VIP seat, said excitedly. For him, being a pirate symbolizes freedom. The so-called Pirate King is the freest man in the world. Chopper's eyes sparkled like stars as he recalled the former pirate doctor, Dr. Hiralik, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this what pirates should do? They are indeed amazing." Hearing this from the second floor, where he was sunbathing, Chu Bawang scoffed disdainfully. Everyone in the world takes pride in becoming a pirate king. Yet they overlook that pirates are symbols of evil. They worship evil and reject goodness. In a way, this is the tragedy of this world. If everyone takes pride in becoming evil pirates, then what future does this world have? As for Luffy's Straw Hat crew, it is actually more appropriate to call them a travel group or an adventure group. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world. Not all pirates are symbols of crime, nor can all navies represent justice. In some aspects, the Navy can be more excessive than pirates, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the lackeys of world corruption. Just then, a huge shadow suddenly passed over the Going Merry, completely enveloping it. Its massive form was hardly smaller than the Merry. Chopper, clearly seeing such a strange monster for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, what kind of monster is that?" "That's a seagull, Luffy, the silly one," said while pretending to know. Chopper looked confused. "What? Are you trying to say I'm not educated? Does your seagull grow up eating pig feed? It's even bigger than the Going Merry." Chopper stared at the dark shadow in the sky for a long time, realizing that it was not a seagull, but a fierce hawk, clearly having excellent eyesight. And it was eyeing Luffy sitting in the VIP seat, full of predatory intent. Seeing Chopper's disbelief, Luffy felt it was time to assert his authority as the captain of the Merry, stubbornly insisting, "That's definitely a seagull. If you don't believe me, I'll say hello to it, and you'll know whether I'm right or wrong. Seagull, seagull, if you have the guts, come here." While speaking, Luffy waved at the massive shadow, trying to attract its attention. The eagle preparing to hunt in the sky saw that a mere human dared to greet him, and he couldn't hold back his anger. Damn it, he had to deal with this. If he didn't take care of you today, how would he maintain his dignity as an eagle? The hunting eagle charged forward with power, entering a gliding state as it approached the sea, its sharp gaze locked onto Luffy's neck. Before Chopper could react, Luffy was snatched away by the giant eagle and flown far away. Classmate Monkey D, Luffy dead. Chopper was stunned by Luffy's foolish move. He had seen stupidity before, but never this level of foolishness. Luffy's intelligence was clearly abnormal. He even wondered if Luffy had been brain damaged at birth. Oh no, this is bad. Luffy is going to be eaten. Chopper ran frantically to the other side of the deck, shouting to Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, who were engrossed in playing cards. "Guys, this is not the time to play cards. Our Captain Luffy is in trouble." Zoro casually threw down a straight flush and asked, "Did Luffy call for help?" "No." "Then there is no problem. Don't disturb me. I want to play this hand well against the perverted cook." Sanji and Usopp both looked calm, as if they were used to it, and said in unison, "Don't panic, Chopper. It's not a big deal. Last time Luffy was taken away too, and he came back safe." Chopper was shocked by their calmness, his dear face in confusion. "Damn, I really got tricked. Aren't you supposed to be good partners who share joys and sorrows? Why are you just watching your captain die? What kind of broken crew is this? Even when the captain is eaten by an eagle, you remain so calm. If this continues, this broken crew is going to be in big trouble." Chopper wanted to say more. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down on his little head, and a strong smell of alcohol enveloped him. "Goldie." Roger smiled as he patted Chopper's little head, reminiscing. "This is so nostalgic. Back on my ship, the Oro Jackson, there were also two very cute mascots. I wonder how they're doing now." He still clearly remembered the details of the time when he stole the corner of Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Kazuki Oden. The two mascots Roger mentioned were undoubtedly the leaders of the mink tribe living on Zou, Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper. Duke Inuarashi is a dog mink, while Cat Viper is a cat mink. Decades ago, both were direct retainers of the Kazuki family in Wano and had followed the daimyo Kazuki Oden onto the pirate King Roger's ship. Their strength was quite formidable. They were not at a disadvantage even against Jack, one of the 3 calamities. In their full moon forms, their power would only increase. "Don't worry, Straw Hat Kid won't be in trouble." Roger laughed heartily at Chopper, his figure darting like a bubble, and in the next second, he teleported in front of the ferocious eagle, drawing a wooden sword and slashing forward. A brilliant sword light suddenly erupted, and the giant eagle exploded, with Luffy cheering as he fell to the ground from the eagle's mouth, as happy as a 300-pound man. "Hey, sloppy uncle, it seems your strength is getting stronger. Looks like your injuries have healed quite a bit." Roger smirked, patting his wine gourd and laughing, clearly in high spirits. He had made many sacrifices to recover his strength in recent days, even replacing the wine in his gourd with medicinal wine. Of course, this medicinal wine isn't tea for nothing. If it weren't for the strange, weakening buff brought by the resurrection from the Overlord, I would have probably already returned to my peak state because of my physique. Right now, I can take on all three of you by myself. I warn you. From now on, you little brats better show me some respect, or I'll use fists as big as sandbags to serve you. Zoro. Sanji. Luffy. Wow, did Roger drink fake wine? Just because you're a noob? You think you can beat the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew? Haha. You think it's that easy to recover your strength? You must be dreaming. GOLD. Roger, you're underestimating the weakening buff brought by the resurrection technique. With a casual glance at the show-off GOLD, Roger, the professional debunker for 18 years, Chu Bawang said slowly. GOLD. Roger, you're underestimating the weakening buff brought by the resurrection technique. With a casual glance at the show-off GOLD, Roger, the professional debunker for 18 years, Chu Bawang said slowly. Don't be fooled by how Roger just killed the giant eagle with a wooden sword, looking like he was on a rampage. In reality, the power was just SOSO. It only looked impressive and could only bully those with no combat instincts, although Roger's strength was recovering. The weakening buff from the resurrection technique was no joke. Just think about it. If the resurrected person was powerful in life and had a rebellious personality, that's when the benefits of the resurrection technique come into play. At the very least, it wouldn't lead to being killed by the resurrected person and end up in a bad situation. After all, the resurrection technique is fundamentally a self-serving godly skill. To be honest, if it weren't for Roger's own strength being formidable and his vitality and recovery being as stubborn as a cockroach, the negative effects of the weakening buff would last even longer. Before Roger could even show off, Chu Bawang quickly exposed his lies, and he grumbled, Overlord, don't be such a debunker. These little brats always want to beat me up, this 69-year-old man. Is there no justice, no law? Roger cried bitterly to Chu Bawang. He said that the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew had recently teamed up to treat him like a punching bag, giving him no face at all. As a legendary pirate, he was living worse than a beast. Chu Bawang was also somewhat speechless. He really suspected that he had resurrected a fake pirate king. Roger really should have won an Oscar. Why are the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew beating you? Don't you have any self-awareness? Not to mention always stealing Luffy's big bone meat during meals, Zoro always dragging him to drink while training, and often sneaking out with Luffy in the evening to steal the food Sanji had stored in the fridge. Roger had offended all three main forces of the Straw Hat crew. What kind of behavior is this for a pirate king? Yes, just a troublemaker. Don't say that the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew have good temperaments. If it were me in this situation, I would have beaten the crap out of you already. At least Roger has a bit of self-awareness and has never offended me or made me unhappy. Otherwise, the King of Chu would have thrown this guy into the sea to feed the sharks by now. Ha! I knew Master S weak buff wouldn't be so easily cured. Roger, this guy who looks strong on the outside but weak on the inside, is indeed just putting on a show. Zoro sneered, pressing his palm against the hilt of his sword. At first, when he heard Roger say his strength had recovered, he felt a bit scared. After all, he, Sanji, and Luffy had beaten Roger more than once or twice, and if Roger really had returned to his peak strength, that would be quite a problem. Zoro, Sanji, we have to take down that messy uncle sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we might not be able to beat him in the future. It's time for the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew to team up. Luffy's fists were itching to go, and his favorite and happiest thing every day was to team up with Zoro and Sanji to beat Roger into a pig's head. After all, Roger always stole his big bone meat, daring to take Luffy's food, which is even worse than a deep-seated grudge against a father-esque killer. Moreover, at this point, he couldn't afford to fight alone. Even though Roger still had a weak buff on him, his strength was evident. When they first met, he used a high level of hockey to nearly beat Luffy, who wanted to be the Pirate King, to death. If the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew fought individually, no one could guarantee they could handle Roger. They might even end up defeating each other. If given the choice between beating Roger and being beaten by Roger, anyone would know which option to choose, right? The three main forces of the Straw Hat crew exchanged knowing smiles. It's time for the audience to enjoy their daily entertainment of beating Roger after a meal. If we are brothers, let us chop Roger together. Seeing Zoro and the others' expressions start to darken, the habitual show-off Roger suddenly panicked like an old dog. He just wanted to come out and show off. Why was it so difficult? Ahem. The world is so beautiful, yet you are so irritable. This is not good, not good. Listen to my advice. All of you put down your weapons. Young people fighting and killing really harms the peace. If there is something you can't agree on, why not talk it over at the dinner table? Roger took a couple of steps back. But it wasn't out of fear of Luffy. Amir Luffy was not even in his eyes. He was just a bit wary of the pure sword intent emanating from Zoro. It has been proven that Zoro indeed has remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Even without relying on haki, he could still injure the current Roger. Luffy's loud barking fell on Roger's ears like a dog relying on its master. This metaphor is indeed vivid. Although Luffy doesn't seem very smart, he knows that he can only stand up to Roger when Zoro and Sanji are around. To Roger, it naturally made no difference from a dog relying on its master. Just as the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew were preparing to join forces to battle the former pirate king Joel D. Roger, a graceful figure suddenly blocked their way. The woman daring enough to stand in front of Luffy and Zoro was undoubtedly the strongest second combat force known as the little thief cat Nami from the Going Merry. Nami had just come out of the drawing room and saw the imminent chaos with Roger and the others. While the onlooker king of Chu was lying on a beach chair watching the fun, Nami's face instantly darkened. She waved her little pink fists and gave each of Luffy and the others a max-level hockey punch, directly ending this farce. Damn. You guys are too much of a headache, every day, always fighting or on the way to fight. Even the onlookers have gathered. King of Chu, I didn't eat your rice. I'm just sitting here eating a cold watermelon. What did I do to you? Truly worthy of being the strongest navigator in the world. Even with Zoro and Luffy's tough bodies, Nami only needed one punch to leave both of them with swollen heads. The Straw Hat crew simply couldn't fight back against Nami. Even if they could, they wouldn't dare to resist competing with a female navigator on the ship. That would be like asking for trouble. As for Roger, who was also knocked to the ground by a single punch, foaming at the mouth, it was clear that even if he had 100 more guts, he wouldn't dare to resist Nami's iron fist. If the daughter of King of Chu wanted to punch you, that would be your honor. Okay, if you dare to dodge, you're probably tired of living. Besides, getting lightly punched by Nami wouldn't hurt much. It would be much easier than getting beaten up by the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew Roger. This dog was obviously an old hand at playing tricks, fully aware of the cause and effect, and after taking a punch from Nami, he just lay on the ground and played dead, decisively and stylishly. The most speechless was King of Chu. He neither gathered a crowd to fight nor provoked anyone. He was just sitting aside, eating a cold watermelon. Yet he was still being pointed at by the little thief cat, which made King of Chu feel drunk. If it weren't for Nami being someone he knew, King of Chu would definitely teach her how to behave. I, King of Chu, have acted throughout my life without needing others to point fingers at me. Forget it. I won't argue with this little girl. She is obviously still jealous of Lil Ching. She must feel unhappy because I haven't treated her equally. King of Chu pondered for a moment and understood the ins and outs of the matter. The reason little thief cat Nami was so angry was clearly because a few days ago he had eaten Lil Ching but hadn't touched her, causing her to hold a grudge. It's understandable that she has a little emotion inside. You must know that Nami had secretly planned for a long time to pull the good man King of Chu into the water, even attempting to drug him midway to forcefully consummate their relationship, aiming for a romantic reversal of getting on the bus first and buying a ticket later. As a result, she never expected that her plot would fail and, through a twist of fate, ended up helping Luffy become the man of the Pirate King. She had already regarded King of Chu as a forbidden fruit. Apart from ya, Nami didn't want King of Chu to get close to other women. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, she saw King of Chu being picked by Lil Ching? Now this completely ignited Nami's jealousy. She directly locked herself in the drawing room, refusing to talk to King of Chu for several days aside from eating, sleeping, and playing games. Just when she was about to go out to clear her mind, she coincidentally bumped into Luffy and the gang preparing to fight. This was all because Luffy and Roger were just too mischievous, like reincarnated shrimp. Feeling uncomfortable if they didn't get beaten up for a day, those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. Now the two finally ran into Nami's gunpoint and were directly killed on the spot, ignoring the large group of Luffy and others sprawled on the ground. Nami directly turned to the ace-level bystander, Chu Bawang. With a serious tone and fierce eyes, she said, "Otosin, this ship is about to arrive in Alabasta soon. Do we need to pay attention to anything? Should we go to the Navy base to catch some beautiful female soldiers? Besides, I've heard that the girls in Alabasta are all stunning and quite attractive. Chu Bawang, little thief cat, you can't be the parasite in my stomach. Can you? You actually saw through my dirty thoughts at a glance. Or is it that I've become so thirsty that I've written the letters LSP on my face? This shouldn't be the case. I clearly spent last night calming down with Koya and Xiao Qing, seeing Chu Bawang silent, looking as if he'd been caught in a small scheme and started doubting life. Nami immediately felt like crying and started throwing small punches at his chest. Her eyes were filled with deep resentment, making it seem like Chu Bawang owed her a debt of fate that could never be repaid. What the heck? Is this still the Nami we know? The Straw Hat crew was stunned. This was her first time seeing such a gentle Nami throwing punches. Although she unleashed dozens of punches in an instant, there was no power behind them. It looked less like she was angrily hitting someone and more like she was being playful. All right, stop messing around. There are so many people watching. If you keep this up, the high-profile image your dad worked so hard to create will completely collapse. The tough guy, Chu Bawang, wouldn't give Nami a chance to cause trouble, directly pulling her into his arms and making her sit sideways on his lap. This action was quite confusing, straddling the line between being extremely ambiguous and stopping at courtesy. A strong masculine aura instantly enveloped Nami. Originally a bit irritated, the little thief cat instantly became obedient, as if she had just inhaled catnip, sitting upright on Chu Bawang's lap with a serious expression. Little thief cat Nami's face turned red, not daring to meet Chu Bawang's fiery gaze, stammering a response. The next second, her face turned even redder, and she felt so comfortable she was almost ready to purr. Ha, woman, you're just craving my body. You're very honest, and that deserves praise. Chu Bawang sighed, feeling disdainful inside. However, on the surface, he remained gentle, revealing a warm smile unique to the Sea Emperor. He reached out and patted Nami, continuing this motion, rubbing her little head as if petting a cat. In fact, calling Chu Bawang's actions petting a cat sent wrong. After all, the little thief cat is still a cat. Nami, your face is so red. Are you burning up? Luffy, whose only thought was about becoming the Pirate King without any distinction between genders, looked shocked, thinking Nami was sick with a high fever like Usopp. Even with all his brain power, Luffy couldn't understand why Nami turned so red just from being hugged by Chu Bawang. Idiot Captain, hurry up and shut your mouth. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Zoro and Sanji, in perfect harmony, covered Luffy's mouth, forcing him to stay down and play dead. They both had quite the knightly spirit, knowing what to say and what not to say, what to see and what not to see, what to hear and what not to hear. Simply put, any negative information related to Chu Bawang should be heard, seen, spoken, and spread as little as possible. Otherwise, if Chu Bawang finds out you have dirt on him and want to put him in a tough spot, he will definitely annihilate you without leaving a trace. Chopper, you're still a kid. You can't watch such intense scenes. And, Chopper, you must not tell Miss Koya about this. Otherwise, you might be directly silenced by Bawang or Nami. The best method is to pretend you saw nothing and remember nothing. Usopp looked around and felt he should cover something too, so he reached out and blocked Chopper's eyes. Chopper looked confused, but before he could react, he was pressed down by Usopp, who was afraid of knowing too much and being silenced by Chu Bawang. And they both lay down together, pretending to be dead, glancing at the disheveled GoLD, Roger, who was lying on the ground sleeping soundly. Chopper felt that his whole being was in disarray. When he first boarded the Mary, Chopper was extremely shocked, because when he boarded, he had witnessed the legendary pirate GoLD, Roger, who only lived in textbooks, lying on the deck of the Mary without any image, soaking up the sun. Chopper was left dumbfounded, frozen on the spot, as if struck by lightning. The Pirate King GoLD, Roger, had been executed over 20 years ago. How could he be on the Golden Mary? Could it be that Pirate King Roger was actually faking his death? After spending a few days with Roger, Luffy, and others, Chopper gradually accepted the truth that Roger was indeed still alive later. He learned from Luffy and others that Chu Bawang had eaten the imagination devil fruit and had developed the ability to resurrect the dead. Chopper felt that his worldview had been completely shattered. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Truly starting off on the right foot? This imagination fruit is too amazing. It can even develop the ability to bring the dead back to life. Could it be that this means the larger your heart, the larger the stage? Thinking of the so-called most useless and completely useless human fruit he had eaten, Chopper felt like crying without tears. Now I understand. The one person on this ship that cannot be provoked is neither the captain, Luffy, nor the former Pirate King, GoLD, Roger, but rather the one who seems like a salted fish, low-key in both personality and actions, Mr. ChuBawang. Mr. ChuBawang is the ultimate big shot hidden on a Mary. At this point, Chopper is still young, thinking ChuBawang is a reclusive master who doesn't seek fame or fortune. Until many years later, he suddenly understood the trick of playing dumb to eat the tiger. Only then did he realize how naive and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. allowing the little thief cat Nami to sit obediently on his lap. Chu Bawang turned to the hesitant Callum and casually said, "While everyone is here, why don't you introduce to them the difficulties that Alabasta is currently facing? As long as you are willing to pay enough, they probably wouldn't mind earning some pocket money during the journey to improve their lives. Of course, even if they can't help much, I will still fulfill the promise made on Taiku Island and deal with the crocodile who wants to steal the lifeblood of the country." Back on Taiku Island, the Overlord of Chu once spontaneously held a dragon riding competition. Besides the Overlord of Chu and the Judge Nami, the first participants also included Zoro riding a Stegosaurus and Icolum riding a silly Triceratops. They agreed that whoever found the silly duo Luffy and Roger first would be the winner of the first dragon riding competition. The winner would receive a small reward from the host, the Overlord of Chu, for the sake of fairness and fun in the competition. The Overlord of Chu did not use observation haki, and Zoro did not let Goat Xiaowen help him cheat. Thus beginning the first dragon riding competition, no one expected that the final winner would not be the host Overlord of Chu or the seemingly certain Zoro, but Icolum, who was forced to fill in the numbers in the competition. According to Icolum's own words, he racked his brain and couldn't get the silly Triceratops to take 2 steps. The reason he was able to win was purely due to luck, because he didn't find Roger and Luffy at all, but the silly duo found him first as the winner of the first dragon riding competition. Icolum sincerely expressed his hope that if the Overlord of Chu was willing, he could lend a hand to their Alabasta, and they would be willing to offer enough sincerity afterwards. Icolum is clearly a smart person, and he wouldn't dare to explicitly ask the Overlord of Chu to do something for Alabasta. For those powerful strongmen, verbal agreements mean nothing. True big shots always act according to their hearts. In other words, it's fine for a big shot to give you face, but you absolutely cannot overstep your bounds. All right, Mr. Overlord, I will now share with everyone the predicament Alabasta is currently facing, as well as related information about Baroque works and Crocodile. A trace of barely noticeable cold sweat appeared on Icolum's forehead, because the tone of the Overlord of Chu sounded far too relaxed and casual. It seemed to him that dealing with a warlord of the sea was as simple and casual as stepping on a cat or dog. However, Icolum did not think the Overlord was talking nonsense. From the information he currently understood, he could still only see the tip of the iceberg of the Overlord's terrifying strength. But even with just this tip of the iceberg, he still believed that the current Overlord of Chu was enough to arm wrestle with the warlords of the sea, who were symbols of the world's top powers. Moreover, there was a legendary man, the Pirate King, as a backup. Dealing with a mere warlord of the sea was nothing but a small matter, wasn't it? Alabasta is my homeland, originally a country rich in resources where the people lived and worked in peace. And it is also a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line. However, starting 3 years ago, the entire country, except for the capital Alubarna, has not seen a drop of rain. Under the deliberate framing of Baroque works, all the citizens believe that the drought in the country is the result of King Cobra secretly using dancing powder. Because of this, His Majesty Cobra, who was once a beloved wise ruler, is now called a tyrant by the very people who loved him. The 3 years of continuous drought have led to a large-scale civil war in the country, with innocent civilians suffering heavy casualties. The leader of the rebels, Kusha, has gathered nearly 400,000 rebel troops in the capital, and with the 600,000 troops of the National Defense Army, if a great war breaks out, it will undoubtedly lead to immense suffering and devastation for the people. But because Crocodile is one of the warlords of the sea, recognized as a legitimate pirate by the world government, and he often helps towns eliminate evil pirate groups, most of the public believes this guy is a good person, rather than the mastermind behind this conspiracy. Icolum looked at Roger, Luffy, and the others who were lying on the deck, listening intently. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and said, "I say, Roger, everyone, why don't you stand up and listen to me speak? You making me feel like this makes it hard for me to get into character." Icolum felt like he was about to be made to cry by the antics of Roger and the Straw Hat crew. If it were the Straw Hat crew doing this, he could still understand, but Roger, why are you joining on the fun? You know, you're the most notorious legendary pirate in history, a super powerhouse who opened a new era. To be cowering on the ground out of fear of someone's silence would be too embarrassing if it got out, wouldn't it? What if I saw something I shouldn't have seen? Wouldn't I be directly silenced by the Overlord? Upon hearing this, Roger immediately became displeased and retorted to Icolum with righteous indignation. As a man who has died once, I don't want to experience the taste of death again. Right now, Nami is sitting obediently on the Overlord's lap, and the two are feeding each other crystal grapes. Their actions are already on the edge of cheating. Roger was worried that if he looked one more time, he would inevitably say some extremely reckless things for the sake of his own life. He decided to honestly lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Anyway, even if he closed his eyes, he could still hear what Ikelim was saying. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp basically shared similar thoughts, afraid that the Overlord might suddenly turn violent and kill them, all lying on the ground like salted fish, continuing to pretend to be dead. Glancing at the side where the Overlord and Nami were feeding each other fruit in a harmonious scene, Ikelim suddenly felt that his life was in danger. He felt that after he finished his remaining last words, there was a high probability that he would be silenced by the Overlord on the spot. Ikelim organized his wording, and his last words were very simple and clear, based on the information I and Princess Vivi obtained while undercover at Baroque Works. It was not His Majesty Cobra who secretly used dancing powder, but certain lawbreakers who colluded with Baroque Works. It is also our fault for being too careless and not being vigilant against the warlords of the sea, which are recognized as legitimate pirates by the world government. By the time we reacted, Crocodile had already framed His Majesty Cobra, causing public outrage and leading the entire country into turmoil. At this point, Crocodile's plan to steal the country is probably only one step away from completion. The Overlord of Chu was also listening attentively, feeling quite moved inside. To be honest, Crocodile's scheme is indeed intricate and brilliant. First, he used dancing powder to create a 3-year drought in Alabasta, while only the capital received rain, provoking public protests against King Cobra. Then he publicly exposed the dancing powder incident, using the public's pressure to frame and accuse the royal family of Alabasta, completely solidifying Cobra's guilt. By the time Cobra and Princess Vivi reacted, it was already too late. The villagers had long since stopped believing their words and instead wanted to overthrow the regime and plunge into chaos. If Crocodile were to travel back to the history of the Three Kingdoms, at the very least, he would have to be a legendary hero on par with Chow Chow. Of course, Crocodile's plan went so smoothly mainly because he had the title of Warlord of the Seven Seas as a disguise. If it weren't for the joint recognition of the world government and the Navy headquarters, which acknowledged Crocodile as a legitimate pirate, even the wise King Cobra would have let his guard down even if Cobra and the ministers of Alabasta were foolish. They wouldn't have been fooled to the point of being stuffed with a lump of yellow mud in their pants. It might as well be shit. Sigh. I wonder if Princess Vivi, who is also an undercover agent like me, has exposed her identity by now. If Princess Vivi's identity is exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Ikelim felt extremely pained and had a tinge of dissatisfaction with the manipulations of the world government and the Navy headquarters. The warlord Chu Bawang found it quite amusing and joked. This story tells us not to underestimate a beanbag or the warlord of the Seven Seas as mere pirates. Most pirates, except for a few, are symbols of extreme evil, committing all sorts of atrocities and looting. To be honest, the original intention of the Navy headquarters and the world government in establishing the warlord of the Seven Seas was good, aimed at letting pirates fight among themselves, preferably resulting in mutual destruction. But now, it has turned out quite well. The warlords of the Seven Seas are all getting paid without taking care of any issues. And even robbery has been classified as a legal act if they were all like Mihawk, the swordsman, it would be fine. But in reality, these warlords of the Seven Seas are all quite capable of causing trouble. First, there was Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Knight Yasha, who successfully stole a country and sold arms, amassing unjust wealth from war. Next, there's Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, preparing a coup with the aim of targeting the underworld King Pluto, trying to reach for the world throne. Even the weakest among the warlords, Gecko Moria, harbors dreams of taking down the Yonko Kaido. After drifting on the sea for nearly 10 days, Chu Bawang and his companions finally entered the borders of the desert country, Alabasta. Koya and Little Ching didn't like the hot and steamy Alabasta, as going out would just lead to a body full of sweat, so they stayed on the Mary. As for Nami, Roger, and the Straw Hat crew, they were extremely excited, eagerly following behind Chu Bawang, looking around curiously. The most excited was undoubtedly Luffy. Every time they arrived at New Island, he felt as if he could smell the scent of adventure, bouncing around like a hyperactive monkey. Nami and the undercover expert, Daz Bones, rushed into a shopping mall, starting the phase of making men's wallets cry as they shopped. Fortunately, Chu Bawang was now a wealthy millionaire and naturally didn't mind Nami buying the latest styles of lingerie for Koya and Little Ching. After all, he would take off those lingerie in the evening anyway, making this purchase a sure profit even though this country was in turmoil. Chu Bawang was not in a hurry to step into the Alabaster Royal Palace to meet the king, Nefertari Cobra. Compared to occasionally being a savior, he actually preferred to experience the exotic charm. Because of this, he planned to spend a few more days exploring the surrounding towns of Alabasta. Chu Bawang saw a fruit stall by the street and couldn't resist his mischievous side. He turned to Roger and the Straw Hat crew and said, "You guys stay here and don't move. I'm going to buy you an orange." Luffy, Usopp, even Zoro and Sanji showed expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Because this was the first time they had seen such a gentle Chu Bawang, who even took the initiative to buy them oranges. The Straw Hat crew seriously doubted whether Chu Bawang had been possessed by someone. It's distressing. When will the great Bawang go to the palace? This is not the time for shopping and buying oranges. Ikalum was watching anxiously, wishing he could tie Chu Bawang up and drag him to the palace. Then take action to beat Crocodile to a pulp. Seeing that Ikalum was indeed a bit anxious, the streetwise old-timer Joe L.D. Roger couldn't help but remind Ikalum, "You fool, you're really hopeless. As the captain of the Royal Guard, you don't even understand the basic principle of asking someone to do a favor. You shouldn't be buzzing around Bawang like a fly. That will only increase his annoyance. After all, big shots are quite particular about appearances. If you want Bawang to help you, at the very least, you have to make him feel comfortable. Don't just stand there stupidly. Your most important task now is to quickly inform your king. Let him prepare the grandest royal banquet and the prettiest girls. Ready to welcome Bawang into the palace is the best strategy." Seeing that Ikalum still looked confused and clueless, Roger couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. These juniors really don't understand the game at all. Since you're a member of the Alabaster royal family, it's only right to give the grandest royal banquet and welcome ceremony to the big shot, and then arrange for some beautiful girls to treat him well. Isn't that too much to ask? How can you ask someone for a favor without offering something in return? Thinking that some trivial verbal promises can make someone work for you for free? Dream on. Ikalum was awakened by Roger's words, excitedly hugging and kissing Roger, giving him a thumbs up. "Senior Roger, you truly are a streetwise veteran. Hearing your words is indeed better than studying for 10 years. I'm going to inform His Majesty Cobra to prepare fine food and wine to welcome Bawang." Roger looked at Ikalum with the eyes of this child can be taught. With a demeanor of inspiring rhetoric, "Ikalum, you're not a kid anymore, so be careful not to be so rash in the future. You must remember, this world isn't just about fighting and killing. It's composed of human relationships and social rules. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat first, right? Moreover, the one standing in front of you is not just some little horse, but a true God-level figure." Ikalum's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Being singled out for a scolding at his age made him feel a bit shy. "Mr. Bawang, esteemed benefactors, please enjoy your time here. Whenever you're happy, you're welcome to the royal palace. His Majesty Cobra will certainly treat you with the highest etiquette, so please look forward to it." After greeting Chu Bawang, he quickly left as if fleeing. Ikalum felt it necessary to praise Chu Bawang extravagantly in front of Cobra and prepare the most formal etiquette to receive him, although Roger's words were harsh. They were spot on. Truly, he's the big shot who once became the Pirate King. His words are sharp and straightforward, and he sees through this world too clearly. If he hadn't forgotten his notebook, he would have wanted to take out paper and pen to jot down what Roger said. The world isn't just about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and social realities. That's quite insightful. The overlord of Chu silently glanced at the happily departing Ikalum, instantly filled with question marks. Today, he has once again refreshed his understanding of Roger. This guy is so shameless, actually plagiarizing words that I, the father, said unintentionally and flaunting them in front of others. This was the most impressive line that left a deep impression on the overlord of Chu during his viewing experience of the young marshal. He had once casually expressed this sentiment, and unexpectedly, it was plagiarized by Roger, who used it to lecture Ikalum. Indeed, the essence of humanity is just a tape recorder. Even the legendary pirate Joe L.D. Roger cannot escape this iron rule. Glancing at Ikalum's departing figure, the overlord of Chu continued his shopping journey. He doesn't have the responsibility and obligation to be a savior. The reason he occasionally shows off in front of everyone is merely to satisfy a little vanity within himself. Moreover, compared to being a miserable savior, he actually prefers being a lazy slacker P. Yes. Finally, we're at the Alabasta Arc, and Ace and Roger, this father-son duo, are about to meet for the first time. The author's writing ability is limited, so I'm not sure if I can write this part well. Great Warlord. World-honored Earth Store. Mommy hush. Please bless my plot not to collapse. Offering incense, of course. Roger isn't entirely wrong. The reason the Overlord of Chu didn't directly arrive at the Palace of Alabasta is to give Cobra and Icolum a chance to buffer, allowing them enough time to prepare the banquet. Although the Overlord of Chu doesn't care much about his face, he still values the sense of ceremony. Since you want to invite me, the father, to be the savior, at the very least, you should carry me on a grand sedan chair, right? Then, having a few delicate ladies to accompany me throughout seems only natural. The grand sedan can be spared, but not a single beautiful lady can be less. There's no helping it. The Overlord of Chu is such a man who values ceremony, immensely seeing that the Overlord of Chu wanted to buy some fruit. A seemingly shady old man blocked his way and started promoting the golden apples used to fool outsiders. Don't miss it as you pass by. Mr. Overlord, would you like to sit in my small shop? Inside, there's a treasure of the store, an incredible secret treasure I discovered while infiltrating ancient ruins. It is rumored that this dreamlike golden apple, once bitten, can grant you 1,000 years of life. After arriving in Alabasta, the Overlord of Chu also noticed some details in the intelligence. It seems Alabasta hasn't posted its huge bounty of 1 billion berries yet. Because of this, the ordinary villagers wandering the streets didn't see themselves as the plundering pirates. However, considering that Ace, carrying his latest bounty, recently appeared near the Drum Kingdom, it cannot be ruled out that elite pirates like Crocodile also know about his heroic deeds of causing a ruckus in Lowtown and resurrecting Roger. After all, strictly speaking, the warlords of the sea have an advantage over the Yonko Whitebeard when it comes to obtaining information. After all, they have the Marine headquarters, a gigantic force, backing them. Seeing that these villagers had no fear of him, the Overlord of Chu was happy to keep a low profile. So, he waved his hand and with a stern look, directly rejected the shop owner's proposal to fleece the outsiders. Sorry, I'm not interested in living for 1,000 years. Living well today is enough for me. The shop owner wanted to say something more, but when he met the Overlord's gaze, he was suddenly startled. Those eyes were flashing with a ferocious light like some beast, and the shop owner shrank back, obediently cowering like a quail, no longer daring to linger. Soon, the Overlord of Chu picked some fresh oranges from the fruit stand, packed them up, and then fed them to Zoro and the others. It was only then that he noticed Roger seemed to be recording something with a pen, and to his surprise, Roger was jotting down his golden words and phrases. For example, the last time he said, "This world isn't just about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and social realities." Or the earlier phrase he casually plagiarized from Ace, "I'm not interested in living for 1,000 years. Living well today is enough for me." Besides these, there were also various random middle school lines like "study hard and improve every day, whether I'm a demon or a fairy. I say it counts. I laugh at the sky with my sword, leaving my guts and courage for 2 Kunluns and 30 years on the east side of the river. 30 years on the west side. Don't bully the young and poor." The clear and serious handwriting on that little notebook evidently showed that Roger had put in great effort and care. The Overlord of Chu was stunned by Roger's bizarre actions. What is going on? How did Roger become his little fanboy? To even take notes on his casual lines? What kind of fervent fan would do such a crazy thing? But soon, the Overlord of Chu understood Roger's intention. The reason this guy was recording his golden words and phrases was probably for future show-off. After all, the Overlord of Chu and Roger can be considered similar. In a sense, both are habitual show-offs. However, although Roger is indeed good at showing off, he is still somewhat inferior to the Overlord of Chu. This dog Roger is obviously someone who refuses to be beneath others, just like Luffy, a troublemaker. Holding on to the thought of using foreign techniques to control foreigners, he began to borrow the Overlord of Chu's unique and stylish show-off model, but Roger might not have anticipated that his unintentional act of recording the golden words and phrases that burst forth in the daily life of the Overlord of Chu would lead him to discover a huge business opportunity. Years later, Roger began to rely on selling the Overlord's golden words and phrases, becoming a business genius who struck it rich overnight. It was precisely by recording the Overlord's golden words and phrases in a unique booklet that GOLD, Roger created another epic miracle in the world of pirates. Of course, that's a story for another time. For now, let's set that aside. These oranges are really delicious and juicy, thanks to the Overlord for the fresh oranges. Luffy and the others happily received the fresh oranges thrown to them by the Overlord of Chu, each one as joyful as a 300-pound fat man. The one who was the happiest among them was none other than the old lickspittle, Sanji, although the gift the Overlord gave them wasn't very expensive. Its significance was indeed considerable. Not to mention anything else, this was at least the first time he had received a gift from the Overlord for free. In a sense, it meant he was one step closer to realizing his dream of hugging the Overlord's golden thigh, isn't that right? Just as Luffy and Usopp and the others were immersed in the deliciousness of eating oranges before the corner fruit stand, a tall and upright figure suddenly caught the attention of Chu Bawang. Following that, Roger and Zoro also sensed something unusual. They both turned their gaze towards the distant corner, where a spirited young man was inquiring about information from the fruit stand owner in their line of sight. The young man asking the fruit stand owner for information was bare-chested, had numerous freckles on his cheeks, wore an orange cowboy hat adorned with badges reading mischievous and sad, and sported signature denim shorts. He had a leather dagger tucked into his left waistband and a red bead necklace around his neck. On his left arm was a tattoo with the letters AFC, where the S was crossed out. Notably, there was also a tattoo of the White Beard Pirates on his back, perhaps because this tattoo was the most important honor of his life. It stood out prominently. Without a doubt, this person was none other than the 2nd Division captain of the White Beard Pirates, known as Fire Fist Ace. Chu Bawang's gaze swept back and forth between Fire Fist Ace and Roger, who had already disguised himself, and he muttered in disbelief, "I'm really just trying to buy an orange, but unexpectedly I've created an opportunity for this father-son duo to meet." Fire Fist Ace carried a small travel bag and politely asked an elderly female shop owner for information. "Excuse me, ma'am, have you seen these two men?" He pulled out 2 bounty posters from his travel bag. One poster displayed the massive bounty of 1 billion on the White Demon, Chu Bawang, while the other naturally showed the 30 million bounty on Straw Hat Luffy. Although his main task for this outing was to hunt down Blackbeard Teach and seek out the rumored god-level resurrection technique of the White Demon Chu Bawang, in order to ask him to resurrect the deceased captain of the White Beard Pirates 4th Division, Sach, Ace was a brother complex. Even with the task assigned by Whitebeard, he had to take a detour to inquire if any villagers had seen his little brother. As for the resurrected Roger, he was naturally ignored by Ace. After all, in Ace's eyes, he held only deep hatred for Gold, Roger, and no admiration or affection. In other words, whether Gold, Roger was alive or dead, he did not care at all, because he would never forgive himself for being the scum father who abandoned his mother. If Ace really encountered the resurrected Roger along the way, the most likely scenario would not be him affectionately calling Roger Dad, but rather directly using his most powerful attack, Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring, and then sending a massive fireball crashing into Roger's pancake face. The elderly shop owner stared at the bounty posters Ace presented for a long time, then mumbled, "This is Monkey D. Luffy? This person is the White Demon Bawang." "Ace, ma'am, can we please speak properly? I know this name is indeed quite catchy, and it's hard to pronounce the full name, making people just want to say Ba. But isn't it a bit exaggerated to shout Ba so many times?" Ace clearly had suffered from this before. He even seriously suspected that Chu Bawang had eaten the stutter fruit that did not exist in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, turning everyone who saw Chu Bawang's name and image into stutterers just like him. Yes, these two people are Monkey D, Luffy, and Bawang, and they may have already arrived in the city. I wonder if you have encountered them? I have been looking for them for a long time. Ace still had a smile on his face, suppressing his displeasure as he called out Chu Bawang's name again. The name that should have been pronounced Chu Bawang always slipped out as Bawang. This left the Fire Fist Ace, who vowed to only refer to Whitebeard as Old Man, feeling frustrated for a long time. For some reason, he always felt that every time he called Chu Bawang's name, it was equivalent to calling Chu Bawang Dad. This drove Ace crazy, but he could only accept it. After all, if Marco's information was accurate, the entire Whitebeard Pirates needed to treat Chu Bawang well, because only Chu Bawang, who mastered the god-level resurrection technique, could resurrect their deceased family member Sachi. It is worth mentioning that although ordinary people outside were aware of the terrible incident caused by Chu Bawang in Logue Town, they had no way of knowing from the newspapers that Gold, Roger, had been resurrected. Once the news of Gold, Roger's resurrection spread, it would be a terrifying blow to the Navy headquarters and the world's government's authority and credibility, a catastrophic defeat for justice. It was precisely because of this that the Navy headquarters and the world government joined forces to suppress the news of Roger's resurrection. Only those major powers who had set up their eyes in advance in Logue Town, some residents who had witnessed Roger's resurrection, and Smoker's trusted subordinates were aware of how dangerous the White Demon, Chu Bawang, truly was. The ability to resurrect the dead made Chu Bawang a ticking time bomb for any force. Perhaps outsiders did not quite understand why Chu Bawang's bounty skyrocketed from 90 million to 1 billion after causing a ruckus in Lowtown, creating a dream that countless pirates wished to encounter. But Ace understood very well that Chu Bawang had glimpsed the forbidden power of this world, and whoever found Chu Bawang first and allied with him would no longer fear death. Mastering life and death, seizing creation, was no longer just empty talk. In fact, aside from Fire Fist Ace, all those who were already aware of the truth, including the world government, the Navy headquarters, countless ambitious individuals, and the desperate criminals at sea, were frantically searching for Chu Bawang's whereabouts. Because of this, any information related to Chu Bawang and the Straw Hat crew was being sold at sky-high prices in the dark world and underground black markets. The seemingly not very clever shop owner stared blankly for a long time without providing any substantial answers, only suggesting to Ace, "I haven't seen these two people, but if you want to inquire about information, you could try asking at the restaurant up ahead. The owner there has a wide network, and he might have the information you're looking for." "You make a good point. Thank you for your suggestion. I'm hungry right now, so I'll go check that restaurant. Maybe I can find some delicious food." Hearing this, Ace, who was used to freeloading and never paying, showed a joyful smile. Before leaving, he bowed to the shop owner who provided him with advice, which significantly improved the shop owner's impression of him, making her goodwill instantly skyrocket. Chu Bawang glanced deeply at the fruit stand owner, seriously suspecting that the owner of this fruit shop had a deep-seated grudge against the owner of the restaurant in the distance. Otherwise, why would she introduce Ace, who only dines and dashes, to the restaurant to gather information? What is the difference between that and throwing meat buns to a dog? You can't expect Ace, who is used to dining and dashing, to suddenly have a change of heart and pay you honestly, can you? Ace is focused on gathering intelligence. Plus, the Straw Hat crew is hiding behind the wall, enjoying their juicy oranges, and Roger doesn't want to expose his whereabouts to the world just yet. So he requested that the Overlord of Chu set up the 72 transformations illusion technique on him. Therefore, Ace didn't immediately notice the clustered Straw Hat crew, nor did he realize that he had already caught the keen eyes of the Overlord of Chu and Roger, who would have thought he would run into Ace here. The corners of the Overlord of Chu's mouth curled into a warm smile. The name Fire Fist Ace is undoubtedly a faith for fans of the sea, among male characters. He is one of the few who can rival the likes of Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, and Roronoa Zoro in popularity. Last time, in the Sakura Kingdom, the toolman Dalton mentioned that Ace was looking for news about himself and Luffy, but didn't he expect to encounter him so soon on the street? Apart from the Overlord of Chu, although Zoro and Roger also noticed Ace's unusual actions of asking the fruit stall owner for information, the two did not take any rash actions. They both sensed Ace's strength, which has far surpassed the overall power that pirates should possess in the first half of the Grand Line. As for Luffy, the foolish brother, he had been hiding behind the wall enjoying the shade, lost in the joy of eating oranges, and didn't he even notice Ace's presence? Because peeling oranges is necessary to ensure the best taste. Luffy still hasn't finished the large bag of oranges that the Overlord of Chu bought this young man is very strong. Even among my original crew, he would rank at a mid-level. GOLD. Roger was quite surprised by Ace's appearance. Even with his discerning eye, he had to admit that if Ace could continue to grow smoothly, he would definitely become a strong presence. Most importantly, Ace seemed too young. Youth means capital for victory and an infinitely bright future. Zoro raised the corner of his mouth and coolly said, "Indeed, a formidable enemy." Unfortunately, compared to the less than 19-year-old Overlord of Chu, he is still slightly lacking in strength. Upon hearing this, Roger rolled his eyes at Zoro. Comparing a genius like the Overlord of Chu to a peer who is not much different? Are you kidding me? After spending these days together, Roger clearly learned from Usopp that the Overlord of Chu is actually a handsome young man who is less than 19 years old and has lived in Syrup Village, leading a mundane, uneventful life. However, Roger deeply understands what a terrifying man the Overlord of Chu is. In his eyes, the Overlord of Chu's hidden strength is unfathomable. Let us put it this way. Every time the Overlord of Chu makes a move, it refreshes Roger's worldview. Have you ever seen a boy under 19 years of age who has cultivated an advanced version of armament hockey that resembles a fierce dragon? Have you ever seen someone under 19 who has developed a god-level resurrection technique from the devil fruit? Have you ever seen someone under 19 who possesses a ship that is dozens of times more luxurious than the Demon Slayer Order warship? Have you ever seen someone under 19 who can simply glare at someone, making them experience the pain of 10 months of pregnancy and childbirth? Roger claims he has seen it all. Not only has he seen it with his own eyes, but he has also personally experienced the pain of 10 months of pregnancy and childbirth courtesy of the Overlord of Chu. Since then, Roger understood the greatness of motherly love. 10 months of pregnancy and 1 day of childbirth is truly agonizing, even with his strong will as the Pirate King. He almost couldn't endure the strongman assessment technique gifted by the Overlord of Chu. Honestly, if it weren't for Usopp and Kaya's confirmation that the Overlord of Chu is indeed a young lad under 19 who spent 18 peaceful years in Syrup Village, he would suspect that the Overlord of Chu is some old monster obsessed with cultivation who has been reincarnated, but regardless, compared to the vast majority of his peers, this bare-chested, spirited young man is still very powerful. I don't know who this kid inherited his genes from, but whether he joins the Pirates or the Navy, he would definitely be a pillar of talent. I just can't shake the feeling that the tattoo design on this kid's back seems a bit familiar. The habitual offender Roger casually snatched a freshly peeled orange from Luffy, who was enjoying his food, and continued to chat with Zoro nonchalantly. This action made Luffy glare at Roger with anger, wishing he could directly punch Roger in the face, snatching food from him. Luffy? He must be tired of living. Unfortunately, even with the weak version of the 7 wounds fist learned by Luffy, he still seems a bit inadequate in front of Roger. If Luffy hadn't foolishly modified the 7 wounds fist technique taught to him by the Overlord of Chu, he might have been able to exchange a few moves with Roger. But now, Roger only needed to use one hand to pin Luffy's head down, as if playfully toying with a child, making Luffy scratch his ears and cheeks like a wild monkey. Watching Roger and Zoro still chatting away, even leisurely snatching the peeled orange from Luffy, there was not the slightest intention of having a live reunion with Ace or staging a family drama. The Overlord of Chu's gaze swept back and forth between Ace and Roger, and as he slowly released the keyboard, he typed out a few question marks. Is this story's plot direction a bit off? According to the common tropes in novels, shouldn't there be a very strong blood bond between these biological father and his son? If Roger and Ace are indeed father and son, these two guys should be able to encounter each other even from miles away, recognizing each other's disguises and true identities thanks to their blood bond. Could it be that it's because both Roger and Luffy are a bit foolish? This foolish duo together emits a powerful shield of silly energy, isolating the strong call of their blood bond. The Overlord of Chu feels that this hypothesis is quite reasonable. After all, these legendary brain-damaged strongmen are indeed terrifyingly bizarre existences. Or perhaps, Ace and Roger actually have no blood relation at all, and this is just a big pit dug by that old thief, Oda. Regardless of the reason, the Overlord of Chu always feels that the foolish Luffy looks more like Joel D., Roger's biological son, at least in their reckless actions. These two always have an extraordinary tacit understanding, often teaming up late at night to steal food reserves from the refrigerator. And now even a large mouse trap, plus a locked fridge, can't stop them from sneaking snacks. Not seeing the family ethical drama he desired, Chu Bawang felt a bit disappointed. He thought the encounter between Roger and Ace would spark something different, but instead, he found that none of the melodramatic plot he expected had occurred. Roger was still like a stone-headed fool fighting Luffy for oranges. Even when he was about to brush past his own son, he still looked unfazed. It seems Roger initially noticed Ace simply because he was surprised by Ace's youth and strength, without any other thoughts. Master Bawang, you seem particularly concerned about this pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates. Is there something special about him? Watching the fiery fist Ace walking further away to eat a free meal at a restaurant, Zoro paused for a moment before finally asking Chu Bawang his inner doubts. As a pirate hunter, he naturally knew what the mark on Ace's back meant. It was definitely a ruthless figure from the Whitebeard Pirates. Although Zoro wasn't too interested in information, he was still quite attentive to those legendary pirates with renown. As it stands, the Whitebeard Pirates are considered the strongest pirate crew in the world. The creator of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate, is even hailed as the strongest man in the world. Legendary pirate. Seeing that Chu Bawang seemed very interested in Ace, Zoro thought that maybe Chu Bawang was a bit too eager. This made Zoro feel a little anxious. After all, he had just become Chu Bawang's disciple, and before he could even settle in, he encountered someone who caught Chu Bawang's eye. Zoro started to feel uneasy, sensing that he might soon lose favor and be cast aside by Chu Bawang. Strictly speaking, this guy's background does have some special aspects. Because his full name is Portgasti Ace, he is Luffy's sworn brother and the only bloodline left in this world. Completely ignoring Zoro's chaotic thoughts, Chu Bawang said with a faint smile. Zoro breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thinking that Chu Bawang was interested in Ace's talent and wanted to take him as a disciple. But then, Zoro's eyes widened as if he had discovered a blind spot in his life, and he quickly reached out to poke Roger's shoulder. However, Roger was still playing the silly game of grabbing oranges with the foolish Luffy, completely ignoring Zoro. Hey, Roger, did you hear what Master Bawang just said? Zoro couldn't hold back anymore and slapped Roger, shouting, "Are you crazy? It's this time and you're still bullying the idiot captain?" Master Bawang said that the young guy with his shirt off just now is your only bloodline left in this world. Your biological son named Portgasty Ace. Caught off guard, Roger was directly spun around 1,080 degrees by the angry Zoro, spinning like a top in place. Chu Bawang looked at Zoro, speechlessly, thinking to himself that Roger didn't seem very smart to begin with. And after that slap, his IQ probably dropped into negative numbers. What? You mean that strong-looking young guy, just now, is my son Jold? Roger. Roger stood frozen for a long time before realizing that he had inadvertently missed his long-cherished biological son. Before anyone could react, Roger let out a heart-wrenching scream and rushed off like a baboon. Chasing after the direction Ace had gone, Roger ran off without any semblance of dignity, waving to Chu Bawang to thank him. Master Bawang, thanks to your reminder. Otherwise, I would have missed my own biological son. I knew it. Why was that young guy so powerful and eye-catching? He was simply the brightest one in the village. Ha ha, now everything makes sense. It turns out this kid is my Gold, Roger's bloodline. Perhaps due to being overly excited, Roger's observation haki went seriously out of control. So while sprinting toward the distant restaurant, he accidentally tripped several times, knocking over several fruit stalls and getting himself a bit dirty if the Golden Lion and Barrett saw Roger, whom they regarded as a lifelong enemy. Exposing such a comical side for another man, they would probably be so enraged they'd shed tears of envy and jealousy. Why are you running so fast? I haven't even lifted the illusion spell on you yet. Even if you want to perform a melodramatic scene of Ace recognizing his father, you should at least do it with your real appearance, right? Chu Bawang opened his mouth to stop Roger, but this guy, upon hearing Ace's name, dashed off without a trace, running faster than a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, Roger had already escaped the range where the illusion could be lifted, leaving Zoro stunned, clearly shocked by the speed Roger had unleashed. Could it be? This is the power of paternal love? When he was being beaten, Roger never displayed such immense strength. Fortunately, neither I nor the perverted chef and the foolish captain have ever pushed Roger into a corner. Otherwise, the roles might have reversed, and it would be us getting beaten down. Zoro stared blankly at the shadow left by Roger, a bit frightened as he patted his chest. Usually, he was used to bullying Roger with Luffy and Sanji, even gradually ignoring the fact that Roger had a hidden weakness. It was only at this moment that Zoro realized the terrifying nature of Roger's full power. They say a dead camel is bigger than a horse. The ancients do not deceive me. Master Bawang is right. It's best to deal with Roger early. Otherwise, I might not be able to beat him later. My training seems to have been a bit lax lately. It looks like I must work hard to train. Absolutely cannot let that dog Roger surpass me. Otherwise, if Roger's full power is unleashed, it could be me and the foolish captain and the perverted chef getting beaten up. Zoro thought to himself, feeling a strong sense of crisis. He wished he could return to the deck of the Mary right now and lift weights for a few hundred or thousand sets to calm his frightened little heart. The sloppy uncle left too hurriedly, without making any proper preparations at all. If he really is Ace's biological father, he might get the door slammed in his face by Ace. No one knows better than me how much Ace hates his biological father. Without Roger's interference, Luffy finally managed to calm down and eat his oranges. Perhaps it's because being full is positively correlated with Lu Bao's intelligence. That's why Lu Bao appears quite calm at this moment and does not compete with Roger for the chance to meet Ace. Most of the time, Lu Bao's intelligence is offline. At this moment, Lu Bao is exceptionally calm and composed, looking quite reliable and giving people a great sense of security. Although Luffy also misses Ace, whom he hasn't seen for 3 whole years, he feels that the messy uncle is even more eager to see Ace first. The tyrant Shu smiled faintly and said, Roger wants to make up for Ace's scarred childhood in one go, but I can only say the chances are almost 0. Back then, before Roger's public execution, although he entrusted the unborn Ace to the hero Garp in the underwater prison impelled down, even the so-called hero of Navy, Iron Fist Garp could not cover everything in the Navy headquarters. Essais biological moteur pour garder rouge. Risked everything to delay Ace's birth by a full 10 months to prevent the world government from discovering that Ace was the son of the pirate King Roger. But at that time, Portgasty, Rouge was already exhausted. After giving birth to Ace, she passed away due to fatigue. It could be said that if there's someone in this world that Ace hates, it is his biological father, Gold, Roger. The tyrant Chu still had a faint smile on his lips, as if whether Roger would be humiliated in front of Ace or whether he would be beaten had nothing to do with him. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether Roger is going to be beaten by Ace or not. What matters is that as long as it's not him, Chu the tyrant, that's fine. However, he does have great respect for poor Gasti Rouge, who endured the pain of carrying Ace for 10 months. A woman is inherently weak, but becomes strong for a child. This is probably the meaning of that saying, right? Even a mere 10 months of pregnancy was almost unbearable for someone as strong-willed as Roger, not to mention 20 months of it, let alone the terrifying pain during childbirth. According to Icolum, a witness who saw Roger endure the pain of childbirth, when Roger experienced that pain, it was as if his soul transcended at that moment, wearing a mask of pain that could not be expressed in words. Chopper obviously couldn't understand the convoluted meanings, but was still very worried about Luffy's safety. So, does that mean Ace's current situation is very dangerous? If the outside world knows that Ace is Roger's child, it would probably cause a worldwide uproar and pursuit, right? The tyrant Chu still maintained a calm demeanor, reaching out to pat the little head of the mascot Chopper, and said, "For now, it's still very safe because in this world, the only ones who clearly know Ace's identity are Garp and Whitebeard, and maybe his scheming and despicable Blackbeard Teach. Of course, nothing is absolute. At least the Special Forces Department CP0, which is directly controlled by the world government and does not belong to the Navy headquarters, also has some clues about Ace's birth. Perhaps it won't be long before the high-ranking Navy and the world government know Ace's true identity. In the original work, the only one who 100 knew Ace's identity was Garp. Whitebeard knew because Ace told him voluntarily. The intelligence source of Admiral Sengoku came from CP0's intelligence department. As for the schemer Blackbeard, Teach, who orchestrated the Marineford War and profited the most from it. Although this despicable dog is cunning, it must be said that his intelligence is not low. Blackbeard clearly guessed Ace's lineage as the former Pirate King Roger threw some clues and planned the largest and most intense Marineford War in the era of great pirates. What the heck? Tyrant Chu's intelligence network is terrifyingly vast. The information that even the world government and Navy headquarters cannot obtain, Master Tyrant Chu actually knows it all. If it weren't for the fact that you are a selfless recluse, I would suspect that you want to attack the Navy headquarters. Zoro was stunned for a long time upon hearing this. He was shocked by the huge amount of information contained in Tyrant Chu's casual tone. Although Tyrant Chu spoke lightly, anyone could perceive how dangerous Ace's birth was. Even using the phrase after going through countless hardships to obtain the truth to describe, it would not be an exaggeration, but what shocked Zoro the most was not how difficult Ace's birth was, but Tyrant Chu's intelligence network that could be considered a bug. Who are Garp and Whitebeard? One is the invincible hero of the Navy who defeated the sea overlord Rocks, and the other is the legendary pirate with the title of the world's strongest man. These two big shots are the known power ceiling in this world. Only these two big shots fully know Ace's true identity, which already illustrates how difficult it is to obtain this information. Although Zoro didn't know what the CP0 intelligence department was, since it was directly commanded by the world government. It must be absolutely nothing to be trifled with. At least it could outperform the Baroque works by dozens of streets, right? Even the CP0 intelligence department, which is under the world government's direct authority, does not know about Ace's birth. Yet Tyrant Chu knows it all, and even analyzes the ins and outs clearly. How grand and vast must his intelligence network be to obtain such accurate conclusions and information? I just want to know, with Master Tyrant Chu holding such a massive intelligence network, does he want to unify the Grand Line and the New World? Zoro showed a pained expression, but then quickly negated his own guess. If it weren't for the fact that Tyrant Chu often leisurely lounged in his recliner, soaking up the sun, even too lazy to flip over like a salted fish, he would suspect that Tyrant Chu really had ambitions to unify the Grand Line. Unfortunately, Tyrant Chu usually looks more like a salted fish waiting to die. Of course, every move of the salted fish Tyrant Chu, in Zoro's eyes, is filtered through a Hancock perspective, although Tyrant Chu is clearly just a salted fish waiting to die. He is always forcibly imagined by Zoro as a relaxed and unpretentious recluse. Usopp rubbed his chin and remained silent for a long time before he finally picked up the conversation. Mr. Tyrant, I suddenly remembered that you didn't remove the illusion from Roger, did you? For some reason. I always feel that if Roger suddenly appeared in front of Ace as a strange uncle and even wanted Ace to call him Dad, he would probably be pinned down and beaten by Ace. In Usopp's eyes, the only one who could make others call him dad without getting beaten up is none other than Tyrant Chu, because no matter how strong the opponent is, they can't beat Tyrant Chu. Moreover, it is said that perhaps even a single strong man appraisal technique from Tyrant Chu would be too much for them, and they would kneel just from a casual stare from Tyrant Chu. After all, even the pirate King Joel D. Roger, who has personally experienced the strength appraisal technique, exclaimed that it was perverse and terrifying, and he didn't want to experience that bug-level skill a second time. Usopp continued, "From the strength Roger has shown so far, it seems he can't even take on the three main forces of our Straw Hat crew. If he were to face the second-in-command of the world's strongest pirate crew, he would probably be beaten to a pulp by Ace out of embarrassment and anger. After all, Uncle Roger is the culprit who caused Ace to lose his mother at birth. You could say that Ace had it worse than I did as a child." Usopp was abandoned by his father, Jesus Burgess, at a young age. Later, his mother, Belmere, passed away from illness, and it was from that moment that he began his life as an orphan. Unlike Ace, he felt more pride than jealousy towards his father, Jesus Burgess. Usopp originally thought he had a pretty miserable life, but now, compared to Ace, he felt like he lived in heaven during his childhood. No matter how you looked at it, he at least experienced the care and affection of a mother's love, right? But Ace was different. He lost both parents at birth and lived like a weed, with no one to care for or love him. Sanji was silent for a while, looking at Usopp, and said, "Okay, I admit Ace's childhood was slightly worse than yours. But Roger is an old hand at this. He shouldn't be getting beaten to a pulp by his own son, right? Roger is a seasoned veteran. Anyway, Sanji has never seen this guy suffer any major losses at the hands of him and Zoro, and the only one who could make Roger kneel and call him boss on the Mary was probably just Chu Bawang. However, just thinking about Roger rushing to the restaurant, eager to see Ace, and looking flustered and dirty made Sanji feel a bit insecure. This was the first time he had seen Roger show such a worried expression. He looked nothing like the Pirate King at all. Instead, he looked more like a father in a hurry to pick up his kid from kindergarten. During the short time Chu Bawang stayed near the town, Ikelim had already communicated with King Cobra and rushed back to Chu Bawang's side. "Boss, His Majesty the King has prepared the finest national banquet and the most beautiful ladies for you, and is waiting for your grand arrival." Chu Bawang looked at Ikelim speechlessly. "What do you mean has prepared the finest national banquet and the most beautiful ladies for me? Couldn't you say that quietly? Now everyone knows. It's such a bad influence. Am I, Chu Bawang, a young and passionate man, the kind who would be shameless?" However, Chu Bawang has always been someone who could tolerate a lot, and he couldn't be bothered to argue with Ikelim. He could argue with anyone, but he absolutely couldn't argue with beautiful ladies. If life didn't have beautiful ladies, how could one live on Don't Worry? "We will keep it a secret for Lady Kaya." Zoro and Sanji both instinctively made a gesture of zipping their lips, indicating they would definitely not tell Lady Kaya about Chu Bawang wanting to have a meal with beautiful ladies. They didn't want to upset Chu Bawang. If Chu Bawang suddenly got mad and made them read a book of 300 Tang poems, it would probably make Sanji cry on the spot. "You guys, who wants to join me for the national banquet in Alabasta?" Chu Bawang looked at the Straw Hat crew. Among them were Nami and Dazbones, who had spent a fortune buying intimate apparel in the shopping district. They had been shopping in a lingerie store for quite a while and had finally returned to the main group. The ability of the Imperial artifact, the five-sight all-seeing power, is truly amazing. It's simply an essential skill for a traveler. I want to go to the Alabasta National Banquet with Dad." Little thief cat Nami was the first to raise her hand, fearing that Chu Bawang would refuse her request. She directly rushed into Chu Bawang's arms, turning on her cute and spoiled mode. While on the ship, she always compared Sanji's cooking to a national banquet, but in reality, Nami had never eaten food of national banquet quality. This time, she wanted to take the opportunity to taste which was better, the national banquet or Sanji's cooking. Don't be fooled by Nami's appearance. She's actually a little glutton. These days, following Chu Bawang, she had enjoyed a lot of delicious food, to the point where her taste buds had become spoiled, and even Sanji's cooking didn't satisfy her anymore. This made Sanji lose sleep for several days. If it weren't for Zoro and Usopp still thinking his cooking was great, he would have doubted whether his culinary skills had declined. But in fact, Sanji's cooking had not declined. It was just that little thief cat Nami had been spoiled by Chu Bawang. It must be said that Nami, when she turns on the cute mode, is really hard to resist. Rubbing Nami's little button nose, Chu Bawang smiled helplessly. "All right, stop being cute. If you keep it up, Sanji will be so heartbroken he'll die. The food at the national banquet won't be missing you." "Sanji, MMP, am I being shot while lying down?" Although Sanji still held some fantasies about Nami, he was very self-aware and knew he couldn't compete with Chu Bawang, being hailed as the most chivalrous. He also disdained to use any schemes or tricks to trip Chu Bawang up. If he couldn't compete, then he couldn't. It wasn't a big deal. For Sanji, the old love-struck dog, the worst thing was seeing a beautiful woman cry in front of him. As long as Nami could be happy every day, it didn't matter to him whether he brought her happiness. Moreover, Sanji genuinely respected Chu Bawang, believing that the charismatic Chu Bawang could provide Nami with the greatest sense of security. Luffy raised a hand, stuffing the last orange into his mouth, and laughed contentedly. I won't go with you guys to the national banquet. Compared to delicious food, I want to see how Ace looks right now. It would be even better if I could see that messy uncle get beaten up by Ace. Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper all expressed they wanted to go with Luffy to see how Roger handled the father-son relationship with Ace. Then I will go to the national banquet with Boss Bawang. If possible, Luffy, I will pack some food from the national banquet for you. Usopp was also looking forward to the grand occasion and was quite eager about the Alabasta national banquet upon hearing this. Luffy was even happier, patting Usopp on the shoulder and shouting buddy, claiming he'd figured out how to steal food from Sanji's fridge and would take him along to sneak midnight snacks in the future. Usopp was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. He certainly didn't want to be crushed by Sanji's large mousetrap. Both Luffy and Roger were monsters among monsters, and no matter how reckless they were, they wouldn't break their legs. But his small frame couldn't withstand the torment of a large mousetrap and would probably end up as a corpse on the spot. What do you want to do, Dashiki? The overlord of Chu turned his gaze to Dashiki, who was hiding behind Nami and looked a bit timid. Dashiki expressed that she just wanted to go back to her hometown of Road Town and have a good night's sleep. Unfortunately, her request was too much of a pipe dream, and the overlord of Chu wouldn't satisfy it. After all, he had gone through so much trouble to capture Dashiki. How could he possibly hand her back to the Navy? Moreover, after spending these days together, the overlord of Chu had grown increasingly accustomed to the luxurious treatment of being fed fruits by Dashiki, naturally not wanting to give her a chance to escape from his grasp. I will, of course, go to the banquet with the overlord of Chu. Dashiki forced a bitter smile and said in a soft voice. On the surface, it seemed like the overlord of Chu respected her choice, but in reality, she had no choice at all. If she didn't go along with the overlord of Chu's wishes, she was afraid that he would unleash his beastly nature and arrange for her to serve him tonight, experiencing the extreme pleasures of the human world in that case. Let's split up. You four go find Roger and Ace, while Usopp and I go for the feast. The overlord of Chu originally wanted to see how Roger handled his relationship with Ace, but then he thought that even if he saw Ace, it wouldn't bring any substantial benefits, so he lost interest. Although Ace indeed spoiled his Oa to do, he couldn't shamelessly recognize Ace as his brother, could he? With that time, it would be better to establish a good relationship with his future father-in-law, Cobra. Who knows, he might even get a discount on the betrothal gifts. Alabasta Palace. Following Ikelim's guidance, the overlord of Chu and Nami arrived at the palace of Alabasta. King Cobra, upon learning of the overlord of Chu's impending arrival, immediately prepared the highest standard royal banquet. As for why King Cobra was so proactive about this, perhaps it was due to the overlord of Chu's latest bounty of 1 billion berries. Even though his reputation wasn't very good, and he even had a history of slaughtering Navy colonels, that didn't affect the fearsome reputation of the overlord of Chu making his mark. Otherwise, Ikelim would probably have to exhaust all his strength to explain just how capable the overlord of Chu really was sometimes. That's just how the world works. As long as you have a fearsome reputation, it's easier to earn the respect of others in this line of work. Usopp and Dashiki were both visiting the palace for the first time, and given their relatively introverted personalities, they appeared quite reserved. As for the overlord of Chu and Nami, they seemed as relaxed and casual as if they had come to their own backyard, showing no signs of courtesy whatsoever. When the overlord of Chu brought these 3 burdens to the palace for food and drink, he didn't even bother to comment on their royal palace. King Cobra and his companions were all stunned. However, during the royal banquet, Nami appeared a bit unhappy. She had thought the banquet would be delicious, but when she actually tasted it, she found it was just mediocre. It couldn't compare at all to the delicious food the overlord of Chu fed her. To put it nicely, it tasted like chewing wax. To put it bluntly, the royal banquet was almost like pig slop. What a pity. I didn't expect that even my palate would be spoiled by Dad, and the legendary royal banquet couldn't satisfy my appetite anymore. Nami looked at the overlord of Chu with a hint of resentment in her eyes. She remembered how frugal her lifestyle had been back in Kokoyashi village. She had grown up eating simple meals and had never been picky. Now, however, her appetite had been completely spoiled by the overlord of Chu, and even Sanji's cooking often felt unappetizing. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. The ancients truly didn't deceive me. Is this the top royal banquet of Alabasta? Besides the tasty fruits, the other dishes have no special characteristics at all. What a disappointment. These delicacies aren't even as good as the overlord of Chu's food. Could it be that there's no one in this world who can surpass the overlord of Chu in culinary skills? Beside her, Dashiki's small face tensed, and her fantasies about the royal banquet were instantly shattered. She was very curious about what method the overlord of Chu used to make so many delicious foods. These royal dishes didn't even come close to 1/10,000th of that level. Just thinking about how the overlord of Chu might really be captured by the Navy and possibly executed, and she would never have the chance to taste such delicious food again, made Dashiki feel a bit sad for some reason. In that fleeting moment, Dashiki hoped that the Navy would never catch the overlord of Chu, and that she could stay by his side forever as a little maid living off his meals. From the looks of it, my plan to capture the hearts of women with food is only one step away from success. To win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. Before long, you will all be unable to resist the temptation of my food, willingly becoming my food captives. Do you really think so much food is just given to you for free? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Unlike Nami and Dashiki, who looked distressed, Usopp, who had never seen much of the world, opened his mouth wide. He held a big drumstick in each hand, with a large bone stuffed in his mouth, eating with oil dripping everywhere and no dignity at all. Wow. Is this the legendary royal banquet? It's really delicious. I've never had such a tasty big drumstick before. I really owe it all to Mr. Overlord. Otherwise, I don't think I would ever have the chance to eat such delicious food in my lifetime. Usopp's childhood was quite miserable, and he had lived much worse than the overlord of Chu, who had to grow up eating from others' tables. He originally had a mother, but after his mother, Benjina, passed away, he basically lived a life of being hungry one moment and full the next. If it weren't for the savings Benjina left him and the kindness of the villagers in Syrup Village, Usopp might have starved to death as a child. If there is anyone in the pirate world whom the overlord of Chu despises and looks down upon, it would be Usopp's father, Yasopp. He looked down on such a man who only cared about giving birth and not raising, with absolutely no sense of responsibility, no matter how capable he was. Even if he became the sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates, it wouldn't change his nature as a scumbag. If Yasopp truly cared about Usopp and his mother, how could he let Usopp's mother, Benjina, die from illness? Just then, Usopp, with his mouth full of grease, suddenly noticed that the overlord of Chu and the others were all sitting quietly, having only taken a few bites of the food in front of them. So he curiously asked, "Mr. Overlord, Nami, why aren't you eating? This is royal banquet-level food. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be hard to have another chance. This big bone meat is really delicious. Truly deserving of being a royal chef, their culinary skills are indeed unique and mouth-watering." Chu Bawang was speechless, thinking to himself that this kid really hasn't seen much of the world. He smiled and shook his head, too lazy to explain anything. After all, even if he explained, it might not make sense, and, in the end, he might have to pay for a meal himself. He certainly couldn't say that the palace food Usopp was eating was nothing but low-quality pig food compared to his own gourmet dishes. Right, Captain Icolum, can these guys really be trusted? Why do I feel like Boss Bawang seems to be dissatisfied with our service attitude? We clearly prepared so much delicious food for them, but they only took a few bites and then ignored it. As the king of Alabasta, Cobra called Icolum over and whispered in his ear, feeling quite anxious. A pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries already possesses the power to destroy a nation. Even during Alabasta's peak strength, it wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him, let alone now, when Alabasta is caught in internal and external troubles. Icolum confidently whispered, "Your Majesty Cobra need not worry. Boss Bawang is not angry or dissatisfied. The reason he isn't eating these delicacies is simply that they don't suit his taste. As long as we show enough sincerity. A kind-hearted boss like Bawang wouldn't intentionally play tricks on us." If Dasky heard this, she would probably get so angry she would want to hit someone. Chu Bawang is a kind-hearted good person. Have you ever seen a good person storm into the encirclement of a Navy base and snatch people from the Navy? Cobra sighed and said wearily, "I hope this disaster can end soon. The conflict between the rebel army and the royal army has become irreconcilable, and if this stalemate continues, a war will inevitably break out. The total number of the two armies has already exceeded 1 million, and once a great battle erupts, the casualties will be heavy, and Alabasta will undoubtedly fall into the quagmire of war. The consequences are unimaginable, if war is still unavoidable. I am already prepared to abdicate at any time to apologize to those citizens who doubt my use of dance powder to cut off the rain. To be honest, there aren't many wise rulers in the pirate world, and Nefertari Cobra definitely ranks among the top. His governing philosophy is the country is the people, understanding the needs of the populace, and during his governance, he always prioritizes the interests of the citizens, thus being deeply loved by the people in the original story. It was precisely because of Cobra's wise governance that Crocodile's conspiracy was unable to succeed for 3 whole years, finally holding on until the Straw Hat Crew's rescue. This is undoubtedly a miracle in a pirate world that resembles a feudal society otherwise. Try letting a once prosperous country suffer a drought for 3 years. I'm afraid in less than 10 months, the rulers would be tied to a cross and sacrificed to the heavens by the rebellious populace and rebel army. After a few rounds of drinks, Nami's smile grew wider. Although the palace delicacies didn't suit her taste, the pure natural fruits and various animal dairy products provided by the palace were delicious. As the saying goes, one is soft when fed, and since she and her partner Usopp were eating with grease all over their mouths, even if Nami had a thick skin, she had to say something polite, right? Nami smiled and asked, "Your Majesty Cobra, is the situation in Alabasta stable lately? Is there anything we can help with?" King Cobra looked at Nami's perfunctory professional smile and couldn't help but want to vent his frustration. Who said I needed this little girl as help? Besides, asking the unrecognized Straw Hat Crew to eliminate the Warlord of the Sea with a license to practice seems a bit strange to Cobra after thinking for a long time. Cobra finally realized that having the pirate Straw Hat Crew cause trouble for Crocodile was equivalent to helping Crocodile improve his living conditions and add to his achievements. Could it be this is the correct way to cry thief while stealing? However, Cobra, now cautious, didn't have much confidence in Chu Bawang. Not even enough to share all the hard-earned information. After all, Crocodile, as one of the warlords of the sea, is too sharp. The opponent is not only extremely powerful, but also has connections with the Navy. If he shares all the information and Chu Bawang doesn't manage to defeat Crocodile as expected, it might alert the snake. Such reckless provocation could even provoke Crocodile's crazy retaliation. Moreover, despite Ikelim's repeated assurances, cautious Cobra still couldn't believe that Chu Bawang was actually a good person. Besides, if you were truly a good person, how could you be branded as the extremely vicious party white devil Chu Bawang by the Navy headquarters and the world government? To be honest, this is his first time seeing someone with a bounty of 1 billion berries, yet still being called a good person while being an extremely vicious party. And although the domestic situation is tense, it hasn't reached the point of a great battle breaking out, which gives Cobra plenty of buffer time. He can use this time to thoroughly understand whether Bawang's character is as helpful as his subordinates claim. Thinking of this, Cobra also showed a programmed fake smile, creating a contrasting situation with Nami's somewhat perfunctory smile. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Nami, but for now, we do not need you and Mr. Bawang to intervene. All right, I hope Alabasta really remains peaceful and prosperous." As you said, Nami was taken aback. Clearly, Ikelim was in such a hurry to return to Alabasta. The country must be facing a huge crisis, yet why did Cobra seem so calm? Could it be that this is just a farce of the Emperor not worrying while the eunuchs do? But as clever as she was, she quickly figured out the twists and turns in this, casually responding without asking further. After all, they knew how strong Alabasta's national power was. If they really faced an unsolvable crisis and needed Chu Bawang's help, she could take the opportunity to extort a hefty sum. Realizing her dream of becoming rich overnight, one is willing to be slaughtered, and the other is willing to be slaughtered. Such a big fat sheep is indeed hard to find. Just then, after a long silence, Chu Bawang suddenly spoke, knowingly asking, "Your Majesty Cobra, I heard from Ikelim that you have a precious daughter. Seems to be named Nefertari Vivi, right? ISNT today the highest standard state banquet. Why haven't I seen Princess Vivi come out to greet us?" Nami, Cobra, Ikelim, Dasky and Usopp were even more dumbfounded, almost choking on the spot. "Boss Bawang, can we be a little more reserved? Even if you're preparing to take advantage of the fire, you should be a bit more discreet. Isn't it a bit unkind to so blatantly attract the attention of a country's princess?" The slightly frivolous tone of inquiry from the overlord of Chu immediately drew waves of dissatisfaction from the assembled ministers and King Cobra. Although no one openly criticized him, the looks directed at the overlord of Chu clearly indicated disapproval, especially when they glanced at the introducer, Icolum, who seemed to be met with a hint of anger. Is this the savior Icolum has painstakingly brought over? Even if he can defeat Crocodile, he will probably end up in a tragic situation where he drives away the wolf and is left vulnerable to the tiger, right? Overlord, can we at least have a little dignity? I know you like beautiful young ladies, so I specifically reported to Cobra's subordinates to arrange the most beautiful palace made for you. But you went straight to the point and named Princess Vivi to go out and entertain guests. What are you trying to do? Princess Vivi is the apple of King Cobra's eye and the jewel of the entire Alabasta. Icolum wore a face of despair. Originally, Cobra had not taken his words seriously, and after much effort to persuade him, it was only when he brought out the bounty notice worth 1 billion berries that he successfully convinced King Cobra to agree to spend a huge sum of money to arrange the highest level state banquet. And what happened? You sat there in silence for a long time and finally spoke up with such a shocking topic. This is the highest level state banquet. In front of so many nobles and ministers, you show such a lecherous demeanor. What am I, as the introducer, supposed to do? In fact, it wasn't just Icolum. Even Dasky, who was tagging along to eat and drink with the overlord Chu, was indignant. Damn. Scum. I knew all your kindness was just a disguise. I knew you would do nothing that a decent person should do. Along the way, you have suppressed and abducted how many girls? And you're still not satisfied? Now you're even targeting a princess of another country. Even the usually bold little thief Nami was stunned, never expecting the overlord of Chu to reveal his predatory intentions right away. I always felt that you had ulterior motives, Dad, and couldn't possibly be helping others for free. But I never imagined you would set your sights on the unacquainted Princess Vivi. This operation is truly beastly, isn't it? Can your kidney really handle this? If the overlord of Chu knew Nami's inner thoughts, he would definitely refute her and state that his kidney is made of iron. If you don't believe it, you can ask the two girls, Kaya and Robin, who know the inside story. They are tortured every night, okay? This, Princess Vivi, she actually. King Cobra's face darkened, clearly shocked by the overlord of Chu's outrageous behavior. According to royal etiquette, at such a high-level state banquet, Princess Vivi should be present to welcome guests. However, according to the usual protocol, even if the princess did not attend, no one would deliberately bring it up. Who would have thought that the overlord of Chu wouldn't play by the rules? If it were serious diplomacy from a major country, Cobra would naturally arrange for Princess Vivi to participate in the banquet. Unfortunately, when he saw the overlord of Chu's somewhat frivolous demeanor, inviting Princess Vivi out now would be no different from pushing his daughter into the fire pit. Thinking of this, Cobra instantly acted dramatically, displaying a mournful expression. Actually, Vivi went missing not long ago. What the hell? Your daughter went missing not long ago, and you still say this country is fine? Are you even a real father? The uninformed Dasky was stunned, looking at Cobra with disbelief. And missing? No. Your Majesty Cobra, isn't your heart a bit too big as a father? The naturally simple-minded Dasky immediately realized the seriousness of the situation, and with a strong sense of justice, she patted her chest and assured him, Your Majesty Cobra, it seems you are facing a major dilemma. If there is anything we in the Navy can help with, just say it, and I will do my best to solve the problem for you. But as soon as she said it, Dasky regretted it. Because she had now become a captive of the overlord of Chu, she had no qualifications or forces to help Cobra. To say something unrealistic, let alone helping Cobra solve difficulties, she would be better off asking Cobra for help. What? Miss Dasky, you are actually in the Navy. If that's the case, why are you associating with the villain overlord of Chu? Cobra was also shocked, looking at this extremely bizarre combination in confusion. Pirate Nami and Usopp Navy Dasky, non-pirate overlord of Chu? Can someone explain what the hell this combination is? Icolum awkwardly scratched his head, temporarily playing the role of a professional commentator. Miss Dasky is indeed a member of the Navy, previously serving in Colonel Smoker's unit in Logtown. However, now she is merely a captive under Overlord Chu, responsible for taking care of his daily needs. Cobra was stunned. Such important information was only now being said. Those nobles and ministers invited by Cobra were equally astonished, staring blankly at the calm overlord of Chu. How important Lowtown is to the Navy headquarters and the world government goes without saying. The generals that could be dispatched, they're definitely not weaklings. At the very least, they must be of rear admiral level, right? And yet, they were robbed of female soldiers by the overlord of Chu. This is truly embarrassing. Only at this moment did these nobles, who were accustomed to luxury, finally realized the terrifying strength of the overlord of Chu, all of them turning pale with fear. Their gazes toward Icolum added a hint of resentment and dissatisfaction. Icolum helplessly shrugged, indicating that he was truly pressed for time and had heavy tasks. He was afraid that the changeable overlord of Chu might lose interest in them while playing around in Alabasta. So when reporting to Cobra, he omitted many details, only highlighting the overlord of Chu's glorious achievements, neglecting many aspects. Don't look at me like that. I don't have time to explain in detail about minor characters like Miss Dasky. I was just as desperate when I learned about Overlord Chu's glorious achievements. Okay. The situation unfolded far too suddenly, and even he did not expect that Dasky would become the center of attention. After all, in Icolum's eyes, Dasky had always been inconspicuous, and her combat power was not very high, so he almost instinctively overlooked her. As a result, who would have thought that this would cause such a huge blunder? Regardless, I still want to thank Mr. Overlord Chu and Miss Dasky for their concern. Cobra stood up, his face resembling someone suffering from constipation as he made an apologetic gesture to Dasky. In principle, Alabasta is a member state of the world government, and the relationship with the Navy is somewhat similar to that of a bodyguard and employer. Normally, if he saw a Navy colonel's unit, Cobra would definitely treat them with courtesy. Unfortunately, today, Dasky's timing and identity were just too embarrassing. If the world's political corruption knew that they invited the overlord of Chu as a guest, they would probably never have a good face to look at again. Dasky nodded irritably, his voice as faint as a mosquito, regretting his moment of unrestrained justice. Cobra raised his glass from afar, gesturing a thank you towards the overlord of Chu, smiling. Mr. Overlord, you need not worry about the safety of my daughter. We have already dispatched the palace guards to search for Vivi, so you need not trouble yourself. Although his words sounded nice on the surface, in reality, he was afraid that the overlord of Chu would take a liking to his precious daughter. Truly, he deserved to be called the White Devil, rated as an extremely vicious faction by the Navy headquarters. To be so insane as to even dare to snatch a female soldier from a Navy. If the overlord of Chu were to find his precious daughter, wouldn't that be pushing his flesh and blood into the fire pit? In a place where Icolum couldn't hear, Cobra had already cursed Icolum thoroughly. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a new choice mission. Please make your choice and complete the task to receive generous rewards. Choice 1. Expose Cobra's lie of shielding his beloved daughter in public, making it impossible for Cobra to save face. Reward: 3 Tomo Sharingan can be hidden. Choice 2. Act as if nothing happened and no longer dwell on this matter. Reward: Eternal Mangeki Sharingan can be hidden. Choice 3. Insist on causing trouble, determined to rescue Princess Vivi. Reward: Rinnegan. This Rinnegan is golden in color and can hide its color. 1,000 bottles of 1982 La Fight. A total of 10,000 servings of local specialty food from various provinces. Are you sure this is a multiple choice question and not a fill-in-the-blank question? I have no choice at all. Although the eternal Mangeki Sharingan is powerful, it pales in comparison to the Rinnegan, known as the eye that controls life and death, possessing the most exalted ocular power moreover. The Rinnegan is also the only method to defend against and break the infinite Tsukuyomi, so there is no need to hesitate. The Rinnegan, I'm set on it. The helpful overlord of Chu stood up directly, shouldering the heavy burden of acting for justice like a leader of the martial world, and spoke generously. Your Majesty Cobra, I know you're worried about my travel fatigue, but the disappearance of Princess Vivi is a huge loss for all humanity. This is an extremely serious matter. As a member of the human army, how can I stand by and watch? Mr. Overlord, I just wanted to say. Cobra was dumbfounded. Why are you so agitated? Clearly, I lost a precious daughter. How did it turn into a huge loss for all humanity? But before he could finish his words, the overlord of Chu interrupted again, speaking generously. Your Majesty Cobra, you needn't rush to refuse, because I have lived under the red spirit since childhood, and my favorite thing is to help others. Whoever does not let me help others, I will get angry with them. Nami? Dasky. Cobra, can we speak with a clear conscience when saying this? What? The overlord of Chu's conscience has long been fed to the dogs? Oh, then it's fine. The overlord of Chu seemed to feel that his own voice was not very weighty, so he pointed to Usopp, who was focused on eating delicacies and ignoring the world. Look at my fellow townsman. He is eating at the feast you arranged, with grease all over his mouth, like a fat little pig. After eating so much of your food, if he finishes and sneaks away, wouldn't it spread that Usopp only takes money and does nothing? How can my fellow townsman mix in the world afterwards? Although this fellow townsman of mine has a thick skin, he is always loyal and righteous. You can personally ask him if he is willing to just walk away. Usopp, holding a piece of fatty meat in front of his mouth, was dumbfounded. I'm just here to tag along and eat with you. Why are you dragging me into this? The overlord of Chu still appeared as a warm-hearted citizen, looking serious and earnest, as if truly caring about Usopp's reputation. Usopp, don't just stand there. Hurry up and explain, otherwise others will really think you are a thick-skinned old scoundrel who only takes money and does nothing. Under the gaze of many eyes, Usopp swallowed hard. He just wanted to express that he really just came to eat and never thought of helping out. But if he really said that, he felt he might really drown in the disdainful looks and spit of the crowd today. Although Usopp was ordinary, he was also a person who cared about his reputation. The overlord of Chu's provocation made him eat it today, whether he liked it or not. Damn. Overlord, if you want to act cool, go ahead. Why drag me into it? Usopp glared at the betraying fellow townsman, the overlord of Chu, with fire in his eyes, his anger surging. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat you, I would definitely smash your dog head right now. But just thinking of the overlord of Chu's strong biceps and those peculiar skills, Usopp gritted his teeth, thinking he should endure. What is that saying? Endure for a moment, and the wind will be calm. Take a step back, and the sea will be vast. It's really well said. Feeling he had grasped the true essence of endurance, Usopp looked pale as he responded to Cobra. That's right. Mr. Overlord is right. Rescuing Princess Vivi is imperative. If Princess Vivi encounters any mishap, it will be a huge loss for all humanity. Although I, Usopp, am just a small, nameless pirate, I'm also willing to do what I can to emit my own light and heat. Because only a few of Cobra's most trusted confidants knew the truth about Princess Vivi infiltrating the Baroque works as an undercover agent. Therefore, the many unaware nobles and ministers were almost moved to tears by the speeches of the overlord of Chu and Usopp. Mr. Overlord, Mr. Usopp, you too are truly warm-hearted. As pirates, yet you have a heart for justice. What a clear love, what a sense of national righteousness. This year's top 10 people who moved Alabasta selection. I would like to represent my whole family and cast a precious vote for you. Your Majesty Cobra, please don't say any more. Anyone who dares to kidnap the princess is going against justice. This matter, we Straw Hat Pirates will definitely take care of. Without giving Cobra any chance to refute, Usopp patted his chest and guaranteed. Nami, feeling this was a great opportunity to extort the royal family, loudly agreed. Usopp is right. We Straw Hat Pirates will definitely rescue Princess Vivi from the bad guys. With the matter settled, the overlord of Chu smiled slightly. Your Majesty Cobra, did you hear that? This is the voice of the people. The eyes of the masses are bright. Whether pirates or navy, they all love you and Princess Vivi. Anyone who dares to harm Princess Vivi is going against all humanity. Cobra looked utterly desperate. This combination of Navy Pirate King of Chu was truly bizarre, leaving him unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. It seemed that if he continued to refuse the goodwill of the King of Chu, he would become a sinner of all humanity, nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace. Since that was the case, he could only sincerely thank everyone. Seeing the King of Chu's attitude so firm, Cobra knew that the matter could no longer be hidden. The big shot was forcefully intervening. And how could he possibly obstruct it? As a king, Cobra still had some self-awareness. He knew that even with the 700,000 royal army, he might not be able to fight against the King of Chu, who had a bounty of 1 billion berries, not to mention the 300,000 rebel troops and Crocodile watching from the sidelines. It's important to note that even in the New World, those with bounties over 300 million are rare, mostly being high-ranking members of major pirate crews. As for pirates with bounties reaching 1 billion berries, it's safe to say that such big-time pirates shouldn't even appear in the first half of the Grand Line. Even in the New World, they could be considered rare. The odds of encountering one on the street are less than winning the lottery. Unexpectedly, Ikaram actually encountered a wild villain with a bounty of 1 billion. What kind of sin have I committed? A small Alabasta like me actually gathered two great beings at once? One is the infamous warlord of the sea, and the other is a villain with a bounty of 1 billion. Thinking of this, Cobra didn't know whether to lament his luck or misfortune. He just felt exhausted and wanted to retire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the following rewards. Reincarnation Eye. This reincarnation eye is golden and can hide its color. 1,000 bottles of 1982 Law Fight. A total of 10. 000 meals of local delicacies from various provinces. With Cobra's surrender, a pleasant mechanical female voice echoed in the ears of the King of Chu, and a series of icy sensations appeared in his eyes. It felt like an ice pack. At the same time, a wealth of memory information about the reincarnation eye flooded into the King of Chu's mind. Undoubtedly, the reincarnation eye is the strongest Sharingan in Naruto, far surpassing the limits of ordinary Sharingan. The reincarnation eye originated from the Tsutsuki clan and the chakra fruit of the divine tree, possessing the ability to control yin and yang, with at least 6 variations of chakra nature, possessing extraordinary powers. It could be the god of creation with the ability to create, or the god of destruction with the ability to annihilate. And it is also the only method to defend against and break the infinite Tsukuyami. The reincarnation eye passed down by the Sage of 6 Paths, who protects the ninja world, is purple, but the reincarnation eyes of the Tsutsuki clan are mostly red, yellow, and blue. With the yellow reincarnation, I suspected to be the most powerful. The Sharingan eye color rewarded by the system is golden. In addition to having the abilities to observe, copy, hypnotize, break illusions, and cast bloodline limit ninjutsu, it also enhances additional agility, speed, and the ability to break seals. If Madara knew that the King of Chu casually got the highest level reincarnation just by having a meal, which could even break his ultimate move, the infinite Tsukuyami, he would probably be so furious that he would spit blood on the spot. After the rather dull state banquet, the King of Chu and his party returned to the palace along the same route. Usopp also took the opportunity to pack a lot of delicious royal food for Luffy. But how much of it would actually end up in Luffy's stomach was uncertain. After all, according to Roger's nature, he would definitely come in and snatch away the food that rightfully belonged to Luffy. If Roger successfully persuades Ace and forms a father-son team-up buff, Luffy might as well forget about eating. King, are you really going to help Alabasta find the missing Princess Vivi? Dasky, who is always full of justice, looked at the King of Chu with suspicion. She couldn't believe he had good intentions. What? Can't I do a good deed to help others? The King of Chu was naturally dissatisfied with Dasky's reaction and reached out to pat her in a certain area behind her. Good people are really getting fewer these days. Not only are there fewer good people, but even those who believe in the existence of good people are dwindling. After being slapped, Dasky instantly turned into a steam maiden, her face flushed. She had never been patted there by a man before, and it felt incredibly awkward. Life. Is it finally time to target this cute little cat of mine? Shivering. JPG regardless. I wholeheartedly support my father's decision to find Princess Vivi. In contrast to Dasky, who was frightened into alertness, Nami was excitedly shaking her small pink fists, her eyes sparkling with the shape of berries. If we can really find Princess Vivi, maybe Cobra will be so happy that he'll give us a lot of money. The King of Chu rolled his eyes at Nami, completely speechless. This little thief truly only had money on her mind, managing to connect everything to money. No wonder she was called a money cat and a little money-making expert by pirate fans. Her ability to make money was simply max level. Moreover, the King of Chu did not believe that if he truly found Princess Vivi, it would make Cobra happy. After all, the first impression he left on Cobra was not very good. In Cobra's eyes, when Princess Vivi appeared, she would most likely be pushed into the fire pit by the King of Chu and suffer various unfair treatments. But on the other hand, how could there be absolute fairness in the world? You want those true, strong individuals to be bound by the same rules as you, constrained by worldly etiquette, and unable to unleash their true nature? That in itself is an unfair thing. Weakness is the original sin. Dad, how can we find Princess Vivi? Logically speaking, she has been missing for so long since she lost contact with the Karam. She wouldn't have been captured by Baroque Works as a bargaining chip, would she? Nami, resembling a money-blinded cat, kept circling around the King of Chu, asking questions, clearly aiming to extort a hefty sum from Cobra to make her dowry appear more substantial. Logically speaking, if a Karam had already exposed his identity, Princess Vivi would probably not be able to stay in Baroque Works, and she might have already been captured and tortured. But in reality, Princess Vivi happened to be sent to carry out a special mission, which temporarily prevented her from returning to Alabasta, allowing her to avoid a disaster. This information was secretly told to the King of Chu by his subordinate, Mr. 3, the Candleman, at the ancient island. However, even if Princess Vivi narrowly escaped disaster, once she completes her mission, she will likely still face trouble, and it will be a case of walking right into the trap. The overlord of Chu pinched Nami's cute little face, and feeling its smoothness, he revealed a satisfied smile. Although Icolum and Princess Vivi were both undercover agents in the Baroque works, they were not partners once they entered the organization. Currently, Princess Vivi was likely lost in some corner, muddling through the tasks assigned by Crocodile. Therefore, we need not worry about her safety or rush to find her whereabouts. While Icolum provided several potential locations for Princess Vivi, searching for a single person in such a vast country as Alabasta was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. If we ultimately fail to find her, it would be a thankless task. What kind of thankless task would the overlord of Chu undertake? Surely not. However, there's an old saying, to catch a thief, first catch the king. As long as we find either Crocodile or Nico Robin from Baroque works, this dilemma could be easily resolved. With their authority in Baroque works, they could directly order Princess Vivi to return to the base. Once we find Nico Robin or Crocodile, we could just wait for Princess Vivi to take the bait. The chaos in Alabasta ultimately stemmed from Baroque works secretly stirring trouble for Crocodile. Since Princess Vivi was also a member of the organization, we could quickly find her whereabouts by starting from this angle. Daisuke, who had been feeling anxious, suddenly lit up with excitement. She initially thought the overlord of Chu was merely amusing himself, and even if he wanted to help, it would just be perfunctory actions. Unexpectedly, the overlord truly found a way to deal with the situation. This move was truly ingenious, akin to cutting off the enemy supply line. Overlord, you are indeed impressive. You came up with a solution so quickly, it's really spot on. At this moment, Daisuke expressed heartfelt admiration and emotion. Compared to opposing the overlord, Daisuke's nature aligned with the kind and orderly camp. Although she was currently a captive of the overlord as a Navy officer, she consistently upheld the righteous principle of helping the weak and prioritizing the people, not diminishing in spirit due to the overlord's mistreatment. With Alabasta on the brink of a massive conflict involving millions of troops, Daisuke truly couldn't bear to see the soldiers' blood flowing like rivers. Therefore, at this moment, Daisuke was particularly obedient, hoping the overlord could truly nip the source of war in the bud. To put it bluntly, if the overlord could indeed spare Alabasta from turmoil, even if he ordered Daisuke to wash up and obediently lie in bed waiting for his favor, she would comply without hesitation. Overlord. Since Baroque Works has been secretly meddling for 3 years before being caught, it must be a deeply hidden organization, and its internal intelligence personnel should be in the highest level of single-line communication. Given this, where should we start to look for their base through the phenomena to see the essence? The overlord rolled his eyes at this and thought, could Daisuke be out her mind from eating? Wanting to know the base of Baroque Works is not that simple. Does she really think my subordinates are just idling away? However, the overlord did not wish for Daisuke's character to change too much. Everyone has their own shining points. Nami, Daisuke, and even Koya and Xiaoqing are no exceptions. If the ladies around him all wore identical masks, his life would be too boring. Only by each person maintaining their unique characteristics can life become more colorful. Isn't that right, Daisuke? This question is indeed to the point. The overlord laughed heartily, instantly channeling his inner Sherlock Holmes, spinning a tale without a draft. Icolum and Princess Vivi have too low a rank in Baroque Works, lacking access to the base's authority, and can only passively wait to be summoned. However, although the two of them cannot access the core secrets of Baroque Works, they do possess a lot of useful information as prisoners living in no man's land. Before searching for Princess Vivi, I used some tricks to sneak into Alabasta's high-security prison and obtained useful intelligence from those desperate criminals. In a city called Rain City in Alabasta, there's a well-known casino called Rain Banquet, which is a hotspot for underground activities and a hub for circulating illicit information. But you might not imagine that the true owner of the Rain Banquet Casino is a woman. Moreover, she has another nickname in the eyes of the world government and the Navy, the daughter of the devil, Nico Robin. P.S. There are too many miscellaneous matters at school, and I only finish late at night, so there's only one update today. I'll be back home next month, and we'll update more. Listening to the overlord's articulate analysis, Daisuke couldn't help but nod in agreement. This method is indeed ingenious. Those high-security prisoners are criminals operating in the shadows and hold a lot of secret information. Overlord, you are so clever to think of extracting information from these prisoners. The influence of the Rain Banquet Casino on the black market is significant, and Baroque Works must want to continue to grow stronger. Generally speaking, two tigers cannot coexist unless one is male and the other female. Based on the current intelligence, the female owner of the Rain Banquet Casino, Nico Robin, must have a very close relationship with Baroque Works. Although she disapproves of the overlord's manipulation of others' thoughts due to their opposing positions, Dasky can't help but admire how well the Overlord has developed his devil fruit ability. The imagination devil fruit and the Overlord, who often has whimsical thoughts, are a perfect match. Regarding the devil fruit, while there are hierarchical constraints, the true combat power of the user ultimately depends on how well they develop their devil fruit. And the Overlord's development of his devil fruit is truly unprecedented, unmatched in the world. If only the Overlord were a talent within the Navy, I wouldn't have to be his enemy. Dasky's heart swayed, and her gaze towards the Overlord flickered with unusual emotions. Most of the people within the Navy are brash individuals lacking strategy. Someone like the Overlord, who is good-looking, intelligent, and possesses deep, unfathomable strength, is a rare gem. Just look at the positions of the wise generals in the Navy headquarters, and you will understand. The Overlord originally wanted to take Usopp to broaden his horizons, but unexpectedly, this fellow was utterly disappointing. Upon hearing that the Overlord and Nami were going to meet with the underground forces, he immediately developed a strange illness called can't log into the rainy land and ran off to find Luffy, and Zoro. Nami muttered softly, Usopp really lacks responsibility. He always runs away the fastest. Dasky was full of energy, eager to catch those villains and send them to prison on the spot. Forget about him. With the powerful boss by Wong backing us up, we definitely won't lose. Following Zoro, Sanji, and Roger, the naturally naive Dasky also joined the True Fragrance lineup. Before long, Chu Bawang brought Nami and Dasky to the city of Rainy Land. The rampant underground forces and criminals in Rainy Land were greatly related to Crocodile, as this was his stronghold. In order to amass enough wealth to prepare for conquering the four seas in the future, Crocodile secretly built several exclusive casinos, controlling everything from behind the scenes as the mastermind. On the surface, he appeared as a warlord of the sea, punishing pirates and upholding justice. But secretly, he was plotting to overthrow the country. It must be said that Crocodile has certainly found a new angle on the underworld. Wow, is this the largest Rainy Feast casino in the area? It really is quite luxurious. There must be a lot of bad people here, and the money in their hands is all ill-gotten gains. It seems it's time for my little thief cat to rob the rich and help the poor in the name of justice. The little thief cat Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly itching to get to work. Nami earned the nickname Little Thief Cat because she comes from a thieving background. The only difference is that Nami only steals ill-gotten gains, never robbing money from ordinary people or the weak. She is a typical black eats black veteran. However, although Nami claims to rob the rich to help the poor, in reality, the money she steals is pocketed for herself. She probably sees herself as the poorest person in her eyes. No wonder she's so excited. It turns out she has a professional habit. Chu Bawang was also stunned by Nami's antics. Has she built muscle memory for being a thief? Getting excited just seeing a casino. How can my goddaughter be a petty criminal who steals from other criminals? He stepped forward and grabbed Nami's beautiful little face with a big hand. Chu Bawang pointed to the low-level scum beside him, who were clearly not on the same level, and sternly reprimanded. The gold we found last time on Taiku Island is worth at least several $100 million, not to mention the pocket money I gave you. Isn't that enough for your expenses? From now on, if you dare to sneak around in front of me again, I won't let you off. Nami's little face was squeezed into various exaggerated shapes by Chu Bawang, and she let out all sorts of stammering cries. Ow! It hurts. Don't! Stop! Woo-woo! Dasky! No way, sir. Can you even drive on this broken road? Chu Bawang was relentless, reprimanding Nami while holding her little face. Am I that impressive? Do you still need to sneak around? Nami, remember today, if you see anyone with ill-gotten gains, you don't need to sneak around. Just rob them directly. I want to see who dares to disrespect me. Chu Bawang. Dasky. Wow, I'm just a good guy. Is this how you teach your juniors? I estimate that if Nami really listens to your reprimands, she will eventually complete the transformation from thief to robber. This unique educational method and philosophy probably only Chu Bawang dares to teach in the whole pirate world. There's no helping it. Who made Chu Bawang a crab? His style is so domineering. Why sneak when you could just rob? Gently. Be gentle. Dad, be gentle. You're hurting me. Due to the height difference between Chu Bawang and Nami, she had to tiptoe to alleviate the burning sensation on her face. If Luffy and Zoro saw this scene, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. Even their strongest navigator is being bullied this badly. That's just too strong, right? If it doesn't weaken, can this still be played? The three of them giggled and didn't take things seriously, continuing their steps into the largest Rainy Feast casino in Rainy Land. As soon as Chu Bawang stepped into this quite luxurious casino, a strong smell of cigarettes and loud noise assaulted him, Ruining his rare good mood, what made him even more upset was that a foolish blonde guy was swaggering over, waving his muscular arms toward Nami and Daisuke. Damn, it's really frustrating. No matter where I go, there are always some idiots trying to ruin my good mood for the day. P.S. I'll be home by January 1st, and then I'll arrange for explosive updates. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter such high-quality beauties in the casino. It looks like today is indeed my lucky day. A burly blonde man approached, clearly eyeing Nami and Daisuke. He had a comically grotesque skull-like face carved on his chest, looking fierce. It's really speechless. No matter where I go, there are always some idiots trying to ruin my good mood for the day. Chu Bawang only glanced at him and guessed his identity. Spring fruit user, Hyena Bellamy. With a bounty of 55 million. This guy always irritated Chu Bawang when he watched the anime and ranks in his top 10 blacklist. Because this guy always drags the plot whenever he appears, making people grind their teeth in anger logically. Bellamy should be in his hometown of Devil Town, but unexpectedly, he encountered him here. It seems that heaven wants to fulfill my unachieved dreams from my previous life. Devil Town is where Luffy first clashed with his nemesis Blackbeard Teach, and it has had some phenomenal iconic moments. A person's dream never ends. It's a pity that Blackbeard is just too ugly. If he had a heroic face, just this line alone would have been enough to make him legendary. There's a good show to watch. Hyena Bellamy seems to be looking for his outlet again. This guy really never learns. The girl he has his eyes on seems to be in for trouble again. If only I could find those two delightful little ladies first. Their figures are just too perfect. If I could roll around with both of them, I would die without regrets. Hyena Bellamy is clearly not a first-time visitor to the Rainy Feast Casino, and he can even be described as notorious. Oda, the old thief, had once hinted that in Bellamy's pirate crew, women were used as tools for his desires, and many officers had affairs with the same woman. But that's the way it is. The main theme of pirates in this world is still killing and robbing, and not every pirate crew is as ambitious as the Straw Hat crew. Like Nami and Chopper, what they are doing is beneficial rather than harmful to the whole world. If Nami and Chopper really create a world map and develop a universal medicine and distribute it widely at sea, it would be a blessing for people all over the world. This guy, who looks like a pretty boy, seems to be in big trouble. The appearance of the Overlord of Chu is still a bit too young in the generally precocious world of pirates. He looks like he's not even 18 years old, coupled with the Overlord of Chu's graceful entrance. He gives the impression of a wealthy young master wanting to see the world. But for the ruthless criminals present, those wealthy young masters are nothing. At most, they are just experience points to increase the bounty. Beautiful lady, the night is long. Would you like to join me for a drink? The Hyena Bellamy, without any intuition, boldly strides forward with a glass of red wine in his left hand, his chest exposed. As for the Overlord of Chu next to him, he is almost deliberately ignored by Bellamy. In this world, it's not just Luffy who is a foolish brute. Figures like Drought Jack and Foolish Bellamy are also top contenders in the League of Fools. However, when he was about 5 steps away from the Overlord of Chu and Nami, his expression suddenly changed drastically, filled with horror. Buzz, the Overlord of Chu, casually waved his palm, and the advanced Navy 6 styles, flying finger gun, air bubble pierced through Bellamy's thigh knee in a form resembling a gas bubble. One of the air bubbles seemed to have slightly trembled and flew straight past Bellamy's groin. Bang! Bellamy, who was hit hard, was drenched in sweat. Even with his Springman abilities, he couldn't continue fighting, and his knees crashed heavily to the ground, kneeling directly in front of the Overlord of Chu. How is this possible? How could you master the Navy 6 styles? The intense pain snapped the Hyena Bellamy back to reality, but he still found it hard to believe what had just happened. He couldn't believe he had been defeated by a nameless rookie, and he didn't even dare to look down at his injury, fearing he would never see little Bellamy again. Doggy, what were you about to say? The crowd felt a flicker before their eyes. The Overlord of Chu's figure flashed, and his long, sharp fingertips hovered at Bellamy's brow, appearing so calm and indifferent. Bellamy didn't even need to think. He understood the immense gap between them. With just a thought from the other party, his life could be over. Goodness, that Bellamy the hyena, a pirate with a bounty of 500 berries, and he achieved victory with just one encounter. The battle may be lengthy to describe, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The gamblers were horrified, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. TSK. I thought this guy was just a teenager, so Bellamy recklessly provoked him, but I didn't expect he would hit a brick wall this time. Ha ha ha. That bastard Bellamy finally capsized in the gutter, daring to steal my woman. He deserves to be taken down a peg. Sigh. I wonder how my favorite woman is doing. I hope she is well. Take care, brother. I've been through it too. But fortunately, I now have a piece of grassland to donate to you. If you want to get by, you need to wear a bit of green on your head. Seeing the indifferent gaze of the overlord of Chu, Bellamy was almost scared to the point of wetting himself. His strong desire to survive made him unable to help but plead for mercy. BBB boss. Lord. Unfortunately, the overlord of Chu had no intention of interacting with the hyena Bellamy and directly reached out to take the unopened bottle of wine from Bellamy's hand. With a slap, it shattered into a large pile of glass shards. Shouting for mercy was useless. If you behave, I'll spare your life. Hearing the overlord's orders, Bellamy didn't dare to resist. He could only desperately mix the glass shards with the spilled wine on the ground. Crushing his teeth and swallowing them, the overlord of Chu's gaze was calm, seemingly not feeling that this was an excessive act. For the overlord of Chu, if he confirmed someone was an enemy, there was no need to show mercy. If he accidentally hurt an ally, he could just bury them in enemy clothes. Very good. Now swallow all the glass shards you just ingested. The overlord of Chu wore a warm smile at the corner of his mouth. This smile, in the eyes of the hard-headed Bellamy, felt like facing a demon, making him shiver uncontrollably. He had already held all the glass shards in his mouth, and now he was being asked to swallow all of them? Are you trying to make me poop glass shards? Bellamy had no choice but to keep grinding the glass shards with his teeth and swallow them all. It must be said, the average physical condition in the pirate world is truly remarkable. Despite having his lower parts blown off by the overlord of Chu's air bubble and eating a bottle of glass shards, Bellamy was still clinging to life, truly worthy of being a hyena. His survival instinct is quite strong. The sneaky little thief Nami didn't know when she had snuck around to Bellamy's back, reaching out to snatch the money pouch tied to his waist. Happily waving at the overlord of Chu, Daddy, look, I made a lot of money again. From today on, Nami, will never need to steal again. I can just take whatever I want. If you want to place a few bets, this should be enough. After saying this, Nami kicked Bellamy, but accidentally kicked him right into the trash can. So, Miss Nami, have you evolved from a LV1 thief to a LV2 robber? Dasky wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. This Bellamy is really asking for trouble. Daring to provoke the overlord of Chu, he is truly hard-headed, rivaling even the foolish Luffy. But then again, to escape from the overlord of Chu with just the loss of lower parts and his dignity, he is lucky in misfortune. Reaching out to pat Nami's cute little head, the overlord of Chu was not done yet, pointing at the crowd. You lot. The few people the overlord pointed at were those who had been particularly loud when they entered the casino. He commanded with a kingly demeanor, if you want to live, each of you will give me 1,000 slaps. One less means one death. The pointed individuals were all furious, facing him menacingly. You dare to make me pay FFT, pay FFT, pay FFT. But before these troublemakers could finish their words, several air bubbles shot out, instantly shattering their knees. A familiar scene unfolded once again. The overlord of Chu remained calm, looking at the few little thugs whose lives were precious. Today, I'm in a good mood and don't feel like killing. But don't make me say it a second time. Slap, 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 slap. Those who spoke out against the others have all knelt on the ground, their knees a bloody mess, and it seems they will never stand up again in this lifetime. But before they could complain or cry out in pain, these outspoken ones turned to their own faces and slapped themselves hard. The remaining individuals who were called out also turned pale, as those in the crowd madly slapped their own faces. In the blink of an eye, their already not-so-handsome faces swelled up like pig heads. In the indulgent and joyous atmosphere of the Rain Banquet Casino, a bizarre yet striking scene formed. Nami casually snatched the money bags from the waist of the villains, instantly fulfilling the dream of countless people to become rich overnight. She said with a face full of regret, "Excitement, some people are just cheap, always seeking death. It seems Yuan Longping fed you all too well, leaving you with nothing to do after eating well every day, resulting in excess energy. Clearly lacking in strength, yet still flaunting in front of my father, who gave you the courage. Red Dog, but fortunately, your lives still have some value. At least you helped me collect a lot of wealth, filling up my treasury." Nami, overjoyed with her harvest, immediately clung to the Chu Bawang like a koala and gave him a hard kiss. "Oh, my dear, I really love you. If there are any more opportunities for robbing the rich to help the poor, or if there is a need for property counting, please let me be involved." Chu Bawang looked speechless. Just a few $100 million. Is it worth being this happy? Are you really satisfied with this little money? You have no ambition at all. He had originally planned to give Nami a gold fruit to play with. Now, with the perfect level dark fruit, Chu Bawang also possesses the authority to transfer the abilities of the devil fruits to others. Although he hasn't operated it specifically yet, since in the original work, Blackbeard was able to transfer the ability of the transparent fruit to Shiryu of the Rain. Chu Bawang is confident he is no weaker than others. But seeing the little thief cat offer a passionate kiss for just a few 100 million berries, if he were to transfer a gold fruit to her, wouldn't she be so happy she wouldn't know where to go? Bawang, our family's rich now. Nami walked with great joy, humming the nursery rhyme from Cocoa Village as she dashed through the casino, clearly very happy. A group of underground bosses around her hurriedly covered their money bags, afraid of accidentally provoking this Lady Dasky. Well, has your family been short of money? I didn't know that. Chu Bawang stopped in front of one of the gambling tables. Although he didn't particularly like the dark atmosphere of the Rain Banquet Casino, the scum hidden within was quite unpleasant. But there's an old saying, I'm already here. If I don't see some different scenery or do something I've never tried before, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? So, thinking of this, Chu Bawang walked straight towards the central gambling tables. Only those who qualify to sit at these tables are the real underground bosses. Those who kill without blinking and are not afraid of anything. However, when they caught a glimpse of Chu Bawang walking straight towards them out of the corner of their eyes, these usually imposing underground bosses and emotionless, vicious pirates surprisingly scattered like sheep, gentle and meek. In an instant, the central gambling table, which symbolized great prestige, was left with only Chu Bawang standing alone. Chu Bawang stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the crowd like an invincible ruler. Life truly is lonely as snow. Even finding someone qualified to gamble against me is a challenge. Chu Bawang boldly stepped into the central gambling table, causing the underground bosses who were having a great time to instantly panic and scatter like birds and beasts fleeing from plague. In the blink of an eye, the once lively gambling table was left with only one dealer. The female dealer became as flustered as a scared dog, nervously looking at Chu Bawang, her voice trembling as she said, Bawang, sir, it seems no one dares to gamble with you. Why don't you try another casino? Chu Bawang sat expressionlessly beside the female dealer, with Nami and Dasky standing curiously on either side of him. He spoke coldly, since no one dares to gamble with me, let your casino's owner come out and play a couple of rounds with me. The Rain Banquet Casino is Crocodile's stronghold, and he is the apparent operator. He understands the principle of capturing the king first, rather than searching for Princess Vivi like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be more convenient to catch the head of Baroque Works and then notify Princess Vivi to meet at a certain location. Sorry, Mr. White Devil. Our boss is not here. How about I play a couple of rounds with you instead? I wonder if I qualify to sit at this table. That was a voice filled with a mature and intellectual aura, echoing from the high second floor. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to her. Who would dare to face the ferocious Chu Bawang? There must be some juicy gossip. On the staircase, a woman with a cold and aloof demeanor was gracefully descending. She was tall, with distinct and rounded features, her eyes bright like stars, wearing a purple round hat, and her long black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. She wore a purple low-cut outfit on top and about 20-centimeter sexy shorts on the bottom, with cool hollowed-out short boots on her feet. The intense lighting fell at an angle, creating an unusual, hazy beauty, when a smile appeared on her stunning face, and she lightly swept her gaze across the crowd. The hazy beauty bathed in dim light perfectly merged with her inherent charm, forming an irresistible allure that made her the center of attention. Little thief cat Nami had already developed quite well, but in front of this woman, she seemed youthful and inexperienced. Without a doubt, this woman was the remnant of the O'Hara incident, who at just 8 years old had a bounty of 79 million berries. Possibly one of the last people in the world capable of deciphering the history text, known as the Son of the Devil, Nico Robin. After briefly gazing at Nico Robin, Chu Bawang's lips curled up slightly. He had originally planned to directly recruit Crocodile as his little brother, which would make subsequent operations much simpler. Who would have thought that Crocodile didn't seem to be in his stronghold, probably outsweeping pirates to maintain his image? Seeing Nico Robin take charge, the female dealer breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had taken a calming pill, respectfully bowing to Nico Robin. Boss, you've arrived. In this luxurious Rain Banquet Casino, the vast majority of gamblers and underground bosses know that Nico Robin is the boss, second only to Investor Crocodile. However, they have no idea about Nico Robin's real name and background. This is understandable. Who could imagine that a little girl who was just 8 years old could live for so long and thrive so well? That's an 8-year-old girl with a bounty of 79 million berries. It's more than double Luffy's initial bounty of 30 million berries. This shows how much the world government and the Navy headquarters value Nico Robin. Don't worry, I trust Mr. White Devil-esque character. He wouldn't easily damage the public facilities in the casino. Nico Robin gave the female dealer a slight smile, effortlessly calming her anxious and restless emotions. Others might not know that the bounty for the Overlord of Chu has terrifyingly increased from 90 million berries to 1 billion berries. But as the second-in-command of the Baroque works, how could she be unaware of this? When the Overlord of Chu set foot in this casino and incapacitated the hyena Bellamy, she already had her informants reporting to her. What she didn't expect was that the 55 million berries bounty Bellamy had no resistance whatsoever, not even touching the hem of the Overlord's clothes before being taken down. If she didn't step in, there would be no one in the casino who could subdue this mysterious dragon crossing the river. Mr. White Devil, I wonder if I have the qualification to gamble with you. Robin looked at the Overlord of Chu, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling anxious inside. That's a vicious gang with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Even she wasn't confident she could buy enough time until Crocodile arrived to defend the crystal. She needed Crocodile's help to interpret the historical texts hidden in Alabasta. The moment the Overlord of Chu set his eyes on Robin, he was left with just one feeling. 2 years ago, Robin's skin was really dark. Official information. Initially, Robin's skin in the manga should have been white, but during the anime's coloring, it was mistakenly colored, leading to her dark-faced appearance. Later, fans jokingly said Robin's skin was frozen white, but in reality, her skin in the manga has always been white. However, even though Robin now looks like a dark-faced judge, it won't be long before she can compete with white milk. The Overlord of Chu looked into Robin's eyes and said, "Since you're the casino owner I named, you naturally have the qualification to gamble with me." For Robin, who walks with a mature and motherly aura, the Overlord of Chu is quite interested in the pirate world. She might be the only archaeologist capable of interpreting historical texts. At least, on the surface, O'Hara has only this lone seedling left. Although he is not interested in Roger's One Piece, he is quite curious about the historical truths that disappeared 800 years ago. He wants to see how Oda plans to fill the gaps if the gaps are not filled properly, even if it's across dimensions. DLL have to send Oda a box of blades. This is a grudge from a fan. It's truly unimaginable that the White Devil Overlord is even more photogenic than in the pictures. This looks it's simply a square of fresh meat. Upon seeing the real-life Overlord of Chu, the slightly dark-hearted Nico Robin couldn't help but feel emotional. If she didn't know how cold and cruel the Navy headquarters was, which has become a dog of the Celestial Dragons, she would suspect that the Overlord of Chu intentionally used his best selfie as a bounty poster. It's truly unimaginable that the White Devil Overlord is even more photogenic than in the pictures. Upon seeing the real-life Overlord of Chu, Robin couldn't help but feel emotional. If she didn't know how cold and cruel the Navy headquarters was, which has become a dog of the Celestial Dragons, she would suspect that the Overlord of Chu intentionally used his best selfie as a bounty poster, because that shooting angle was so tricky it could rival Shanks, the red-haired emperor, who used a selfie as a bounty poster. It has a strong model posing style. If this were used to promote a piano sales ambassador, it would definitely sell well, right? But what surprised Nico Robin was not only the Overlord Chu's astonishing looks and charm, but also his strength and age. The strength of the White Devil Overlord is indeed as unfathomable as the legends say. Not long ago in Lowtown, he displayed swordsmanship that was no weaker than a great swordsman. And now he has even used the Navy's 6 styles to break through human limits. What is most incredible is that the White Devil Overlord is so young, which is completely inconsistent with the strength he has shown. Could it be that the superhuman type ability, the imagination fruit, which has never appeared in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, is really that overpowered? To be honest, when the Overlord of Chu instantly killed Bellamy using the Navy's 6 styles, Shurgon, Air Bubble, Nico Robin, who was being chased by CP9, was genuinely shocked. She thought CP9 had come to attack, but then she thought, which CP9 would act so high profile? And which CP9 would dare to resurrect the former pirate king GOLD? Roger, if the Overlord of Chu were truly a member of CP9's assassination team, Nico Robin would rather perform a headstand and wash her hair on the spot. While Robin was sizing up the Overlord of Chu, he was also staring at Robin. Just in time, my supreme aircraft carrier, the Noah, still lacks a professional masseuse. With Robin's flower fruit ability, I'm sure she would give me a very comfortable massage in this way. Robin would undoubtedly become my indispensable crew member. Although it's said that following the plot leads to living to 99, The Overlord of Chu has never intended to muddle through with Luffy and the others to the end. Now, the Overlord of Chu has already begun to think about how to establish his own pirate crew. As for Luffy, who has had his crew stolen, the Overlord of Chu feels it has nothing to do with him. After all, it's not him who suffers. And it's most important for him to enjoy himself first. The only regret is that up to now, he hasn't T-triggered any hidden tasks. So he can't score another wave of rewards from the System Dog. System Dog, MMP, do you really think hidden tasks are like cabbage in the market, that you can trigger whenever you want? If you say you want to trigger, then this dog will lose face? Robin, until she realized she was no match for the Overlord of Chu, couldn't figure out what plot he had in coming here. So she could only temporarily choose to stabilize the Overlord of Chu and wait for Crocodile to return before planning. She smiled and extended her arm towards the second floor. Mr. White Devil, the first floor of the casino is quite noisy. How about you follow me to the second floor private room to have some fun? There are fewer people there, and absolutely no one will disturb you. You lead the way. The Overlord of Chu stood up, not at all worried that the second floor would be a trap set up long ago. With his strength, there was no need to act low-key. Nami and Daz Bones followed closely, ascending the stairs with the Overlord of Chu. Before the Overlord of Chu had even left for 3 seconds, those outlaws downstairs, who had been pointed at by the Overlord of Chu and whose faces were swollen like pig heads, looked at each other, stopping their violent actions of slapping themselves. One of the shifty-eyed men cursed weakly. Damn it, it's all that bastard Bellamy's fault. When did I ever suffer such a big loss? Suddenly being ordered to slap oneself 1,000 times? The person has already walked far away. It's time to slip away. But before he could finish his words, a familiar sound from the ceiling struck down, making a whoosh 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 sound, and the terrifying air bubbles attacked again. The remaining few people immediately panicked like old dogs, their faces turning pale, and after reacting, they increased the intensity and slapped themselves even harder. Their faces, already swollen like pig heads, became unrecognizable even to their own mothers in just a few minutes. Do they really think I can't hear the bad things they say? I have eyes on the back of my head. Whether it's the peak observation hockey, or the omnipresent power of the Imperial tool, or the just-acquired golden reincarnation eye, they all allow Chu Bawang to check the movements around him at any time. Want to talk bad about me behind my back? Do you believe I can blow your dog head up on the spot? On the second floor's private room, the interior of a room is resplendent, with marble floors made of the most expensive patterned stone on the market, and there are no major flaws in any detail, making it luxurious to the extreme. Chu Bawang and Robin are sitting across from each other, with a row of maids in maid outfits behind them. It seems that Old Shah is living quite a comfortable life, however. Whether Old Shah has ever touched a woman is unknown. After all, as a detail-oriented person, Chu Bawang knows that whether Crocodile is male or female is still uncertain. According to the hints from the old thief Oda, Crocodile might be a man because he was sex-changed by the transvestite King Ivankov using male hormones. The transvestite King Ivankov possesses the hormone fruit, which can not only turn men into women, but also women into men. It's even more insane than Chu Bawang's feminization technique. The professionally trained maids brought tea and desserts. Nico Robin is clearly good at brewing tea. After showing off her tea-making skills, she personally handed the brewed tea to Chu Bawang, fully demonstrating the essence of buying time, high-quality oolong tea. Please enjoy. Chu Bawang's gaze lingered on Robin's mouth for a long time, not moving away. Faced with the tea that Robin pushed over, Chu Bawang almost instinctively praised. Thank you. Robin was momentarily stunned, looking at Chu Bawang with a foolish expression. This is actually oolong tea, Mr. B. Bawang. How did you see that this tea is white? Chu Bawang's heart sank. Damn it. I was actually looked down upon by Robin-chan. My reputation is ruined. He averted his gaze and corrected himself. Misunderstanding. Robin? Nami? Dashichi? Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks? Listening to Chu Bawang's chaotic and contradictory speech, the meticulous Nico Robin fell into deep thought. It shouldn't be like this, right? How could there be someone in the world with the ability to see through things? Nico Robin has always acted steadily and reliably. And now that the situation is stronger than the person, she has no confidence in defeating Chu Bawang. She can only temporarily jot this down in her notebook and plan again when Crocodile returns. Nico Robin arranged the betting chips handed by the maid in a row, squinting and smiling. I wonder how big of a gamble Mr. B. Bawang wants to play with me? Just as Chu Bawang was about to speak, the familiar mechanical voice of the system dog came again. Ding! Triggered the gambling god mission. The host and Robin will all in for a bet to determine the winner. Win over Robin-chan. Mission reward. Modified version of the Buddha's palm. 100 handcuffs made of 99. 99 sea prism stone. P.S. Small bets are for fun. Big bets are harmful. And strong bets lead to obliteration. For family happiness and health, please quit gambling and drugs. System dog, are you out of your mind? I'm a good young man of the new era. I don't touch gambling or drugs, okay? In fact, Chu Bawang had also obtained a Buddha's palm last time. But that manual came from the world of Kung Fu. This time the martial arts manual comes from Legend of the Son of Heaven 5, Buddha's palm. And although both Buddha's palms share the same name, their power is vastly different. The modified version of the Buddha's palm can rival natural disasters and eliminate demons. Far stronger than the version in Kung Fu world. As for the 99 concentration sea prism stone handcuffs, it is well known that sea prism stone handcuffs also have concentration classifications. The higher the concentration, the harder they are to polish and the greater the restrictions on the abilities. Even in Wano country, which produces sea prism stone handcuffs, it will be extremely difficult to create handcuffs of 99 concentration. Although the reward isn't great, at least it can be obtained for free. Even mosquito leg is still meat. Chu Bawang focused again on Robin, and this time he was more accustomed to it. Without any awkward incidents, small bets are for fun, big bets are harmful, and strong bets lead to obliteration. Gambling? It must be all in to be interesting. So, I want to bet on people with you. Robin was taken aback and softly echoed. Bet on people with me? Mr. B. Bawang, what do you mean by that? Chu Bawang still wore a self-confident, lewd smile. Is this such a simple principle that I need to explain? We both put ourselves on the gambling table. One round to determine the winner. The loser becomes the other's personal property, unconditionally obeying all commands from the other party, giving everything, even life and dignity. Robin, is there such a shameless way to gamble? I've never heard of it. The loser has to offer their life and dignity? This bet is too insane. Robin gently took a sip of oolong tea, sitting up straight, her gaze scanning Chu Bawang from head to toe. Even someone as shrewd as her couldn't detect what exactly was in Chu Bawang's gourd. But to be honest, Robin felt a hint of restlessness inside. She and Crocodile were in a mutually exploitative relationship. She understood the reasoning of using birds and beasts and cooking dogs. If she really helped Crocodile find the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton, it might be the day she dies. Crocodile, with his heroic demeanor, would not make the mistake of releasing a tiger back to the mountain. If she could win against Chu Bawang, it would undoubtedly give her an important bargaining chip for negotiation. Perhaps in the end, she could turn the tables and reverse her unfavorable situation. To be honest, Robin wasn't afraid of death. She was just afraid of dying without any value. Unable to find the truth of history that disappeared 800 years ago before her death, what interested her the most was the rumored ability of Chu Bawang to resurrect the dead. If the rumors are true, then she would have the opportunity to resurrect her mother and all her companions from O'Hara. Robin's heart was stirred, but this still couldn't make her push herself as a betting chip onto the gambling table. Robin's eyes were filled with spring, and her red lips parted slightly as she asked, I want to know why you would make such an impolite request. The reason was quite simple. I was planning to form the most luxurious, invincible fleet in history. As the captain of a ship, I needed a skilled masseuse. I heard that your flower fruit ability can produce countless little hands, so you must be capable of fulfilling the role of my masseuse and making me feel comfortable. Robin looked surprised. Using my flower fruit for massage? You truly are a talent. That idea is a bit too far-fetched. If that's the case, shouldn't I be able to make a fortune if I opened a massage parlor? Don't be surprised. Besides knowing that you possess the flower fruit, I also know that you harbor a deep hatred for someone, to the point where you dream of killing them. He is your mother's murderer, named Spandam. But you are utterly powerless to seek revenge on him, because he is a high-ranking officer of the world government's secret intelligence agency, CP9. The Overlord took a sip of oolong tea and said, Am I right? The son of the devil, Nico Robin. P.S. There will be updates arranged in the next couple of days. Don't worry, the Overlord took a sip of oolong tea and said, Am I right? The son of the devil with a bounty of 79 million berries. Miss Nico Robin? The way he emphasized Nico Robin's name was intentional, making it clearer for her to hear. Upon hearing this, Robin's heart jolted and her delicate body shivered slightly. Her gaze instinctively darted around, trying to see if anyone was watching her. Robin was very well disguised, and her movements were quite discreet, a result of nearly 20 years of battling with CP9 and the world government. White Devil, how did you recognize me? Robin took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, and a layer of intense coldness appeared on her face. But this action in the Overlord's eyes, was incredibly beautiful, making one reluctant to look away. Indeed, Robin was very sexy. The wanted poster featured Robin when she was around 8 years old. But now she had grown into a tall and slender beauty, making it practically impossible for anyone to recognize her identity. Even in this rainy banquet casino that she frequented, only Crocodile knew her code name, Miss All Sunday, let alone her real name. What shocked Robin was that the Overlord had directly revealed her nickname and true name, which the world government was seeking her for. If she couldn't silence the Overlord today, it would mean that her peaceful days in Alabasta might come to an end. Answer me. Thinking of this, Nico Robin felt a surge of killing intent towards the Overlord, and she sternly questioned, who else knows about my hiding place in Alabasta besides you? And another question. Are you really a lackey of the world government? The Overlord smiled warmly and laughed heartily. A lackey of the world government? Ha! You underestimate me too much. Those scum don't even have the qualifications to hold my shoes. Besides, which CP9 member chasing you looks as handsome as I do? Robin. Wow. You're really just beating around the bush to praise your own looks. I admit you are indeed handsome, but your skin is a bit too thick. The Overlord's joking manner slightly eased Robin's vigilance, making her feel that he was not a member of CP9. Given CP9's usual ruthlessness, they would probably have captured her the moment they met. Since you're not from CP9, what do I have against you? Are you after my bounty? Cautious, Robin was still unwilling to give up easily, wanting to extract more concrete information from the Overlord. Nearby, Nami and Dazbones were amused. For a mere bounty of 79 million berries, it wouldn't be worth it for the Overlord to personally take action. Robin, oh Robin, I didn't expect you to be so naive now. You're really nothing like your future cunning self. You ask me, and I answer? That would be quite embarrassing for me. If you want an answer, you must bet with me. I'm laying this down for you, whether you win or lose. You will get the answer you seek. Let me ask you one last time. Do you dare to go all in and bet your life? If it weren't for wanting to get 100 C Prism stone handcuffs for free from the system dog, the Overlord wouldn't bother with Robin's back and forth, and would have knocked her out and taken her away long ago. The system's requirement was for her to win in gambling, indicating that Robin must actively agree to this gamble. Otherwise, even if the Overlord forced it, he wouldn't be able to claim the task rewards. In fact, this reward really isn't much. The Overlord simply enjoys the thrill of getting something for nothing. Nico, Robin frowned slightly, her gaze never leaving the Overlord's eyes. Yet, no matter how she guessed, she couldn't figure out what the unpredictable Overlord was really after. Could it be that the Overlord just wanted a professional masseuse? Damn, you are the one who should be the masseuse. It seemed that Mr. White Devil was quite confident in his gambling skills. However, coincidentally, the young lady also had some knowledge of gambling. She had never lost since her debut, and calling herself a general of victory was not an exaggeration. There are 3 dice here. You can roll them yourself, and we will guess the total points based on our skills. Whoever guesses closest wins. According to the stakes you throw, I will also go all in with you. Winner takes all. In a fit of anger, Nico Robin turned and took a dice cup made of aged wood from a maid, slamming it down in front of the Overlord. As far as gambling goes, Nico Robin had never lost, especially in dice-related gambling. As a user of the flower fruit, Nico Robin could not only see the situation of the dice inside the cup, but could also use her fruit powers to cheat. She could secretly alter the total points of the dice and make it whatever she wanted. If she could lose this, that would truly be a miracle. The Overlord wanted to win against her in gambling? That was a bit too arrogant. Very good, very spirited. Whoever backs down is a little dog. The Overlord was thrilled to be able to get something for nothing from the system dog, and his figure transformed into an afterimage, instantly moving behind Nico Robin. So fast. You, what do you want to do to me? Robin was taken aback, completely unprepared for the Overlord's swift attack, which left her no chance to react. Before she could finish her sentence, Robin felt her body weaken and collapsed into a rather ambiguous posture on the table and chairs on her delicate wrist. She had already been tightly bound by the sea prism stone handcuffs that the Overlord had snatched from a navy. You actually ambushed me. You fraud. You are indeed a lackey of the world's corrupt politics. I was careless. What exactly do you want to do to me? Considering I'm a woman. If you want to kill or torture me, just make it quick. Chu Bawang rolled his eyes in silence, reached out, and flicked Robin's smooth, fair forehead. Grinning, what do I want to do with you? Need I say more? It's of course to prevent you from cheating. Do you really think I don't know you're a little casino cheat? However, in terms of cheating, you're just a novice, Robin. As for me, I'm at the 5th level. Since it's gambling, it should be fair and just, relying solely on pure luck. If someone wants to cheat, then it's no longer gambling, but fraud. Chu Bawang pretended to handcuff himself with the other end of the sea stone handcuffs, smiling. Since you already know I'm a user of the imagination fruit, you should also understand that sea stone is equally effective against me. However, my physical skills are far superior to yours. Even 100 sea stone might not be able to restrict my movements. But the derived abilities developed from the devil fruit are completely ineffective. The reason I'm doing this is to gamble with you fairly and justly. Therefore, this is a gamble that only relates to luck. Upon hearing this, Nico Robin's face turned beet red. She didn't expect Chu Bawang to be so open and upright. She had underestimated him this time. That makes sense. If she used the flower fruit to cheat, it wouldn't count as gambling at all. But if she didn't use the flower fruit to cheat, Robin, who had never studied gambling, had no confidence of winning at all. If she lost, she would become the other party's private property from then on. Wait a minute. The reason Chu Bawang was so open about handcuffing himself with the sea stone might be that his sea stone handcuffs are fake, right? Thinking of this, a cautious Robin immediately raised her hand to protest. How can I know if the sea stone handcuffs you are wearing are real? If mine are real and yours are fake, wouldn't that mean you can cheat while I can't? That would be too unfair. You little clever girl, you're being overly cautious. No wonder you could live alone at sea for 20 years at the tender age of 8. It's truly a pity you don't pursue a career as a cautionary hero. Chu Bawang smiled lightly and exchanged the sea stone handcuffs with Robin's wrist. Now, you have nothing to say and must accept your defeat, right? Robin's face was extremely awkward. She could naturally feel that the sea stone on her wrist was genuine. Feeling deeply ashamed, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to be so open and upright. I indeed underestimated you. Chu Bawang shrugged nonchalantly, reaching out to place the dice in Robin's small palm, winking and smiling. You're the lady, so you roll the dice. We'll face off, with the outcome entirely left to fate. One roll to decide the winner. Nico Robin held the dice, representing initiative, unable to help but feel a bit teary and moved. In a situation where neither could cheat, whoever held the dice meant they had the initiative. Chu Bawang's gentlemanly gesture made Robin feel one of the few warm feelings in the world, causing the heart she had frozen and resisted from the outside to crack open a tiny, imperceptible fissure. Robin shook the dice randomly and then slammed it down on the table. She actually didn't understand any gambling techniques and couldn't listen to the sound and discern the position like those old gamblers. So she could only follow her instincts and guess a number randomly. My luck has always been good, and the most probable sums for 3 dice are 10 and 10. Since that's the case, I'll bet a larger number, 11. It's worth mentioning that when rolling 3 dice simultaneously, the most probable sums are actually 10 or 11, each with a probability of 1/6. This involves the empty space calculation method in math, and 10 and 11 are also referred to as the median of this arrangement. Funny. JPG, the median is actually 10? If that's the case, then I'll bet on another median. The academically challenged Chu Bawang actually had no idea what a median was, but that didn't affect his suave demeanor. He spoke lightly, but in reality, he had secretly activated Emperor Artifact, 5 Perspectives omnipotent power, X-ray vision, seeing the numbers inside the dice, which is why he was so firm in agreeing this time. Chu Bawang was still at the 5th level. Although he claimed not to cheat, Chu Bawang's body was still very honest. Open the dice. If it shows a high number, you win. If it shows a low number, I win. Small. Small. It must be small. The dramatic Chu Bawang clasped his hands tightly, his expression extremely serious, as if he had truly bet all his fortune on this gamble. If he didn't get an Oscar award for this performance, it would be quite unreasonable. As Robin slowly raised her palm, Nami and Dasky beside her were also tense, cheering for Chu Bawang. Small. It must be small. Seeing Dasky and Nami's excited foreheads with bulging veins, Robin completely let down her guard. If one of them was an actor, she could still believe it, but if all 3 were actors, then Robin felt that she wouldn't be unjustly kneeling this time. As the dice were completely revealed, the answer was just around the corner. Yes. Yes. I knew Bawang's luck was unmatched in the world. It was indeed a false alarm earlier. Nami, seeing the number on the dice, excitedly gave Chu Bawang a big bear hug and kiss. 2, 3, 4, totaling 9 points. Closer to 10 points, so Master Bawang has won. Dasky's face was also radiant with laughter, genuinely happy. But then she realized she seemed to have reacted too excitedly, and her little face returned to a tense look. However, her inner joy couldn't be hidden. Nico Robin's frail and boneless body completely slumped in the chair, her beautiful eyes revealing a sense of desolation, as if she had completely found relief. Only 9 points combined? It seems I've lost. I really didn't expect to make such a crazy move and put myself on the gambling table. What surprised me even more was that even the heavens didn't stand by me this time. My good luck was completely ended by Bawang. Losing this gamble means I will become the private property of the White Devil. What kind of fate will my future undergo? As Robin slumped helplessly, the familiar mechanical voice of the system dog once again rang in Chu Bawang's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for all in with Robin to determine the outcome, winning Robin over. Task reward being sent. Modified version of the Buddha's palm, 100 pieces of 99 sea stone handcuffs. P.S. Small bets bring joy, large bets harm health, and strong bets lead to annihilation. For family happiness and health, please quit gambling and drugs. There are countless roads, but safety is the first priority. Gambling and drugs are illegal, and loved ones shed tears. Chu Bawang. All right, I know I need to quit pornography, gambling, and drugs. But Erguzi, I'm begging you, please don't randomly add drama to yourself in the future, okay? Accompanied by the familiar mechanical sound of the system dog. A large number of memories different from the world of Kung Fu about the Buddha's palm flooded into Chu Bawang's mind again. At the same time, his original muscle memory and cell strength were also enhanced once more. The modified Buddha's palm has the power to resist natural disasters, which should not be underestimated. I admit defeat to you, and now I've been imprisoned by Hailu Stone and cannot resist you at all. Can you tell me what your true purpose is? Nico Robin slowly raised her head, as if waiting for the judgment of fate. This was undoubtedly a Waterloo battle in her life. She had lost both her body and soul to Chu Bawang. What will her future life be like? She dared not imagine. Chu Bawang smiled warmly, as warm as the winter sun. I told you my purpose from the very beginning. I plan to form an unprecedented legendary pirate fleet in the Grand Line. Just right. The ship is lacking a massage therapist, and I think your fruit ability is very suitable for this job. Upon hearing this, Robin's mouth twitched. What do you mean you need a professional massage therapist? Just admit you want my body, okay? This is the first time I've heard of someone wanting to recruit a massage therapist for their pirate ship. This really opened my eyes. Robin's words were full of sarcasm, clearly dissatisfied with Chu Bawang's response. Chu Bawang shrugged nonchalantly. What's impossible about that? Is what I say so unbelievable? Pirates are the most free symbol on the sea, right? Wanting to find a massage therapist is not strange at all, is it? Some silly person even wants to find a musician as a partner. And he even took a reindeer as a supply of food. Nami? Dasky. Fortunately, Luffy and Chopper are not here. Otherwise, there would definitely be a fight. If Chopper finds out that he is just a food supply in Luffy's eyes, he might get so angry that he would pound Luffy into the ground. After opening the 8 gates, Chopper can turn into a violent beast. And if Luffy is not serious, he might not even be able to defeat this reindeer. White Devil, no matter what you want to do to me, just make it quick. I don't want to continue resisting this damned fate anymore. Nico Robin struggled to sit up straight, her eyes filled with a sense of desolation. And she spoke to herself with a tragic smile. Ever since the O'Hara incident 20 years ago, I, who was only 8 years old, have been on the run. The morally ambiguous and thoroughly corrupted Navy wants to capture me, and those wicked pirates want to claim the bounty on my head. The world is vast, yet there is no place for me to stand. This world is truly terrible. Vice Admiral Saul, I'm really sorry. You once said that anyone born in this world would never be alone. But I have searched for so many years and have never found a partner willing to genuinely protect me. She actually knew that one day she would be captured. She just didn't expect that day to come so quickly. The despair of her clan members facing death felt like something that had just happened yesterday. And the reminders from the giant Vice Admiral Saul were still fresh in her memory. Dasky, who was originally planning to arrest Robin, was stunned. For some reason, she faintly felt that the reports about the O'Hara incident in the newspaper might have hidden truths. Dasky leaned close to Chu Bawang's ear and whispered, Lord Bawang, may I ask if you know the truth about the O'Hara incident? I want to know what the Navy did to those historians. Damn it. You, Dasky, are really wicked, actually using me as an encyclopedia tool. If you want me to say it, then wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me? Want to know the truth about the O'Hara incident? Of course. As long as you agree to pour my foot bath water for me tonight and scrub my back while I bathe. Chu Bawang crossed his arms and looked at Dasky provocatively. Although he didn't mind being used as a tool, even as an encyclopedia, he certainly wouldn't let Dasky benefit without asking for something in return. To be honest, Chu Bawang felt that his character was still too kind and merciful. Ever since he captured Dasky, he hadn't really forced her to do anything embarrassing. Even as a maid, she mostly just fed him some fruit and was responsible for cleaning the bedroom. if he didn't do a few more bad things. Chu Bawang even felt that he was a bit unworthy of the title of extremely wicked faction that the world government had given him. I, Chu Bawang, won't be a bad person. All right, as long as you tell me the truth about the O'Hara incident, not only will I help you pour foot bath water tonight, but I will also personally help you bathe and scrub your back. To his surprise, Daisuke readily accepted Chu Bawang's request. This made Chu Bawang look at Daisuke with a newfound respect. He originally thought Daisuke would be the kind of Na'vi girl who firmly believed in the Navy's justice and knew nothing. Unexpectedly, she had quite a spirit of challenging authority. That makes sense. In the original story, during the Punk Hazard arc, it was Daisuke who reminded Smoker, then a Navy major, to suspect that there were infiltrators within the G5 Navy branch. This was undoubtedly a huge provocation to the usually righteous Navy. Given your sincerity, I will reluctantly act as a popular science guide. However, I advise you be psychologically prepared, perhaps after hearing my spoilers. The justice you firmly believe in will completely collapse and dissipate. The truth hidden behind the O'Hara incident is murkier than you think. O'Hara was originally the most famous archaeological holy land in the West Sea and the birthplace of Nico Robin. It had the world's largest number of scholars and the most extensive library, the Tree of Knowledge. However, the world government, considering the danger of the continued existence of the historical text, in fact, it was unwilling for the truth from 800 years ago to be exposed, cruelly bombed and destroyed O'Hara with the Navy's extermination order when Robin was 8 years old, to the extent that the following year, O'Hara Island completely disappeared from a map. The Great O'Hara Island and the archaeologists on it were also wiped out in this man-made disaster by the Navy's extermination order. It was during that extermination order operation that the then Vice Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, in order to prevent scholars from hiding among civilian ships, unilaterally ordered the bombardment of civilian refugee ships. This is also why, despite so many non-scholars boarding the refugee ships, in the end, only Nico Robin remained on O'Hara Island, surviving in this world. Among the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu Sakazuki has the most iron-fisted methods. For the pirates, he had not a shred of compassion. In order to perfectly carry out the orders given by his superiors and prevent any scholars from mingling into the crowd and escaping O'Hara, he even ordered the shelling of refugee ships loaded with countless civilians. It was precisely because he understood the kind of impact and upheaval that such absolute justice would bring to the world that Kazan, the Aokiji, would tear his face apart in a struggle with Akainu for the position of admiral. The two fought for power for 10 days and nights, even creating the bizarre climate of Punk Hazard, where one side was ice and the other was endless volcanic lava. The final result is well known. Aokiji lost a leg, while Akainu was left with a deadly hidden illness, leaving only the undercover king, Kizu, still alive and kicking, slacking off to be honest. The archaeologists themselves were not guilty. Some dusty history should not always be covered up by certain rulers, obscuring the truth from the masses. The incident in O'Hara was a mistake of the world government, a mistake of the Navy that recognized the enemy as its own. Although the overlord of Chu was not interested in One Piece, he was quite curious about the missing 100 years of blank history. System damn. Is that curiosity about the missing 100 years of history? You clearly just want to get your hands on Robin-chan's body. You scoundrel. Those scholars sought the truth of the missing history out of professional ethics. Why should the world government bomb them? Moreover, that red dog who assisted the tyrants and could not distinguish black from white was truly despicable. He could have minimized civilian casualties, but still ordered the shelling of the refugee ships. It was simply too inhumane. The little thief cat Nami was so angry that her chest trembled, her small fists clenched tightly, wishing she could let that civilian-killing red dog experience the power of her Rui Jingu Bang right there. The world government must have some unspeakable secret to take such deadly action against the scholars of O'Hara. This secret is hidden within the truth of the missing history, and may even threaten their rule. Nami initially thought that her hometown had been tormented by the fishman Arlong for 10 years, which was already unlucky enough. Unexpectedly, compared to Nico Robin's experience, she could be considered extremely lucky. Nowadays, the island of O'Hara, once known as the most advanced island for academic exchange in the world, is left with only Nico Robin all alone. She could not imagine what kind of suffering and hardships an 8-year-old girl had to endure to survive until today. Daisuke beside her also had red eyes, desperately trying to control her erupting emotions. She never expected that in the Navy headquarters, which she believed in so much, there would be someone who bombed innocent civilian refugee ships. Such a person actually obtained the highest military rank of admiral. Could it be that true justice should be to protect the people as the best solution? When did justice become a guise for the world government to slaughter civilians? For the first time, Dasky felt a sense of doubt and confusion about the justice she firmly believed in. Reaching out to rub Nami, who was about to explode, the overlord of Chu took off the sea stone handcuffs from Nico Robin's wrist. Nico Robin, from today onwards, your body and soul belong to me. In this world, the only one who can bully you is me. Although Nico Robin, who was handcuffed, had a certain charm that made people linger, the overlord of Chu naturally did not need to threaten his own people with sea stone handcuffs. Especially someone as stunningly tall and beautiful as her. The elegant Robin rubbed the red marks left by the sea stone handcuffs, looking at the overlord of Chu with confusion. You actually want to let me go? The overlord of Chu, sitting cross-legged at the gambling table, shrugged and smiled. Did you commit some crime? Why should I capture you? Besides, you can't be fantasizing about me handing you over to the Navy to claim a bounty, can you? If I really wanted to earn a bounty, I could have Dasky throw me in a prison and then perform a live-action version of Scam to give a young Navy a lesson. Robin blinked, looking bewildered. According to the orders of the world government, I am a dead person on the blacklist. Anyone associated with me will ultimately not escape death. Ha! To hell with the world government. In this world, no one can judge me. The overlord of Chu spat and laughed coldly. In this sea, ultimately, it's the winner who is king and the loser who is a bandit. Strength is the most important. Those without strength will be judged and sanctioned by military courts. Old Man Garp, directly set free during the Marineford War, and even adopted Ace, the bloodline of the former pirate king Joel D. Roger. Upon seeing Ace, he even wanted to backstab the Red Dog, who was his teammate. Later, he publicly insulted the Celestial Dragons in a public setting. And he still lives well, doesn't he? When your strength surpasses a certain threshold, even the law cannot restrain personal freedom. This man is really too arrogant, actually disregarding the world government completely. Looking at the handsome man in front of her who was exuding overwhelming confidence, Robin felt a wave of emotions. That's right, if he wasn't so arrogant. How could he have earned the notorious title of the White Devil? Moreover, if the rumors of the God-level resurrection technique are true, then the ones who should be most anxious and fearful right now are indeed the world government. The former kings of the sea are not just the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Although the sea overlord Rox fell in the battle at God Valley, he had ambitions to overthrow the world government. If he were to be resurrected, then this sea would really be in chaos. The overlord of Chu possesses the God-level resurrection technique, akin to a superpower holding nuclear capabilities, wielding unprecedented deterrence, commonly known as nuclear threat, having the nuclear threat in hand. The overlord of Chu will surely make the world government restless, wishing to dispose of him quickly. The world government will absolutely not allow enemies that threaten their rule to be resurrected. Dangerous figures like Rox will be nipped in the bud. No wonder the overlord and the Straw Hat Crew's bounty skyrocketed tenfold after the ruckus in Road Town. Sister Robin, I'm sorry. I am actually a soldier of the Navy, yet I did not carefully investigate the truth behind the O'Hara incident, allowing so many scholars and your mother to bear the blame for over 20 years. If I had been there at the time, even if it meant disobeying military orders, I would not have executed such an absurd order to shell the refugee ships. But it's too late to say these things now. Even I cannot take any remedial measures for you now. Dasky walked up to Nico Robin, her face wet with tears, and said tearfully, Sister Robin, I'm really very sorry. Dasky's military rank was merely a sergeant, and there was quite a distance to reach the rank of major. To truly speak up for Robin, she would at least need to be a rear admiral to have a voice. Wait, Miss Dasky, let me sort this out a bit. Why are you, as a member of the Navy, appearing next to the wanted overlord? I received the news that Sergeant Dashki was clearly killed by the tyrant Chu. Nico Robin was stunned for a moment, realizing that she had overlooked some important information, staring blankly at Dashki. Perhaps because of the severe impact of the incident where the Navy female soldier Dashki was abducted by the tyrant, after deliberation among the senior officials at Navy headquarters. They ultimately issued an announcement declaring Dashki's death as a sacrifice for the country. The main reason was that they did not believe the delicate and weak Dashki could survive from the hands of the brutal tyrant. They could not have imagined that after Dashki was abducted, not only was she not abused to death, but she was also well fed by the tyrant and became plump. Under the nourishment of modern cuisine, Dashki had even gained weight in certain parts of her body. What? You say I've already been killed by the tyrant? Upon hearing this, Dashki also looked confused. But perhaps due to her days spent with the almost demonic Chu, her IQ had increased quite a bit. It didn't take long for her to understand the whole situation. Those high-ranking officials at Navy headquarters were truly up to no good. They even fabricated military reports. To maintain the face of justice, they could concoct any lie. The deceased Dashki was indignant, raising her small pink fist in anger, wishing she could immediately smash those who spread the rumors. Seeing Dashki's cute appearance when she was angry, Robin couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect there would be good people in the Navy. A sparkle appeared in her beautiful eyes, and a warm smile graced her lips. The giant vice admiral, Saul who once spared her life, and the Admiral Kazan who still held the rank of vice admiral, had both treated her kindly. As Robin was about to fall into a sad memory, Chu felt it was time to take advantage of the situation. If he didn't seize this good opportunity, was he still a man? Nico, Robin, since you're now my woman, cough cough, my person. Naturally, I have to prepare a gift for you that you absolutely cannot imagine. What? You're giving gifts again, tyrant? When Sister Dashki joined, there was no welcome gift. You're so biased, tyrant. Do you only give gifts to the ladies with good figures? Upon hearing the keyword gift, Nami instantly turned into a drama queen, clearly trying to stir the pot, and wanted to also secure a precious welcome gift for Dashki. You little thief cat. I thought you were my dear little cotton-padded jacket. I didn't expect that after putting it on, it turned into a black-hearted little cotton-padded jacket that backstabs me. Can I also get a welcome gift from the tyrant? Upon hearing that a welcome gift was to be given to Nico Robin, Dashki looked at Chu with hopeful eyes, her gentle gaze nearly melting hearts. It would be a lie to say she wasn't looking forward to it. Logically, she had arrived earlier than Robin, yet she had never received a welcome gift from Chu. Before her, Kaya, Xiaoqing, and Nami had all received the most precious life gifts. Tyrant, you can't be. Nami playfully stuck out her tongue, her expression adorably cute. It was clear she had inherited Chu's black-hearted way of dealing with things. You talk too much. You little glutton have eaten so many of my delicious foods. Always focused on eating and never saying a kind word. And today, you actually want to stand up for this outsider Dashki. Chu grabbed Nami's little face and tugged it, putting on a fierce expression. Tyrant, be gentle. This time it really hurts. Sister Dashki has been with us for so long. How can she be considered an outsider, right? Even Sister Robin can receive your welcome gift. Why can't Dashki get one? Nami tried to stand on her tiptoes, her beautiful eyes shimmering with grievance, rubbing her little face to alleviate the pain. Nami, please don't speak for me. It's all my fault for not serving the tyrant well, not gaining his recognition. Dashki's expression darkened as she spoke. She once wanted to escape from Chu's side, even attempting to send the intelligence she had collected through a message in a bottle to Navy headquarters. However, after much hesitation and internal struggle, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to betray the kind Chu. But fundamentally, she had indeed had thoughts of wanting to betray him. For now, it would be good to give Dashki a little punishment, since this girl wanted to sneak away every day. What good is the Navy headquarters? Being by my side, getting free food and drink, and having a peerless handsome man waiting to feed you. Isn't that better? Chu was not the kind of man who allowed betrayal. If Dashki had really thrown out the bottle containing a lot of intelligence, maybe today's result wouldn't just be a slight punishment. When it came to enemies, Chu would not show mercy. But when it came to his own people, he would never be stingy with sharing. At most, he would just keep a little something to himself. Nico Robin smiled sweetly, clearly not expecting to receive a welcome gift so soon after joining the team. Can I know what that welcome gift is? Of course. However, before opening the welcome gift, you have to go through a little procedure. Chu winked, a mischievous smile on his face. If you kiss me, I'll immediately tell you what the welcome gift is. If you kiss me, I'll immediately tell you what that absolutely unexpected welcome gift is. So the big shots are this playful? Or is it just Chu who's like this? Upon hearing Chu's somewhat playful suggestion, Robin's gaze swept over his extraordinarily handsome face, and she felt a stir of excitement logically. Robin should have firmly rejected Chu's request. But alas, Chu was just too handsome, even in a crowd. He would definitely be the most striking one. That inexplicable male charm seemed to target the softest weaknesses of a woman's heart. Even the composed Nico Robin nearly fell for it. Ding! Triggered side quest. Obtain Nico Robin's first kiss. Cannot rely on brute force to force it. Within 1 hour, obtain Nico Robin's first kiss to receive quest reward. Squirrel's Core World X1. Within 6 hours of obtaining Nico Robin's kiss, you can receive a task reward. Rice cooker electromagnetic stove. Modern technology alchemy technique X1. Within 12 hours of obtaining Nico Robin's first kiss, you can receive a task reward. A large handheld tractor worth 50 000 high-grade spirit stones, equipped with various flying magic arrays, waterproof magic arrays, and charging magic arrays. Within 24 hours of obtaining Nico Robin's first kiss, you can receive a task reward. The Emperor's New Clothes X1. Once worn, it cannot be changed. And spells like Disguise and Illusion will also fail. Within 72 hours of obtaining Nico Robin's first kiss, you can receive a task reward. A negative buff Blessings for all. Burdens for me. Permanently non-removable. System Dog, are you messing with me? I was just joking. I didn't really want Robin-chan to kiss me, you have to believe me. System Dog. This is embarrassing. I was just playing a harmless little joke with Nico Robin. And I didn't expect the System Dog to get jealous. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have teased. If I take more than 72 hours to get Robin-chan's first kiss, I'll become the scapegoat. The most disgusting thing is that I can't just force myself on Robin-chan. The inner desire for a little mischief from Chu Bawang is now in a panic. Other systems help deal with enemies, giving hosts various cheats and buffs. But our second dog system is doing a backstab on its own people. What's going on? Do you think I'm too strong and affecting other players' gaming experience? Wanted to weaken me? Trying to take Nico Robin's first kiss from this mature and intelligent woman is not that simple. Chu Bawang suddenly understands the true meaning of breaking your leg while being naughty. If it were Nami or Daz Bones, Chu Bawang could definitely trick these two naive little rabbits into being sold, and even help himself count how much he earned. But if it's Nico Robin, the difficulty of obtaining that first kiss skyrockets. If more than 24 hours pass and I still can't get Robin's first kiss, Chu Bawang will have to choose between the Emperor's new clothes or scapegoat. System Dog, you're forcing me to go up this year. I have to take Robin-chan's first kiss, whether I want to or not. Chu Bawang secretly gritted his teeth, feeling a rare surge of emotion. Moreover, Squirrel's core world is also significant, whether for longevity or purely to enhance strength. I must get it. Cultivation chat group Squirrel's core world can not only project lotus flower illusions into reality for decoration, but can also be used to smuggle people from one world to another if in the future Chu Bawang breaks through the void from the pirate world and chooses to leave. He can hide all his beloved companions in the core world and explore the next unknown world together. Most importantly, Squirrel's core world can extract 9 nether evil energy and abundant spiritual energy to produce life-giving springs, which can extend life by 50 years after consumption. Don't underestimate this 50 years of lifespan. Though Chu Bawang's combat power is already off the charts, his life level is still very low. In other words, while Chu Bawang is strong, he still can't escape the fate of becoming a 100-year-old skeleton. Because of this, Chu Bawang has listed the surgical fruit as one of the fruits he must collect before leaving the pirate world. Even if Trafalgar Law dies from using the immortal surgery, it doesn't matter. He can use divine-level resurrection techniques to revive Trafalgar Law again. Even without the System Dog, Chu Bawang can rely on his own hands to realize the dream of immortality that all humans long for. By then, he can let Trafalgar Law suffer a bit more and die a few more times, and once he possesses the perfect surgical fruit, he can perform the immortal surgery for his beloved, making it completely perfect. System Dog, did I just hear something I shouldn't have? So that's how the immortality bug is triggered. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the New World, Trafalgar Law, captain of the Heart Pirates, couldn't help but shiver and woke up from his dream. He doesn't yet know that his future has been clearly arranged, but even separated by endless waters, he seems to feel the overwhelming malice from this world. He reaches back to touch the Heart Pirates mascot, the little bear Beepo, who is fast asleep, a member of the polar bear fur tribe. The weather in the New World is truly strange. It is getting colder and colder. In this cold and indifferent world, only the warm little bear Beepo behind him can bring him a bit of warmth. Then he decisively reaches out, wrapping the furry little bear Beepo in his arms, like a blanket. P.S. A brief note on the setting of life level. Taking Kakarot from Dragon Ball as an example, although his combat power can explode stars, the life level of Science is not high. Even Goku dies in the future due to heart disease. And if it weren't for Trunks bringing back the miraculous medicine from the future, Goku would have really gone and died, just for reference. There's no need to get too hung up on it. Watching Robin's face filled with hesitation, wanting to indulge in Chu Bawang's beauty, but unwilling to easily give up her first blood, the determined Chu Bawang would not give up. To obtain the smuggling artifact core world, he immediately decided to strike again at Robin's heart. Actually, besides knowing about your tragic experience in O'Hara, I also know that you have been searching for the remaining historical text in Alabasta, and I know the location of that historical text. Upon hearing the keyword historical text, Even the usually composed Robin couldn't maintain her calm and stood up in shock. She looked at Chu Bawang with astonishment. You, how could you possibly know the whereabouts of the historical text? Could it be that you have developed the ability to create a human-shaped navigation map using the imagination fruit? It must be. They say the bigger the heart, the bigger the stage. Besides the ability to resurrect the dead, you must have developed a new navigation ability, right? Wow, you guessed that. Truly worthy of being considerate of Big Sister Robin. I didn't expect you to be quite clever, instantly guessing that I've developed a new ability. That's right. Just as you guessed, aside from the resurrection technique, I have indeed developed a navigation ability to find things. You should be congratulated because I used this ability to find a historical text you've been longing for. Robin was clearly provoked by the words of the Overlord of Chu. The reason she had been fleeing at sea for so long and finally decided to join Crocodile's Baroque works was to find the historical texts hidden in Alabasta and interpret the historical truths contained within them. Now that the Overlord of Chu suddenly claimed to have found the whereabouts of the historical texts, how could Robin not be excited? Her hometown had been completely erased from the map by the corrupt world government, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that her current state of mind was as dead as ashes. If it weren't for her strong belief in translating the lost historical truths, which was still supporting her, Nico Robin would have long lost the desire to continue living. The Overlord of Chu had the thought of teasing Robin. After all, there was still a long time before the hour was up, and teasing the cunning Robin was quite interesting. He shamelessly asked, "Do you really want it that badly? Doing this will come at a heavy price, and it might make you feel quite painful." Robin nodded like a chick pecking a grain, urging, "Yes, I want it now. Overlord, please give it to me. I really can't take it anymore. Didn't you say I'm one of your own? Hurry up and give it to me. I'm really dying of anxiety." While speaking, Robin was so excited that she was using her hands and feet, wishing she could tear apart the Overlord's clothes and see where the information she longed for was hidden. "Nico Robin, enough. From now on, show some respect to your lord, or you'll be in for a rough time." The Overlord of Chu disdainfully swatted away Robin's wandering white hands and returned to the main topic. "Do you remember what I said? To obtain the specific coordinates of the historical text, you only need to give up your first kiss. One first kiss, you won't lose out or be taken advantage of." Before the Overlord could finish his sentence, Robin's fiery red lips came forward and lightly pecked him like a woodpecker. "I haven't even reacted yet. Is it already over? Sister Robin, that's too short-lived." "What? Not enough? If it's not enough, I can give you another kiss." A 3-minute French kiss wouldn't be out of the question. After losing her first kiss, Nico Robin clearly became completely excited. In her eyes, her soul and body had all been lost to the Overlord of Chu in the previous gamble. As for the Overlord's stunning looks, she wasn't actually that resistant to him. Since she had already taken the plunge with her first kiss, a 3-minute French kiss was also acceptable. Nico Robin's bizarre psychological thoughts are what modern people would call breaking the jar and throwing it away. This principle also applies to boys wearing women's clothing, whether forced or voluntary. The Overlord of Chu shrugged indifferently, looking at Robin with a half-smile. "As for deep kisses or not, I don't really care. Just do what you want. The following is omitted for 3,000 words. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Nico Robin's first kiss within an hour. Task reward, Squirrel's Core World X1. Oh, it seems I've finally shed the titles of exhibitionist and scapegoat. I hope the system dog won't force me to do things I don't want to do anymore. Even the Emperor's new clothes has been brought out. This little body really can't handle it. System dog, nonsense. You are obviously enjoying it just now. Men are indeed big pig hooves, and you, the Overlord of Chu, are even more of a LSP who forgets profit for beauty. Ah, strange knowledge has increased. So a 3-minute French kiss is like this? But I see that Sister Robin's skills are quite inexperienced, appearing very passive in front of the Overlord. Although the Overlord was openly cheating, Nami and Dasbones were very tacitly closing their eyes and whistling, pretending they saw nothing and heard nothing. These two clearly have their own little calculations and are intentionally condoning the Overlord's cheating behavior. As for the purpose, that can be figured out with one's toes. Now this should be enough, right? Already completely throwing caution to the wind, Nico Robin looked eagerly at the Overlord. Now you can tell me, right? Where exactly is the historical text of Alabasta? Hurry up and take me there. I can't wait any longer. The Overlord of Chu smiled broadly. Don't rush. It's getting close to evening. I assume everyone is starving? The world is vast, but eating is the most important. After we finish eating, we can look for the whereabouts of the historical text. Once calm, Robin was completely bewildered. I suspect I've been duped, and I even helped the scammer count the money. Is there any salvation for a naive girl like me, who has been wandering the world for nearly 20 years, who was deceived and even offered a dowry? The world is vast, but eating is the most important. After we finish eating, we can look for the whereabouts of the historical text. The overlord of Chu waved his hand, signaling Robin to sit down and eat together. People are iron, and food is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you'll feel anxious. Sister Robin should eat dinner with us before we go look for the historical text. The gluttonous little cat Nami and Des Bones couldn't care less about the girl's modesty. Immediately rushed to find a chair to sit down, holding a dining knife they had just snatched from the maid, saliva flowing. If one didn't know better, they might think they were possessed by a glutton. Robin thought to herself, I don't have time to waste here with you gluttons. The biggest meaning of my life is to interpret the historical text. Whoever doesn't let me interpret the historical text will be my enemy. No, I only have thoughts about the historical text in my mind right now. I don't want to accompany you to dinner. I will order the chef to prepare delicious food for you, and once you finish eating, we'll immediately set off to look for the historical texts hidden in Alabasta. Robin shot a fierce look at the overlord, her eyes filled with hostility, wishing she could swallow the overlord, who suggested eating whole. Just as she was about to call the maid behind her to prepare delicious food, the overlord interrupted her. No need to trouble those mediocre chefs. I can handle the issue of food myself. Dinner is a must. Do you want to join us for a meal? Robin was almost going to explode, looking at the calm overlord in disbelief. What does this mean? Could it be that you really think the Rain Banquet Casino is a tourist attraction? After playing and causing a ruckus, you also want to have a DIY buffet dinner. Are you all really foolish or just pretending to be? If you don't hurry and leave the casino, are you waiting for Crocodile to come back and eat together? Lord Bawang, please don't joke with me. How can your cooking compare to the professional chefs in the casino? Robin, feeling wrong, was nearly in tears. If she had known, she wouldn't have delayed for so long, her face showing anxiousness. Forget about my portion of rice bowl. I won't eat a single bite of your yellow braised chicken, no matter what. I, Nico Robin, the child of the devil, would rather starve to death today. Jump off the Rain Banquet Casino, then eat your rice bowl. Upon hearing Robin's indignant speech, Nami and Dashiji exchanged strange glances for some reason. I always feel like I've heard this phrase somewhere before. Can't eat the rice bowl and yellow braised chicken from Lord Bawang? Are you kidding me? You must have never experienced the culinary humiliation from Dad, Grandpa. Otherwise, you definitely retract your shallow and ignorant remarks. 5 minutes later. Oh my gosh, it's really delicious. This rice bowl is so good. Is this really a flavor that should exist in this world? It's just too appetizing. Hey, Nami-san. Don't eat the yellow braised chicken so fast. Let me have a tiny taste too. Dashiji, that fried rice smells good too. Don't finish it all. Leave me some for the end. Robin held chopsticks in both hands, one with the fragrant rice bowl, the other stuffed with the steaming yellow braised chicken just taken out by Lord Bawang, completely disregarding her elegant image as she devoured the food. During the meal, she even exaggeratedly used her devil fruit ability to grow many white hands on the table, using the convenience of the Hana fruit to pass herself food that she couldn't reach, so delicious, so juicy. Burp, how on earth is Lord Bawang's chicken raised? It's just too good. Isn't it fragrant when you lick your lips? Robin was eating with her mouth full. From the very start, it was hand and mouth working together. And even now, she was still enjoying herself. Robin had completely succumbed to Lord Bawang's culinary delights, even failing to notice that her car had already entered the highway and was speeding away. If outsiders heard this, they might think Robin was helping Lord Bawang with something. Indeed, no one in this world can escape the law of deliciousness. Come on, Sister Robin, don't go, come eat more. Try this delicious big pig trotter. Nami and Dashiji exchanged glances and smirked. How could this be? The big pig trotter is just too ugly, and I don't like eating pork. Nico Robin said no with her mouth, but her body was very honest, reaching out to take the fragrant big pig trotter that Nami handed over. To be honest, Robin's fighting power in the face of food had even surpassed Lord Bawang's expectations. Clearly, her stomach was slightly bulging from eating, but she still managed to eat several more pounds of meat. And together with the little thief cat and Dashiji's main force, the food laid out on the gambling table was actually cleared out by more than half. Lord Bawang, with a toothpick in his mouth, had countless thoughts in his mind. The ordinary people in the pirate world are really strong. Any one of them can eat their belly like a ball. If it were those people from my previous life on Water Blue Star, their bellies would have exploded long ago. Dashiji still had some strength, and as for Nico Robin, being a devil fruit user, she needed no words. But the little thief cat Nami's appetite was actually not much different from that of ordinary people. She was a true crispy mage, Yet even so, she displayed an incredibly shocking appetite. After Nico Robin was full, Lord Bawang strolled around the Rain Banquet Casino a couple more times, but still hadn't waited for the fake, good person Crocodile to return. Not wanting to waste more time with Crocodile, he directly took the three women and used teleportation to arrive at the royal garden of Alabasta Palace. Cobra and Ikaram and others have been waiting here for a long time, and upon seeing Lord Bawang return safely, they all appeared extremely excited. Lord Bawang, you have finally returned. While you were away, something terrible happened in Alabasta. Lord Bawang waved his hand, signaling Cobra, as the king of a nation, not to always be so panicky. What's the rush? With me here, even if Crocodile comes. He has to kneel and call me daddy. After patiently listening to King Cobra recount the latest predicament facing Alabasta, Lord Bawang learned that the war with the rebel Koza had reached a critical point. After 3 years of effort and time from Crocodile, the scale of the war in Alabasta had reached a million level. The royal army had 600,000 men, while the rebel army had 400,000. Logically speaking, even if the royal army was trash, the rebel army led by Koza would not be able to breach the royal city anytime soon. However, wars are generally ever-changing. Ikaram initially thought this would be a protracted tug-of-war, but the next second the frontline commander transmitted the latest intelligence via a snail phone. 300,000 soldiers from the royal army had mutinied and joined the rebel army. The originally absolute advantage of 600,000 royal troops against the rebel army instantly turned into an absolute disadvantage, causing the upper echelons of Alabastus royal city to panic. Just this. I thought something shocking had happened, but it turns out it's just a small matter of 300,000 royal troops rebelling. Lord Bawang looked speechless at the panicked King Cobra and the court officials. In the original story, a similar event had also occurred. The 600,000 royal army suddenly had half of its forces declare allegiance to the rebel army, having a transformative impact on Alabastus battlefield. If it weren't for Luffy and the others defeating Crocodile and thwarting his schemes in the original story, this million-level war would have had casualties in the tens of thousands that 300,000 royal soldiers had a part that was instigated by Crocodile's subordinates embedded in the army, while others believed that Cobra had lost the people's support and was facing imminent doom. But anyway, all these events actually hadn't exceeded the limits of the original plot. Lord Bawang had thought something extraordinary had occurred, but just as he was getting interested and focused, Cobra splashed him with a bucket of cold water, making him feel extremely displeased. However, while Lord Bawang felt this trivial matter was ordinary and calm, it certainly didn't mean it was the same for others. Lord Bawang, isn't this enough to make people feel alarmed? Both Cobra and Ikaram were so frightened they were dumbfounded, standing like statues, while many nobles and ministers trembled in their voices, as if they were about to face the end of the world. Half of the royal army suddenly sided with the rebel army before the great battle. How are we supposed to fight this war now? Now, they were truly panicked. At first, when they were hosting Lord Bawang, these nobles and ministers were somewhat indifferent. After all, even if the Chu overlord does not lend a hand, the strength of the royal army can still resist the rebel forces. The only thing that gives these nobles a headache is that they still do not know who the mastermind behind framing King Cobra is. Cobra has not yet exposed Crocodile's conspiracy, because once he reveals everything, it will only dampen the morale of the army. Although Alabastus' overall national strength is among the top in the first half of the Grand Line, it cannot compete with Crocodile, who is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The gap in high-end combat power is simply too vast. Moreover, the current Alabasta, except for the royal city, has completely turned into a desert nation. To defeat Crocodile, who possesses the natural sand fruit ability, in his home turf is almost impossible. At this point, even if Cobra and his group can win this war, it will be of no use, because as the mastermind, Crocodile will not be affected by their weak resistance. Once Crocodile's plan to seize the country succeeds, most of the nobles present will be eliminated. Their only hope of survival is to cling to the Chu overlord's thigh. Enough, stop crying in front of me, a bunch of grown men. I had actually anticipated the royal army's rebellion, just forgot to inform you in advance. Cobra is on the verge of tears, shocked and disheartened. How could you forget something as critical as this? Aren't you being a bit too careless? However, at this point, Cobra does not dare to blame the Chu overlord at all. During the royal banquet, his respect for the Chu overlord was mostly just surface level, and he never thought of deliberately trying to win him over. While Usopp was eating and drinking without any image, many nobles privately sneered. But Cobra merely frowned and did not speak out to stop them. If he were to blame anyone, it could only be himself for not recognizing the opportunity to cling to the strong. If he had known the Chu overlord was so powerful, he would have embarrassed himself by introducing some of the noble daughters to the Chu overlord, and perhaps even foster some relationships. To Cobra's surprise, just as he thought of using the beauty strategy on the Chu overlord, the nobles around him seemed to read his mind. Overlord, as long as you are willing to help Alabasta in its urgent time of need, I have a beautiful daughter to introduce to you. Respected Overlord, please show mercy and save the suffering people of Alabasta. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I am willing to introduce my precious granddaughter to you. Overlord, I actually have one too. The nobles rushed to offer their precious daughters to the Chu overlord in a bid to avoid their families being completely destroyed. In just a few minutes, the Chu overlord became a hot commodity, and the scene became so chaotic it resembled a matchmaking event near a vegetable market. If there's nothing else, get the hell out of here. I don't have time to deal with you right now. The Chu overlord waved his hand like shooing away flies and coldly dismissed the crowd. Can't you see I'm walking with a lady? Do you have no sense at all? The Chu overlord clearly saw through the faces of these nobles. Why were they not this enthusiastic when they first met? Only now that disaster is imminent do they realize they need to be polite. Regretting now? Haha, back then you treated me with indifference. Now you can't even reach me. The Chu overlord wouldn't give these nobles any face. Cobra is indeed a good king, but that doesn't mean all these nobles are good people. However, as long as these noble forces don't affect the Chu overlord's mood for flirting, he couldn't be bothered to deal with these scum. Cobra turned to the ministers behind him. Clearly noticing the Chu overlord's displeasure, his expression changed, and he ordered in a deep voice, "You all leave for now. Do not disturb Lord Overlord. Then I must trouble your majesty." The nobles all left in fear, knowing they had come at the wrong time. After driving away the bothersome flies, under King Cobra's lead, the Chu overlord and his group arrived at the basement of the Royal Gardens Mausoleum. Here, the historical texts that Robin yearned for are buried. However, only Cobra, as the king, knows the specific location of the historical texts, according to the ancestral teachings followed by successive kings. Cobra smiled wryly and said, "This is the palace complex where our ancestors rest. Normally, outsiders should not enter. If it weren't to avoid the loss of millions of soldiers' lives due to war, I would never allow so many outsiders into the resting place of our ancestors." This also indirectly shows how much Cobra loves his people. Alabasta has become a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line, and there are indeed many commendable aspects. At least there haven't been any major issues in choosing the king. The Chu overlord nodded slightly. The dead deserve respect. Your Majesty, Cobra need not worry that we will intentionally damage any items inside the tomb. Cobra finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Just as they were speaking, Robin had already taken out her notebook, excitedly copying down the strange symbols from the historical texts. She relied on her strong memory to memorize all the symbols, so even if she lost her notebook, she could still perfectly replicate them. So this is what the legendary historical texts look like. It's truly magnificent. Looking at the towering, square stone tablet in front of her, Nami couldn't help but take out a dagger and scratch it on the historical text, only to find that it left no trace at all. Cobra, watching from the side, was trembling in fear, wanted to stop Nami's act of damaging the artifact. But when he saw the Chu overlord's slightly threatening gaze, he reluctantly lowered his hand. The Chu overlord's goddaughter, is she someone you can afford to offend? Nami, the lucky cat, is someone who can't sit still. Within 2 minutes, she was already causing trouble. She ran over and hugged Robin's arm, her orange eyes sparkling with symbols. "Sister Robin, what exactly is written on this? Do you think if I make a rubbing of it, I could sell it for a good price?" "Robin, this girl seems smart and looks pretty good. But how can she be so obsessed with money at such a young age?" Historical texts are such important things, practically priceless in the new world. To even think of a bad idea to make a profit by selling rubbings of historical texts. Whoever marries her will probably never have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. Robin has also discovered that anyone who has any connection to the overlord of Chu basically has a few screws loose. They're either obsessed with money or have a knife-collecting fetish. Who can handle that? Nami, if you have nothing to do, don't jump around and disturb Robin-chan from learning new knowledge. The overlord of Chu also darkened his face, feeling that if this continued, the glorious image he had painstakingly established in front of Robin would eventually be ruined by Nami. With lightning speed, the overlord of Chu grabbed Nami's chubby little face, as if he was grasping the throat of her fate. 3 days without a beating, little money grubber, have you been blinded by money again? Nami's cheek hurt from being pinched, and she argued, "Oh, please, don't hit me yet. Let me explain. Did you really think you could sell that historical text? Even if you were a prodigal. You can't be this prodigal." The overlord of Chu maintained a stern face. "In the future, don't do so many flashy tricks. Just focus on studying your navigation skills. Who knows, one day, when I get tired of staying on the Mary, I might just leave the Straw Hat crew on my supreme aircraft carrier, the Noah Arkansas. If you want to follow me to sea, your navigation skills must be up to par." Originally, he planned to say goodbye to the Straw Hat crew at the Sabeti archipelago and perhaps form a so-called pirate crew to roam the seas. As for Kaya and the others, it goes without saying that they would definitely follow him. But what about Nami and that cheap disciple of his, Zoro? Long ago on the ancient island, the overlord of Chu had informed the two about his decision to part ways with everyone at the Sabeti archipelago, letting them choose whether to stay or leave. The final result was just as the overlord of Chu had expected. Nami almost didn't hesitate at all and immediately sold out Luffy. She initially tried every possible way to become the overlord of Chu's goddaughter at the Bartai restaurant because she was infatuated with him, to find an excuse to stick to the overlord of Chu. Later, when she agreed to become the navigator of the Straw Hat crew, she also preemptively stated that as long as the overlord of Chu was on the Mary, she would be the Straw Hat crew's navigator. If she decided to leave, the others in the crew absolutely must not stop her. Of course, before leaving, she would try her best to train a new navigator for the Straw Hat crew. Zoro pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to stay on the Mary, helping Luffy become the Pirate King before pursuing the overlord of Chu's footsteps. Although he desperately wanted to listen to his teachings, he still worried that suddenly losing two companions would leave Luffy, who valued his friends, despondent. The bond he had with Luffy was indeed much stronger than with Nami. Good buddies understand each other. Nami rubbed her red cheek that had been pinched by the overlord of Chu, pouting in dissatisfaction, and said with a look of grievance, "Then don't be in such a hurry to leave. I haven't taught Roger navigation skills yet. Senior Roger is a real academic slacker. His brain is quite dull. He hasn't even learned 1/10 of my navigation skills. It really worries me if I leave with you. It's likely that within half a month, the newspaper will report that the Straw Hat crew encountered a shipwreck and was completely wiped out." This was not Nami intentionally adding drama for herself. The power of nature is not something ordinary people can contend with. Without a professional navigator to guide them, sailing on the sea is akin to seeking death. If they encounter strong storms, terrifying maritime disasters could occur. Without Nami, the Straw Hat crew's survival would depend entirely on luck. This burden would fall on the overlord of Chu because he inadvertently sacrificed Luffy's hairline, romantic luck, and fortune to the god of wealth in exchange for then, let us speed things up. Let Roger the slacker sleep 2 hours less every night, working overtime to memorize the hard knowledge of navigation. That would be enough to last until the Sabeti archipelago. If the slacker Roger found out, he would probably cry on the spot. To memorize the hard knowledge points that Nami assigned him, he had never gone to bed before midnight. And if he slept 2 hours less, he would probably collapse from staying up late. No problem. Once I see Senior Roger, I will assign him this homework. After observing for these days, I found that Senior Roger still has potential to be tapped. Besides, getting older doesn't help much with sleeping too much. Anyway, once Senior Roger is laid to rest, he can sleep as long as he wants. Nami's personality is a bit dark, and in the original work, during the Cake arc, she used Big Mom's life card to bully others, so naturally, she wouldn't feel sorry for Roger. If she were the boss, her employees would probably have to count the money for her before being sold off. You two are devils. Your hearts are as black as each other's. Dasky, watching from the side, was trembling in fear, and looking at Nami and the overlord of Chu was like looking at a human-shaped demon. Even if you're scheming, you two are on another level. You directly killed the sheep. What? The overlord of Chu has a divine-level resurrection technique? Then it's fine. If the sheep dies, it can be revived and continue to be sheared, without caring about the sheep's feelings after finishing the scribbles on the historical text. Robin confirmed once again whether she had missed any key information. After doing this, she turned to the overlord of Chu. "Lord Overlord, do you want me to tell you the specific content of the historical text?" "No need for that. I'm not interested in the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton. Although it sounds impressive and has never surfaced, according to my calculations, its destructive power is at most enough to destroy an island. Its ordinary punch-esque destructive power is far beyond that. If Pluton were some kind of armored, Gundam-style ancient weapon, I might be a little interested. But that's about it. No matter how handsome it is, can it compare to my full set of Mark battle armor? Have you heard of Iron Man ChuBawang's latest nano armor, 50 Malawing Quatches? It could teach Pluton a lesson in no time. All right then, since you're not interested, Lord Overlord. Wait. Robin instinctively nodded, but then she suddenly widened her eyes in shock, looking at the Overlord of Chu. Lord Overlord. How do you know the true content of this historical text? Could it be that the Overlord of Chu has used the power of the imagination fruit to comprehend all ancient texts and can interpret historical texts? Wow. If the imagination fruit really developed a text function, then this devil fruit is too amazing compared to the flower fruit's ability. She wouldn't even qualify to carry the Overlord of Chu's shoes. Others think her devil fruit is incredible, but in reality, she isn't fully tapped into the potential of this devil fruit. Developing a devil fruit is not that simple. Like the Overlord of Chu, who has continuously developed several different fruit abilities using the imagination fruit. Even the experienced Robin was amazed that this was a unique case in her life. When the Overlord of Chu lies, he never drafts, calmly saying, I know quite a bit about the content of this historical text. During my idle time, I developed several language systems using the imagination fruit. However, the destructive power of the king of the underworld is just so. Wanting to destroy the whole world is not that simple. Robin was stunned. She felt a surge of frustration in her heart that was not worth mentioning. She had spent decades honing her skills, combined with her extraordinary memory and hard study, just to barely master the complex ancient script. And now he tells her he developed several language systems himself. Robin met the slightly disdainful gaze of the Overlord of Chu, bitterly smiling in her heart. I was originally a bit wary of the Overlord, thinking he was an ambitious person like Crocodile who intended to rule the world. But it turns out you haven't even thought about the king of the underworld at all. At the time, Crocodile had promised her protection to escape the pursuit of the corrupt world government, with the aim of having Robin help him decipher the whereabouts of the king of the underworld, Pluto. The two had a mutually beneficial cooperative relationship. But Robin actually did not want to help Crocodile find Pluto. She was only interested in historical texts at first. The Overlord of Chu readily brought her to interpret the historical text, and her cautious personality made her suspicious that he also wanted to know the whereabouts and method of creating the king of the underworld, which was at least logically sound and had no flaws. However, upon hearing that the Overlord had already known the information from the historical text, Robin couldn't help but feel a wave of guilt rising in her heart. The Overlord believed in her so much, yet she repeatedly doubted him. This was truly unacceptable. From the very beginning with the dice game in the casino to the top-notch cuisine not long ago, and even bringing her to find a piece of historical text, the Overlord had been exceptionally generous to her, yet she was still doubting him? Thinking of this, even a scheming person like Robin couldn't help but feel apologetic. With her face flushed, she lowered her head and sincerely entered apology mode. Overlord, I'm really sorry. I must apologize to you. I just actually doubted you were burdened with enormous ambitions. The Overlord of Chu extended his long, sturdy finger to block Robin's red lips, rendering her unable to say another word. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he chuckled softly. No need for more words. If you truly feel sorry, then show your loyalty to me through your future actions. Robin was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. The only thought left in her mind was, the Overlord's finger is really so thick, so long, so warm. The Overlord blocked Robin's red lips with his hand and looked directly at her, saying, After all, we've only known each other for half a day. It's normal for you to suspect I have ulterior motives regarding the historical text, so you don't need to apologize for that. In the future, as we spend more time together and deepen our understanding, you'll naturally know what kind of person I am. By the way, if you have no place to stay tonight, you can share a room with Nami. I'll talk to the Straw Hat crew. They will surely be happy to have a caring big sister join their adventure. Robin's body trembled slightly, and a vague feeling surged in her heart. How to describe that feeling? It was like being caught passing a love letter to her desk, made by the teacher, feeling as wronged as a child who had made a mistake. What is wrong with me? Why do I feel this strange heat all over? Although she repeatedly called the Overlord my lord, it was merely out of curiosity. The Overlord in front of her was probably not yet over 20 years old, and compared to her 28 years, he was at least 8 to 9 years younger. He was practically like a younger brother to her, yet she felt an impulse to throw herself into the Overlord's arms, willing to receive his care. If older women embrace younger men, then shouldn't she be embracing gemstones? Robin, what's wrong with you? You look a bit uncomfortable. You aren't getting fever, are you? Nami looked at Robin with curiosity. It can't be, right? Just being touched on the lips by Oda-san's finger made her shy like this? What if tonight, sharing a room with her, she accidentally peeks at the little movements of the Overlord and Koya next door, wouldn't she want to find a hole to hide in from embarrassment? Starting tomorrow, there will be another person on the Mary who often stays up late watching real-life movies, and it's with Nami. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Robin stammered, avoiding Nami's curious gaze. If Nami and Dashiki knew her inner thoughts just now, they would probably laugh at her for being an old cow eating young grass, and she would truly be embarrassed to death, fortunately. Robin's 20 years of experience was not in vain. She quickly adjusted her inexplicable emotions, and her inner shyness soon calmed down. Frowning slightly, she began to try to change the subject. By the way, Overlord, I have one more thing to tell you. The current drought crisis in Alabasta is a carefully planned conspiracy by the warlord Crocodile. It may not be long before he completes his plan to usurp the country and become the Shadow Emperor of Alabasta. If you continue to stay in Alabasta, Crocodile will likely not let it go easily. Moreover, his strength is quite formidable, posing a significant threat to us. Additionally, based on the intelligence I've gathered from the Baroque works, it seems that a group of elite navy led by a colonel will soon pass through Alabasta. And the leader seems to be someone named Black Quintina. This Black Quintina is an elite graduate from the Naval Academy, very skilled in using naval formations. And her strength is incomparable to those random Navy recruits selected from the local area. Robin knew she was an indispensable part of Crocodile's ambitions. But now she had already lost both body and soul to the Overlord at the gambling table. Moreover, having obtained the historical text she had longed for, Nico Robin naturally did not want to tear her face with the powerful Crocodile. Why bother with so much? It's better to be cautious for now. A significant threat? The Overlord of Chu shrugged indifferently, his tone relaxed and carefree. I don't care if the threat is big or small. As long as we can catch Crocodile and nip the danger in the bud. Isn't that enough? If Crocodile refuses to surrender and we can't capture him alive, then I can only reluctantly send him to his death. Robin was completely stunned. She actually wanted to persuade the Overlord of Chu not to easily go to war with Crocodile, which would only lead to a mutually destructive outcome, allowing the hypocritical Navy to take advantage of the situation. But to her surprise, the Overlord of Chu completely ignored her hints. He even wanted to take the initiative and crush the danger in the cradle. Robin looked horrified and hesitated, saying, Overlord, you're not planning to take action against him yourself, are you? That would be extremely unwise. The Overlord of Chu turned to Robin and smiled lightly. What's wrong with that? Do you think I'm not a match for Crocodile? Robin hesitated, worried about embarrassing the Overlord, but considering the serious consequences. She steeled herself and continued, Overlord, I think you might have some misunderstandings about the overall strength of the Warlords of the Sea. Although Crocodile pursues ultimate fruit abilities, his Sansan fruit is one of the most troublesome Logia-type devil fruits. Just by touching an enemy, he can turn them into a human mummified corpse. And those who have fought him have met horrific ends. Recalling the terrifying fates of the pirates who had opposed Crocodile, a chill rose in Robin's heart. She spoke again in a gentle tone to the Overlord of Chu. While you possess swordsmanship comparable to that of the great swordsmen and have achieved impressive victories against the white hunter smoker stationed in Logtown, I believe it's best not to easily make enemies with a warlord of the sea. At the very least, it would be wise to wait until Colonel Tina and her fleet have left before confronting Crocodile. Robin had no good feelings toward the Navy headquarters. Furthermore, having never witnessed the Overlord of Chu's ruthlessly violent fighting style, she had many misunderstandings about his strength. Subconsciously, she equated the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, with Crocodile's strength. After all, both of them were warlords of the sea, and their powers should be somewhat comparable. Although Robin's words had a tendency to boost others' morale at the expense of her own, her intentions were ultimately good. Having finally found a handsome young man who cared for her, Robin naturally did not want the Overlord of Chu to be taken away by the shameless Navy for a chat. She didn't want the Overlord to suffer a setback due to overconfidence and be picked up by passing Colonel Tina and thrown into Impel Down. Dasky, Nami, you two should quickly persuade the Overlord. This is too impulsive. Crocodile's strength is truly terrifying. He is many times stronger than characters like Fishman Arlong or White Hunter Smoker. Robin did not want the Overlord to suffer a tragedy due to overconfidence, only to be captured by passing Colonel Tina and thrown into Impel Down. Most importantly, she had heard that Colonel Tina's nickname in the army was the Queen of Calls. If the Overlord were captured by Tina, wouldn't he be overjoyed and forget everything else? That was definitely not the scene Robin wanted to see. Crocodile was a wicked person with a human face and a beast's heart. But the overlord of Chu also didn't seem to be a good person. If they really ended up in a mutually destructive fight, it might actually be more beneficial for me. Hearing Robin's call, Daisuke's expression froze, and she felt a bit conflicted. Logically, as a captive, she should be encouraging the Overlord to fight Crocodile to a standstill. If both the Overlord and Crocodile could be captured, and she could be rescued by Colonel Tina, it would be perfect. But after learning the truth about the O'Hara incident from the Overlord, and realizing that all of Robin's tragic experiences stem from the Navy's extermination orders, Daisuke began to question the justice she had always upheld for the first time. True justice should serve the people, right? When did the Navy headquarters become a tool for the world's corrupt politics and power holders? I really wanted to encourage this damned villain, the Overlord of Chu, to fight Crocodile to the death, but after spending these days together, I felt that the Overlord didn't seem as bad as I had imagined. If he were purely a bad person, would he have destroyed the Arlong pirates? Would he oppose the Navy headquarters and kill the scumbag colonel like a fool? If one or two acts of hypocrisy could be explained, what about the Sakura Kingdom and Alabasta? Although I am a captive taken from the Navy, he has never done anything inappropriate to me. On the contrary, he has fed me many unimaginable delicacies and trusted me greatly in many matters, allowing me to see how ridiculous the justice behind the Navy truly is. He often shows me a warm smile like sunlight. Although the Overlord has killed many people, the vast majority were wicked individuals deserving of death, or scum that cannot be punished by law. If even this is called being a villain, then what can still be called a good person? The scumbag colonel who colluded with pirates to harm Cocoa Village, the hidden truth of the O'Hara incident, and the plans of the warlords of the sea sanctioned by the world's corrupt politics. All these details connected in Daisuke's heart like pearls, making her deeply question whether the justice behind the Navy is truly justice. In that brief moment, Daisuke fell into deep contemplation. Coincidentally, at that moment, the Overlord of Chu glanced at her, and Daisuke saw the star-like brilliance in his eyes and the hint of a serene smile at the corner of his mouth. Daisuke was captivated. What am I thinking so much for? Just follow my heart and do it. The Overlord trusts me so much. How could I betray him? This smile is something I will protect. Whoever dares to tarnish this smile, I will go after them. With this thought, Daisuke felt no more pain in her waist or legs, and her mind was no longer buzzing. She spoke up. I support Sister Robin's suggestion. Although Crocodile's bounty is still less than 100 million berries, which is far from the Overlord's 1 billion berries. Since he can stand alongside the world's greatest swordsman Dracul Mihawk as a fellow warlord of the sea, his strength, even if somewhat lacking, should not be too inferior to Mihawk, with your strength comparable to that of the great swordsman, Overlord. If you were to fight Crocodile to the death, it would be a protracted battle with an uncertain outcome. While Daisuke was speaking, she deliberately nudged Nami with her lips, indicating that Nami should persuade the Overlord not to be so reckless. The young swordsman under 20 years old has limitless potential and doesn't need to clash head-on with Crocodile, a stone in a cesspit. The Overlord of Chu rolled his eyes in silence. So you all don't think I can take down Crocodile in one blow, huh? Crocodile can even fight Mihawk? It's estimated that even in death, one wouldn't know what's going on South Murong is still shamelessly compared to North Xiaofoam. But in the end, wasn't he successfully exposed and pressed to the ground by a mere foreign monk, Jamozi? Robin anxiously said, Nami, aren't you the dear little cotton-padded jacket of Lord Bawang? Hurry up and say something. Nami showed a speechless expression. Me? A dear little cotton-padded jacket? Don't joke about it. Just now, I recklessly stabbed my dad's heart. So I can't even be called a dear little cotton-padded jacket. Calling me a heart-stabbing little cotton-padded jacket is more accurate besides. You want me to persuade the Chu Overlord to back down and admit defeat to Crocodile? While others might not know the strength of the Chu Overlord, Nami is fully aware. Are the Sea Kings of the Seven Warlords really that strong? How do they compare to the former pirate king Joel D. Roger, who initiated the Great Pirate Era? Isn't the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, also one of the Seven Warlords? Moreover, he's very likely the strongest terrifying existence among them. But so what? At the Bartai, didn't he also recognize the gap between them, fleeing in embarrassment without even the courage to draw his sword against the Chu Overlord? If it weren't for Otisin telling me to be low-key and give the world's greatest swordsman a bit of face for a future meeting, I would have been bragging about it everywhere. By now, everyone in Alabasta calls me Otis-san when they see me. King Cobra is also a talented person, speaking very nicely, and those girls are all so elegant and bright. I really love it here. The topic eventually returned to the final moment when the Chu Overlord made a decision, full of spirit and excitement, like a famous general giving a speech before battle. This crocodile is really not a good person. On the surface, he pretends to be a good guy who takes in pirates, but secretly he uses the special identity of the 7 warlords as a cover, plotting a conspiracy that endangers the lives of millions and threatens the nation. As Oda-san, representing all the people of Alabasta, I absolutely cannot sit idly by on this matter, alright? The Chu Overlord is laying his cards on the table. The reason he's so eager to get rid of Crocodile is simply because he triggered a system task. Ding! Side quest triggered. Indistinguishable male and female. Task description. The male rabbit's feet are indistinct. The female rabbit's eyes are hazy. 2 rabbits walk side by side. How can one tell which is male and which is female? Please explore whether Crocodile is male or female. Suppress the male. Capture the female to warn the bed rewards for completing the task are as follows. Complete Luxury Villa of the Copper Sparrow Platform X1. Universal Teleportation Portal Fragment X1. Random Teleportation Portal Fragments X10. P.S. There are a total of 100 teleportation portal fragments. Collecting all fragments can merge into a complete teleportation portal, and the system will randomly select 6 worlds from the myriad realms for the host to choose one to blend into. Universal teleportation portal fragments can be converted into any fragment of a random teleportation portal to forge a complete teleportation portal of the myriad realms. Is Crocodile male or female? Whether Mihawk secretly uses the Black Blade Knight to row a boat, and how he solves the problem of going to the toilet, are ranked among the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the pirate world by fans. The reason fans firmly believe Crocodile was originally a woman is that Ivankov, who has the hormone fruit, claims to hold Crocodile's little black handle history. Moreover, Ivankov indeed has the ability to transform women into men. If his hormone fruit came to Water Blue Star, the people of the country would be completely out of work. However, Oda the Old Thief has not provided a clear explanation on this. Suppress the male, warm the bed for the female. System dog, you've learned badly from the Emperor of Chaos. Looking at the system message that loves playing with words, the Chu Overlord felt a bit of a headache. If Crocodile is male, that's fine. I can just suppress him. But what if she was originally a woman? I can't just use the female transformation technique to turn her back. Am I really going to make her warm my bed? Damn, just thinking about Crocodile's currently rebellious male image, and then imagining her as a woman warming my bed, gives me chills. Are you sure she will honestly warm the bed and not hide a sharp pair of scissors under the pillow, waiting to cut off little Chu Overlord while I sleep? The system's tricks almost threw my back out. When it comes to tricky operations, I, Chu Overlord, would like to call the second dog system the strongest. But no matter how much complaints the Chu Overlord has in his heart, he is unwilling to easily let go of this task reward. A luxury villa of the Copper Sparrow Platform X1, which has considerable collectible value. When the time comes, I can place it in my core world. Saving myself the trouble of building a luxury villa from scratch, the universal teleportation portal fragment and random teleportation portal fragments go without saying. I must get my hands on them. Unless the Chu Overlord can obtain specific coordinates of other worlds and possess the brute strength and robust physique to traverse the void, it's still best to honestly collect the teleportation portal fragments. After receiving the system prompt, the Chu Overlord appeared spirited and excited, like a famous general giving a pre-battle speech. This crocodile is really not a good person. On the surface, he pretends to be a good guy who takes in pirates, but secretly he uses the special identity of the 7 warlords as a cover, plotting a conspiracy that endangers the lives of millions and threatens the nation. As Oda-san representing all the people of Alabasta, I absolutely cannot sit idly by on this matter. He even elbowed Dasky and winked at her with a charming eye. Dasky, if you encountered a scum like Crocodile, would you continue to condone him doing bad things? Dasky's body trembled slightly, instantly transforming into a steam princess. Ding! The Chu Overlord used the loving elbow strike skill on you, and the ambiguous wink skill on you. Ding! You have been breached. Ding! The Chu Overlord has dealt a total of 10,000 critical damage to you. Your health bar has been emptied, your brain has crashed, and is attempting to reboot. Reboot failed. It is recommended that you immediately replace your brain. Dasky certainly understood what the Chu Overlord meant. At this moment, it was about making her choose a side, given that Dasky had never betrayed herself. The Chu Overlord could give her a chance to choose a new camp. Should she follow him to gang up on Crocodile, or choose to adhere to the Navy's foolish and stubborn justice, allowing Crocodile to continue his wrongdoing? I think the Master is right. Although Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords, his actions are harming millions of people in this country. It's simply a heinous crime. Regardless of the reason, our conflict with him has become irreconcilable. He must be dealt with. Dasky almost didn't hesitate and immediately sold out Robin. Compared to meekly submitting to power, she clearly preferred to strike hard. Using the cutest expression to say the harshest words, she expressed that she would definitely bring Crocodile to justice. 3-1. I won again. It seems your luck in gambling isn't too good today. The overlord of Chu reached out to hold Dasky's slender arm, smiling as he looked at Robin. Since you don't want to settle things with Crocodile, it looks like it's just the three of us. And what about me? Don't forget I'm here. Oda-san, I want to join you in beating up Crocodile. Nami, not to be outdone, immediately chased after them, reaching out to hold onto the other arm of the overlord of Chu. What are you still dawdling for? The overlord of Chu wrapped an arm around each of them, took a few steps, and then turned to look at the stunned Robin, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hurry up and join the team. It's time to let Crocodile see the power of the righteous iron fist. The usually rational Robin took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling violently, and sighed. Master Overlord, you trust me so much, yet I repeatedly challenge your authority and contradict you. This is truly unacceptable. Please be sure to allow me to join the team against Crocodile. It's time to settle things with him. Regardless of whether this decision is right or wrong, whether the outcome is good or bad, I will face it together with you. On the other side of the Rainy Banquet Casino, Crocodile, the so-called good guy who routinely does charity every month, was carrying a huge fortune looted from unruly pirates behind him. Today, he walked with a lightness in his step, obviously in a good mood. He was secretly rejoicing over the smooth progress of his country's stealing plan, so much so that he was just a step away from going for hot pot, singing a song and dancing. Yet he had no idea that he had unknowingly provoked a nemesis and was about to face a great disaster. On the second floor of the Rainy Banquet Casino, the atmosphere was tense. Crocodile, with a slicked-back hairstyle, fond of smoking cigars, and draped in a black fur coat, looked at the intelligence passed on by his subordinates. The smile on his face gradually twisted into a frown. Are you saying that during my absence, the White Devil first used the Navy's 6 styles to injure our guest, and then, based on luck, defeated Miss All Sunday in a dice game, and took her away? The country-stealing plan had reached its final stage. The more critical the moment, the less he could afford to relax. Therefore, Crocodile had been busy stirring up relations between the Royal Army and the Rebel Army in recent days. Although the rebels were numerous, their weapons were poor, and Crocodile had to work hard to use the bounties earned by his subordinates to supply them with weapons. It was incredibly frustrating. Coincidentally, several groups of clueless pirate crews had also come yesterday, trying to get a piece of the action in the soon-to-be turbulent Alabasta. They never showed their strength before, but now they smell blood and want a taste. How could Crocodile endure that? Touching the tigers? But they must be eliminated. Who would have thought that just half a day after he left, his deputy Nico Robin, who was supposed to be guarding the base, was snatched away by the overlord of Chu? If he couldn't find Robin, then the ancient weapon he most wanted, Pluton, would be completely out of reach. Crocodile was furious, feeling more wrong than Do in June, just when he was about to overthrow the government and establish a new nation. You tell me that the only person who can translate historical texts, Nico Robin, is missing. Are you playing with me, God? At that moment, someone suddenly entered from outside. It was Daz Bones, a senior member of the Baroque Works and a user of the Chop Chop fruit. He was Crocodile's most trusted and loyal subordinate, and was also a formidable swordsman who encountered Zoro, only to be defeated by Zoro's one-sword style, Lion Song. In the original story, Daz Bones had even faced off against Mihawk during the Marineford War. Although he was instantly killed by Mihawk's basic attack, he still survived, so his strength should not be underestimated. Boss, please calm down. Although Miss All Sunday was captured by the White Devil, for some reason, she suddenly sent us a message saying she has something important to report to you. The meeting place is at our base. It seems she is well aware of your strength and doesn't dare to betray your orders. Crocodile's mouth curled into a smug arc. He wouldn't be naive enough to fully trust Robin's words. If Nico Robin was really still loyal to them, then when she was captured by the overlord of Chu, even if she wasn't his match, she should have put up a struggle. Crocodile was no fool, and he vaguely sensed a hint of conspiracy in the air before long. Daz Bones brought new news. Boss, Miss All Sunday is back outside. She wants to see you right now. Is it just her? Did the White Devil show up? Daz Bones responded. It's not just Miss All Sunday. Besides the White Devil, there are also 2 beautiful women accompanying her. The White Devil actually brought 2 women into the tiger's den. He really doesn't take me, Crocodile, seriously. Ha! Who does this young punk think he is, treating me like this? Daring to undermine me. Overlord, you really are living on borrowed time. Thinking that just because you have a swordsmanship level of a great swordsman You can do whatever you want at Grand Line. Crocodile lazily lay on the genuine leather sofa, rubbed his chin with his fingers as if recalling some interesting gossip, and after a moment of contemplation, said, "You go out with me to meet this guy. I want to see if this rising bounty villain can bring me some big surprises recently." Various top forces in the Grand Line have been spreading rumors that the former pirate king Joel D. Roger has come back from the dead, and the Navy forces that have been publicly friendly with him seem to be getting restless. This made the usually strategic Crocodile somewhat uncertain about the true strength of the Overlord of Chu. The initial bounty was due to killing a Navy colonel, earning an excessive bounty of 90 million berries. Subsequently, he rampaged through Roger's hometown, Lobetown, causing a scene, and his bounty skyrocketed tenfold to over 1 billion berries. This was the first time Crocodile had seen such a vigorous newcomer. Even Edward Newgate, with whom he had unresolved grievances, didn't have such ferocity when he first set sail as a pirate outside the Rainy Banquet Casino. The Overlord of Chu held Nami with one arm and Dasky with the other, with the poised Robin following closely behind, arriving at the entrance of the Rainy Banquet Casino. The main character has arrived. Just as he was joking and playing with Nami, the Overlord of Chu suddenly said something off-topic that was hard to grasp. As soon as his words fell, a mini sandstorm rose up in front of the four, and amidst it, one could vaguely see a blurred and ferocious smile. As the sandstorm swirled and finally solidified, a towering figure, nearly 5 meters tall, appeared. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, had arrived. A tall, muscular man dressed in monk-like attire, with snake patterns on both sides of his chest and a bald head embroidered with the character, stepped out of the main entrance of the Rain Banquet Casino. He was Das Bonez, the Mr. One of Baroque Works, a high-ranking officer second only to Robin and Crocodile. The moment he saw Crocodile appear before everyone, even the usually calm and collected Robin broke into a cold sweat, her beautiful face showing a rare expression of apprehension. Her gaze became unusually serious. Crocodile lit a thick cigar, possibly made of sand, and his eyes swept over Nami and Das, revealing a contemptuous smile that seemed to say, "I have everything under control. Miss All Sunday, you've brought so many uninvited guests. Shouldn't you explain yourself to me?" His gaze finally landed on the slightly reserved Robin, with a teasing look in his eyes. "What's wrong? Why can't you say a word in front of your ally? Could it be that you've been kidnapped? If you really have been kidnapped, just blink at me." Robin, knowing how ruthless Crocodile could be, felt her throat dry and her lips pressed tightly together. She instinctively glanced at Chu Bawang, only to find him still acting nonchalant and dismissive. "What's wrong? Can't you say a word in front of your ally? Could it be that you've been kidnapped? If you really have been kidnapped, just blink at me." Crocodile wore a cold smile. His words seemed to show concern for Robin's safety, but anyone could sense the mocking tone in his voice. Robin's beautiful eyes filled with anger as she gritted her teeth and said, "Crocodile, I want to leave Baroque Works now. I'm here to say goodbye to you. If you insist on stopping me, then I'll have no choice but to defeat you and bring this evil tyrant to justice." Das Bonez, Crocodile's subordinate, sneered. You think you have the right to leave the organization? Don't forget how desperate you were when the world government was hunting you down. To put it bluntly, you were living worse than a dog back then. If it weren't for the boss taking you in, you'd have been a corpse by now." Crocodile's expression was equally exaggerated, as if he had heard a joke, his mouth stretching wide in a mocking grin. "Are you telling a cold joke? You think you can bring me to justice?" "Robin, I think you must have some misunderstanding about my strength." Robin couldn't help but bitterly smile. "I have no misunderstanding about your strength. The key is that my lord has a misunderstanding about your strength. What can I do? My lord is so stubborn. I can't rest easy without him coming along." Robin secretly made up her mind. If Chu Bawang really couldn't defeat Crocodile, she would have to sell out Little Thief Cat and Sister Dasky to ensure Chu Bawang's escape. "Robin, stop wasting words with him. Just finish him off." Swish! Just as Robin fell into thought, Chu Bawang's figure flashed in place and instantly dashed in front of Crocodile, so fast that he left an afterimage. Crocodile, already overly confident, didn't regard Chu Bawang, who had a bounty of 1 billion, as a threat. In a state of underestimation, he was even less prepared. With a single punch, Chu Bawang's fist struck Crocodile's face, which seemed to be stitched together from corpses. Boom! Crocodile didn't even have time to elementalize. He was sent flying, crashing against the stone wall of his own casino. Cracks spread like a spider web, shocking and heart-stopping. How is this possible? This power is too great. He knocked Crocodile away with one punch. Robin's face changed drastically, shocked by the sudden turn of events. Not just her, but seeing Crocodile lying on the ground like a dead dog, DefeatsBlack was equally stunned. His sharp gaze turned to the Chu Bawang who had taken Crocodile's place. And he hissed, "Bawang, die." With two muscular arms glowing with a metallic sheen from the effects of the quick slash fruit. His skin had become harder than steel, with power enough to crush a building. Destruction slash. Dust slash speedblade. Spiral slash. In an instant, DefeatsBlack unleashed 3 slashes, all aimed at critical points. Such a level of slashing would require even the current Zoro to take seriously. One slip could lead to serious injury. Unfortunately, DefeatsBlack encountered the wall that is Chu Bawang today. Chu Bawang remained standing in place, not even furrowing his brow, simply raising a pinky finger towards the rapidly slashing DefeatsBlack. 6 pulse sword, Xiaoze sword. The sword energy contained in his fingertip shot out at high speed, making it impossible for DefeatsBlack to catch a glimpse of its trajectory even with his eyes wide open. It came and went, hard to grasp. Even skin as hard as steel couldn't withstand Chu Bawang's sharp sword energy. The sounds of flesh being pierced by sword energy echoed in his ears. In the next second, the fierce DefeatsBlack was shaking like a sieve, appearing somewhat pathetic. With a loud thud, the strongest assassin among the high-ranking officers of Baroque works collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. Robin looked at her colleague, who had instantly fallen. Her expression one of shock. "Hiss, Mr. One was actually killed in an instant. Is this the level of a great swordsman? His strikes are terrifying." Nami puffed up her small nose and proudly said, "Of course. Daddy's fingers are amazing. This is just the simplest move. He has many more tricks up his sleeve." "I don't know why I feel like you're bragging, but I have no evidence to catch you. Is that even possible? How can sword energy be shot out from a finger? That finger must have become a spirit." Daisuke was clearly shocked as well. Her red lips parted wide enough to fit an egg in. The battle progressed too quickly. Daisuke hadn't even had time to see the details of the fight. But as a swordsman, she was familiar with the characteristics of sword energy. Daisuke felt like crying without tears. She wanted to unleash a fierce sword energy, but couldn't. Meanwhile, Chu Bawang was showing off his flashy moves, not only splitting the ground and parting the sea with a sword, but also shooting powerful sword energy from his fingers. This truly made Daisuke envious. "Damn white devil. I didn't expect your speed to be so fast, taking advantage of my carelessness to launch a surprise attack. How shameless." Crocodile, who had been knocked away by a punch, suddenly stood up from the rubble, his brow furrowed. His sharp eyes glinted with a shadowy, defiant look. The crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with saliva, along with 2 shattered front teeth that had almost been swallowed. He gasped, nearly choking on his anger, his eyes glaring fiercely at Chu Bawang. "What are you looking at? I helped you pull out 2 rotten teeth for free. Is there a more suitable business in the world than this? I hope Crocodile isn't a woman, or my mentality is going to collapse." He shook his head. "There's no point in thinking too much now. First, I'll knock Crocodile out and let the system identify him as Crocodile male or female. The top 10 unsolved mysteries of the pirate world will be unveiled by me personally." Chu Bawang's figure flashed, stepping with an exceptionally exquisite wave-like movement, based on the I Ching's 64 hexagrams, moving in a specific order according to the hexagram's positions. Crocodile's gaze flickered as he locked onto Chu Bawang, only to be shocked to discover that Chu Bawang was using an incredibly mysterious step, so much so that he could only catch a glimpse of residual shadows. What a bizarre step. Even the Navy's 6-style shave is far inferior to its intricacy. Crocodile sneered, immediately elementalizing his body, laughing arrogantly. "But this time I won't be careless. Let me show you the powers of the Logia." PFF. However, before he could finish his sentence, Crocodile, who had already elementalized, was like a fired shell, once again embedded in the wall. Crocodile wore a face of despair, thinking, "How'd I end up back in the original pit?" Robin's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Crocodile, who had returned to his original position, her head filled with question marks. How is this possible? Is it the haki of an elemental-type user's natural enemy? Has the young lord mastered haki at such a young age? Wait, the level of this haki seems quite high. The density of haki is a bit rough. How old is Chu Bawang? He shouldn't be over 19, right? He has already cultivated haki to such a terrifying level. Now, at 28, I haven't even reached the threshold of the 3-color haki. The gap between people is even greater than the gap between people and pigs. Chu Bawang shook his arm, which was covered in haki like a black dragon, and contemptuously raised his middle finger at Crocodile. The action was extremely arrogant and mocking, making people want to pin him down and beat him up in Crocodile's eyes. It was a sign of mockery, but in the eyes of the little thief cat Nami, It was like Pan and in the eyes of a lover. Watching Chu Bawang's charming and handsome smile, Nami instantly turned into a fangirl, pounding her chest and shouting, "Otosan is amazing. It's just too powerful. This smile is mine to protect," and other infatuated remarks. The relatively reserved Dasky, however, maintained a calm and tranquil demeanor. It seemed she wasn't surprised that Chu Bawang could once again send Crocodile flying, but in fact just half an hour ago. She was still worried about whether Chu Bawang's swordsmanship could match Crocodile. Dasky, you seem unfazed by the Lord using haki. Did you already know he had a trump card against Logia users? Robin looked at Dasky in surprise. Dasky seemed to recall that Smoker had also relied on being a Logia Devil Fruit user to mock Chu Bawang, only to end up being pinned against the wall. Actually, I didn't mean to deceive you. She slightly pursed her lips, revealing an innocent expression unrelated to herself. Her smile sweet and charming. It's just that the Lord's age is so deceptive, it really makes it hard to raise any guard. Plus, the Lord has a somewhat scheming personality and likes to play the pig to eat the tiger. So you understand Crocodile isn't the first Logia user to fall victim. Robin was speechless. She thought Chu Bawang had a huge misunderstanding of the so-called Logia Devil Fruit user strength, but who would have thought that it was not Chu Bawang who misunderstood Crocodile, but rather her misunderstanding of Chu Bawang's strength. And it was a huge misunderstanding. If she had known that Chu Bawang's haki was this dense, this high, she would definitely have both hands and feet raised in support of attacking Crocodile. If she thought it wasn't sincere enough, she could use the flower fruit to grow a few more hands to show her support. Chu Bawang clenched his fists, locking his gaze on the rematerializing Crocodile in the distance, and said calmly, "Stop resisting, Crocodile. If I take action, your only outcome is to surrender. It would be much better to let me knock you out so I can examine your body. If I get the result I want, I might reluctantly allow you to keep your independent consciousness." Crocodile was taken aback. "What? You want to knock me out and examine my body? I don't believe you. You handsome guy. You're just full of bad intentions." Crocodile frowned, feeling uncertain inside. Chu Bawang obviously said that for a reason. Did Ivankov leak the news? But in any case, based on Crocodile's nature, he would never just surrender like that. You say examine the body, but if that gets out, what face do I have left on the streets? After being dazed for a while, Crocodile regained his senses and squinted at Chu Bawang, attempting to change the subject. "I have to admit, your talent is indeed terrifying. To cultivate haki to such a rich degree at such a young age is something I've never seen in my life." He vaguely remembered that when he first encountered that man, the other's haki was far inferior compared to Chu Bawang's. It's just a pity that a Logia Devil Fruit user is not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the face of haki. Relying solely on haki to make me kneel and bow my head is a bit too arrogant, isn't it? What's wrong with being arrogant? If I'm not arrogant, can I still be called a young person? I know you can't stand me, but you can't do anything about me. I just enjoy the look of others who can't stand me, but can't take me down. I am Chu Bawang, 18 years old. If you don't believe it, come and fight me. Nami. Robin. Dasky. Crocodile was covered in black lines. He had never seen such an arrogant and overbearing guy in his life. Today was truly an eye-opener. Just because you're a young punk, you think you can make me submit? You probably have never experienced society's harshness. Crocodile straightened his body again, wiping away the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and with a fierce expression, he growled at Chu Bawang. "What gives you the confidence to challenge me?" Chu Bawang actually cooperatively pondered for a moment, then replied with a light smile. "Maybe it's because I'm better looking than you. There's no helping it. Being handsome allows me to do as I please, Crocodile. I have a saying that I don't know whether to say or not. This guy, could he be an idiot?" Crocodile felt insulted. Not only physically, but also intellectually, he had suffered an unprecedented humiliation. Enraged, he growled Desert Resurrection and pressed his right hand onto the ground, draining the moisture from all living beings he touched and gradually spreading it outwards. With full power, even rocks turned into dry sand. One building after another sank into the sand, and the ground looked as if it had died, turning into cracked wasteland. His figure also began to become ethereal, merging into the vast expanse of sand, slowly drifting into the air. With the home field advantage, he manipulated the sand to swirl and dance, whipping up fierce winds. Not good. Crocodile was creating a sandstorm capable of destroying everything. Robin's expression changed. She had witnessed Crocodile in action before, using a sandstorm to besiege a notorious pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. That pirate had impressive strength and was skilled in physical combat, yet he was utterly powerless against the sandstorm, which was comparable to a natural disaster. In the end, He was torn apart by the storm, leaving behind nothing but a dried-up skeleton that barely resembled a human. In the midst of her exclamation, Crocodile Sandstorm had completed a charge, and it wasn't interrupted by the Overlord. All around were sand whirlwinds, enclosing Robin and the Overlord, and the spinning sandstorm was continuously accelerating. Although Armament Haki could damage a Logia user and reveal their true form, that didn't mean Logia users were completely defenseless against Armament Haki. If you don't even know where my true form is hidden, the result is just a punch hitting cotton, a futile effort. The sandstorm, which made it hard to open one's eyes, was filled with Crocodile's disdainful and arrogant laughter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, within the massive sandstorm, numerous small sand whirlwinds coalesced, like wild horses breaking free, turning into countless sharp blades rushing towards the Overlord. As expected, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you must have hidden trump cards. I never saw you use this move against Luffy in the original story. The Overlord felt somewhat emotional. As a warlord, Crocodile had some power, and even now that Luffy had learned the 7 Wounds Fist, he might not be able to defeat him. In the original story, he had never seen Crocodile use this move, which had fully reached a new level of development. If it weren't for the health cheat and the protagonist aura, Luffy would have long been drained into jerky by Crocodile. Crocodile sneered. First time seeing this? Then enjoy it well, because these are the last few seconds of your life. As he spoke, deformed sand blades had already reached the Overlord. The Overlord's arm trembled, and rich, thick armament Haki rolled and surged on his arm, forming a heavy black substance, as if he had donned a layer of heavy armor. He swung his fist. Boom! He aimed at the several sand blades in front of him, smashing them to pieces one by one. You smashed my desert treasure blade with just one punch. You must be secretly pleased, right? But you won't be happy for long. Crocodile sneered repeatedly, and even the temperature around seemed to drop significantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Crocodile's words fell, at that moment before the Overlord from the left-hand side, the right-hand side, above his head from behind and below his feet, several desert treasure blades simultaneously attacked. Interesting, the corners of the Overlord's mouth slightly rose. A brilliant golden light flashed in his eyes, instantly understanding the true principle behind Crocodile's ultimate move. Boom, 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 accompanied by fists as large as sandbags striking out rapidly. Several desert treasure blades turned to dust once again. He actually blocked it again. Crocodile was somewhat surprised. Earlier he had created a grand spectacle with the sandstorm, but in reality, it was to hide the 2 desert treasure blades behind, and beneath him, who would have thought that the cleverly angled desert treasure blades would still be blocked this white devil? Could it be that his feet and back have eyes? Damn it, I've never suffered like this. Even that bastard Whitebeard never dared to hit me like this. A sudden sharp pain shot through his front teeth, and Crocodile's face grew even more resentful. He coldly snorted. I want to see what method you will use to resolve my ultimate move. The Overlord wanted to knock him out and check his body, but Crocodile naturally wouldn't let him have his way. You say to check, but if I go out, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Although using the ultimate move would consume a lot of my stamina, as long as I can crush you before you grow up, it's all worth it. Unfortunately, you cannot be used by me. Otherwise, my plan to dominate the world would have advanced several steps. The rotation speed of the sand whirlwinds accelerated again, shattering the hard rocks into dust, and even several meter-high floors collapsed and fractured. Various bricks and tiles flew everywhere, and even outdoor facilities like beach chairs and fruit stands did not escape unharmed. One after another, desert treasure blades coalesced, and their numbers suddenly surged by more than 10 times, resembling a rain of arrows shooting towards the Overlord, who was at the center of the sandstorm. In his youth, Crocodile had used this move to compete against Whitebeard, and even Whitebeard at that time found it extremely difficult. Now using it against the Overlord, Crocodile was confident he could win this battle. This is not good. He wouldn't have already. Robin's expression changed dramatically. It was her first time seeing Crocodile go all out, and she didn't expect his power to be comparable to a natural disaster. At this moment, Robin and the other 2 outside the sandstorm could no longer see the specific battle situation with the naked eye. With a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes, Robin grabbed Dasky's arm and urgently asked, Dasky, do you think the Overlord will be okay? This should be fine, right? Originally confident in the Overlord, Dasky suddenly tightened her grip, and seeing the sandstorm comparable to a natural disaster made her feel uncertain. With a rare look of worry flashing in her eyes, could the Overlord return safely from a sandstorm like a natural disaster? At this moment, Dasky vaguely regretted why she had supported the Overlord in seeking trouble with Crocodile. Oda-san can definitely defeat Crocodile. I believe he will win. Nami clenched her small pink fist, her orange eyes fixed tightly on the core of the sandstorm, not daring to blink compared to Robin and Dasky, who were generally supportive rather than confrontational. Nami could only be considered a fragile mage and had no detailed concept of the strength of combat power. She is convinced that the Overlord of Chu will definitely defeat Crocodile, not because of any battle analysis, but purely from her youthful sentiment. The Overlord of Chu, dressed in a white evening gown, symbolizes the belief in victory. In her heart, the Overlord of Chu should be an invincible and all-powerful white-clad warrior. A very impressive move, just try to stretch my muscles. Since you, Crocodile, refuse to surrender obediently, let me show you my Yang Gangji's 18 dragon-subduing palms. In the center of the sandstorm, glancing at the dozens of desert swords that resembled a locust swarm, the Overlord of Chu felt joy rather than worry. It was time to bring out the 18 dragon-subduing palms by Hero Shao to commemorate the predecessor Jin Yong. Bang bang bang. Although the 18 dragon-subduing palms have simple and unremarkable movements, each move is immensely powerful, concise yet deeply forceful, focusing on the application of strength. Each palm strike possesses the power to move mountains and overturn seas. Moreover, the 18 dragon-subduing palms specifically counter all kinds of flashy techniques. Regardless of how true or false, or how varied the enemy's moves are, the 18 dragon-subduing palms are already known for their ferocity. What would happen if armed color hockey were added? One slap, and the enemy would be close to being remade in the blink of an eye. Those dozens of desert swords hadn't even gotten within half a step of the Overlord of Chu before being turned into powder. As time passed, the originally calm Crocodile began to panic, realizing that the chaotic killing technique, Desert Swords, had not inflicted any substantial damage on the Overlord of Chu. This move requires him to exert all his strength. Each time he uses it, he expends a lot of stamina. If this continues, he doesn't know if the Overlord of Chu can hold on, but he himself is about to collapse from exhaustion. The Overlord of Chu frowned, looking at him with an annoyed expression. Why aren't you attacking, Crocodile? The reason he was tirelessly unleashing one powerful palm strike after another was that he discovered the intensity of the 18 dragon-subduing palms was just right compared to his current self. Akin to doing national radio calisthenics. Practicing the 18 dragon-subduing palms felt like having done calisthenics twice, leaving him feeling incredibly relaxed and comfortable. Moreover, he loved Hero Shao's domineering and fierce 18 dragon-subduing palms. A man practicing this set of palm techniques looks very manly, exuding a strong masculine aura. The 18 dragon-subduing palms, squeezing the dragon's claw, all belong to the romance of men after finally finding an interesting activity. Crocodile, suddenly unwilling to exert himself, made the Overlord of Chu very displeased. Seeing the Overlord of Chu looking unsatisfied, Crocodile rolled his eyes at him in frustration. Damn, I'm about to tire myself out like a dumb dog, and you're still enjoying it, not letting me rest? You old bastard, you're definitely playing me, right? Crocodile, don't stop, keep attacking. I've just had new insights and understanding of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Don't stop. Hurry up and continue attacking. Once I refine the 18 dragon-subduing palms and distill the essence, I'll let you off with a small life dam. You old bastard, you really are playing me. Crocodile was so furious he nearly spat out old blood, roaring angrily. Overlord, I admit I underestimated your strength. But don't think you can do as you please just because of your power. Although I can't kill you, if I insist on leaving, you won't be able to do anything to me. I don't have time to play house with you. After finally finding interest, I was interrupted midway. The Overlord of Chu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, her voice cold. So, Crocodile, you don't plan to help others? I thought you and I were like-minded comrades, but I didn't expect you to be so indifferent. Don't blame me for settling accounts with you. She turned to Robin, smiling as she asked. Robin, you must have suffered a lot in your Baroque works, right? Speak up, I'll support you. Robin smiled bitterly in her heart. She thought to herself that being in the Baroque works was like being a freeloader, not doing any work, and enjoying maximum freedom. She hadn't really suffered at all. She opened her mouth to say something nice about her old boss. After all, she had received so many favors, but unexpectedly, the Overlord of Chu suddenly reached out to cover Robin's fiery red lips, gently saying, All right, no need to say. I know you must not want me to know that you've been mistreated and oppressed, making me worry and get angry. Robin-chan is a gentle person, right? If you don't speak, I'll take it as your acknowledgement. You are blocking my mouth. How can I say anything? Dare you to loosen your hand? This is the second time today you've blocked my mouth with your finger. It's almost going to poke a hole in it. I've never seen such a shameless person. You're simply slandering my innocence. Crocodile was so angry he was shaking, glaring at the overlord of Chu, who was acting like a thief. He thought to himself that for these years, he had treated Robin well, feeding her until she was plump. And compared to the skinny girl she once was, she was now a completely different person. The reason people don't recognize Robin as the demon child from 20 years ago is largely due to my contributions. Now I'm just waiting for her to help me interpret the historical text. But then you suddenly barged in and stole Robin-chan away. That would be fine. Who would have thought you would go too far and insult me for mistreating Robin-chan? Uncle can bear it, but Aunt cannot. With a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, Crocodile arrogantly said, "You think you can threaten me? Ha! As long as I hide among billions of grains of sand, you won't even be able to find my body. I want to see how you threaten me." Elementalization. The eternal god. The overlord of Chu looked at Crocodile with a look of a fool. Have you heard of the omnipotent power of the Imperial Tool? Have you heard of the highest level golden reincarnation eye? You really are an idiot. Don't you know that villains often die from talking too much? How dare you lay your plans bare to me? I would feel embarrassed if I didn't crush you. Crocodile had already elementalized himself, becoming an ordinary part among billions of grains of sand. But that doesn't mean the overlord of Chu couldn't find his trace. Although the golden reincarnation, I couldn't distinguish between elementalized sand and ordinary gravel. It was extremely sensitive to the flow of energy in the human body as meridians. Even after entering elementalization, Crocodile still had weak energy flowing through his meridians. Under the observation of the reincarnation eye and the observation color hockey, even if Crocodile wanted to escape using elementalization, he couldn't do it. With a movement, the overlord of Chu instantly disappeared without a trace from the spot. A fist the size of a sandbag, covered in a color of hockey that rivals Iron Fist Carp, swung towards a grain of sand floating in the air. Boom! The speed of the punch was so fast that it produced a faint sound of sonic boom. What? The grain of sand in the air suddenly transformed into a face that showed a look of terror. Crocodile wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but it was too late. Bang! After a loud noise, a massive sandstorm comparable to a natural disaster lost control and turned into a rain of sand pouring down. That tall, rebellious figure smashed into the ground like a bolt of lightning. Rumbling, rumbling. The ground, like a spider web, was torn apart into pieces. Crocodile, have you heard of this technique where a palm descends from the sky? Amidst the swirling dust, the figure dressed in a white suit descended from the sky and slammed a palm down onto the ground. No, don't. I give up. Crocodile raised his head stiffly like the fire cloud evil god from Kung Fu, looking at the dazzling figure descending like flames, letting out a desperate scream. I will die. I will really die if I get hit by this palm. I will definitely be dead for sure. Unfortunately, the techniques of the overlord of Chu have aged, and there was no time to forcibly hit the brakes on this descending palm technique. Boom! The earth cracked, shaking and roaring. A huge palm print came crashing down, occupying an area of hundreds of square meters. Crocodile lay in the big pit, completely losing consciousness. Robin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of palm technique is this? If I learn this technique and combine it with the abilities of the Hana no Mi, wouldn't I just take off on the spot? The overlord of Chu jumped into the pit and pulled Crocodile out like a dead dog, looking at Robin, who was so shocked that she couldn't say a word, and squinting his eyes with a smile. So, do you want to learn? I could teach you step by step. Overlord Chu, Saiku. Hearing this, Robin was overjoyed. Giving a thumbs up to the generous overlord of Chu Dasky, stop dawdling and hurry up and handcuff Crocodile. I need to figure out a way to extract his real gender. Otherwise, my mission reward will go down the drain. The overlord of Chu shouted, and seeing Dasky still in a daze, he couldn't help but give her a slap on the head. The simplest way to find out whether Crocodile is male or female is to find the Okama King Ivankov or the Whitebeard Edward Newgate and ask them directly. However, the overlord of Chu couldn't use teleportation to enter Impel Down and the waters ruled by Whitebeard, so he decided to meet up with Roger first before making plans. Roger and Whitebeard are good buddies. Maybe he has information on whether Crocodile is a transgender person, which would save him the trouble of running around his. My goodness, Lord, you really defeated Crocodile. That's too powerful. The somewhat naturally slow-witted Dasky finally recovered from her shock and hurriedly took the sea prism stone handcuffs thrown to her by the overlord of Chu, handcuffing Crocodile. Odo-san, you finally came back. On the other side, unable to contain herself, Nami rushed into the overlord of Chu's embrace. looking as if she was about to cry. The overlord of Chu was taken aback. I'm clearly doing well. Why does it sound like I might have died in the sandstorm? Odo-san. Just now I watched helplessly as the sandstorm and one desert treasure knife after another surrounded you, and I couldn't do anything about it. It really scared me. As the little thief cat Nami spoke, tears rolled down her youthful cheeks, soaking the overlord of Chu's chest. Just a moment ago, she pretended to be strong, firmly believing that the overlord of Chu would achieve final victory. But at this moment, seeing the overlord of Chu return safely, the stone that had been hanging in her heart finally relaxed, and the intense anxiety suddenly exploded. Even the overlord of Chu, who usually doesn't like to show his true feelings, couldn't help but feel a bit touched at this moment. Is this the legendary caring little cotton-padded jacket? Love it. Reaching out to rub Nami's little head, just like petting a cat, the overlord of Chu felt warm in his heart. Be good, don't cry, little thief cat. If you cry too much, you'll turn into a big flower cat, and that won't look good. Rest assured, your father could defeat anyone in the world. Even if Carp comes, I can make him call me Daddy. Nami couldn't help but laugh through her tears. The legendary naval hero, chasing the sea, Overlord Rocks, and Pirate King Joel D. Roger all over the sea. Can you really pin him down and hammer him? Besides, if you really make Carp call you Daddy, where will you put Dragon and Luffy's faces? After finally making Nami smile, the overlord of Chu turned his head and noticed Robin staring at his face closely, her gaze gentle as if she was admiring a lover the overlord of Chu teased. So, even you have fallen for my handsome looks, enchanted by my charm, haven't you? Hearing this, Robin smiled softly, completely different from the naive Nami and Dasky. With a mature, intellectual beauty radiating femininity, she looked incredibly pleasing to the Eye Lord. Shrugging her shoulders, Robin's face showed an excited expression like Columbus discovering the New World. Her gaze scanning the handsome overlord of Chu from head to toe. I thought I knew you quite well, but as the time we spent together increases, I realize I really know too little about you. You're like a treasure boy deeply attracting me, making me more and more curious about you. The surprises the overlord of Chu brought to Robin were simply too many. Her heartfelt smile today was more than in the past 20 years combined. She once thought that the most interesting and worth risking her life for thing in the world was to translate historical texts and find that missing 100-year blank history, but compared to continuing to explore the truth of the historical texts, she felt that it would be more fun to dig into the bits and pieces of the overlord of Chu's life over the past 18 years. Just a moment ago, she called me Lord, and the next moment, she turned into a treasure boy. The overlord of Chu rubbed his chin, smiling at Robin. Honestly, are you trying to take advantage of me because I look young? Robin smiled charmingly and said cheerfully, You really saw through me at a glance. Truly deserving of being my lord. Your insight is remarkable. But to be honest, I am nearly 10 years older than you. Calling you young master is fine, but calling you lord feels a bit strange. The overlord of Chu raised an eyebrow, clearly in a good mood and delighted to joke with Robin. So what do you want to call me? Robin pondered for a moment and said seriously, I'm 10 years older than you. Calling you brother should be acceptable, right? This isn't Robin being scheming. It's just her sincere desire to express her feelings. When she looked at the overlord of Chu, she always felt like she was taking care of a mischievous younger brother, even though she didn't have a younger brother at all. Nowadays, Robin is capable of standing on her own. She can't just rush into the arms of the immature Nami to act cute and cry, nor will she be like the Na'vi and stiff Dasky, always passively waiting for orders from the overlord. If possible, Robin hopes she can take care of the somewhat eccentric overlord with the same care she would give to her younger brother. Not losing out. I've lost a lot, okay? I originally wanted to ask you to call me Baba tonight, but now it's inexplicably turned into younger brother. It seems that calling Robin's sister in the middle of the night while unable to sleep is quite interesting. Is this the essence of role-playing? I really love it. Seeing the overlord's hesitation and slight excitement, Robin naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. I'm already yours in every sense. Can't you slightly satisfy this small wish of mine? She stood straight in front of the overlord, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders, gently kneading them. With a slightly scheming personality, she whispered in his ear, It's just calling you younger brother. You want to lose anything, my goodness. Do women inherently understand the art of seduction? Although the overlord knew that Robin meant, I'm yours in the context of losing a bet at the casino, under the influence of the Imperial Artifact 5-Vision Universal X-Ray, he could see Robin clearly in front of him, that expression, that movement, that figure, that enticing vitality, that breath she casually released. Which man can resist this? Anyway, I can't take it anymore as long as you're happy. If you really want a younger brother, I don't mind temporarily playing your adopted brother in private. The Overlord turned his head to look elsewhere, thinking that the little demon Ching was already enough of a handful. But little did he know that there are always greater heights beyond. The old lecherous Overlord was gradually adapting to the benefits brought by the Imperial Artifact 5-Vision Universal X-Ray, but he still couldn't withstand Robin's. It was just too big, too white, too intimidating. If I were to get caught in that, wouldn't it be overwhelming? Robin was very sensitive to various details. Although the Overlord tried to cover up the momentary exposure of his awkward expression, he was still caught by the clever Robin. Combined with the fleeting awkwardness of the current Overlord, Robin had a bold guess in her heart. She looked down and realized she couldn't even see her own toes. Suddenly, Robin finally understood why the Overlord had suddenly commented on her tea being big and white while they were drinking oolong tea at the Rain Banquet Casino last time. How could it not be big when she couldn't even see her toes? Although this possibility was quite high, considering the Overlord's cunning nature, she needed to find an opportunity to test this when he let his guard down. Before long, a fishing plan was born in Robin's little head. Intending to confirm her suspicions when the Overlord was relaxed if it turns out to be as she guessed, it means she has caught the Overlord's little tail. At that time, she would have a good talk with the old lecherous Overlord and casually put forward some not too excessive small requests. My lord, where are we going next? And how should we deal with Crocodile? A glance at Robin, who had obtained the privilege of calling the Overlord younger brother in just a few words, made Dasky feel like a lemon that had just been squeezed, almost crying out of envy. I want the privilege of calling the Overlord younger brother too. Despite Dasky's somewhat Navi demeanor, she was actually nearly 5 years older than the Overlord, 2 years older than the current Luo Sauron, 1 year older than Nami, and 6 years older than Koya. The oldest in age, but the youngest in rank. Originally thinking that Robin would be a partner in hardship, no one expected that she would get the privilege of calling the Overlord younger brother in just a few words. Dasky felt wronged like a child, almost unable to hold back tears of frustration. Crocodile is no longer a threat. You all stay here for now. Let me first throw him on the deck of the Mary. With Ching keeping watch, even if he has great abilities, he can't escape my grasp. Once I use teleportation to return, we will meet up with Sauron and Luffy. That old man Roger is really unreliable. I've already taken down the second-in-command of the Baroque works, yet he still hasn't settled the family drama with Ace. But this might be good. Perhaps as a bystander, I can watch the grand finale of this family drama. Meanwhile, several Navy warships arrived at the entrance harbor of Alabasta, and thousands of trained Navy soldiers occupied the Alabasta Palace. The two leading figures were Colonel Tina, known as Black Barrier, and the White Hunter Smoker, who had been demoted to Navy lieutenant due to the Roachtown incident. At the Alabasta Palace, Cobra had no choice but to hold another grand banquet to entertain Tina and Smoker, who were on patrol after several rounds of drinks. Smoker, who had originally been frowning, finally relaxed a bit. But just then, Eichelm rushed in through the palace doors. Just as he was about to announce the Overlord's impressive achievements, he noticed Smoker and Tina enjoying their meal at the main table. The joyful smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an expression as if he had just lost both parents, changing so quickly that even professional actors would feel ashamed. Cobra, Your Majesty Cobra. Hey, a serious matter has arisen. That white devil Overlord has caused another disaster. Cobra, Your Majesty Cobra. Hey, a serious matter has arisen. That white devil Overlord has caused another disaster. Eichelm, who had just wanted to share the Overlord's impressive achievements, caught a glimpse of Smoker and Tina enjoying their meal at the banquet. The joyful smile on his face vanished, replaced by an expression of deep despair. The speed of his change of expression could put professional actors to shame. What? The white devil has appeared in Alabasta. Upon hearing Eichelm mention the Overlord, Smoker felt a surge of dread. The Overlord had never been quiet, killing Navy colonels, resurrecting the notorious pirate King Roger, even beating him up and abducting his personal secretary. Why would this white devil appear in Alabasta? Could it be that he is plotting something again? What happened? What trouble did the white devil cause this time? Colonel Tina lit a cigarette, frowning. Colonel Tina, for some reason, the white devil suddenly went to the Rain Banquet Casino and left the warlord Crocodile in ruins. Eichelm said nervously, What? He turned Crocodile into ruins? Smoker was taken aback. The white devil is that powerful. Even the top-tier pirates of the 7 warlords of the sea can be beaten into a pulp. Yes, this is what our soldiers witnessed with their own eyes. Crocodile's front teeth were knocked out, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked absolutely miserable. Eichelm, feigning sorrow but actually pleased, looked at Smoker and said, Most importantly, the soldiers reported that a little naval girl personally put handcuffs on Crocodile. A little naval girl? ISNT that my personal secretary, Nico Robin. Smoker's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it. What kind of witchcraft did that white devil use on my personal secretary to make such a obedient and well-behaved Robin willingly arrest Crocodile? It must be the kidnapped Robin. Hancock pulled her deep purple gloves, frowning. She instinctively thought that Robin had endured too much torment and had to succumb to the tyranny of the warlord. But in reality, no one forced Robin. It's all my fault. I failed to protect her. Smoker said with a bitter smile. Now that Robin has arrested Crocodile as a naval soldier and has obtained crucial intelligence, this is really not good news for the Navy. The 7 warlords of the sea are legally recognized pirates by the Navy headquarters and the world government, and they play a significant role in restraining the increasingly rampant pirates in the New World. If the other 7 warlords find out that Robin suddenly arrested Crocodile, will they think the Navy is planning something shocking behind the scenes? A dead rabbit is cooked, and a dog is eaten. This is an unchanging truth. So where is he now? Where's Crocodile being held? Hancock asked. Colonel Tina, according to our soldiers' reports, it seems Crocodile is being held on the Straw Hat pirate ship. What? Upon hearing this, Smoker became furious and agitated. This white devil is really audacious. This is a declaration of war against all the Navy. Smoker did not know about Crocodile's insidious plans to usurp the nation. He was blinded by hatred, only knowing that Crocodile had joined the 7 warlords of the sea, making him a potential ally of the Navy. He did not inquire further about why the warlord wanted to capture Crocodile. Hancock, however, managed to remain calm and said, "The urgent task is to retrieve Crocodile. The timing of Robin's action is too sensitive. If other warlords find out, they might think we in the Navy are secretly plotting some grand conspiracy. The New World is currently in turmoil. If the 7 warlords of the sea have a falling out with the Navy, we will face immense pressure when dealing with the 4 emperors and the increasingly rampant pirates." Both Tina and Smoker secretly wiped the cold sweat from their brows. They thought that this white devil, the warlord, was really too troublesome without so much as a greeting. He secretly beat up one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The key point is, he actually managed to defeat a warlord of the sea. What do you do about him? Seeing Tina and Smoker both looking troubled, Cobra was overjoyed. He had long suspected that the reason Alabasta had become what it was today was because Crocodile was secretly sabotaging it. For this, he even sent his daughter, Princess Vivi, and the captain of the Royal Guard to infiltrate Baroque works. Now that he had finally found evidence of Crocodile's crimes, he was extremely frustrated that the 700,000 rebels were not paying attention to Crocodile. Who would have thought that the warlord would come and beat Crocodile into a pig's head in just half a day's time? Cobra was ecstatic. Lord Warlord is truly a good person. Cobra was almost moved to tears. It was originally his hospitality that was lacking, and he had committed the taboo of looking down on others. Fortunately, Lord Warlord is magnanimous. Otherwise, he would have truly become a slave to his own country. Although he had been pressed down before, Smoker still could not tolerate the warlord jumping around in front of him. He slammed his wine glass down heavily, stood up with a whoosh, and loudly asked, "Where is that white devil now? Colonel Tina and I will lead the troops to capture him. Once reinforcements arrive, we will make sure he dies without a corpse." This, Colonel Smoker, please do not be hasty. There are some hidden truths that you need to hear first. Icolum, upon hearing this, could not allow you naval trash to capture their savior and immediately launched into an explanation of the incident. The reason the white devil attacked Crocodile is actually for another reason. For the past 3 years, Alabasta has fallen from a prosperous superpower in the New World, where the people lived in peace, to a despised desert nation. All because Crocodile secretly used the dance powder that the world government explicitly prohibited. This Crocodile is truly despicable. He framed King Cobra, hoping to wait for the rebels to invade the royal city and then come out as Alabasta's savior, relying on public sentiment to become the new king of Alabasta. Smoker and Tina were able to maintain their composure at first. However, as they listened more, they became increasingly horrified and cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads. Listening to Icolum's explanation, Smoker and Tina started off calm but grew more and more frightened, their foreheads beaded with uncertain cold sweat. In the end, they both wore expressions of shame, almost feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. They had originally thought Crocodile was a law-abiding warlord of the sea, a potential ally of the Navy, but who would have thought that Crocodile was secretly plotting a nationwide coup that would shock the world? It was laughable that the two of them were so naive and ignorant, thinking they could use force to rescue the heinous crocodile from the warlord's hands. If possible, both Tina and Smoker wished they could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. It was truly too embarrassing. Colonel Smoker, Colonel Tina, this white devil is truly a great benefactor and savior of all the citizens of the Alabasta Kingdom. Cobra was equally excited and could not help but grab Smoker's arm, saying gratefully, "Currently, aside from the capital, all cities in Alabasta have been in drought for 3 years, with countless victims dying of thirst. I had suspected this was Crocodile's plot, and recently my captain of the Royal Guard found crucial evidence. It's just a pity that, given the current situation of the Royal Army, we cannot deal with Crocodile. Now that the warlord has uncovered the truth and has brought justice by beating the evil Crocodile, it won't be long before the drought disappears, and heavy rain will pour down on Alabasta." Smoker and Tina's heads lowered even further. They wished they could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. "Colonel Smoker, Colonel Tina, you may not know how many civilians will die of thirst from a single day of drought, but as a king, I know this very clearly. If it weren't for Lord Warlord's assistance, Crocodile's coup might have really succeeded. At that time, the rebel army and the kingdom army will launch the final war, and countless civilians and soldiers will die. Mr. Tyrant truly is a saint of immense virtue, kind and just." Cobra's eloquent speech not only explained the ins and outs of Alabasta's drought clearly, but also heavily praised the colorful spiral farts of the tyrant, even comparing him to the saint who saves and pities others, of course, although there's a lot of flattery in it. Cobra's description is indeed based on solid facts. If it weren't for the tyrant capturing the criminal leader Crocodile first, everything Cobra mentioned would have turned into reality. The entire Alabasta would become the most terrifying hell on earth. So, it turns out that the White Devil has been doing good all along? Smoker felt a bit confused about life, thinking that his worldview was about to collapse. He never expected that the catastrophe caused by the tyrant actually saved millions of suffering civilians in Alabasta. If he led the army to arrest the tyrant, wouldn't he be seen by Cobra as a sworn enemy? He really had nowhere to put his old face. Tina whispered, "Smoker, after my investigation into the White Devil, I found that although this guy has been reckless all the way, he has actually done a lot of good for the people. When he was in Cocoa West Village, he did kill quite a few Marines and pirates, but you must know the nature of those non-commissioned Marines. They're nothing compared to us who graduated from the Naval Academy. Now, he has beaten up the criminal Crocodile, indirectly saving millions of suffering civilians in Alabasta. Maybe we need to take off our colored glasses and properly assess the merits and faults of the White Devil. Although this White Devil acts a bit impulsively, looking at the major incident in Logtown, he is not the kind of unreasonable villain who destroys everything. In Tina's eyes, the tyrant's actions exude a sense of frankness, following his own heart, and he has his own set of principles. He neither suppresses his inner desires, nor is he a scum who has no bottom line. Tina, your idea is quite dangerous. I advise you not to speak well of the White Devil in front of outsiders." Smoker was taken aback and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Do you understand how high the bounty on the White Devil is now? A full 1 billion berries. You, who often hunt pirate crews in the New World, must be more aware of the terrifying nature of this bounty. To be honest, even some of the current warlords of the sea are not worth this price. The higher-ups of the Navy and the world government are very wary of the White Devil's ability to resurrect the dead. If he is really captured, the outcome would likely be tragic. The steel-straight man Smoker does not want his close friend Tina to be implicated because of the tyrant." Tina pouted, feeling quite dissatisfied with the recent actions of the Navy and the world government, but she didn't say anything more. A villain with a bounty of 1 billion berries is truly not a terrifying existence that she can comment on since the main culprit Crocodile has been dealt with. The final thing now is to contact the rebel leader Kosh to prevent the final war from happening. Smoker made an apologetic gesture to Cobra, feeling very guilty. "I will also report my observations in Alabasta to the Navy headquarters and request military support if war is destined to break out. Colonel Tina and I will do our best to ensure the safety of all royal family members in Alabasta. As for the White Devil, for now, we can only let things be. However, the next time I see him, I will still arrest him as a Navy officer." Smoker now just hopes that the tyrant can be a bit more low-key and cause less trouble. This series of big news is making his heart unable to take it. Cobra also understands the importance of human feelings and knows that Smoker and Tina will turn a blind eye to the tyrant's actions. Smoker reminded, "Princess Vivi is your only daughter. She is our priority to protect. You should let her enter the palace to stay with our soldiers. It will be safer that way." Cobra thought that Smoker should be considered a half-ally, and then said, "To be honest, my daughter has been missing for half a year, and it may be a while before I can contact her." Smoker was completely stunned. "Is Princess Vivi really your biological daughter? Aren't you being a bit too careless as a father? Your own daughter has been missing for half a year, and you only just mentioned it now?" Synopsis: obtaining the Multiverse Sun Collection System. Others call him Tyrant, and he can draw rewards. This tells the story of Tyrant collecting suns starting from the Pyro World, being invincible from the beginning. Luffy: Tyrant, please teach me how to defeat Kaido of the 100 Beasts.